I just used up all the spirit stones on my body, which scared the entire cultivation world, making everyone too afraid to go out, fearing that I would rob them. It's all because I awakened the penguin system, where you can improve your cultivation by spending money. By spending 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, you can become a saint. By spending tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, you can become an emperor. So I went completely crazy and embarked on the path of making money. The saint you dare not bind, I will bind. The forbidden area you dare not enter, I will go. Even the passing wealthy will have a layer of skin peeled off by me. At this moment, as the young master of the Qingyun sect, I not only peeked at the daughter of the elder taking a bath, but also got caught and beaten up carelessly. This angered my sect leader father, who cursed loudly. I have been wise all my life, yet I have raised a beast like you. If it weren't for the face of me as the sect leader, you would have been killed long ago. I silently wiped off the spit on my face, my heart already in turmoil. Just as I crossed over, I encountered such a situation. The original owner was truly a beast. Just as I was about to speak up in defense, I was interrupted by the other party waving their hand. Shinwoody took a deep breath, his face regaining some calmness. He looked helplessly at the rebellious child in front of him. After discussing with the elders of the sect, it has been decided that you are no longer suitable to be the heir of the sect. A new young master will be chosen in the sect's grand competition in 2 days. Shinwoody was helpless. After all, the Qingyun sect was not his sole decision to make. The child's talent was already lacking, and with this incident, he was truly unsuitable to be the young master. I am speechless. My position as a second-generation immortal has not even warmed up and it's gone? At this moment, Shinwoody softly comforted me. It's okay, isn't it just the title of a young master? As long as your old man is still alive, he won't let you suffer. Just stay well. I will find you a few stepmothers in a while. He patted my shoulder, not even looking at my gradually darkening face, and then turned and walked out of the room. Find a few stepmothers for yourself? I feel a little overwhelmed. Could it be that my cheap old man thinks this big account is useless and is preparing to open a small account? I suddenly felt a dark future ahead, and just then, a captivating electronic sound rang in my mind. The host successfully activated the Goose Factory system. This system is an invincible recharge system. The host can directly use spirit stones or other energy-containing treasures to recharge, and can trade all items such as items, cultivation, techniques, scriptures, spirit pets, mounts, etc. in the mall. As long as you have spirit stones, you can become stronger. I was a bit confused, looking at the densely packed trading items on the system interface, unable to look away for a moment, especially when I saw that servant in the Emperor realm. My heart rate instantly rose to 205. Can you really exchange for a servant in the Emperor realm? I am not well read. System, don't deceive me. Ding, as long as the host has enough spirit stones, even the heavenly fairies can be brought to you. My eyes immediately lit up. It's so cool. I like it so much. So I had a thought, and took out all the savings of spirit stones and elixirs stored in the storage ring for more than 20 years. How much can these be exchanged for? Ding, host, these items total 25,000 high-grade spirit stones, exchangeable for the cultivation of the 6th level of the Profound Pill Realm. Do you wish to exchange? 6th level of the Profound Pill Realm? I was surprised, then delighted. The cultivation realms on the mainland are divided into flesh, chi, sea opening, profound pill, spirit infant, divine palace, void stepping, enlightenment, sky gazing, sage, great sage, 9 heavens, and mythical emperor. Although the 6th level of the profound pill realm is only at the bottom, it is quite good for me now. So I said, exchange. Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation of the 6th level of the profound pill realm. As the host's first recharge, the system rewards a first recharge gift pack. The strongest battle body of the human race, the ancient wilderness divine body. After reaching the late stage of the ancient wilderness divine body, one can contend against the emperor, with just a strand of hair able to dominate the vast galaxy. Now it is integrated for the host, and to prevent outsiders from prying, a range of 10 miles has been sealed. As soon as the words fell, a powerful spiritual force surged out from within, and my cultivation soared rapidly. 5th level of the Qi realm, peak of the Qi realm, 1st level of the sea opening realm. It stabilized only at the 6th level of the profound pill realm, while my heart beat violently, and pale golden blood flowed out, devouring and assimilating my original blood. Incredibly powerful blood energy rose, distorting the air around my body. Desolate ancient sacred body. What a powerful fleshly body. What a terrifying blood chi. She felt the volcano-like rolling hot blood chi. His heart was unusually excited. He formed a fist with his 5 fingers and blasted out at the empty space in front of him. Boom! the golden blood chi roared, and a huge boom rang out. The entire palace shook, and countless array patterns lit up around it, before breaking down for the most part. A hideous crack spread rapidly across the floor and walls. The palace that was engraved with a defense array that could withstand the bombardment of the spirit infant realm was almost scrapped by this punch. This, awesome. Qinli took a deep breath and looked at the palace that was almost crumbling. His heart shocked. He had only thrown a random punch himself, without using any spirit techniques, and it actually had such an appalling power. Ding, host, don't get excited. As long as you have spirit stones, you can still become stronger. So, Tart, go make money. Making money? Sheen Hunter muttered to himself, his hot gaze looking beyond the palace. It was imperative that he retained his position as the young patriarch. First place in the grand competition and you get to be the young patriarch? He was curious to see what those people would look like if he took first place. Chapter 2, I want to be a young patriarch. And I also want spirit stones. 3 days later. Hey, did you guys hear? The sect is suddenly organizing a convention this time. As if they are going to re-elect a young sovereign. Let him peep at senior sister Lu's bath. It's good enough if he doesn't cut him. That's it. Early in the morning, the entire Green Cloud sect was completely abuzz. Countless disciples swarmed towards the central square, and there were such murmurs everywhere. At this moment, on the square, there was a huge ring standing. All around, rows of seats, from low to high, surrounded the ring. At the very front, there sat a dozen figures with powerful auras. One person in the middle is the patriarch, Qin Wuyu. Qin Wufei's face was expressionless as he slightly turned his head to look at a majestic middle-aged man beside him. Grand Elder, you may begin. The voice was calm. No emotions could be heard. Yes, Sovereign. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Afterward, his figure flashed and he appeared directly above the ring. Sweeping his gaze over the densely packed disciples below, he exhaled. For the sect competition, Xiandan realm disciples may enter the ring. The one who holds the ring until there is no challenger is number 1. Winner. Prize of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, sealing of the young patriarch, and the clan's dedication to cultivating him. As soon as the words fell, the entire square erupted into a huge wave of sound. All the disciples' eyes were glowing. Not to mention the position of young patriarch, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones alone was enough to drive them crazy. One must know that even core disciples could only receive 30 medium-grade spirit stones from the sect in a month. 10,000 pieces is huge money for them. Immediately, 2 Xiandan realm core disciples rushed out and landed on the ring. No bull ********. The big fight broke out. Blades and swords, boiling spiritual energy impacted in all directions, but they were all blocked by a light shield on the ring. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. In a corner at the edge of the plaza, Qinli stood quietly, a faint smile in his eyes. The surrounding disciples' attention was drawn to the ring and did not notice him. However, he wasn't planning on going up there right now. The main characters all come out last. The ones who were now going up to the ring were some core disciples at the first or second level of the Xiandan realm. And going up was a waste of time. A little time passed, and soon it was evening. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, many disciples changed in the ring. At the end of the day, only a silhouette in a green-colored sarong remained. Daimei almond eyes, skin like snow, a head of green silk hanging to the waist, at the end of the hair with a blue ribbon tied up. Lu Qingqing, Qingyun sect's senior sister, the number 1 person in the younger generation. 5th level Xiandan realm cultivation, the person involved in the voyeurism incident. With a clear and cold expression, like a green lotus, she stood in the center of the ring, exuding a powerful and extremely powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. His eyes swept over the sect disciples below the ring, and those who touched them lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. It seems that the results of this grand competition have already come out. This girl, Lu Qingqing, is worthy of being the clan's senior sister. Seeing this scene, someone in the elders' gallery immediately spoke up. Not bad. This girl is more suitable to be the sex heir than that bastard kid Qinhun, regardless of her talent or character. The rest of them nodded at that. None of them were too careless about the result, and organizing the grand competition was just going through the motions. Qin Wufei sat in the center, his face a little dark. These guys, saying that right to their face is murderous. Why isn't the patriarch smiling? Is it that you don't like to laugh? The Grand Elder looked at Qin Wufei with some gloating. Hey, let that asshole kid of yours wreck my daughter. The corners of Qin Wufei's mouth twitched and his face became even darker. When the surrounding elders saw this, some of them wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. These 2 men, from the time of their discipleship, have been battling it out. Until now, the 2 remained the same as one became the patriarch and the other became the Grand Elder. Qin Wufei hummed and spoke in a salty manner. Since no one has challenged, let's announce the results. When he finished, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Ha! The Grand Elder stood up with a big mouth full of smiles. Just as he was about to announce that the great competition was over and his own daughter had become the young sect leader. In the distance, at the edge of the square, it's my turn to play hard to get. Bah! It's my turn to make a move. Shinli rolled up his sleeves and pushed away the disciple in front of him as he walked towards the center ring. As he walked around, numerous gazes around him instantly fell on his body. Ah, Qin Hun, the former young patriarch? What's he going to do? It's not like he wants to get in the ring, is it? No way. Just him? I can abuse it with one hand. When those disciples saw that it was Qin Hun, a strange look appeared in their eyes. He was even more surprised when he realized that he was walking straight to the ring. The smirk on the Grand Elder's face tightened, and he had an obscure look on his face. Looking at Qin Hun, he hated his teeth. This is the bastard who tried to plague his own precious daughter. It was only in the next moment that he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes widened as a huge color of shock flashed in his eyes. How can this little cultivation, with his cultivation at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, he could see through Qin Hun's current strength with a single glance. Xiandan realm, 6th? How is that possible? At the same moment, the other elders also stood up from their seats with incredulous faces. This asshole. Qin Wufei's face was very wonderful. A burst of red and a burst of black, both agitated and puzzled. Obviously before, he was still a little slag in the aura realm. How did he suddenly become a genius in the Xiandan realm? On the other side, Qin Hun ignored the questioning looks and took 3 or 2 steps to the ring. With a light leap, he had appeared in the ring. He really wants to challenge Senior Sister Lu? Crazy. Now, those ordinary disciples couldn't sit still, and they all cast caring glances at Qin Hun. Who in the entire Green Cloud sect doesn't know that you, young Patriarch Qin, only have a cultivation level of the 3rd level of spiritual qi? What's going on here? These ordinary disciples couldn't see through Qin Hun's cultivation at all. It only felt that Qin Hun was crazy. Qin Hun, you still dare to appear in front of me? On the stage, Lu Qingqing stared coldly at Qin Hun, her palms slightly clenched. A burst of anger bubbled up in his heart as he thought about what this guy had done a few days ago. Why don't you dare? Qin Hunter spread his hands, a look of indifference on his face. The peeping Tom is the young patriarch. What does it have to do with me? Qin Hun? Moreover, I didn't see anything at all that day, and instead I got a severe beating for nothing. You, Lu Qingqing let out a cold snort, forcibly resisting the urge to cut this guy. What do you want? This is the grand competition ring. It's not your place to come up here. If you don't want to disgrace the patriarch, go down immediately. Ha! Qinli laughed. I heard that the first place in the grand competition can be the young sect leader, and there are 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Very unfortunate. I want to be a young patriarch, and I want the spirit stones. As the words fell, he raised his feet and stepped forward. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy swept in all directions. The ring, which had experienced dozens of great battles in front of it and had not even left a scratch, was trampled with a deep footprint. Dense, tiny cracks spread in all directions, centered on the footprints. Chapter 3. Who's in favor of me being the young patriarch and who's against? How can it be? Xiandan realm, 6th? Qin Hun. You. In the ring, Lu Qingqing was visibly frozen, her body's usual cool temperament gone at this moment. Looking at Qin Hun, his eyes were filled with shock. Obviously a few days ago, he was still an aura triple, and he even got himself severely beaten up for snooping. You're telling me now that you're at the 6th level of the Xiandan realm? At the same moment, the sect disciples below the ring also exploded. Asterisk is up. What's going on? Impossible. An illusion. It's all an illusion. There's dirt. Everyone stared at the dog in disbelief. What the hell is this? Wrong script, right? Make your move. Don't waste time. Knock you out of the ring. I still have to collect the spirit stones. Qili didn't care about the shock of these people and just looked at Lu Qingqing lightly. Lu Qingqing's face sank at the words, and she laughed back in anger. I don't know what method you used to have the cultivation level you have today, but do you really think that you can win against me with the 6th level of Xiandan? As the words fell, the aura on her body climbed steeply, erupting into even more powerful fluctuations. Without further words, he raised his hand at Qin Hun and slashed his sword. The powerful spiritual energy condensed into a cold sword light, chopping down at Qin Hun. 7th level of the Xiandan realm? Qinli casually crushed the sword light. The exploding sword chi didn't even manage to leave the slightest scratch on his hand. The cultivation level that Lu Qingqing had erupted just now had clearly reached the 7th level of the Xiandan realm. But to him, there wasn't much difference between the 7th and 5th weights. It's just that he doesn't think it makes a difference. Others don't. How? Lu Qingqing looked at the shattered and dissipated swordlight and was in awe. In her opinion, Xinhan was only relying on some external force to briefly possess the cultivation level of the 6th level of the Xiandan realm. That sword just now was enough to split the opponent off the ring. Except that the facts before her were clearly not what she thought they were. I don't believe it. Lu Qingqing drank coldly. She put away her longsword and made a seal with both hands. Countless illusory runes surfaced, coalescing in the air to form a 100-feet-long cold ice auger dragon. The huge auger dragon's body covered the entire ring, and its powerful aura, even through the defense shield, caused the sect disciples below to stifle their backward movement. All faces were appalled. This is the Avatar? I can't imagine that senior sister Lu has actually comprehended a divine ability. A core disciple opened his mouth, his eyes filled with envy. They were all under the tutelage of various core elders and were naturally no strangers to divine abilities. Many people had even attempted to cultivate it, yet it was ultimately difficult to comprehend it without reaching the divine palace realm. Even if one barely comprehended it, it would be difficult to utilize 1/12 of its power. But looking at the huge auger dragon coalescing in the sky above, that huge oppressive force, even if it wasn't half as powerful, it was still 30 or 40%. Xin Hun, the first is mine and no one can take it away. Lu Qingqing coldly opened her mouth. Her eyes then stared, and her palms suddenly pressed down. Roar! In the air, the huge auger dragon hissed out, bringing up a morose breath as it pounced and bit down. Before it completely descended, the terrifying pressure caused countless cracks to appear in the ring, almost completely shattering it. However, Xin Hun looked at the huge scaly dragon that swooped down. But he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he fiercely stomped on the ground and his body rose up in the air, charging against the auger. In midair, berserk blood chi erupted, and his hands formed claws and violently tore out. Barely, the huge cold ice auger was instantly torn apart and turned into fragmented runes. Xinshi passed through the drifting runes and instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingqing. Before the other party could react, a finger was already pressed against her brow. The fingertips gulped spiritual energy, and with a little force, they would pierce through the forehead. You lose, Xinhunter spoke faintly. At this moment, the expressions of the disciples of the watching sects below. Ha! Just ripped apart? Senior sister Lu. Losing? Xin. Young sect master, what a powerful physical body. Everyone looked incredulous. This is a divine ability, not an ordinary spirit skill. I can't believe I tore it apart with my bare hands? With such a powerful physical body, I'm afraid that even ferocious beasts of the same realm, the ancient remnant species, are not as good as them. It's almost as if it's a living, breathing beast of a human being. Losing. I can't believe I lost. A trace of pallor flashed across Lu Qingqing's face as she looked at the youth in front of her, her eyes slightly dazed. She never thought that she would lose, and losing so completely. The divine abilities that had been painstakingly comprehended were like papier-mâché in front of the other party, being torn apart with their hands. Without saying anything more, she looked deeply at Qinli and directly turned around to walk down the ring. Qinli's face was calm as he slowly withdrew his arm. He turned his head and swept his gaze to all the sect disciples below. A faint voice carried across the room. So, now, who's in favor of me being the young patriarch, and who's against? The disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Even Lu Qingqing had lost. Who else in the younger generation was a match? For a moment, everyone's gazes subconsciously looked towards the elder's seat. The big guy sitting there is the final decision maker. In the elder's seat, the Grand Elder had a constipated expression on his face. Grand Elder, why aren't you laughing? Is something sad coming to mind? Qin Wufei looked at the other party, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He then turned his gaze to the other elders. Elders, you have no problem with Carrier continuing to be this young patriarch, right? The elders nodded their heads at the words. The biggest reason they had previously deliberated on removing Qinli from the position of young patriarch was the other party's cultivation level. Now that Xinhunter had shown strength that far surpassed the younger generation of the sect, they had no reason to oppose it anymore. As for spying on female disciples in the shower, you'll just have to be more disciplined in the future. Or beat them up if you can't. If one beating doesn't work, then two. Although the Grand Elder was a bit reluctant, he didn't object. With a flash of his body, he appeared beside Qinli and casually threw out a storage bag. Qinli caught the bag with a hint of a smile on his face. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones meant that he could raise his cultivation again. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Elder suddenly came in his ears. Little bastard, stay away from my Qingqing in the future, or else, watch out, I'll cut you. Qinli hurriedly turned his head and looked at the Grand Elder beside him. I happened to see that the other man was staring grimly between his legs. Hiss. Qinji instantly felt a cool breeze blowing by and subconsciously clenched his legs. The Grand Elder withdrew his gaze and turned downward. This elder declares that the great competition is over. Young patriarch Qin Hunter took first place. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and all resources needed for cultivation will be provided by the sect on a priority basis. As the words fell, all the disciples below were in an uproar, their faces filled with envy. The scripture pavilion contained most of the sect's techniques, spirit skills, and divine abilities. Free access to the hidden scriptures meant that one could cultivate at will, plus that line about prioritizing the provision of resources. Just these two things meant that a large amount of the sect's resources would be tilted towards the other side. However, envious as they weren't jealous. This is by virtue of the strength to get. Only to blame their own fist is not big enough. Not to get this splash of wealth and fortune. Qin Hunter was also a bit surprised in his heart. The mind darkened. I'll ask later. 1,000,000 or so spirit stones first. Chapter 4, 5,000 upper grade spirit stones. Spirit infant realm 7th level. Inside the sect's deliberation hall. 3 chambers. Qin Han stood in the center of the hall. In front of him, Qin Wufei and a group of elders were staring straight ahead with wide eyes. Are you really Qin Han, my son? Qin Wufei looked extremely serious, carefully looking Qin Han up and down. It was no wonder that he asked so. It was really because Qin Hunter had changed so much. A guy who was a mongrel suddenly jumped to become the number one person in the sect. He was somewhat skeptical that his son had been taken over by some old monster. Didn't you check? Qin Li was calm, without the slightest change in his expression. Just a moment ago, he was called here alone after the big competition ended. First, he was swept by Qin Wufei with his divine thoughts, and then he was inspected for half a day by several elders who had set up formations. But fortunately, a lot of tossing and turning didn't turn up anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be sliced up on the spot and boiled in oil. Also, Qin Wufei withdrew his gaze. They had just checked it and did not find the slightest problem. You're a tough guy, kid. You're hiding deeper than anyone. On the side, the Grand Elder had an obscure face and opened his mouth somewhat sourly. The other elders nodded with deep understanding as they heard this. This kid, he's keeping the whole clan in the dark. If it wasn't for the fact that he was about to be removed from the position of young patriarch this time, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be exposed. At the same time, they were also curious that Qin Han was actually able to hide his cultivation so perfectly that even they couldn't see through it. She smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything. Hide a quinquin. He used to be really wasted. Only now he's turned on. Seeing this, the Grand Elder and the others did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone has their secrets. In the cultivation world, when you have no more secrets in you, then you will soon become a dead man. First Elder, you guys go down first. Qin Wufei waved his hand at this time. Yes, Sovereign. The Grand Elder and the others nodded their heads at the words, and after giving Qin Li a deep look, they turned straight around and left the council hall. Soon, only father and son were left in the hall. Qin Wufei looked at the son in front of him, a face as handsome as his own when he was young, and suddenly the corners of his mouth grinned as he burst out laughing. Ha ha, good boy, worthy of being my son. My old man knew you'd be successful since you were a child. Whatever you need for cultivation in the future, just ask, and Pops will get it for you. Saying that, he also stretched out his big bushy hand and patted Qin Han's shoulder with a bang, a fatherly smile on his face. The corners of Qin Hunter's mouth twitched, and he took half a step back without a trace. This shameless middle-aged uncle, is he really his old man, the head of a clan? That's not what you said a few days ago. The great memory recovery technique. Looking at Qin Wufei, who was still grinning widely, Qin Han suddenly thought of something and the corners of his mouth also grinned. The next moment, he spoke seriously. I want spirit stones. Just give me 100 or a few 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones at random. The air was suddenly quiet. The smile at the corner of Qin Wuhu's mouth froze, and he pulled out his ears with some uncertainty. It was too windy just now. I didn't hear you. Say that again. How many spirit stones? A million? Qin Li opened his mouth tentatively. You look like 1,000,000 to me. Qin Wufei's face was blackened, and his fatherly smile instantly disappeared. People talk about a big opening, but in your case, it's like a four-legged beast that swallows gold. Father, Qinari cried out, trying to reawaken what little fatherly love he had. Well, since the sect said that they would vigorously cultivate it, they won't go back on their word. Qin Wufei threw out an ancient ring. Here are 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, and some pills needed for cultivation. It's considered to be an investment from the clan for you brat. Within a year, if you break through to the spirit infant realm, there will be more resources tilted. 5,000. Top-grade spirit stones? Qin Hari took the storage ring and quickly put it away in his arms, as if he was afraid that Qin Wuhu would back out. He just wanted to discuss Qin Wufei, but he didn't expect to actually give it. and it was still 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, which when converted to middle-grade spirit stones, would be a full $500,000. For him right now, it's a huge amount of money. One must know that his previous 20 years of savings had only amounted to less than 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Qin Wufei lost his smile a little as he watched Qin Hun's movements. In fact, the resources issued by the sect were only 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the other 3,000 were from his own pocket. In the past, he thought that this kid didn't have any talent, and he didn't think that the other party could become a strong person. But now that Qin Hun has shown such a powerful cultivation talent, he, being the oldest son, naturally wants to support him with all his might. It was also the fact that Shenzhou was too barren, and the Qingyun sect only had one top-grade spirit vein. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given only 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones are also given to you. Quickly go back and cultivate, and strive to break through to spirit infant as soon as possible. Qin Wuxi admonished and then turned to leave as well. Inside the small palace, Qin Shi sat cross-legged on the bed, a pile of pill bottles, and glittering spirit stones in front of him. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and 10 bottles of elixir. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the resources piled up in front of him. First, he picked 2 bottles of healing pills out, then he summoned the system in his mind. Unico, I want to recharge. Ding, now estimate the value of the item for the host. 8 bottles of elixir, worth 320 upper-grade spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones converted to 100 upper-grade spirit stones, all valued at 5,420 top-grade spirit stones, more than 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Hali nodded at his words and didn't immediately redeem his cultivation, but instead waved his hand and opened the system interface. After all, cultivation is only a part of the composition of the battle force, in addition to divine ability, formation and many other factors. Looking at the items that showed up on the interface, he began to browse through them carefully. 7th level Shendan Realm Cultivation, 70 top quality spirit stones. Spirit Infant 1st level, 100 top quality spirit stones. Spirit Infant 2nd level, 200 top quality spirit stones. Breaking the delusion, pupil magic aptitude, can see through all illusions, including formations. The enemy's cultivation realm, clothing. It's a must-have skill that combines grave robbing, escaping, snooping, and being an old 6. Discounted to only 1,800 top-grade spirit stones. Servant of the 1st level of the Divine Palace Realm, permanent. 900 top-quality spirit stones. Mythic Emperor Realm Servant, poor. Broken? This is good. Qin Hunari's gaze was directly fixed. The introduction of this pupil technique avatar made his eyes light up. There was no hesitation. And at that moment a big hand was exchanged down. Qinari, for the record, I didn't redeem this to use it for snooping, In addition to the pupil art, he once again spent 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones to exchange for 2 divine abilities. Shrinking the earth, which puts the end of the world at your fingertips. The Tiger Roaring Dragon Fist, a physical art divine ability, vigorously produces miracles and can erupt to double the strength of the physical body. After doing so, looking at the 3,100 or so top-grade spirit stones left, he directly opened his mouth. Unico, convert them all into cultivation. Ding, the host spent 3,040 top-grade spirit stones. His cultivation level has increased and he has gained the 7th level of the Spirit Infant Realm. As soon as the system's voice fell, Qin Shi felt a surge of spiritual energy in his body. In one step, he soared to the 7th level of the Spirit Infant Realm in an instant. 7th level of the Spirit Infant Realm. Qin Li experienced the soaring cultivation level and felt some emotion in his heart. In just a few days, he had gone from a little slag in the Aura Realm to the Spirit Infant Realm today. This cultivation level was much more powerful than some ordinary inner sect elders. And the battle power was far beyond many. Just as he was thinking about how to get more spirit stones in his mind, he suddenly frowned and his gaze looked beyond the temple doors. The next moment, anxious voices rang out from outside. Young Patriarch, no, it's not good. The pups of the Purple Flame sect have come to cause trouble. 5. Purple Flame sect? Qin Ji's face changed slightly. The figure disappeared from its original position and instantly appeared outside the hall. A green-clothed disciple was standing at the door with an anxious face, and was obviously relieved when he saw Qin Hun appear. Young Patriarch is not well. Straight up. What's going on? Qin Li frowned. Can you talk? What do you mean the young Patriarch is not well? Young Patriarch, the bigwigs of the Purple Flame sect brought their young master and set up a ring at the entrance of our sect, threatening to challenge everyone in the younger generation of the sect. By now, it has injured quite a few people from the clan. Before I came, Senior Sister Lu had already fought with the other party, and the Grand Elder told you to go quickly. The green-clothed disciple barred his mouth and hurriedly told what had happened. Since the ring was set up, There were quite a few core disciples who went up to the ring, only to be knocked down by their opponents after not being able to last more than a few moments. In the end, Senior Sister Lu stepped in to stop her defeat, but as they exchanged hands, Senior Sister Lu gradually fell behind. Seeing that he was going to lose, the Grand Elder had asked him to come to Qin Shi, hoping that Qin Shi would make a move to suppress his opponent. The Purple Flame sect is setting up a ring at our door? Qin Li's face sank. There were 3 top-tier sects in Xianzhou: the Qingyun sect, the Purple Flame sect, and the Black Fury Valley. A 3-legged race. No one is convinced. Both wanted to overpower the other and sit as the sole overlord of Xianzhou. That's why the relationship between the 3 great clans wasn't exactly good. Now that the Purple Flame sect had actually set up a ring at their own doorstep, this was bullying to the doorstep. No matter what, he was the young master of the Green Cloud sect, and when it came to this kind of thing, there was no reason to ignore it. Just in time for a strength boost and a lack of target practice. Without saying any more, Qin Li directly swept into the air in the direction of the mountain gate. At this time, outside the clan, the densely packed Green Cloud sect disciples gathered together, surrounding a 100 feet ring in the center. On each face, there was a look of anger. In the ring, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. The surrounding space became turbulent as the fiery red spiritual energy and the mori cold swordlight stirred. Of the 2, one had a long green dress and a cool temperament. It was none other than Lu Qingqing. The other person, a feminine-looking brocade-clothed youth, the young master of the Purple Flame sect, Bei Li Yan. Lu Qingqing, with your cultivation at the 7th level of the Xiandan realm, it's impossible to win against me. Ridiculous. The Green Cloud sect is diluted to be one of the 3 sects and doesn't even have a man anymore? To actually ask you, a woman, to come out against the enemy. Bei Li Yan's face was full of mockery as he swung out a palm to send Lu Qingqing flying. His eyes swept towards the Qingyun disciples gathered below with a disdainful expression. Pushy brat, dare to insult us like that? Hate, it's all because I didn't cultivate hard enough in the past that I have the shame of today. The faces of the crowd of core disciples of the Green Cloud sect turned red, and the way they looked at Bei Li Yan, they couldn't wait to go up and eat each other. Unfortunately, with their Xiandan realm 3rd or 4th level cultivation, going up there would only result in them being casually defeated by the other party and suffering an even greater humiliation. When Bei Li Yan saw this, he was even more disdainful, and in the sky above the mountain gate, 2 figures stood opposite each other, with one of them, a gray-haired middle-aged man, speaking at that moment. He, fellow Taoist Lu Shan, my family's young sect master speaks too straight. Please don't take offense, but the young lord wasn't wrong. Your Qingyun sect is really not as good as a generation. The mockery in the words couldn't have been more obvious. The gray-haired middle-aged man was the Purple Flame sect's Grand Elder, Wu Yang. At the behest of the Purple Flame Patriarch, he brought the young lord to the Green Cloud sect to provoke. It was also a means of showing strength to Xianzhou. Humph, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, his face somewhat gloomy. Only, it was not good for him as an elder to intervene in this kind of fight between disciples. Otherwise, even if they won, the Green Cloud sect's face would be disgraced. Right now, he could only pin his hopes on Qin Hun, hoping that the kid would hurry up and arrive and could win against his opponent. In the ring, Lu Qingqing took the slap and retreated to the edge of the ring. At this moment, her face was slightly pale, and her breath was even more vapid. She coldly looked at Bei Li Yan and didn't say anything. Instead, her hands quickly formed seals, countless runes condensed out, and a powerful aura quickly filled this space. Roar! A growl rang out. High above the sky, the huge cold ice auger dragon appeared out of nowhere and hissed as it swooped down. Under the icy cold aura, the entire ring froze in an instant, condensing thick solid ice. Compared to the last time, the cold ice auger dragon condensed this time was even more gigantic, obviously exceeding 100 feet, and its power was even more terrifying. Humph, Avatar? Then let's see if your Qingyun sect's divine abilities are powerful or if my Violet Flame sect is superior. Bei Li Yan looked at the scaly dragon that swooped down and snorted out coldly. Immediately afterward, the same hands formed seals, crimson runes rose up, and a huge flame magic sword condensed out of thin air, chopping at the auger dragon. Boom! A huge roar instantly stirred up countless white mists. The cold ice auger was chopped to pieces, and the flame magic sword gradually dissipated after passing through the auger. Aha! As the divine ability was violently broken, Lu Qingqing's face turned even paler, and she stifled a grunt as blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Originally, she had suffered some light injuries after her earlier fight with Qin Ji. This time, when he used his divine ability with all his might, he was violently chopped to pieces, and his injuries were even more serious. Lu Qingqing, it's better to admit defeat obediently. Compared to this young man, you're still close, but with your talent, being this young man's woman is fine. Why don't you marry into the Purple Flame sect? And this young man will guarantee to provide you with a large amount of cultivation resources. Bailey Yen had his hands behind his back, his demeanor arrogant. There was a noticeable silence around the room at these words. Lu Qingqing's face chilled as violent spiritual power fluctuations emanated from her body. Asterisk. What did he say? Too rampant. Simply not putting our Qingyun sect in our eyes. The Qingyun disciples who had gathered around each had angry faces and were cursing profusely. In the air, the Grand Elder's face was so ugly that he almost couldn't help but step out and pinch Bailey Yen to death. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Why hasn't that little bastard Qinhun come? On the side, Wu Yang's eyes were defensive, staring closely at the Grand Elder, obviously also afraid that he couldn't help but strike. How's that for consideration? If you are willing, I can make the decision to send you a medium-grade spirit stone vein as a bride price. Seeing that Lu Qingqing did not speak, Bailey Yen continued to speak. Lu Qingqing, as the Qingyun sect Grand Elder's own daughter, the first genius of the sect, if it can be exchanged for one medium-grade spirit stone vein, it is worth it for him, for the Purple Flame sect. But he didn't wait for Lu Qingqing's reply. Instead a faint voice came from within the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect. Spirit veins I can make the decision to accept, but to have her marry into the Purple Flame sect, I don't think it is necessary. Bailey Yan's face sank slightly, and his gaze instantly looked in the direction the voice came from. At the same time, the numerous Qingyun disciples turned their heads in unison. Qin Hali met everyone's gazes as he slowly walked out from within the clan. He looked at Bailey Yen on the stage, and a hint of a different color appeared in his eyes. 9th level of the Xiandan realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. It's the young sovereign. The young sovereign is here. All of the Qingyun disciples had an excited look on their faces. Although they didn't know what cultivation level Qin Hunter was at, they could tell that the other party must be much stronger than Lu Qingqing's divine ability that could easily tear him apart with his physical body before. Isn't it easy to deal with a Bailey Yen? Unlike these disciples, Bailey Yen in the ring had a disdainful look on his face. Yo, who did I think it was? Such a big mouth. So it's you, punk. Although he was a little surprised as to why those people down there suddenly became so agitated, he didn't think much of it. After all, Qin Hurry's wastefulness was well known within the three great sects. Rubbish? Below the ring, a group of Qingyun disciples were stunned, and then looked at Bailey Yen with eyes that looked like idiots. What trash? The young patriarch used to be deep in the dark. Watch, you're not going to your pants until later. Chapter 6, Genius? A genius with a slap. Bailey Yen, you set up a ring at the entrance of my Qingyun sect. Do you want to go out vertically, or horizontally? Qin Li walked up to the ring and looked at Bailey Yen, who still had a mocking face, and slowly opened his mouth. Going out sideways? Ha ha. Ridiculous. Do you have the strength? By Lu Qingqing? Or you? Bailey Yen snorted with disdain. Lu Qingqing, who was at the 7th level of the Xiandan realm, was simply no match for him. As for Qin Li, although he was the young sect leader of the Qingyun sect, his talent was trash, and he himself was even more capable of crushing it with a single finger. Not bad, just me. Qin Li nodded with a serious face. You? Rubbish, or forget it. I'm afraid that if I accidentally get you killed, the Green Cloud sect will have no one to follow in its footsteps. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yen thought he had misheard and laughed out loud. However, in the next moment, he stopped laughing and looked at Qin Hun with a mocking expression. But well, I can also play with you, but there has to be a lottery. A medium-grade spirit stone vein. If you lose, the Green Cloud sect will have to cede a medium-grade spirit stone vein to my Purple Flame sect. After saying that, he teasingly looked at Qin Hun, wanting to see the other party make a fool of himself. How could a young patriarch with mediocre talent have the right to use the sect's spirit stone veins as a bet? The reason why he said this was to make Qin Shi unable to get off the ground. However, after Qin Hun heard this request, his eyes lit up slightly. Ha, what a sleepy head. He was just thinking about how to take the spirit stone vein in name only. But the opportunity came? Yes, I promise. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Hali agreed in a hurry. That impatient tone, as if he was afraid that Bailey Yen would back out. Not only that, he also backhandedly took out 2 pieces of paper from his storage space and wrote down the bets. Come, make a note first, lest your Purple Flame sect doesn't recognize it. As he spoke, Lu Qingqing suddenly walked to his side. She spoke with some hesitation. Qin Hun, is it right to use spirit veins as a bet? She was a bit worried and also felt that Qin Hun did not have the right. Even though he knew that Qin Ji was more powerful than himself and had great battle power, he was only at the 6th Xiandan level. With Bailey Yan's Xiandan 9th level, there was a difference of 3 small realms. If she were to face an ordinary cultivator, she believed that Qin Ji would be able to cross 3 minor realms against her enemy. But Bailey Yen was not an ordinary cultivator. As the young master of the Purple Flame sect, he was also a famous genius on Xianzhou. There's no harm in it, I've got it covered. In the face of Lu Qingqing's dissuasion, Qin Li's face looked very flat. On the way out, his father, Qin Wuhu, had already transmitted his voice to him, telling him to let go and do it. Just don't let the clan lose out and lose face. Lu Qingqing sniffed in silence for a moment, and without saying anything else, she turned around and walked out of the ring. Since young patriarch Qin is so generous, then, you will play with him, young lord. I'm sure the Qinyan sect is a big family and won't renege on their debt. Wu Yang's voice resounded overhead, signaling Bailey Yan and Qinhan to make a note. A spirit stone vein delivered to the door. Don't take it for nothing. Right now, it seemed that not only was this Green Cloud sect's young patriarch's talent mediocre, he seemed to have a bad head on his shoulders. In response, the Grand Elder merely frowned and did not speak out against it after his gaze glanced towards the clan. Yes, in that case, then this young man will accept this spirit vein. Bailey Yan nodded his head as he sniffed. His expression seemed calm, but his voice was somewhat agitated. A drop of blood then popped out of his fingertip and landed on the paper. Afterward, he gazed at Qin Han with disdain in his eyes. This young man let you strike first, so as not to. Web image. Erased. Snap. Before Bailey Yan could finish his sentence, a slap was already hooted on his face. The entire person was directly slapped away, his body rotating 3,600 degrees, drilling out of the ring like a gyroscope and landing in the crowd. A few bloody teeth fall out of the air and bounce a few times as they fall into the ring. Finish the fight and call it a day. Qin Li clapped his hands and let out a long breath. So cool. Just now listening to the other side beep half a day. The heart has long held a breath. This slap is considered to be the gas out. Grass, a plant, young patriarch, is so fierce? I would like to call it the first fierce man of the clan. Heifer rides a rocket. Awesome to the sky. Ha ha, this pusillanimous brat of the Purple Flame sect. He got his comeuppance. Below the ring, the crowd of Qinyan disciples froze for a moment before erupting in amazing cheers. Relief? So relieved. I thought it was going to be a 300-round battle, but it turned out to be a slap in the face. At this moment, in the eyes of these disciples, Qin Hunter's figure became incomparably tall, truly surpassing Lu Qingqing and becoming the #1 person in the sect. And on the ground, Bailey Yan was frozen on his back. One side of his face was swollen, and it looked like his head was bigger. He didn't seem to have reacted yet, and his whole body was a bit dumbfounded. He, Bailey Yan, the young sect leader of the Purple Flame sect, the first genius, with a Xian Dan realm 9th level cultivation, slapped on the floor by a recognized loser? Listening to the jeers around him, Bailey Yan felt incomparably humiliated in his heart and let out a beastly hiss from his mouth. Foul, beast, nest medicine gal mud. With a hiss, a furious aura erupted from his body, and his figure leaped, instantly returning to the air above the ring. Strong and incomparable killing intent filled the air, and the entire person was like a volcano that was about to explode. Noisy, can't even speak clearly enough to kill me? Qinhan lifted his palm and aimed it upwards with a gentle grip. In an instant, a huge palm coalesced above Bailey Yan's head and grabbed him in its palm. In the next moment, the palm slammed down hard towards the ring. Boom! The ring instantly collapsed as debris flew. The surrounding sect disciples were appalled and retreated violently. Looking at the ring wrapped in dust and smoke, his eyes were filled with shock. Such a simple and brutal means really shook their hearts and minds. Moments later, the smoke dissipated. In the midst of a ruin, Qinhan stood with his arms folded, his body untainted by dust. Bailey Yan, on the other hand, was lying in the messy rocks, covered in scarlet, his body twisted and motionless. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but secretly suck in a breath of cool air. The eyes that looked at Qinhan also unconsciously took on a bit of awe. A disciple's face was hesitant, but he still opened his mouth. He's not moving. It's not going to get killed, is it? Although they also wanted to get Bailey Yin killed. But the other party was after all the young master of the Purple Flame sect. If he died like that, I'm afraid that there would be less than one big battle between the two sects. Didn't pass away. Someone else picked up on it. Although Bailey Yan looked miserable, he obviously hadn't broken. On the ruins of the ring, Qinhan looked at the half-dead Bailey Yan without the slightest fluctuation on his face. A mere 9th level of the Xian Dan realm could be suppressed with the lift of a hand. He stepped forward and removed the other party's storage ring, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, just at that moment, a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. An angry shout rang out. Asterisk. A ring sparring match. And you hit so hard? Bad-hearted. In the future you will inevitably become a scourge to the cultivation world. This seat will discipline you today on behalf of the Qinyan sect. Wu Yang was shocked and furious, and a killing chance flashed under his eyes. Everything that happened just now was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, his own young patriarch was beaten to death. Only, before he could make a move, an even bigger angry shout rang out from the side. Unbridled. Wu Yang, watch your words, it's not your turn to discipline the young patriarch of my Qing Yun sect. Terrifying spiritual energy permeated around the Grand Elder, and a huge shadow loomed behind him, almost coalescing. At the same time, several figures flashed out from within the sect, all of which were core elders. They looked cold and stern, their gazes fixed on Wu Yang. As long as Wu Yang dared to move, they didn't mind singling out each other together. Chapter 7, The Purple Flame Sect's Small Moves. You guys are good, very good. Wu Yang looked at the several gawking figures in front of him with a scornful expression. He actually saw a hint of anticipation in a few people's eyes, as if they were waiting for him to make a move. Without realizing it, the aura on his body weakened a lot. Now that he was at the doorstep of the Green Cloud sect, if he really fought, he would definitely have to suffer. Moreover, the young patriarch has to be rescued immediately, or else I'm afraid he won't live for more than 2.5 minutes. After weighing the situation, he finally fished out the dead dog like Bailey Yen on the ground, stuffed a few pills to hang his life, and then wanted to leave. Don't forget, you guys still owe me a medium-grade spirit vein. I hope the Purple Flame sect can complete the handover within 3 days. On the ruins, Qin Hunter kindly reminded. With the spirit vein in his mouth, he didn't want any accidents. Humph. Wu Yang's face was unsightly as he snorted coldly and didn't answer. He held the already unconscious Bailey Yen in his arms and stepped into the air to leave after giving Qin Han a deep look. This is holding a grudge. Qin Han looked at the gradually disappearing figure, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. However, he was not afraid. If he really wanted to find death, he didn't mind directly sacrificing the other party, even, along with the entire Purple Flame sect. At that moment, the figures of several elders fell from the air and came to the side. Ha ha, good boy, well done. The Grand Elder was happy, thinking of that old thing Wu Yang's furious appearance. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Along with that, the gaze towards Qin Han was much smoother. Even the heart surprisingly gave birth to an idea. It seems that this brat and Qingqing, it is not impossible. Qin Li sensed the strange eyes of the Grand Elder. His heart inexplicably jumped, and he subconsciously retreated some distance away. It was only after he felt safe that he gave a brief salute to the other party. Great Elder is too kind. 3 days later, I'll also have to trouble the Grand Elder to join me in taking over that medium-grade spirit vein. He guessed that the Purple Flame sect wouldn't easily hand over a medium-grade spirit vein, so he said hello in advance. With the Grand Elder's cultivation at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, it was just enough to calm the scene. Although he had a system that allowed him to directly exchange and purchase powerful slaves, didn't that require spirit stones? Xiao Qinzi, don't worry, with Senior Uncle Lu here, this spirit vein can't be relied upon by the Purple Flame sect. Take a good rest. In 3 days' time Senior Uncle and you will go. The Grand Elder carried his hands behind his back and gave a confident look. Even if Qin Han didn't say anything, I'm sure the Patriarch would have arranged for him to go alone. Otherwise, with the talent that Qin Jerry was displaying now, it wasn't impossible for the Purple Flame sect to think of a black hand. Qin Li nodded slightly, and after bidding farewell to a few elders, he went straight back to the sect. In no time at all, he returned to the palace of his residence. After closing the gate, he flipped his hand and took out the storage ring he had just obtained. Powerful divine thoughts surged out, breaking through the imprint left behind by Bailey Yin. At once, a space of nearly 100 square feet came into view. Spirit stones piled up into small mountains, bottles of pills scattered everywhere, and jade slips of merit techniques. There was also, at the center, a long, pitch-black, eerie-smelling streamer. With a thought, the long black streamer was taken out and held in his hand. The moment it made contact, a chilly and ferocious aura drilled through the palm of the hand and into the body. Humph! Qin Li snorted coldly as his golden blood chi shook slightly, dispersing this intruding baleful aura. He looked at the black streamer that was surrounded by black chi and faintly had an oozing hiss emanating from it, his eyes slightly condensing. 10,000 souls? The 10,000 soul streamer, killing living creatures to refine the weapon. It takes 10,000 living souls to initially refine it into a proper evil weapon. In the cultivation world, there is a saying that has been passed down since ancient times. If you don't make an effort to practice, you'll be a brother in the 10,000 souls. As the young master of the Purple Flame sect, how could Bailey Yen have such an evil weapon? Could it be that he dared to break a big taboo and use mortals to refine weapons? After a few moments of careful scrutiny, Qin Han shook his head and thought no more about it. The divine thought swept over the items within the ring and spoke faintly. Tuzi, convert all the items into top-grade spirit stones. Ding, the system is scanning and is estimating the value of the item. Purple Flame Sect. The Great Hall. Qingyun Sect. Good. Good. A voice full of anger rang out in the Great Hall. A red-robed middle-aged man's eyes contained a fierce aura, and his gaze was dead set on the two people below. The red-robed middle-aged man was none other than the Purple Flame Sect's lord, Bailey Changkong. And standing below were Wu Yang, Bailey Yan, who had just returned. At this time, Bailey Yan had already come to his senses, and his hands and feet had been reattached. Only his face looked very pale. It's like being a groom 10 times in one night. You can't even stand up. Father, do we really want to cede a medium-grade spirit vein to the Green Cloud Sect? Bailey Yan's voice was weak, and his eyes were clearly unwilling. Humph. Bailey Changkong snorted coldly. A mere medium-grade spirit vein. My Purple Flame Sect can still afford to lose. But, can't let the Qingyun Sect get it easily either. At this point in his words, he paused for a moment and looked at Wu Yang with grim eyes. Elder Wu, send someone to the Green Cloud Sect and say that this seat has agreed. Tell them that in a month's time, they can head to the Flowing Cloud Mountain Range and receive a medium-grade spirit vein there. Remember, it's in a month. 1 month? Wu Yang was uncertain. Not bad. Bailey Changkong nodded coldly. Doesn't the Green Cloud Sect want a spirit vein? Then this seat will give him a wasted vein. Gather the disciples of the clan and dig up as much spirit stones as possible within a month. Don't be afraid to hurt the roots of the spirit veins. After a month, even if we can't dig them all up, we'll still have to scrap the spirit vein. It's sovereign. Wu Yang's eyes lit up slightly. It was true that they had lost a spirit vein, but it didn't specify whether it was a good spirit vein or a waste spirit vein. After arching his hand in response, he hurriedly turned around and left the Great Hall. Father, I'm going to go in person for the digging of the spirit stones. Bailey Yan suddenly opened his mouth. Above, Bailey Changkong frowned at the words and shook his head in rejection. Yener, you'd better recuperate. Elder Wu will be fine in this matter. No, father. Bailey Yan's face was resolute. I'm going to personally destroy this spirit vein and give a ruined mine to the Green Cloud Sect. He had lost face in the Qingyun Sect this time. All thanks to Qin Hun. It was very interesting to see what expression that Qin Hun had on his face when he saw the ruined mine. Just the thought of it gave birth to a surge of pleasure in his heart. For this reason, he even went ahead in person, even at the expense of his injured body. That's just it. Go ahead. When Bailey Changkong saw his son's appearance, he waved his hand helplessly. Thanks, father. Bailey Yan's face blushed as he took 3 steps to leave. With the two leaving, only Bailey Changkong was left alone in the Great Hall. He gazed through the Great Hall in the direction of the Green Cloud Sect. A voice containing a strong killing intent came out from his mouth. Qingyun Sect. Qin Hun. Qin Wufei. What a good tactic. Obviously, his son's talent is so powerful, yet he has allowed it to remain hidden for years, deceiving everyone in Xianzhou. A faint voice came out of his mouth, but it contained endless killing intent. For a moment, the wind seemed to pick up in the Great Hall. Chapter 8, Divine Palace Realm Cultivation. Sect Elder stunned. Green Cloud Sect. Inside the small palace, Qin Hari sat cross-legged on the jade bed with his eyes closed as the vision floated behind him. Golden blood qi penetrated his body, and the entire palace was filled with a terrifying aura. This aura was several times, dozens of times more powerful than the day before. First level of the Divine Palace Realm. Qinji opened his eyes. Faint golden light shot out from his eyes like sharp swords, cutting the void in front of him with a bared sound. The day before yesterday, after exchanging all the items in Bailey Yan's storage ring, he had gotten another 2,000 or so top-grade spirit stones. He had just raised his cultivation to the first level of the Divine Palace Realm. With my current cultivation level and the power of the desolate ancient sacred body, even against the peak of the Divine Palace Realm, I'm not afraid. A faint voice echoed within the space, transmitting a powerful confidence. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Young Sovereign, the Purple Flame Sect's people are here, and the Patriarch wants you to go to the council hall. The Purple Flame Sect is here? A brilliant light flashed in Qin Hunter's eyes. That fast? He demanded that the Purple Flame Sect hand over the spirit vein within 3 days in order to prevent accidents. But it's only been a day. With a flash of his figure, he instantly appeared at the entrance of the palace, and after nodding to the disciple who had sent the message, he stepped straight into the air and left. A few breaths later, the figure landed outside the council hall. Walking into the main hall and looking around, he only saw Qin Wufei and a group of elders, and no outsiders. Greetings, father. Elders. Qin Li made a bow, his eyes puzzled. Didn't you say the Purple Flame Sect was coming? The people are gone. Qin Wufei spoke indifferently, his gaze subconsciously sweeping Qin Hun's cultivation level. It was with this sweep that his eyes instantly widened, and with a swish, he disappeared from his seat and appeared beside Qin Hun. Carrier, your cultivation. Divine Palace Realm? Qin Wufei grasped Qin Hun's shoulders with both hands as his huge divine thoughts stirred and swept through carefully. What? Divine Palace Realm? Inside the hall, a group of elders stood up in unison. There was disbelief on his face at first, but when he saw Qin Hun's cultivation level at this moment, his face simultaneously revealed an expression of seeing a ghost. At first it was Xian Dan, and then yesterday it exploded into the spirit infant realm, which they were shocked, but it wasn't unacceptable. But now, the Divine Palace Realm? This ing. Which of them, the elders, were not geniuses when they were young, but they had only cultivated for hundreds of years and were only at the Divine Palace Realm. You're a guy who's been weaned for no more than 20 years. 20 years to cultivate into the Divine Palace. So they've been cultivating for hundreds of years. To the dogs? For a while, the elders felt that their Dao hearts were unsteady. Actually, the Divine Palace Realm is my true cultivation level. Qin Hun looked at their expressions and spoke helplessly. It seemed that it was still necessary to exchange a treasure to conceal one's breath. Otherwise, the cultivation level will increase too quickly, and you won't know how to explain it next time. Kid, are you sure this is true cultivation? Qin Wuxie's eyes were skeptical, and he didn't even shout at his son. Really? Really? Qin Hunari nodded his head repeatedly. He really didn't hide his cultivation. In order to change the topic, he asked, is the purple flame sect's visit about that spirit vein? Upon hearing this, Qin Wudi and the others nodded their heads as their attention was withdrawn from Qin Hun's cultivation. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and spoke faintly. Nice. The purple flame sect has agreed to seed a spirit vein in the Luyun mountain range, only, requiring us to go to receive it only after a month. The reason is that they evacuated the disciples and the mining slaves need time. Qin Wufei's voice transmitted a hint of disdain. Little cutie. All could see that the purple flame sect was stalling for time. Then, according to father, should we wait? It wasn't a big surprise in Qin Hunter's mind. He had long guessed that the purple flame sect would not be so honest as to hand over the spirit vein. After all, each of the three major sects in Xianzhou only had a few medium-grade spirit veins. Each one lost is a major loss. In a month's time, I'm afraid all that will be left for us is a wasted vein. Qin Wufei coldly laughed and shook his head as he swept his gaze over a few people and directly ordered, Carrier, you, the first elder, and the second elder depart immediately for the Flowing Cloud Mountain range. Don't be afraid of damaging the spirit vein, directly detain it back to the clan. If anyone from the Purple Flame sect dares to obstruct, they will be suppressed on the spot. The first elder and the second elder were both at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, and were strong enough to suppress the Purple Flame sect's powerhouses and detain the spirit vein back. As for Qin Hun, consider it an experience. With the two elders around, I believe there won't be any danger. We will follow your orders. The Grand Elder and a cold middle-aged man responded in hushed tones. Qin Li also nodded slightly, which coincided with his thoughts. No matter what else, first detain the spirit vein back. The three of them looked at each other and directly walked out of the great hall. Behind him, Qin Wufei's eyes flickered slightly as he watched the trio leave. A moment later, his figure dissipated from the great hall and appeared deep within the sect, outside the entrance to a small secret realm. Old ancestor, Qin Wufei seeks an audience. Luyun mountain range. Under the cover of the giant trees in the sky, voices were constantly coming out from a mining cave. Dig, dig, dig. We can't leave half a grain of spirit stone for the Green Cloud sect. Blast with spirit power. Don't be afraid to harm the spirit vein, as long as the mine doesn't collapse. The young patriarch has ordered that all heavy rewards will be given after the end. Inside the mine, a large group of cultivators wearing red-colored robes were desperately bombarding the stone walls. In the midst of the stirring of spiritual energy, the rocks crumbled and an egg-sized, irregularly shaped spirit stone appeared. All be careful not to collapse the mine. Bailey Yan's footsteps were weak as he patrolled the mine with his injured body, looking at the mine cave that was in a mess, with a large amount of aura escaping. A blush could not help but well up on his pale face. He couldn't wait to see the expression on Qin Yinsek's face when they saw this abandoned mine. Young patriarch, it was just a momentary defeat. You should be recuperating from your injuries right now, striving to break through to the spirit infant realm and avenge another slap, instead of coming to meddle in these trivial matters. On the side, Wu Yang saw Bailey Yan's appearance and had some disappointment in his eyes. The young patriarch was too smooth in the past, and now with just a small setback, he has lost his Dao. Elder Wu, I'm confident that I'll break through the spirit infant realm within a month. When the time comes, we'll definitely ruthlessly trample that guy under his feet, so that he can also taste the taste of being humiliated. I, Bailey Yan, am the strongest genius in Xianzhou. Bailey Yan's face was sinister, and when he thought of Qin Hun's figure, he couldn't help but have killing intent erupt in his eyes. However, Wu Yang sighed slightly in his heart when he heard this. He had seen the other party's cultivation level that day when Qin Shi made his move. 7th level of the spirit infant realm. This cultivation level had already surpassed the younger generation of Xianzhou by too much. And even if the young patriarch broke through to the spirit infant realm, he would not be the enemy of a single finger. But knowing that, he wasn't stupid enough to say it outright. Otherwise, the young patriarch's Dao heart would truly be shattered. Anyway, in the future, we will find a chance to quietly remove that kid from the Green Cloud sect. Thinking of this, there was also a hidden killing chance flashing in Wu Yang's eyes. And at this moment, in the sky above the flowing cloud mountain range, 3 streams of light crossed. Chapter 9, Holy Eucharistic Vision. Killing the 7th level of Divine Palace realm with a single strike. The 3 figures stood high in the sky, looking down at the lush mountains below. Is this the Luyun mountain range? Qin Hunter spoke faintly, his eyes strange. The mountain range covered by giant trees in the sky was filled with clouds and mist, giving off a barbaric and ancient aura. In the end, this was the first time he had gone out since he crossed over, and it was inevitable that he felt new. But soon, he adjusted his mind and swept his divine thoughts across, easily finding where the spirit vein was. 2 elders, let's go down. With a greeting, the 3 of them were ready to fall towards the mountain range. Suddenly, a loud cry came from below. No trespassing in the important land of the Purple Flame sect. As the voice fell, a figure stepped into the air from the mountain range below. Qin Hun looked at the visitor and his eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized that the other party was the big shot from the Purple Flame sect a few days ago. Beside them, the 2 grand elders also had a strange look in their eyes, their gazes glancing at the mountain range below without a trace. So it's all of you from the Green Cloud sect. This elder remembers that he has already had your clan notified that a month will pass before the handover date. Are the 3 here early? Wu Yang's gaze swept over Qin Hun and the second elder, and finally landed on the grand elder, his face somewhat yin and yang. Qin Shi was calm and his expression didn't change in the slightest. Beside him, the grand elder took a step forward and spoke faintly. Not too early. This elder has come to receive the spirit vein precisely by order of the patriarch. If the Purple Flame sect can't evacuate its personnel, this elder can help. However, in the face of the grand elder's words, Wu Yang did not let go at all. I won't trouble you fellow Daoist with this matter. This seat will take care of it. Fellow Daoist just come back in a month. After saying that, he even directly turned around and wanted to leave, returning to the mountain range. At that moment, Qin Hun's voice rang out with a hint of a snicker. If we come back in a month, I'm afraid what we'll be left with is a ruined mind, right? What does young patriarch Qin mean? Wu Yang suddenly turned around, his stern gaze looking straight at Qin Hun. What do you mean? Isn't Elder Wu trying to stall for time so that the clan disciples can dig up the spirit vein? Qin Hunter disdained it. Although the entire vein was shrouded by a formation, he could easily see through it using his delusion-breaking avatar. Hundreds of Purple Flame sect disciples were violently digging for spirit stones. What? How dare you? The 2 grand elders sniffed angrily. They were surprised but not skeptical that Qin Hun could see through the interior of the spirit vein. Amazing auras erupted from their bodies, pressing towards Wu Yang on the opposite side. The eye was about to make a direct move to suppress it. This seat would like to see if you have the strength. Wu Yang's face was chilling as his aura at the peak of the Divine Palace realm erupted. The 3 auras collided together, and the void was instantly stirred. At the same moment, in the mountain range below, 6 figures rushed up to the sky and landed beside Wu Yang. The powerful aura was like a storm, vaguely surrounding the 3 Qin Hunter. There are still strong people? The Grand Elder's face sank slightly as he looked at the 5 people who had suddenly appeared. Counting Wu Yang, there were 2 Peak Divine Palace, 1 Divine Palace 8, and 3 Divine Palace 7. Although he and the second elder were not afraid, the young patriarch was only at the first level of the Divine Palace realm, and once they were entangled, the young patriarch would be in danger. The 2 of them looked at each other and tacitly took a step back, blocking Qin Hun behind them. Lu Shan, this seat advises you to leave obediently. After a month, my Purple Flame sect will hand over the spirit vein. Wu Yang had his hands behind his back with a mocking expression. He had long ago arranged for strong clan members to stand guard here in order to prevent accidents. As it turns out, he did the right thing. Young patriarch, a good man does not need to be forced to do anything. The Grand Elder's heart retreated and transmitted his voice to Qin Hun. He was prepared to return to the sect to shake the people and invite out the void-treading realm's Taishang elder before pinching them to death. Qin Li shook his head and stepped forward under the astonished gazes of the 2 men. The 2 elders don't need to worry. You just need to stall those 2 Peak Divine Palace realm. The rest, I'll take care of. Young patriarch, you must not show off. The second elder, who had been silent all this time, sniffed to dissuade him. Although the young patriarch was quite deeply hidden and his battle power was powerful, It was unlikely that he would want to cross 6 or 7 minor realms against his enemy. There's no harm in it. The 8th level of the Divine Palace is just a district. I may not be an opponent. Qin Hunter waved his hand, a heavy aura penetrating his body. Whoa! The sound of waves came from the void behind them. A slightly illusory golden ocean emerged, and above the ocean, a bright moon slowly rose. Everyone felt a sudden burst of pressure under the clear, cold light. Even the peak of the Divine Palace realm, such as the Grand Elder, was no exception. This is a physical vision? The two Grand Elders' complexions shook as their eyes glazed over. In the cultivation world, very few people were born with a physique that was different from the norm. Or they are born close to the path and cultivate 1,000 times faster. Or the physical body is so powerful that it can't be destroyed by 100 robberies. Or, in short, those who possessed a special physique were invariably the pride of heaven, and their achievements far exceeded those of their peers. When it fought, it could even evolve physical visions, increasing its battle power by leaps and bounds and possessing terrifying lethality. It's actually a special physique. On the opposite side, a group of people from the Purple Flame sect were similarly stunned. An intense killing opportunity even rose in Wu Yang's eyes. Not only was it the physique, but he also noticed that Qin Hunter's cultivation was actually at the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm. But a few days ago, he clearly saw that it was the 7th level of Spirit Infant. In just 2 or 3 days, with such a big leap, the only possibility was that the other party had hidden before. Damn! This son must not be kept. Wu Yang's eyes became sinister. At such an age, he reached the Divine Palace realm, but also has a special physique. So if he is allowed to grow, he is bound to become a major scourge of the Purple Flame sect. Perhaps in a few decades, Shenzhou would be the Qingyun sect calling the shots. Thinking of this, the killing chance in his heart could not be pressed any further. Kill them! A cold, murderous voice came out of his mouth. Wu Yang took the lead and rushed towards the Grand Elder. Seeing this, the rest of the Purple Flame sect's powerhouses also made their moves. The great battle erupted in an instant, and terrifying spiritual energy filled the entire void. No good. Penis stopped them. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically. Damn it, the Purple Flame sect is jumping over the wall. However, as soon as the duo made a move, they were entangled by Wu Yang and another peak of the Divine Palace realm. Kill the kid. Wu Yang was desperately attacking and pestering the Grand Elder while shouting at the remaining few. He had gone crazy and wanted to kill Qin Hun even at the risk of the two clans going to war. Jie, kid, die. A Violet Flame sect elder at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm sneered. Spiritual energy condensed into a huge crimson palm, carrying an aura that burned everything, and slapped down at Qin Hun. So what if you have a special physique? They're all ants before they grow up. A mere 1st level of the Divine Palace realm. He could destroy it with a single palm. Asterisk, how dare you? The two Grand Elders were shocked and enraged as they looked at the crimson palm that slapped at Qin Hun, and their killing intent skyrocketed. Nay, being deadlocked, there was no way to get out of it, and he could only watch. Unlike the panic of the two men, Xin Li's face was calm as he looked at the crimson palm that slapped down. He made a seal with both hands and pressed down violently. Buzz! A dull voice rang out. The vision behind him vibrated. The golden ocean stirred up 10,000 huge waves, and the high-hanging bright moon instantly pressed down. Like a star falling. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the void, even overpowering the commotion of the peak Divine Palace realm battlefield. Under the suppression of the bright moon vision, the crimson palm was crushed in an instant. Even the strongest members of the Purple Flame sect were turned into blood mist, and their gods and souls couldn't even escape in time. 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, destroyed in a single blow. Blood mist filled the air, and the entire battlefield suddenly became quiet. The two warring parties stopped fighting at the same time, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the gradually dissipating blood mist. A look of horror crossed his face. Chapter 10, Spirit Vein in Hand. A stronger one comes. How? Possible? Elder Wang is at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, and he was actually killed in a single strike. In midair, the two remaining Divine Palace realm 7th levels of the Violet Flame sect gulped. His footsteps were even subconsciously backing up, wanting to move away from Qin Hun. A strong person of the same realm as themselves turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, with no bones left, giving them the creeps. They couldn't help but be glad that they had just slowed down a bit, or else they were afraid that there would be a share of them in that blood mist. Damn! This sun is actually so demonic. In the distance, Wu Yang's face was unsightly, and the killing chance on his body was like a volcano erupting and rising to the sky. His figure stormed, instantly charging towards Qin Hun. Runes coalesced in his hands, and a terrifying killing move was brewing. Oh, what's the rush? First, eat a big treasure sword from me. The Grand Elder flashed and instantly stopped in front of Wu Yang. A huge sword in his hand that was about 10 feet tall and about the size of a door panel slammed down. Under the terrifying pressure of the sword, the void was torn apart. A thread of pitch-black cracks spreading like a spider web. On the other side, the second elder similarly stormed up. The terrifying attack caused the void to shake, suppressing his opponent in an instant. With regard to these two battlefields, Shinhari only casually glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze, then looked ahead at the three remaining strongmen of the Purple Flame sect. One was at the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm, and two were at the 7th level, facing the three powerhouses. He didn't have the slightest expression on his face as he slowly walked towards the other party by stepping in the void. With every step that fell, the aura on his body became 1 point stronger. Such a scene directly made the opposite three break their defenses. The old man in the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm among them shouted out angrily, "The juniors are rampant. Don't think that just because you killed Elder Wang by surprise, you can disregard us. In the end, you're only at the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm in the district." The voice was loud, but it had a colorful sound to it anyhow. "Humph," Shinli snorted coldly. Originally he only wanted the spirit vein, but since the other party had moved to kill, he naturally wouldn't stay his hand. The footsteps stepped down heavily, and the figure instantly disappeared as the void exploded. When he reappeared, he was already behind his opponent. Without the slightest pause, a heavy punch was thrown out. The space in front of the fist was concave in an instant. An incomparably terrifying power poured out. "What? So fast?" The old man was horrified, and without time to think, he subconsciously condensed his spiritual energy into his palm and slapped it backward. Boo! Fists and palms connected, and a huge boom rang out. The old man let out a muffled grunt, as if his entire body had suffered the impact of an ancient divine mountain. His arm instantly twisting. After spewing out large mouthfuls of blood, he smashed into the mountain range below like a meteorite. Boom! Mountains and rocks collapsed. Large swathes of giant trees in the sky shattered, and the ground was smashed out into a huge deep pit. Good. Horrible. The two Divine Palace Realm 7th levels were in a cold sweat when they saw this. If they had doubted Shinhan's strength before, then the scene just now was a clear message to them that the other party was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At that moment, in the deep pit below, an incomparably angry shout rang out. "Damn Junior! Old man is going to kill you." As the voice fell, the old man who had just been knocked into the ground reappeared. The old man had a cloak of hair and tattered clothes, but his body exuded a berserk aura. He threw out a bronze seal, which rapidly enlarged in the air, becoming as big as a small mountain in the blink of an eye, and pressed straight down on Shinhan. "Divine Palace Realm artifacts? Just in time to try out my divine ability." With a cold face, Shinhanari formed a fist with his 5 fingers, and a terrifying blood chi rushed out of his body as he blasted out with a punch. Countless golden runes instantly emerged, and faintly, the sound of a dragon roaring and tiger whistling came out. Avatar, Tiger Roar Dragon Fist. Rumble. Boo. The void shook, and in the old man's horrified gaze, the bronze great seal was directly blown away, flipping several times before rapidly shrinking and finally smashing into the mountain range below. How can? Blood spilled from the corners of the old man's mouth, and he suffered a not-so-light backlash. He looked toward the two Divine Palace Realm 7th levels not far away and shouted, "Go together and kill him. Otherwise, we'll all have to." Before the words were finished, Shinhan's figure had already appeared in front of him. In the next moment, the old man's entire body was slapped into a bloody mist. The two Divine Palace Realm 7th levels saw this and their legs and stomachs went weak. Escape! Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them operated their divine abilities and fled in 2 directions, one left and one right. At the moment, they only hated their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs. Split up and fled? Shinli looked at the 2 people who had fled and frowned slightly. He then chose one at random and chased after it. "Ha ha ha, yes, Wu Yang. It seems that your Purple Flame sect's powerhouses aren't very good either." In the distant battlefield, the Grand Elder laughed out loud. While his heart was shocked at Qin Hunter's battle prowess, he launched a more violent attack against Wu Yang's 2 Divine Palace peaks. Damn it, how could that kid's battle power be so strong? Wu Yang's face was green and incomparably unsightly. In just a few moments, their Purple Flame sect had fallen 2 Divine Palace realm powerhouses. This was the clan's high-end fighting force. His eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Hun, who was chasing after him. In the next moment, terrifying spiritual power erupted, and several divine abilities were blasted out in a desperate manner. After repelling the Grand Elder, he didn't dare to stay for a moment and directly turned around and fled. He's scared. He was afraid that Qin Hun would come back and join forces with the Grand Elder to deal with him. "Elder Wu Yang, wait for me." Seeing this, another peak divine palace that was fighting with the second elder similarly erupted with powerful divine abilities, temporarily forcing the second elder back. But just as he was about to vanish, the figure of the Grand Elder stopped in front of him. On the other side, Shinji operated his divine ability to shrink the ground and quickly caught up with the unlucky 7th level of the Divine Palace realm. Within a few moves, he was cut down to the ground. Pity! Shinhan turned around, his gaze looking towards the other fleeing Divine Palace 7th level, frowning slightly. In that moment, the other party had completely disappeared, unable to be captured even by divine thoughts. Even if he had the ability to shrink the ground, he wouldn't be able to catch up. But, can't escape from a monk, can't escape from a temple. The Purple Flame Clan. A cold and stern voice came out of his mouth as Shinhan turned away, crossing over to the battlefield above the mountain range. A few breaths later, he appeared over the mountain range. At this moment, the great battle at the peak of the Divine Palace realm had already subsided, and a faint smell of blood filled the space. How about it? 2 elders? Shinli swept the battlefield, his gaze looking towards the 2 Grand Elders. Let them escape. The Grand Elder's face didn't look very good as he threw out a broken arm that he was grasping in his hand. It was torn off from one of the fleeing men in the back under the joint efforts of him and the 2nd elder. There's no harm in running away. Shinli waved his hand, anticipating this result. After all, several people were in the same realm, and the other party was determined to escape. Not so easy to leave behind. The 2 Grand Elders nodded. Then their gazes looked at Shinhan, slightly hesitantly opening their mouths to ask, "Young Sovereign, the vision you displayed just now." The 2 of them were very curious as to what kind of physique Shinhunter actually had. To actually have such terrifying battle power, being able to cross 6 or 7 minor realms and easily decapitate his enemies. It's just an ordinary physique. There's no need for the 2 elders to be surprised. Shinli responded casually, without explicitly saying so. Ordinary physique? What the hell? The 2 of them sniffed, and their hearts slurred. Can an ordinary physique have such battle power? As one of the 3 clans, the Green Cloud sect also had 2 spirit bodies within the clan. His daughter, Lu Qingqing, was one of them, possessing an ice spirit body. But even so, it could only cross 4 small realms at most to kill the enemy, and only at such a low realm like the Xiandan realm. The higher you go, the harder it is to cross the border. Like this at the Divine Palace realm, killing an opponent with a single strike across 6 minor realms was simply heavenly. However, Shinhan didn't want to talk about it, so they didn't force it. Just in his eyes, there was inevitably more than a hint of awe. Well, it's better to detain the spirit vein first and return to the sect as soon as possible. Late is late. Shinli turned his gaze toward the mountain range below and spoke faintly. Afterward, his hands poked out and huge palms manifested in the void, grasping at the spirit vein hidden in the mountain range. Boom! The earth shook violently and crumbled into a terrifying crack. A large glistening white dragon hundreds of feet long, emitting a rich spiritual aura, was plucked up. Ouch! A roar if any sounded in space. Collect! Shinli drank lowly and flipped his palm. The huge spirit vein disappeared out of thin air and was collected into the inner world. In the cultivation world, when a cultivator reached the Divine Palace realm, in addition to condensing a divine soul, he would also open up his own inner world. As one's cultivation level rises, the inner world changes, and it is said that it evolves to the end and can become a real world. The spirit veins have been collected. Let's go. Back to the Green Cloud sect. Shinli turned his head to look at the 2 Grand Elders. The Grand Elder duo nodded their heads slightly, and wisely did not inquire about the attribution of the spirit vein. However, just as the 3 of them sacrificed to worship and prepared to leave, the void in front of them suddenly cracked open. Pounds of majestic pressure poured out. An old, emotionless voice rang through the space. Killing my clan's elders and seizing my clan's spirit veins. Do you want to leave just like that? Chapter 11 Loan 500,000 upper grade spirit stones. Cultivation crushing. Spatial passage. Void treading realm cultivator. Shinji looked at the torn space, his face slightly condensed. Only when one's cultivation reached the void treading realm did one have the ability to tear through space, construct spatial passages, and rush through deeper levels of space. Beside him, the 2 Grand Elders were like enemies, stepping forward in unison to block in front of Shinhan. A void treading realm that could appear at this time of the day. One could think with their asses and know that it was someone from Violet Flame. I just couldn't imagine that the other side would move so quickly. As several people watched, a gray-clothed old man walked out from it. The old man had a head full of white hair, but his figure was unusually tall, and his terrifying aura made him look like an aged divine lion. Shinhan looked at the other party, his eyes narrowing. A message was seen clearly in his eyes. Bailihan, the old ancestor of the Purpleian sect, the previous generation's patriarch. Cultivation level, 2nd level of the void treading realm. Age, 1782. Feats and magic, red inferno ancient scripture. Fire dragon devouring, soul destroying fury sword. And at that moment, Bailihan's gaze also landed on Shinhan. his eyes faintly flashing with astonishment. First level of the Divine Palace realm. Junior, are you the one who killed several elders of my Purple Flame sect? Although the patriarch had informed him of all the information before he came, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Qinli at this moment. After all, even he had never seen a demon who was able to buck the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm at the first level of the Divine Palace realm. Qinli didn't say anything when he heard this, but instead directly summoned Unity Sun in his mind. Unity Sun, exchange all the medium-grade spirit veins for cultivation. Ding, the spirit vein is now worth 2 million medium-grade spirit stones due to it being mined over halfway. All redeeming cultivation. The host's cultivation is raised to the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm. As the system's voice fell, a majestic spiritual energy surged from the depths of his body, and his cultivation at the first level of the Divine Palace realm was violently elevated. As if playing chicken blood, he instantly soared to the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm, saving 2.5 years of hard work. 6th level of the Divine Palace realm. Enough! A hint of a smile appeared on Qinli's face. Although he had only raised a few minor realms, he was satisfied. At the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm, he was confident that he could resist the other party, and even if he couldn't kill them, he could still retreat in one piece. Junior, what are you laughing at? Baileyhan's face sank as he stared at Qin Han and spoke coldly. Is it against the law to laugh? That rule in Xinzhou that you can't laugh? Qinli spread his hands. Humph. Looking for death. Baileyhan let out a cold snort, and with his palm raised, he was ready to slap Qin Han to death. Just the next moment, he seemed to think of something else, and his raised palm lowered again. This seat remembers that it's not easy for you to cultivate and gives you a chance to live. As long as you swear with your Dao heart to become a war slave of the Violet Flame sect, you will be spared your life. The Purple Flame sect had lost a few elders and had already torn their faces apart. It was impossible to let these few people back in. However, it would be a good choice to take the other party as a war slave. Moreover, the junior in front of him had a powerful physique, so if he could be used by the clan, he could also make up for the lost battle power. Being a war slave of the Purple Flame sect? Qin Hunter muttered to himself, his face gradually turning a little cold. This old man, he's got a good reckoning. Even Unity couldn't look at it anymore, and a voice with a rare hint of anger rang out in his head. Ding, too arrogant. It's humiliating, abjectly humiliating. Host, this system has decided to give you a loan of 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones to raise your cultivation to the peak of void treading and pinch the scum to death. A loan? Qinli's face was odd. I was just about to say yes, but then I thought about it. Tuzi, it shouldn't be necessary to raise to the peak of void treading to 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, right? According to his calculations, ascending to the peak of the void treading realm should only require more than 470,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ding, 20,000 plus interest. Okay. Credit. Qinli was speechless, and the unified sun was still the same unified sun, but he didn't refuse. With his cultivation, he was still afraid of not being able to get spirit stones. The district has more than $20,000 of interest. It's just skin in the game. Ding, the host is indebted to 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, and his cultivation level has been raised to the peak of void treading. Boom! In an instant, terrifying power raced through his body, and his cultivation, which had only just been raised to the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm, soared once again. In just a few breaths, he had already reached the peak of the void treading realm. Feeling the terrifying spiritual energy within his body, Xinjiari felt like he could tear through space with his hands. A teasing smile appeared on his face as he looked across at Bailey Hun. Wanting me to be a war slave? Let's see if you have the qualifications. Humph. Toast to toast. Bailey Hun's face chilled as he snorted out coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw out a runic chain, bundling it across space towards Qin Hun. Wait for the seat to bring you back to the clan and plant a slave seal. Young patriarch, run! The Grand Elder shouted angrily. The second elder also had a heavy face. The two men stopped in front of Qin Hun, just ready to strike out and desperately try to stop the runic chains. But in the next moment, they were peeled away by a hand. Xinhali pushed the two away and took a step out, appearing in front of the runic chains and lifting his hand. He crushed them. The two Grand Elders stared wide-eyed and blinked hard again. Because of being peeled away by Qinli, the curses that had just reached the edge of his mouth stopped. What's up with? A runic chain condensed by a void-treading realm powerhouse was casually crushed? Even Bailey Hun, who was on the opposite side of the room, had a startled look on his face, although he didn't go all out just now. With his cultivation at the second level of the void-treading realm, even the divine abilities he casually condensed were not something a first level of the Divine Palace realm could resist. What special physique could cross a large realm? He didn't believe it. Junior, you're hiding your cultivation? Bailey Hun's face was a bit gloomy, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. For some reason, a hint of a bad premonition rose in his heart at this time. Whether it's hiding your cultivation or not, won't you know if you try? Chin Halley spoke indifferently, with a casual expression. This feeling of having a higher cultivation level than your opponent and looking down on them. Cool. Humph. Try and pass away. Can this seat still be afraid of a junior like you? Bailey Hun snorted and opened his hands wide. Terrifying spiritual energy rushed out from his body, and a storm immediately blew up in the void. The sky turned red. Thick clouds of fire coalesced overhead, and a huge dragon of fire rolled through the clouds. In the next moment, the fire dragon swooped down, and the terrifying heat caused the mountains below to instantly burn. Giant trees turned to ash and mountains melted. Damn, that's scary. It's over. The two grand elders were appalled, looking at the countless fire dragons swooping down. They wanted to block, but under the terrifying pressure, their bodies felt like they were stuck in a quagmire, and it was incomparably difficult to move. One could only turn his gaze towards Chin Hun, praying that the other party could still receive this strike. Junior, die. Bailey Hun's face was filled with killing intent as he drank out in a low voice. Now, he no longer wanted to bring Chin Hun back to the Violet Flame sect as a war slave. This kind of demon, even if he planted a slave mark, he was not comfortable with it. Only killing it completely would be the best course of action. Meh, you know nothing about power. Chinju looked at the fire dragon that was hideously swooping down, wanting to incinerate everything, and smiled faintly. Then he raised his palm and chopped in the air. Boom! The terrifying spiritual energy directly divided the void into two halves, and the pitch-black spatial cracks spread to the end of the line of sight. All the fire dragons were instantly torn apart under the strike. Chapter 12, Killing the Void-Treading Realm. Returning to the sect. High above the sky, a terrifying crack divided the sky into two halves. All the fire dragons broke into two, and in a hiss, they retransformed into spiritual energy and collapsed into the heavens and earth. The void, which had just been a fiery red and scorchingly hot, instantly became clear. Except for the crack across the air, everything was as if it had never happened. Chopped, young sovereign, terrifying as hell. It's just not human. The two grand elders looked at the pitch-black crack in the sky above their heads with wonderful expressions. This is really an old sow with a ferocious hood. After one set there is another set. When they thought they had seen Chin Hunter's strength, the other party always started refreshing the realm again in the next moment. On the other side, the Bailey Huns were dumbfounded, their eyes wide like bronze bells, with a look of disbelief. He looked at Chin Ji and couldn't control himself as he bellowed out. No way! How did you have such terrifying strength? The divine ability he used with all his might. Even the third level of the void-treading realm could fight, and it was just chopped up by a light palm like that? Is this still the first level of the divine palace realm? Bailey Hun's divine thoughts surged out, his eyes shining brightly, wanting to peer into Chin Hun's true cultivation. However, the probing divine thoughts were like mud cows entering the sea, and before they could get close to Chin Hun, they were inexplicably devoured. Such a turn of events caused his face to become even more grave. Old man, it seems that your strength is not working. In that case, let's be on our way. Chin Li spoke faintly, his face indifferent. After saying that, and no longer looking at Bailey Hun's unsightly face, his palm lifted and shook it towards the other party. Buzz! A dull wang sound came out of the void. A terrifying force descended out of nowhere, imprisoning Bailey Hun along with the surrounding space. Immediately afterward, the imprisoned void began to crumble, as if it was a mirror about to shatter, with a ghastly crack appearing. As the cracks spread, countless cuts were made on Bailey's body, and he was drenched in blood in an instant. Damn! With you want to kill me too? Break it for this seat! Bailey Hun shouted angrily. His body erupted with an appalling aura, wanting to break through the confined space to escape. However, even though he had exploded his cultivation to the fullest, his body was still imprisoned, unable to move in the slightest. No, it can't be. This seat is the second level of void treading, the Violet Flame sect's oldest ancestor, and the top powerhouse of the Xian state. How could I even be unable to break free from your confinement? Bailey Hun roared, a look of fear finally appearing in his eyes. Nothing is impossible. Chin Hunter's voice was cold and his palm clenched down heavily. Boo! The imprisoned space shattered, and the central Bailey Hun was instantly divided into countless pieces, and even his divine soul could not escape, completely falling. Then, with a wave of his hand, several white lights flew out of the shattered space and landed in his palm. A small pile of spirit stones permeated with rich spiritual chi, a long sword, several jade slips, and a dozen bottles of pills. Pity! Chin Hun looked at the item in his hand with a hint of pity in his eyes. With his current cultivation, he can only detain these things from the other party's inner world. As for the others, they all perished with the inner world. In the distance, The two Grand Elders stared blankly at the chunks of meat that crashed to the ground with shocked expressions. Just like that. Dead? Penis. You hit me. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke. Snap. Ouch. Penis, you lay down the law? The Grand Elder covered his swollen face, his voice filled with anger. Pain is not a hallucination. The second elder put his hands behind his back and shook them. It's real, not a dream. The old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, a powerhouse of the void-treading realm, was really pinched to death by the young patriarch, like crushing a chicken ******, or dying without a body. To think that the two of them had been cultivating for hundreds of years and had not been able to step into the void-stepping realm. But now, the selfsame young patriarch had actually crushed one to death with his hands. Unconsciously, the awe in their eyes as they looked at Qin Han was even greater, and there was a hint of strangeness mixed in with the awe. At this moment, Qin Han took a step forward and his figure appeared beside the two elders. Let's go. It's time to go back. Yes, it's time to return to the clan immediately. The two nodded their heads, their faces somewhat grave. Killing several powerful people from the Purple Flame sect one after another, and there was even a void-treading realm among them. The Purple Flame sect would definitely go crazy. To return to the clan as soon as possible and make early preparations. Looking at the two men's stony expressions, Qin Han just smiled. Ha! Purple Flame sect. Even if the other guy doesn't come, he'll find him. Since we've already killed the head, it's only natural to eliminate the roots. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, waving his hand to rip through space, rolling up the two Grand Elders and stepping into it. After a few people left, the void fluctuated and an old figure emerged from the distortion. The pale figure looked at the healed spatial channel with an excited expression. What a terrifying talent! A monster has come out of our Changyan sect. Outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, the void cracked open high in the sky, and three figures stepped out from it. That's back? So fast. The Grand Elder looked at the standing mountain gate with emotion in his heart. The means of a void-treading realm powerhouse was truly powerful. They had gone to the flowing cloud mountain range, which had taken a small half-day, and now they had actually returned in a few moments. As the three of them landed on the ground, the mountain guardian elder immediately arched his hand in respect. Young patriarch, two elders. Aha! Qinli nodded slightly, then walked straight through the mountain gate. Behind them, the mountain guardian elder looked at the trio's backs for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. If he hadn't been wrong just now, the three had walked out from within the spatial passage. Opening up a spatial passageway is something that requires the void-treading realm to do. Is it the first elder or the second elder? The mountain guardian elder muttered, his eyes filled with envy. He didn't think towards Qin Ji. After all, it wasn't too long ago that Qin Ji had exploded his spirit infant realm cultivation. The sect's deliberation hall. When the three of them arrived in the main hall, Qin Wuhui had been waiting for a long time. Grand Elder Lu Shan's voice held just as he entered the great hall. Patriarch, something's wrong. Above, Qin Wufei sat in his chair, his face instantly darkening. Can you talk? He's sitting here fine. Where's the trouble? Qin Li also turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, always feeling that these words were somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. Just as he had suppressed this thought, the second elder on the side came back. Patriarch, dead man. What dead man? Second elder, you speak properly. Qin Wufei's face darkened even more. When the second elder saw this, the corner of his mouth tugged. Afterwards, everything that had happened in the flowing cloud mountain range was originally told, until 2.5 minutes later. What? Sigma? You killed 3 divine palace realms and 1 void-treading realm in Xian? You didn't lie to this clan? Qin Wuhui's face was shocked as he listened, his gaze fixed dead on the 3. It wasn't us. It was the young patriarch alone who killed them. The Grand Elder added. Aha! The second elder nodded. Brat! You! Qin Wuhui's gaze turned to Qin Han, his eyes translucent with inquiry. It's just appalling. You know what your own son's background is. How does it not seem like he can kill someone in the void-treading realm? Unless, as if he had thought of something, the light in Qin Wufei's eyes intensified. Qin Li was uncomfortable by this gaze. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the other party's eyes were glowing green. Even coughed lightly to change the subject. Ahem. Father, I'm afraid the Purple Flame sect is going to go crazy now that a few of their strongest members have died. You still need to prepare early. Qin Wufei nodded with approval as he heard the words. Prepare indeed. After he said that, he gazed at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, pass on this clan's order to recall all disciples outside. Elder, this clan is going to go up to the Purple Flame sect to make a claim. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up at his words. Patriarch is wise. After saying that, without stopping for a moment, he turned around with the second elder and left the Great Hall. Chapter 13, Entering the Sect's Treasure Trove. Purple Flame Sect's Conspiracy. Qin Li watched the two grand elders leave and turned his gaze to Qin Wuyu. After a few moments of deliberation, he spoke. Father, I want to make a trip to the treasure trove. I've recently made a breakthrough in my cultivation and need quite a few spirit stones. Qin Wufei heard this and without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand in a very bold manner. No problem. Feel free to take as much as you need. As long as your cultivation is able to make a breakthrough, it doesn't matter if you empty the treasury. As he said that, a green gold jade token appeared in his hand and threw it at Qin Hun. Qin Li could kill the second level of the void treading realm now. If his cultivation broke through, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Perhaps after the breakthrough, the Green Cloud sect could use this to become the overlord of Xianzhou. After all, Xianzhou was barren, and the strongest person in the three major clans was only at the low level of the void treading realm. A strange color flashed in Qin Hun's eyes as he received the jade tablet. Emptying the treasure trove wasn't so bad. The most he could do was take 1,000,000,000 points. Without saying any more, he turned around with the jade tablet and left the main hall. Soon, following the route in his memory, he arrived in front of a huge mountain peak deep within the sect. As soon as he got close, he felt a dozen powerful divine thoughts sweeping over his body. In the next moment, two pale figures flashed and stopped in front. The clan's important land. No one is allowed to enter. Without any nonsense, Qin Hali directly threw the jade token in his hand at the two men. Although with his cultivation, he could just break in, but this was after all his own stuff, and if he broke it, he still had to fix it. In front, the two men received the jade token and after some careful verification, they turned around and struck countless runic seals against the mountain peak. In a burst of light, a 10-foot-tall portal appeared. Qin Li didn't have the courtesy to step directly into the portal. In an instant, an incomparably dense aura hit his face. What met his eyes was a huge space where spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain. There were countless jade bottles and jade boxes on the wooden shelves, and gusts of clear fragrance of pills wafted out from them. In addition, there were numerous magic weapons that seemed to be piled up in the corners like trash. However, for these middle and lower grade spirit stones, and low grade magic weapons, Qin Hari just lightly swept a glance, and didn't move the slightest bit. He went straight to the depths of the treasure trove, where there were a large and a small mountain of piled up spirit stones, emitting an even denser spiritual qi. Top-grade spirit stones. Qin Hun looked at the two small mountains of spirit stones in front of him, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. In the next moment, a large hand was waved out, and one of the larger spirit stone hills directly disappeared. Ding! Host recharges 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones. At this moment, the Green Cloud sect was 100,000 miles away. Red Flame Mountain Range. Countless fire attribute spirit trees were spread all over. The entire mountain range was crimson, and even the spirit chi contained in the space was more violent than other places. In the center of the mountain range, in a cluster of volcanoes, large palaces stood. This was none other than the Purple Flame sect residence. At this moment in the sect's main hall, a dozen figures stood, all with gloomy, unsightly faces. Everyone didn't say a word, and a depressing atmosphere filled the space. Patriarch Bailey Chongkong was sitting high above, pinching a shattered soul plate in his hand, his arm trembling a little. 3 words were faintly visible on the soul plate. Bailey Hun, Patriarch, the Green Cloud sect has bullied people too much, killing several elders of our clan. This matter must not be allowed to rest. A powerful person at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm opened his mouth, his voice cold and stern. This strong man was the one who had escaped from Qin Hun's hands. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of Qin Hun's terror again, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Beside him, stood Wu Yang and another old man at the peak of the Divine Palace. Hearing this, he also stood out a step and said in a condensed voice, "Not bad. That little from the Qinyan sect doesn't know what kind of physique it is, but it can be in the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm and kill the 8th level of the Divine Palace like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Such a demon must not be retained." As Wu Yang's words fell, the others in the hall nodded their heads at the same time. An intense killing intent erupted in their eyes. Not bad. This son must die. To have such battle power at the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm, if one breaks through to the void treading realm, wouldn't they be invincible to Xianzhou? Before it grows completely, invite out the void treading ancestor to snuff it out. For a time, numerous voices rang out, killing machines filled the air, and the temperature in the great hall dropped a few points. Listening to the voices of the many elders, the face of Bailey Chongkong, who was seated above, grew more and more gloomy. Finally, impatiently, he waved his hand and bellowed, "All right, this matter is already planned by this seat." He turned his gaze to Wu Yang and said in a deep voice, "Elder Wu, first recall all the elders and disciples who are outside to prevent an attack by the Qinyan sect. Patriarch, isn't there a need to invite the void treading realm ancestors to exterminate that little?" Wu Yang did not leave when he heard this, but looked at Bailey Changkong with a puzzled expression. In his opinion, it was only right that he should immediately invite out the old ancestor now and wait for an opportunity to exterminate him. Otherwise, with Qin Hurry's terrifying talent, he might break through again someday, and not even an old ancestor would be a match for him. This clan has its own plans. Elder Wu can just recall the clan elders outside. Bailey Changkong waved his hand impatiently. How come there's no invitation to the old man? After Wu Yang sent back the news, he invited his old ancestor to go and intercept him at the first opportunity. It was only obvious that the interception had failed, and even the Bailey Hun ancestor had already fallen. However, he didn't know that the old ancestor was killed by Qin Hun, and only thought that he had been surrounded by the strongest members of the Qin sect, which led to his fall. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but exert a slight force in his palm, and the soul plate hidden in his hand instantly turned into pieces and spilled out from between his fingers. Patriarch. Wu Yang still wanted to say something, but when he noticed Bailey Changkong's eyes that were clearly freezing down, he finally swallowed his saliva and turned around to go out of the hall. When the others saw this, they followed in silence. After everyone left, Bailey Changkong was silent for a long time and turned his head to look at a side hall on the left. Come out. As the words fell, a silhouette walked out from the side hall. The figure was draped in a wide black robe that covered even his head. Well, how did Patriarch Bailey consider it? The black-robed man opened his mouth, and there was a chill in his voice. Bailey Changkong's face was grave, his gaze fixed on the black-robed man, hesitating to speak, as if there was something difficult to decide. When the black-robed man saw this, he laughed out softly. Ha! When did the hallowed violet flame sect leader, a void-treading realm grand cultivator, become so indecisive? Bailey Changkong, as the head of a clan, you should be clear about the situation in Xianzhou. Xianzhou is ostensibly a three-legged tripod, but in actuality, you and I are both aware that among the three sects, the Qingyun sect is the most powerful, and has already overpowered both you and I. Now with the addition of that son of Qin Wufei, it won't be long before Xianzhou no longer has a foothold for us. If you want the legacy to be unending, you must first destroy the Qingyun sect, strike first and suffer later. Such reasoning, Patriarch Bailey wouldn't be unclear, would he? The black-robed man's voice was incomparably cold and stern, and his words contained endless killing opportunities. Bailey Changkong sniffed in silence, his eyes flickering. A moment later, a chilling aura rose steeply from his body. Good. Combining the strength of you and I, we will slaughter the Green Cloud sect. Chapter 14, Departure. Purple Flame Sect. The two major sects recalled a large number of their elder disciples who were outside, and this change quickly caused a storm on Xianzhou. Some well-informed small clans and sects, probably aware of what happened in the Luyun mountain range, also followed to recall their disciples outside, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Originally, the Xianzhou which was still quite calm, because of the actions of the two sects, it became Xianzhou windy, and there was a great feeling of a storm coming. A certain large city thousands of miles away from the Green Cloud sect. Hey, you guys don't know yet, do you? Xianzhou is going to change. I heard that it's because the Green Cloud sect robbed the Purple Flame sect of a medium-grade spirit vein and killed quite a few people. Inside the restaurant, a slim middle-aged man looked excited and whispered to his companion beside him. There's a sense of watching what's going on. Not bad. I've heard about it too. It's rumored that even the elders of the Divine Palace realm have died several times. Someone else chimed in. When these words came out, there was an instant silence in the restaurant, and everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock. Divine Palace realm in Xianzhou could be considered a top-tier powerhouse. A few deaths at once. Even one of the three clans couldn't stand it. No wonder. Both sects were desperately trying to recall their disciples. This was about to break out into a war. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock of the news, a middle-aged man with a big belly next to him suddenly spoke out. You're all misinformed. My third uncle's second granduncle's grandson's boyfriend is sweeping the floor in the Green Cloud sect. He told me 2 days ago that the young sect master of the Purple Flame sect, Bailey Yen, lost a spirit vein to the Green Cloud sect. The other Green Cloud sect didn't rob. They just took back the bet. The middle-aged fat man held his head high, looking like I'm the best informed. Without surprise, these words instantly attracted the attention of the diners in the restaurant, and for a moment everyone gathered around. This brother, tell us in detail. What's the situation? When did the Purple Flame sect lose a spirit vein to the Green Cloud sect? Xiao Air serves the food and brings up all the good food in the store. In a depressing atmosphere, several days passed quickly. During these few days, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect who were outside had basically rushed back. Unlike the outside world, within the entire Green Cloud sect, everyone was rubbing their fists with a sense of excitement and anticipation on their faces. A few days ago it was Bailey Yen who set up the ring at the door and made them lose face. Now that they heard that the patriarch was going to bring them to fight on the Purple Flame sect, how could they not be excited? However, while many disciples were preparing for the great battle, there was one person in the sect who appeared to be very laid back. On Greenwood Peak, in a small courtyard, Shinji was lying on a rocking chair with a table beside him, which was filled with all kinds of spirit fruits. Beside them, there were also 3 female disciples standing, one serving tea, one handing out fruit, and one squeezing the shoulders. Hey, this is the life of the second generation of immortals. Shinji ate a spirit fruit and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief under his breath. At this moment, he couldn't see the slightest bit of a cultivator's aura on his body, just like a worldly mortal who was enjoying life. Young sovereign, they said that you killed the Divine Palace Realm Elder of the Purple Flame sect. Is that true? Behind them, the female disciple who was pinching her shoulders suddenly opened her mouth, her voice thin and permeated with a kind of awe. At the same time, the remaining 2 were also looking at Shinhan with curious expressions. In the past few days, the news about Shin Hunter's bullish battle record of killing 3 Violet Flame sect elders in the Luyun mountain range with 1 against 4 had already been spreading in the sect. But how old is the young sect master? At 20 years old, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was still too outrageous. It's just the Divine Palace realm. Is it hard to believe to kill a few? Cultivate hard, and down the road you will be able to reach it as well. In the face of the curious trio, it was only Shinhan who casually replied back. At the end of the day, he didn't forget to draw a big pie for the 3 of them. We can also cultivate into the Divine Palace realm? Upon hearing Kanari's words, the 3 little girls' bodies trembled, and an inexplicable glow appeared on their faces. Ha! Shinji smiled and stopped talking. Just then, a slender figure appeared in the distance, walking straight towards the courtyard. Lu Qingqing? What's she doing here? Shinhan looked at the visitor. His face changed slightly, and his body couldn't help but sit up from the rocking chair. This guy isn't still coming after himself for that peeping thing, is he? Has she forgotten that she can fight now? At this time, Lu Qingqing had also walked into the courtyard. She looked at the 3 disciples who were serving beside Shinji and frowned, her heart furious. He himself cultivated diligently and his talent wasn't bad, and he had always been the young number 1 in the sect. This guy in front of him had nothing to do all day and was eating and waiting for death, but his cultivation level was actually higher than his own. It was really heavenly. Young Patriarch Qin. What leisure! After all the trouble he's caused, he's still in the mood to cool off and drink tea here. Although she knew that Shin Hunter's cultivation level was much higher than her own, she couldn't help but think of the other party spying on her as soon as she saw this guy, and for that reason, the heart could not lift the slightest bit of awe. Hey, really here for the trouble? Qinli raised his eyebrows as he listened to the somewhat conspiratorial words. Isn't senior sister Lu also idle? There's still time to come and visit me here. Qinli was nonchalant and directly yin and yang back. He knew what Lu Qingqing was talking about, and it was nothing more than the Purple Flame sect. Only, this other party seems heavenly and general, something that will cause a great war between the 2 clans. In his case, it really wasn't on his mind. In fact, with his strength, he would have been able to overthrow the Purple Flame sect a long time ago. The reason why he didn't make a move was just to give the other party some time so that they could recall the elder disciples who were out there, making it convenient for him to end them all in one pot, cut off the roots and leave no loose ends. The yoke shakes loose, and all the earth dragons have to slice vertically. If not, even if one's cultivation level was higher, it would be difficult to cut down the people of the Purple Flame sect. However, this was only what was in his mind, and no one else knew about it. Lu Qingqing's face turned a little cold when she saw Qinji looking like he didn't care. The patriarch ordered me to deliver a message for you to go to the clan square immediately. After leaving behind a sentence, she didn't stop at all and directly turned around and walked out of the courtyard, leaving towards the mountain. To the clan square? Qinli watched Lu Qingqing leave, his eyes gradually brightening. This is the time to get yourself to the clan square. Could it be that it is already ready to go up to the Purple Flame sect to make trouble? For a lawsuit? A few days, I think. The elder disciples of the Purple Flame sect who are outside are almost back. Qinli muttered to himself under his breath and waved his hand to dismiss the 3 disciples on the side. In a spatial fluctuation, the figure dissipated from the rocking chair out of thin air. In the next moment, the person had already arrived over the square. At this moment, the entire clan square was densely packed with people. Many powerful auras converged together, causing the aura over the entire square to become chaotic, and Shin Hunter's appearance caught everyone's attention in an instant. Like a salute, a single gaze coincidentally looked toward the figure in the air. It's the young patriarch. What a powerful aura. I feel like the young sovereign can crush me with one hand. So handsome. Among the disciples, a voice rang out. There was a look of awe in his eyes as he looked at Shinhan. Up above, Qin Hun's figure flashed and landed in front of the square, his eyes narrowing slightly as his gaze swept over. Is this pulling out the old stops? In his eyes, there were no less than 100 Divine Palace Realm powerhouses alone in the square at this moment. The first elder and the second elder were among them. There were also 9 other figures with white hair, but with an even more powerful aura than the Grand Elder, treading the Void Realm. 9 Void Treading Realms. This was inviting out all the Void Treading Realms of the sect. Above, Qin Wuhu hung in the air. He merely swept a glance at Qin Hun, then turned his gaze to the crowd in the square with a rare expression of gravity on his face. There wasn't too much nonsense. Only a few simple words came out of his mouth. Depart. Purple Flame Sect. Chapter 15. One man to rule the roost. The huge warship sailed out of the sect, and on the bow, Qin Hun and Qin Wuyu stood side by side. Behind them, 9 Void Treading Realms sat cross-legged, and further back, there were nearly 100 Divine Palace Realm powerhouses. This time, when they traveled to the Purple Flame Sect, they all had a minimum of Divine Palace Realm cultivation. As for those disciples below Spirit Infant, they stayed behind in the sect and couldn't be of much help if they went. Brat, clan wars are different from personal battles. If you really fight later, be careful yourself. I couldn't care less about you. At the bow of the boat, Qin Wuhui suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Hun, somewhat seriously admonishing. In his opinion, although Qin Hun was powerful in battle, he was still young and inexperienced in battle. Coupled with what happened in the Flowing Cloud Mountain range, it was easy to be targeted. If they really fought, they didn't need to think about it to know that they would inevitably become the object of the Purple Flame Sect's focused attention. Just take care of yourself. In the face of his cheap father's concern, the corner of Qin Li's mouth curved into a smile. The one person on this ship who seems to be in the least amount of danger is himself. Qin Wufei couldn't help but frown when he saw that his son looked like he didn't care. You brat, don't take the Purple Flame Sect too lightly. Although you killed one of their Void-Stepping Realm ancestors, there is more than one Void-Stepping Realm within the Violet Flame Sect. Qin Li just smiled at his words and didn't say anything. With his cultivation, even if the entire Purple Flame Sect were to come together, they would only be destroyed with their hands. The conversation ended and silence fell over the warship, with only the sound of the whistling wind around them. A few hours later, a hint of heat gradually appeared in the space, and a crimson mountain range became visible at the end of the line of sight. The red-hot mountains arrived. On the ship, the Grand Elder and the other Divine Palace Realms looked at the crimson mountain range in front of them, and their expressions shook. Soon, the warship stopped at the edge of the mountain range, and everyone stepped out and stood in the void. Sovereign, fight straight in, or? The Grand Elder approached Qin Wuhu and asked softly. No, they're coming. Qin Wuhu waved his hand, his gaze looking towards the center of the Red Flame Mountain range. As expected, only after the words fell, a loud shout came from the mountain range. Green Cloud Sect, this seat has been waiting for you for a long time. As the voice fell, dozens of figures flashed into existence, and a powerful aura quickly filled this space. The person in the lead was a red-robed middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a fierce face. It was none other than the Lord of the Purple Flame Sect, Bailey Changkong. Qin Wuhu, I can't believe you really dared to come to my Purple Flame Sect. Bailey Changkong's gaze was chilly as he swept over the crowd of the Qinyan sect, especially after seeing Qin Hun. A chilling killing intent flashed in his gaze. Why are you afraid to come? You old geezer of the Violet Flame Sect's Void Treading Realm actually made a move to intercept and kill my son. This clan has come to make a claim. Qin Wuhu's voice was icy cold. The Purple Flame Sect first came to their door to set up a ring to provoke them, and then after losing the spirit vein, they made a small move. After being killed in return, he even sent an old antique of the Void Treading Realm to intercept his own son, so much so that it had completely enraged him. Today, it's not unlikely that we'll have to step on this Red Flame Mountain range. Ha ha ha, good, what a plea, but I'm afraid you don't have the strength. The corners of Bailey Changkong's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of eerie color. It was also at this moment that dozens of powerful auras once again rushed up from the mountain range below. These people were all dressed in black, and their bodies were filled with a strong yin fury chi, and the people from the Purple Flame Sect were on both sides, forming an angle to surround the people from the Qinyan sect in the center. Blackfell Valley? Qin Wuhu looked at the black-clothed cultivator that had appeared. His face suddenly became grave, but on closer inspection it didn't seem like there were too many surprises. Seemingly, the scene had been anticipated. Humph. Qin Wuhu, you shouldn't blame this seed either. The Qinyan sect is growing too fast. If this continues, there will no longer be a foothold for our two sects in Xinzhou, among the Black Fiend Valley powerhouses. Someone spoke. This was an old man with a dry and thin figure, sunken cheeks, and eyes as cold as a viper. The master of the Black Mountain Valley, Black Underworld, stepping into the second level of the Void Realm. After he reached an agreement with Bailey Changkong last time, he secretly mobilized strong men to come. Just wait for the Qingyan sect to come to the door, then kill them all together. Combine the strength of the two clans to eliminate the Green Cloud sect. Qin Wufei, this seed admits that your Qingyan sect is indeed more powerful than either of our two sects, but in the face of our two sects joining forces, the Qingyan sect will only be destroyed. However, there's a right to a wrong. If you hand over your son, this seat can also save your Qingyun sect from calamity. Bailey Changkong had his hands behind his back and a winning look on his face. As he spoke, his chilling gaze looked over Qinhan. The Violet Flame sect and the Black Fiend Valley combined had 150 Divine Palace Realm and 15 Void Treading Realm. This strength, as long as one was willing to pay the price, was enough to step on the Green Cloud sect. I'll pay your grandmother. Give this clan death. Qin Wuhu bellowed in a cold voice. With his palm raised, he was ready to shake Bailey Changkong. But just then, a palm reached out from the side and stopped him. Better wait for me. Qin Hunter stepped forward and spoke faintly. Qin Wufei looked at his son who stopped in front of him and frowned slightly, but did not object. Bailey Changkong was only at the second level of the Void Treading Realm. On the opposite side, Bailey Changkong's eyes flashed with icy murderous intent when he saw Qinji walk out. Kid, you're the one who killed a few elders of my clan, aren't you? A genius indeed. But alas, you will soon be dead. Finished? Qinhan had a casual look on his face. You. Bailey Changkong's face sank. It's good that you finished. Qin Hunter spoke to himself. The next moment, a casual slap was thrown out. The void flooded with faint fluctuations. Boo! Without warning, Bailey Changkong was instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist in place. The blood mist drifted away, and the piercing scarlet color stimulated everyone's eyeballs. Especially the few people standing beside Bailey Changkong were as white as paper. Gollum! I don't know who secretly gulped, and the sound that came out woke everyone up. At that moment, a sound of sucking in cool air resounded in the surroundings. Hiss! How is it possible that the second level of the Void Treading Realm was slapped to death? Damn! What kind of cultivation is this? It's over. The Patriarch is dead. In the void, the cultivators of the Violet Flame sect and the Black Fiend Valley were all horrified and had earthy expressions on their faces. Black Fiend Valley Lord Haimwa's face was even more horrified as his gaze looked at Qinhan with fear in his eyes. Like Bailey Changkong, he was only at the second level of the Void Treading Realm. The other party was able to slap Bailey Changkong to death. And naturally, he was able to slap him to death as well. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly turned around and fled, tearing through space and drilling into it in one step. Trying to escape now? Late. Qinshi raised his hand and grabbed at the location where the Black Fiend sect powerhouse was. Boom! Space collapsed, and large swaths of Black Fiend sect powerhouses were nirvana'd by the terrifying force before they could make any movements. Among them, it included Black Underworld, who had just disappeared into space and had not yet had time to escape. With one strike, he killed all the strongest members of the Black Fiend sect. Such a scene was even more shocking than slapping Bailey Changkong to death just now. The remaining Purple Flame sect powerhouses were even more afraid to move, fearing that if they moved, they would be pinched to death. Not only them, even Qin Wuhui, the Grand Elder, and others who knew of Qinhan's strength were stunned into silence at this moment. We know you're good, but you didn't say you were this good. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. Why don't you do it yourself? Qinli ignored everyone's shock as he withdrew his palm and detained many treasures from the broken space. He then turned around and looked at the group of clan powerhouses. The rest, I'll leave to you. After destroying all the powerhouses of the Black Fiend sect, he didn't intend to do anything more with these remaining people from the Purple Flame sect. It's always important to get everyone involved, otherwise they're not here for nothing. At the back, the Qingyun sect's group of people were so stunned that their heads were spinning, and they didn't move for a while, until a few breaths later. I do not know who owed a voice. All of them then came back to their senses, hooting and hollering a piece of rushing out. Kill! Get them! Chapter 16 Purple Flame Sect Overthrown. Surprised by black dogs. On the void, Qinhan looked at the hooting and hollering piece of elders who were pouncing towards the opposite side and smacked his lips a little. If he didn't know that this was an elder of his clan, he would have thought that it was a bandit from somewhere. The clan wars looked more like hooligans fighting in a group. To one's surprise, in addition to the original 9 void treaders, 5 old white-haired men once again drilled out of the space. An aura of the Void Treading Realm permeated his body as he killed towards the Void Treading Realm of the Violet Flame sect. Counting Qin Wuhu, there were a total of 15 Void Treading Realms. 2 fought 1, or even 3 fought 1, instantly crushing the other party to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. The Divine Palace Realm battlefield was the same. There were even people who couldn't even part with a single opponent, directly looking towards the interior of the Purple Flame sect. It's over. It's all over. If the Patriarch is dead, The elders and the supreme elder are also dead. How could the Green Cloud sect have such a terrifying power? Run away! Run away! Inside the Purple Flame sect, those disciples in the lower realms had a deathly look on their faces. Someone took the lead and immediately fled towards the outside of the mountain gate. Some of the more powerful elite disciples were even more ruthless in their actions, decapitating their fellow disciples who were in their way, only for themselves to be able to escape from the sect faster. How come? This isn't real. How can that little guy be so scary? It must be a blindfold. In the crowd, Bailey Yan's eyes were red and he kept muttering under his breath. His gaze was dead set on the figure above the void that had plunged the entire Purple Flame sect into despair. He slapped his father to death by raising his hand, and even exterminated everyone in the Black Fury sect. Gradually, madness welled up in his eyes and he became hysterical. Byron was too mad to accept it. A day ago, he was still fantasizing that after destroying the Qin Yin sect, he would hang Qin Han under the mountain gate of the Purple Flame sect and let the sect disciples humiliate him day after day. But in the blink of an eye, it was he who was to be destroyed. Even the powerful father in his heart was slapped to death by the other party. He stopped in front of the mountain gate and yelled at the fleeing sect disciples, "Stop right there! Whoever dares to run, this young patriarch won't be able to spare you." As the roar fell, the rioting crowd instantly fell silent. In the next moment, the killing machine exploded. Off. Cold shouts rang out from the back of the crowd, and the cold sword light instantly cut Bailey Yan in half. The young sect master of the Purple Flame sect was beheaded on the spot by a disciple of his own sect. Amidst the splattering of blood, all the disciples fled once again, not even taking a second glance. Even directly stepping on Bailey Yan's corpse, he fled towards the outside of the mountain gate. However, just when these people thought they were about to escape, sword light chopped down from the void, killing all those who had fled. Immediately afterward, several powerful figures descended, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, pouncing on the remaining disciples within the Purple Flame sect. In just a few moments, there was already a river of blood. You die and I die. This is the world of cultivators. On the void, Qin Han looked at the killing below. A slight flicker of fluctuation flashed under his eyes, and then became calm and wave-free in the next moment. Turning his head slightly, he swept a glance at the battlefield of Qin Wufei and the others, making sure that there would be no problems. He stepped out and his figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, the person had already arrived above a mountain peak of the Purple Flame sect. Divine thought swept through the interior of the mountain peak, and in the next moment, a large hand probed out, runes flashing in his palm as he grabbed at the mountain peak. Rumble! The ground crumbled. The mountain peak shook violently and then disintegrated, and countless house-sized boulders fell. A huge space shrouded by formations and glittering with a rich treasure light appeared, lifted up by a terrifying force, and flew toward the sky above. Purple Flame sect treasure trove. Shi looked at the treasure trove that had been detained by himself, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But the next instant his face suddenly turned cold again. Humph! With a cold snort, he waved his hands in the air to instantly condense countless Tao lines, firmly wrapping the treasury space. Just as he had finished doing so, a black figure sprang out from within the treasure vault, tearing through the array formation shrouded outside and crashing heavily into the Tao pattern. Boo! The Tao pattern flashed violently, bouncing the black shadow back. Is this a dog? Qin Han looked at the black shadow that was bounced back, his face a little strange, because it was clearly a black dog the size of a calf. The black dog stood on its two hind legs, its fur as black as satin. The left and right paws each grasped an arm-thick spirit ginseng, which still had teeth marks on it. Woof! At that moment, the black dog barked strangely and swept Qin Han, a humanized smile on the dog's face. He then sacrificed a stone platform, and the space distortion tore apart the Tao pattern prohibition and disappeared into the treasury space. Shi Li's face sank as he watched the dog disappear from sight. After the divine thought swept through the interior of the treasury and realized that the contents were still there, he was slightly relieved. What kind of fae is this? A demon race? And that square stone platform? It actually managed to pass through my Tao pattern blockade. Qin Hunter muttered, amazement flashing in his eyes. He could see that the dog's cultivation was not as good as his own, and this was evident from the fact that the other party was bent on escaping. The reason why he was able to teleport away relied on that small stone platform. That stone platform is all at least a great and powerful heavy weapon. Qin Hanari guessed in his mind. Back in the Qing Yun sect's treasure trove, he had consumed 1 million top-grade spirit stones to raise his cultivation to the second level of the Enlightenment realm, in addition to repaying his system debt. With such a cultivation laid down a prohibition, and still being easily penetrated, the grade of that stone platform needs to at least reach the point of a great power heavy weapon. The Enlightenment realm was known as the king of a party, and it was the heaven-prying realm that was the ancient great power. Brat, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Qin Wuhu's figure appeared, his gaze fixed on the treasure vault space. The battle up there, with some roundups, was pretty much over. He had also rushed here after realizing that there seemed to be a change of heart here in Qinhun. Nothing. Qin Li shook his head and casually flung the treasure trove towards Qin Wuyu. Qin Wuhu took the treasure trove and didn't put it away. Instead he said, "This, brat, or, this treasure trove is better for you to receive it first." He couldn't see through Qin Hunter's cultivation level, but it was clear that it would never be the first level of the Divine Palace realm. If one wanted to kill all of the Black Fiend sex powerhouses in a single strike, one would need to be at least at the high level of void treading. At this level of cultivation, a massive amount of resources would be needed to raise it again, so he wanted to leave the treasure trove to the other party. No need. The clan also needs resources to maintain itself, or else you'll be making a joke of yourself if you can't pay out your salary and benefits next month. Father. Shinari waved his hand. He had already looked at it, and there were less than 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones stored inside the treasure vault. Other than that, it was just some magic weapons, low-grade pills and herbs, and lower-grade spirit stones. These, as repayment for the spirit stones taken earlier in the clan. Besides, there was still a Black Fury sect that hadn't been cleaned up yet. There are just as many resources there. However, Qin Wuhui was a bit puzzled by what he heard. What do you mean? The sect had stored quite a lot of resources. The top-grade spirit stones were more than 1,000,000, piled up into 2 small mountains, so how could it not be able to pay out salaries and benefits? However, although it was strange, he still put the treasure trove away. These resources would allow the Green Cloud sect to cultivate more geniuses. Seeing his father accept the treasure trove, Qin Li turned his head and turned his gaze to the distant sky, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. I'll leave this place to father and the elders. I'm going for a walk in the Blackfell Valley. After saying that, the figure gradually faded and then dissipated. Chapter 17, The Great Hand in the Sky. The end of the Black Fiend Valley. This kid. Qin Wuhui looked at the disappearing Qinhun and was somewhat helpless. This kid. Isn't that a little disrespectful? Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the now-ended battlefield above, yelling at those clan elders, "Take away all the valuable ones. Then we'll go to the Black Fury Valley." "Yes, Sovereign." Up above, the many elders responded in unison. Nearly 100 Divine Palace realms then swooped into the Purple Flame sect. Someone's moving house. Someone pulls up the spirit tree. Someone picked up storage rings from the dead Purple Flame sect disciples. Someone. At this time, hundreds of thousands of miles away, a huge valley filled with a sinister aura. Inside the Black Stone Hall, a dozen figures gathered together, each with a look of anticipation on their faces. They were all the Black Fiend Valley's stay-at-home powerhouses, each with a cultivation level above the Divine Palace realm. This time, the Black Fiend Valley and the Purple Flame sect conspired and brought most of their powerhouses with them, leaving only 1 void-treading realm and 10 Divine Palace realms here. At that moment, one of them spoke. "I don't know how well the Valley Master and the others are going." The rest laughed at this statement. With the strength of my Black Fiend Valley and Purple Flame sect joining forces, even if the Qingyun sect is powerful, it won't be able to turn the sky over. According to the old man's estimation, news will come back in less than 3 days. At that time, disciples can be dispatched there to receive the resources of the Green Cloud sect. I heard that the son of that reckless man Qin Wufei is a demon. His battle prowess is heaven-defying at such a young age, and he even killed a few elders of the Violet Flame sect. I also don't know if the Valley Master has left a living soul, if he can capture it back and tame it to become the Valley's war slave. The crowd kept talking, their words unquestioning about the outcome of overthrowing the Qingyun sect. He had even begun to think about how to divide it with the Purple Flame sect in order to gain a greater benefit. Okay. All quiet. Up above, the only void-treading realm elder opened his mouth and chided everyone. Afterward, he said towards one of the middle-aged below, "Elder Chen, go make arrangements. Gather the disciples in the valley who are above the Xiandan realm, and when the Valley Master sends back the news, they will immediately head to the Green Cloud sect." "Yes, Supreme Elder." The middle-aged man named Elder Chen sniffed and nodded immediately, but just as he turned around, a figure staggered into the Great Hall, shouting in panic under his breath, "The Valley Master. Him." At that moment, everyone furrowed their brows, and a displeased look appeared in their eyes. Elder Chen rebuked in a deep voice, "Panic, what's the demeanor?" As the words fell, he turned his voice to inquire, "Is it the Valley Master who has sent back the news?" That disciple was stunned at the words, then cried out, "It's the Valley Master's soul plate that's shattered. Also, the soul cards of the elders, of the Supreme Elders are all shattered." When these words came out, the Great Hall instantly fell silent. The next moment, boom! A terrifying aura erupted as the old man from the void-treading realm above instantly appeared in front of this disciple. Lifted up as if you were carrying a chicken. The morose gaze pierced straight through the other party. What did you say? Say it again for the old man. This disciple looked at the old man's gaze that seemed to be cannibalistic and was scared silly for a moment. It was only after a good few moments that he came back to his senses and cried out, "The Valley Master! Valley Master and their soul tags are shattered. Dead. All dead. Impossible!" the old man shouted angrily. Didn't the Valley Master lead the strongest men and join forces with the Purple Flame sect to attack the Green Cloud sect? How can you die? His figure broke through the stone hall and instantly appeared outside. To go to the ancestral shrine and see with your own eyes the spirit cards that are offered inside. The rest of the people in the Great Hall also had grim faces and rushed up to the sky right after them, but they had just left the stone hall, and before they could make any other moves, the wind and clouds suddenly changed in the sky above their heads. The sky dome, which was still clear, suddenly darkened, and a gigantic hand that was large enough to envelop the entire Black Fury Valley poked out from the clouds. Wrapped in a terrifying might, it slapped downward. This is... No! Which lord is striking out to destroy my Black Fury Valley? The void-treading realm old man who was the first to rush out was horrified. His face dead. He stood straight in midair, looking at the large hand that pressed down, unable to raise a single thought of escape in his mind. Why is the sky dark? Inside the valley, those ordinary disciples looked up blankly. The next moment, boom! The big hand in the sky slapped down. The palace collapsed. Blood and flesh turned into dust, and the entire Black Fury Valley was instantly obliterated. Afterwards, the large hand curved up and grabbed a treasure trove from the depths of the earth, as well as a few spirit veins emitting glittering light, and shrunk back up into the sky dome once again. Black Fiend Valley, it was you who plotted against the Qin Yun sect first, and it's not my fault. In the clouds, she put away the spirit veins and treasure trove. Sweeping a glance at the huge palm print set in the earth, he turned around and stepped into the air to leave. It wasn't until several hours later that some cultivators who heard the commotion arrived. As they looked at the Black Fiend Valley that had completely disappeared, as well as the horrifying palm print that was sunken into the ground, they all sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes filled with horror. Hiss! So scary! What kind of terrifying existence has Black Fiend Valley messed with? Someone muttered the words, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Just looking at that huge palm print, one couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation. After a short period of silence, someone seemed to think of something, and his figure flashed as he rushed straight down. At the back, the rest of the people saw this and reacted, following closely. With the Black Fiend Valley being destroyed, there might be some treasures left behind, and it would be a heavenly chance if one got a single star. Sure enough, just a few moments later, someone burst out laughing. Ah ha 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 ha, it's a storage ring. Ha ha. A youth stood at the edge of the pit and dug out a storage ring on the ground, laughing with excitement on his face. One after another, there were constantly people digging up magic artifacts, storage bags, and gongfu jade slips, and as time passed, more and more cultivators arrived at the sound. A new killing spree takes place in the ruins in order to compete for the treasure. In this regard, Shin Hari didn't know and didn't care. After leaving, he returned straight to the Green Cloud sect, Greenwood Peak. Inside the small palace, Shinli sat cross-legged on the warm jade bed with a ball of light floating in front of him. Inside the ball of light was the Black Fiend Valley's treasure trove along with 3 spirit veins. Looking at the small space in front of him, Shinli waved his hand and took out the top-grade spirit vein from it. Tuzi, this top-grade spirit vein, how many spirit stones is it worth? Ding, as the spirit vein has been consumed and violently detained. The system estimates the value to be 2,100,000 top-grade spirit stones. 2,100,000. Shinli nodded slightly when he heard this figure. The heart is still satisfied. He did some math and added in the top-grade spirit stones within the Black Fiend sect's treasure trove, as well as some of the ones he had gotten when he had beheaded Manhwa and the others. He had more than 3.5 million top-grade spirit stones at this point. A small smile could not help but appear on his face even as he thought of this. Then with a wave of his hand, the slightly transparent system interface appeared. The eyes turned and looked directly at the line of mana. When he was in the Purple Flame sect, he had the idea of getting himself a few handfuls of treasures when he was used by that black dog to vanish by using a magic treasure. Skimming over those lower-ranked magic weapons, he directly looked at the introductions of the Enlightenment Realm magic weapons and above. Wind and Thunder Wings, a king's divine weapon, capable of increasing the speed of using this point by 5 times. 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Soul Chopper, heavy weapon of great power. Disposable forbidden weapon. When used properly it can instantly chop off the soul of a peak-peeping heaven realm powerhouse. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Heavy prison peak, holy weapon. Contains a small world. Can seal the saint below the strong. Is the kidnapping of ransom, when the old 6 of the necessary holy weapon, 500,000 of the best spirit stone, 10,000 soul streamer, sacred soldier level, harboring billions of ferocious souls, can devour saints, or reunite family members and meet friends. 500,000 top quality spirit stones, void realm, imitation, quasi-imperial weapon, poor, devil swallowing jar, imperial soldier, poor. Chi Li saw all the way to the end, his face getting darker and darker. Originally, he thought that sitting on more than 3 million top-grade spirit stones, how could he be considered a small landlord? Turns out this. Looking at it, it seemed like there was only enough to trade for some Enlightenment Realm King's soldiers. Ding, the system has a lottery function. The host can spend 100,000 top-grade spirit stones for a 10 consecutive draw. The prize can be any item, and there is even a high probability of drawing a holy weapon or an emperor's weapon. High risk, high reward. Chapter 18 Ominous Blade. 1 Tetanus Blade, 2 blades to meet the ancestors. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones raffled off, with the possibility of drawing an imperial soldier, or great probability? Shinji's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at the system interface in front of him. That sounds familiar. Although he felt in his heart that the unified sun was punking himself, it was true that with the spirit stones in his hand, he couldn't buy any good magic weapons. The gambler's mentality gradually took over, and with a wave of his big hand, 100,000 spirit stones were pushed out. Recharge 100,000 first and draw once to see. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Ding, host recharges 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to redeem the system's 10 consecutive draws once, and the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the system blessing *1. Unico wishes you good luck on your way out. Congratulations to the host for drawing the system blessing *1. Unico wishes you good luck on your way out. Congratulations to the host for drawing the system blessing *1. Unico wishes you good luck on your way out. My ing cutie. Sheen Hallie's face darkened at a rate visible to the naked eye as he listened to the system's barrage of blessings. This blessing is not necessary. Soon, 10 lottery results were displayed on the interface. A rusty iron sword. 9 blessings. Yet. Sheen Jerry cursed in his heart. Unico really ing black although the lottery is risky, but not so much as 9 blessings, right? Charge another 100,000. Ding, the system wishes you good luck on your way out. 100,000. Ding, tie. Wish. Bump. 100,000. Ding, bump. A series of blessings dinged Sheen Li's head. After 10 draws, in addition to getting a dozen bottles of low-grade pills and 3 or 2 worthless magic weapons, the rest are all blessings. Labor still doesn't believe it. Sheen Hanari was ruthless in his heart and recharged 100,000 again. Congratulations to the host for drawing the system blessing *1. Unico wishes you good luck on your way out. Sheen Han listened to the system's sincere words of blessing and his face became calm instead. After hearing the 8th blessing, he directly backhandedly closed the system interface. No more fun. Not fun at all. Just as he got up and was about to go up to the roof to get some air, the system's voice continued. Congratulations to the host for winning the unknown Blade War weapon. Congratulations to the host for winning the avatar, Stealing the Sky. For all. Shinji's body stiffened for a moment, and the steps he took stopped. Winning the lottery? Not a blessing? He hastily waved his hand to open the system interface. Sure enough, in addition to the 8 blessings heard earlier on the interface, the bottom 2 displayed a sword and a jade slip. Seeing this, Shinji hurriedly checked the introductions of the 2 items. Unknown blade, great unknown. Strong when encountered. 1 blade breaks the wind. 2 blades see the ancestors. Stealing the Sky, a divine ability created by the great sage of Stealing the Sky, containing the laws of space, which allows you to steal everything within the range of your divine mind when you lift your hand. It's a necessary skill to be an old 6 and get rich. The avatar is in my hand. I have the world in my hands. The unseen blade, Stealing the Sky? Shinli looked at the 2 introductions, his eyes glowing. With a slight movement of his mind, a blade suddenly appeared in his hand. The knife was 3 feet long, with a blade length of over 2 feet, and looked similar to the Tang swords of the last world. Only, the whole knife was rusty, and subtle cracks were still faintly visible on the blade. That's it? And meat strong? Shin Han was a bit dumbfounded. Looking at the flat, rusty knife in his hand, he had a strong suspicion that he had run into a fraud. If it weren't for the fact that there were no phones in this world, he would be calling the system reporting hotline right now. Ding, no scraps from the system. The host will know if he tries it. Try it out? Shin Han was filled with suspicion. Looking at the scrap iron in his hand that didn't have any energy fluctuation, he felt that as long as he ferried in a trace of spiritual energy, the thing would be shattered into powder. Thinking that, A strand of spiritual energy went down his arm and drilled into the blade. Yet the next moment, clank! The rusty blade vibrated, and the space around it instantly cracked. The blade erupted with an intense blood light, and the terrifying sharpness instantly cracked the great hall open. Even the greenwood peak underneath him was cut down to a small half. Shinhan raised his head and looked at the cracked palace with a strange expression on his face. From the aura that had just erupted, this blade was all at least a king's divine armament. I don't know if it'll be strong when it meets strong, like Unity said, but at least it's not a waste product. Putting away the rusty knife, his palm opened and an ancient jade slip appeared in his palm. Just another prize. The Avatar steals the day. Looking at the jade slip, without hesitation, he probed out a strand of divine thought into it. Boom! With a roar, a large hand appeared in his consciousness, grasping straight at him. In the next moment, the large hand collapsed and transformed into countless sensations that poured into his mind. It was only after a good few moments that Shinji opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The palm of his hand probed out and grabbed in the void. The space in front of him was as if the water was lightly rippled. A jade-white spirit fruit appeared in his hand out of nowhere. At the same moment, inside a certain elder's cave in the sect. Ah shucks! The white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of stone chips and looked at the stone in his hand with a dumbfounded expression. He obviously ate a spirit fruit. How come it turned into a stone after one bite? Something dirty? His eyes swept around in surprise, and his divine thoughts instantly enveloped the entire cave. On the other hand, inside the palace, Shinhan looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and was very satisfied. Stealing the sky and changing the sun. It really lives up to its name. Wherever the divine mind covers, it can be stolen at will. Of course, the object's cultivation was too much higher than his own. Then he would be discovered. However, spending 1,100,000 top-grade spirit stones to be able to draw these two items was already a big profit. Looking at the 2.25 million spirit stones still remaining, he pondered a little in his mind and then spent another 500,000, purchasing some healing elixirs suitable for his injuries. After doing that, there's still over $1,900,000 left. 2Z, exchange all the remaining spirit stones for cultivation. Ding, the host recharged 1,933,000 top-grade spirit stones, spending $1,800,000 to raise his cultivation to the 6th level of the Realm of Enlightenment. 6th level of the Enlightenment Realm. Feeling the cultivation level that had once again skyrocketed, Shin Halley reached forward with his palm and gently gripped it. Boom! A piece of space in front of him instantly collapsed, and a strong storm rushed out from it. Just before it could wreak havoc, it was suppressed again with the flip of a hand. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Shinli gazed through the great hall and looked beyond the sect, counting the time. Father and the others should be back by now. The figure disappeared from the palace and arrived outside the mountain gate. Sure enough, only a few moments passed before many powerful auras appeared in the sky, and a figure stepped into the air. Shin Woohoo walked at the forefront, crossing large distances of space with each step. Behind him, many elders, some held up huge palaces, some held up treasure vaults, and some tackled spirit veins in their hands. Unlike the low profile when they went, they purposely passed by several large cities when they returned, waving to the extreme. He also accidentally spread the news of the destruction of the Purple Flame sect. Soon, everyone landed in front of the mountain gate, and the palaces, spirit veins, and so on that were held in their hands were also collected into the inner world. Father, Sheen Hunter stepped forward. Ha ha ha, good boy. We're rich. Shin Wufei patted Shin Hun's shoulder with his big hand and laughed. At the back, the many elders, the supreme elders were also excited. It was only the eyes that looked at Shin Hun that were permeated with a strong color of shock. After they raided the Purple Flame sect, they also went to the Black Fury Valley. At this moment, when I recalled the huge handprint I saw, I still couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. But even though they were shocked, they scoured the place and, for this reason, even the ground was shoveled away for 3 layers. Nice haul. Sheely was a little amused as he thought about the way the elders were holding up the palace spirit vein just now. Afterwards, he took out the Black Fiend Valley treasure vault, as well as 2 medium-grade spirit veins, and handed them over to Qin Wuhu. These things, even if they were exchanged for top-grade spirit veins, were not worth much, so they simply left them to the clan. Brat, just in time. Go with me to the treasure vault and place these resources into it. Qin Wufei wasn't polite and took it with his hand. He then walked into the sect gate with large strides and headed towards the treasure vault. To the treasure trove? Xin Li's face looked a bit strange. I wonder if they would think that they had been robbed when they realized that so many top-grade spirit stones were missing from the treasury? Chapter 19, Green Sky Holy Land. Holy Sun Lin Jingtian. Several days passed. After Qin Wufei and the others waved through the city, the news that the Purple Flame sect and the Black Fiend Valley had been destroyed quickly spread. All the big and small forces in Xinzhou were appalled. Thousands of miles away from the Green Cloud sect, it was still the same big city and the same restaurant. I really can't believe that the Green Cloud sect actually exterminated the Purple Flame sect, and it only took a day. Several cultivators sat together, their eyes filled with awe. At these words, the remaining few nodded their heads. I even took a special teleportation array the day before yesterday and went to the Red Flame mountain range. TSK, miserable, too miserable. The whole clan, even the egg yolks are shaken apart one by one. Even the ants' nests were roasted with spiritual fire. A tall, thin companion spoke up. Thinking back to the Shura scene he saw in the Red Flame mountain range, he still felt shivering. The same as one of the three great sects. The strength would be such a huge difference that if it didn't really happen, beating him to death, he wouldn't be able to believe it. And then there's the Black Fury Valley, which is rumored to have been seen to have been slapped out of existence by a giant hand. I also don't know what kind of cultivation level character actually has such means. Discussions similar to this appeared in all the great cities of Xinzhou. Some people vaguely felt that the Black Fury's overthrow was also related to the Green Cloud sect. After all, it all happened on the same day. And the strongest members of the Qingyan sect also appeared in the Black Fury Valley afterward. However, no matter what, from now on Xinzhou would be the world of the Qingyan sect. The smart ones had already brought their gifts and rushed to the Green Cloud sect. Inside a box in the restaurant, two figures sat opposite each other, listening to the discussion outside. One of the blue-clothed old men had a disdainful look on his face. Oh, the Green Cloud sect. Finally, we haven't lost the face of the Holy Land, the blue-clothed old man said, his gaze looking across the room, the disdain on his face instantly transforming into respect. Lord Saint's son, the Saint Graveyard has yet to come out. How about we go to the Green Cloud sect to take a look? On the opposite side, the youth known as the Holy Sun was dressed in a moon-white robe, with a face like a crown of jade and a dusty temperament, just sitting quietly. The aura in the surrounding space autonomously surged into his body. At this moment, when he heard the words, his gaze glanced at the old man, and after a moment, he directly got up, and a flat voice came out from his mouth. Good thing too. This saint's son also wants to see if there are any eye-catching geniuses in this barren land. As he spoke, his tone of voice was characterized by an exultation, as if he did not place Xinzhou in his eyes. As the words fell, the two directly disappeared from the box. At the same time, the Green Cloud sect. On Changmu Peak, Xinhan opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the great city, a glint of essence flashing in his eyes. An Enlightenment Realm cultivator? Just a moment ago, he clearly sensed that an Enlightenment Realm aura was tearing through space from afar, heading towards the sect. Sure enough, in the next moment, the two figures passed through the sect protector formation and directly descended inside the sect. A strong aura spread and enveloped the entire clan. Humph! Xinhunter snorted coldly. One step forward instantly appeared in front of the two people, waving his hand to disperse the other party's aura. His gaze coldly stared at the two. Lin Zhengtian, Holy Son of the Qingtian Holy Land. Cultivation level, 3rd level of Enlightenment Realm. Feats and aptitudes, Qingtian Emperor Scripture. Secret Art of Jintian. Soul-destroying sword Qi. Add hand. Lin Ao, Elder of the Green Sky Holy Land. Cultivation level, Peak Void Stepping Realm. Techniques and avatars, Vajra Ancient Scriptures. Great Hand Seal of the Sky Covering. Blood Refining Mysteries. The Holy Land of Green Heaven? Qili looked at the information given by the system and frowned slightly. There were two behemoths in the eastern wasteland domain where Xinzhou was located. The Holy Land of the Green Sky. The Holy Land of the Beginning. Both Holy Lands had given birth to Myth Realm great emperors who had reigned over the heavenly Tsang continent. Even now that the great emperor had long passed away, he was still a giant, with a 9 heavens pass quasi-imperial suppressor. Why are the two of you trespassing on my Green Cloud sect? This seat is an elder of the Green Sky Holy Land, and has come to inspect the Green Cloud sect along with Lord Saint's son. Quickly have your patriarch come out to greet him. Lin Ao looked at Qin Ji, and a strange color flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He was at the peak of the void-treading realm, and the aura he emitted was dispersed by the youth in front of him casually. It was a bit of a shock to his mind. It was unthinkable that the Green Cloud sect actually had such a strong person. Inspection? Qin Li's brows furrowed as he looked at the two without speaking. Although the Green Sky Holy Land was the dominant force in the Eastern Wasteland region, between it and the Green Cloud sect, it was not a subordinate relationship, so why would there be any talk of inspections? Just then, several powerful auras rose within the sect. Qin Wufei, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and several void-treading realm Tai Shang elders stepped into the air at the same time. At this moment, Qin Wufei's face was very grave. Looking at the two of them, he said in a deep voice, I am Qin Wuyu, the Lord of the Qingyan sect. Two fellow Taoists, are they from the Green Sky Sacred Land? Fellow Daoist? Lin Ao repeated. his face clearly disdainful. As he was about to say something, he was stopped by Lin Zhengtian, who reached out from the side. Lin Zhengtian merely swept a glance at Qin Wuhui before turning his gaze to Qin Hun. Qin Wuhu was only at the second level of the void-treading realm, so he couldn't even catch his eye. On the contrary, it was Qin Hun that he couldn't see through. As the divine thought swept through, the other party was like a shroud of mist. This seat, Lin Zhengtian, is passing through Xian Prefecture on this expedition, and hearing that the Green Cloud sect has ascended to the position of Xian Prefecture's hegemony, I've come to pay a visit. Lin Zhengtian had a smile on his face, but his tone always gave off a feeling of superiority. Although he couldn't see through Qin Hunter's cultivation, he didn't think it was because the other party was stronger than himself. After all, he was the holy son of the Green Sky Holy Land, enjoying the endless resources of the Holy Land. So how could he be comparable to a Baron Xianzhou? Qin Li snorted in his heart as he sized up Lin Zhengtian. Lin Zhengtian, right? The two of you don't look like you're visiting after what you've done in the clear. A visit? Barged right in without even a hello. It would be nice not to think of you as an enemy. Lin Zhengtian frowned as a look of displeasure flashed across his face. How dare you call the Holy Sun by his name? Lin Ao rebuked angrily. His body's aura erupted and rolled towards Qin Hun like a giant wave. No good. Qin Wufei's face changed drastically, and the Grand Elder and others beside him were even more horrified. Although it was simply an outbreak of qi, the power of this breath was so strong that if one was truly hit, they would have to be seriously injured without dying. Humph. Qin Li snorted coldly and waved his hand as an invisible force blew the aura away. The residual force was even heavier on Lin Ao, instantly sending him flying out of the sect and disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. This fellow Daoist, isn't that too much? Looking at Lin Ao, who flew out backwards and disappeared at the end of his sight, Lin Jingtian's pupils suddenly shrunk. At the same time, his face turned cold in an instant, and a chilling sharpness in his body pointed directly at Qin Hun. Past that, it's just a little lesson. Qin Li's face was calm, without the slightest bit of fear. He has a sense of proportion. Just now only shocked the other party to fly, and did not kill. At most, he will suffer some less light injuries. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, a powerful spiritual force rose from the sky, accompanied by Lin Ao's furious roar. Damn it, you dare to hurt the old man? Chapter 20, The Old Ancestor. The holy son of the holy land of the Green Sky 3,000 years ago. With an angry hiss, Lin Ao stormed from the sky and reappeared in front of several people. At this moment, his face was pale, and his breath was a bit weak, not as stable as before. How dare you? Lin Ao's face was very ugly. He was an elder of a holy land, and in this remote Xianzhou, he was actually beaten by a junior who casually knocked out nearly 10,000 miles. If this gets out, I'll still have a face to live with. However, having seen Qin Hun's terror, he could only move his lips and didn't dare to strike again. On the side, Lin Jingtian's face became calm, and after looking deeply at Qin Hun, he said indifferently, this time, it was Elder Lin who was in the wrong first. This saint's son will not take it into account. If you, fellow Daoist, want to make a move next time, it's best to think about your own clan first. After all, the district Xianzhou is no more than an ant in the eyes of the Holy Land. Ha! Qin Hunter let out a light laugh. This is bullying at your doorstep and you're not allowed to fight back? If he hadn't been concerned about this level of identity of the Holy Land, he would have directly let that old man reincarnate just now. And at that moment, Qin Wuyu, who was on the side, found an opportunity and quietly tugged Qin Hun. Then he stepped forward and looked at the two Lin Zhengtian and said in a deep voice, both of you, my Qinyan sect is a small sect, and Xianzhou can't enter the eyes of the Holy Land. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you for dinner. Lin Zhengtian sniffed and looked at Qin Wufei, a light laugh escaping his mouth. Ha! Patriarch Qin, after so many years, the Green Cloud sect has produced a decent genius. Speaking of this, he once again turned his gaze to Qin Hun. This holy son is looking forward to the day you go up to the Holy Land. After he said that, he no longer stayed, and his gaze casually swept the large number of disciples gradually gathering below, and he laughed. A step was then taken, and his figure gradually vaporized and finally disappeared. Humph! Lin Ao grunted and then followed suit. Qin Hun looked at the two who had left and was very puzzled in his heart. What was the meaning of the last words of the other side? Why did he himself go up to the Holy Land of the Green Sky? Similarly, the Grand Elder and the others on the side were filled with puzzled looks. As Grand Elders or even Supreme Elders of the sect, they didn't know what relationship the Green Cloud sect had with the Green Sky Sacred Land. Ugh! You guys come with me. Qin Wufei's face changed as he let out a sigh and turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin Hali directly followed behind Qin Wufei. Go! The Grand Elder greeted, and the elders hooted and hollered to follow. Everyone was curious in their hearts as to what exactly was the relationship between the Green Cloud sect and the Green Sky Sacred Ground, a force that was not even close to being a part of the Green Sky Sacred Ground. Soon, a group of people followed behind Qin Wuhu and arrived at the deepest part of the sect, an area covered by white mist. Ancestral Tomb Forbidden Land? A void-treading realm supreme elder spoke out, his eyes even more puzzled. The Ancestral Tomb Forbidden Land, which housed the Green Cloud sect's successive generations of powerhouses above the Divine Palace realm. On top of that, it was also a place for them, the void-treading realm Taishan elders, to dive into. On the one hand, it was quiet enough inside, and the aura was the most dense in the entire clan. On the other hand, it is also for them to guard the tomb to prevent people from going in for archaeology. Qin Wuhu didn't say anything and walked straight into the Forbidden Land without stopping the whole way, passing through the area where the multitude of supreme elders dived, and then walking through a large tomb, until the deepest part, stopping in front of a huge wigwam. Looking at the wigwam, Qin Wuhu took a deep breath and his face became unusually respectful. Old ancestor, Qin Wuhu seeks an audience. Old ancestor? The faces of the crowd were shocked as they heard the words, especially the several supreme elders. They didn't even know that the sect still had an old ancestor in existence. The Green Cloud sect had been established for over 3,000 years, and the oldest survivors to date should only be them, the supreme elders. Some of the even older ones have sat down due to the exhaustion of their lifespans. Did any of them secretly survive and they didn't know? Just as the crowd was speculating, the space in front of the wigwam twisted up and a 10-foot-tall void portal appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, Qin Wuhu did not hesitate and took the first step towards the portal. Qinji's face looked a little strange as he glanced at the portal and followed him in. Passing through the portal, what appeared was a small space. The space was not large, only a few hundred feet in size at eye level. Within this small space of several hundred feet, there were many unknown spirit trees planted, gulping incomparably dense spiritual chi. It was denser than any place within the sect. In the center of all the spirit plants, a dirt slope rises up, and on it sits an old man in black. The black-clothed old man did not emit any powerful aura. Just like a dying worldly mortal, Qin Wuhu pays his respects to the old ancestor. Qin Wuhu quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the old man. Behind them, when the elders saw this, they looked at each other and also paid their respects. Greetings, old ancestor. Qinji similarly arched his hand, his eyes looking at the old man in a very strange way, because he could see that the old man was not really alive, just a soul body, to be precise. At this moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes and a divine light appeared. In an instant, Qinji felt a huge pressure fall on him. Terror! Qin Jerry's heart fluttered. Little invincible, this child is the Qin Hun you told me about, right? The old man first glanced at Qin Wufei before turning his gaze to Qin Hun, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The voice was soft, like a kindly old grandfather. Old ancestor's wise eyes. Qin Wuhu respectfully nodded his head. Boy, you're good. The old man looked at Qin Hun and was very satisfied. He could see Qin Hun's cultivation level, the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm. Reaching the realm of enlightenment at this age, even when he himself was young, he was still not as good as him. Old ancestor is flattered. Qin Li arched his hand, modesty spreading across his face. The old man just smiled and didn't continue talking. The space went silent. The group of sect elders in the back, the supreme elders lowered their heads, even their breathing slowed down. In the end, it was Qin Wuhu who spoke up to break the silence. Old ancestor, the people from the Green Sky Holy Land are here. The old man sniffed back and looked at Qin Wuhu. I know. Then, it turned its gaze back to Qin Hun. Child, you must be curious right now as to how the Green Cloud sect got involved with the Holy Land, right? Not bad. Qinji nodded at his words. At the same time, the group of elders behind them all perked up their ears, their eyes filled with curiosity. Ahead, the old man seemed to be caught up in memories. It was a good few moments before he said slowly, Old me is the holy son of the Green Sky Holy Land from 3,000 years ago. In that generation, the Holy Land produced 2 saint sons, and the old man lost his battle with him for the position of Saint Lord, and his Tao foundation was damaged, leaving him with no hope for sainthood. As a failure, the old man left the Holy Land before leaving his legacy in this Shin state. The old man's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about something that didn't concern him. Only, after talking about the damage to the foundation of the Tao, a fluctuation appeared in his eyes. The holy son of the Qingtian Holy Land 3,000 years ago? Qin Li looked at the old man with surprise in his heart. It was unthinkable that his clan had such an origin. On the side, apart from Qin Wuhu, all the sect elders were wide-eyed, their pupils dilated and full of shock. At that moment, the old man glanced at Qin Hun and continued to speak. Before I left the Holy Land, I made a great vow to cultivate a genius even more demonic than myself back then. Fight for yourself. One more time. Chapter 21 Great Sage Dojo. Black Dog, Taoist Priest. Cultivate geniuses and compete once more in the holy land of Green Heaven? Competing for the Holy Sun, or Holy Lord? Qinli looked at the old man and then associated it with Lin Jingtian's words from earlier. He already had a guess in his heart. Sure enough, the old man's voice sounded again. He looked at Qin Hun, his voice calm. Originally, the old man was already about to give up, but your appearance made me see hope again. Child, Genju is too small to provide for you anymore. If you want to pursue the great Tao and reach higher achievements, you must go out. But I won't force you. After all, the competition in the Holy Land is too dangerous, and you can lose your life if you're not careful. After he finished speaking, he quietly looked at Qin Hun and waited for a reply. Qin Hali was silent at his words and didn't answer immediately, but pondered in his mind. To be honest, he was heartened. The other party was right. Shenzhou was too small and barren of resources to support itself anymore, and as the Green Sky Holy Land was a giant in the eastern wasteland, it possessed terrifying resources. Once he succeeded and became a saint's son, he would have the opportunity to obtain vast amounts of resources. At that time, it will be easy to achieve a saint, a quasi-emperor of the 9 heavenly passes, or even a great emperor. But he also had scruples in his mind. He himself was alone, although he was not afraid of Lin Zhengtian, that saint's son. But since the other party could sit in the position of saint's son, in addition to his talent, there must be someone behind him to support him. If an old monster jumped out to deal with him, then I'm afraid it would be a bit dangerous. In this grave atmosphere, Qin Wuhui and the elders didn't say anything. They just looked at Qin Hun nervously. This was a major decision concerning Qin Hun's future. Even Qin Wuxie, as the patriarch and Qin Hun's father, did not dare to utter half a word at this time. After a long while, Qin Shi exhaled, a relaxed expression suddenly appearing on his face. Okay, I'll go up to the holy land of the green sky with you. Riches and riches. As long as one obtained enough spirit stones and resources, one's cultivation would be able to increase indefinitely, and one might not be afraid of those old antiquities. And upon hearing Qin Li's agreement, a smile appeared on the face of the old man in front of him. Ha ha ha, good, worthy of being the descendant of the old man. Still has some guts. You don't have to worry. In the Holy Land, our lineage still has a few old-timers. Whoever wants to bully the small with the big, my Qin clan is not one to be bullied. The old man laughed out loud, looking at Qin Hun with satisfaction in his eyes. He was also testing just now. If Qin Hun was afraid and didn't dare to go up to the Qing Tian Holy Land, then he would give up right then and there. Even if he didn't have this kind of courage, even if his cultivation was fine now, he wouldn't be able to achieve much in the future, let alone suppressing the Holy Land's contemporary Holy Sun. When do we go up to the Holy Land? Qin Li inquired. Now that the decision had been made, he had no more qualms about it. There's no rush. The old man waved his hand. There is another great opportunity in Xianzhou that will come out within this month. It's not too late to collect this chance before heading to the Holy Land. Great chance? Qin Li was stunned, instantly thinking of the two Lin Zhengtian. Nice. There is a great saint dojo hidden in the Xian state. Counting the time it should be opened. Within this month. The old man spoke faintly. Said the man with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Great sage an existence that many cultivators wouldn't even dare to dream of. Likewise, it was because of that dojo that he chose to stay in Xianzhou and start a sect to leave behind his legacy. The great sacred dojo? Qin Shi's body shook, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Qin Wufei and the others on the side also lightly sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes widening as a greenish glow emerged from their eyes. Xianzhou was actually hiding such a heaven-defying opportunity? As a great power in the Xian state, they had guarded a great treasure for thousands of years without even realizing it. However, at that moment, the old man was glancing at a few people. The great sacred dojo isn't such a good place to break into. Less than the realm of enlightenment. Going in will most likely result in death. Qin Wufei and the others stiffened, a sardonic look on their faces. Is that the point of us? But in the next moment, they seemed to have thought of something, and their gazes snapped to Qin Hun. The old ancestor said that anyone who went in under enlightenment would have to die. But then he told Qin Hun to go and seize the opportunity. That's not to say that Qin Hunter's cultivation was above the realm of enlightenment. I'm dropping hemp. The crowd secretly gulped, especially Qin Wuhu. His eyes were filled with shock. This old man of his was only at the second level of the void-stepping realm, and his son had actually become a king? The old man ignored the thoughts in the crowd's minds as his gaze once again turned to Qin Hun. The holy son of Qing Tian's contemporary holy son appeared in Xianzhou. Most likely he is also rushing towards the dojo. You're just in time to fight him. I believe that with your cultivation, you won't lose to him. If you capture the opportunity, it will be of great help to your future growth. as the old man said. A bit of fluorescent light appeared in his hand and floated towards Chin-hun. Chin-hun reached out to catch it, and the next moment his face was stunned. The fluorescence dissipated and a three-dimensional map appeared in his mind. The map was mutilated, only half of it, and could vaguely be seen as a huge dungeon. This is. Qinli raised his head and looked at the old man. This is a map of that dojo. Only the first half. So make good use of it. Go on. The old man waved his hand, and fluctuations emanated from the space, instantly teleporting Qin Ji and the others out of the small space. Outside, at the edge of the clan's forbidden land, Qinli looked back at the space shrouded in white mist with a somewhat puzzled expression. He then looked at Qin Wuhu at the side. Father, if it's true as the old ancestor said, if the great sacred dojo comes out in a month, it's bound to be a huge commotion. It's likely that the powerhouses from the several nearby great states will also come to the chrysalis, and it's best for the clan to seal the mountain if they want to stay out of it. Seal the mountain? Qin Wufei frowned. The group of void-treading realm Taishang elders were also hesitant to speak, appearing somewhat hesitant. After all, the Qingyan sect had only just become the master of the Xian state, so if the mountain was closed because of this matter, wouldn't it be a joke to the forces of other great states? Furthermore, even though the old ancestor said that the great sacred dojo was dangerous, they still had some thoughts in their hearts. Even if you don't enter it, it's good to just look at it from the outside. Qinli raised his eyebrows when he saw the expressions of the several people. Father and the elders just stay in the sect. The great sacred dojo. I'll be fine. He didn't want to blow a few people away. The dojo hadn't even come out yet, but it had attracted Lin Zhengtian, a holy son, and there might be heaven-prying realm powers in the shadows. Even saints may descend. That kind of scene was definitely not something that a few void-treading realms could participate in. It's too much to be cannon fodder and show up for seconds. Qin Wufei's face changed color and he eventually sighed helplessly. Alas, our cultivation level is indeed too low. With that, he turned his head to look at the Grand Elder and several Supreme Elders. According to what Carrier said, the clan will seal the mountain with immediate effect. The Grand Elder didn't hesitate when he heard this. I'll go pass on the order. He was only at the peak of the Divine Palace realm and didn't dare to even think about this kind of opportunity, so he agreed very quickly. Seeing this, Qinli nodded in satisfaction. After explaining some details to a few people, he directly tore through space and left. He already knew where the dojo was located and was going to go ahead and step on it. An unknown number of thousands of miles away, underneath a huge mountain peak shaped like a rooster's crown. Dead dog, is this formation of yours reliable? This has cost the old Taoist most of his savings. If he can't teleport into the dojo, he'll lose a lot of money. Voices came from the small valley surrounded by giant trees. An old Taoist priest wearing tattered Taoist robes with a thin figure stood on the boulder with a slightly tense expression. In front of it, a calf-sized black dog stood on both legs, one paw constantly carving into the ground, and from time to time, it also threw out a stream of light that set into the ground. Dead Taoist, this king's attainments in the Tao of formation are out of this world. Even the great emperors are out of reach. A mere great sacred dojo prohibition can be broken with one's hand. Black Dog turned his head and glanced at the old Taoist priest with disdain. The claws did not stop, and countless complicated Tao patterns took shape, gradually outlining a huge formation. Chapter 22 Holy Maiden of the Beginning. Red Belly Pocket. Above the Luyun mountain range, the calm space suddenly distorted and was then torn apart as a figure walked away from it. I can't believe it's here. Shinhan looked at the mountain range below that was in a mess and still retained traces of the great battle, and an unexpected color flashed in his eyes. According to the map information obtained, the Great Sage Dojo was in this mountain range below. I still remember that not long ago, I had taken a medium-grade spirit vein from the Purple Flame sect from here, and at that time, I didn't even notice the slightest difference. Of course, it could also be because the cultivation level was too low at that time. Thinking that, divine thoughts surged out from the Sea of Souls, enveloping the mountain range below. A moment later, Qin Shi frowned, his eyes instantly becoming grave. Deep underground, a layer of invisible prohibitions blocked the exploration of divine thoughts. A terrifying power loomed above the prohibition, devouring the contacting divine thoughts to nirvana in just an instant. Sure enough, here it is, the great sacred dojo. Sheen Hunter muttered to himself, looking down at the ground below with some anticipation in his eyes. Although the divine thoughts were nirvana'd, the instant contact gave him some information. The power of the prohibition was weakening, and there was at most half a month left before it would diminish to the level of the enlightenment realm. During this half a month, all he had to do was wait quietly. Suddenly, Shinhan turned his head violently to look to the left front. In the next moment, the space in front of them cracked open, and three figures walked out of it. At the head was a woman in a long purple dress. The woman's figure was exquisite. and her pair of jade feet were as if they were carved out of white jade, standing barefoot in the void. Although the face was wearing a light veil to see the appearance, a pair of eyes was extremely beautiful. Behind him, two green-clothed maidservants lightly held up luo umbrellas and stood respectfully. The purple-clothed woman only lightly glanced at Qinli before withdrawing her gaze, and then strolled in the void towards the top of a mountain not far away. Behind him, an attendant went ahead and took out a small palace from space and landed on the top of the mountain. The group of three just walked into the palace. The sacred land of the beginning is here too. Qinji looked at the palace on top of the mountain, and a trace of dissimilarity flashed in his eyes. With the Unity Sun as a plug-in, he could tell all the information about the other party at a glance. Yi Qingyue, Holy Daughter of the Tai Chu Holy Land. 4th level of Enlightenment Realm. Red Belly Pocket. Toon Chan. Next time don't look when you shouldn't. Qinji thought of the flash of red he had just seen and his face darkened as he cursed in his heart. Tink, it's not good if you just look at the bibs, is it? I'm not such a tutelary son. Qinli was stunned and almost lost his breath. Without talking to Unicorn, he found himself a hilltop and closed his eyes to meditate. Time passed, and half a month blinked by in the waiting. During this half-month, some more strong people came one after another. Enlightenment Realm, Void Treading Realm, and even a few Divine Palace Realms. A few Divine Palace Realms gathered together in excitement, and it was unknown how they had learned of the news. However, all of this Qin Hun did not care. What made him care was that Lin Zhengtian had also come. Qin Shi's gaze lifted to the top of an adjacent mountain. There, Lin Zhengtian stood on a boulder with his arms folded. At this moment, it seemed that he had sensed Qin Harry's gaze, and he also looked this way. For a moment, 4 eyes met. An inexplicable smile appeared on Lin Zhengtian's face as he turned around and said something to Lin Ao who stayed behind him. Afterward, Lin Ao was seen nodding slightly and stepping into the air towards Qin Ji's side. This action instantly attracted the attention of all the powerful people present. Even in that small palace, there were maids of honor who came out, gazing strangely at Qin Hun's side. In response, Qin Jerry was still sitting on the boulder without making the slightest movement because Lin Ao came over, just calmly watching the other party cross the space and come to himself. Something? Qin Hunter spoke faintly. Lin Ao looked at the youth in front of him and didn't dare to be slow this time. Arching his hand, he said with an expressionless face, "My family's saint son asked me to deliver a message. Although the opportunity is good, it's also exceptionally dangerous. Remembering the connection between the Qin Yun sect and the Holy Land, you can follow the Holy Sun after the dojo opens. If you're really in danger, Lord Saint Sun can also save your life." I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Lin Ao's voice was loud enough to reach the ears of the other powerhouses outside the arena. Qinji looked deeply at Lin Ao for a full moment before speaking. "Go back and tell your family's holy son that Mr. Qin's well-being doesn't need to bother him, so that he should still care about himself. It would be a joke to fold in the dojo." Lin Ao's face sank when he heard this. Looking at Qin Hun, he snorted out coldly. It is an honor for you to be allowed to follow by Lord Saint Sun. Some people should not think that some lesser achievements can compete with the Holy Sun. The depth of the Holy Land is not something you can imagine." "Oh, the Holy Land's underbelly?" Qin Hunter's eyes narrowed. The palm of his hand was raised and an appalling aura instantly enveloped Lin Ao. At the same time, a cold and stern voice came out of his mouth. "The Holy Land's heritage is indeed powerful, but it doesn't mean you can talk to the seat in a shady manner. I'll give you 3 breaths. Roll. Or this seat try your bottom." Since the other party had come over to look for trouble, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Following Lin Zhengtian? Joke. Follow behind and watch the other side pocket all the treasures and opportunities? You. Lin Ao was enveloped by this aura. His face suddenly changed, and his footsteps could not help but retreat. As early as in the Qin Yun sect, he had already seen how terrifying Qin Hun was. He had sent him flying with his hand, and his cultivation was definitely above the Enlightenment realm. At this moment, when he saw Qin Shi fuming, he was immediately fearful and did not even dare to say half a harsh word, turning around and leaving in ashes. Who is this person? How dare he be so rude to an elder of the Green Sky Holy Land? I can't see his cultivation. I'm afraid this young man is not simple. With a connection to the Green Sky Holy Land, it should be a supreme genius from one of the great clans. In the distance, several void-treading realm cultivators gathered together, and when they saw this scene, they suddenly murmured. The gaze that looked at Qin Hun was filled with curiosity. Outside the small palace, that maid looked at Qin Hun a few more times, then turned around and walked into the palace, thinking that she had gone in to report. Holy Sun! Lin Ao returned to Lin Jingtian's side and called out with his head down. Since he doesn't want to, forget it. Lin Jingtian didn't even turn his head back and said faintly, Lord Saint Sun is still too kind-hearted. According to the old man, that kind of uneducated person is just a clown even if he reaches the Holy Land. It would be better to let him die here. Lin Ao hummed out. Obviously. Qin Hun's words just now made him very angry. Ha! Elder Lin doesn't need to be angry. It's just an irrelevant person. Lin Jingtian sniffed and laughed out softly. He didn't really put Qin Hun in his eyes. And the reason why he let Lin Ao go and say those words was just as a kind of charity. With his cultivation, even if he was only at the 3rd level of enlightenment, with his physique and various divine forbidden techniques, he would be able to easily decimate kings below the 7th level. Even if they bumped into a peak king of the 9th level of the enlightenment realm, they would still be able to resist. It was even possible to pay a small price to have it decapitated. That's all, and that's not even counting the magic treasures he himself possessed, the battle soldiers, and Qin Hun, a mere cultivator from a barren land. Even if he was a genius again, could his depth still compare to him, the Holy Sun? On the other hand, Shi Li didn't care about this at all, and after driving Lin Ao away, he closed his eyes and fake sleep again. However, just as he had closed his eyes, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A huge boom came from heaven and earth. The mountain peaks under his feet shook violently, and the ground crumbled as a terrifying crack appeared. An appalling aura rose from beneath the ground, quickly enveloping the entire mountain range. Suddenly its change made everyone's eyes widen. Lin Jingtian's eyes flashed with joy. Inside the small palace, the holy maiden of Taichu slowly walked out. Qin Li also stood up from the boulder. Everyone looked at the gradually collapsing ground with only one thought in their minds. The great sacred dojo is open. Chapter 23, the dojo comes out. The law of the weak and the strong in the cultivation world. The ground continued to cave in and a cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the area. All the cultivators were detached from the ground and rose high into the sky. It took more than an hour for the ground to stop shaking. The smoke cleared and a huge deep pit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the deep pit, 100 feet tall bronze giant door stood, with light flowing from it, and a heavy aura instantly pressed towards the crowd. Bronze door. It's the entrance. The dojo is open. Ha ha. Someone spoke up, sounding excited. Great sacred dojo. What a heavy aura. Qin Li muttered as he looked at the bronze portal beneath the ground, a look of interest in his eyes. Tuanzi, is this bronze door worth anything? Ding, the bronze door is connected to the entire dojo, and since it's only ordinary material, it's only worth 100,000 extreme spirit stones. 100,000. Extreme spirit stones? Qin Li's breath caught in his throat. 100,000 extreme spirit stones, when converted into top-grade spirit stones, was a full $10 million. Such wealth was enough to match the entire collection of the Qingyan sect. That's all there is to it. Or is it just ordinary material? On the other side of the void, in the direction of the two Lin Zhengtian, Saint's son, the dojo is out of the world. That bronze portal should be the entrance. Should we not? Lin Ao looked at the huge bronze portal and spoke in a low voice. There's no rush. It's not always a good thing to go in first. If you want to get a chance, you still have to rely on strength. Lin Zhengtian shook his head slightly, his gaze intentionally glancing over to Qin Hun's side. Qin Li sensed Lin Jingtian's gaze and directly chose to ignore it. He kept his eyes on the bronze portal below, calculating in his mind how he could pack away the door with the dojo. In a strange atmosphere, everyone was wary of each other, and for a while no one dared to step in first. So it was, and a few moments passed. Ha ha ha, since all of you Taoists don't dare to go in first, then I'll be impolite. At the top of the giant tree, a shadowy old man opened his mouth with a big smile. He then reached out and grabbed a hand, detaining several nearby Divine Palace realm cultivators, and together they appeared in front of the bronze portal. You guys go in first. The shadowy old man threw a few people on the ground and spoke faintly. He wasn't stupid. Whether there was any danger inside or not, he would know if he let someone go in and explore. Former. Several Divine Palace realms crawled up from the ground with fearful faces. Even the Enlightenment realm didn't dare to enter first. If they, the Divine Palace realm, went in, wouldn't they be dead if they were in danger? You guys have a problem with that? The shadowy old man's voice turned cold, and a ray of chilling killing chants flashed out. A few people were enveloped by the killing machine, and their faces suddenly paled. We go in. After saying that, they looked at each other and a spiritual power shield rose up on their bodies, wrapping them up. Holding the spell tightly in his hand, he carefully walked towards the bronze portal. Over the sky, Qin Li, Lin Zhengtian, the holy maiden of Taichu, including the rest of the Enlightenment realm, all just watched silently and didn't stop them. The weak are the strong, and the strong are the kings. This is the law of the cultivation world. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, several Divine Palace realms walked underneath the bronze portal. One of them took a deep breath and reached out to carefully push forward. The moment of contact, the bronze portal lit up with streams of light, and a ray of light followed the palm of his hand and drilled into this cultivator. The next moment, the screams rang out. in front of everyone's eyes, that divine palace realm's body was sucked dry in an instant, turning into a withered bone. Hiss! Ah! Beside them, the remaining few people looked at this horrifying scene. Their faces instantly turned pale, and they shouted as they retreated violently away. The energy fluctuation of the enlightenment realm. Up above, Gene Hunter muttered to himself. He could see that the light that flashed through the bronze door just now only barely reached the level of the enlightenment realm. Similarly, the shadowy old man below also saw it, only to see him take a step forward, his palm raised and slapped out. Spiritual energy swept out, and a huge palm condensed in front of him, slapping heavily on the bronze door. Boom! The bronze door erupted with a terrifying roar, and countless runic patterns on its surface flickered violently before dimming and dissipating. The huge portal was pushed open by a 10-foot gap, revealing the pitch-black space inside, from which a gust of gloomy and cold aura rushed out. The shadowy old man looked at the portal that had been opened and didn't rush in, but instead turned his gaze to the several divine palace realms on the side. Former. A few people understood the old man's meaning, and although they were fearful in their hearts, they still stiffly moved inside the portal. You don't have to die if you go in, but if you don't, you're guaranteed to meet the King of Hell in no time. Everyone tensed up as they watched several people gradually enter the portal. An aura rose from each of them, their gazes fixed dead center inside just to make sure that there is no danger inside. They will be swarming with chrysalises. A few breaths later, there wasn't the slightest movement coming out from within the portal, and the several divine palace realms disappeared completely like a mud cow into the sea. Seeing this, the shadowy old man's face stared and he made the first move, stepping inside the portal with a flash of his body. Go! Lin Zhangtian, the holy maiden of the Taichu, followed closely behind. Taking one step, her figure had already disappeared into the air. The portal is wide open and the opportunity is at hand. A group of the remaining powerhouses moved and rushed downwards. In the end, only Qinhan was left alone in the void. Qinli watched everyone enter it without the slightest bit of anxiety on his face. Without haste, he stepped down from the void and came to the portal, his hands poking out and grasping the edge of the portal tightly. The next moment, terrifying power erupted as golden blood chi rushed out of his body. Boom! The earth shook as the bronze gate was pulled up several inches alive, and the rocks behind it tumbled down, revealing a wall also made of bronze. However, in the next moment, countless Dao lines surfaced on the portal, and an incomparably heavy aura pressed down as if the heavens were tumbling down. In an instant, the gate, which had just been lifted a few inches, sank back down. What's going on? A huge commotion spread into the interior of the portal, and the many powerful people who had just entered it were startled and alert. Luckily, the vibration only lasted for an instant and then gradually calmed down. After realizing that there was no danger, the crowd then gathered their minds and continued to explore the dojo. Outside, Gene Hunter had already left his hands from the bronze door. At this moment, his face was a little white, and his arms were covered with tiny cracks, from which threads of golden blood seeped out. Careless. It looks like I'll have to raise my cultivation a bit before I can take this thing down. Qin Shi exhaled a breath. Blood chi flowed from his body. The blood on his arm flowed backward and the cracked wounds healed in an instant. The bronze door was connected to the entire dojo, and with his current cultivation, he obviously couldn't shake the entire dojo yet. Since this was the case, he no longer stayed and directly stepped through the gate and entered the dojo. In just an instant, a chilly aura hit his face. The entry was a huge underground space with many small rooms around it. At the very front are two passages, one left and one right. On the wall of the passage to the left is inscribed the word Ra. The right passage is inscribed with the word Death. Qinhan glanced at the two corpses at the mouth of the left passageway and walked towards the right passageway without hesitation. As for the little rooms, don't even look at them. According to the half map given by the old ancestor, the periphery of the dojo had long since been devoid of any treasures, and seemed to have been scavenged very early on. All he had to do now was follow the map to the depths of the dojo. That's why he's willing to waste his time out there, tearing down doors. The passageway was filled with an even more chilly aura than the space outside. The faint black mist floated in the space as if it had a life, wanting to burrow into Qin Ji's body. A mere void-treading realmine soul dares to covet my flesh and blood? Qin Li coldly snorted as his blood chi shook and golden flames covered his body. In the space, there were faintly miserable screams ringing out. Qinhan glanced at the dissipating black mist, and without warning, he probed out his palm and grabbed in front of him. Boom! Space collapsed, and a pale figure was grabbed out. Chapter 24 Stealing the Sky. Not good. There's old Six. Isn't this Elder Lin? What? You're hiding your head and your tail and you're ready to squat me? Qinhan looked at the figure that he had caught out and seemed to smile. Lin Ao's clothes were a bit disheveled, and he was holding a dagger in his hand with a sinister look on his face. Junior. You've humiliated the old man many times. Today is the day of your death. Oh, Sheen Hunter's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked the other party up and down, his eyes finally landing on the dagger. The dagger was pitch black and the blade was broken at the tip, but even so, there was still an appalling fury emanating from it. This broken dagger is what you rely on? Ragged dagger? Lin Ao sniffed and sneered. Shenzhou is really a small place. I guess you've never seen a saint soldier in your entire life, right? It would be an honor for you to die under a saint soldier. At the end of his words, his voice turned ice cold. Terrifying killing opportunities rushed out from his body. The peak spiritual power of stepping on the void was infused, and the saint soldier in his hand rolled up monstrous black ons, slicing through the void and rushing towards Qin Hun. Humph! A mere crippled saint soldier. Qin Hun snorted coldly, his palm poking out, covered in rich golden light, and grasping straight at the stabbing dagger saint soldier. Empty-handed. Seek death. Lin Ao laughed coldly as his saint soldier slashed horizontally to slice off Qin Hun's entire arm. Madaka! The saint soldier and the palm collided, erupting with the sound of gold and iron striking each other. A terrifying vibration occurred in the void, a pitch-black crack spreading with the two as the center, and the walls on both sides lit up with countless Tao lines to offset the destructive energy from the impact. Qin Shi pinched the saint soldier with 2 fingers, destructive energies raging around his body, but they were all blocked outside his body, unable to harm it in the slightest. This is impossible. How could you possibly grab the sacred soldier with your bare hands? Lin Ao's eyes widened as he looked at the sacred soldier dagger that was being pinched by 2 fingers with an unbelievable look on his face. Even if he was an elder of a holy land, he had never seen anyone at the Enlightenment realm take a holy weapon hard with their bare hands. More terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body, wanting to break away from the dagger and then chop off Qin Hun's fingers. But no matter how much he struggled, the saint soldier was as if it was welded shut, not moving at all. Void-treading realm, do you really think you can kill me with a crippled saint soldier? Qin Hunari's face was cold, and with a tremor of his palm, he easily snatched the sacred soldier dagger off. If it was a complete saint soldier, it might have taken some effort, but a crippled saint soldier, he easily took it. The saint soldier changed hands, and Lin Ao was horrified. Opening his mouth, he spat out a millimeter of light, stabbing straight at Qin Ji's face. Without waiting to see what the outcome would be, he immediately drew back violently and disappeared toward the other end of the passage. Damn it! If the saint's son hadn't forbidden him to refine it and leave a mark, how could he fail to exert the power of the saint soldier? Leading to today's situation? Still trying to escape, Shinari tilts his head slightly to avoid the jab. The palm of his hand then lifted up and shook down at the escaping Lin Ao. Buzz! Space twisted as several order god chains drilled out of space, instantly binding him in place. No! Old man is a holy land elder. You can't kill me. Let the old man leave, and the old man will guarantee that the holy land will not pursue you. Lin Ao was shocked to death and struggled, his powerful spiritual energy stirring in the space. Ha! Qin Li sneered, his palms suddenly clenching. Boo! Blood mist exploded in space, and the terrifying pressure instantly crushed Lin Ao. This old family had been in a lofty position since the first time they met, and now they were even trying to assassinate themselves, so how could they possibly let them go again? Feet raised, he calmly passed through the mist of blood and continued toward the depths. In accordance with the half map in his mind, he gradually went deeper and deeper after making 7 turns in the passage. On the way, there were occasional sneak attacks by unknowing spirits, and they were killed one by one. Soon he was through the end of the passage and in a hall. As their eyes swept over, several figures split into 3 parties, wary of each other. Lin Zhangtian, the Taichou holy maiden Yi Qingyue and her 2 attendants, and the 4 enlightenment realms led by the shadowy old man. In the center of the crowd, 2 battle weapons floated in mid-air, a purple golden sledgehammer and a 3-foot green blade, transmitting a faint holy might, obviously 2 holy weapons. And Qin Hunter's appearance also attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Yi Qingyue's face was flat, while the 4 shadowy old men had disdainful faces. Only Lin Jingtian's face sank slightly with a meaty expression. Qin Hunter's gaze lifted upwards as he glanced at the 2 sacred soldiers, a strange color flashing in his eyes. According to the map records, there should not be any treasures in this periphery. How can? Seeing Qin Shi's gaze fixed on the 2 saint soldiers, the shadowy old man's eyes turned grim. However, in the next moment, Qin Li withdrew his gaze and bypassed the crowd to continue walking deeper. Slow down. A cold, stern voice rang out. Lin Jingtian's figure flashed and stopped in front. Something's wrong? Qin Hunter raised an eyebrow. Fellow Daoist, have you seen Elder Lin of my holy land? Lin Jingtian looked straight at Qin Hun for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. Elder Lin? Don't know. Never seen it. Qin Hunter spoke faintly. After saying that, he directly bypassed Lin Zhangtian and continued to walk inside. Lin Zhengtian stood in place, his face completely cold. Just at that moment, a sudden change occurred in the hall. The shadowy old man made the first move, manifesting a huge palm that grabbed at the purple hammer saint soldier in midair. Almost at the same moment, Yi Qingyue and a few other enlightenment realms also made their moves, condensing their divine abilities to compete for the saint soldier. Among them, Yi Qingyue waved his hand and chopped out a terrifying sword light, decimating several people's divine abilities, and was the first to grab the 3-foot green blade in his hand. Then there was the shadowy old man, whose cultivation at the 7th level of the enlightenment realm crushed the 4 allies and captured the purple sledgehammer. Ha ha ha, good, what a holy weapon. The shadowy old man held the purple and gold sledgehammer in his hand, feeling the terrifying power contained within. His face filled with excitement. Asterisk. Spread out. Lin Jingtian's face was as gloomy as water as he merged his fingers into a sword, and the monstrous sword light chopped at the shadowy old man. These guys, they actually took advantage of his distraction to make a preemptive move to seize the holy soldier. Yi Qingyue and he were both heirs of the Holy Land, and it was just a matter of capturing a holy weapon. But this old man, who was only at the 7th level of the enlightenment realm, dared to get his hands on it? Humph! The shadowy old man's expression was icy cold, and his purple golden sledgehammer lifted up, slamming into the sword light with a simple and rough hammer. Boom! The intense holy might pressed down. The sword light instantly burst into pieces, and the aftermath even blew Lin Zhengtian away, smashing heavily into the wall. Asterisk. Lin Jingtian's face was chilly, and the white robe on his body had runic patterns flowing through it, emitting a faint holy might. Ha! It's true that he deserves to be the holy son of the Green Sky Holy Land. Even his clothes are holy artifacts. However, this seat is not afraid of you now. The shadowy old man shook the purple and gold sledgehammer in his hand with a smug look on his face. Yet not even 2.5 seconds into the delight, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The war hammer in his hand had inexplicably disappeared, replaced by a rotten log. What's going on? Where's this seat's hammer? Chapter 25, Sacred Corpse, Heaven-Prying Realm in Spirit. The holy soldier suddenly turned into rotten wood, and this turn of events made everyone in the hall's eyes widen with a shocked expression. Damn it, this seat's holy weapon. Who is it? Get out here. The shadowy old man crushed the wood in his hand as he swept his gloomy gaze towards everyone. First were the 4 enlightenment realm elders closest to him, followed by Lin Zhengtian, the holy maiden of the Taichu, Yi Qingyi. But when he looked at Yi Qingyue, his eyes were clearly stunned. The opponent was similarly grasping a log in his hand, and the long sword of the captured holy weapon was nowhere to be found. Meeting the shadowy old man's gaze, Yi Qingyue's face turned a little cold as she casually threw the wooden stick to the side. Snap! The wooden stick fell to the ground with an ear-splitting sound. Holy maiden! Behind them, the 2 maids were shocked, looking at the wooden stick on the ground with unbelievable colors in their eyes. What kind of person is so terrifying? With the cultivation of Lord Holy Maiden, she was actually robbed of her holy weapon without a word. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow sparrow is behind it. Good tactics. Let's go. Yi Qingyue's voice was cold, and without looking at the people in the hall, she directly turned around and swept towards the passageway at the back of the hall. Obviously, she had sensed who had seized the holy soldier. When the shadowy old man saw this, his feet lifted up to follow suit, but at that moment, a drinking voice filled with killing intent sounded. Stay for this holy sun. Lin Jingtian's face was cold and stern as he waved his hands. Countless clear and ghostly sword lights condensed out of thin air and chopped at the shadowy old man. He had just been blown away by the other party with a hammer, so he naturally wanted to regain his face. It's not too late to kill this old man and then go for the sacred soldier. Humph, the juniors are rampant. Even if you are the holy son of the Green Sky Holy Land, with the 3rd level of the enlightenment realm, do you still want to leave this seat behind? The shadowy old man's face sank as he raised his hand and slapped out a palm, shattering the sword light. At the same time, his body's aura skyrocketed, pressing towards Lin Zhengtian. The sacred soldier had been taken away, and he didn't even have the heart to waste time here now. It's only the 7th level of the enlightenment realm. Watch the saint's son decapitate you. Lin Zhengtian was enveloped by his aura and was not afraid in the slightest. His hands formed a seal to condense his divine ability and directly killed the opposite side. You seek death. The shadowy old man was furious, but as he looked at Lin Zhengtian who was killing towards him, he could only gather his divine abilities to deal with it. For a moment, a terrifying roar occurred throughout the hall. The divine chain of order pierced through space. Countless Tao marks were born and destroyed, and a horrifying storm rolled backwards out of the shattered space. And while the 2 were fighting, a certain old six was sweeping towards the depths of the dojo at breakneck speed. Hey, Tuzi, how many spirit stones are these 2 holy weapons worth? Shinhan was wearing a faint smile on his face as he had a purple and gold sledgehammer in his left hand and a 3-foot green blade in his right hand. The stealing heaven and changing the sun divine ability was really good, and it was effortless to get 2 saint soldiers. Ding, the 2 sacred soldiers are worth 200,000 extreme spirit stones. Does the host need to trade? Only 200,000 extreme spirit stones? Xin Li's breath caught in his throat. This is a holy weapon, that's all it's worth? Ding, the system exchanges the first level of cultivation of a sage for only 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Okay. Xin Li was speechless at his words. It's really not that cheap according to Unico. After all, exchanging saint cultivation were only charging themselves 100,000, and a saint soldier was only a weapon even if it was powerful. It couldn't be more expensive than a living saint. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to trade, an aura fluctuation suddenly came from the passage in front of him. Several auras were rapidly approaching, and 2 of them, the auras were so powerful that he was shocked. Xin Li frowned, his eyes gradually becoming cautious. However, due to the prohibitions within the dojo, his divine thoughts didn't extend too far, so he could only stop and look ahead with his eyes tightly fixed. In just a few breaths, he saw 2 figures appear in his line of sight and were storming towards him. A slim old Taoist with a white beard and hair, wearing a tattered Taoist robe, and a dog. A large black dog standing on its hind legs and running up in a human stand, on the shoulders of 1 man and 1 dog. There was also a dried-up figure each carrying what appeared to be corpses. That dog. Shi looked at the big black dog. His eyes narrowed. At this moment, the man and dog on the opposite side had also discovered Shinhan. A hint of surprise appeared on the black dog's face, obviously recognizing Shinhan as well. The next moment its doggy face sank, and its feet generated wind to quickly rush towards Shinhan. The sound howled before the dog even arrived. Kid, get out of the way. At the same moment, the old Taoist's voice rang out. Immeasurable, that heavenly father. Shin Hunari's face was indifferent as he stared at the 2, lightly lifting his palm and blasting out a palm print. Boom! Huge pale golden palm prints crowded almost the entire passageway, blasting towards the opposite side. Woof! Damn it! Kid, you want to harm the king? The black dog bellowed, carrying the dried skeleton in its 2 paws, directly using it as a weapon, and shattering the palm print with a single blow. Infinite heavenly father, Taoist, friend, you have already taken the way of death. The old Taoist also raised the corpse, and faint holy might came out from the corpse. For a time, a terrifying oppressive force filled the passageway. The corpse of a saint. Shinji looked at the 2 corpses and shock flashed in his eyes. A faint golden light glowed from his body, resisting the pressure. Kid, get lost, Black Dog bellowed, his body trembling slightly. The pressure on the saint corpse's body caused it to be under a terrifying pressure at all times. It's too late. Xin Li's face was calm as he spoke lightly. The word is out. Roar! An oozing hissing sound rang out, and 2 black aura-filled figures appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a boundless cold and terrifying aura enveloped the several people. Around the passageway, black ice crystals quickly condensed. It's over. It's over. This damn thing is coming after us. The old Taoist's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the 2 black figures that had appeared. Kid, it's all because of you. Or else how did this king get caught up? The big black dog's face was furious as it stared at Shinhan dead in the face. Only, as it spoke, it shifted its feet slightly, as if it wanted to hide behind Shinhan. Ein soul at the 7th level of the heaven prying realm? Shinhan stared at the 2 figures permeated with black aura and sighed under his breath. The black shadow was not a solid entity, and the appearance of his face changed in reality. So vaguely, it could be seen that it was somewhat similar to the holy corpse carried by a man and a dog. It was obvious that these 2 Ein souls were bred from the body of the holy corpse. Roar! Trespassing! On the dojo! Theft! Death! At this time, the 2 Ein spirits hissed, and even directly ignored Shinhan, pouncing on the old Taoist and the black dog in unison. Infinite, his grandmother's heavenly father. Are you blind? How is it that you recognize the 2 Taoist masters? The old Taoist's face darkened as he looked at the 2 nether spirits that were pouncing and cursed under his breath. At the same time, he turned his head towards the black dog on the side and drank. I heard that black dog blood can ward off evil spirits. Quickly, bleed and nourish it. As he spoke, a green lamp appeared in his hand. A breath was blown out, and green and ghostly flames swept and burned at the pouncing Ein spirits. Chapter 26, Shin Hunter's Outburst. Suppressing the heaven-prying realm Ein souls. Woof! Green and gold flames swept through the space, accompanied by the occasional barking of dogs. Old liar! I'll bite you to death when the king gets out. The big black dog's gaze was fierce and he glared fiercely at the old Taoist priest. It threw the holy corpse into the distance, then waved its claws and a fist-sized bead appeared in front of it. There seemed to be a Buddha sitting in the bead. accompanied by a Sanskrit sound that came out if nothing else. In the next moment, a rich Buddhist light lit up, illuminating the dark space. Roar! The shadowy souls that pounced on the two hissed and were burned by the Buddha's light and green flames as they smoldered. On the other side, Shinhan stood quietly and watched as a man and a dog fought the Yin souls. The aftermath of the great battle surged in front of his body, but it automatically dissipated a foot away. There wasn't much surprise in his mind about the two shadowy spirits ignoring him. After all, it was bred from a holy corpse and more or less carried some memories of its life. Those two unlucky guys who robbed the holy corpse could only be described as bold. Only, looking at the magic weapons in their hands, there was still some surprise in their hearts. The holy soldier of the Buddhist sect. With Chin Hurry's eyesight, it was easy to see the origin of the two magic weapons. However, although the Buddhist sacred soldier was powerful and had a restraining effect on evil beings like Yin souls, those two fellows were too low in cultivation to exert much power at all. Sure enough, as soon as this thought rose, the shadowy soul hissed and actually began to form seals in its hands. The sound of water waves resounded in the air as the silhouette of a large pitch-black river coalesced, and the gloomy and cold aura instantly dispersed the Buddha's light in Chang'an. Those who break into the dojo, die, the spirit hissed and lunged at the two men anew. At the same time, a pitch-black colored chain with a sinister aura was generated in the air, locking towards the two. A thin layer of ice crystals condensed on both of them before they could even get close. Damn it, dead dog, Master Dao said a long time ago not to touch those two holy corpses, but you refused to listen. The old Taoist was horrified and protected the green lantern in front of him. The green and ghostly flames formed a wall of fire in front of his body, while a faint holy might swept through, swatting away all the chains that pounced on him. Old liar. You weren't idle while the king was moving. The black dog showed its teeth. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion now, it would have left a few teeth marks on this old Taoist, but as it saw several chains coming straight at it, it had no choice but to throw out the Buddha beads in its hands. Golden Buddha light spilled down, completely enveloping itself. The few chains that came winding around were immediately smoking when they came into contact with the Buddha's light, and they were burned to ashes in a moment. Although they had dodged a bullet for the time being, the two did not look good. They were only at the first or second level of the enlightenment realm, and they could not support themselves for long at all by barely urging their saint soldiers. In just a few moments, it had already eliminated most of the spiritual energy in his body. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the two nether spirits tore him apart. The old Taoist got a little anxious and yelled at the black dog once again. Dead dog, count the poor Taoist as borrowing from you. Quickly bleed to nourish them. When we get out, the poor Taoist will give you an extra 0.5% of your treasure. Old liar, the black dog raged. Although it had a special physique and a bloodline that had a restraining effect on these types of evil things, it also depended on what it was facing. The two nether souls of the mighty realm were more than one great realm above it, and such an existence wouldn't be of much use even if it drained its blood. As its mind spun, it suddenly saw the leisurely Chinhan in the distance. Kid, are you going to stay on the sidelines? If we die, these two demons won't let you go. Beside him, the old Taoist also nodded his head in a hurry. Ah yes, 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 the three of us will definitely be able to escape. Besides, the treasures within the dojo are already in our hands, and if we die, the inner world will be destroyed with us. Fellow Taoist doesn't want to get nothing, does he? The three of us, you and I, will join forces, and after we leave the dojo, the poor Taoist can be the master and share some of the treasures with you. The old Taoist voice was vaguely coercive. At the same time, his heart was secretly helpless. If he dragged on, even if he didn't get these two shadowy souls killed, he would be dismantled by the people coming in behind him. In the distance, Shinhan sniffed and looked at the one man and one dog, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. He had vaguely guessed from the very beginning when he watched the other party come out from the depths of the dojo, plus the two holy corpses he was carrying. I just didn't expect that these two guys would actually empty the entire dojo. It was no wonder that all the stone chamber rooms he had encountered since entering the depths were empty. Fellow Taoist, we're all going to die if we don't make a move. The old Taoist became even more anxious when he saw that Qinli didn't say a word. His face was pale at this time, his body had begun to tremble, and a large amount of sweat beads were seeping out from his forehead. The exertion of activating the saint soldier for just a moment had already overwhelmed him. One could only knock down large quantities of pills and barely maintain the flame of the green lantern. Qinli looked at the person and dog who were struggling to support the bright and uncertain green lamp and Buddha beads. It seems that the next moment will be completely extinguished. He took an unhurried step forward, his voice flat. Naturally, won't let you die here. The words fall out. Boom! A powerful aura rushed up, and a huge yin-yang diagram emerged behind him, holding yang and yin and yang and yin. The powerful suppressive force instantly enveloped the two yin souls. At the same moment, Blood chi surged from his body, rushing out of his body into golden flames and rushing into the yin-yang diagram. In an instant, the suppressing power of the yin-yang diagram became even stronger. The blood chi golden flames covering the surface even burned the yin souls to the point of wailing. Ah! The two shadowy souls hissed, and the black aura permeating their bodies weakened considerably. The original solid, lifelike body shape all seemed to have become a bit fainter. Blood chi. What a powerful blood chi. Jia. Swallow you. Intermittent voices came out from the mouths of the two yin spirits, their cold and greedy gazes staring at Qin Hun dead in the face. They were yin souls that were bred from the body of the holy corpse, inheriting some of the spiritual intelligence of the holy corpse during its lifetime, and knew that swallowing Qin Hun would be of great benefit to them. Ha! Swallow me? That depends on whether you have the skills. Qin Hun laughed coldly, his palm raised and then pressed down. At that moment, the yin-yang diagram in the sky above pressed down to wrap the two yin souls into the diagram. Swallow you. Yin soul low roar. The faint figure of black aura flourished, hands waved, shaped like a beast claw tearing towards the yin-yang figure. Humph! Qin Li coldly grunted. His hands formed a seal, and a divine chain of order stretched out from the yin-yang diagram, wrapping itself around the yin soul hand claw. Bang! Bang bang bang! A series of crashing sounds rang out as the order god chains crumbled for the most part, but there were still several of them that wrapped around the two yin souls, tugging them towards the yin-yang diagram. Roar! Kill! The yin soul hissed, and the powerful yin fury power vibrated as the surrounding void instantly exploded. The winding divine chain of order also crumbled apart with a tiny crack, but it instantly healed in the next moment, pulling the two yin souls into the yin-yang diagram. Hiss! This kid, so powerful. Actually, this is the yin-yang life and death diagram? In the distance, the old Taoist and the big black dog looked shaken, especially the old Taoist. His eyes stared straight at the yin-yang diagram, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had traveled the continent and walked many great tombs, the ancestral tombs of ancient sects and great religions, and had seen this kind of vision. Alright, the yin spirit has been temporarily suppressed. Let's go. Qin Li walked up to the two men with a kind smile on his face. Yeah. Go. The old Taoist nodded his head repeatedly and swept towards the outside of the dojo first. The big black dog, on the other hand, looked at Qin Hun, his eyes filled with gravity and scorn. It then shouldered the holy corpse it had dropped earlier and turned into a black light following closely behind the old Taoist. As long as it was outside the dojo, it could utilize the pre-engraved formation platform to instantly teleport away. With that, the two men and the dog made their way quickly along another passageway, heading out of the dojo. However, before they could run far, a majestic sword light chopped from the front path. Immediately after that, the figures of several people from Lin Jingtian walked out. Want to leave? Leave the treasure behind. Chapter 27, Qin Hunter, Robbery. Lin Jingtian? Ha! Pretty fast. Qin Li looked at the few people who appeared and was a bit surprised, but not too surprised. Although he possessed a map of the first half of the dojo and took many fewer detours, he had wasted some time fighting just now, and it was reasonable for these people to be able to arrive. Unlike him, the old Taoist and the big black dog beside him were somewhat ugly. His hands were even more subconsciously hard, hugging the holy corpse tightly, and the movements of the two managed to draw the attention of Lin Jingtian and the others. Those two corpses. What a powerful pressure. It's the holy corpse? The shadowy old man's face was a bit pale. His clothes were torn, and he looked a bit wretched. He had suffered a lot of losses in his earlier fight with Lin Jingtian. He was staring at the two withered corpses at that moment. His expression shook, and an eerie green light emerged from his pupils. It was a yin evil type technique that was practiced in itself, and it had a fondness for the bones of strong corpses. A saint's corpse? The temptation for him could not be said to be too great. If one could obtain one and refine it into a battle puppet, with the terrifying flesh of a saint, it would be enough to crush all the powerhouses below the heaven-prying realm. Hand over the treasure and let you leave. Lin Jingtian's expression was icy cold as he stared at the three Qin Huns. Only a trace of scorn clearly flashed in his eyes when he looked at the yin-yang diagram above Qinji's head. Dog. Kid, you're on. The old Taoist and the big black dog backed up in unison, shielding Qinji in front of them. They knew how many kilograms they had. Their cultivation at the first or second level of the enlightenment realm, plus the fact that they had just fended off two yin spirits, had consumed a great deal. At this time, if he took on Lin Jingtian and the others, he would be taken down in less than a moment. Qin Hali ignored these two guys as he stepped forward and swept his gaze in turn. Lin Jingtian, the shadowy old man and three other enlightenment realms, the holy maiden of the Taichu, Yi Qingyi. Looking at the several people, a smirk appeared on his face. Are you sure you want the treasure? When these words came out, the atmosphere in the arena changed. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on Shinhan. The old Taoist and the black dog even sank in their hearts, thinking that Shinhan was going to hand them over. However, at this time, the opposite Yi Qinghua was taking a step back, her ethereal voice resounding within the space. This fellow Daoist has misunderstood. Since the treasure was obtained by fellow Daoist, naturally, my youngest daughter will not snatch it. However, I hope that fellow Daoist can truthfully tell whether or not the heaven-mending great sage has left a legacy in the dojo. The heaven-mending great sage? Inheritance? Shinhan sniffed as his gaze looked toward Yi Qinghua, this stunningly beautiful woman in a long purple dress with bare jade feet, standing half an inch off the ground in the air, was also staring at herself at that moment. Nice. If you get the inheritance, my daughter is willing to pay the same price and trade with you. Yi Qinghua looked serious, but her gaze couldn't help but glance at the yin-yang diagram above Shinhan's head. The aura emanating from inside made her extremely jealous. She looked at the other party's expression with a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seemed as if the other side already knew what was in there. The great sage of mending heaven. The legacy. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the two old Taoists. Shinhan, as long as you hand over the inheritance, I can do without the other things. Lin Jingtian spoke at this time, his voice still cold and stern. In the distance, the four shadowy old men, who were in a sorry state, also heard the words and also revealed a fierce aura in their eyes, and they were stupidly eager to move. They weren't thinking about any inheritance, and as long as they fought, they would definitely be the first to grab the two holy corpses. Qinli turned his head and looked at Lin Jingtian and the shadowy old man several people anew, and suddenly smiled. Treasure? Ha! Then you'll have to catch it. As the words fell, the yin-yang life and death diagram vibrated, and a dark and gloomy aura surged out. Roar! Creepy hissing sounds rang out as two figures chained by the order god chain were thrown out. Without the isolation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, a terrifying aura instantly filled the space. It's shady? Lin Jingtian's face changed drastically. Although he had long sensed that there was something trapped in that vision, he did not expect it to be two shadowy souls, and judging from the aura, it was still two heaven-prying realms. Junior, what do you want to do? The shadowy old man was horrified, looking at the two shadowy souls in midair, and instantly had a bad feeling. Do what? Don't you guys want the baby? With a snicker on his face, Shinari reached out and snapped his fingers. Ta-da! The voice rang out, and the god of order crumbled and disconnected. Roar! The shadowy soul got out of the trap and let out a horrible hiss. They glanced at Shinari with some fear, then wrapped in monstrous fury, they pounced on the shadowy old man and the others. GGGGGG. So much blood food. Trespassers. Kill. Escape. Lin Jingtian's heart chilled as he turned around and fled without hesitation. On the other side, Yi Qinghua was even faster, pulling up the two maids and disappearing in the blink of an eye as a purple stream of light. Damn it! The four shadowy old men died. They were a step slow. After Lin Jingtian, Yi Qinghua and the others fled. The two yin spirits fixed their gazes on them in unison. Being stared at by that greedy gaze, he felt his legs and stomach go weak. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and grabbed one of his companions beside him and threw him towards the shadowy soul, while he himself turned around directly and fled outwards. The remaining two people were horrified at the sight, but they couldn't care less, and hurriedly followed the other party, fleeing desperately towards the exit. Ah, Inshan, you've harmed me. It won't be easy for you either. I'll be waiting for you in reincarnation. The Gnosis realm that was thrown out had no time to resist and was grabbed by the two yin spirits. With a mournful scream, he was sucked dry and became a dry corpse in just a short moment, leaving this unlucky person behind. The two yin spirits' bloodthirsty gazes looked towards the last two people who had fled, then turned into black light and chased after them. A few breaths later, there were two faint screams. Gulp! The old Taoist gulped as he listened to the screams coming from him and then looked at the dried corpse on the ground. This damn thing. It's so mean. If they hadn't been lucky enough to run into Qinhan, they would have had their share of the skeletons on the ground. Get out of here first. The big black dog looked at Qinhan with some strange wariness in his eyes. With that, he directly carried the holy corpse and left directly. Fellow Daoist, little Blackie is right. Let's leave here first. The old Taoist greeted towards Qinhan and also carried the holy corpse, following closely behind the black dog. He didn't dare to stay any longer, in case those two shadowy souls came back again. Qinhari wasn't afraid, but the two of them were different. Behind them, Qinhan watched them and followed. The two men and the dog made their way around the dojo, eventually stopping in front of a bronze wall. Fellow Daoist, the exit is here. The old Taoist breathed a long sigh of relief and turned his head towards Qinhan. Exit? Qinhan looked at the bronze wall, a half-man-high missing hole, his eyes a little strange. Boy, what's in your eyes? This is a gaping hole that the king has worked so hard to break open. Dahe noticed Chin Hun's eyes and was instantly a bit angry. Cough. Chin Hari coughed twice, secretly saying that it was true. Well, kid, since you don't like it, then this king and the old liar will go out first. Big Black suddenly spoke up. Good thing too. The old Taoist gave a look of full concern and was the first to get into the dog hole. Then, Big Black couldn't wait to follow. Once they were out to the opposite side, a wry smile appeared on their faces in unison. Ha ha ha, kid, you're still too young. See you around. Big Black laughed maniacally. A formation platform appeared in his hand, and the figures of a man and a dog became blurred, about to teleport away. Ha! Shinari smiled back. He raised his right hand and a formation table appeared in his hand as well. At the same time, the formation platform in Dahe's hand turned into a cloud of scattered sand and sprinkled down, and the two of them regained solidity. Big Black was dumbfounded, looking at the fine sand that had spilled onto the ground, and then looking at the familiar formation platform in Chin Hun's hand. He was a bit unable to react for a moment. The old Taoist on the side seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in shock. This is the divine ability of the heaven-stealing great sage. Stealing the sky? He looked at Chin Hun with an envious face. This was an aptitude he had only dreamed of. Ignoring the old Taoist's shock, Chin Li shook the formation platform in his hand and said indifferently, "Are you too trying to walk away from this?" He'd been defending himself against that dog for a long time. Aha, kid, you got it all wrong. This king is just trying to see if the formation platform can still be used. Big Black wasn't embarrassed at all, and seemed to really just want to try out the formation table. That's right, just trying out the formation table. The old Taoist concurred. Chin Li watched the two guys sing along and didn't care. Going through the dog hole, he waved his hand and rolled up the two men, then activated the formation table. After a burst of white light, the three appeared in a valley. Chin Li casually dropped the two men and swept his gaze over the valley. The divine thoughts then unfolded and covered the area extremely well, and did not find the flowing cloud mountain range where the Dao site was located. No one should be disturbed here. Humph. Big Black sniffed and grunted, a wave of pride on his face. Of course no one will disturb. This place is 100,000 miles away from the Luyun mountain range, and this king has even set up a large array, so that non-saints will not be able to find where the valley is. That's good. Hearing this, Shinari laughed a little strangely. Not waiting for the two to react, he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on them. Robbery. Chapter 28. Roasted whole dogs. Nostalgic for the taste of home. What? Robbery? Big Black and the old Taoist froze in unison. Looking at Chin Hun did not react for a moment. That's right, robbery. Hand over what you have on you, and the treasures hidden in your inner world. Chin Ji laughed evilly, his eyes glowing as he stared at the man and the dog. Within the great sage dojo, when he heard that the other party had searched the dojo for all of its treasures, this idea was in his mind. It was only that the occasion was not right at that time, plus the fear that these two guys would be killed by the Yin souls and their inner world would collapse, which was why they did not do it immediately. Kid, you really aren't a good person. Big Black exploded and jumped 3 feet high. The old Taoist squeezed out a smile worse than a cry on his face and arched his hand towards Chin Hun. Fellow Taoist, have a word. Actually, the two poor Taoists didn't get any treasures at the dojo. The most precious ones are these 2 holy corpses. If you want it, the poor Taoist is willing to give away 2 holy corpses to repay you for saving his life. 2 holy corpses? Shin Hunter glanced at the 2 withered corpses and shook his head. Then he stretched out his palm and opened his 5 fingers in unison before slowly clasping them together. 2 holy corpses are too few. I want them all. You. The old Taoist sniffed. His eyes glared, and then he broke into a shout. Little brat, don't bully me too much. Master Dao isn't made of clay. Oh, not made of clay? Chin Hun laughed. With that, he stopped talking nonsense and took a step forward, the aura of the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm crushing down on the two, ready to suppress them first. Wah. Boy, are you for real? Da Hei and Lao Dao screamed strangely. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 guys directly carried the holy corpse and used it as a concealed weapon, throwing it at Chin Hun. With that, his body burst into flames and rushed high into the air. The black dog was about to escape with a claw that tore through the void. Little brat, Master Dao walks the Tian Song continent. Which family's ancestral tomb hasn't been visited? Even some of the ancient clans and great sects don't dare offend Master Dao. You kid, you better not let Master Dao know where your home is. High up in the sky, the old Taoist half stepped into the spatial channel and looked back down at Chin Hun, a look of smug relief on his face. Yeah? Chin Hunari's face was calm as a purple and gold sledgehammer appeared in his hand, directly smashing the 2 holy corpses away. The holy might collided, the void collapsed, and the terrifying energy instantly flattened the entire valley. now revealing a deep, bottomless sinkhole. The two people high above the sky were even directly shaken away, and the spatial channel that had been opened up also collapsed under this energy. How could it be? This kid actually has a saint soldier in his hands as well? Damn! It's over! Big Black wailed, unable to figure out that Qin Hun actually had a holy weapon in his hands as well. The old Taoist on the side, however, took out the green lamp and blew it with force. The green and ghostly flames rolled down backwards, covering Qin Hun's direction. But the next moment, the green flames were broken open by a large golden hand, followed by a lightness in his hand. The green lamp disappeared, and a withered branch appeared in his hand. Master Dao's holy weapon. The old Taoist looked at the withered branch in his hand and almost vomited blood. Humph! A futile struggle. Qin Li coldly grunted as his golden hand directly slapped the two of them down from the void, without giving them time to react. Several spirit binding ropes were thrown out, instantly tying the two of them up in knots. Kid, let go of the king. Let go of Master Dao. The two men lay on the ground as if they were a worm, desperately moving and struggling. Now, willing to open the inner world and hand over the treasure inside? Qin Li calmly went forward and crouched down in front of the two men. By the way, some necklaces, jade pendants, and other jewelry spells hanging on their bodies were taken off. Kid, this king won't open up the inner world, so just die. Dehei watched as Qin Hun removed the chain hanging around its neck, the jade pendant, and grimaced in anger. It was gambling that Qin Hun would not dare to kill it. Once it died, the inner world would collapse at the first opportunity, and then Qin Hun would get nothing. As for the old Taoist next to him, he simply closed his eyes and lay still on the ground. A look of love, looking at the two of them as if they were dead pigs. Qin Hun did not spoil them. Throwing out a handful of spirit stones, he instantly lit a spirit fire on the ground, and then took out a few sword weapons and cross-plugged them on the ground to make a grill. With that done, he nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the big black dog. Boy, what do you want? Big Black looked at the burning up spirit fire, and a few sword weapons, and then looked at Qin Hun who was walking towards him. A bad feeling rose in his heart. What for? Where I come from, black dogs are great tonic, and after being out for so long, I suddenly missed the flavor of home a little. As Qin Hunter spoke, he had already walked over to the big black dog and directly picked it up with one hand. What do you mean? Kid, you dare? Do you know what status this king has? You. Big Black panicked a bit. Does this kid mean he's really going to take care of himself? Without saying a word, Shinari passed a lance between the four dog legs and set it up to be placed on the shelf made of sword weapons. Hey kid, wait, something's up. Big Black was in a hurry, seeing that he was really going to be put on the fire, and begged for mercy. However, Qin Hari simply ignored it and directly set it up on the fire. The movements were smooth and fluid, and the old Taoist who was watching was dumbfounded and covered with goosebumps. Qin Hun glanced at him, seemingly smiling. Stay honest and I'll split a dog leg with you later. Gulp. The old Taoist swallowed. Ah, old liar. What do you mean? Big Black growled angrily. This old liar. He's actually swallowing? Ha! Qin Li was a bit amused and casually threw another handful of spirit stones inside the fire. At once, the spirit fire became even more vigorous, and boiling sounds resounded within the cauldron. Egu, it burns my king. Kid, you have the guts to really roast this king. Hiss. So hot so hot. Big Black was furious, grimacing from the fire. Qin Hun listened to Dehei's words and was not annoyed. He just continued to put spirit stones into the fire, and even personally urged his spirit power to make the spirit fire burn even more fiercely. In the end, even space began to crack under the burning of the spirit fire. Yet even then, Big Black only screamed miserably and did not suffer any other substantial damage. Even the satin-like fur all over the body became even darker and shinier as it was scorched by the spirit fire. Ha ha ha, boy. Hiss. So hot. Stupid? This king is not an ordinary enlightenment realm. Ouch. Hot. Just your low-grade spirit fire spawned by this spirit stone. It will burn for another 100 years uselessly. Hiss. It's hot. It's hot. If you release this king is willing to take out half of his treasure and give it to you. Big Black screamed miserably while bargaining with Qin Hun. Qin Hun looked at the other party's dog-faced, reddened, teeth-bearing appearance and didn't say anything. In the next moment, a green lamp was silently taken out. Green and ghostly flames wavered on the wick, and the space above was instantly burned through. Whoa! Seeing the green lamp in Qin Hun's hand, Big Black's body writhing on the fire instantly stiffened. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the green lamp, it was not calm anymore and hurriedly shouted, Kid, is it too much to play with? Hey, wait, this king, me, I give. Chapter 29, repeatedly grill until both sides are golden brown. The king was wrong. Little brother, you first put away the saint soldier. Big Black wailed. The moment he saw the green lantern, he instantly conceded. Wrong? Li crouched down and placed the green lamp on the ground, and in passing, he also gave Dahei a flip. Green Spectre's flames set the other's fur on fire before it actually made contact. Instantly, a burning smell filled the air. I'll give you the treasure in the dojo now. The Big Black screamed miserably, twisting at the rack in a death grip, trying to get himself away from the green lamp. At the same time, in the void above it, a 10-foot crack split open. The precious light shone and countless spirit stones rolled down, piling up a small mountain on the ground in the blink of an eye. The rich aura instantly filled this space. In addition, there are many spiritual medicines, magic weapons. Even the Buddhist sacred soldier it had previously used was among them. Well, all of the king's treasures have been handed over. Get that lamp away. Get it away. Get it away. Taking out all the treasures of the inner world in one fell swoop, Big Black couldn't wait to shout. That marigold was a saint soldier, and the flames that catalyzed it were not comparable to ordinary spirit flames, and were truly capable of roasting it. Even if Li hadn't yet activated it, just the aura of flames emanating from the green lantern autonomously was too much for it to bear. It had only been a few short breaths, and it could smell the meat. It's still young, only a few hundred years old, and it doesn't want to die young yet. Shinhan glanced at the various treasures piled up next to him, and instead of removing the green lamp, he continued to flip Big Black over. I heard that there seems to be some kind of inheritance inside the dojo, and I don't know if it's true. Saying that, a trace of aura inadvertently leaked out and drilled into the green lamp. Phew! The green flames skyrocketed and tongues of fire licked through all at once. Ow! Cooked. The aroma of meat seemed to become even more intense, and all of the black dog's fur was instantly burned away, turning it into a bald dog. It is this king who forgets that indeed. There are indeed some more legacies. Big Black spoke up in a hurry, not daring to have any more petty thoughts. As the words fell, it opened its inner world once again, and a 10-foot-tall jade jadeite appeared and fell to the ground. The jade disc was white in color, covered with a faint 7-colored light, and seemed to be engraved with countless tiny Taoist texts. Only, perhaps because of the time intrusion, those Tao texts appeared very blurry. Only the top 3 words are vaguely visible. Tinkering, mending, this is the legacy? Shinji looked at the 7-colored jade, a strange color flickering in his eyes. It could be seen that this should be recorded as a divine ability called the Heaven Mending Art. Just the name of this divine ability. It is too domineering. The Heaven Mending Technique. Is it saying that even the heavens can be mended? That's right. This is the inheritance of the great sacred dojo. I've handed over all my treasures, so take away that lamp. It's really getting cooked. When Dahei saw that Shinji was still looking at the 7-colored jade, looking like he was in no hurry, he suddenly shouted. It felt that it would be completely cooked in a few more moments. Oh, good. Li faintly answered and withdrew his gaze, then waved his hand to collect everything into his inner world. In passing, another flip for Big Black. Ah, boy. Big Black was about to spit blood. What's going on here? What happened to the promise of handing over all the treasures and taking the holy soldier Green Lantern? Why did you flip yourself again? Sorry. It's kind of smooth. Chinari snapped. Sin. It's really flipping smooth. After putting away the Green Lantern, he didn't put the black dog down, but instead turned his gaze to the old Taoist. The old Taoist's face collapsed and he squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. Fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist will give this. This will give. I can't if I don't give it. Didn't you see the dead dog almost get roasted? He didn't want to suffer that. Directly opening the inner world, he poured out the contents in a brainstorm. The same amount of extremely high-quality spirit stones, as well as pills and spirit talismans, and some Enlightenment Realm and Heaven Prying Realm magic weapons. These things were piled up on the ground, emitting a rich treasure light. These resource riches had far exceeded the level that the Enlightenment Realm should have, and even the Heaven Prying Realm was not necessarily comparable. Li was also not polite, and just swept a glance and put everything away. The savings of the poor. The corners of the old Taoist's mouth twitched as he watched all the treasures being taken away with a disheveled look on his face. Shinhanari was in a good mood as he collected the treasure. Seeing the old Taoist's disheveled look, he went up and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Life is not always smooth sailing. There will always be some setbacks. Baby gone. You can earn it again. Only through the storm can we see the rainbow. Go for it. After saying that, he gave the other person an encouraging look. You. The old Taoist was so angry that his eyes rolled back in his head, and he almost passed away without taking a breath. Is that human? It's almost murderous. Anyone else who doesn't know you're the one doing the robbing has to think you're a good guy. Hey, are you done yet? Isn't it time to put me down? We agreed it was just a robbery. You're not thinking of killing dogs to get rid of the goods, are you? Big Black yelled over the fire. It's still on the fire. Although without the green lantern, a holy weapon, those spirit flames couldn't do much harm to it anymore. But the pain will still hurt. 2. There are rules of the trade. And to be a humongous bandit you have to keep your word. Gene Hunter sniffed and swept his gaze at the other party. With a wave of his hand, the spirit rope binding the two men automatically unraveled and flew back into his hand. And without the bindings of the spirit binding cord, Dahe fled from the fire in an instant. At the same time the old Taoist stormed up and met up with Big Black. A man and a dog stood 100 feet away from Chinhun, their eyes alert. Big Black's body flickered with spiritual light and his essence vaporized. In just an instant, the burned-out fur grew back, even darker and shinier than before. Chinhun looked at their wary looks and smiled indifferently. Well, next time be careful out there. Especially you little Blackie. Black dogs are a great tonic. Don't get caught and stewed. After saying that, his eyes glanced at the two hind legs of the Big Black, in the middle of the swaying Hugin. After withdrawing his gaze, he directly turned around and stepped into the air to leave. Until Gene Hunter's figure completely disappeared from the senses, two heartfelt wails resounded one after another. Ah, kill 1,000. Dao's baby. Goddamned kid. Never only this king robbed others. Don't let this king find your house, or the ancestral tomb will be raised for you. They had worked hard for a month, originally thinking that they would be able to make a profit within the great sacred dojo. Who would have thought that they would actually run into Chinhun, the murderer of 1,000 knives? Not only were the treasures in the dojo gone, but even his own years of accumulation had been robbed of most of it, and now he had lost only his pants. If it wasn't for the fact that they had still hidden some family treasures elsewhere, coupled with the fact that they had inherited the heaven mending technique long ago, they would really have to die of anger alive. In the void, Chinhun listened to the wailing that came faintly, his face as normal. He had a layer of heart in keeping these two guys. The other party had no grudges of his own before this. Most importantly, these two guys specialize in things like grave robbing, so save them for the next time you see them and maybe you can rob them again. As for whether the other party would seek out the Green Cloud sect, this he was not afraid of. There was that mysterious old ancestor sitting in the clan, and these two guys would be sending food if they went. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the Green Cloud sect, on a mountainside, the three figures stood on the boulder, their gazes looking in the direction of the Green Cloud sect. Holy maiden, a small place like Shenzhou can really give birth to that kind of genius. Of the three, one of the maids standing at the back spoke out, her voice thick with skepticism. Yi Qingyue was silent at his words, seemingly remembering Qin Hun's terrifying strength. She gazed far into the distance as if she could penetrate space and see the interior of the Green Cloud sect 1,000 miles away. It was only after a long time that he spoke faintly. The heavenly pale continent is huge, and some demons will always be born. Even a holy land may not be able to encompass all geniuses. However, a holy land is a holy land after all. It's not something a small sect can fight against. With that, she shifted her gaze across to another boulder not far away. There, a man sat cross-legged. Lin Zhangtian. Chapter 30, Crushing Lin Zhangtian, Surprising Saints. Over the original site of the Luyun mountain range, Shinhan stood high above the sky, his face a little dark, the corners of his mouth still twitching slightly. In the line of sight, the original mountain range had completely disappeared, replaced by a scorched black earth. The originally existing bronze portal had also disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by a giant beast, leaving behind a huge abyss. The bronze temple. My 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Which one of you ungrateful bastards moved out for the laborers? Shinli had a heartbroken look on his face. He was also thinking of stopping back to take a look. The big deal was to raise his cultivation level and then move the bronze hall. Who would have thought that it would have been shortchanged? The divine thoughts covered the entire range of the mountain range, sweeping inside and out several times, and only after he was truly sure that the dojo had disappeared did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Ugh, what bad luck! Shinli sighed helplessly and broke through the air to return to the sect. The flowing cloud mountain range was only 100,000 miles away from the Green Cloud sect, and with the cultivation of the 6th level of the Tao Enlightenment realm, this distance could be crossed in just a few breaths. Space was reversed, and in the blink of an eye, a spatial passageway cracked open outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect. With his hands behind his back, Qin Hunter slowly stepped out of it. Looking at the mountain gate in front of him, which was shrouded by a huge shield, he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the clan had still closed the mountain gate as they had intended. Just as he was about to transmit his voice, informing that he had returned so that he could have the people disperse the clan protector formation, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look at the distance behind him, and it was at this moment that a light voice entered his ears. Fellow Daoist, stay back. Before the voice fell, several figures appeared not far in front of him. It was none other than Yi Qingyue, Lin Jingtian and the others who had previously stood guard thousands of miles away. Qin Han looked at the several people, his brows first frowning, then stretching. Faintly, he asked, "Something wrong?" He was not surprised that these people were able to escape the Yin spirit's pursuit. After all, he was the heir to the Holy Land, the representative of the entire young generation of the Holy Land. How could he not have a little means? Even the two shades had probably been killed by them. Fellow Daoist, don't misunderstand. The young lady came here just to know if you, fellow Daoist, have gotten the inheritance? Yi Qingyue's voice was soft and gentle, without the slightest hint of the superiority of a Holy Land heir. Light whispering senior sister. Why bother with him? Lin Jingtian's voice was cold and indifferent as he looked straight at Qin Hari with an air of superiority. Hand over the inheritance, or else. How else? Qin Shi's face sank as he took a step in the void. Boom! The void shook slightly, undulating like ripples. Humph! Lin Jingtian's eyes were icy cold, and he only felt a heavy sense of oppression enveloping him. He snorted coldly, his voice vibrating and breaking the aura apart. The gaze that looked at Qin Han became even colder. Qin Li looked at Lin Jingtian's stern gaze, but his face was unconcerned. Just a flat voice. Holy son of Qing Tian, how majestic. Let alone the fact that I don't have an inheritance. Even if I did get it, it would still be my chance. So why should I give it to you? Or are you going to rob it yourself? At the end of his words, his voice was intentionally long, revealing a sense of disdain. He made up his mind that as long as the other party dared to make a move, he would guarantee that he would beat him to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother. And it's a fair way to grab some loot from the other side. I'm sure the hallowed saint's son should have a lot of good stuff on him. Rob? Not yet. Lin Jingtian's face sank. After saying that, one hand opened up and pressed down in Qin Han's direction. Boom! The void exploded as a sky-covering handprint coalesced high in the sky. Mighty realm divine ability. The great handprint of the sky covering. The huge palm was like a heavenly tilt, slapping down with a terrifying pressure. It enveloped Qin Han, even along with the Qin Yun sect below. You seek death. Qin Harry's eyes turned cold. The other party was planning to destroy even the Qin Yun sect together. Seeing the sky-covering handprint pressing down, he clenched his fist with one hand, and his berserk blood chi transformed into a golden fist, shattering the handprint with a single punch. Immediately after that, the figure disappeared from its original position and instantly appeared in front of Lin Jingtian. A long sword appeared in his hand and chopped down. Space was like a piece of rag in front of the longsword, being easily torn apart, and a ray of holy might pressed down, causing everyone present to change their faces. Sacred soldier? Lin Jingtian's face was filled with gloom. He wasn't surprised that Qin Han was able to shatter the handprint. He just couldn't imagine that his opponent's counterattack was so vicious. Without much time to think, a sword artifact saint soldier likewise appeared in his hand and chopped at Qin Han in reverse. Madaka! The two saint soldiers collided together. The stirring spiritual energy instantly shattered and broke the void. In the next moment, Lin Jingtian let out a muffled grunt as his entire body was directly chopped away, like a meteorite, crashing into a mountain peak 1,000 miles away. Boom! A loud noise came. Mountains collapsed, and rocks flew. The roiling dust and smoke stirred up covered the entire mountain peak. Holding a long sword, Qin Shi stopped the spiritual storm that rolled towards the clan. He then stood silently in the void, looking at the area at the end of his sight that was covered in smoke. It's not that he doesn't want to beat the crap out of him, but his eyes intentionally glanced towards the void, and a hint of a strange color flashed in his eyes. The other side, Yi Qingyue, who had already retreated to an extreme distance, was now staring at the longsword in Qin Han's hand, her expression shocked with a bit of strangeness. That holy soldier. Sure enough, it's him. The 3-foot green blade in Qin Li's hand was the same holy weapon that had been taken from her in the dojo. Before it was just a guess, but now it is completely confirmed. Speaking of which, that kind of divine power is truly bizarre. Yi Qingyue muttered under her breath, remembering the scene when the saint soldier was taken. Even she couldn't react in time, only feeling a slight fluctuation in space. The saint soldier in her hand had disappeared and turned into a withered branch. Just as she was pondering in her mind, a roar came from the collapsed mountain thousands of miles away. A strong, even somewhat tyrannical aura rose up and swept through the heavens and earth. Asshole, this saint's son beheads you. A voice containing killing intent resounded through the heavens and earth as Lin Jingtian arrived in an instant. Behind him, a gigantic shadow held a battle sword, like a supreme being, looking down on Qin Han. As Lin Jingtian swung down the sacred soldier, the silhouette made the same movement, raising the battle sword in his hand and chopping down towards Qin Han. There was no terrifying roar as the void silently cracked open into a huge abyss, as if it was the open mouth of a giant beast, devouring towards Qin Han. All that passes along the way is nirvana. Even the aura of heaven and earth was disintegrating and turning into nothingness. Physical anomaly? Humph. Qin Hunter stared at the gigantic silhouette and snorted coldly. With that, the terrifying blood chi rushed out of his body, and he raised his hand and slapped a palm forward. As he moved, a similarly huge shadow rose behind him. The silhouette was like an immortal king above the 9 heavens, following Qin Hun's movements, stretching out a palm and slapping it in front of him. Boom! The void shook. The immortal king's shadow directly pierced through the vision behind Lin Zhengtian with a single palm strike. The terrifying power of the agitation even completely destroyed that abyss, forming a huge black hole in space. Seeing that Lin Zhengtian was about to be slapped to death, a large hand suddenly reached out from the shattered space and blocked the immortal king's palm. Then, the figure of the old man dressed in black slowly solidified. The old man stood in the center of the broken void. The storm raging around him instantly calmed down, and the broken space was gradually repairing and healing. He looked at Qin Hun, his eyes containing no emotion. Saints! Qin Hunter's expression was grave. It felt like an immense pressure fell on his body. It made him seem as if he was carrying several mountains of the swift god. Chapter 31 King Seal Palace, the chance of becoming an emperor. Uncle Han. Lin Jingtian looked at the black-clothed old man in front of him, his face a little unsightly. The black-clothed old man merely waved his hand, his gaze still fixed on Qin Hun. A moment later, before speaking faintly, "Young man, you're good." The voice was very small, but in the ears, it was like a flood bell, shaking people's minds. As the Saint's son's protector, he had been hidden in space and had witnessed several of Qin Hun's strikes, including within the Great Sacred Dojo. Qin Hun used a vision to suppress the Tuing souls and watched. Therefore, it was clear how terrifying his talent really was. Senior Liao praised me. I was just lucky. It's just that, when Senior made his move, did he also want to compete for the so-called inheritance? Qin Li's face was calm and unperturbed. Ha! The black-clothed old man's eyes flickered at his words, and then he laughed out softly. Great sage inheritance? It's just a divine ability. Although it's very good, it's not so good that it would make old me not show any face. Great saint-level divine abilities. Although his heart was moved, he was not yet at the point of making a move to snatch them. Just now, if he hadn't seen Lin Zhengtian in danger, he wouldn't have even shown up. However, upon hearing such words from the old man, Lin Zhengtian on the side was a bit anxious. Uncle Shifu. Alright, the old man waved his hand to interrupt Lin Zhengtian's words. Turning his head, he looked at him with some disappointment in his eyes. Zhengtian, as the holy son of the Holy Land, failure isn't scary. The scary thing is that you don't have the courage to face failure. If you lose your Tao because of some minor setbacks, you don't deserve to be the holy son of the Green Sky Holy Land. Lin Jingtian's body shook. The old man's words were like a bright light, causing his somewhat dusty Taoist heart to glow once again. He lowered his head in some shame, and when he raised it again, he had become completely calm. What senior uncle taught is true. It was senior nephew who was wrong. He was all too smooth before. As a holy son, he was greatly feared by the disciples within the Holy Land, and he had never failed outside. Even the holy sons and daughters of other holy lands, no one had completely won over him. Now that he was suffering from Qin Hun's crushing, this huge sense of disparity was what caused his Tao to lose its grip. The old man saw him do so and nodded. His gaze then turned to Qin Hun once again, a smile on his face. Young man, I look forward to the day you go to the Holy Land. As his voice fell, he glanced at the depths of the Qingyan sect, then directly left with Lin Zhengtian. Alas, it is a pity. Qin Li sighed as he watched Lin Zhengtian leave. His own plans to rob the place fell through. Retracting his gaze, he glanced at the Yi Qingyue trio in the extreme distance and frowned again. Why is this woman still here? Fellow Taoist Qin. Seeing Qin Hun's gaze, Yi Qingyue instead stepped into the air and took the initiative to approach the front. Like I said, there wasn't any inheritance at the dojo. Or do you want to get your hands on it and grab it too? Qin Li asked nonchalantly. He didn't intend to hand over the divine ability of the heaven mending technique, even though he hadn't cultivated it yet. It was bound to be something very good judging from the attitude of Lin Zhengtian and the woman in front of him. Otherwise, the holy son and holy daughter of the Holy Land would not have tried to get it 3 times. Behind Yi Qingyue, the two maids raised their pretty eyebrows and a trace of anger clearly flashed in their big eyes. This man is so rude, to be so unpolite to the holy maiden. Yi Qingyue was not annoyed and smiled faintly, since fellow Taoist is unwilling to part with her love. Naturally, my daughter will not force her way any further. I've come here just to inform you, Tao friend, that 3 months from now, the Seal King Hall will open, and I hope you won't miss it. Seal King's Hall? Qin Hun was stunned. Yi Qingyue saw Qin Hun's appearance and could tell that he didn't know about the Seal King's palace. With that, he explained, The Palace of the Sealed King is an open opportunity in the Heavenly Pale continent that opens once every 500 years. Any cultivator who is within 1,000 years of age and whose cultivation has reached the realm of enlightenment can enter. Those with strong talent and heaven-defying battle prowess can obtain their own kingly seals after passing the test. In addition, the Sealed King Hall will also grant a chance. In the past, those kings who were able to obtain the chance, all of them skyrocketed within a short period of time, and with the exception of those who died in the middle of the journey, all of them ultimately accomplished to become giants of the Heavenly Pale continent. So it is. Sheen Hunting just nodded at his words. In the Heavenly Song continent, although Enlightenment Realm cultivators were known as the kings of a party, not all Enlightenment Realms had their own seals. Only those with strong talent and heaven-defying battle prowess were qualified. If you are not strong enough and you want to seal yourself, you will be reduced to a joke, or you will be challenged by someone and die. As for the so-called chance, he did not value it. Those who were able to obtain the seal were all demonic generations. Their cultivation enhancement was naturally ahead of the norm, and I'm afraid that the so-called chance was just the icing on the cake. Seemingly seeing Qin Hun's disbelief, Yi Qingyue smiled. Does fellow Taoist think that the chances of the Seal King Hall are insignificant? Qin Hari didn't deny what he heard. Could it be that, as the holy maiden of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Miss Yi also values the chances inside? Yi Qingyue was a bit surprised and looked deeply at Qin Hun. She had never told the other party about her identity, and now that Qin Li had revealed it with a single word, could it be that the other party had already seen her? Mentally, he shook his head and put away the thought. She said slowly after letting out a breath. Ordinary chances are naturally not seen. But what about the chance to become an emperor inside? What? The chance to become an emperor? She froze, both eyes steeply erupted with an appalling essence light, staring morosely at Yi Qingyi. Miss Yi, Mr. Qin is poorly read, so don't lie to me. Emperor? That was the supreme existence of the Heavenly Pale continent. A single thought could cause the stars and rivers to be born and destroyed, dominating billions and billions of living beings. Countless heavenly prides fought for the opportunity to cross the sea of bitterness, all for the sole purpose of stepping into that realm. But how difficult is the path to empire? How many heavenly pride demons have fallen on the road? If the Seal King Hall really had the chance to become an emperor, those great saints, quasi-imperial realm old-timers wouldn't have long ago fought for their lives. Wouldn't it have stayed until now? Yi Qingyue met Qin Hun's gaze and frowned slightly. This is just what my daughter heard from her elders. As to whether it is true or not, my daughter is not sure, because no one has ever been able to get that chance. But, fellow Daiwas Qin has strong battle power and is capable of overpowering Lin Zhengtian, so why don't you go and try it out? Even if you don't have the chance to become an emperor, getting a small chance is still good. Chapter 32 Amazing Resources. The Elders with Green Eyes. Could there really be a chance to become an emperor? Qin Hun stood alone in the void, looking at the direction Yi Qingyue had left and muttering. There was an inexplicable light gradually rising in his eyes, and his mind had already made up its mind, whether it was or not. But, the Hall of the Sealed King can only be entered by the Enlightenment Realm. That's a problem. Stroking his chin, a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. On this trip to the Great Sacred Dojo, he had obtained quite a few things, for sacred soldiers alone, in addition to 2 sacred corpses as well as countless spirit stones and various treasures. It's really a bumper crop and the biggest winner. Originally, he had planned to raise his cultivation level a bit after returning to the sect. Now it looks like I'm afraid we're going to have to postpone it for a bit. Good thing too. Maybe we can find a good buyer for a few Saint soldiers then. A sudden smile appeared on Qin Hunter's face. The Saint soldier traded directly with the system and was only worth 100,000 extreme spirit stones, which he always felt was a bit low. If he sold it to those great sects, he could definitely get more spirit stones. Ding, the host's calculations are really loud. But unity here is the safest way to trade. Host, beware of being blackmailed by those great religions. The system's voice rang out with a bit of defiance. Ha! Qin Li just smiled and didn't say anything. At that exact moment, the clan's grand formation below dissipated. A group of sect executives swarmed out in unison. Brat, are you okay? Qin Wuhui came to Qin Hun's body and carefully examined it. Only after making sure that Qin Li was not missing an arm or a leg, and that all the parts were there, did he let out a long breath. Behind him, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and those supreme elders of the sect were all present, each looking at Qin Hun with awe. Although the battle had already ended, but now recalling it still couldn't help but be appalled. The void shook and the space collapsed between the lifting of hands, and that scene was simply the end of the world for them. Casually leaking out a hint of fluctuation would be able to turn them, or even the entire clan, into ashes. Most importantly, their young sovereign had actually exhibited such a terrifying cultivation. Even the Holy Son of the Holy Land was able to suppress it. and that was what shocked them. Young sovereign, what just happened? How can? The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask. He also though he saw Lin Zhengtian inside the sect, but due to the array isolation, he couldn't hear what was said between the two. Nothing. The great sacred dojo opened, and I gained some small chance in it. Father, all the elders, let's return to the sect first. Qinli shook his head as his voice fell and walked directly towards the clan. Qin Wudi and the group of elders stood in place, looking at each other in disbelief. It's still okay? It's chasing me to my doorstep. But there was nothing they could do if Qin Hun didn't say anything. The sect's deliberation hall. Qinli directly took out a large amount of resources and placed them in the open space. There are top-quality spirit stones, spiritual herbs and pills, and gongfu jade slips. There were even a dozen or so enlightenment realm-level divine weapons among them. All the resources piled up as if they were trash and threw them on the ground, and a burst of rich aura instantly filled the entire hall. Qin Wuhu and the many elders who followed in from behind were directly stunned when they saw this scene. One looked at the resources piled up on the ground. Their eyes widened, and even their breathing became a bit ragged. Hiss. This. So many resources. Brat, did you get all this? In the dojo? Qin Wudi was the first to ask. He stared at the pile of resources and his eyes turned a little green. As the head of a clan, he was considered someone who had seen the world. The resources on the ground, in terms of quantity, were less than 1% of the sect treasury. But when it comes to quality, the entire treasure trove combined can't even compare to this place in a million years. Qinli looked at the expressions of the crowd and nodded lightly. Sort of. These resources should be enough for the clan to develop for a while. He got all these things from robbing the two guys from Big Black, and they are considered the treasures of the dojo. Although the ones taken out were not something he could see, they were a large amount of resources for the sect. Some Enlightenment realm scriptures and magic weapons alone were enough to take the sect's strength to another level. You mean, all this is reserved for the clan? Qin Wufei asked with some uncertainty, though he also guessed that the kid must still have treasures hidden on the ground. These were not all. However, these resources were still too valuable, and he felt that they should be useful to Qin Hun. The other elders on the side were also looking at Qin Hun. Although they were moved, they also felt that these resources should be kept by Qin Hun himself. By raising his strength some more, he would be safer in the future when he went up to the Qingtian Holy Land. No, I have more. Father will distribute these resources well, and the clan may be able to produce strong individuals of the Enlightenment realm in the future. Going forward, I'll be able to rest a little easier when I'm not in the clan. Shinari waved his hand. These resources were of little use to him. Even if they were all exchanged for spirit stones, it would only be 10,000 to 20,000 extreme spirit stones. He still had a few saint soldiers in his hands, and a dozen or so great power-heavy artifacts, and those were the things that were worth the money. That's good. Then father is welcome. Seeing that his son had said so, Qin Wufei was no longer polite and waved his hand to put everything away. When the many elders on the side saw this, their minds all became active. Among them, one of the supreme elders approached Qin Wuhu with a kind smile on his face. Sovereign you are also at the void stepping realm. Come to the small forbidden land more often when you have time. Let's sit down and discuss the Tao and drink tea. Speaking of which, the old man even hugged you when you were in open pants. Cough, cough. Qin Wufei almost lost his breath and coughed violently twice. Alright, fifth uncle, there's no need to say more. This sect will naturally not be stingy with these resources. As for how to distribute them, a decision will be made after deliberation. After saying that, without stopping for a moment, he directly rushed out of the great hall. It was as if he was afraid that if he took a step late, he would be left behind by the many elders. Hey, patriarch, wait for us. The elders reacted, and one by one, they followed and rushed out of the hall, following behind Qin Wuhu. Among them, the grand elder was even almost plastered on Qin Wufei. Ahem, patriarch. Ah no, senior brother Qin. I see that this brat Qin Hun is not too old. Shouldn't he consider marriage? Senior brother Mia. I see Ching that girl seems quite suitable. Qin Wufei, senior brother. You said earlier that my son is a fire pit. Inside the hall, Qin Hun listened to the conversation that was faintly heard and was somewhat speechless. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Boy, come to the forbidden land. Qin Hunter raised his eyebrows slightly. It was the voice of that old ancestor. Chapter 33, The Name of the Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. Forbidden land. In a small secret realm. Old ancestor, you're looking for me? Qili looked at the old man sitting cross-legged on the earthen slope and shouted somewhat less naturally. Ha, old man Qinyu, I should be your great-grandfather if you count. But if you boys feel awkward about it, forget it, call it whatever you want. Seeing that Qin Li was a bit unnatural, the old man let out a light laugh. He then raised his right hand and a luscious bronze palace appeared in his palm. Seeing that you're interested in this, old ancestor plucked it back for you. This is. Shinhan looked at the bronze palace and felt somewhat familiar. A moment later, he seemed to think of something and said in surprise, Great Sacred Dojo? Nice. Shin Yu nodded. His palm gently launched out, and the bronze palace suddenly floated towards Shinji. Shinji looked at the floating bronze palace and reached out to catch it. The gaze that looked at the old man in front of him again revealed a hint of abnormality. He had been prepared to go back and uproot this dojo earlier, only to find that someone had gotten there first. It turned out that it was actually the old ancestor who made the move. It seemed that at that time, he had even cursed the ungrateful one, and he didn't know if he had been heard by the old ancestor. Well, the old ancestor called you here for one more thing besides this. Shin Yu's voice sounded again. Old ancestor, please. Shinji collected the bronze hall into his inner world and gazed at the old ancestor. The Great Sacred Dojo chance is over, and your kid has gained a lot of benefits. Arrange for the clan and yourself, and set out for the Holy Land of the Green Sky in a month. Shin Yu tilted his head slightly, a hint of anticipation on his face. It's been more than 3,000 years. It's been more than 3,000 years since I left the Holy Land of the Blue Sky, and I can finally go back. Leaving in a month? Shinli was stunned at his words, but he had no objections. After nodding, he said, Then I'll arrange matters and come to pick up old ancestor a month later. Who would have expected that Shin Yu would have waved his hand and said, There's no need for such trouble. With that, he stood up and his figure floated in mid-air. Raising his hand, he slammed it against the plated breakthrough. Boom! The small space shook violently. The earth cracked, and a coffin rose from beneath the earthen slope. The coffin was green in color and seemed to have been carved out of a huge spirit wood with many Tao patterns engraved on it. Unlike ordinary dead coffins, this coffin was permeated with an incomparably strong vitality. Inside this coffin lies the flesh of the old ancestor. As for the old ancestor's soul body, just attach it to the coffin. Shin Yu's gaze looked towards Shinhan, and said that the soul body landed on the coffin and gradually faded and finally disappeared. Shinji looked at the floating coffin and then at the cracked earth slope. Now I realize. What kind of slope is this? It's clearly a grave. Where the old ancestor had been sitting, he had actually buried his own flesh. He put the coffin away and took a deep look at the small space that had begun to collapse before turning to leave. In a territory unknown how far away from Xianzhou, a building ship was traveling in the void. Inside the boat, it was the three of them. Yi Qingyue, who had left earlier. Lord Holy Maiden, that fellow was so rude to you. Why did you still tell him the news of the opening of the Seal King Hall? A maid looked at Yi Qingyue with an indignant expression. That's right. That guy dared to take a shot at the sacred son of Zhengtian just because he has some strength. He simply doesn't know how to die. Maybe it won't even live long enough for the Seal King Hall to open, and it will be liquidated by the powerhouses of the Green Sky Holy Land. The other maid said the same, remembering Shinhan's tone of voice and attitude in treating the Holy Maiden. She was still drumming up a bellyful of anger even now. Yi Qingyue's face was calm as she listened to the two maids. The eyes looked out into the void through the windows of the building ship. I don't know how long it took before I withdrew my gaze and said slowly under my breath, Stupid, mister. Shin comes from a small place like Shenzhou. How could it be simple if he is able to rise with his own talent? Judging from the fact that he was able to crush Lin Zhengtian, his battle prowess has already reached the Saint Sun level, and is even a step ahead. Isn't this kind of demon, especially if he's not even a disciple of the Holy Land, still worth befriending? At the end of his words, he looked at the two maids with a reprimanding gaze. In fact, there was one thing she hadn't said in her mind. That is, without relying on external forces, magic treasures, and based on her own strength alone, not even she had the confidence to fight against Shinhan. This kind of terrifying genius, it would be best not to make enemies if you can, but once you cross the line, you have to kill it completely. But the virgin. The two maids wanted to say something else, but when they came into contact with Yi Qingyue's somewhat cold gaze, they immediately lowered their heads. Remember, you guys, although the Holy Land is powerful, it's not without opponents. For countless years on the Heavenly Pale continent, there have been similarly fallen holy places, ancient clans. You can be proud, but not arrogant. Yi Qingyue looked at these two maidservants who had grown up with her and taught earnestly. Although she was a holy maiden, she never looked down on any opponent. Yes, Holy Maiden, we know it's wrong. The two men whispered their apologies, their heads lowered into their chests. Okay, head up. Seeing the two in this state, the cold expression on Yi Qingyue's face dispersed, revealing a hint of a smile. On the other side, a place where the aura was like mist and the divine mountain held up the sky. Various floating islands were scattered all over the place, with palaces on them, exotic beasts all over the place, and from time to time, a powerful figure crossed the sky. Deep in the depths of an ancient and simple temple, several figures sat on their thrones, faintly emitting an aura that caused the space around their bodies to distort. Some of these people are middle-aged, some are elderly, and some even look like teenagers. Among them, that Master Han, who had traveled to Xianzhou with Lin Zhengtian, was listed. Everyone's gazes were fixed on a figure below. Lin Zhengtian stood in the center of the temple, breathing a bit heavily against the many gazes. After a long time, the heavy aura in the space dissipated. A voice from above sounded faintly. Zheng Tian, are you saying that that sect has produced a genius that even you can't suppress? Lin Jingtian's face was a bit embarrassed, but he still nodded. That person's physique is exceptionally powerful, not inferior to my supreme battle body, and I can't see through his cultivation, but I can be sure that it's higher than my realm. There's also the fact that most of the chances within the great sacred dojo this time have fallen into his hands. As he spoke, he couldn't help but squeeze his palms together, feeling that he was holding his breath in his chest, very much suffocating. On this trip to Xianzhou, not only did he not get a single hair, but he also suffered such a failure that he nearly shook his Taoist heart. Above them, several figures listened to Lin Jingtian's account, and their faces all sank. How could a small place like Xianzhou, with barren resources, give birth to that kind of genius? Could it really be a change? At that moment, a white-clothed young man sitting in the center turned his head and looked at the sage surnamed Han. Senior brother Hanli. Indeed, Hanli nodded slightly. That young man's cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm, 3 minor realms higher than Zheng Tian, and, as I observe his physique, it resembles a physique from history. What physique? The gazes of the several people next to him looked at Hanli in unison. Even Lin Zhengtian below perked up his ears, wanting to know what kind of physique Qin Jerry had, that he was capable of overpowering his own supreme battle body. Looking at the gazes of several people, Hanli took a deep breath and slowly spat out 4 words from his mouth. Desolate ancient sacred body. Chapter 34, Lin Jingtian, I will suppress the sacred body in the palace of the sealed king. What? The desolate ancient sacred body? No way. Every step in the growth of a desolate ancient sacred body requires a massive pile of resources, and it's simply impossible for the Baron Xianzhou to afford to raise a sacred body. Not to mention, its cultivation level is even higher than Zheng Tian. In the ancient hall, an exclamation of surprise rang out as several people stood up from their thrones and stared skeptically at Hanli. Among them, the white-robed teenager even had a serious look on his face. Senior brother Han. Hanli met the gazes of several people and after a moment of silence, he nodded once more. I've seen him perform visions, the yin-yang life and death diagram, the immortal king proceeding to the 9 heavens, and that golden blood chi. There can be no mistake. As he spoke, a rare gravity permeated his voice. The power of the desolate ancient sacred body was undoubtedly strong, and could even be called the first battle body of the human race, which could possess the battle power of a great emperor after its physique had come to fruition. Except for 1 or 2 types of physiques such as the legendary chaos body, other physiques simply could not be compared to it. In the records of the ancient history of the heavenly Tsung, in the last million years, a total of 2 great completion sacred bodies had appeared on the continent. One of them witnessed the Tao for the 2nd time, and in his later years, he even pierced through the immortal gate and stepped into the upper realm. Although the other person had not yet attained the emperor position, he was comparable to a great emperor. Born from the hands of that generation of great emperors, he snatched half of the continent, and together with the great emperors, he reigned over the heavenly pale earth for 100,000 years. If you can confirm it, why don't you just suppress it? Is it hard to really let him return to the Holy Land? The white-clothed teenager questioned in a deep voice, his eyes containing a cold light. However, Hanli only glanced at the other party when he heard what he said. Fade said, that young man in the end has a deep connection with the Holy Land, and once he returns to the Holy Land it will also be good for the Holy Land. Besides, that one is but still alive, and you want me to execute his offspring in front of him? At the end of his words, Hanli's voice turned abruptly cold, and a wisp of holy might emanated uncontrollably from his body, instantly causing the space around his body to crack open. He had long since grown disenchanted with the fighting between factions in the Holy Land, and although he defended the Holy Sun, he wouldn't target and harm Qin Han for that reason. To him, it was the same whoever was the saint's son, as long as Qin Han had that strength. However, these words sounded disdainful to the white-clothed boy. That one, Qin Yu? Humph, it's just a wastrel. No hope for the saint realm, even if it still lingers in the world. So what? Hanli looked at the white-clothed young man with a haughty face, his voice flat, but you mustn't forget that the Qin clan still has people within the Holy Land. Those 2 old farts? The white-clothed boy's face changed slightly. Seems to have thought of something and closed his mouth. Only, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Below, Lin Jingtian was sweating profusely. The holy might that leaked out from time to time in the space put him under tremendous pressure. Even though he was wearing a holy weapon robe, he still felt his muscles cracking. He watched the two argue, his mind very unsettled. Desolate ancient sacred body. Surprisingly, it's the desolate ancient saint body. He had thought that Shinhan was some sort of powerful physique, perhaps not inferior to his own supreme battle body, but how could he not expect that it would be the desolate ancient saint body? This supreme battle body that could be called the number one of the human race. Although his own supreme battle body was powerful, it was more than a step behind. However, after all, he had to be a saintly son, and he quickly calmed down, the color of coldness flashing in his eyes. Desolate ancient saint body. If I can refine it and nourish my battle body, the supreme battle physique will definitely be able to break through the shackles and become the true supreme physique of the heavenly pale continent and even the heavens. And at that moment, the argument above ceased. The white-robed teenager snorted coldly, and his figure directly dissipated from the throne, leaving the ancient hall. Immediately afterward, several others left together, leaving Han Li alone. Alas, Han Li sighed out as he looked at the empty few thrones. His gaze then looked down to Lin Jingtian below. Although the physique is powerful, it doesn't mean everything, and your battle body is no worse than the desolate ancient saint body. During this period of time, you dive well into your training. In 3 months, the Seal King Hall will open. The sacred body should be there as well, and there will still be a time for you to meet up. After saying that, he also left the ancient hall, leaving Lin Jingtian standing alone in the hall. The holy body. Seal the King's Hall. A scorching light erupted from Lin Jingtian's eyes. When the Seal King Hall opened, he must overpower the sacred body. Let everyone in the Holy Land know that he is the holy son of the Qingtian Holy Land. A wild son from the countryside can only be a wild son. Green Cloud Sect. Shinhan returned to his residence, and just as he reached the peak, he saw a tall figure waiting outside the small palace from afar. Qing Lu? Shinhunter's eyes flickered. Why did she come to her palace? Could it be that she's still thinking about the peeping Tom incident and has come to seek her bad luck? Thinking this way, he kept his feet on the ground and walked towards the palace. As always, Lu Qingqing was dressed in a long green dress and stood quietly in the doorway. At this moment, when he saw Qin Hun, a hint of complexity appeared on his face. She pursed her lips gently, her dangling palms involuntarily gripping her long skirt. Qin Li stood in front of Lu Qingqing and said in a somewhat snarky manner, "Senior sister Lu. What a coincidence. You're back at my house too." Lu Qingqing looked at Qin Ji, her eyes slightly dazed. It took a long time for a raw smile to appear on his face. "Father said that you've changed a lot now, and your cultivation level is higher than even his." Qin Li raised an eyebrow at this, his heart a little strange. Listening to that, it didn't seem like he was here to get his bad luck. "Thanks for the compliment, Grand Elder. I just had some strange encounters. Elder sister is here. Something's wrong?" Lu Qingqing sounded hesitant. Looking at Qin Han in front of him, he didn't know how to speak for a moment. "There's no harm in speaking up. Senior sister, even though you've beaten me up a few times before and made me lie in bed for a total of 3 days, 4 hours and 2 quarters, senior brother is not someone who holds grudges." Qin Hanari waved his hand in a big way, looking like an adult. Not a single mention of what it was that he was beaten for. Lu Qingqing glanced across at Qin Han before she slowly said, "I broke through the spirit infant realm and encountered a bottleneck. My father asked me to come and ask for your advice. Please teach me?" Qin Shi looked at the other party with an odd expression. Peak Xian Dan realm. At this cultivation level, with the strength of the Grand Elder's Divine Palace realm, it shouldn't be a problem for her to want to instruct and teach. Right, but now she was actually allowed to ask for guidance? Thinking again of the words he vaguely heard when he was in the council hall, he seemed to have some understanding. Lu Qingqing frowned as she looked at Qin Li's odd expression. "Excuse me." With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. She could actually guess what her father meant, and hadn't wanted to come here. Nay, couldn't argue with that awful old man. Instead, it was a secret relief to leave now. But before she could take 2 steps out, Qin Li's voice rang out. "Senior sister, stay back. I can help you break through to the spirit infant realm." Qin Li appeared in front of him out of thin air and blocked the way. The system would also instill him with all the knowledge about the same realm when he redeemed his cultivation. And with his cultivation, guiding a Xiandan realm would be a breeze. "What? You will? I did beat you up." Lu Qingqing was all set to go back to deliver her orders, but now that she heard Qin Hun's words, she asked with some uncertainty. "Naturally." Qin Hunter nodded slightly, the next moment, but then said, "However, senior brother is very expensive. I just don't know if senior sister Lu can afford to pay spirit stones." What? Want a spirit stone? Lu Qing was confused. Chapter 35, Settling in the Sect. Going to the Holy Land of the Blue Sky. Lu Qingqing stared at Qin Hun with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. No matter what, she and Qin Hun are both from the same sect, And now that she's asking for advice on cultivation, she's actually charging herself spirit stones? After a moment, she took a deep breath and her face became a little cold. Father said that you went out this time and got a great chance, leaving many resources for the clan altogether. And you still look at these spirit stones of mine? If you still hold a grudge against me for injuring you in the first place, you could have just said so. There's no need to humiliate me like this. Senior's sister misunderstood. Xinli looked at Lu Qingqing's face that changed at the drop of a hat and laughed lightly. I am also for your own good. After all, you do not want to go back to be said by the great elder, right? He was only doing this to show the grand elder that he had no thoughts about Lu Qingqing, so that the other party would give up that little thought. In the end, after some sophistry, Lu Qingqing reluctantly handed over a lower grade spirit stone. Just like that, Qin Han accepted the employment as a temporary master. Time passes in a flash. A few days later, under Qin Li's attentive teaching, Lu Qingqing cultivated into a spirit infant, and even reached the second level of the spirit infant realm in one fell swoop. One lower grade spirit stone is worth every penny. In addition to occasionally instructing Lu Qingqing, he also took the time to exchange a formation diagram in the system, spending 50,000 extreme spirit stones, 5 elements sword formation. It could kill all cultivators below the 5th level of the heaven-prying realm, even if the self-destructing array diagram erupted with a final strike. The peak of the heaven-prying realm would have to shed layers of skin, as long as it's not the kind of heavenly pride demon that has a powerful battle weapon. How many deaths will come down from peeping heaven? He enveloped the sword formation over the sect and the method of controlling it was handed over to Qin Wudi. This way, when he left, the sect could also have some security. In the following time, Qin Han occasionally instructed Lu Qingqing, and in his spare time, he looked for Qin Wuyu for a cup of tea. In a kind of relative comfort, the greater part of another month passed. On this day, in the courtyard outside the small palace, Qinli and Lu Qingqing sat opposite each other. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come. A jade slip appeared in Qinli's hand and handed it to Lu Qingqing. Why? Lu Qingqing froze and did not take the jade slip. She felt that her cultivation level had risen quickly under Qin Han's guidance. In less than a month's time, she had not only broken through the spirit infant realm, but now she was even vaguely on the verge of reaching the 3rd level of the spirit infant realm. This would have been unthinkable before. You don't need any further guidance at the small realm of the spirit infant realm right now. Besides, how much longer do you want me to teach with one lower grade spirit stone? Qinli said indifferently and threw the jade sketch towards the other party. Then he waved his hand. Go, 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 don't think about staying and dawdling. Lu Qingqing received the jade slip and looked at Qin Han with a complicated face. Many thanks to senior brother for guiding me during this period of time. Qingqing has nothing to offer but, stop, there's no need to return the favor. Qinli hastily raised his hand to interrupt. Lu Qingqing gave Qin Han a strange look and finally arched his hand and turned to leave. Phew! Qinli looked at Lu Qingqing's figure descending the mountain and exhaled a breath. He stood up and walked to the edge of the courtyard. Standing with his arms folded, quietly looking out at the clouds rolling in outside Greenwood Peak. Old ancestor, the clan has already made arrangements. Let's move to the holy land of the green sky. He left this time and may not return until when. Training Lu Qingqing during this period of time was also considered training in air for the sect. The jade slip that was given out just now contained a good enlightenment realm scripture. With the other party's natural talent, his achievements in the future would not be bad. In this way, coupled with those resources he had given to the sect, he believed that the Green Cloud sect could develop well. Arrangements are made. So let's go. Qin Yu's voice rang out of thin air. A map then appeared in Qin Li's mind. It's a map to the holy land of green sky. Yes. Qin Ji nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the sect, then he tore open the space and stepped into it. He left alone without informing anyone. Brat, after all, you've gotten your wings hardened, and you didn't even inform me when you left. On the sect leader's peak, Qin Wuhu gazed far away in the direction of Greenwood Peak, a hint of worry in his eyes. Although Qin Ji is now powerful, the place he is going to is after all a holy place, and he is also going to compete for the position of the Holy Sun, so the slightest carelessness will be dangerous. Compared to the Green Cloud sect, a place like the Holy Land was truly a place that ate people without spitting out bones. In the void, Qinjari sat on a small void ship, his eyes slightly closed. Around them, space was rapidly passing by, forming a band of light gray light. Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice rang out. Kid, aren't you afraid of going to the holy land of green heaven with old ancestor just like that? In the inner world, Qin Yu's soul body stood on the coffin as strands of strange aura rose from the coffin and drilled into his body. Fear, but old ancestor is right. Shenzhou can't afford to support me. Only when I go outside will I have more resources. Qin Hanari acknowledged it directly. However, As long as not everyone in the Green Sky Holy Land wanted to get themselves killed, he believed that he still had the strength to cope. He now has 5 Saint soldiers, nearly a dozen great power heavy weapons, and more than 400,000 extreme spirit stones. They were enough for him to raise his cultivation to the Saint realm. Even if he was ruthless, he could give up his cultivation and redeem a temporary quasi-emperor to be his fighter. When he was in the Green Cloud sect, he had already thought through all of his retreats. Space fell back into silence, with only the sound of the boat breaking through space and traveling ringing in his ears, until a few days later, a vast, white mist-covered territory appeared at the end of the line of sight. A huge portal stood between heaven and earth, towering into the clouds with an incomparably heavy aura. There, is that the holy land of the Green Sky? What a rich aura! Shinji put away the void ship and stood in the void. Astonishment appeared in his eyes as he looked far ahead at the territory shrouded in spirit mist and the huge portal that seemed to lead to the heavens. He felt that the aura of this heaven and earth was constantly converging there. The Holy Land in front of them was like a giant beast that swallowed all the aura into its belly. The Green Sky Holy Land, after 3,000 years, has finally returned once again. Shinyu's voice resounded in his head, translucent with some excitement. Shinli listened and felt a little emotional in his heart. Just as he was about to cross over and head to the Holy Land, suddenly, a loud cry came from the front. Who stays and spies on my Green Sky Holy Land? Chapter 36. A dog stops the road, making things difficult. Several figures rushed up from the Holy Land in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Qin Hun. The person in the lead was an indifferent middle-aged man, his stern gaze looking Qin Hun up and down. Why does your excellency linger here, wantonly spying on the Holy Land? The middle-aged coldly opened his mouth, his tone translucent with questioning. Peeps? Qin Li frowned. This place was 1,000 miles away from the Holy Land, and besides, he had only looked at it for a few moments. So what was the point of spying? If there is nothing else, leave quickly. Do not stay within 1,000 miles of the Holy Land. The middle-aged man's face was impatient, waving his hand to drive Qin Hun away. Qin Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man in front of him, then looked toward the Holy Land in the distance, the slightest hint of danger flashing through his pupils. It seemed that the Green Sky Holy Land didn't welcome him. Is this an attempt to get these minions to give themselves a run for their money? Seeing that Qin Ji didn't say anything and was still staring at himself with narrowed eyes, the middle-aged man's face suddenly sank and he drank. Kid, can't you understand human language? Let's get you out of here. Green Sky Sanctuary not welcome, said the latter, stopping in a huff. What is not welcome in the Holy Land of the Green Sky? Qin Hunter smiled and opened his mouth. In the next moment, the smile tightened and a powerful aura steeply crushed into the several people. Space emitted a dull whine sound, and several people were blown away without resistance. He stumbled and retreated hundreds of feet, almost falling into the void. Put, you dare to do it? The middle-aged man sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. Behind him, several of his companions were in a state of shock. Having been enveloped by the aura just now, they all felt like they had seen too much milk. Shili ignored the few people, his gaze looking towards the Holy Land in the distance. These few people, whose highest cultivation level was just the Divine Palace realm, were minions in the Holy Land. He's waiting for the guy in the back to come out. Sure enough, the gaze only just looked over to see a figure stepping into the air. The visitor was likewise a middle-aged man with a slim figure and narrow eyes that revealed a kind of cunning. Junior, you're from that what's-his-name Green Cloud sect in Xinzhou, aren't you? Could it be that you've been reigning in a small place like Xinzhou for a long time and think that some strength is enough to leave the Holy Land out of your eyes? Just by the fact that you injured them, this seat can execute you right now. The gray-robed middle-aged man was overbearing, his face disdainful. As he said that, a powerful aura rose from his body, carrying the sound of wind and thunder as he crushed towards Qin Hun. All of a sudden, the air clouded over. The air became sticky, and a huge pressure filled every inch of space. He was going to crush him in the same manner as Qin Hunter, and the humiliation was especially obvious. Heaven-prying realm powerhouse. Qin Li's face turned cold as he could tell the other party's cultivation level from his aura. One hand was erected, spiritual energy condensed in the palm and chopped down. Bear! A slight tearing sound rang out, and the aura crushing in front of them was chopped away. The heavy pressure in space also dissipated in an instant. The gray-robed middle-aged man made a surprised sound, his gaze looking at Qin Hun with astonishment. How could he break through his aura so easily? He himself was a genuine heaven-prying realm, and even though he was only at the first realm, his cohesive aura was not something that an enlightenment realm could resist. How come? Qin Hunter was able to look at the other party and did not continue to make a move. At the first level of the heaven-prying realm, he didn't need to borrow a saint soldier. He could suppress it with his own strength alone. At this moment, Xinyu's voice came from the inner world. Boy, Looks like some people don't want you here. Let the old man out. I'd like to see if they stop me when they see me too. Shin Yu's voice was a bit cold. It was not easy to return to the Holy Land, but he was actually stopped before even reaching the entrance. This made him feel humiliated in front of Qin Hun, his junior. Qin Li sniffed without saying anything and directly opened the inner world and took out the coffin. As soon as the coffin came out, a dense vitality instantly filled this space. Suck it. Ah, it's so cozy, and my injuries, they seem to be getting better. A few disciples who were previously crushed by Qin Hunter took a few sharp breaths, and a strand of vitality entered their bodies, instantly causing their pale faces to turn rosy. The gray-robed middle-aged man stared at the coffin with a covetous look in his eyes visible to the naked eye. What a strong breath of life. Junior, do you even have a coffin ready? Why don't you hand it over to the seat and you can still be forgiven for injuring the disciples of the Holy Land? When Qin Li heard this, his face suddenly revealed an odd color. Never seen anyone offer to take a coffin yet. I just don't know if he'll dare ask for it later. Sure enough, just as this thought rose, a cold voice rang out. Cub Seed, you want the old man's coffin board? Qin Yu's soul body appeared from the coffin, dressed in black and staring at the middle-aged man with an icy gaze. You are, Qin Yu Saint's son? How can you be alive? As the middle-aged man looked at Qin Yu, his face gradually appeared to change, from the previous condescension and disdain, which was visible to the naked eye, to panic. 3,000 years ago, when Qin Yu was still a holy son, he had been following the other party as a follower of sorts. Only later, Qin Yu lost in the competition and left the Holy Land. For 3,000 years, he'd thought the other man was dead out there. I didn't realize that it was still alive and now it had returned to the Holy Land. Lu Mang, I haven't seen you for 3,000 years. I can't believe you still recognize me. What? Still want this coffin? Qin Yu stood tall and looked down on the other party. After a brief moment of panic, Lu Mang quickly stabilized his mind. He also saw that Qin Yu was now only in the state of a soul body, and the trace of awe that had just arisen in his heart disappeared. Somewhat conspiratorially, when Senior Brother Qin left the Holy Land, Senior Brother thought that you had long since fallen, but I never imagined that there was still a remnant of your soul. But it's good to be alive after all. As for this coffin, Senior Brother naturally doesn't dare to get his hands on it. After all, with Senior Brother in this state, he might use it at some point. Ha, Qin Yu laughed. Whether I use it or not, that's not your concern. Now, stand still and don't move. Don't delay me from returning to the Holy Land. Saying that, he rolled up the coffin and was about to step in the air to cross over Lu Mang. Seeing this, Qin Hunter naturally followed. Who would have thought that Lu Mang was suddenly dodging and stopping in front again? Pointing his finger at Qin Hun, he coldly opened his mouth. If Senior Brother Qin returns to the Holy Land, Senior Brother naturally wouldn't dare to stop him. Only, this junior can't just let it go by injuring a few disciples of my Holy Land for no reason. If an explanation is not given, where is the majesty of the Holy Land? Qin Yu's face plummeted coldly at his words, his eyes staring grimly at Lu Mang. The next moment steep out. Asterisk 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 off. The voice shook the void, and a large hand slashed at the opponent. The appalling power even pierced through the space and a large hole appeared. Lu Mang was directly fanned away by this force, like a meteorite, crashing into the Holy Land thousands of miles away. Boom! With an explosive roar, the figure crashed heavily into the defense formation before being rebounded and crashing down towards the ground. The whole time, hard without even a grunt. There's no more in the way. Let's go. Qin Yu faintly withdrew his palm and turned his head to greet him before stepping straight into the air towards the Holy Land. Those few minion disciples of the Divine Palace realm had long been stunned silly by the scene just now. At this moment, he watched the two walk past him, not even daring to breathe out loud. Qin Shi followed beside the old ancestor, his gaze looking towards the Holy Land in front of him, revealing a contemplative expression. According to what the old ancestor had said before, his own lineage still had strong people in the Holy Land. But now, it was obvious that someone was trying to give themselves a hard time. With the commotion that had just been made, no one of their own had yet come out to stop it. It seems that in the 3,000 years since the old ancestor left, there were some changes in the Holy Land. As Qin Li thought, the face of Qin Yu in front of him was a bit gloomy. The moment he came out of the inner world, he had already used a secret technique to send a message to the elders of his lineage. However, no one responded at all, and there was a delay in seeing anyone come out. Chapter 37 Faction Battles. Even saints will fall. Holy Mountain. Under the huge portal. When Qin Hunter and the two of them arrived at this place, they didn't encounter any more obstruction. Some of the disciples guarding the mountain saw the two of them, and although their eyes were strange, they didn't dare to go forward at all. Again, no one went in to brief them. However, the two didn't need to be briefed. Straight across the mountain gate, he entered inside the holy place. All of a sudden, it seemed that he had entered another world, and a spiritual chi that was several times more dense and pure than the outside pounced on him. The ground was covered with spiritual grasses and spiritual trees could be seen everywhere. A spirit beast lay under the tree as if no one else was there, gulping down the pure aura that permeated the surroundings. She felt the space that had become a little damp because the aura was too dense. He then took a deep breath and instantly swallowed the aura within 100 meters around him. Sigh, a holy place is a holy place. The aura is condensing into rain. Compared to this place, Qingyun sect is simply a small village inside a large country. And those spirit beasts, so tame, they should be delicious. Qinyu glanced at it and said indifferently, there are many spirit beasts in the Holy Land, but most of them are tamed by the elder disciples. So don't get greedy, you brat. At the end, as if thinking of something, he added, but it does taste good. As he was talking, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. The figure of a white-clothed teenager slowly solidified. The teenager stood in mid-air, his indifferent eyes looking at the two Qin hunter. Qin Hun stopped his steps, his gaze looking at the white-clothed teenager, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Is it not over yet? Stopping one after the other? On the side, Qin Yu similarly frowned, staring at the white-robed teenager as he slowly spoke. Lu Dao, I haven't seen you for 3,000 years. I never thought that even you have become a saint. What? Did you let someone stop you just now because you don't want me to return to the Holy Land? The white-clothed young man named Lu Dao sniffed and did not reply, but instead stared at Qin Yu for a while. Only at last did he speak faintly. Now that you're back, recuperate well in the Holy Land. The Holy Land isn't the same as it was 3,000 years ago, and something that's impossible is best left alone. After saying that, his gaze turned to Qin Hun with deep meaning. You're that desolate ancient sacred body, aren't you? The Holy Land is different from the small clans in the Xian state. Think of the consequences before you do anything. After saying that, without looking at the faces of the two men, his figure gradually faded and quickly disappeared. Ancestor, who is this pussy? Qin Li turned his head to Qin Yu and inquired, not quite taking the warning from earlier to heart. A guy who's been pretending since he was a kid, Qin Yu said grimly. After saying that, he stepped forward with a grave face and crossed a large spatial distance, rushing toward a certain place in the center of the Holy Land. By now, he was certain that something had happened to his lineage. The two of them made their way over large palaces and floating islands, and eventually, came to a huge manor. As soon as he arrived at the manor, he saw a dozen figures standing outside the manor walking back and forth, seemingly anxious. These people were men and women, young and old, with cultivation levels ranging from the spirit infant realm to the heaven prying realm. At this moment, as the two appeared, a dozen gazes landed on them in unison. They directly skipped over Qin Hun and looked at Qin Yu. A moment later, the two middle-aged men with unusually majestic figures at the very front suddenly stepped forward, their faces filled with excitement. Qin Yu seen your uncle? Qin De, Qin Air. Greetings to senior uncle Qin Yu. You, Air? Qin Yu looked at the two middle-aged men with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He remembered that when he left, the two of them were still a half-grown little guy, and he couldn't imagine that when he saw them again, they were already in their middle age. Cultivation, too, had reached the heaven-prying realm, becoming a party of great power. It's us, Uncle Shifu, senior uncle, you're finally back. Qin De Qin Air's face was filled with excitement. Then he turned his head and shouted towards the dozen or so people behind him. Why don't you all come over and pay your respects to senior uncle? Greetings, senior uncle. At the back, a dozen or so people paid their respects in unison. Aha! Qin Yu nodded slightly. Then his eyes stared at the two Qin De, and his face was grave as he asked, Da, is something wrong with the Holy Land? Qin De instantly fell silent at his words, and a wave of anger welled up on his face. On the side, Qin Air's face didn't look good either. Senior uncle Qin Yu, are they making things difficult for you? Qin Yu's heart sank as he looked at the expressions of the two men. Answer me, is something wrong in the Holy Land? How come it's just you two? Where are the others? Others? The two Qin Da's faces darkened. Behind them, the dozen or so people all lowered their heads in unison as well. A few of the teenagers even had red eyes and were filled with sadness. After you failed in your competition and left the Holy Land, our lineage has been suppressed from time to time. Many powerful people have been sent to guard the heavy ground or explore the Forbidden Land. 3,000 years down the line, there are so many master uncles and master uncles, and even a few master uncles, have all fallen. Either the town is under attack, or they are inexplicably missing while exploring a dangerous place. By now, aside from the two old ancestors, Qin Zhan and Qin Sha, our lineage doesn't even have a single saint realm left. How could? Listening to the words of the two Qin De, Qin Yu froze in place for a moment. The originally solid body twisted and became much more illusory. When he left his own lineage, in addition to the 2 old ancestors, there were 3 saints and dozens of peeping heaven realm. Now, surprisingly, so hard, unconsciously, wisps of holy might seeped out from his body, turning into a terrifying storm of aura that swept upwards. But it was only an instant before the aura dissipated out of thin air. Xinyu took a deep breath and tried to become calm. He looked at Qin Di and continued to inquire, where are the 2 old ancestors? Now, he had questions in his mind. If the 2 old ancestors were in the Holy Land, it was impossible for them to let others suppress them. Qin Di shook his head, his voice helpless. The 2 old ancestors closed their death throes not long after you left due to longevity issues, and because of that, they dare to suppress it so recklessly. Shut up and die, Qin Yu muttered, his eyes filled with worry. Since it had reached the point of closing the door to death, it meant that the lifespan of the 2 old ancestors really wasn't much longer. Perhaps there is no chance of getting out again. In the history of the Holy Land, there had been no shortage of powerful people who were approaching the end of their lives and sat down in seclusion. Next to him, Qin Hun stood quietly, listening to the pile of changes, his heart quite shaken. A great power like the Holy Land was really the place that ate people without spitting out bones. Even saints fall in interfaction fights. It seemed that his days in the Holy Land would not be too peaceful. Chapter 38 Peak Gnosis Realm. Night. Inside an antique room of the manor, Unity Sun, consume the spirit stones and raise your cultivation to the peak of enlightenment. A light blue one floated in front of Chinari as he sat cross-legged on his bed. Originally, he hadn't planned to raise his cultivation now, wanting to keep the spirit stones in case he encountered a big danger when he made a big wave. However, after realizing the current situation, it was decided to first raise his cultivation to its current peak. As for the loss of spirit stones, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At the very least, summoning a temporary Paragon Emperor was still enough. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the host has consumed 24,000 extreme spirit stones, raising his cultivation to the peak of the enlightenment realm. In an instant, Xinshi felt an even more powerful spiritual energy surging out from the depths of his body. There was also an epiphany about the realm of enlightenment that was poured into his mind. The golden blood was like a torrent, rapidly rushing through the body, emitting a rumbling and appalling sound. The terrifying aura leaked just a hint, causing the surrounding space to distort. But soon, the aura was suppressed, and calm returned to the surroundings, more than several times more powerful. Qin Hunter gently raised his hand, then clenched it violently. Click! The space at the center of the palm instantly ruptured. He then reached out again. The rich aura in the space then converged and was continuously compressing and liquefying. In the space of a breath, however, a ball of spiritual liquid the size of a baby's fist was formed out of thin air and floated above the palm of his hand. Looking at the mass of spiritual liquid, he directly opened his mouth and devoured it, then lamented. In fact, with the richness of the aura here, even if you cultivate on your own, I'm afraid it won't take long to break out. One step ahead of the other, and the host has nothing to be sorry for. The Holy Land is a big family. There are still many ways for the host to earn spirit stones if he wants to. If you really can't, you can trade the holy soldiers first, and the unified sun will give you 110,000 extreme spirit stones apiece this time. Stop. The more Qin Li heard, the more wrong he became. Is this a price increase for Unico? Sure enough, he is a black-hearted capitalist, and before he wanted to collect his holy weapon for 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Still, he was unmoved. The Seal King Hall was going to open, when the storm clouds would gather, and the strongest people from all forces would rush there, so maybe they could run into a wrongdoer there. After closing the system interface, he closed his eyes again to familiarize himself with the cultivation he had just raised. At this point, the other side, inside an equally huge manor, 4 figures were plotting. One of them, a flirty young man in a big red robe, sat right at the top of the hall. Peach blossom eyes were filled with an air of femininity, and his gaze swept down to the several people below. That country bumpkin from Shenzhou has taken up residence in the Qin clan manor. Do you all have any ideas? Upon hearing this, a cold-faced youth below immediately stood up and snorted out coldly. Humph, just one from a small place. Green Cloud sect? A small sect that I've never even heard of. This kind of person is also worthy of competing with the Holy Sun for the Great Throne? Not bad. Simply whimsical. Another person continued. A guy who got some strange encounters from somewhere with good luck is just a guy. As I see it, there is no need for the Saint Sun to make a move. Let's just directly find the door and waste it. With senior brother Lin Yuan's cultivation, I believe it would be easy to suppress that country bumpkin. After this person finished speaking, his gaze looked at the red-robed youth above him. Several of them were the top geniuses of the Qingtian Holy Land, and at the same time, they were the loyal followers of Saint Sun Lin Jingtian. Now that a person had suddenly appeared to compete with the Holy Sun for the throne, they naturally refused to do so. Above, Lin Yuan's peach blossom eyes narrowed, flashing a glint. A moment later there was a slight nod. Good thing too. Senior brothers, tomorrow you will go along with your senior brother to see what the people from that outer sector capable of. He was Lin Jingtian's cousin, with a cultivation level of the first level of the Enlightenment realm, and was considered to be one of the leaders of the younger generation of the Holy Land, thinking to himself that with his strength, it was enough to pin down Qin Hun. As for Lin Jingtian, he had closed down a month ago, so he didn't intend to inform the other party. The discussion was completed and the crowd dispersed. Lin Yuan sat in his seat and pondered for a moment before walking straight out of the hall towards a small courtyard in the deepest part of the manor. In the courtyard, a slim old Taoist priest in tattered Taoist robes was wildly flaunting spirit fruits. Seeing Lin Yuan's arrival, he hurriedly put down a half-bitten peach in his hand, wiped his mouth, and assumed the appearance of an accomplished master. Immortal seeker, Lin Yuan walked into the courtyard and politely arched his hand towards the old Taoist. It's fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist came here late at night, but you have something to look for the poor Taoist? The old Taoist returned the salute and then invited Lin Yuan into the courtyard. The two of them sat down at a stone table, and Lin Yuan swept a glance at the half-peach left on the table. Not caring, speaking directly, he said, I'm not going to hide it from the Taoist master, but Lin has indeed come here with something he wants the Taoist master's help with. Oh, as a proud member of the younger generation of the Holy Land, is there anything that you can't do for yourself? The old Taoist was puzzled, a curious look on his face. I'm not hiding it from the Taoist master. The Holy Land has recently come to a person from a foreign sect, but our Holy Sun does not welcome him. That's why I want to ask the Taoist master for help in projecting his fortune. Lin Yuan didn't hide anything and directly told the matter. This Taoist priest is he not long ago befriended, proficient in arithmetic divination, Zhou Ji avoiding the evil art. The old Taoist didn't rush to agree when he heard this, but asked, what is this person's cultivation level? Not beyond the third level of the Enlightenment realm, Lin Yuan replied without thinking. In fact, he wasn't sure about Qin Hun's cultivation level, only knowing that it was in the Enlightenment realm. However, even the Holy Son of their Holy Land was only at the third level of the Enlightenment realm, and someone who came out of a small place surely wouldn't be able to exceed that realm, the third weight of the Enlightenment realm. The old Taoist was silent for a moment and shook his head. This cultivation has exceeded that of the poor Taoist. It is not easy to project. At the very least, one needs to have seen this person before they can. This is easy. The Taoist master can just follow Mr. Lin to meet him tomorrow. Lin Yuan waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. He had heard from his master that this outsider seemed to also possess some sort of powerful physique, which was why he wanted to project it. Although he had already discussed it, if the other party was really a person with strong fortune, perhaps he would have to make another plan more often tomorrow. When the matter was done, Lin Yuan bid farewell to the old Taoist and directly turned around and left the courtyard. While watching the other party leave, the old Taoist's face darkened. What a lack of eyesight. Can't you see that Master Dao doesn't want to do it? The old Taoist cursed darkly, forcibly projecting a cultivator who was stronger than you, but you would be backfired. Then a certain bandit came to mind. Since the last time he was ransacked, he had come to a small town not far from the Holy Land, ready to take out some hidden treasures. Who expected that just after arriving at the town, he saw this guy Lin Yuan come out from his own treasure hiding place. The results speak for themselves. He was stolen from his home. For the sake of his treasure, he then pretended to befriend the other party, trying to find a chance to get it back. Damn it, I blame that bandit. What's the name of the beast, right? Don't ever let Master Dao run into you again, or else I'll let you taste Master Dao's bad luck divine art. Chapter 39, 42 yards of big feet, directly on the face. Early the next morning, which one is Qin Hun? Senior brother Lin Yuan has come to visit. Come out and meet me quickly. A loud shout came from his ears, and Qin Hun, who was still in submerged cultivation, snapped his eyes open, a cold light shooting out from his eyes. Lin Yuan? He muttered to himself, his eyes looking beyond the courtyard. He didn't know any Lin Yuan, but from the tone of his voice, he could tell that this seemed to be coming for trouble. Divine thoughts unfolded, seeking the direction of the voice and enveloping it, instantly capturing an image. Ha! Qin Hunter let out a soft eep, a strange expression on his face. In the shroud of divine thoughts, 5 figures stood outside the manor. 4 youths and an old Taoist priest. The man at the head was dressed in a large red robe, peach blossom eyes, and his skin was whiter and more flirty than a woman's. However, Qin Hari didn't care about this person and instead looked at the old Taoist priest next to him. He couldn't imagine that he could actually see this old Tomb Raider in the Holy Land. Hey, why do you suddenly feel a little distracted? The beast? The beast? Outside the manor. The old Taoist's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Lin Yuan next to him. Animal. That name is so familiar. It's the outer clan member who spoke to the Taoist master yesterday, Lin Yuan said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, a figure was seen walking out from the depths of the manor, blinking to the front of his eyes. You guys looking for me? Qin Hunter stood in the air and looked at the several people with interest. Especially when he looked at the old Taoist, there was an odd smile in his eyes. You're not. You. When the old Taoist saw Qin Hun, his eyes instantly widened and almost fell out of their sockets. No wonder I've been feeling distracted since this morning. It turned out to be because of this banded bogeyman. I haven't seen you in January. It seems like you've gained a lot of treasures again. Shili looked at the old Taoist and said with a smile, after ransacking the other side last time, I actually saw them again this time with a lot of trinkets hanging on them. Even the tattered Dao robe on his body was a good Enlightenment realm artifact. Daoist Immortal Seeker. You know each other? Lin Yuan's gaze flicked back and forth between Qin Ji and the old Taoist, his face a little strange. I've met him once. I don't know him well. The old Taoist calmed his mood and his face became cold. He didn't say that he had been robbed by Qin Hun and couldn't afford to lose this person. Immortal Seeking. Daoist? Across the room, Qin Hun looked at the old Taoist. That's a lofty name, but it's a shame it's a thief. Humph. Master Dao. Poverty Li Xuanxian. Lao Dao. Li Xuanxian hummed out, his head slightly raised. Although he was robbed by Qin Hun, at least in terms of names, he won. Qin Hun. Beast. This his father and him have a grudge, right? How else would you come up with such a name? Qin Ji looked at the other party like this and shook his head, turning his gaze to Lin Yuan. Opening his mouth indifferently, he asked, you guys are looking for Qin Mao. Is there something? Lin Yuan's expression flickered at his words. Then he laughed softly. Ha! I heard that Brother Qin has amazing talent, and that he was able to cultivate into the Enlightenment realm even in a small place like Xinzhou. So I, came here to pay my respects. Worship? Qin Hun's eyes were disdainful, looking at the other party's aggressive appearance. It didn't look like they had come to pay their respects. Lin Yuan could see the disdain in Qin Li's eyes and didn't really care. Casually, I said, of course, in addition to paying respects, I also want to spar with Brother Qin. As the words fell, before Qin Hun could speak, a youth beside him immediately took a step forward. The raging aura pushed straight towards Qin Hun. Senior Brother Lin, what's the point of talking to him so much? Only by teaching him a lesson will he understand the gap between cultivators from small places and disciples from holy places. Not just anyone is qualified to get their hands on the position of the Holy Sun. Teach me a lesson? Qin Hunter narrowed his eyes at the other party, oblivious to the aura that enveloped him. This senior brother of mine has only just broken through the Enlightenment realm and wants to spar with Brother Qin. Brother Qin shouldn't be able to push back, right? Lin Yuan didn't stop his senior brother, and it did not allow Taoist Li Xuanxian to deduce the Taoist fortune. Knowing that the two knew each other, he also harbored a wariness of the old Tao. Excuses? Of course I won't excuse myself. However, Mr. Qin has a rule. There has to be a prize if you cut a deal. And not much. Just bet on all the treasures inside your inner world. Qili forced down the urge to pinch a few people to death, and there was a harmless smile on his face. What did you say? A bet? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. You're a poor cultivator from a small place. What qualifications do you have to bet against us? When our master brother's inner worlds casually take out a treasure. It's something we've never seen before in our lives. The youth who was ready to make a move earlier was filled with snickers. He didn't feel that Qin Hun had the capital to bet against him. Oh, yeah? Qin Ji was not angry. His palm flipped and a dagger appeared in his hand. The dagger was pitch black. The tip of the blade was broken, and it seemed to be an ocarina broken waste weapon. However, the others present looked at the dagger with a shocked expression. They could vaguely feel a wisp of holy might on the dagger. The youth who spoke out asked more directly, is this a holy weapon? Nice. It's feasible to bet against you with this holy soldier? With a kind face, Qin Hun looked at the youth. Bad. This kid is going to be a pit stop. The old Taoist quietly backed away and fell to the end. As a victim under Qin Hun, he was well aware of his opponent's strength. Even a heaven-prying realming spirit could be suppressed, so it wouldn't be a breeze to take down these few Enlightenment realm guys? It was just that he had suffered. Once Lin Yuan fell into the hands of the other party, then those treasures of his, he would never want them back. Yes, since Brother Qin wants to gamble, then Mr. Lin has no choice but to accompany him. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with covetousness. Then he said towards the young man, Senior brother, be careful with your strikes. Don't hurt Brother Qin. In his words, He did not put Chin Hun in his eyes at all, as if he had already confirmed that his senior brother would win. The youth sniffed and a cold smile appeared on his face. He, don't worry senior brother. Senior brother will definitely pay attention to the proportion. With that, he turned his head to look at Chin Hun. Go ahead and make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. Daring to come to the Chin Tian Holy Land. Oh, are you ready? Chin Hun was serious. No need to prepare. Strike. The youth frowned. Ask again. Are you sure? Chin Hunari's second face was serious. The youth was filled with impatience and bellowed out. Are you going to make a move or not? Is it afraid of? Before the words were out of his mouth, however, he saw a 42 size foot zoom in and out of sight. Zoom in, zoom out again. Boo! Foot in the face. Chapter 40. Grasping a sacred soldier with his bare hands. Boo! Whoa! The big foot descended from the sky, and in everyone's shocked, unbelievable gazes, it imprinted on the youth's face, directly stomping him into the ground. The powerful force even caused the ground to sink and collapse into a huge deep pit. The youth's entire head was covered by the large foot and buried beneath the ground. Phew! What a great battle! Chin Hali exhaled a breath, his big foot still stepping on the other's head, without the slightest intention of leaving. You! Damn it! Let go of Master Wu! How dare you! Lin Yuan reacted, and his face instantly sank, and beside him, the other two Holy Land disciples let out a cry of rage and subconsciously stepped forward, wanting to free their companions who were trampled under their feet. But what goes fast, comes back even faster. With just a wave of his hand, Chin Hunter swept the two away. Only the old Taoist, who had been standing at the very back since the beginning, was not the least bit surprised. Even, he felt that Chin Hun had struck lightly. Brother Chin, it's just a sparring match. There's no need for such a heavy hand, right? Lin Yuan's face was grim as he glanced at the two people who had been swept away before turning his gaze to Chin Hun. The eyes were shocked in their coldness. The two void-treading realm senior brothers were casually swept away, and that was fine. After all, there was a large realm difference, but Master Wu was a genuine enlightenment realm, and although he had only just advanced to this realm, as a disciple of the Holy Land, his battle power was different from ordinary people. Even without the advantage of a magic weapon, using only his true strength, he was sufficient to fight against ordinary cultivators several small realms above him. Now it was actually too late to even react before being stepped on. This huge contrast caused him to pay attention to Chin Hun while being shocked in his heart. Heavy-handed? Where's the heavy-handedness? Can't you see I'm using my feet? Chin Hunter slanted a glance at Lin Yuan and also twisted his 42 size big feet. What's a heavy hand? It's clearly the foot. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the other party, bent down, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, grandly began to scavenge on the youth's body. Ah, thieves, what are you doing? Stop it. I'll kill you. At his feet, the trampled youth cried out in grief. Even though his head was stepped into the ground, he sensed Chin Hunter's movements clearly. A raging aura erupted from his body, trying to break free, and a chilling killing machine swept through the entire space. Humph! Chin Hun snorted coldly, and with a tremor of his foot, he directly stomped him unconscious. During that time, the hands didn't even stop for a moment, scavenging the loot. The king's divine soldier of the Enlightenment realm, as well as the defensive jade pendant, hairpin, and ring. In the end, even the magic weapon robes and boots that the other party was wearing were stripped off one by one. The movements are skillful and flowing. Looking aside, the old Taoist's face darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched. This kid, his teeth itching to go up and fight with Chin Hun. This familiar scene reminded him of a month ago, when he had been reaped by the other party once like this, and not far away from the old Taoist. Lin Yuan and the three of them looked shocked and angry, but they could only watch, not daring to go forward. He was afraid that Chin Ji would accidentally trample the senior brother Wu under his feet to death, only to finally hold back when he saw Chin Hun almost stripping the youth naked. Lin Yuan stepped forward and stared at Chin Hun with a grim face. Enough, brother Chin, you're too unbridled. If senior brother Wu loses, you can have all the things taken away, but for you to humiliate him like this, you have somewhat disregarded the Holy Land. Go too far, and beware of a bad end. Not bad, let go of senior brother Wu. The other two sacred ground disciples similarly shouted angrily. Only, the gazes of the two men looking at Chin Hunter had taken on a strong sense of scorn and even fear. Compared to the several people's shocked anger and colorfulness, Chin Hun appeared incomparably calm. He looked at the several people with a harmless expression on his face and laughed softly. Oh, no need to worry. It's just a cut and thrust. Mr. Chin still knows how to do it. Just hand over the promised bet, and he will naturally be released. Otherwise, what if you guys run away? This is a holy land, so Mr. Chin can't go around looking for people, right? Saying this, he fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan and stretched his voice. Do you think so, Lin Yuan? Seen your brother? Humph. Lin Yuan's face was clouded and he snorted coldly. The bet. Haven't you already taken it? What more do you want? However, Qin Han sniffed with disdain. With his foot, he kicked the ground where he had just scavenged the spells. A bet? You mean this pile of crap? Rags. The old Taoist standing to the side, as a bystander, only felt like he was holding a breath in his chest and almost died of anger. Those, at least, are Enlightenment realm divine weapons. What makes it a rag? If you don't want it, you can give it to him. Similarly, Lin Yuan was furious when he heard this. Staring at Qin Han, a hint of murderous intent flared up in his cold gaze. You seek death. A furious shout rang out as a large Xian black seal appeared steeply in his hand, instantly transforming into the size of a small mountain. A ray of horrifying holy might rose from the great seal, suppressing it towards Qin Han. In just an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped Qin Chi, and some of the items that were close by were instantly necrotic. At the same moment, the other two Holy Land disciples saw this and also threw out a battle weapon in unison, collaborating with the Great Seal Sacred Warrior to suppress Qin Han. Only, the two men's battle weapons only emitted the fluctuations of the heaven-prying realm, and were not holy weapons. Anxious, Qin Chi stared at the three battle armies coming from the suppression. Both hands were wide open, and a dense golden light covered his palms as he directly grabbed towards the air. Arrogant! Want to use your flesh to harden your body against a holy weapon? Lin Yuan sneered with a disdainful expression, but in the next moment, he couldn't laugh. There became a stiff smile on his face. He felt that a terrifying force was fighting with himself for the control of the holy soldier. In just a few breaths, the connection between him and the saint soldier was severed, and in his gaze, the Great Seal Sacred Soldier and the two void-treading realm heavy artifacts in the sky above also disappeared in an instant. Snap! Snapped! Ta! 3 stones fell from the air, bounced a few times on the ground, and rolled in front of the trio. Looking at Qin Han, he was holding the Great Seal Sacred Soldier and 2 heavy artifacts above his palms. How would that be? Lin Yuan was appalled. Beside him, the other 2 Holy Land disciples did the same, looking at the stones by their feet with disbelief. What the hell? You go out as a mighty heavy weapon and come back as a stone? Only the old Taoist looked at it with 2 black eyes. It's this weird aptitude again. He felt like he wasn't watching a play. He was being tortured. Every time he saw Qin Han using some of his tactics, he would recall the image of himself when he was robbed. 1 sacred soldier, 2 heavy weapons. Not bad. Qin Li directly put away the 3 trophies. Asterisk. Give back the holy soldier. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's teeth were about to be clenched. Seeing that Qin Huni had actually taken his saint soldier into the inner world, without thinking, he raised his hand and blasted out with a divine power. The large hand that covered the sky carried an aura of boundless terror as it slapped at Qin Han. In his anger, he even disregarded the death of senior brother Wu. Chapter 41 Peeping Heaven Realm Strikes. Qin de Qin Air protects his calf. Senior brother must not. 2 disciples spoke out to stop them. Just now, when they used their heavy weapons, they were only thinking of suppression and didn't dare to kill with their magic treasures. But now, Lin Yuan was clearly furious, making the divine ability to kill. However, Lin Yuan didn't pay the slightest attention to the 2 men's obstruction. Even the great hand that covered the sky slapped down with an even more terrifying aura. Ha! A little sculpture. Qin Han looked at the huge handprint that was slapped down with a disinterested face. This divine ability, which Lin Zhengtian had used on himself, was far too powerful than this one now. A fist blasted out, easily shattering the huge palm that pressed down. The collapsing spiritual energy transformed into a storm and swept out, causing chaos in the heavens and earth. The huge commotion directly alarmed the Holy Land. What's going on? How could such powerful fluctuations appear in the Holy Land? Someone's fighting? A disciple walked out of the cave, his face filled with astonishment as his gaze looked in the direction where the manor was. First, there was an inexplicable and terrifying pressure, followed by such powerful battle fluctuations that made their hearts wonder. Although there were disciples cutting in the Holy Land from time to time, it was normal for some battle fluctuations to occur. But this time, they clearly felt the strong killing chance that was interspersed in it. This is not what a normal cut should be. Some sacred land elders of the Enlightenment realm and even the heaven-prying realm stepped into the air and headed for the source. Outside the manor, Qin Hunter withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Yuan with an indifferent gaze. In the next moment, the figure appeared directly in front of the other party. The runes coalesced in his palm and pressed against the opposite side of the door. Off. Lin Yuan was shocked and furious. A long sword once again appeared in his hand and slashed at Qin Han's arm. Bear! Space cracked open a mouth, and the stern aura chilled one's muscles. Top heavy? Qin Hun stared at the longsword that was clipping at him, and with a turn of his palm he grabbed it straight up. Madaka! Palm and sword exchanged blows, and even issued the sound of gold and iron striking. The top-tier heavy artifact's magic sword chopped at his hand and didn't even break his skin. How can? What a powerful fleshly body! Lin Yuan was terrified. His palm shook and his spiritual energy exploded as he tried to pull the longsword out. But where would Qin Hun give him a chance? The empty other palm pressed down. A round of Tao diagrams condensed in the center of the palm, and the terrifying power of suppression directly pressed it down to the point where it could not move. Furthermore, on the 5 fingers, a chain of order extended from the fingertips, instantly quintupling them. Senior brother Lin Yuan. The 2 remaining Holy Land disciples saw this scene and shouted, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped on the ground by Qin Hun and similarly tied up. After doing so, Qin Li clapped his hands and looked at the old Taoist to the side. The old Taoist's face fell instantly, and the next moment he tried to squeeze out a smile. Ah ha ha ha, that, Master Dao. No, the poor Taoist is just passing by. He tightened his shirt and stepped back with a nervous look on his face, afraid that Qin Hun would go crazy from killing and rob him again. There's no need for the Taoist priest to be nervous. A kind smile appeared on Qin Li's face. Glancing at the few Gnosis realm artifacts hanging on the other party's body, he somewhat looked away. Well, fatten up before you grab it. Poor Taoist is not nervous. Not nervous? Ha! The old Taoist didn't know what was in Qin Ji's mind, and when he saw that Qin Ji really didn't seem to be ready to make a move, his face relaxed slightly. Qin Hunter looked deeply at the other party and smiled meaningfully. Then, retracting his gaze, he looked at Lin Yuan's several people who were tied up on the ground. Lin Yuan's face sank. Brother Qin, I advise you not to mistake yourself. The Holy Land is not a place where you can run amok. There are still powerful heavenly prides in the Holy Land that are more powerful than us, and once the Holy Sun emerges from the gate, he will definitely suppress you. The Holy Sun? Lin Zhangtian? Qin Jerry was happy. It seemed that these few people still didn't know that Lin Zhangtian had nearly been suppressed by himself. It was also true that Lin Zhangtian, as a Holy Sun, how could he reveal his scandalous story? Nice. As the most powerful young leader of the Green Sky Holy Land, the Holy Sun's cultivation is 100 times more powerful than mine. Once you're out of the gate, suppressing you will be easy. Lin Yuan spoke coldly with a look of contempt. Ha! Then wait for your family's Holy Sun to come out and find me. Qin Li didn't care. With that, he bent down and reached out, ready to start scavenging for treasure. But before the treasure could be searched, an icy cold shout rang out in the air. Stop! Before the voice fell, an appalling poo aura descended from the sky and blasted towards Qin Hun. Humph! A cold light flashed in Qin Hunter's eyes, and his outstretched palm froze for half a second. Then without the slightest hesitation, he smoothly copied Lin Yuan on the ground and held him in front of himself. The next moment, boo! That aura blasted directly at Lin Yuan. Put! Wow! Lin Yuan sprayed blood from his mouth, his face instantly turning as white as paper. At the same time, a clicking sound rang out from his body, and his body cracked like porcelain. It seemed that the next moment it would shatter completely. TSK, 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 what a hard hit! Qin Li looked at the other party's appearance and shook his head before casually throwing it away. At that moment, several figures appeared above the void. They first looked at Lin Yuan, who had been thrown away like a dead dog, and then at the remaining 2 youths who were tied up, and then the disciple whose head was buried in the ground and who had fainted to death, and their faces gradually turned gloomy. Among them, the face of a middle-aged man in red even looked gloomy. With a grab of his palm, he detained the 4 Lin Yuan people on the ground in front of him. Looking at the appalling wounds that cracked on Lin Yuan's body, his cold and stern gaze was like 2 sharp swords that stabbed at Qin Hun. Little, you're so mean. When you first came amongst the Holy Land, you dared to run amok and brutalize the Holy Land disciples, with such an evil mind. So I can't help but say that this seat will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Uncle Qinyu today. Now, follow this seat to the Hall of Discipline, the red-robed middle-aged man said, raising his hand and waving it. At that instant, several fire-red chains pierced through space, like a swimming dragon of fire. It locked onto Qin Hun, the terrifying heat causing the void to distort. Without any further ado, he was about to take down Qin Hun immediately. Peak Heaven Prying Realm. Qin Ji stared coldly at the several chains. The terrifying power contained deep within his body poised to strike. Just as he was about to strike, suddenly a chilling blade light chopped at him from behind. Boo! Boom boom boom. Destroying them, all the flame chains were instantly cut off in a single chop. Afterwards, 2 unusually majestic figures slowly walked out of the manor. Lin Song, it's not your turn to discipline the disciples of my Qin clan. Qin De. Qin Er's face was indifferent. The majestic body is like 2 city walls. Standing there, there is a heavy sense of oppression. Qin de. Qin air. What do you mean? Lin Song's face was grim as he stared at the two. Upon hearing this, Qin de had a cold look on his face and chided. You shamelessly struck out at our Qin clan disciples and asked us what we meant? Chapter 42 Sage Intervention. End of the storm. This sun brutalized the disciples of the Holy Land and injured my son. This seed is only upholding the majesty of the Holy Land by taking him to the Temple of Discipline. Could it be that you two are actually harboring him? Lin Song's face was ugly as he stared at Qin de Qin air and said in a cold voice, mutilate the disciples of the Holy Land? Where? Why didn't I see it? Qin de looked skeptical, and said he even pretended to ask Qin air, who was next to him, Elder, did you see that? Of course I didn't see it. Qin air spread his hands. You guys. Lin Song was furious as he watched the two open their eyes. Beside him, a few old men who came with him similarly had slightly sunken faces. One of the old men spoke indifferently. Qin de, the two of you should not harbor him. When this son first came to the Holy Land, he injured the disciples of the Holy Land, and he even snatched the magic treasure. Such behavior must be punished. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the Holy Land? Where is the majesty of the Temple of Discipline? The old man was dressed in black, with a thin figure and a shadowy face, permeated with an invisible fury. His name was Sikong Lian, Vice Lord of the Precepts Hall. The youth who had his face stepped on by Qin Hun earlier was none other than his disciple. Snort! Qin de looked at Sikong Lian and let out a snort from his mouth. Old man Sikong, isn't it just stepping on your disciple? He's still coming to the door looking for trouble when he's not as skilled as he is. And now he's just helping to educate you before he goes out into the world and is still this unaware of what's going on. When the time comes, it won't just be you who will be disgraced, but the Holy Land as well. You. Sikong Lian was so infuriated that he couldn't speak. Glancing at his beloved disciple, who was still fainting, a fierce aura gradually surged out of his body. What? You still want to make a move even though you're not justified? The fury on Qin Da's body was even greater than Sikong Lian's. Reaching out into the void in front of him, a giant blade larger than his body appeared. Come on. Old me has long been looking at you in a bad light. No one can leave today without fighting to the death. Qin Da's face was ferocious, his devouring gaze fixed on the several people in the sky above. At the same time, Qin air, who was on the side, also took out his own battle weapon, and his body was surging with fury. Over the years, Sikong Lian and Lin Song's streams hadn't spared them from suppressing their Qin clan, especially Sikong Lian, relying on the identity of the Vice Lord of the Precepts Hall, had become a nightmare for the disciples of their lineage. Some disciples with good talent, and even the elders of their lineage, would be taken to the Hall of Discipline whenever they disputed with someone in the Holy Land, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Don't try to get out without losing a layer of skin. Because of these, some of the fresh blood that joined the Holy Land later on were unwilling to worship under their lineage. In the past they put up with it because they had no backstage. But now, there was no way that the other party would be allowed to take Qin Hun again. Above, Lin Song, Sikong Lian and the two of them looked at Qin Di and Qin air with uncertain expressions. Several people were at the peak of the heaven-prying realm. Once they really fought, the outcome would be hard to predict. Also, it's not the same nature as a fight between disciples. Just when they were feeling like they were riding a tiger, a majestic voice resounded in the air above the heads of the crowd. Enough! As elders of the Holy Land and masters of one of the halls, how is it decent for you and the others to fight over matters between disciples? This matter ends here. Disperse quickly. The voice was as loud as heavenly thunder. At the same time, it was accompanied by a terrifying holy might that enveloped this side of heaven and earth. The crowd's faces changed drastically. Lin Song, Sikong Lian respectfully arched their hands towards the depths of the Holy Land. Yes, we honor the Holy Order. After saying that, he coldly swept his eyes over the several people below him, and finally grabbed the several people from Lin Yuan and left directly. The many powerful people who followed along with them also looked deeply at Qin Hun before they all stepped into the air and left. Saints! Qin Hunter muttered as he looked into the depths of the Holy Land. The terrifying saint might just now gave him a palpitating feeling. Thinking that Qin Ji was startled by the commotion just now, Qin De walked up and patted Qin Ji's shoulder with his bushy palm. Soothingly, he said, "Oh, don't worry, the saint holds himself noble and will not make a move against you." Qin Hun smiled at his words and arched his hand toward the two. "Thank you both." "Both," said the man, actually not knowing how he should address the two. "I'm not much older than you, and I'm only dementedly long by 3,000 years, so feel free to call me senior uncle." Qin De waved his hand. "Then thank you, two senior uncles." Qin Hun smiled and arched his hand. Although, he didn't necessarily fear those people, the fact that the two were able to come out and stand on his side showed that the lineage of the Holy Land was still quite united. "Senior nephew is polite. It's senior uncle who thanks you." Those pups? If it wasn't for the fact that senior uncle wasn't fit to make a move, he would have beaten his mother to death long ago. Now, you've kind of taken the heat for master uncle. Qin had a relieved look on his face. That brat Lin Yuan hadn't bullied the disciples of their lineage much. On the other hand, the other party's cultivation was powerful, and the younger generation of their lineage was no match. The two of them, as elders, were not in a good position to intervene, but they had been holding their breath for many years. Not bad, you boys did a good job. It's just a bit merciful. Next time you have the chance, remember to hit harder. Qin chimed in from the side, still feeling that Qin Han had struck lightly. At the very least, it would be nice to keep the other guy in bed for a few months. Nice guy. Qin looked at the two senior uncles with a somewhat strange look in his eyes. These two guys, they're no slouches either. Of course, it's possible that they've been crushed too much by that vein. At that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of sneaky figures that were quietly retreating. A quick teasing smile appeared on his face. Fellow Daoist immortal seeker, in such a hurry to leave? Anymore? You're an old friend, so you're not staying to catch up? The old Taoist who was trying to sneak away, his body froze violently. He turned around and coughed lightly twice, somewhat unnaturally. Ahem, that poor Taoist has things to do at home, and the dog he raised has not been fed yet today. Feed the dog? The figure of that big black dog couldn't help but appear in Qin Hari's mind. Then he shook his head and asked, how did the Taoist master end up in the Holy Land? Could it be that he is a disciple of the Holy Land? He left the other party behind because he was a bit curious as to how a grave robber would show up in a holy place. Fellow Daoist is joking. The poor Taoist is just a loose cannon. How could he be a disciple of a Holy Land? The old Taoist smiled awkwardly and hastily denied it. Oh, Qin nodded in understanding. So you've come to the Holy Land to rob the tomb? A grave robber? The two Qin looked at the old Taoist and their eyes became dangerous. Fellow Daoist, don't be ridiculous. The poor Taoist is just a guest of the Holy Land. The old Taoist jumped up in fear, his expression becoming incredibly tense. Really not? Qin was a little disappointed. Thought the other side had robbed tombs all the way to the Holy Land. It turned out to be empty. But thinking about it, with the strength of the Holy Land, how could it be possible for an Enlightenment realm to dig up their ancestral graves? It really isn't. The old paths clarified again. If this is misunderstood, will the Holy Land not boil him down and light his lamp? He only wanted to come to the Holy Land to retrieve his treasure, but he didn't want to be wrongly accused of dying. Qin could see that the other party wasn't lying, and his heart was suddenly lacking in interest. Nodding his head, be my guest, Taoist master. Mr. Qin still has things to do, so I won't keep you for dinner. The old Taoist sniffed and froze, then reacted, and hastily spoke. Oh, well, the poor man is not hungry. Not hungry. Saying that, he arched his hand towards Qin and turned around without looking back. With his mind made up, he left the green sky sacred ground overnight tonight. Junior nephew, if there's nothing else, senior uncle will leave first. Watching the old Taoist leave, Qin and Qin also prepared to return to their cave to cultivate hard. They were already at the peak of the heaven-prying realm and needed to enlighten themselves, looking for the opportunity to break through to sainthood. As they were leaving, one of them threw a bead to Qin Han. In the future, if there is trouble, just crush this, and senior uncle will kill over to help you support the scene. Many thanks to the two master uncles. Qin smiled and accepted the two beads. Then, too, he returned to his small courtyard. A storm that passed. Although he didn't clean Lin Yuan's men clean, he also obtained a holy weapon and two heavy weapons. There were also a number of void-stepping, Enlightenment realm magic artifact ornaments, and after going through this, his reputation has spread in the Holy Land. Some of the people who had originally looked down on him and thought of looking for trouble were instantly dissuaded from this idea after hearing about the tragic situation of Lin Yuan's several people, so the next month or so was spent in peace. Until this day, the day of the opening of the Hall of the Sealed King arrived. Chapter 43, Heavenly Pillar Mountain. Palace of the Sealed King. It was slightly light. A sliver of fish belly white lit up the sky. In the Qingtian Holy Land, a strong aura rose from everywhere and converged in the sky above the Holy Land. All the disciples of the Holy Land stepped out of their places of cultivation and looked up into the stormy void. The Palace of the Sealed King is going to open. I also wonder, among the strongest people in the Holy Land, who can obtain the King's seal? But surely the Holy Son can. Although his cultivation isn't as good as some of his senior uncles, his supreme battle body's battle power is heaven-defying, so it won't be difficult for him to obtain the seal. In front of an attic, several core disciples had a look of expectant yearning in their eyes. They all knew of the existence of the Seal King's Hall. Seal the King! Who doesn't want to obtain a kingly title of their own when they are in the realm of enlightenment? Even if they hadn't yet reached the realm of enlightenment, it didn't prevent them from aspiring for the seal. Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth. Some time ago, that newcomer from the Qin clan lineage defeated senior brother Lin Yuan. What do you guys say? Will he attend the King's Sealing Hall? At these words, the field was silent for a moment. Qin Hunter suppressed Lin Yuan's 4 men and robbed the other side of their holy weapons, although this matter was blocked by the higher echelons of the Holy Land. However, as core disciples, they still knew. After a short silence, one of the disciples analyzed. The Seal King Hall is an event for powerful people of the Enlightenment realm. That person should attend. However, I'm afraid it's impossible to obtain the seal. The rest of them nodded approvingly at that. Even if Qin Ji defeated Lin Yuan in battle, they didn't look favorably on him. After all, Lin Yuan was only at the first level of the Enlightenment realm. While these disciples were talking, deep within a huge palace, Lin Jingtian slowly stepped out, a terrifying aura fluctuation permeating his body. He drew lightly with his fingertips, and the space in front of him was torn open with a pitch-black line. 4th level of the Tao Enlightenment realm, and the Emperor's scriptures have also improved. This time in the King's Sealing Palace, this saint's son can definitely shine and become a sealed king. And, Qin hunting, Lin Jingtian muttered to himself. Towards the end, his voice became icy cold. At the same moment, on the other side of the estate, sensing the many auras of the Enlightenment realm rising within the Holy Land, Qin Hunter slowly stepped out of the courtyard. Almost 3 months have passed since the Seal King's Hall. Chances of becoming an emperor. When he walked out of the courtyard to the outside of the manor, he found Qin De and Qin Er had already been waiting outside. In addition, beside them stood 2 young people, a man and a woman. Qin De saw Qin Hun coming and shouted at the 2 young men, "Tanny, Qin Yao, quickly meet your senior brother Qin Hun." The 2 of them sniffed and looked at Qin Hun with strange colors flashing in their eyes. Then they all arched their hands in unison and said, "Greetings, senior brother Qin Hun. You're welcome." Qin Shi arched his hand in return and his gaze went to Qin De. These are the 2 strongest of the younger generation of the Qin clan lineage, and they're also going to the King's Sealing Hall this time. Uncle Shifu would like you to take care of it as much as you can. If you encounter one that you can't cope with, you can shake Uncle Shifu and kill it within 3 breaths. Qin Di explained. They were at the heaven-prying realm and had no intention of going. However, Qin Hari had their transmission beads, so as long as something was crushed, they could immediately kill them. Don't worry, 2 senior uncles. Qin Li did not refuse and nodded. Well then, off you go. The Heavenly Pillar Mountain where the Seal King's Hall is located is some distance from the Holy Land, so don't miss the time. Qin De Qin Er nodded, then waved his hand. Qin Hun did not say anything else and directly led the 2 away in the direction of the Holy Land's mountain gate. Within the Holy Land, the construction of spatial passages is not allowed. Senior brother Qin Hunter, I heard that you kidnapped a few people from Lin Yuan before. Is that true? On the way, Qin Yao asked with some curiosity. On the side, Qin Tianyi sniffed and also looked at Qin Hun. The 2 of them, he and Qin Yao, were siblings, the pride of the Qin clan that they had devoted their efforts to cultivating. One Enlightenment 1, one Enlightenment 2. Because of the factions, there were usually not many disputes with those of Lin Yuan. However, the other party had Lin Zhengtian behind them, so most of the time it was the 2 of them who suffered. Now that he had heard of Qin Hun's glorious battle record, he naturally wanted to take a closer look at the situation as well. Qin Li looked sideways at the 2 siblings and smiled. It's nothing, just sparring with them. Cutting? Qin Yao didn't believe it. She heard Uncle Master Qin say that it had alarmed the saints. Qin Li didn't speak again. To him, dealing with Lin Yuan's few people was actually not even a cut and thrust. It was a one-sided crushing. It was just a pity that they were stirred up before they could rob their inner world. Seeing that Qin Hun didn't want to say more, Qin Yao also had the sense to stop asking. A group of 3 people exited the huge portal and directly tore through space, rushing to Tianju Mountain. A few days later, on a territory tens of millions of miles away from the Holy Land of Green Heaven, the huge mountain was like a pillar holding up the sky, towering into the clouds with no end in sight. From the clouds that surrounded the mountain, terrifying beast roars came out from time to time, and a huge figure loomed in them. Tianju Mountain, the highest mountain peak in the heavenly Tsang continent. The Seal King Hall was on top of it. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, quite a few figures had already gathered. Most of them were youth-like, very few middle-aged, and one of them had an incomparably powerful aura. The Heavenly Pillar Mountain is sealed with a king, and this time, the poor Taoist can't help but get a title for himself as well. At the foot of the mountain, the old Taoist stood on a boulder, his eyes looking towards the Tianju Mountain in front of him with some less anticipation in his eyes. Beside him, a capsized black dog stood humanely in fancy pants, sniffing and humming disdainfully. Humph, seals are just that. Only you humans chase after these false names. This king came here only for the chance of becoming an emperor inside. Big Black's eyes were glowing, and his harumphs were about to flow out of the corners of his mouth. Just as they were thinking, the space directly above their heads suddenly cracked open a spatial passage. Immediately after that, 3 silhouettes stepped out. Da-hei immediately blushed, and his already dark dog face became even darker, which is cutting a channel through its head, turned against him. Chapter 44, The Gathering of the Strong. Is this the Tianju Mountain? In the air, the 3 of them walked out of the space passage. Qin Jerry gazed at the huge mountain peaks towering into the sky with some shock in his eyes. Not bad. This is Tianju Mountain. The Hall of the Sealed King is said to be on top of the mountain. On the side, Qin Tianyi raised his head to look at the peak of the mountain that was hidden by the clouds, his eyes sizzling. It wasn't his first time coming to Tianju Mountain, and he had been here during his past training. When he thought that he would soon be climbing this peak and competing for the title that belonged to him, he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. And at that moment, the Big Black and Old Tao below had long been scared silly. Even their breaths were held as they looked at the 3 Qin Huns standing above their heads, especially the Old Taoist. An old face was even darker than the Big Black one next to him. It was practically black. Damn, it's a real bummer. How come I run into this bastard everywhere I go? More than a month ago, he left the Holy Land of the Green Sky overnight and found Big Black, who was wandering outside. He came to Tianju Mountain early, wanting to wait for the Seal King's Hall to open and go inside to make a fortune. Who would have thought? It's so wrong. One man and one dog looked at each other and moved their feet gently, trying to sneak away before Qin Hun found them. Just when they thought they would be able to walk away without any problems, a voice came and made them freeze in place. Where are you 2 going? What? Don't want to see Qin? Qin Li suddenly appeared in front of the 2 men, looking at them with a smile on his face. Just as he stepped out of the space passage, he spotted these 2 guys. He didn't want to pay any attention to it, but seeing how the 2 were sneaking away, he stopped them anyway. Ha, oh, Taoist friend jokes. Poor Taoist just stood for a long time, legs a little numb. Activities. Just. The old Taoist spoke awkwardly. On the side, Big Black was quickly storing some of the treasures hanging on his body into the inner world. The reaction of a man and a dog directly looked dumbfounded at the Qin Tian or 2 behind Qin Hari. They looked at their senior brother Qin Hun somewhat strangely. The mind couldn't help but think, what on earth did Qin Hun do to them? The hallowed enlightenment realm actually looked as if a mouse had seen a cat when he saw his senior brother. Just as the 2 of them were guessing, the void was once again flooded with spatial fluctuations. Immediately afterward, 2 huge, hundreds of feet spatial passages appeared. One black, one green. 2 huge building ships sailed out one after another. On the bow of the ship, each stood a dozen figures. On the left, on the black building ship, the person at the head was dressed in a long red dress with a perfect figure. But unfortunately, her face was covered by a light veil, so she couldn't really see it. On the right side of the building ship, there was a white-clothed young man with sword brows and starry eyes. Handsome, only his face was filled with indifference. It's the Holy Land of Taichu and the Holy Land of Qingtian. I can't imagine that the 2 great Holy Lands actually came at the same time. Among the mountains and forests below, the many enlightenment realms that had arrived earlier looked at the 2 building ships that had sailed out of space with different expressions. Many people's gazes were directed towards the red-skirted figure standing on the Taichu Sacred Lands building ship, with a look of either amazement or adoration in their eyes. Yi Qingyue, the Holy Maiden of Taichu. Not only was her talent powerful, but she was said to be one of the few people in the eastern wasteland region who was absolutely stunning. To these young prides, the attraction was not insignificant. Yi Qingyue, Lin Zhangtian. On the boulder, Qin Han looked at the 2 people on the building ship with the same expression in his eyes. Only, he was surprised at the cultivation level of the 2. The previous time they met, Lin Zhangtian was still only at the 3rd level of the Dao Enlightenment realm, and Yi Qingyue was at the 4th level of the Dao Enlightenment realm. However, in 3 months' time, the 2 had actually raised a small realm in unison. It seems like a lot of effort was spent to enter the Hall of the Seal King. At that moment, Lin Zhangtian and Yi Qingyue in front of the building ship seemed to have sensed something, and their gazes looked at the boulder where Qin Hun was in unison. Upon seeing Qin Hun, both of their expressions changed. Lin Zhangtian's face instantly sank, and an icy color flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingyue, on the other hand, was slightly stunned, then nodded gently towards Qin Hun. Senior Sacred Son. It's him, that beast. Not only did he injure senior brother Lin Yuan and I, he also robbed our saint soldiers. Behind Lin Zhangtian, Wu Ming stared at Qin Ji, an incomparably angry expression on his face. The thought of being stomped unconscious by the other party caused incomparable humiliation to well up in his heart. If it wasn't for the opening of the Hall of the Sealed King, he wouldn't even have the face to come out. Beside Wu Ming, Lin Yuan also looked grim. He had been used as a robber by Qin Hun and had almost been crushed to death by his own father's aura. It took a full month of recuperation to heal the injury. Lin Jingtian's face became more and more gloomy as he listened to the words of the two. He had learned about it when he was out of the gate. However, right now, with the opening of the Seal King Hall just around the corner, it was not yet appropriate to clash with Qin Hun. In the end, he just coldly said, "Don't worry, when elder brother comes out of the palace of the Sealed King, he will definitely seek justice for you. The saint soldiers that were snatched away will naturally be given back to you as well." After saying that, he put away the building ship and led a group of people behind him to walk down towards a nearby mountain. Over there, the building ship of the Taichu Sacred Land also disappeared at the same time, and Yi Qingyue walked down into the void with a group of fellow disciples. They landed on a boulder not far from Qin Hun's several people. Afterwards, Yi Qingyue lightly lifted her jade foot and took the initiative to walk up to Qin Hun and greeted him. "Fellow Taoist Qin Hunter, I haven't seen you in a few months, but you have become even more graceful." She had spoken to the other party about the palace of the Sealed King 3 months ago, and she hadn't expected the other party to actually come. And his eyes glanced towards Qin Tianyi and Qin Yao, who were standing behind Qin Ji. His eyes were thoughtful. "It is also thanks to the Holy Maiden informing the news of the Seal King Hall. Otherwise, I am afraid that Qin Mao will miss it." Qin Li politely returned. Although he should have known about this news when he arrived at the Holy Land of the Green Sky, but after all, people had let themselves know in advance. And since the other party seemed to have the intention of befriending him, he was not in a position to reach out and hit the smiling man. Then, the two of them talked for a few more sentences about some painless topics before Yi Qingyi turned to leave. And the scene of the two of them talking attracted the attention of quite a few powerhouses under the Heavenly Pillar Mountain. "What kind of person is that kid?" The Holy Maiden actually took the initiative to go up and climb into conversation with him. And it looks like the chat was quite pleasant. "Isn't it just a little bit better looking? Climb Tianju Mountain later and make him look good." Several young celestials cast icy gazes at Qin Hunter, calculating in their hearts how to clean him up. On the boulder, Qin Tian and the two siblings looked at Qin Hun with strange eyes. Qin Yao opened her mouth to ask with some curiosity, "Senior brother Qin Hun, you're familiar with the Holy Maiden of the Taichu Sacred Land?" As a celestial pride of the Qingtian sacred ground, she herself was at the Enlightenment realm, so she naturally knew Yi Qingyue, the Holy Maiden of the Taichu sacred ground. It's just that there is no fellowship. Moreover, as the Holy Maiden of the Taichu Holy Land, Yi Qingyue's character was very cold, and she was rarely seen to be so enthusiastic towards others. "Met once. Not familiar," Qin Hun said casually. "Not familiar?" Qin Yao's eyes were skeptical, clearly not convinced. At this time, the old Taoist and Big Black, who had been scared and nervous, also came closer. The soul of gossip blazed in the eyes of one man and one dog. "Hey, kid, this girl doll is nice, good-looking and a holy woman. You've earned it. Why don't we go to the Holy Land of Taichu and become a door-to-door son-in-law?" "What resources won't be available at that time?" Big Black grinned a big mouth, a humanized, extremely lewd smile on his doggy face. "Hey, dead dog is right." The old Taoist picked up the conversation, agreeing, "Your wife is in danger. The poor Taoist watches over you." Chapter 45, Opening of the Palace of the Favored King, Golden Path that Eats People. "What? A noble woman in danger?" Qin Li's face grew darker and darker as he listened to the two guys. At the same time, the look at the two men was becoming more and more dangerous. Only after noticing Qin Hun's dangerous eyes did the man and the dog stop their voices as an afterthought. "It just occurred to me that jokes about the one in front of me were not to be taken lightly." Ha. The old Taoist made a ha and backed up a few steps resentfully. As for Big Black, he had run away long before. Qin Li see this, also do not want to in 2 ATM, simply in the boulder sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes and wait for the opening of the palace of the Seal King. Time passed day by day, and one after another, powerful people tore through space to arrive, until 10 days later, under the Heavenly Pillar Mountain, nearly 100 cultivators had already gathered. All of them were strong enlightenment practitioners within 1,000 years of age. Of course, this was only the strong people who were eligible in the Eastern Wasteland, and did not include other regions. The Tiansan continent is divided into 5 major domains: Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Barbarians, Northern Xian, and the Central Heavenly Domain, which was in the middle of the 4 domains. Of the 5 great domains, the 4 domains in the southeast, northwest, and north, each had a Seal King Hall. The Central Heavenly Domain, on the other hand, was 3 boundless ancient forbidden lands where no human race survived. On this day, Qin Hun, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, opened his eyes violently, slightly raising his head. His stern gaze looked above the mountaintop. Coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wang sound rang out between heaven and earth, and the huge Tianju mountain seemed to shake. Above the clouds, a tidal wave of spiritual energy swept through, and a path of golden light hung down upside down. Countless Tao patterns surrounded it, like a ladder to heaven. The hall of the sealed king has opened. Ha 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 ha, this seat will definitely have its own kingly title this time. Fellow Taoists, one step ahead. At the foot of the mountain, many Enlightenment Realm celestials looked at the drooping golden road with excited expressions. Immediately, some people rushed out and climbed above the clouds by stepping on the steps of the golden path. Seeing someone take the lead, the rest of the powerhouses also surged out in a frenzy. Lin Jingtian led more than a dozen people from the Qingtian Holy Land, and before climbing up, he looked deeply at Qin Li with icy cold eyes. Fellow Taoist Qin Hunter, go ahead. Not far away, Yi Qinyue gave a greeting towards Qin Ji, and also led the strongest members of the Taichu Sacred Land, stepping into the golden light path. Let's go too. Qin Shi greeted behind him and took the lead to walk forward. As his feet stepped into the golden light path, an incomparably powerful pressure instantly fell on his body. Boom! There was a faint popping sound in his ears, and Qin Li frowned slightly, but just for a moment, he was back to his normal self. As if nothing had happened, he continued to climb upwards. It was just that, with each step up, the pressure on his body was a tiny bit greater. As time increased, the steps climbed became more numerous, and the pressure endured gradually increased beyond the level of the peak of the Enlightenment Realm towards the peeping heaven realm. At the same time, there would be an inexplicable force rising from his feet and burrowing into his body, seemingly helping to quench his flesh. I also don't know who built the King's Sealing Hall. What a masterstroke. Qin Shi sighed in his heart as he felt the power drilling into his body, though there was only a hint of it, and it didn't do much for him. But this is just the beginning. There are countless steps behind it, and under the accumulation of small amounts, I believe it is still somewhat useful. Senior brother Qin Hun, he looks so relaxed. At the back, the following Qin Tani siblings were more or less shocked in their eyes when they saw Qin Hun walking idly. They also carry a great deal of pressure on them, and likewise grow stronger as they climb the ladder. By now, everyone had endured a terrifying pressure that exceeded their own by 2 small realms. Although they were all Holy Land pride and were much stronger than cultivators of the same realm, they were now feeling some discomfort against the pressure that surpassed them by 2 small realms. While not far away from the two, the old Tao and Big Black, still, were in a relaxed state. It seemed to feel no pressure at all, as if walking on ordinary ground, especially Big Black, who actually grabbed an arm-thick spirit ginseng and dog-eared it. Ahead, Qin Hun sensed the change in the 2 siblings and slowed his steps slightly, but the next moment, his face changed slightly. The palm of his hand clenched into a fist and violently blasted out to the left front. The intense golden light collided with a terrifying blade light that appeared out of nowhere. Boo! The golden light path vibrated, and that terrifying blade light was crushed, turning into countless runic patterns that merged into the ladder below. An attack from the 3rd level of the Heaven Prying Realm? Qin Li frowned, his face slightly grave. At the same moment, all of the strongest people on the avenue were also under attack. Caught off guard, someone was chopped off the ladder and fell from above. Even worse, the broken arms and legs are exceptionally miserable. Damn it! I thought there was only pressure. How come there's still an attack? Among the strongest survivors, someone shouted in shock and anger. Some of them had elders who had entered the palace of the Sealed King, and there were no attacks on the Golden Light Path at that time. What's going on here? The 2 siblings were filled with gravity, also a little confused by the suddenness of the situation. Grandmaster Uncle Qin had told them about the do's and don'ts of sealing the king of Tianzhu Mountain, but he hadn't said that this golden road would attack people. You guys stay away from me, don't get too close. Qin Li turned his head to look at the 2 siblings and admonished them. He was afraid that if there was another attack, it would spread to the 2. An attack at the Heaven Prying Realm level, even if it was just an aftershock, would be a great test for the 2, and they might be blasted down as a result. It's even possible to lose your life if you're not careful. Yes, senior brother Qin Hun. The 2 of them nodded their heads gruffly, and the eyes that looked at Qin Hun revealed a hint of obedience. Thinking of the punch that Qin Chi had just thrown out, that kind of fluctuation clearly exceeded the realm of enlightenment, causing none of them to be able to raise the thought of resistance. Seeing that the 2 nodded, Qin Li turned around and continued to climb upwards. This time, with a little more caution. Sure enough, only after ascending a dozen or so steps, another attack came. It was even 1 point stronger than the last time. He could still easily handle it, thanks to his powerful physique. However, the same cannot be said for the others. From time to time, there were figures falling from above and being blasted out of the golden path. In front, a middle-aged man screamed miserably as his defense magic weapon was chopped in half along with his body. Crashing downwards, Qin Jerry's eyes appeared to fluctuate as he watched the 2 bloody torsos fall from his side. It is said that the Hall of the Sealed King is the chance of the strongest people in the Enlightenment realm. Who would have thought that the chance is also a calamity? Shaking his head, his eyes regained their indifference and resumed his upward climb. Ow! Suddenly, the appalling roar of the beast rang out, and a huge shadow enveloped him. Chapter 46, Hammering the Fire Phoenix at the 6th level of the Heaven-Prying Realm. Demonic beasts? Shinji's face was icy cold as he gazed at the clouds above his head. The next moment, countless huge figures appeared in the sight. They broke through the clouds, and with a hiss, they pounced on the strong cultivators on the ladder from all directions. A single pitch-black, metallic-colored sharp claw tore through space, emitting an oozing aura. Damn! So many demonic beasts. Fellow Taoists, everyone stop hiding, blast these with all your might. Otherwise, none of us will make it to the summit. Someone in front of them yelled. This was immediately followed by the rise of numerous visions. Some carry mountains of gods behind them. Others have spiritual snakes coiled behind them. At the very front, the supreme shadow behind Lin Jingtian looked down on the party and crushed an enlightenment realm demonic beast with the lift of his hand. A green lotus blossomed behind Yi Qingyue, and the terrifying sword aura sent chills all over the body. Even some demonic beasts didn't dare to approach. Those who could come here, other than the 2 great holy places, the rest were all the heavenly prides of various great religions and ancient clans. Under the unreserved outburst of strength, for a while, numerous demonic beasts were killed, collapsing into Tao patterns that merged into the golden light path under their feet. During this period, Shinhan also casually crushed 2 demonic beasts that pounced on him. However, he didn't relax and instead looked around with a cautious gaze. Strong divine thoughts enveloped the party, ready to deal with unexpected situations. According to the rules, there should be a heaven-prying realm demonic beast appearing, but he did not see it now. In the rear, the 2 siblings, Qin Tian and Qin Tian, were also tense, and while each of them raised their visions to cut down the demonic beasts, their gazes were tightly fixed in the direction of Qinhun. They also seemed to know that there was a more powerful demonic beast yet to appear. Just then, fresh, an even more violent cry that was enough to pierce through gold and crackstone suddenly rang out. A huge shadow was cast, and a large bird covered in flames poked out of the clouds, its terrifying aura causing the surrounding demonic beasts to avoid it. What a terrifying aura! This is a fire phoenix? How did a fire phoenix appear? Tianju Mountain actually condensed a heaven-prying realm demonic beast. Is this an attempt to kill us all? At the forefront, a few unlucky people were immediately stunned. The fire phoenix was an ancient beast, and its adult was the heaven-prying realm. None of them had a cultivation level higher than the 5th level of the enlightenment realm. Although they were all heavenly prides, able to cross the realm and fight against the odds, when faced with a heaven-prying realm great demon, except for a few, the rest would have to die. Without even thinking about it, some people immediately fled from the golden path, giving up this chance of sealing the king's hall. There is one. There are 2. See someone take the lead. Those cultivation is lower. Enlightenment 1 or 2 of the heavenly pride have fled. Small life is important. In the end, only the 2 great holy lands, and some heavenly prides with cultivations above the 3rd level of the enlightenment realm remained where they were, their gazes vigilant as they stared at the fiery phoenix in the sky above. Lin Zhangtian, Yi Qingyin and the 2 of them even took out their crushing holy weapons and prepared to fight this heaven-prying realm great demon. However, the fire phoenix directly ignored them, and its beast pupils, which were even bigger than a lantern, directly locked onto Qinhun. In the scarlet pupils, there wasn't the slightest bit of emotion except for the tyrannical killing machine. In the next moment, in a cry filled with murderous whistles, its wings incited, rolling up monstrous flames and burning towards Qinhun. Seeing this scene, the powerful people left behind above all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The gaze that looked at Qinhun was filled with sympathy. That kid is dead, and a few others who followed him, all of them will be buried here. Ha ha ha. Retribution. In the Qingtian Holy Land camp, Wu Ming and Ling Yuan laughed out loud, their faces filled with relief. Let's go. Lin Jingtian's face was cold and indifferent. With that, he continued to climb upwards. Seeing this, Lin Yuan and the others hurriedly followed. Some of the Holy Land disciples who had come with them even glanced at the ladder shrouded in flames as they left, with some pity in their eyes. Of course, they weren't pitying Qinhun, but rather the 2 siblings, Qin Tian, who were following him. But it's only a pity, asking them to help? It was also impossible. On the side of the Taichou Holy Land, Yi Qingyi's eyes fluctuated slightly, but after a moment, he regained his composure and led a group of strong people upwards. They had to stay away from this area before the fire phoenix killed Qinji. Just when everyone thought that Qinhun was certain to die, suddenly, boom, the aura of heaven and earth rioted. The flames that enveloped below were pierced by a large hand. With the immortal king's vision on his head, Qin Hari carried the 2 siblings, Qin Tian, and calmly walked out of the sea of fire. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire heavenly ladder. Behind it, there was a man and a dog. The old path was calm and unruffled, and Big Black was as steady as an old dog. It didn't look like it was affected at all. He's okay? What a terrifying aura. Even I feel palpitations at the third level of the enlightenment realm. And that vision. On the upper ladder, a group of powerful people who were just about to take advantage of the opportunity to leave were startled, their gazes staring straight at Qin Han. Above the steps, Lin Jingtian and the others heard the commotion and also turned their heads to look down. When he saw Qin Jerry appear intact, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately widened. No way! How is he not dead? The monstrous sea of fire rolled up by the fire phoenix just now. Even though he was separated by such a long distance, he felt incinerated and killed. And the other guy didn't give a? Even the clothes weren't messed up. Ignoring those people's shock, Qin Hanari casually put the two siblings down, his gaze fixed on the fire phoenix. Through the attack just now, he could tell that his opponent's approximate strength was around the 6th level of heaven prying. Such strength was powerful, but it was nothing to him. The foot lifted and took a step forward. The figure disappeared from its original position out of thin air, and against the boundless and terrifying pressure on the steps, it instantly crossed the distance between the two and appeared in front of the fire phoenix. Without any pause, a purple and gold sledgehammer appeared in his hand and raised it high. Boom! Terrifying holy might erupted as the sledgehammer transformed into the size of a small mountain in his hands, enveloping the fire phoenix with a titanic momentum. Newbie! The fire phoenix whistled and spewed out a purple flame from its mouth, which was even hotter than the previous sea of fire, instantly burning through space. At the same time, it poked out a claw that pierced through the void to grab at the pressing sledgehammer. Rumble! There was a big explosion in the void, and horrifying energies stirred around. Even the golden light avenue below shook violently, a tiny crack appearing and healing in an instant. Woo! In the void, the fire phoenix let out a wail, gradually collapsing since its claws began to crumble. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a large swath of dowlines that fell towards the avenue below. At the same time, an incomparably powerful and pure energy entered Qin Ji's body along with the purple and gold sledgehammer. Qin Li's brows furrowed. The threshold of the heaven-prying realm was almost broken through by this stream of pure energy. A look of alarm flashed through his heart, and he hastily suppressed the urge to break through. He had killed a few enlightenment realm demonic beasts before, but he hadn't fed himself any energy. Is it because the fire phoenix is a heaven-peeping realm? And while he was pondering, the crowd of powerhouses on the celestial ladder below had long been dumbstruck. This, fellow Daoist, which ancient clan cultivated the demon? What a terrifying cultivation! That fire phoenix is at least at the 5th level of the heaven-prying realm, and it was destroyed in a single strike. With this kind of strength, even though it's with the help of a saint soldier, it's definitely not inferior to the saint sons of the great holy lands. A strong man spoke out. Looking at the figure of Lingli in the sky above, a trace of awe was unconsciously brought into his eyes. In the Qingtian Holy Land formation, Lin Yuan, Wu Ming and the two of them were shocked as well but still snorted coldly under their breath. It's just using the power of a holy weapon. If the Holy Sun were to make a move, he would surely be able to do the same. Saying that, his eyes looked towards Lin Jingtian. Lin Jingtian's face was grave and he ignored the two of them. He looked at Qin Han's figure, and a trace of morose coldness flashed from the bottom of his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, with his current cultivation at the 4th level of the enlightenment realm, even with the power of the saint soldier, he managed to kill this fire phoenix with a single strike. In the air, Qin Han suppressed the riotous spiritual energy in his body, and after putting away the purple golden sledgehammer, his figure once again landed back on top of the ladder. But just as his feet touched the ladder, a sudden change occurred. The ladder under his feet glowed brightly, followed by a burst of white light, and everyone disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a huge temple. Chapter 47, Climbing to the Top, Trial of the Killer. At the top of the heavenly pillar peak, on a huge platform cut out artificially, the gray temple stood, made of unknown huge stones, with 200-foot statues standing guard at the entrance position. This is the top of the peak, the Hall of the Sealed King? We're up? On the platform, a group of powerful people looked at each other. Looking at the huge temple, there was a moment of uncertainty. It was clear that there was still a large distance to climb. So how did he get teleported to the peak all of a sudden? Someone's eyes searched through the crowd and eventually landed on Qin Han. Perhaps it was because Qin Ji had killed that fire phoenix that there was such a result. Senior brother Qin Han, Qin Tianyi, Qin Yao and the two of them walked over to Qin Li's side with a respectful look on their faces. First look, Qinari nodded to the two. Afterwards, it turned its gaze to the strong man on the platform. Of the original nearly 100 Enlightenment Realm Celestials, less than 30 were able to make it up here. Among them, The two great holy places together accounted for 15 or 16 of them. The remaining few were also the heavenly disciples and legacies of the major ancient clans and great religions. Rather, it was the two fellows, Old Tao and Big Black, with a cultivation level of first or second level of the Enlightenment realm, who had actually gone up here as well. At this moment, the two guys were standing in a corner, their gazes constantly surveying the temple in a sneaky manner. This king has a hunch that there must be a big treasure in here. Maybe there really is a chance to become an emperor. Old liar. Do your math for this king and see if he can get this chance? Big Black stared at the temple that occupied a large portion of the mountaintop, his eyes glowing. Dead dog, you don't mess around. Don't blame the Taoist for not reminding you if you've been subdued. The old Taoist had a serious face, and his gaze couldn't help but look at the huge statue at the entrance of the temple. The 100-foot-tall statue was clad in battle armor and held a war halberd in its hand, like a huge pillar on the ground. It didn't seem to be a living thing, but it exuded a heavy sense of oppression. Humph, this king can also get the chance with his own strength. Big Black grunted. Over here. Shinhan retrieved his gaze and shook his head. For the Seal King Hall to have survived to this day, how could it be simple? If he didn't have some means of defense, I'm afraid that he would have been looted by the most powerful people on the continent long ago. This dead dog, even if it is somewhat special, but the strength of the first level of the realm of enlightenment, messing things up. I'm afraid that if you don't die, you'll have to molt layers of skin. Just as he was observing the two statues, suddenly, an old voice rang out over the platform. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. Welcome to the Hall of the Sealed King. As the voice fell, the stone door of the temple opened with a clicking sound. A pale figure dressed in gray stepped out from the door. The gray-clothed old man's gaze swept over everyone on the platform, visibly pausing for a split second as it skimmed over Qin-ji. I am the Hall Spirit of the King's Sealing Hall, in charge of your King's Sealing trials. The temple spirit had a faint smile on his face. The crowd of celestial pride heard this and looked at the temple spirit without much surprise. Obviously, all knew about the existence of the temple spirit from their own elders. Only Qin-hun looked at the pale figure of the temple spirit with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If this hall spirit was the artifact spirit of the Seal King Hall, then this Seal King Hall itself was an extraordinary treasure. To be able to take shape and freely leave one's body. Even the great sacred soldier couldn't do it, right? He couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart even as he thought about it. Suddenly, the voice of the temple spirit in front of him sounded once again. For all of you to be able to walk here, I'm sure you've all come for the chance in the temple. However, the old man will state up front that this trial may be life-threatening. If you all have decided, then please come in. After saying that, he stepped aside and made an inviting gesture to the crowd. Behind them, the blackened doorway seemed like a huge beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for food to be brought to its door. Is it life-threatening? Everyone's faces sank at the words. It was different from what they knew from their elders. However, when he thought of the attack he had suffered earlier on the Golden Light Path, he was relieved. Soon, a few celestial pride walked out and stepped into the hall. Qin-hun, this time this saint's son will not lose to you again. Not far away, Lin Jingtian transmitted a voice to Qin-chi, his voice icy cold. He then led the several celestial pride of the Green Sky Holy Land towards the hall in front. Fellow Taoist Qin Hunter, go ahead. Yi Qinyue nodded slightly towards Qin-ji and also led the Taichu Sacred Land's heavenly pride forward. Seeing everyone walk into the temple, Qin-hun turned to look at the two siblings. Enter or not, you decide for yourselves. Qin-di asked him to help take care of the two, which he did as he climbed ahead. But now the trial. No one knows what's going on inside, so the two need to decide for themselves. Senior brother, let's go in. The two siblings didn't say anything and walked straight to the black portal. Seeing this, Qin-ji nodded to follow. Stepping into the portal, there was a distortion of space, and when he regained the light, he was already in the middle of a wilderness. As far as the eye could see, he was alone. Qin Li's divine thoughts unfolded, and a moment later, his brows frowned slightly. With the power of his divine thoughts, it was enough to cover a range of 10,000 miles, but he didn't find anyone other than him, not even any living beings. It seems that this wilderness is one big, dead world. At that moment, the voice of the temple spirit resounded in the space. The trial begins. Kill your opponent, or give up. After giving up, you can teleport out of this space. As the voice fell, a figure coalesced out of thin air in front of him. In an instant, an intense killing chance enveloped this heaven and earth. Chapter 48, The Terror of the Trial. Even the King of Heaven would have to receive a severe beating if he came. In the wilderness, the face of the youth that was coalesced was expressionless, and an iron sword in his hand emitted an incomparably strong killing intent. Without warning, lifting his hand was a sword sweeping out, the cold sword light crossing space, cutting towards Qin Hun's head. A battle phantom of the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm? Shinhan raised his hand and crushed the swordlight, followed by a finger point, piercing through the youth's head. The youth died and his figure began to dissipate. At the same time, a stream of pure essence, and countless miscellaneous cultivation sensations poured into his mind. These? Gene Hunter stared, a little surprised. I can't imagine that there's actually an energy feedback for beheading these phantoms. This was extremely similar to the earlier beheading of the Fire Phoenix. Although the essence was not much, it was extremely pure, and if it could be accumulated, it would be a good harvest. Looking at the youth's completely dissipated figure, some anticipation actually rose in his eyes. When climbing the golden light path, all of them appeared the Fire Phoenix of the 6th level of the Heaven-Prying realm. This trial couldn't be so simple. There must be a follow-up. Sure enough, a few short breaths later, the space ahead once again fluctuated. Two figures slowly appeared from space. The two men's appearance was generally the same as the youth from before, but the aura on their bodies was too much stronger. First level of the Heaven-Prying realm? Shinji looked at the two figures and his eyes lit up with a thoughtful expression. It was as if he knew the rules of this space. However, a mere two peeping Heaven Realm first levels were nothing to him. After easily decapitating the two, he once again harvested 2 strands of essence. After that, he waited quietly. This time, it took a full quarter of an hour before the third battle phantom coalesced. Unsurprisingly, there were 4 of them this time, and their realms were similarly elevated by a level. Third level of the Enlightenment realm. Sheen Hunter's gaze took on a slight gravity. No wonder the temple spirit said that this trial would be life-threatening. If it kept stacking up like this, not to mention the heavenly pride of those ancient sacred grounds, even if the heavenly king came, he would have to be slapped twice. Meanwhile, the same scene takes place in another space. The many celestial pride who had entered the trial together were all fighting against the battle phantoms. Lin Zhang's blood rolled in the weather, and his casual strike was a great divine ability that crushed the 4 Enlightenment 6th level phantoms. Yi Qingyue's expression was cold. Sword light surrounded her body, and before those phantoms could get close, they were crushed by the cold sword light. The rest of the celestial pride that came in together could easily deal with the phantoms that were 1 or 2 small realms above them, and they were able to kill them in a short period of time. Kill a few more, and the reflected essence will be enough for me to make a breakthrough. In a space, Qin Tianyi had just killed 4 phantoms, and the pure essence that fed back to him, as well as the countless Enlightenment realm epiphanies, agitated his heart. He was already at the peak of the 2nd level of the Tao Enlightenment realm, and felt that if he just killed a few more people, he would be able to use this to break through and step into the 3rd level of the Tao Enlightenment realm. A quarter of an hour later, 8 phantoms of the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm appeared, and terrifying killing machines ravaged this space. The tussle resumed. In the beginning, everyone was more relaxed, but as time passed, gradually some people began to feel the strain. Although every time a phantom was slain, it could receive essence feedback. However, the next time it appeared the number directly multiplied, and the cultivation realm would also be raised by a level. This caused many people to cry out in their hearts. Plus, in this special space, they couldn't use magic weapons and could only fight the phantoms with their own strength. Even if they were all heavenly prides of their respective forces with strong battle power, this was still too much to bear. But for the sake of the seal and also the chance, they had to continue to hold on, not wanting to give up easily. However, as the number of phantoms stacked up in the realm became more and more powerful, in the face of a siege, some of the relatively weaker heavenly prides were still unable to hold on. Some people gave up decisively and were teleported away. Some people, on the other hand, were swarmed by numerous phantoms and decapitated on the spot in the middle of their hesitation. Damn it! What the hell kind of trial is this? It's too damn perverted. On the platform outside the temple, a young man had just been teleported out when he broke into a fit of cursing. The pale face, the robes that were almost torn into cloth, and the lurid scars on his body all spoke of the misery inside. This fellow Daoist, it's already great that you made it out alive. Beside them, a few of the heavenly pride who had been teleported out even earlier spoke out to comfort them. He said, and pointed to the ground not far away. There, half of the body was lying peacefully. The youth looked at the half-corpse and his face changed slightly. Apparently, some unlucky person GA in the trial space. This comparison instantly made him feel much luckier. At this time, the heavenly pride who had spoken out earlier to comfort the youth approached the youth and inquired, "Fellow Daoist, how many rounds have you broken into? How many rounds?" The youth's face sank slightly at his words. Then he slowly spoke. "The 6th round. He killed it in there until the 6th round. Facing 32 phantoms that were 5 small realms higher than himself, he could only cut down a few with all his might. If he hadn't been decisive enough to choose to give up at the critical time, I'm afraid he would have to GA in it as well." Round 6. The heavenly pride who asked nodded. They, too, were the ones who couldn't hold out in the 6th round. I don't know where Seiji and Lin Zhangtian can hold out. With the depths of the two great holy lands, it shouldn't be too difficult to pick a seal of your own. Some people muttered to themselves, looking at the entrance of the blackened hall with a bit of envy in their eyes. And that brat, the one who seems to be familiar with Saintess Yi. I can't believe it hasn't come out yet, and I don't know if it's dead inside. One person's face instantly filled with malice when he thought of Qinhun, and at this time in the wilderness space, Qinhun had already killed madly. After the very first few rounds, the phantom he was now facing had his realm elevated to the 6th level of the heaven-prying realm, and it's still a full 64. Facing the siege, he had a vision above his head, like an immortal king approaching the world. Golden blood chi boiled, and with each palm launched, a phantom was exploded. Shun, Qin Li roared, a bright moon rising behind him, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire field. It made all the phantom's movements a little slower. Immediately after that, his hands formed a seal and pressed down with a palm. High above the sky, a sky-covering palm condensed out of thin air, like a 5-fingered divine mountain descending from the sky. Rumble! The earth was sunken, and the terrifying power directly caused the boundless wilderness to collapse, and an abyss in the shape of a hand appeared in front of him. All the phantoms, under this strike, completely disappeared. Phew! Phew! Qinhunter's breathing was a bit ragged, and his clothes were slightly disheveled. Not being able to use a magic weapon to decapitate more than 67th level heaven-prying realm, even he felt some strain. Sitting on his butt on the ground, he pulled out a handful of pills, not caring what the grade was, and directly ate them all in one go to recover the consumed spiritual energy. In this wilderness space, there was no aura to draw from, and one could only rely on pills to recover. It was a good thing that he had some stock when he robbed Big Black and Lao Dao before, otherwise he would have had to buy it at a high price from Tuanzi. However, the elixir had just been swallowed, and before his butt was even warmed up, a wave of fluctuation steeply flooded the space. Immediately afterward, densely packed figures began to coalesce. Qinji instantly stood up from the ground with a startled expression. After killing all the phantoms before, there would be a period of rest. Why did it show up so quickly this time? Just as he was in disbelief, the voice of the temple spirit came out of thin air. Congratulations on passing the king's sealing trial. You now have two choices. One is to leave the trial space now, and you can obtain your own king's seal, as well as a chance. The second is to choose to continue and pass the last trial for a chance to obtain the inheritance of a quasi-emperor or higher. Inheritance of a quasi-emperor or above? Qin Jerry's heart was shaken. It turned out that it was true that there was a chance to become an emperor inside the Hall of King Sealers. Chapter 49, Horrible Killings. Other Selves. Trialist. You have 10 breaths to decide. Will be teleported away after 10 breaths. The voice of the temple spirit urged. Qinhunter raised his eyebrows as he gazed at the figures that were coalescing. It was densely packed with no less than 100 people, and their aura was incomparably powerful. Just by looking at it, I felt an immense pressure. 100 peaks of the heaven-prying realm. Qinji was silent, but not being able to utilize a saint soldier in facing 100 peak-peeping heaven realm peaks. Just thinking about it made one feel a wave of suffocation. But just under this pressure, a wave of madness gradually welled up in his heart. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile as well. I accept the challenge to continue. The trial continues. I hope you survive. The temple spirit's voice came out. As the words fell, a monstrous killing machine instantly erupted in the wilderness. The phantoms of 100 peak heaven-prying realm peaks coalesced and completed in an instant, and their terrifying auras gathered together, causing the entire wilderness to seemingly darken. They raised their iron swords in unison and chopped down a blow towards Qinhun. Barely. The shocking sword light tore through the darkness as if it had split heaven and earth in two. How horrible! Qinji's heart was beating wildly, feeling that the shadow of death was looming over him. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Boiling blood chi rushed up into the sky, turning into a dragon scroll. A vision surfaced behind him. Yin and yang life and death charts. The sea rises to the bright moon. The sea of bitterness grows golden lotuses. And the king of the immortals visits the 9 heavens. These visions no longer appeared independently, but gradually merged, turning into a vast and mysterious picture scroll. The immortal king stood on top of the lotus platform, with the yin-yang diagram hovering behind him and a bright moon in his palm. As Qinhun pushed out his palm, the immortal king in the vision also moved slowly. The bright moon in his hand was used as a weapon to suppress the sword light that tore through the sky. Boo! Rumble! The entire wilderness space shook with a terrifying crash. Space collapsed, and a horrifying crack quickly spread to the sky, and then quickly healed under the repair of some kind of power. The earth rolled over as if it were a rough sea. The bright moon crumbled and the immortal king's palm snapped. The light of Tong Tian's thorough sword dulled beyond recognition as it chopped at Qinji's body. In an instant, golden blood splattered. Ahem! 100 peak heaven prying realm peaks joining hands in one strike. It's truly terrifying. Qin Hunter coughed as a horrifying wound appeared on his chest, almost chopped in half. However, he didn't care about it at all as he took a step to shrink the ground and pounced on the opposite side of the 100 peeping heaven realm peaks. On the way, his body's essence chi rose, his golden blood flowed backwards, and that horrible wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tinkering, the great sage inheritance avatar obtained from robbing Big Black earlier was now put to use. The moment the wound healed, Qin Hunter's figure also arrived in front of the group of phantoms. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped straight into the crowd. The holy body vision surrounded within 1 foot of his circumference. Thundering out, his golden fist blasted out, instantly killing one person. As the rest of the phantoms reacted, they once again operated their divine abilities to move away, never staying in one place. The many phantoms, however, became momentarily tied up for fear of accidentally injuring their companions because of Qinji scurrying among them. Just like that, while wandering through the multitude of phantoms, he waited for an opportunity to kill the town. For a while, it unexpectedly gained the upper hand, and at this moment, somewhere in the space of the Seal King Hall, the temple spirit sat in mid-air, looking at the 3 curtains of light in front of him with a cold expression. In one of the light curtains, it was the scene of Qin Hunter's battle. This young man, very good, a desolate ancient saint body. How many years has it not appeared in the heavenly Sun continent? Perhaps he can carry on the mantle of that lord. After staring at Qin Hunter's figure for a moment, he turned his head and looked at the other 2 light screens beside him. In the 2 curtains of light, it was clearly the space where Lin Zhengtian, Yi Qingyue was. In the curtain of light, the visions behind Lin Zhengtian were sinking and floating, and his divine abilities were wide open. The great hand seal of the sky covering and the soul-destroying sword chi, which were exerted in a desperate manner, clashed hard with 100 peeping heaven fourth heavyweights, and as a result, they were crushed in a single blow. Terrifying wounds appeared on his body, and he was almost pierced through the whole thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Zhengtian angrily shouted, consuming a large amount of essence chi as the wounds on his body slowly healed. Only, compared to Qin Hurry's heaven mending technique, this healing speed was obviously much slower. Afterward, he operated the Emperor's scripture, and a single blurry ancient character surfaced around his body. Instantly, a terrifying aura began to fill the air. Good talent, but doesn't look too smart. The temple spirit shook his head, and his gaze turned to the space where Yi Qingyue was. Yi Qingyue was wrapped up in a giant green lotus, and just like Qinjeri, she also wandered through the many phantoms. At the same time, countless cold sword lights erupted from the green lotus, like a sword dragon, killing the surrounding phantoms. Only, she could only repel and seriously injure the phantom each time. She couldn't do a kill. It's only possible to stand one once in a while when you find the opportunity. This female doll, still, the temple spirit nodded slightly, and before he could add, at least it's smarter than that kid just now. After looking around, his gaze once again turned back towards Qin Hun's side. The main event is coming. In the wilderness space, Qin Hunter still wandered through the many phantoms, striking out to kill from time to time. At first glance, it looked instead like he was surrounding a large group of phantoms all by himself. And in the midst of his hunt, those phantoms also changed from the 100 they started with, to less than 70 left. In just a short period of time, more than 3 dozen were killed. Although he would be struck by the phantoms from time to time, but relying on the powerful defense of the vision and his own terrifying physical body, he would at most only be injured. With the powerful healing effect of the heaven mending technique, it could be healed in an instant. The heaven mending technique consumed essence chi, and on the contrary, in this trial space, the last thing he lacked was essence chi. Just like that, after spending a small amount of time, he finally decimated all the phantoms in the field. Hoo! Qin Hunter gasped for air, his breath a little shriveled. This time, he didn't take any more pills. Instead, he directly refined the reflected essence and restored himself. After a few moments of adjustment, he gazed into the distance. There, a figure that looked exactly like him was walking. Behind him, the holy body visage sank in and rolled up a terrifying pressure. Chapter 50, Forbidden Technique, 3 flowers borrowing the way. Terrifying battle power increase. Desolate ancient sacred body. This is myself? Qin Hunter's face became unusually grave as he walked towards the figure. The other party was exactly the same as himself, whether it was his appearance or physique, or even his breath. If this were to be put outside, I'm afraid even my own father wouldn't be able to tell which one was fake. Trialist, defeat yourself and you will be qualified for the inheritance. The voice of the temple spirit resounded in the space. Defeat yourself. Qin Hunter muttered. Sure enough, The phantom was a copy of himself. At that moment, the clone also walked right up to the front. His eyes looked at Qin Ji, unlike the previous phantom's mute and lifelessness. Instead, it breathes a faint wisdom. In the next moment, both lips moved slightly, and an ice-cold voice came out from his mouth. You cannot defeat me. The desolate ancient sacred body you possess, the heaven-mending art, the heaven-covering hand seal, and even other divine abilities. All the same, I have the same. I am you. How crazy. A strange look appeared on Qin Li's face instead as he listened to the replica's words. What one has, the other has? Unico. Ding. Host, don't think about these boring things. Do you think it's possible? Qin Hunter smiled at his words. The sealed king's palace would be damned if they could duplicate all the systems. What are you laughing at? The replica's face went cold. Nothing, just thought of something happy. Qin Li waved his hand, and then his face became grave once again. Behind him, the holy body vision slowly rose, and a terrifying aura slowly radiated out. As the two auras confronted each other, a dividing line composed of waves of aura appeared in the center, as if dividing both heaven and earth into two halves. Humph! The replica body coldly grunted. Kill! In a low roar, an even more terrifying aura steeply exploded from his body. The hot blood aura rose up to the sky, dyeing the entire heaven and earth into gold. The holy body vision pressed down, directly enveloping Qin Hun. I'd like to see how you imposters are going to kill me. Qin Ji looked indifferent as he pushed his palm forward. The vision behind him followed the movement and crashed forward. In the next moment, the two great saint body images collided viciously. Boo! Rumble! The space shook, followed by an instant collapse, revealing a pitch-black, monstrous waves of air swept through the sky, just like the end of the world. Qin Shi urged the mana in his body, reeling out like a river and sea, pouring it into the vision. The sacred body erupted with an even more terrifying aura as the immortal king slowly raised his palm and pressed it towards the opposite side. The golden lotus platform glowed, and a ripple surged across the room like a tidal wave, causing the replica's vision to shake tremendously. However, the replica makes the same move. The two great visions were constantly squeezing in the air, and the void reciprocated in breaking and repairing. In the end, after an earth-shattering roar, the visions both collapsed. The destructive power fed back on itself, and the two men's bodies instantly disintegrated. A horrifying crack quickly spread all over, and golden blood drenched his clothes. The whole thing was like porcelain about to break, as if the next moment it would shatter into pieces. Qin Hanari swept an expressionless glance at the cracks on his body, and then operated the heaven-mending technique. The next moment, the cracks healed and the blood flowed backwards. Mending heaven? I know it too. The replica spoke indifferently, and the injuries on his body were as good as new in an instant. The two then pounced on each other once again, engaging in a terrifying battle. For a time, the wilderness space was thrown into terrible turmoil. All sorts of divine secret techniques were coming out. Dao lines were crossing the sky, and a divine chain of order was like a spiritual snake, strangling madly in space. The two of them were constantly wounded and healed in an instant under the effect of the heaven-mending technique. However, as time passed, the aura on Qin Hunter's body gradually appeared to weaken. The frequent use of the heaven-mending technique to repair his injuries had consumed a large amount of his essence. Even if they had stored a lot of them when they killed the phantoms earlier, they couldn't withstand the consumption. The replica noticed this as well, an indifferent smile on its face. You lose. Ha, don't jump to conclusions before the end. Qin Hun laughed coldly, the slightest bit of panic visible on his face. He tried his best to evolve his divine abilities, striking out his strongest battle power to blast together with his opponent. The replica body retreated violently, and terrifying wounds appeared on its body. But he didn't care in the slightest, just a thought and the wound healed instantly. He looked at Qin Hun and spoke coldly. I have the entire space as support, and the essence energy in my body is endless, and I'm afraid that you won't even be able to maintain your current battle power if you keep on consuming it. You're just a loser like everyone else. Why don't you just let me take your place and go out into the world? At the end of his words, his voice was as cold as ice, and a shocking killing chant came out through his body. Replace me and go out into the world? Qin Li's face sank as he heard this. Good man, what a calculation. Nice. By killing you, I can become the real Qin Hun. The replica's eyes revealed a sinister and greedy color. As the words fell, his figure flashed and he once again stormed towards Qin Hun. It was going to be a hard clash with Qin Ji, exchanging injuries for injuries. In response, Qin Ji didn't avoid it and directly exerted his divine ability, blasting against the other party. Along with exchanging blows again, countless wounds reappeared on both of their bodies before they were quickly healed under the effect of the heaven-mending technique. Likewise, Qin Hunter's breath weakened even more noticeably. Seeing this, the replica's heart was thrilled. As long as he waited until Qin Hunter's essence was exhausted, he could easily behead him. But he didn't realize that a hint of a smile gradually appeared on Chinhun's face as well. This kid. In the mysterious space, the temple spirit's face changed a little as it looked at Chinhun, who was frantically sparring with each other, not caring about being injured. He always felt that Chinhun was holding back some big move, especially when he saw that smirk at the corner of the other party's mouth. This feeling became even more obvious. Retracting his gaze from the light screen, he glanced at the other two spaces. Lin Jingtian and Yi Qingyue were still fighting those ordinary phantoms. At this time, both of them had already used their Emperor scriptures, and some of the forbidden techniques recorded on the Emperor scriptures caused their battle power to skyrocket. Those phantoms had been decimated quite a bit, and the remaining ones were less than half by a rough look. Great Emperor scriptures. Truly terrifying. It's worthy of being something left behind by a supreme being. A trace of satisfaction appeared on the indifferent face of the temple spirit, and then he turned his gaze back to Chinhun's side. He valued this young man more than the two, and at this point, the wilderness. Chinhunter and the replica just happened to pull away in the middle of a sparring match. It's time to end it. Since you are destined to fall, it is useless for you to struggle. The replica was calm and relaxed, and some of the wounds on his body disappeared in an instant. He looked at Chinhun, whose breath was weak and whose clothes were in disarray, and a faint mockery appeared on his face, and a hint of greed and anticipation. Who would have thought that Chinhun, on the opposite side, would have nodded approvingly at his words? A calm face said slowly, "Indeed, it's time to end it." After saying that, he made seals with both hands, and runic patterns flowed. A body's essence slowly condensed into 3 flowers of the great Tao at the top of his head. In an instant, 3 terrifying auras descended from the underworld, poured into the body by the flower of the great Tao. Boom! Chinhunter's breath soared. Twice, 10 times. A terrifying aura ravaged the wilderness space, weighing down the replicas so much that they couldn't lift their heads. Prohibited acts. 3 flowers lend a hand. Using one's own essence as a guide, one borrows the cultivation of the 3 bodies of the past, present, and future. What kind of secret method is this? The replica was horrified, and the mockery on its face had long disappeared, leaving only boundless fear. This aura made him unable to raise the thought of resistance. But how? He clearly had everything the other side had, but he had no idea what secret method it was. Ha! A smile appeared on Chinhunter's face. Of course he wouldn't tell the other party that this was something he had evolved by utilizing the other party to feed his moves, and then borrowing the insights from previously beheading 100 peeping heaven realm peaks, and extrapolating them during the great battle. Looking at the other party's panicked appearance, he slowly raised his palm. Aim it in the direction where it is and give it a light grip. Chapter 51, Crushing the Replicants. Inheriting the Emperor's scriptures. No, there's no way I can lose. The replica body screamed in shock and anger, and the vision rose behind it once again, wanting to wrestle Chinhun. He wanted to be real, and was not willing to remain trapped in the damned cage he was in. Nothing is impossible. You're just an imposter. Chinhunari spoke coldly. In the next moment, the palm of his hand suddenly clenched down. There were no horrific sounds coming out, and no destructive sights. The vision that the replica had just condensed instantly collapsed. Immediately afterward, a large portion of space, including the replica, was nirvana'd in a burst of distortion and turned into nothingness. Phew! Finally screwed up. Watching the replica die completely, Shinjari let out a long breath. Immediately afterward, a great feeling of weakness struck. Above his head, the 3 flowers of the great Tao dispersed. Although the 3 flowers borrowing Tao was powerful, being able to borrow the power of the great Tao from the past and the future. But with such a forbidden method, the consumption was also staggering. In just a few short breaths, it had almost sucked all of his essence dry. This method is still immature. It's better to use it sparingly in the future. Shinli felt weak, like he had been a dozen grooms in one night. Just as he was about to take out some pills to make up for it, a stream of pure to the core essence surged out of thin air from the void and poured into his body. Ha! Shinji's body shook, and then he remembered that there would be essence feedback after beheading these phantoms. However, what surprised him was that the replica was clearly only at the peak of the enlightenment realm. But the essence that was being fed back was even more powerful than that heaven-prying realm 6th level fire phoenix. But now was not the time to think about this. He immediately refined this essence to fill his own deficit. After a full quarter of an hour, this relatively large amount of essence chi was completely refined, and Shinji's pale face once again became rosy. It's not enough to make up for the full essence, but it's a lot of recovery. And just then, a slight fluctuation suddenly emanated from the space in front, followed by a portal slowly appearing in midair. At the same time, the voice of the temple spirit sounded once again. Trialist, congratulations on your victory over yourself. The trial is over, and you are qualified to receive the inheritance. Inheritance, Shin Hari sniffed to himself. his eyes glowing. Looking at the portal in mid-air, without much hesitation, he walked straight in. After a moment of time and space reversal, he appeared in a white space. The space was large, not visible at a glance, and not far in front of him was a stone statue sitting on a plate. The face of the stone statue was shrouded in a layer of mist and could not be seen clearly. It was only vaguely perceived as a youth. However, even though it was only a stone statue, it vaguely exuded a terrifying might. It gave people a feeling that the king was at the end of the world, suppressing everything. This is a stone statue left behind by a great emperor, and it contains the legacy he left behind. The figure of the temple spirit appeared out of nowhere. A gray suit. His face was indifferent. Only when he looked at the stone statue, his eyes showed full of awe. Great Emperor, Qin-Shi's body shook. The temple spirit turned his head and looked deeply at Qin-Hun. The Tsang-Dome Emperor is a great emperor from 1,000,000 years ago, second time certified, with heaven-defying battle power, who once reigned over the heavenly pale continent for 100,000 years. In his later years, he even used his own strength to penetrate the immortal gate, which had not yet descended, and stepped into the upper realm. The most important thing is that he is also a desolate ancient saint body, the same physique as you. Desolate ancient sacred body. Second witness. Qin Huri's mind was shaken. Draconian holy body. The second time to prove the Tao. In the later years of his life with his own power to penetrate the immortal door. Just listening to it made him feel his own blood boil. I can't wait to bring the replica back to life and crush it again. Go on. The inheritance is right in front of you. It's up to you to get it. The temple spirit waved his hand. Then his figure vaporized and gradually dissipated. Qin Hunter watched the other party leave before turning his gaze to the stone statue. A holy body of the great emperor realm. But how should be passed on? After a moment of silence, he shouted in his mind. Unity son. It took a while before the system voice sounded. The inheritance is within the stone statue of the great emperor, and the host only needs to touch it with his divine mind to obtain it. The system's voice breathed an affirmation. It seemed that as long as Qin-Ji stepped his divine thoughts into the stone statue, he could easily obtain the inheritance. Although Qinari was a bit surprised by the system's tone, he didn't think too much about it. Walking up to the stone statue against the pressure, he sat cross-legged directly on the ground, then carefully probed out a trace of divine thought and touched the stone statue's brow. The process was surprisingly smooth, and the wisp of divine thought drilled directly into the stone statue's brow. Boom! In that instant, a huge boom resounded in his head. In front of Qin Li's eyes, a vast and boundless golden ocean appeared. In the center of the ocean stood a blurry figure. At this moment, he slowly turned his head and looked at Qin-Hun. There you are. The voice was flat, but it was permeated with an inexplicable majesty. Qin-Hun was stunned. What do you mean? I'm here? He knows himself? You're the Tsang-Dome Emperor? This Emperor Ancient Tsangdao. Emperor Tsangdao nodded slightly. He looked deeply at Qin-Ji, then pointed out a finger, and a Dao text condensed in the air amidst the golden light that filled the sky. These Dao texts were like small golden dragons, twisting and changing. In the end, countless Dao texts came together to form a scripture that rushed towards Qin-Hun. Boom! In a roar, the golden ocean in front of him disappeared, and the outside world. Qin Hali snapped his eyes open. A scripture floated above the sea of souls, confirming the authenticity of the scene just now. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Qin Hunari's mind was shaken. The light in his eyes surged with excitement. This was the most suitable scripture for the desolate ancient sacred body. All this time, although he had possessed great battle power by virtue of his desolate ancient sacred body, he had not cultivated the corresponding scriptures. The might of the holy body is not developed to its fullest potential. Although the system had emperor scriptures that could be exchanged, the amount of spirit stones that would be needed was simply astronomical to him. Hundreds of millions of extreme spirit stones could be used at any time, and if he was taken apart and sold, it wouldn't even be enough for a fraction. Now that he had obtained the inheritance, it could be said that it directly saved him hundreds of millions of extreme spirit stones. Not to mention, there were some forbidden divine abilities recorded within the emperor scriptures. Take a few deep breaths and calm down. Qinari stood up and bowed deeply to the stone statue in front of him. However, click, click, a crisp cracking sound rang out, leaving Qin-Ji frozen on the spot. Chapter 52, Eating and Taking. Two first heavenly pass quasi-emperor guards. Ah, this. Qin-Ji watched as the stone statue in front of him cracked and turned into ashes bit by bit. His body froze, a little dumbfounded. This, Ona Bao, have so much power? Just as his mind was wondering, a voice sounded beside his ears. We'll see you again. One more little gift before you leave. As the voice fell, a golden light shot out from the stone statue and floated in front of Qin-Hun. Subsequently, the stone statue completely turned into ashes, and the terrifying aura that filled the space dissipated at that moment. A small gift? Shinji looked at the stone statue that had turned into ashes, and then looked at the golden light floating in front of him, looking puzzled. The golden light was an ever-changing Tao text that looked similar to the previous emperor's scripture verses. He reached forward and grabbed it, but unexpectedly, the Tao text instantly merged into his palm. Immediately afterward, a stream of information appeared in his mind. This, Qin Li's eyes widened, and in the next moment a huge look of surprise spread across his face. Even, one could hear the beating drums of the heart as it thumped, because this information was a method of manipulation, and the objects of manipulation were two quasi-emperor puppets of the first heavenly pass. A quasi-imperialist. What kind of existence is that? Almost standing at the very top of the heavenly pale continent. With these two puppets, he could pretty much walk across the heavenly pale. In the future, robbing, yuck, and earning spirit stones can be faster in the future. It was only after a good few moments that Qin Hun took a deep breath to stabilize his mind. Eyes looked to the ashes of the stone statue on the ground. Pity! This was a stone statue left behind by a great emperor. If he sold it, how many spirit stones would it be worth? LOL. The inheritance is over, and this trip is considered complete. Next, let me try this manipulation method to see if it really works. Qin swept his gaze across the white space and sat directly on the ground. Subsequently, running the emperor's scripture that had just been passed down, a golden Tao text condensed around his body, and a strange aura instantly filled the space. These Tao texts were arranged in a special way and then drilled into the space one by one. At this point, the outside world. Why hasn't the Holy Sun come out yet? Could it be that is receiving an inheritance? On the platform, in the central piece of open space, Lin Yuan and the other disciples of the Green Sky Holy Land gathered together, their gazes nervously and expectantly looking inside the temple portal. They were eliminated early on, and apart from killing the phantoms at the very beginning and getting some essence, they didn't get any chances at all. Even, two disciples of the second level of enlightenment had fallen. Not far to the side, the disciples of the Tai Chu sacred ground looked at the portal with the same tense expression. Their saintly daughter didn't come out either, and that kid surnamed Qin, he doesn't seem to have come out either. At that moment, someone remembered Qin Hun. Previously, at the bottom of Tianju Mountain, Yi Qingyue took the initiative to talk to Qin Hun, causing many people to remember him. Qin Hun? Among the disciples of the Qingtian Holy Land, Wu Ming's face sank at the words. Then he opened his mouth with a cold smile. How can that damned fellow be compared to our saint's son? It didn't come out. It should be dead inside. When he heard the word Qin Hun now, he remembered the scene where he was stomped into the ground by the other party. Even after the past 2 months, when I think about it now, I still feel a stabbing pain coming from my head. Dead? The others were a little less than convinced when they heard the words. After all, the battle power that Qin Hunter had displayed before was too powerful, hammering the heaven-prying realm's fire phoenix with a single strike. This kind of battle power, other than the two great sacred sons and holy maidens, could not be done by any of them in their place. Wu Ming looked at these people's expressions and knew what they were thinking. With a mocking expression on his face, he sneered, "Humph, don't forget that you can't be unable to use spells inside. Do you guys think that, without the help of the saint soldier, that kid will still have that kind of battle power?" Wu Ming tried his best to convince everyone. He really wanted Qin Hun to die inside too much. That incident had become a blot on his monastic path. Perhaps he could only be cleared if Qin Hun died. This man, what did that beast do to him? On the other side, a man and a dog sat leisurely on a rock, looking at Wu Ming's excited appearance. Big Black was a little strange. I don't understand what Wu Ming is so excited about. It had been robbed by Qin Hunter, and it wasn't even as excited as the other party. On the side, the old path was somewhat understanding. He had seen with his own eyes how Qin Hun had abused his opponent. As a numbered heavenly pride of the Qingtian Holy Land, he was stomped into the ground in front of that kind of crowd, and for such a long time. If he had, he wouldn't have had the face to come out and meet people. Over there, Wu Ming was still making all sorts of mockery and belittling Qin Hun. Suddenly, changes occur in space. A golden Tao text drilled out of the space and merged into the two gigantic statues next to the portal. Such a change of heart was instantly noticed by the crowd. What is it? Tao 1? What a strange aura. Everyone watched as those runes merged into the two statues. Vaguely, a bad feeling rose in their hearts. Could it be that the sacred son and some of them have gotten the inheritance? Lin Yuan looked at this strange scene, but in his heart he had other thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming, who was standing next to him, saw his eyes light up and immediately nodded his head. Senior brother Lin is right. It must be because the Holy Son has obtained the inheritance that this change has occurred. Ha ha, when the Saint's Son comes out, even if that brat really isn't dead, the Saint's Son will be able to lift his hand to suppress him. Wu Ming was a bit nervous, and at this moment, all he could think of was still getting Qin Hun killed. In the distance, The old Taoist looked at Wu Ming like he was an idiot. Then with a grave face, he said toward Big Black, who was at the side, "Dead dog. There's a big change. Let's be careful." He majored in the art of heavenly chances, specializing in avoiding evil and good fortune. Now as he watched the rune patterns blend into the two statues, he only felt that something was wrong, and a wave of sweat ran down his body. On the side, Big Black did not question this, and the two retreated to the edge of the platform in unison. The two have worked together for years, and it still has faith in the old Flick's abilities, except for the time when he was robbed by Chin Hunter. He basically can't go wrong. Just as they had retreated, a change occurred. Rumble. The two statues steeply erupted with monstrous golden light. An aura of boundless terror descended, like the heavens pouring down. Cultivators who came close were instantly stunned to suffer. At the edge of the platform, the old Taoist shouted. A bit of light lit up at the center of his brow, counteracting this aura. Next to him, Dahe was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. Spit a bone out of his mouth. The bones emitted an eerie black light, and the moment they appeared, they helped Big Black counteract this terrifying pressure. Phew, damn. The king almost mailed it. Big Black's heart palpitated as he gazed at the two statues, but it was this look that made it instantly freeze. Two statues. Negative. Instead, there were two more people on the platform. Lin Zhangtian, Yi Qingyi. Chapter 53, Cultivation Soars. Fourth level of Sage Realm. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden. The people from the two great holy lands looked at the two and reacted by rushing to surround them. Sacred Sun's senior brother. Just now is not. You got the legacy? Wu Ming looked at Lin Zhangtian and immediately couldn't help but ask. Inheritance? What inheritance? Lin Zhangtian turned his head violently and looked at Wu Ming with an icy face. Sacred Sun's senior brother. You. Wu Ming's body immediately trembled, startled by Lin Zhangtian's frightening eyes. Lin Zhangtian took a deep breath and turned his gaze in the direction of the temple portal. His face very ugly. He fought with the phantoms inside, and it was not easy to consume all the opponents, ready to wait to receive the inheritance. Who would have thought that in a twinkling of an eye, he actually teleported himself out? Where's the legacy? What about playing? On the other side, Yi Qingyue's face was equally ugly. She had also killed all the phantoms, only to be sent out instead of waiting for the inheritance she deserved. What's going on? Did they not get the inheritance? Those ancient race great sex pride looked at the two of them, Lin Zhangtian and Yi Qingyue, from afar, with a look of astonishment. Then what was that vision just now? That kid again? At the edge of the platform, Big Black gritted his teeth, looking at Lin Zhangtian's face. It vaguely had some guesses. Now, that's the only kid still in there. 2. The chance of becoming an emperor. A chance to become an emperor. Big Black showed his teeth. It also went in there to try out. Only it wasn't very strong and was beaten out early. White space. Two black-clothed figures were silently in front of Qin Hun. The face was expressionless, and there was no breath of life coming out of it. Not the slightest symbol of a living person could be seen. A puppet of the quasi-emperor realm. Qin Hun looked at the two figures with a look of great satisfaction on his face. He could feel the terrifying energy contained within these two bodies, and more importantly, they themselves could absorb the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth and store it as a source of spiritual energy. And there was no need for Qin Hari to spend any more spirit stones, or spirit power to drive it. It could be said that aside from not having an autonomous consciousness, it was basically no different from a normal cultivator. After taking a closer look, his mind moved slightly, allowing the two puppets to merge into space. There were two puppets acting as guards, hidden in space. This way, in the event of any accidents in the future, he could always step in. After doing so, Qin Hun did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he resumed his platter and sat down. Previously, for the sake of the Seal King Hall, he had not been able to raise his cultivation, but now that the trial was over and the inheritance was in his hands, it was time to raise his own cultivation a bit. The inner world opened and took out all the valuable things he had gotten earlier. 6 saint soldiers, 2 saint corpses, the bronze palace, and 13 heaven prying realm heavy artifacts. In addition, there were nearly 400,000 extreme spirit stones. Tun Chan, I'm here. Calculate how many spirit stones these things are worth. Ding, system scanning in progress. 6 sacred soldiers, 5 intact worth 550,000. 1 is defective, 50,000. Total value 600,000 extreme spirit stones. 2 sacred corpses, bronze temple, 18 heavy artifacts, worth a total of 500,000 extreme spirit stones. Value of all items, 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Does the host trade? 1,100,000. Shenli nodded slightly. This was pretty much what he expected. He still had nearly 400,000 extreme spirit stones in his inner world, adding up to almost 1.5 million. Although, selling these holy soldiers to those ancient great sects would definitely result in many more spirit stones, but that would be too time-consuming. Plus, now that he had 2 quasi-emperors escorting him, he didn't feel the need to waste any more of this time. With strength, it was too easy to earn spirit stones. Redemption. All the spirit stones. Give them to me to raise my cultivation. As Qin Han said that, he took out all the extremely high-quality spirit stones from the inner world as well. Ding, the host recharged 1,473,200 extreme spirit stones, consuming 1,450,000 extremely high-quality spirit stones. His cultivation level has been raised to the 4th level of the Sage Realm. Boom! A terrifying wave of air swept through. A massive amount of aura coalesced out of thin air and poured into the body, and countless avenues of enlightenment appeared in the mind. The Emperor's scripture operated on its own, and a single great Tao divine text coalesced and surrounded the body. Faint holy might emanated from his body, and the surrounding space became distorted under this holy might. At the same time, the heart inside his body was beating violently, emitting a rumbling sound like heavenly thunder. The original golden blood actually began to slowly fade. Vaguely a hint of red appeared. 4th level of the Sage Realm. Qin Hali's eyes opened and closed, bursting with a faint golden aura. His body shook, and a terrifying holy might swept through the entire space like a monstrous wave. How is this possible? This is holy might. When did you reach the Saint Realm? Shouting sounds rang out as the figure of the temple spirit appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, countless divine chains of order surfaced in space, stabilizing it. He looked at Qin Han, his eyes filled with astonishment. From the moment Qin Han took out those holy soldiers, the corpses of saints, he had been paying attention. It was just unexpected that the other party suddenly put away the saint soldier, the corpse, and then erupted with the might of a saint. This raises the fact that he has lived for countless years, but he has never seen this kind of thing. Qin Li gathered up his holy might, looked at the shocked temple spirit, and said casually, "It's just a side effect of the great emperor's inheritance. When he chose to raise his cultivation here, he hadn't intended to hide it from the temple spirit. As for whether the other party believed this reason, it was none of his business." Side effects? The corners of the temple spirit's mouth twitched, but when you think about it, that explanation seems to make sense. After all, an existence like the Tsung Dome Emperor had left behind something that was beyond his imaginative comprehension. Seeing that the other party didn't ask any more questions, Qin Li smiled and was ready to let the other party send him away. Unexpectedly, at this time, the temple spirit was arching his hand towards Qin Han and said in a shocking manner, "Congratulations to your excellency for obtaining the inheritance and breaking through the Saint Realm in cultivation. I request that when your excellency leaves, you can take the Seal King's Hall with you." Qin Li looked at the temple spirit and listened in disbelief. "Your honor? Take away the Hall of the Sealed King? In fact, the Seal King Hall exists to help the Tsung Dome Emperor find an heir. Now that the inheritance has been obtained by your lordship, this place does not need to exist anymore," the temple spirit said slowly, a look of relief in his eyes. Back then, he was detained here by that great emperor to guard his legacy for him because of his great mistake. Nearly 1,000,000 years had passed, and the flesh had long since withered in the passage of time. In order to stay alive, he even went so far as to sacrifice himself and transform into the artifact spirit of this hall. Now that the great emperor inheritor had appeared, he had completed his mission. It was better than being stuck in this square footage, even though you still had to serve others. Almost 1,000,000 years. He's going crazy. And, most importantly, with the loss of the stone statue left behind by the great emperor and the 2 quasi-emperor gate guards, without the deterrent, the strongest people from the heavenly pale continent would inevitably come pouring in like crazy. At that time, he would still fall into the hands of those people, so it would be better to follow the great emperor's heir now. Existing for the great emperor's inheritance? Qin Li looked at the temple spirits seriously and seemed to have seen the other party's thoughts as well, but that's just as well. When he was outside, he had thoughts about the Seal King's palace. Outside, Qin Han, whether it's you or not, it's time to settle our score. Lin Zhengtian sat cross-legged at the entrance of the temple, his eyes staring morosely at the interior of the blackened portal. He knew from the disciples of the Holy Land that Qin Han had yet to come out. He didn't believe that the other guy died in there, so he's going to wait here for the other guy to come out. At that time, it might even be possible to figure out what exactly happened in the Hall of the Sealed King. Why would he somehow be teleported out? Chapter 54, The Holy Sun? The one I'm fighting is the saint. Time passes. In a tense and depressing atmosphere. Several hours soon passed. Lin Zhengtian sat cross-legged in front of the temple, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Beside him, stood a group of people from the Qingtian Holy Land. their gazes looking into the dark interior of the temple from time to time. At this time, Lin Yuan, who was dressed in a big red robe and flirty, stepped forward and spoke in a small voice. Senior Sacred Son, that guy might have really died in there. Why don't we just go back to the Holy Land first? Like Wu Ming, he held a grudge against Qin Hun. The mind was more than willing to believe that the other had died inside. Coupled with the fact that he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries during the trial inside, he wanted to quickly return to the Holy Land to recuperate. If senior brother doesn't want to stay, he can just leave on his own. Lin Jingtian glanced at him with an expressionless face, then he reclosed his eyes and paid no more attention. Lin Yuan's face choked, so he could only retreat back and continue to wait. At the edge of the platform, in a clearing not far from Big Black and the others. Brother, senior brother Qin Hun should be fine, right? With senior brother Qin's battle power, maybe he really got the inheritance and didn't come out. Qin Yao looked in the direction of the portal with an uneasy look on her face. Beside him, Qin Tianyi didn't say anything when he heard this, but instead gazed at Lin Jingtian and his group who were blocking the doorway. In his eyes, he revealed a strong concern. Even if senior Qin Hunter really didn't die and came out from inside, I am afraid that it will also be difficult by Lin Jingtian and others, and even will face a more dangerous situation. However, if Lin Jingtian made a move, he would never stand by and watch. Even if their cultivation was inferior to the other party, they still had to put up a fight. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a morose aura rise from his body. It was then that a footstep suddenly sounded. Da, 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 da. The footsteps were light, but in the ears of the people on the platform, they were like thunder from the sky. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the direction the voice came from. In the dark portal, a figure gradually became clear and appeared in their eyes. Senior brother Qin Hun. It's that kid. It's that beast. I can't believe he's actually alive. Numerous voices rang out in unison, and all gazes were fixed on Qin Hun, who walked out, with varying expressions. Qin Li swept a glance at everyone and directly ignored them, walking out of the hall with a calm face and heading straight in the direction of Qin Tianyi's siblings. Just as he walked past Lin Jingtian, a loud shout rang out. Stop! Someone's figure flashed and stopped in front of Qin Hun. Our holy son senior brother has something to ask you. You can't leave yet. Wu Ming had a cold face as he stared at Qin Hun. At this moment, the other people from the Green Sky Holy Land also reacted and leaned forward. On the other side, the powerhouses from the Taichu Sacred Land also made a move, but they were stopped by Yi Qingyue. Holy Maiden? Some people looked at Yi Qingyue in puzzlement. If Qin Hun really got the inheritance, wouldn't he be snatched up by the Qingtian Holy Land? Yi Qingyue shook her head and didn't say anything. He just looked at Qin Hun with a grave expression. What do you want? Do you really think my Qin clan is easy to bully? From afar, when the two siblings, Qin Tian, saw this, their figures instantly flashed to the center of the field, their eyes staring coldly at Wu Ming. Humph, Qin Tianyi, I advise you not to mind your own business. Sometimes it's good to be properly blind for a while, lest you end up in a bad place. Wu Ming was undaunted and even looked at the two with some disdain. His cultivation was inferior to Qin Tianyi, and he couldn't even beat Qin Yao, but with Saint Sun's senior brother behind him, he didn't carry fear at all. If Qin Tian was powerful again and again, could he still be more powerful than the Sacred Son? Saying that, he no longer cared about the two siblings, and his gaze once again turned to Qin Hun. Didn't you hear what I said? The Holy Son has something to ask you. At this moment, Qin Hun's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the other party. Boom! In an instant, Wu Ming only felt a burst of heavenly thunder explode in his head, and the sea of souls tossed and turned. His face instantly paled, and he almost couldn't help but sit on his butt. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Hun. What have you done? With a glance just now, he felt like he was being stared at by some terrifying supreme being. Get out! Qin Hunter spat out a word from his mouth. Just as the voice fell, a wave of air rolled up in space out of nowhere. But, wow! Wu Ming's eyes instantly widened, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. The entire person was then swept up by the airwave and fell down Tianju Mountain. Hiss! How horrible! Said get lost. The sound of pouring cool air rang out. On the platform, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Qin Hun, their faces filled with shock. That Wu Ming, at least, was an enlightenment realm, and it was actually solved by a move of the tongue? There are people with sharp eyes, but they even saw that under that drink, Wu Ming's body cracked and crumbled into horrible cracks. Elder brother Qin Hunter. Beside Qin Hun, the two siblings, Qin Tian and Qin Tian, swallowed their saliva. They were close, and just for a moment, they felt a flash of inexplicable majesty on Qin Hun. At that moment, another cold voice rang out. Qin Hun, you are too unbridled. How can you say that Master Wu is an important disciple of the Holy Land? You heard him so. Fellow disciples fighting each other. Aren't you afraid that when you return to the Holy Land, the Precept's palace will take you to task? In the center of a group of sacred ground disciples, Lin Zhengtian slowly stood up and looked at Qin Hun with an icy expression. As soon as these words came out, those ancient race great sects celestial pride gazed at each other. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was only now that they realized that Qin Hun was actually a disciple of the Qing Tian Holy Land as well. However, such a powerful demonic heavenly pride was something they had never heard of before. Could it be that, in the past, they were all snowed in by the Qing Tian Holy Land, and now that the Hall of the Sealed King has opened, they have only come out of the world? Qin Li's face was calm as he listened to the murmurs of the people around him. He looked at Lin Zhengtian indifferently and said indifferently, "It's just a small punishment. If you go down to him now, you should still be able to save him. As for the Temple of Discipline, then let them come." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the other party and turned to look at the standing temple. In it he promised the temple spirit, "Now it's time to pack up this Hall of the Sealed King." Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Zhengtian actually dodged and blocked in front of him. "Qin Hun, the matter of you injuring senior brother Wu will be settled by the strong men of the Preceptor Palace when you return to the Holy Land. Now, this Holy Son needs you to answer me. Did you get a legacy in there? And, was the earlier commotion you're doing? Where are those two statues now?" Lin Zhengtian's expression was stern, his eyes staring at Qin Hun with a questioning stance. He cared more about the inheritance inside than Wu Ming's death or survival. "Legacy? What kind of thing are you? Do I have to tell you whether I have gotten the inheritance or not?" Qin Li's face sank slightly as he stared at Lin Zhengtian, who was blocking in front of him, and raised his hand to sweep away a big mouth. "What a bull ******* Saint's son, remembering to eat and not remembering to fight. How dare you?" Lin Zhengtian's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. He could not have imagined that Qin Hun would be so decisive, and without even two more words, he would directly make a move. But when he wanted to rise up and counterattack, he was shocked to find that the space around him had long been frozen, and he could not move the slightest bit. The next moment, the slap comes down. Snap. Boo. Chapter 55, Crushing, Kidnapping Lin Zhengtian. Crisp slaps resounded through the arena. Half of Lin Zhengtian's face instantly exploded, and his entire body directly took off, rotating 720 degrees in the air and crashing heavily into the walls of the temple. Hiss. Ouch. A backward breath of air, interspersed with a toothache, rang out. On the platform, the crowd looked at Lin Zhengtian, who had collapsed in the corner with half of his face bloodied, and all of them subconsciously covered their faces. "It hurts to look at it." Lin Yuan, Wu Ming and the others were the first to react. "Qin Hun, you, Holy Son." A group of people dodged to Lin Zhengtian's side, their faces alarmed to the extreme. Looking at Qin Hun, his gaze revealed a strong sense of incredulity. Their Holy Son, but the Enlightenment Realm 4 strong, the Supreme War Body, a slap in the face? At this moment, Lin Zhengtian's face on the ground was a bit dumbfounded. The trauma of the mind hurt him more than the physical injuries, witnessed by so many of the ancient race's great sects prides present. He would be reduced to a joke from now on as the Holy Son of the Green Sky Sacred Land. Thinking of this, madness gradually welled up in his eyes. A tyrannical aura rose from his body, and a huge battle body vision slowly condensed in the sky above. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped this area of heaven and earth. This is the Supreme Battle Body Vision? Worthy of being the heavenly pale continent's strongest battle body. What a terrifying oppressive force. Everyone back away. This Lin Zhengtian is going crazy. A group of melon eaters exclaimed in shock as they hurriedly stormed back. He was afraid that Lin Zhengtian would go crazy and spill over to himself. "Senior brother Qin Hunter, be careful." Instead of following the crowd back, the Qin Tiani siblings leaned forward and came beside Qin Hun. The aura on his body was hidden and his eyes were alert, looking at Lin Zhengtian as if he was an enemy. "Asshole, this saint's son wants you dead," Lin Zhengtian hissed, holding a saint soldier in his hand. A terrifying saint might swirling out, about to fight Qin Hun. The bloodied half of his face made him look like a severe ghost at the moment. There was no longer the slightest trace of his earlier handsome appearance. Qin Li's face was calm, and as Lin Zhengtian stormed up, he faintly raised his palm and pressed it down towards the other party. The surrounding space once again solidified as an incomparably powerful pressure descended, instantly crushing it to the ground. Boo! In an instant, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the ground sunk into a huge pit, with terrifying cracks spreading. Crap! What's this about? On the platform, the crowd that had retreated to the distance froze once again. Originally, I thought that Lin Zhengtian had gone mad and it would be a dragon fight. Who'd have thought? Just this? Move your hands and be solved? The gazes of these people as they looked at Qin Han changed completely. If the first time, Qin Han was still suspected of sneak attack, but this time it was Lin Zhengtian who made the first move. Another holy weapon, another vision, and still ended up getting it over with a single move. It's almost like a descending blow. How could this be a cultivation level at the peak of the enlightenment realm? Cough, cough. A saint? You're a saint? Impossible. How can you be a saint? Lin Zhengtian was suppressed to the ground by the powerful pressure, unable to move the slightest bit. An unbelievable look appeared in his eyes as he struggled to raise his head, his frantic gaze staring at Qin Han. Just a moment ago, he clearly sensed a wisp of holy might from Qin Li. Only the might of a saint could raise his hand and suppress him. Saints? Ha! If this Lin Zhengtian wants to find an excuse for himself, find a better one too. On the platform, when the crowd of eaters heard this, they first revealed expressions of disbelief. The Hall of King Sealers could only be entered by the Enlightenment realm, so if Qin Han was a saint, how could he possibly participate in the King Sealer trials? Even at the foot of the wall, a group of disciples from the Green Sky Holy Land were skeptical. This is the son's excuse for his failure. Look, they don't believe you. Qin Li listened to the crowd's comments and looked at Lin Zhengtian with a smile on his face. You, put. Lin Zhengtian's face flushed red as he opened his mouth and sprayed out another mouthful of blood. Ugh, what a bad mind. Qin Li shook his head. Then with the point of his palm, several chains coalesced in the void, tying Lin Zhengtian up solidly and pulling him to his side. Qin Han. What do you want? Senior brother Lin is the holy son of the Green Sky Holy Land. Don't mistake yourself. When the crowd of disciples from the Green Sky Holy Land saw this, they were stunned and shouted out. Among them, Lin Yuan even subconsciously took a few steps forward. Qin Hali didn't talk nonsense and directly waved his hand. Hit the fly and bind a dragon to arrange it directly on. Then, throw them together with Lin Zhengtian. Such a flowing action directly looks silly a crowd of people. What the is this? A disciple of the Qingtian Holy Land had helped their holy son and fellow disciples? When we go back, the Holy Land of Green Heaven mustn't explode? And only at the edge. A man and a dog had a look of egg on their faces. The scene was all too damn familiar to them. Big Black, in particular, felt a burning pain coming from his body just by looking at it. In the middle of the field, Qin Hunter couldn't care less about these people's expressions. After he resolved the people who were in the way, his gaze went to the temple that stood in front of him. In the next moment, his hands waved, condensing a rune pattern that floated forward. After touching the temple, it surged directly into it. At the same moment, in the white space inside the temple spirit made the same movement. A rune pattern was condensed and integrated into the space. Gradually, a divine chain of order appeared in the white space. Divine chains stretched out from space, densely packed and crisscrossing, seemingly locking the entire temple firmly in place. However, as the rune patterns were incorporated, cracks began to appear in these order god chains. Click, clack, a crumbling sound resounded through the space, and a smile gradually appeared on the pale face of the temple spirit. Outside, on the platform, what's he doing? A crowd of powerful celestials looked at Qin Han, their expressions of astonishment. At the same time, some people remembered the two stone statues that had disappeared earlier, as if, then, the scene was as it is now. Associated with this, a huge look of shock suddenly appeared in their eyes. This isn't supposed to be an attempt to move the hall, is it? However, just as this thought had risen in their minds, the entire Seal King Hall suddenly shook. Then, in the eyes of everyone who was horrified, it instantly shrunk, transforming into a small miniature hall in midair and landing in Qin Han's hands. This, me Naya up. Sigma. It's still true. Everyone stared blankly at the small hall on Qin Shi's palm. Unable to speak for a while, they came to this trial only to get their own seals and chances. This master is good. He even eats and takes. The Great Hall is all packed away. Chapter 56, Protector of the Way? Tied up. Senior brother Qin Han. You. Qin Tiany's face was filled with stupefaction as he looked at the small hall held in Qin Han's hands, wanting to speak. This, would it be too? That's awesome. On the side, Qin Yao's face was filled with adoration. This senior brother Qin Hunter really wasn't an ordinary person. Not only did he get the inheritance, but he also packed the Seal King Hall. Simply a model for my generation. Qin Han glanced at the two and spoke faintly. Let's go. What's left to take is taken, and there's nothing more to stay. With that, he raised his hand and made a move, detaining Lin Zhengtian and his party, who were tied up on the ground, and collected them into the Seal King Hall. After doing so, he stepped straight into the air and left. The Seal King Hall, the Quasi-Emperor Guards, the Great Emperor Stone Statue, all of these things were gone, and naturally, the prohibition that had shrouded Tianju Mountain had dissipated. There is no longer a limit to stepping away. Seeing this, the two siblings hurriedly followed. On the platform, some people subconsciously wanted to stop them, but when they thought of Qin Hunter's terrifying battle power, they instantly dismissed the idea. Holy Maiden, just let them leave? A youth in the formation of the Taichu Holy Land looked at the three Qin Hun who were about to disappear and turned his head to ask Yi Qingyue. Yi Qingyue sniffed and coldly swept a glance at this person. You can keep him? Or do you think I can? The youth was speechless. He was also only at the first level of the Enlightenment realm, not even at the peak of the first level. What's the point of going up there and getting a slap on the wrist? Thinking of Lin Jingtian's miserable appearance, the youth immediately winced and felt some pain in his face. Yi Qingyue grunted, her gaze turning as she once again looked in the direction that Qin Hun had left. In his eyes, a hint of complexity was revealed. Just because she didn't have the strength to be able to leave Qin Hun behind didn't mean that others couldn't either. Trying to leave with a legacy is not so simple. At this moment, thousands of miles away in the void, Qili didn't cross over in the direction of the Holy Land of the Green Sky after he left. Instead, he walked slowly with a leisurely and relaxed face. From time to time, he stopped to look at the scenery, causing the two siblings behind him to look confused. Senior brother Qin Hun, aren't we going back to the Holy Land? Qin Yao couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with doubt and some concern. She didn't understand that after obtaining the two heaven-defying opportunities, the inheritance and the palace of the sealed king, returning to the Holy Land at this time would be the safest. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before those powerhouses from the Taichu Holy Land and those great sects would find their way to the door. With their strength, it was still a struggle to face the older powerhouses. Once a saint comes along, it's all over. Qinli stopped his stance, turned his head to look at the two, and smiled faintly. Oh, there's no rush. Some people have waited too long to meet anyhow. Saying that, his gaze intentionally looked into the distance, into a certain void of space. Waiting for someone? The two siblings were first stunned at the words, and then reacted, their eyes nervously scanning around. Just then, a soft laugh rang out. Ha! Young man, you are clever. Amidst the laughter, a black-clothed figure appeared out of thin air, a strange smile on his pale face as he stared straight at Qin Hun. Uncle Han Li? Qin Tianyi's siblings looked at the old man and spoke out in surprise. At the same time, there was a vague bad feeling in his heart. This senior Uncle Han Li was Lin Jingtian's protector. If the other party knew about Lin Jingtian's miserable state, they might make things difficult for senior brother Qin Hun. Han Li slightly glanced at the two siblings before his gaze turned to Qin Hun once again. Young man, you're good. That chance from the heavenly Pillar Mountain Seal King Hall. For countless years, how many heavenly prides have looked forward to it? I didn't expect you to actually get it. Now, leave the inheritance in the hands of the old man. I'm afraid placing it on you will attract prying eyes. The great emperor's inheritance is very important to the Holy Land. When we return to the Holy Land, the old man will report to the Holy Lord and reward you. With this merit, it is not impossible to make you a holy son. Han Li's voice was appreciative, and he opened his mouth to ask Qin Hun to hand over the great emperor's inheritance. As for the deaths and lives of Lin Jingtian and the others, instead, not a single word was mentioned. Qin Li listened to it expressionlessly and looked at the other party indifferently, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The inheritance was obtained by me. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Green Sky Holy Land, does it? Why should I hand it over to you? Yes, senior Uncle Han Li. The two siblings also spoke in a hurry. Qin Li had just come to the Holy Land, and in the end, he was not yet a true disciple of the Holy Land. Apart from their Qin clan, those people hadn't recognized Qin Hun either. Now that he saw that there was a great emperor's inheritance, he ran out upside down to claim it, and it was too shameless. Humph! Han Li snorted coldly, his eyes glaring icily at the two siblings. Qin Tian, when is it your turn to interrupt when this seat speaks? Saying that, his gaze turned once again to Qin Hun and coldly said, the extreme Dao inheritance is about the future of the Holy Land. It's not something that a junior like you can master. It is best to leave it to the Holy Land to choose the right heir. Don't force the seat to take it personally. Saying that, a ray of holy might rose from his body and enveloped towards Qin Hun. Hands on? A cold smile flashed across Qin Hunter's eyes as he waved his hand to make the holy might that was pressing and dissipate. When Han Li saw this, his face changed slightly as he scrutinized Qin Hun seriously, but at this glance, he actually found that he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. His brows furrowed at once, and then stretched out a moment later. Sighing, the great emperor's inheritance is truly miraculous, but it's a pity that you're ultimately an ant in front of a saint. Saying that, his palm lifted up and grabbed directly towards Qin Hun. Boom! A hand grabbed out, and the wind and clouds changed. Terrifying holy might enveloped the side of heaven and earth, and the heavy pressure caused space to freeze. Although he couldn't see through Qin Hunter's cultivation, He didn't take it to heart and just thought it was because of the great emperor's inheritance. After all, not long ago, the other party was still a small enlightenment realm, a mere second level of the sage realm. Shin Hanari had a calm look on his face. With a slight tremor of his body, he broke open the solidified space. The foot lifted and took a step forward. A palm was then launched, and majestic holy might surged out as an even more terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Hanli. Rumble! The two collided, and a terrifying explosion rang out. Space shattered as if it were a mirror, and a horrifying void storm swept in all directions. Aha! Hanli let out a muffled grunt as he was pressed down into the void by a tremendous force. His eyes were wide with disbelief. No way! Saint Realm? You're actually in the Saint Realm? When did the other party achieve sainthood? Obviously not long ago. He was still in the Enlightenment realm, and although he was at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, he was still a heavenly abyss away from a saint. How did you become a saint after coming out of the Hall of the Sealed King? Could it be that the great Emperor Inheritance realm is so terrifying? It could make a peak of the Enlightenment realm become a saint on the ground? Just a saint, Shinli said faintly, his figure dissipating from its original position and instantly appearing in front of Hanli. The palm of his hand condensed runic patterns and pressed down with a palm in the monstrous golden light, covering the opposite side of the door. Hanli was horrified, and in his haste, he took out his intrinsic sacred soldier and blocked it in front of his body. Clank! Click! Boom! The golden palm blasted onto the holy soldier, first resounding with the sound of gold and iron, and then turning into the sound of shattering clicks in the next moment. In his horrified gaze, the intrinsic saint soldier was shattered with a slap. Under the terrifying power, a pair of arms even exploded on the spot, half of his body crumbling apart. Put! A large mouthful of holy blood sprayed out, and the entire person seemed to have suffered the impact of an ancient divine mountain, being completely slapped into the ground below. Not giving the other party a chance, Shin Hunter followed suit and rushed underground, beating the hell out of them. A terrifying roar interspersed with screams rang out. Senior brother Shin Hunter. How? On the void, the shocked Shin Channy siblings looked at the terrifying fluctuations coming from below, their faces covered in shock. Just now, if it wasn't for Shin Ji's intentional protection, the two of them were afraid that they would have been directly crushed to death by the holy might. Sage Realm? Senior brother Shin Ji is actually in the Sage Realm. Shin Tian muttered under his breath and looked down below, still somewhat in disbelief. Although the previous Shin Hun was powerful, he was at least in the same great realm as him. But now, the other party had transformed into the Saint Realm. This huge discrepancy made him a bit unable to accept it for a while. At that moment, the roaring below suddenly stopped and became quiet. 2.5 minutes later, Shin Hunter's figure stepped into the air, carrying a half-dead, tied-up humanoid creature in his hand. Senior brother Shin Hun. On the void, the two siblings shouted in unison and were about to go forward to greet them. Suddenly, buzz! A wong rang out in the void, followed by the darkening of the sky. A huge mountain peak appeared out of nowhere, carrying a terrifying aura that enveloped several people. Chapter 57, The Brave Bandit Shin Hun. The huge mountain peak shrouded down, and under the majestic Etini Saint Might, this terrifying power of confinement was entrained. Humph! After waiting so long, it's finally out. Shin Li grunted out, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. After casually throwing the carried Hanli into the Seal King Hall, he watched the mountain peaks press down and did not make any moves. It looks like it's defenseless. In the next moment, the mountain peak completely fell down. Countless runic patterns flowed on the mountain, and a powerful confining force imprisoned the three of them in the air. Then, a figure slowly stepped out of the space and looked at the three Shin Hun with cold eyes. Someone from the holy land of Taichou? Shin Li's face was calm as he looked at the figure that appeared. It was a tall and dignified-looking old man. With the system in place, all information about the other party is seen clearly. Yi Xiong, Supreme Elder of the Holy Land of Taichu, Protector of the Holy Maiden Yi Qingyue. Cultivation level, Sage Realm 5th level. Technique, Taishang Sword Scripture. Battle of the Stars Grand Technique. Oh, you recognize this seat? Up in the air. Yi Xiong was a little surprised. Then with a straight face, he stared at Shin Hun and opened his mouth. This seat is also free of nonsense, and would like to invite you, fellow Daoist, to stay in the Holy Land of Taichu for a few days. Please? What a please? Shin Li sneered. What if I don't go? It's not up to you. Yi Xiong had a confident look on his face, although Shin Li was also in the Sage Realm, but now that he was imprisoned by the Sacred Soldier, coupled with the fact that with his own Sage 5th level cultivation, he was confident that he could bring Shin Li back to the Taichou Sacred Land. By me? Do you want to see what's behind you? Shin Hunter kindly reminded. Although he was imprisoned, he didn't have the slightest look of panic on his face. You don't need to play these little tricks. What can be behind this seat? Yi Xiong's face was still a snicker and disdainful at first. However, at the end of his words, his voice changed, clearly taking on a trembling tone. Behind him, a palm had been placed on his shoulder. "What man? Get out of here!" Yi Xiong shouted in shock and anger, and without thinking, he blasted backward with a move to pull out his head. Boom! The palm was loud and powerful, but in the next moment it automatically stopped and was confined in midair. Then, a black-clothed middle-aged man stepped out from behind him, picking him up with one hand and coming in front of Qin Hun. "I told you there was something behind you, believe it now?" Qin Hunter's body shook, easily breaking free from his confinement, and teasingly looked at Yi Xiong. You, how is that possible?" Yi Xiong's face was pale, and even though he was confined, his body couldn't help but tremble. He's at the 5th level of the Sage Realm. He was actually confined by someone lifting his hand without the slightest resistance. What kind of training is this? Great saints, or the 9 heavenly passes of the quasi-emperors? Now, still want to invite me to the holy land of Taichu? Qin Hun asked with a smile on his face. Yi Xiong's face was ugly when he heard this. Feeling the palms behind him that were gripping him, he held a few words for a long time. "What do you want? What do you want?" Qin Hun stroked his chin, then said lightly, "How about, you come with me to the Qingtian Holy Land for a few days?" Saying that, without waiting for Yi Xiong to reply, he directly threw him into the Seal King Hall. With the confinement of the quasi-emperor puppet, there was no need to be afraid of the other party messing up inside, and losing Yi Xiong's control. The mountain peaks shrouded in the sky above also shrunk in an instant and fell down. In the end, it was put away by Qin Hun smoothly. After doing so, his mind moved slightly, and the quasi-emperor puppet beside him instantly merged into space and hid itself. At this moment, Qin Tian and the 2 siblings got rid of their confinement and hurriedly dashed to Qin Hun's side. "Senior brother Qin Hun, that senior is." They were shocked in their hearts, never imagining that Qin Hun was accompanied by such a terrifying existence, suppressing a powerful saint in a light manner. This cultivation was most likely a great saint, an elder who doesn't like to talk. Qin Li waved his hand, then said, "2 senior brothers, wait a moment. After I take care of some things, I'll return to the Holy Land," said the man, looking his gaze towards a certain void. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards that void. Rip it! The void was ripped apart as if it were rags, and a figure fell from deep space and was detained in front of him. The silhouette was dressed in a red dress with a stunningly beautiful appearance, and it was none other than Yi Qingyue. "Fellow Taoist Qin Hunter, what are you doing?" Yi Qingyue's face was a bit flustered as she stared at Qin Hun and chortled out coldly. "Ha! What? Isn't Saintess Yi here to invite me to the Taichou Holy Land?" Qin Hun asked with a laugh. "Fellow Taoist is mistaken. How could I do such a thing when I've befriended a fellow Taoist?" Yi Qingyue explained, her face no longer panicked, revealing a look of candor. Yes, Qin Li was non-committal. The other party had arrived with Yi Xiong, and he had long since realized it. Only when Yi Xiong struck, Yi Qingyue did not follow and show up, but chose to hide in the void. Perhaps the other party had really intended to befriend themselves before, but in the face of the lure of the great emperor's inheritance, the so-called friendship could be discarded at any time. Without saying anything more, Qin Hun confined him and threw him into the Seal King Hall along with him. "Senior brother Qin Hun, is this not too good?" On the side, Qin Tiani was shocked when he actually tied up the holy daughter of the Taichu Holy Land as well. "In that case, will the Holy Land of Taichu go crazy? Is it bad?" Qin Li glanced at the other party. "Is it bad? That's good. The other guy started it, and he was only acting in self-defense." Retracting his gaze, Qin Hun turned his head to sweep the empty void in the distance. A faint voice carried out, "I'd like to trouble you all to tell the Taichu Sacred Land for me that their holy daughter and Tao Protector attacked this seat and have already been suppressed by this seat. Tell them to bring their spirit stones and come to the Holy Land of the Green Sky to ransom their lives." Chapter 58, News spreads. Before the storm comes, the eastern wasteland is going to have an earthquake. Something big is going on. This is going to break the sky. What a domineering young man. As a person from the Qingtian Holy Land, he actually kidnapped his own saint's son and saint elder. A ruthless person. It wasn't until after Qingji left that several silhouettes came out of this void one after another. They were all the protectors of those heavenly prides on the heavenly pillar mountain, with powerful auras. On a few of them, there was even a hidden flow of holy might, clearly a saint. Everyone looked in the direction that Qin Hun had left with both shock and fear in their eyes. They had arrived here a long time ago and had been hiding in the void, witnessing Qin Hunter's terrifying presence with their own eyes. In a few moves, he crushed and captured Hanli, who was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. There was also the black-clothed powerhouse that appeared behind them, and just gazing at it made them feel a boundless pressure. Thankfully they didn't make a move. Otherwise there would have been one of them among those who were tied up in 5 different ways. Fellow Taoists, what do you say to whether or not we should pass the news to the Taichou Holy Land? Someone suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. At those words, the rest of the people looked at the person who spoke in unison, a strange look in their eyes. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? You don't want to see anything? Everyone had a look on their faces that looked as if they were watching the whole thing. The Eastern Wasteland hasn't been lively for a long time, and this seat is eager to see how the Taichou Holy Land will react when it learns that its holy maiden has been kidnapped. Ha ha ha. A kindly-looking old man laughed out loud. When the voice fell, the figure had already dissipated in thin air. The rest of them nodded before leaving one after the other. In fact, besides wanting to watch the fun, they had something else in mind. Now that the Seal King Hall's chance had been obtained by the Green Sky Holy Land, they definitely couldn't let the other party be too peaceful. It would be best if the Taichou Sacred Land could lash out and break out into a great war with the Green Heaven Sacred Land. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Green Sky Sacred Land would use this to grow, and I'm afraid that it would have to become one of the most powerful forces in the Eastern Wasteland. The Holy Land of the Green Sky, Qin Plan Manor. What? You tied up. A voice raised 800 degrees rang out and stopped abruptly. Inside a house deep inside the manor, Qin De and Qin Air were filled with horror, their eyes glaring round. What did they hear? Qin Li had kidnapped Lin Zhengtian and all those elites who had gone to the Seal King Hall to participate in the trial? There was even Sage Han Li among them? That Han Li was a saint, an existence that even if the two of them saw, they would have to obediently call out to their senior brother. I can't believe I was kidnapped by Qin Hun. So what cultivation level is Qin Hun at now? There's no need for the two senior uncles to be so surprised. That person wanted to rob me of my inheritance, and I had no choice but to step in. Qin Hunari was breezy. Behind him, the two siblings, Qin Tian and Qin Tian, had a strange look on their faces. What's more than just tying up a couple of these? There was also the Holy Maiden and Saint Elder of the Taichou Holy Land, all of which were packed away together. Only that they hadn't told the two of them the news yet, fearing that they wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. Over there, it took Qin to Qin Air and the two of them a long time to get over it. Staring at Qin Hun, he asked tentatively, "That, young master nephew, what is your current cultivation level?" Saying that, he remembered what Qin Hun had just said and spoke again. "Also, you just said, inheritance? It's the inheritance inside the Seal King Hall?" The two men's voices dripped with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. They had been in the Hall of the Sealed King when they were young and knew what was inside. That's an inheritance of at least a quasi-emperor. Qin Li didn't say anything straight after hearing this, but instead turned his gaze to the Qin Tiani siblings on the side. The two of them would understand, and at that moment, they would tell what had happened one by one for Qin Li. From Qin Hun walking out of the Seal King Hall being made difficult by Lin Zhengtian, to Qin Hun crushing the other party, then to pack away the Seal King Hall. Sage Han Li blocked the road. Sneak attack of Taichou Holy Land. Tied up the Taichou Holy Maiden and her protector. One thing at a time all told. Hearing the end, both Qin De were dumbfounded. His mouth was unconsciously wide open in a dumbfounded manner. It was only after a long time that they were shocked and looked at Qin Hari. Sage Realm Cultivation? You've really reached the Saint Realm? The two men's voices trembled a little. Previously, they had only suspected Qin Hun's cultivation, but now that it was completely confirmed, it still made them feel incredible. How terrifying was the chance of the Seal King Hall actually pushing a peak of the Enlightenment Realm hard to the Sage Realm. If they hadn't seen Qin Hun's previous cultivation with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. In contrast, there wasn't much panic about Qin Hun kidnapping the Holy Maiden of Taichou and her protector. That Taichou Sacred Land wanted to get its hands on the inheritance. Sneak attacked Qin Hun, and it was already good enough not to kill him on the spot. Qin Li looked at the shocked expressions of the two men and nodded lightly. He wasn't going to keep any of this to himself. The word will be out there soon anyway. However, there was no need to say that the two quasi-emperor puppets were one of his current cards, and Qin De and Qin Air were also very sensible and did not pursue the matter. After seeing Qin Li nod, he calmed down instead. Only after a moment did he continue to open his mouth to ask about the two people from the Taichou Sacred Land. Senior nephew Qin Hun, what are you going to do about the two from the Taichou Holy Land? Are they really going to be ransomed? Not bad. Qin Li nodded. He really had this intention. At the current cultivation level of the Sage Realm, if one wanted to raise it further, each minor realm would require hundreds of thousands of extreme spirit stones, just in time to knock a fortune off the Holy Land of Taichou. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? There are also many treasures waiting inside their inner worlds, so we'll have to search them all out later. Good. Since you've already decided, then senior uncle supports you. The Taichou sacred ground was unjustified first. If it really dares to come and cause trouble, Our Qin clan isn't one to be messed with. Qin de Qin Air waved his hand, and a ruthlessness flowed from his eyes. It just so happens that a few days ago, news came from the Forbidden Land that an old ancestor of their Qin clan had broken through the death curse and was about to leave the gate. And in the meantime, on the eastern wasteland, it completely boiled over because of one name. The trial at the Heavenly Pillar Mountain Seal King Hall was over. The great emperor's legacy inside was acquired. The hall of the sealed king was packed away. The holy sons and daughters of the two holy places and the protectors of the Tao were kidnapped. Ask the Holy Land of Taichou to take a spirit stone to ransom the person. And it all has to do with one person. Qin hunting. What do you guys say? Will the Taichou Holy Land redeem the Holy Maiden with spirit stones? I don't think so. If you really want to do this, won't it cause the Holy Land to lose face? I see that this time, I'm afraid a great war will break out between the two great Holy Lands. That beast is also ruthless. Not only did he kidnap the Holy Maiden of the Taichou Sacred Land, I heard that he even kidnapped his own holy son along with him. Inside a certain large city, there were quite a few cultivators talking. Everyone was in awe, with an eating expression on their faces as they watched the fun. Suddenly, one of the men had a strange expression on his face and spoke tentatively. It is said that the Virgin of Taichou is extremely beautiful. You guys say, that beast isn't going to take advantage of the situation, is he? Don't wait for the Holy Land of Taichou to go to ransom and find that the child has been born. When these words came out, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Everyone turned their heads to look at the person who had spoken, with a look of incredulity on their faces. I don't think. Will? Chapter 59 Reaction of the Holy Land of Taichou. 3 domain powers rush to the Eastern Wasteland. On the other side of the Eastern Wasteland, in a distant land, the Holy Land of the Beginning. This was a huge immortal mountain spiritual vein, with rich spiritual chi and all kinds of flying birds and spirit beasts all over the place. 7-colored haze light hung down from the sky, enveloping the rolling halls in the center of the mountain range. At this time, a magnificent hall in the Holy Land of the Green Sky has bullied people too much. Above the great hall, a figure concealed by the mist let out a terrifying roar. The mist that enveloped the figure violently tossed, vaguely exposing the face of a majestic middle-aged man. Simply bandits, kidnapping my Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Tao Protector, and actually wanting us to take spirit stones to ransom them? Banditry! That what's-his-name beast must be captured and returned to the Holy Land for questioning. Not bad, not to be taken lightly. Below the Great Hall, a group of Holy Land elders shouted angrily. The powerful aura stirred within the space, causing the Great Hall to seemingly shake. Just a short while ago, they had also learned of what had happened at Tianzhu Mountain. The Great Emperor's chance was obtained by the Holy Land of the Green Sky. Most importantly, the other party had kidnapped their holy daughter and Tao Protector, threatening to ask their Taichou sacred ground to take spirit stones to ransom them. It was simply a naked humiliation, not placing their Taichou Holy Land in their eyes. Okay, all shut up. Above, the Taichou Sacred Lord shouted out coldly, instantly silencing everyone. He swept his gaze over the many elders below and spoke in a deep voice. What do you think should be done about the conditions stated by the man from the Green Sky Holy Land? The elders fell silent when they heard this. Although they were furious, the matter was, after all, in the other party's favor. According to the information they had found out, it was Elder Yixiong who had made the first move before being captured by the powerhouses of the Green Sky Holy Land. The other party didn't seem to be at fault for offering to take spirit stones to ransom him. Even not beating Yixiong to death on the spot was already considered giving face to the Taichou Holy Land. The problem now was that whether they took the spirit stones to ransom the person or not, the Taichou Holy Land would lose face. But if we don't fish out the person, with the beauty of our own saintly daughter, and I'm afraid that next year we'll bring a child back, by then, the disgrace will be even greater. Most importantly, the Holy Maiden Yi Qingyue was still the Holy Lord's own daughter. After thinking for a long time, an elder stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Sacred Lord, for the sake of the Holy Land's face, I don't think I can compromise with the other party. At least, explicitly cannot be compromised. Oh, what does the sixth elder mean by this? The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning looked at this elder with a cold gaze. The sixth elder took a deep breath against this gaze and continued. According to the information found, that disciple of the Green Sky Holy Land not only obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance, but also collected the Seal King Hall. The Seal King Hall is the chance of the entire heavenly Tsang continent. How can it be occupied by one person? The Sacred Lord can release the news that the Taichou Sacred Land will invite strong men to the Qingtian Sacred Land to demand that the Seal King Hall be handed over, leaving a chance for the Enlightenment realm cultivators of the entire continent. At that time, it can be said that Elder Yixiong also had no choice but to make a move in order to leave the Seal King Palace behind, forcing that junior to release Elder Yixiong and the Holy Maiden. After the sixth elder finished speaking, he looked at the Holy Lord above him with a calm expression. The mist around the body of the Holy Lord of the beginning violently tossed and turned, and it took a while before a sound came out. Yes, what the sixth elder said is very much in line with this seat's wishes. This matter will be left to you. After 10 days, this seat will invite the old ancestor of the Holy Land and go to the Qingtian Holy Land. A wave of satisfaction emanated from the voice of the primordial Saint Lord. In addition to that great emperor's inheritance in the Seal King Hall, there were also several inheritances left behind by quasi-emperors. This kind of great opportunity, no one would want to fall into someone else's hands. With the Taichou Holy Land leading the way, those great sects and ancient clans on the eastern wasteland were bound to get involved as well. Even the strongest people from the 3 major domains of the Western Desert, Southern Barbarians, and Northern Xian will come. 10 days just to wait for those people to arrive. If this plan comes to fruition, not only can we get back the 2 prisoners, we may also have a chance to get the King Seal Hall, and even make the great emperor's inheritance change hands again. Soon enough, a piece of news spread out from the Taichu Sacred Land and floated to the entire eastern wasteland. Meanwhile, of the other 3 domains, Amitabha Buddha, the Hall of the Sealed King is a continental opportunity that cannot be obtained by one person. A Buddha's light rises in the western desert, coloring half the sky gold. Countless Buddhas sat in the Buddha's light, reciting scriptures. Wherever they passed, no matter if it was a mortal cultivator, they all bowed to the ground in reverence. The southern barbarians' demonic aura covered the sky, and a Kuan Pang traveled across the void, rolling up monstrous black clouds. The Seal King Hall has an inheritance left by our clan's paragon emperor. It must not fall into the hands of the human race. There was a sword chi breaking through the air in Beixian, and a young man was striding through the void as if he was walking idly. Wherever it passed, the invisible sword Dao sharpness cut a dark crack in the void. This seat would like to see what kind of demon is actually able to take the Seal King Hall away. The youth's gaze was indifferent, as if it had penetrated space and looked somewhere in the eastern wasteland. The Seal King temples of the 4 domains were one and the same, and as Qinhan collected the main temple of the eastern wasteland, the temples of the remaining 3 domains also flew away at the same moment. Some of the unlucky ones who were still inside the trial were not even able to come out before being led away by the temple. Those of them who were going to the eastern wasteland right now, apart from the eye-wrecking great emperor opportunity, there was also the point that they wanted to retrieve their respective disciples back. Green Sky Holy Land. Inside the small courtyard of the manor, Qili still didn't know that because of the fact that he had taken away the palace of the Sealed King and kidnapped the Holy Maiden of Taichu, it had caused a big shock on the continent. He was sitting cross-legged in his room, with all sorts of magic weapons, pills, spirit herbs, and a pile of extremely high-quality spirit stones piled up in front of him. There were even a few pieces of red clothing on the side that gave off a fresh scent. Alas! Forced to make a small fortune, Qin Hunter sighed under his breath as he tapped. All of these things were seized from Lin Zhengtian, the Holy Maiden of Taichu, and the others. With the quasi-emperor puppets around, there was no need to waste any effort at all, and they could directly empty their inner worlds. Not to mention the treasure. Even the ground was scraped out in 3 layers. There were 8 saint soldiers alone. Lin Zhengtian, Yi Qingyin, and 2 saints each contributed 2 pieces. There were 16 pieces of great power heavy weapons and hundreds of bottles of pills and herbs. The extreme spirit stones were not much, adding up to less than 500,000. Qin Hari roughly estimated that everything should add up to nearly 2 million extreme spirit stones or so. Not bad, not bad. It's true that a man can't get rich without foreign wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Qinhan was all smiles as he waved his hand and put everything away. Suddenly, a furious shout that shook the void came. Junior Qinhan, you dare to imprison the Sacred Sun and the Sacred Land Elders? Get the hell out of here. Chapter 60, Land Road Sage's Shameless Face. Get out. Nearly 10 figures stood over the manor, with a white-clothed young man at the head of them with a vast amount of holy might. The void was thunderous, and the wind and clouds lost their colors. Such a huge commotion directly startled the entire Seed Holy Land. Those disciples and elders who were in their cave dwellings to dive into cultivation stepped out one after another, their gazes looking in the direction of the Qin clan's manor. It's the direction of the Qin clan. What happened? What a terrifying holy might. Is that Master Uncle Lu Dao? What's he going to do? Some of the elder disciples who were close by turned pale, their eyes looking at the silhouettes on the void in shock. They recognized that those people were all powerhouses from the Holy Lord's faction. The leader of the group, Senior Uncle Lu Dao, was even in existence at the 6th level of Sage. Within the Holy Land of the Green Sky, the Sacred Lord faction and the Qin clan lineage did not deal with each other and could even be said to be hostile. These things were no longer a secret among the disciples. Now that he saw the powerful person sent by the Holy Lord appear at the Qin clan's manor, and with a look of questioning, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. This shouldn't be a civil unrest, right? At this moment, several figures walked out from within the manor. Looking at the figures in the air against the immense pressure. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Qin de Qin'er's face was extremely ugly. Vaguely, a look of anxiety flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ever since they knew that Qin Han had kidnapped Lin Zhengtian and Han Li, they had known that this day would come. I just didn't realize that it's only been half a day. How did it happen? This kid, Qin Li, is still doing things too uncleanly. Now that the old ancestor hadn't come out of the gate yet, it was difficult. Let that junior come out to see the seat. As long as he hands over the saint's son and the great emperor's inheritance, this seat can forget about it for the sake of the two elder ancestors. Otherwise, the crime of imprisoning the holy son and the sage elder is enough to send him to the abyss of sin and suffer the pain of endless soul refining. In the void, Lu Dao's expression was cold as he stared at Qin de and Qin Er. Not bad. That junior is ambitious. Imprisoning the holy son in a vain attempt to take his place. He should suffer the pain of soul refining forever. Behind Lu Dao, Lin Song had an angry face. His son, Lin Yuan, was also captured by Qin Han. Not only him, more than half of the strong men who came with him had disciples or bloodline relatives who had participated in the Seal King Hall trial, and they were all kidnapped by Qin Han. If they were placed outside, they wouldn't have dared to make a move when they knew that Qin Han had the strength to suppress a saint. But this was the holy land of the blue sky, with a quasi-imperator suppressing it, so what could Qin Hari, a mere saint, turn over? Beaten into the abyss of sin to suffer the pain of soul refining? Below, the two Qin Da's faces were heavy. The so-called Sin Abyss was a place where the Holy Land specialized in disciplining erring powerhouses. The flame of the underworld burned there all year round, capable of directly searing a cultivator's divine soul. Even at the Saint Realm, one would not be able to withstand the pain of refining the soul from time to time, and would end up falling because they couldn't hold on. 2,000 years ago, there was a heaven-prying realm in their lineage that was knocked into the abyss of sin, and after enduring 300 years of soul refining, they eventually fell. Just as the two people didn't know what to do, a figure appeared out of thin air. Qin Han waved his hand to disperse the holy might that enveloped the entire manor. His eyes looked at the several people in the sky above. His face calm. When he kidnapped Lin Zhengtian and the others, he had already anticipated all the consequences and had a plan in mind to deal with them, so he wasn't alarmed. Seeing Qin Han appear, Qin De and the two of them were visibly relieved. Above, on the other hand, Lin Song, who had just had an angry look on his face. At this moment, his face changed slightly, and his feet moved a bit behind Lu Dao. Lu Dao looked at Qin Han. His face first flashed with astonishment, then returned to indifference. He could see Qin Han's cultivation level at this moment. Sage Realm 4. Although shocked, this reinforced the idea of seizing the inheritance. It was not only the great emperor inheritance, but also the quasi-imperial inheritance in the Hall of the Sealed King. Either way, it would be a huge benefit to himself and to the Holy Land. Junior, since you've come out, then, hand over the inheritance of the Holy Sun and the palace of the Sealed King. With that, he held out his palm up, in a demanding manner. Ha! Qinari laughed. That's quite a condescending stance, as if one should just hand over the inheritance. With his eyes fixed on Lu Dao, he said indifferently, the inheritance is not there, but well, people can return it to you. With that said, several figures fell out of the air with a wave of his palm and landed heavily on the ground. Qin Han, this seat wants you dead. Qin Han, you dare to imprison this saint's son? Qin Hunting, Lin Zhengtian and the others had their bodies tied up. Only one mouth could still move, and just as soon as they appeared, they roared. However, when they realized the familiar surroundings, as well as Lu Dao and the others standing in the sky above, their faces instantly changed. Only one thought flashed in his mind. This is the Holy Land? They returned to the Holy Land in such a humiliating manner? Han Li, in particular, instantly paled. His hallowed saint was tied up like a pig or a dog and appeared in front of senior brother Lu Dao and these juniors. At once, a great sense of humiliation surged up from his heart, and his Dao heart was about to shatter. At this time, the faces of Lu Dao and the others in the sky above were also very unsightly. Qin Han, why don't you release the Holy Sun and Master Han and the others? Lin Song shouted. Seeing that his son was among them, tied up in 5 pieces, his eyes erupted in fire. He wanted to go forward to rescue him, but he was afraid of Qin Han, afraid that the other party would give him a blow. Beside him, those powerful members of the Holy Land who had come with him did the same, not daring to step forward. In their minds, Qin Han had already been labeled as a madman. In the end, it was Lu Dao who stepped in and beckoned a few people to his side. In this regard, Qin Han did not stop. He had already taken out everything of value from Lin Zhengtian and the others, so it would be useless to keep it. It would only waste the space within the Seal King's Hall. Senior Han, are you alright? Lu Dao broke the runic chains binding Han Li several people and asked lightly under his breath. There was some concern in his tone, but not much. Han Li just shook his head and didn't say anything. He wasn't seriously injured, and with the body of a saint he would soon be healed. Only the trauma of the mind was something he hated with a passion. Seeing this, Lu Dao did not ask any more questions and turned his gaze to Qin Han once again. Now, hand over the seal King Hall. This seat can absolve you of the sins you have committed. There was a commanding tone in his voice, not putting Qin Han in the least bit. In his opinion, Qin Han handing over the saint was a gesture of softening. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 6th level of the sage realm, he was confident that he could suppress the other party. However, Qin Han snickered at his words. For the sake of an inheritance, you guys really don't even have a face. If I didn't know that this was the holy land of the green sky, I would have thought that I had broken into a bandit's den. Humph. Lu Dao's brows furrowed as he sniffed, his face unhappy. He stared at Qin Han, and after taking a deep breath, he said coldly, although the desolate ancient sacred body is powerful and can be called the #1 battle body of the human race, to cultivate it to its great completion requires terrifying resources and heavenly treasures, which is difficult to support even for a sacred land. And although the Saint Sun's supreme battle body isn't as good as yours, it's still the human race's front-running physique, close to the great Tao, and more likely to be certified as an emperor. Those legacies are nothing but icing on the cake for you, so it would be better to hand them over for the Holy Sun to perceive. In the future, when the Saint Sun certifies the great Tao, he will certainly help you push your sacred body to greatness as well. At that time, wouldn't it be better for the two of you to share control of the heavenly pale and the earth, and reign as kings for 100,000 years? Chapter 61 Cultivation Upgrade. 7th level of Sage Realm. Handing over the inheritance so that Lin Zhengtian could feel it and help him witness the Tao? Lu Dao's words spread through the space, and for a moment, the faces of the people present varied. Qin de Qinair's face was filled with anger, while Lin Song and those strong men beside him had envious eyes. Han Li's face was expressionless, while a hidden color of surprise flashed under Lin Jingtian's eyes. How? As long as you're willing to assist the Holy Sun, when he proves the Tao in the future, whatever treasures you need in the midst of this heavenly earth can be fetched for you. At that time, it will definitely allow you to cultivate your sacred body to great completion. Lu Dao saw that Qin Han did not speak and continued to induce. He really wanted Qin Han to be Lin Jingtian's protector. With the specialness of the desolate ancient sacred body, although it was extremely difficult to witness the Tao, as long as one's physique was great, one could also be comparable to a great emperor. If the other party was willing and assisted the Saint Sun in proving the Tao, and then the Saint Sun would feed back to the other party, perhaps two great emperor warriors could really appear in the green sky sacred land. As Lu Dao's words fell, for a moment, the arena became quiet. The gazes of all the people were firmly fixed on Qin Han. Only Han Li's eyes were tightly closed and his body was slightly trembling. He was the one who was the Saint Sun's protector. And now Lu Dao was actually proposing that Qin Ji should protect the Tao for the Saint Sun, which was a bit embarrassing for him. At this time below, after Qin Li heard Lu Dao's words and then looked at the expression in the eyes of those people in Lin Song, he only felt incomparably ridiculous. He stared at Lu Dao, then raised his hand to point at himself and asked without answering, "Do I look like a cutie?" "What do you mean?" Lu Dao frowned. "What do you mean? Have you alchemized your brain? I can crush this kind of goods with a single finger, and you want me to assist him in proving the way?" Qin Han pointed at Lin Zhengtian with a face of mocking disdain, his voice nonchalant. "You want yourself to hand over the inheritance to the other party for enlightenment, and you also want to protect his path and help him to become an emperor? No one in their right mind could say that. Or does one look like a big wrong seed?" "Qin Han, what did you say? You dare to humiliate this holy sun?" Lin Zhengtian shouted angrily. "So what if I humiliate you?" With a wave of Qin Li's sleeve robe, the holy might swept out and slammed straight into Lin Zhengtian. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped him, and Lin Jingtian's eyes widened as fear flashed in his eyes. He then remembered that the other party was in the Saint Realm. "Humph, even in front of this seat, you want to make a move to hurt someone?" Lu Dao's face sank like water as he raised his hand to block this holy might. Afterward, he stared coldly at Qin Han, his voice icy cold. "This seat is not discussing with you. The matter of protecting the Tao for the Holy Sun can be left alone, but the great emperor's inheritance and the palace of the sealed king must be handed over." After saying that, a terrifying holy might rushed up from his body, and a palm stretched out, grabbing at Qin Han through the air. Boundless pressure fell from the sky like a mountain of ancient gods, and space instantly solidified, turning into a cage to trap several people. "Robbery? Let's give it a try then. It just so happens that I still need some spirit stones." Qin Han laughed coldly as his body shook and collapsed through the solidified space. Then he raised his hand and chopped down, and an even more terrifying holy might rushed out, cracking the large hand that grabbed at him. Rumble! Saint might collided. A shocking roar rang out, and destructive energies scattered in all directions. But again, they were confined to a very small area and did not spread out. Not good. Go! Move! In the space, the rest of the people's faces changed drastically. Lin Song and the others hurriedly crossed space to get away. Qin de Qinair retreated back to the manor and raised a protective shield to prevent the fish from being affected. Further away, those Holy Land disciples and ordinary elders were filled with shock, standing frozen at the entrance of the cave and looking in the direction of the manor. Although the two Qin Hunterians suppressed the aftermath of the exchange and didn't spread out, however, that huge commotion still spread throughout the entire Holy Land. The Holy Land is going to change. A real fight. Are there still saints alive in the Qin clan? And who is fighting with senior Uncle Lu Dao? For a while, numerous disciples cowered back into their caves, not daring to show their heads. It was the first time that a great battle had broken out within a Holy Land when an existence of the Sage Realm was in the Holy Land of the Green Sky. Over there, after Qin Hun split the large hand with his palm, his figure instantly appeared in front of Lu Dao. The right palm was open, 5 fingers like a mountain. Directly toward the opposite side of the door cover down, a tiny Dao text coalesced in his palm, emitting a shocking power of suppression. The Great Hand Seal of the Sky. This divine ability obtained from Qin De, although it was only created by the heaven-prying realm, but when used by means of a saint, its power was incomparable. Humph! A mere heaven-prying realm minor aptitude, and you come out to disgrace yourself. Lu Dao looked disdainful, merging his fingers into a sword, pointing a finger at Qin Hun's palm, and the sword light that tore through heaven and earth pierced through space. Boom! In the terrifying collision, space was instantly punched out of a black hole. The terrifying fluctuations still leaked out a trace even with the two men suppressing them. In an instant, the space around them collapsed by inches. The terrifying aura caused the extremely distant Holy Land disciples to turn pale, feeling as if the end was coming. In the end, it was Han Li who made a move to suppress and disperse the leaking breath. And at that moment, the two people in the great battle had already rushed out of the Holy Land and killed all the way into the starry sky under Qin Hunari's guidance. Junior, with your cultivation at the 4th level of the Sage Realm, you are not a match for this seat at all. Be a good boy and hand over the inheritance and return to the Holy Land with this seat to ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, when this seat captures you, you won't be able to avoid suffering some pain. Lu Dao, dressed in white, stood on the broken star and looked at Qin Hun with a bemused expression. In his mind, Qin Hari was a saint who had been spawned by the inheritance, and was simply no match for a cultivation like his that had come from his own bitter cultivation. Not to mention, he was still 2 small realms above Qin Hun, on another star in the distance. Qin Hun sniffed but a strange smile appeared on his face. 4th level of the Sage Realm? How do you know I'm only in the 4th realm? Lu Dao frowned, staring at Qin Li sneered. Thumb, do you want to say that your cultivation is higher than this seat? He doesn't believe it at all. The great emperor inheritance was against the heavens, and to be able to push an enlightenment realm to the 4th level of a saint was already incredible. There can be no higher realm. Congratulations, you guessed right. Qin Hunari nodded seriously and took a step out, the stars under his feet instantly bursting into pieces. At the same time, in the inner world, the saint armor pills and the extremely high-quality spirit stones that were previously scavenged from Lin Jingtian, Han Li, and the others, all disappeared. The system's voice sounded immediately afterward. Ding, the host sold 8 pieces of holy soldiers, 16 pieces of heavy weapons, and pills and herbs, to obtain 1,933,230,000 of extreme spirit stones. Consume 1,800,000 extreme spirit stones to raise your cultivation to the 7th level of the Sage Realm. A terrifying aura rose from his body, and Qin Hali's gaze teasingly looked at Lu Dao. Now what? Whose cultivation is high? Chapter 62 Suppression. Terrifying holy might raged in the starry sky. Some of the stars and meteorite fragments that were already broken were instantly crushed into powder and floated in the starry sky under this holy might. The powerful pressure caused Lu Dao's face to change drastically, and his eyes filled with shock. How? 7th level of the Sage Realm. How can you be at the 7th level of the Sage Realm? Lu Dao opened his mouth with difficulty believing it. What exactly was inside the great emperor's inheritance? It was actually able to push an enlightenment realm to the 7th level of the Sage Realm alive. He had cultivated hard for 7,000 years. But he was only at the 6th level of a saint. It's only the 7th level of the Sage Realm. I can go higher if I want to. With a teasing smile on his face, Qin Hunter just took a step towards Lu Dao. Every step that fell left a deep footprint in the void. An unimaginably powerful aura pressed straight towards the other party, like the sky pouring over the earth. I have to say, this kind of feeling, of pressing people with power is very cool. It's pleasant for the mind and body. On the opposite side, Lu Dao looked at Qin Hun, who was walking towards him idly, and the expression on his face quickly became calm after the initial shock. Finally, the slightest hint of covetous greed grew in the bottom of his eyes. The great emperor's inheritance can actually allow people to directly enhance their cultivation. If he gets, it is not unlikely that he will have a chance to advance into the great saint realm. He increased his lifespan by 20,000 years and became a giant on the Tiansong continent. Thinking of this, the greed in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he shouted out coldly, "A saint that was spawned by the inheritance is just a saint. Even if it's one small realm higher than this seat will suppress you just the same." With those words, he took the lead. Throwing out an ancient mirror, it transformed into the size of a small mountain in the starry sky, and a purple light shot out, shining toward Qin Hun. At that instant, endless purple flames were generated out of thin air, burning towards the front in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, a chain of order poked out from the mirror to seal and subdue Qin Hun. Sacred soldier? Worth it! Qin Li's face remained unchanged, his blood chi boiling around his body as he raised his hand and launched out with a palm. A Dao pattern coalesced in front of his palm, vaguely forming an ancient character. The powerful force directly pierced through the purple sea of fire and shattered the chains of order within. Temperance passed through the sea of fire, and his palm lifted once again to grab at the sacred soldier mirror. Buzz! A tiny buzz sounded. The next moment, the sacred soldier mirror instantly dimmed its purple light and shook violently. Around it, a burst of intense spatial fluctuations flooded out, causing it to gradually become illusory. "How dare you! You want to take this seat's holy weapon?" Lu Dao felt the change in the holy soldier and shouted in shock and anger. It was too late to be shocked by Qin Hunter's strength as divine thoughts surged out frantically, pouring into the holy soldier. As his divine thoughts poured in, the illusory saint soldier solidified once again. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lu Dao's face, and he was just about to taunt Qin Shi, but the next second the smile on his face froze on his face and quickly turned ironic. On the void, the original saint soldier had disappeared, and in its place was a meteorite fragment. Looking again at Qin Hun, he was holding a mirror in his hand, examining it carefully. At that moment, Qin Ji showed Lu Dao a kind smile. "Murder and punishment. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Lu for sending the treasure. Mr. Qin will accept it without ceremony." With that, he placed several prohibitions on the mirror and then backhanded it into the inner world. Lu Dao was so angry that his body was trembling, while a deep shock rose in his heart. This heavenly flame realm was a holy weapon that he had sacrificed for thousands of years, planting his deep imprint. Now he was actually detained by the other side in front of his face. Even the connection to his own divine soul brand was severed to nothing. On the opposite side, after Qin Hun put away the mirror, his gaze once again looked at Lu Dao. With a smile on his face, his voice seemed extremely cold as he said, "In order to thank you for the saint soldier, Mr. Qin would like to invite you to the Seal King Hall for a few days." After saying that, his feet stepped down and his figure instantly came out in front of Lu Dao. His hands formed a seal, and a huge immortal king's shadow rose behind him, suppressing it straight down. "You want to suppress this seat?" Lu Dao's face was chilly, but he didn't dare to take out his magic treasure again for fear of being detained by Qin Hun again. He could only wave his hands and condense a giant sword through the sky, chopping out with the momentum of opening the sky, trying to cut through the immortal king's shadow. However, the next moment he regretted it. The two collided, and a huge wave of energy swept across the starry sky. In just an instant of contact, the heavenly giant sword shattered inch by inch. The immortal king's palm continued to press down with a terrifying aura. How? Lu Dao was appalled. There was no time to escape, and he was slapped down by the immortal king's large hand. The terrifying power even directly pierced through the starry sky, forming a black hole. Colorful turbulence swept out, stirring the starry sky. Qin Li beat the dog in pain, catching up with Lu Dao, who had been slapped away by the immortal king's vision, and his sandbag-sized fist greeted him directly. At that instant, blood chi stirred in the dark starry sky, and Dao lines were born and destroyed. A loud rumbling sound, interspersed with miserable screams, spread out. Even the tremendous sound had penetrated the starry sky and spread above the eastern wasteland. What a terrifying great battle fluctuation. It's a saint in a great battle. What's going on? Could it be that the Taichu Holy Land has sought out the Qingtian Holy Land? Is the Taichu Holy Land going to recapture the kidnapped Holy Maiden and elders? In just half a day's time, two saintly battles had occurred, causing the powerful people on the eastern wasteland to be filled with astonishment. This was placed in the past, where 100 years would not even see a saint realm encounter. Some people guessed that perhaps it was the saints from the Holy Land of Taichou and the Holy Land of Qingtian who were fighting. After all, earlier, the Green Sky Holy Land had kidnapped the holy daughter of the Taichou Holy Land and a sage elder. Over the Green Heavenly Sanctuary, A large number of powerful people above the Enlightenment realm stood high in the sky, their gazes looking through the void to the starry sky battlefield. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel the terrifying fluctuations of the great battle. Sage cultivation is truly terrifying. Even when one is in the distant stars, the fluctuations of a great battle can still be clearly transmitted to the eastern wasteland. However, with senior uncle Lu Dao's cultivation, he should be able to suppress that brat soon. Humph. Insouciant Jr., thinking that by virtue of his saintly cultivation, he can ignore the Holy Land? When senior uncle Lu Dao suppresses him, I'd like to see if he'll still be as arrogant as before. Lin Song and the others felt the fluctuations coming from the great battle, and their eyes were sinister. Among them, Lin Jingtian still had a touch of anticipation in his eyes. Hopefully, after senior uncle Lu Dao suppressed Qin Hun, he himself would be able to obtain that inheritance. Senior nephew Qin Ji, will it be alright? Not far away, Qin de Qin Air stood alone, listening to Lin Song and the others. His face couldn't help but show worry. Suddenly, the fluctuations of the great battle coming from the starry sky gradually weakened and dissipated. There was a shock on everyone's face. After Lin Song and the others reacted, joy quickly appeared on their faces. This is Master Uncle Lu Dao suppressing that brat? Ha ha ha, good, great. In their minds, with senior uncle Lu Dao's cultivation, it was only right to suppress Qin Hun. It didn't even occur to me that there would be a second outcome. Even Lin Song and a few other heaven-prying realms couldn't wait to tear through space and rush to the stars. Wanted to be the first to see the miserable way Qin Hun was suppressed. And at that moment, the dim starry sky, countless meteorites and star fragments turned into dust. In the ruins, Qin Hun stood with his arms folded, and at his feet sprawled a figure that was tied up in 5 different ways. Chapter 63 100 million extreme spirit stones for a quasi-emperor's inheritance. Junior, are you trying to completely break with the green sky Holy Land? Cough, cough, let go of this seat, and there will be room for a reprieve in this matter. Lu Dao's breath was weak, his white clothes became tattered, and he was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His body was entangled in runic chains, and through his tattered robes, his crumbling flesh was faintly visible. A constant stream of blood seeped out of the chipped wound, staining the opposite side red. Ease up? Ha! Why the reprieve? Qin Hunari's face showed disdain. Regardless of whether it was Hanli from earlier or Lu Dao now, these people had assumed a superior stance from the very beginning and demanded that they hand over their inheritance. Unfortunately, they all underestimated themselves and instead became prisoners. Could it be that you still want to fight against the entire Qin Tian Holy Land? The Saint Realm is nothing in the Holy Land of the Green Sky. Once the Holy Land's underbelly comes out, even if a paragon emperor from the 9 heavenly passes comes, they'll have to drink hate. This seed advises you to think clearly and not to break your own path for the sake of a moment's pleasure. Lu Dao's voice was cold and implied disdain. Until this moment when he had already been suppressed by Qin Hun, he still hadn't let go of that lofty stance. He didn't believe that Qin Hun dared to do anything to him. If they really killed him, even if those 2 old antiquities of the Qin clan crawled out of their graves, they wouldn't be able to protect each other. Qin Li didn't retort when he heard this, but instead directly stomped on the other party's waist. Boo! There was a loud bang, and the stars popped out of their feet with the slightest crack. You might as well concern yourself. You. Lu Dao's face is blue. The kick didn't hurt him much, but the insult was extreme. Qin Li didn't pay any more attention to the other party, and took it upon himself to unfold his divine thoughts to envelop the other party. A moment later his eyes condensed, and his large hand probed out, grasping at a certain space in front of him. Pust. Rumble. A loud roar sounded steeply. Qin Shi's probing palm seemed to have penetrated into another dimension, hitting something extremely hard. What do you do? Damn it. Stop it. On the ground, Lu Dao's face changed drastically as he roared out in horror. He felt that his inner world was being bombarded with terror. Qin Li actually captured the space where his inner world was located. Qin Shi did not speak. His body's essence rose, and 3 flowers of the great Tao slowly coalesced in the air above his head. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the starry sky, and the palm that probed into the foreign space shook. Click, click, boom. A loud popping sound rang out, hardening the inner world. Put. The moment the inner world was pierced, Lu Dao's body shook abruptly. Immediately afterward, it crumbled into even more horrifying cracks, and a spray of blood spewed out from its body. The terrifying backlash almost made him explode in place. Qin Shi didn't care about this, and his 5 fingers became claws, grabbing large swathes of precious light from the inner world. However, just as he took his palm back, enough! A cold cry steeply rang out in the starry sky. Accompanying the voice was a cold sword light. The sword light cut through the void, chopping from the distant Holy Land of the Green Sky. Great Sage Realm. Qin Li's face sank. Before the 3 flowers above his head dissipated, a fist blasted out, directly shattering the sword light violently. The energy of the explosion instantly nirvana'd everything tangible around it. Even more horrifying wounds exploded on Lu Dao's body, and his entire body was almost blown into a bloody mist by the aftermath. At the edge of the starry sky, Lin Song and the others had just exited the heavenly Tsang continent when they were swept away by the oncoming storm. In the starry sky, Qin Li detained the half-dead Lu Dao, who had crashed into the depths of the starry sky, back and confined him to his side. Then he closed his hands and stood, gazing into the distance. A few breaths later, the piece of space in his gaze was torn apart, and a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe with a face full of heroism walked out of the space. The middle-aged man's gaze first swept the half-dead Lu Dao, then it fell on Qin Hun. The face was expressionless. 7th level of the Sage Realm, desolate ancient saint body. Master Qin Yu's descendant is not bad. Who are you? Qin Li's brows furrowed. This guy came up and spoke with the posture of an elder, making him a bit diabolized. This seed is the Lord of the Green Sky Holy Land. Holy Lord Qing Tian? A strange color flashed in Qin Hunter's eyes as he sniffed. Was this the same person who, 3,000 years ago, had fought that old ancestor of his for the position of Holy Lord and won? 3,000 years and already a great saint. Truly extraordinary. On the opposite side, the Holy Lord of the Green Sky looked at Qin Ji and suddenly reached out, breaking the confinement and inviting Lu Dao to his body, breaking the binding runic chains. He flipped his hand and transferred a strand of great sage essence towards it. In this regard, Qin Hun did not stop it. He had just now nearly emptied the other party's inner world. After obtaining a strand of great sage essence, Lu Dao also turned around and woke up from his heavy slumber. After seeing the Holy Lord of Qing Tian, his face first looked happy, and then he looked at Qin Hun with a grim gaze. Holy Lord. The Holy Lord of the Blue Sky waved his hand, interrupting Lu Dao's words. Eyes looking toward Qin Hun, he spoke faintly. This seat doesn't know what wonders you got in the Hall of Seal Kings, but just in terms of the great emperor's inheritance, it's simply impossible to push an enlightenment realm to the 7th level of the Sage Realm, and the roots are still so solid. But as far as the desolate ancient sacred body is concerned, you haven't yet become a minor success, have you? If you can hand over all of your inheritance and share it with the Green Sky Holy Land, this seat can promise to give you enough resources to help you cultivate your physique to a minor level. Even, the Green Sky Sacred Land can cultivate you, giving you the chance to cultivate a great perfection sacred body and alternatively become a Taoist. Oh, Qin Hunter snorted in his heart at the words. Honestly, the offer is tempting. If it had been anyone else or any other power he might have said yes. However, he didn't believe in the Green Sky Holy Land at all. Let's not say that this Holy Lord didn't know what Lu Dao and the others had done. With the sound of him and Lu Dao fighting in the Holy Land, even the dead buried in the ground should have sensed it. None of them came out to stop it. And now that they saw Lu Dao being captured, the Holy Lord ran out. To say that they didn't acquiesce, Qin Hun didn't even believe it. What? You don't? Holy Lord Qing Tian frowned. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I can't trust you guys. Qin Ji directly nodded his head. Junior, what do you mean? Lu Dao found an opportunity and immediately opened his mouth angrily. However, Qin Hun did not even look at him and said indifferently, it's not impossible to want the inheritance. Don't talk about cultivating me, just point 100 million extreme spirit stones directly, and I can give you the inheritance of a quasi-emperor. 100 million extreme spirit stones for a quasi-emperor inheritance. He felt ruthlessly reasonable. Chapter 64. A Qin clan ancestor at the peak of the Great Sage Realm almost trampled Lu Dao to death with 1 foot. 100 million extreme spirit stones? Are you poor and crazy? In the starry sky, Lu Dao was the first to cry out, his eyes wide with incredulity as he looked at Qin Hun. 100 million extreme spirit stones. Even if he was the supreme elder of the Green Sky Sacred Land, a supreme cultivator at the 6th level of the Sage Realm, he had never seen so many extremely high-quality spirit stones. On the side, the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky also had a pale face as he stared coldly at Qin Hun. You're not kidding? Even if the Green Sky Sacred Land had a large family and controlled many extremely high-grade spirit veins, 100 million extremely high-grade spirit stones were not something that could be taken just like that. The monthly consumption expenditure of those elders in the Holy Land alone was an astronomical figure. 100 million extreme spirit stones in exchange for a quasi-emperor inheritance. It's a good deal, isn't it? Qin Li nodded bashfully. He thought this was great. If the Green Sky Holy Land really took out spirit stones, he wouldn't mind handing over a Paragon Emperor inheritance to the other party. After all, it was only the quasi-emperor's inheritance, which was of little use to him, whereas 100 million extreme spirit stones could cause his cultivation to soar, even breaking through the Great Sage Realm in one fell swoop, becoming a supreme being of the 9 heavens pass. The Holy Lord of the Blue Sky frowned. He wanted the inheritance. but he didn't want to exchange it with 100 million spirit stones. However, there seemed to be some scruples and did not make a move on Qinli, but continued to exhort. Wouldn't it be better to share the inheritance with the Holy Land, which will provide you with resources, heavenly treasures, and help your physique achieve greatness? You have to know that some heavenly materials and treasures can't be obtained just by having spirit stones. 100 million extreme spirit stones may seem like a lot, but it won't allow you to cultivate your physique to a great completion. It's even less likely that you'll be allowed to witness. However, after hearing this, Qin Hun shook his head directly, and in his heart, he laughed even more coldly. Ha! Isn't it just that you want the inheritance but you don't want to spend the spirit stones? Junior, don't give an inch. The Holy Lord wants to suppress you, but it's just a matter of raising his hand. I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. On the side, when Lu Dao saw Qin Shi shaking his head, he immediately shouted out a rebuke and looked at Qin Shi with a very sinister look in his eyes. He was now hoping that Qin Hun would not hand over the inheritance, so that the Holy Lord could step in and suppress him. The Qin clan's two old antiquities are sitting in the death barrier, nearly 3,000 years without seeing the slightest movement, most likely to be fierce. Even if he suppressed this junior now, no one would stand up for him. This time, the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky did not stop Lu Dao either, allowing him to berate Qin Hun. He also lost his patience in the face of Qin Li's oil and salt. If the other party truly refused to hand over the great emperor inheritance and the Seal King Hall, he could only step in to suppress them and take them himself. What? Soft doesn't work and you're ready for hard? Qin Hunter swept his gaze over the two men, his face still calm, only that the essence of his body was vaguely beginning to rise. Just as he was about to harden himself against the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky, a furious roar filled with fury suddenly came. Lu Dao pup, who are you calling ungrateful? The voice was still echoing in the starry sky, and a 420-yard Bigfoot was already coalescing in the sky above, directly stomping towards Lu Dao and the Holy Lord of the Green Sky. For a time, a boundless terror filled the space, and a large portion of the starry sky collapsed under his feet. What? Sigma! The two men's faces changed drastically. Without thinking, the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky's figure directly dissipated out of thin air and vanished 10,000 miles away. Lu Dao, on the other hand, was imprisoned in place and could only watch the Bigfoot fall. Boom! Boo! Ah! The Bigfoot stomped solidly on the land path. In an instant, a large blood mist exploded. Lu Dao's body, which had just been mended and completed, crumbled again, even worse than before, and became tattered. Sacred blood spilled into the starry sky, turning into scarlet rivers, and was then nirvana'd by a terrifying force. Qin Li looked at Lu Dao, who had his face stepped on by a big foot, and a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Then his gaze moved upward, looking into the void further above. There, two more figures had appeared. Both of them were old men dressed in black with a thin figure. Only one person's face was calm, while the other's face was full of fury. Ancestor Qin Yu. Qin Shi's gaze fell on the calm-faced old man, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Ever since the day he returned to the Green Sky Holy Land, the other party had disappeared without even saying hello. Now that I see it again, a lot has changed on the other side. No longer in the state of a soul body, but with a real physical body. Most importantly, he also felt pure holy might on the other party. And at that moment, 10,000 miles away, the figure of the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky flashed and returned to the vicinity once again. He stared at the old man whose face was full of fury, his face grave. Qin Fury, old ancestor, you're out. In the void, Qin Jia looked toward the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky as he heard the words, his gaze cold and indifferent. Humph, if this seed doesn't come out of the gate, I'm afraid that this last bit of my Qin clan's bloodline will be forced to die by certain people. Qin Shai coldly grunted and kicked the half-dead, tattered body of Lu Dao away. Then bringing Qin Yu with him, the two of them walked straight towards Qin Hun. Qin Ji was also sizing up the two, his eyes flashing with surprise, especially when he looked at the old man with a face full of fury. His body was slightly shaken. Qin Fury, one of the old ancestors of the Holy Land of the Green Sky, old ancestor of the Qin clan. Cultivation level, peak great sage. Age, 29. 500 years. Qin Yu, the last generation of the Holy Sons of the Holy Land of the Blue Sky. Cultivation level, Soul Realm Sage 7. Physical body Sage 1. Peak Great Sage. When Qin Hari first arrived at the Holy Land of the Blue Sky, he knew that there were two other old ancestors in the Qin clan's lineage. At first, I only thought it was a saint, but I didn't expect that it was actually in the Great Sage realm, and it was still at the peak of Great Sage. Only ever. Again, could not help but frown at the sight of the other's age. The Great Sage realm only had a lifespan of 30,000 years, and the other party was already over 29,000 years old. At that moment, while he was observing, the two Qin falcons arrived in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Hun arched his hand at the two. Greetings to the two old ancestors. Aha! Qin Zhai sized up Qin Ji, scat under his breath. The fury on his face dissipated with the naked eye, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Good boy. Good. Very good. 7th level of the Sage Realm. Much stronger than when I was young. As he said that, he also stretched out his somewhat dry palm and patted Qin Hun's shoulder. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was on the side, introduced, Qin Hun. This is old ancestor Qin Fury. Don't worry, there is the Qin Fury ancestor. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you to hand over your inheritance. Qin Yu's expression was cold and stern, and as he spoke, his gaze glanced towards the distant Holy Lord Qing Tian. 3,000 years ago, he lost to the other party, originally thinking that he had only lost the position of Holy Lord. I didn't expect that after the other party became the Holy Lord, he even took advantage of the two old ancestors sitting in the death barrier to let, and even mastermind that lineage to suppress his own lineage. It has caused the unknown fall of many elders such as senior brothers and even senior uncles. Over there, the Holy Lord of Qing Tian, who had been left out to the side, had an ugly expression on his face, grasping the almost broken Lu Dao in his hands as he looked gloomily at Qin Hun's several people. At this moment, when he saw Qin Yu's gaze looking at him, he immediately let out a cold snort. Humph, this Holy Lord's move is also for the sake of the Holy Land, said. His eyes looked at Qin Sha. As a disciple of the Holy Land, one should put the Holy Land first. The old ancestors should know the importance of the great Emperor's inheritance to the Holy Land. As the Holy Lord, this seat naturally has to think about the future of the Holy Land. Furthermore, this Saint Lord has already promised that he can provide resources to help him achieve a great sacred body. The Holy Lord of Qing Tian had a calm face, and even when he faced the peak of the great sage realm, Qin Sha, he didn't flinch in the slightest. However, Qin Sha's face chilled when he heard his words. Good Holy Lord. What a thought for the future of the Holy Land. I'm asking you, the suppression of the Qin clan and the mutilation of Qin clan disciples is also for the sake of the Holy Land? Qin Sha's voice was icy cold, and his aura at the peak of the great sage realm was unreserved as he pressed towards the Holy Lord of Qing Tian. So what if the Holy Lord has no face to give? Today, even if there was no such thing as Qin Hun, he still intended to find this Holy Lord to clear his name. Chapter 65 30 million Extreme Spirit Stones Compensation. The aura of the peak of the great sage realm swept through the starry sky, and a terrifying aura enveloped the sky towards the Holy Lord of the blue sky. Qin Sha's face was filled with a fierce aura, and his eyes were incomparably stern. He already knew what had happened over the years. I didn't expect that the Holy Land would actually treat their lineage in such a way while he and his eldest brother were sitting in the gate. 3 disciple clansmen of the Sage Realm were transferred out of the Holy Land for various reasons and inexplicably fell out. Some young disciples with strong talent were even subjected to suppression everywhere. All of that made him unable to resist the killing chance rising in his heart. Facing Qin Sha's aura of oppression, Holy Lord Qing Tian's face changed slightly as he explained against the immense pressure. The fall of several Sage Realm master uncles was just an accident, and not something that this Holy Lord intentionally targeted for suppression. As the Lord of the Holy Land, this Holy Lord won't do that kind of thing that damages the strength of the Holy Land. Humph, is that so? Qin Sha snorted coldly. In the next moment, he steeply struck out, waving his hand to condense a boundless divine mountain that pressed down towards the Holy Lord of the blue sky. The terrifying aura directly collapsed the void, and a turbulent current swept and cut. How dare you? Holy Lord Qing Tian's face instantly sank, not expecting Qin Sha to strike at him. In his haste, he sacrificed a large cauldron and suspended it above his head to defend against the pressing divine mountain. However, he was only at the first level of the Great Sage Realm, and facing the suppression of the peak Qin Fury Great Sage, he could only support himself for a short while even if he sacrificed his Great Sage soldier. The boundless pressure caused his face to turn pale, and his eyes turned icy cold as he looked at Qin Sha. Just as the cauldron overhead trembled violently and was about to be knocked down. Buzz! There was a sudden buzzing in the void. A huge crack split open in the starry sky, and huge fingers like pillars through the sky drilled out of the crack, poking at the boundless divine mountain. Boom! Pust! The two collided without the imagined outburst of earth-shattering sounds. In a dull sound, rules and rules devoured each other. Nirvana, and then turned into nothingness together. Qin Sha stood with his hands in the air, his face grim as he looked toward the spatial crack. In the next moment, an old figure walked out of the crack. Elder Lin Chen, the Holy Lord of the blue sky, looked at the pale figure that stepped out, and his eyes were delighted. Lin Chen only nodded slightly towards him, and then his gaze was directed towards Qin Sha. In a cold voice, he said, "Crazy Qin, you're truly crazy to take a shot at the Holy Lord. Do you want to rebel and provoke civil unrest in the Holy Land? Rebellion? Elder Lin, It's you who are bullying people too much. Chinja stared at the pale figure that walked out of the space, his gaze turning grim. A voice filled with fury resounded in the space. If I don't give a satisfactory account today, I'll set off that bull ******* Holy Land. The words fell out directly, raising his palm, which was as dry as a tree branch, and blasted out with a punch. Countless Dao lines floated in the air, condensing into a gigantic cyan fist that blasted towards the other party with an aura of suppressing everything. Crazy Qin, you're really crazy. Up above, Lin Chen's face instantly sank as he similarly blasted out a punch. Two huge runic fist shadows collided in the void. However, in the face of Qin Jia's anger-laden strike, Lin Chen was directly sent flying, slamming into the huge spatial crack behind him. Seeing this, Qin Jia beat the dog in pain, and with a flash of his body, he also pounced into that spatial rift. Subsequently, even more terrifying fluctuations of the great battle came from the depths of the starry sky, during which the roars of the two men were also interspersed. In the starry sky, Qin Jerry stood quietly, feeling the terrifying battle fluctuations coming from the depths, his eyes coloring inexplicably. Honestly, he didn't have much affection for the Qin clan of the Holy Land of the Blue Sky, and the reason he came to the Holy Land of the Blue Sky was also to obtain resources, spirit stones. However, now, watching the Qin Fury elder ancestor come out to support himself, his heart couldn't help but ripple. That old man clearly does not have much longevity anymore, and is not like what Qin De said before, and has surveyed the death pass. This time out of the gate, I am afraid to hold the mentality of the body to die. The great battle in the depths of the starry sky lasted for a long time. 1 hour, 2 hours. Only after half a day had passed did the destructive great battle fluctuations gradually stop. A moment later, two figures appeared one after the other tearing through the void. Qinja's face was as usual, only his clothes were slightly disheveled. On the contrary, although Lin Chen's robes looked cleaner than Qinja's, Qinji could tell that the other party's clothes were not the same as before. In addition, the other party's breath was a bit frail, and some pallor could be vaguely seen on his face. Without saying a word after returning, he rolled up Holy Lord Qing Tian and Lu Dao and directly tore through space to leave. Qinjia watched the three leave and did not stop them, only his face remained a bit unsightly. He let out a small sigh as his gaze went to Qin Hun. Kid, that old geezer was beaten up by me and was willing to compensate resources worth 30 million extreme spirit stones to my Qin clan, so I let him leave. Those resources, you can go get them when you return to the Green Sky Holy Land. After all, the Lin family is the true owner of the Green Sky Sacred Land, in control of the imperial soldiers left behind by the Green Emperor. If we really make a scene, even if we wake up Big Brother, he won't be able to defeat the imperial soldier. Besides, the old man doesn't have long to live, so he can only help you get some resources. Qinjia's voice was flat. The Lin clan was the descendant of the Qing Emperor and could control the extreme Dao imperial armament, and based on that, their Qin clan couldn't help the other party. Moreover, he was also afraid that once there was a complete falling out, when he and his eldest brother fell, Qin Hun and the others would be in an even more difficult situation. That forceful stance just now was just a way to get some resources for Qin Hun. If the desolate ancient saint body wanted to achieve great success, it would require too many resources. 30 million extreme spirit stones. Qin Li looked at this old ancestor, his heart slightly shaken. He didn't say anything though, just nodded lightly. At the same time, an idea crept into the mind. The reason why the Qingtian Holy Land was a holy land was that apart from being a legacy left behind by a great emperor, the most important thing was that there were paragon emperors and emperor soldiers suppressing it, and it appears that he has both of those things. Chapter 66, Preparing to enter the treasure trove of the Holy Land. As Qin Han and the others left to return to the Holy Land of the heavenly Tsang continent, a distant place at the edge of the starry sky, on a broken star, two figures emerged from the void, their gazes fixed on the direction where Qin Han and the others had left, their expressions grave. Of the two, one was shrouded in mist around his body, making it impossible to see his appearance. The other person was an old man with an ancient face, and the holy might faintly emanating from his body was not much weaker than Qinjia. The Green Sky Holy Land. It's really getting more and more alive, the primordial Saint Lord muttered, the mist shrouding his body churning for a while, showing the unease in his heart. Attracted by the great battle in the starry sky, he broke through space and rushed from the heavenly pale continent, witnessing all the battles from beginning to end, scoffing at the actions of the Green Sky Holy Land. However, at the same time, the cultivation level that Qin Hunter had displayed shocked him. The heart desperately wanted to know what the great emperor's inheritance had left behind, to be able to push an enlightenment realm to the 7th level of the sage realm in a short period of time. Sacred Lord, that old lunatic of the Qin clan has revived, and I am afraid that our matter of going up to the Qingtian sacred ground will have to be prudent. At this moment, The ancient old man on the side slowly opened his mouth, his voice transmitting thick scorn. Qin Fury. The name was synonymous with Fury several eras ago. Along with his big brother, Qin Jun, they were known as the two ferocious gods of the cultivation world. I heard that it sat in death's door 3,000 years ago, but I didn't expect it to come out now. It looked like he didn't have much life left, but that was what made him even more afraid. With that madman's character, once he goes crazy, he might pull a backstabber before he dies. He still has several thousand years of life. Do not want to die young. Hearing the old man's words, the primordial Saint Lord was silent for a long time before he finally nodded. Go back to the Holy Land first. He had previously asked the sixth elder to send a message to the outside world, saying that he was going to the Green Sky Sacred Land. I don't know if the other side has gotten the message out yet. At this moment, in the Green Sky Holy Land, above the Holy Lord Peak. What? 30 million extreme spirit stones of resources? Old ancestor. But, inside a large hall, a shrieking voice of the Holy Lord of the Green Sky was heard. He looked at Lin Chen with a face full of puzzlement. The old ancestor actually wanted him to compensate the Qin clan for 30 million extreme spirit stones of resources? That was 30 million extreme spirit stones, not 3,000 stones or lower grade spirit stones. Even if he was a Saint Lord and had quite a collection over the years, this amount of resources would be enough to empty him. On the opposite side, Lin Chen's face was gloomy as he snorted coldly. Humph. A mere 30 million extreme spirit stones of resources. No need for me, the Lin clan, to pay for it. Just let them directly enter the Holy Land's outer treasury and pick inside. As for the matter of the great emperor's inheritance, it must not be rushed. Lin Chen's voice seemed very cold. He could see that madman Qin Jai didn't have much more life left, and would sit down in 1,000 years at the most. As for the other Qin Jun, it should be similar, even to the point of running out of lifespan within a few hundred years. At that time, whatever great emperor's inheritance and the Hall of Sealed Kings would all belong to their Lin clan. What needed to be done now, instead, was to protect Qin Ji and prevent the inheritance from falling into the hands of outsiders. When the Holy Lord of Qin Tian heard this, his face looked much better and nodded before asking, Old ancestor, Elder Lu Dao's injuries, land road? Hearing those two words, Lin Chen's face instantly sank. It can't die, but it will take hundreds of years of recuperation to recover. And, the Dao platform is ruptured. Even if the injury is recovered, in the future, it can only stop at the 6th level of the Saint Realm, and there is no hope for the Great Dao. The avenue is hopeless? The Holy Lord of the Blue Sky's body shook as he listened, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. After they returned to the Holy Land, the first thing they did was to send Lu Dao to the Forbidden Land. Lin Chen even took out a spiritual treasure and personally healed the other party's injuries. He thought that he would recover after a period of recuperation, but he didn't realize that Qin Shi. What a ruthless tactic. The Holy Lord of Green Heaven's face was gloomy. Which one who was able to cultivate to the Sage Realm was not the pride of an era? For this kind of person, to lose the opportunity to climb the Great Dao would simply be worse than killing him. The matter is that he is destined for this calamity, and the Great Dao contention is inherently perilous and dangerous. Back then, that Qin Yu was not also. Lin Dust waved his hand. It was only when he said Qin Yu that his voice suddenly paused. He recalled at this moment that when he had seen that Qin Yu in the starry sky earlier, the other party's body was permeated with the aura of the Sage Realm. But didn't the other party rupture the same Dao platform 3,000 years ago? How could? Lin Chen's eyes flickered with astonishment, and countless calculations instantly flashed through his mind. Next to him, the Holy Lord of the Green Sky's eyes also flickered, obviously thinking of something as well. The Great Hall was quiet for a while before Lin Chen came back from his thoughts. He looked at the Sacred Lord to the side and waved his hand. Sacred Lord, first send someone to the Qin clan's manor to spread the word that they can go to the Sacred Ground Treasure Trove to pick out treasures tomorrow. As for Elder Lu Dao's matter, this seat has its own plans. Holy Lord Qing Tian nodded slightly. I'll have someone send word. After the Sacred Lord Qing Tian left, Lin Chen's gaze narrowed as he seemed to look at the Qin clan manor through the void. Under his breath, he muttered, the method that can repair the injury to the Dao platform. This seat must obtain. Qin clan manor, Qin Hun, Qin Yu, and Qin Jia. The three of them gathered in a small hall. Qin Jia's face looked a little pale at this moment. The great battle in the starry sky had depleted him quite a bit, and he was only holding on strongly just now. Old ancestor, are you alright? Qin Yu stood aside, his face both worried and self-condemning. He knew very well the state of the Qin Fury old ancestor at this moment, almost to the point of running out of gas. If he hadn't known about Qin Hun's predicament, he wouldn't have taken the risk of awakening this old ancestor. Ugh, old age, but it'll last a few days. Qin Jia waved his hand indifferently. Although his face was slightly pale, the aura on his body was not visible. Old ancestor Qin Jia, With your current cultivation at the peak of great sage, if you were to hand over a paragon emperor's inheritance to you, is it possible to use it to make a breakthrough? Qin Han looked at Qin Sha with a straight face. A quasi-imperial legacy? Once these words came out, Qin Yu's eyes instantly lit up, his gaze looking expectantly at Qin Sha. However, Qin Sha shook his head. The old man has lived to such an extent that his flesh has long since withered, and it is long past the point where he can break through by relying on his senses. Unless one is able to revitalize the physical body again, even giving me the great emperor's great Tao sense will not help. Qin Sha's voice was somewhat helpless. He had refined a bottle of water of life this time when he sat in seclusion, and he could only revive his flesh slightly and not wither too quickly. To reach the point of complete revival, more water of life, or flesh and blood great medicine was needed. But a supreme treasure like the water of life was not something that could be had just by wanting it. As for the flesh and blood pill, it would require the killing of countless living beings, or at least 3 or more existences of the same rank, in order to gather enough. Shaking his head and gathering his emotions, he gazed at Qin Han and said seriously, "But, kid, you don't worry, before the old ancestor dies, we'll definitely protect you safe." As Qin Sha said these words, a powerful fury aura once again permeated his body. At this moment in his mind, Qin Han already represented the future of the Qin clan, with the posture of a witness. Even if he couldn't witness the Tao, the great sacred body could still reign over the heavens and the earth, so even if he died, he wouldn't let anything happen to the other side. Qin Li sniffed and looked at Qin Sha, not saying anything. Only one thing had been secretly noted in his mind: water of life. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and his gaze pierced through space to look at the exterior of the manor. At the same time, a voice sounded outside. "Disciple Lin Song, I seek an audience with Elder Qin Fury. The Sacred Lord invites the old ancestor to head to the Sacred Land Treasure Trove." Chapter 67, Emptying the Treasure Trove. Outside the Qin clan's manor, Lin Song hung his head low and stood quietly with a look of respect on his face. However, although the surface is calm, in fact, the heart has long been cursing. The body is even more unconsciously some trembling. After knowing that old ancestor Qin Fury had come out of the gate, the Sacred Lord had asked him to come over to deliver a message. After all, he had not been suppressing the Qin clan before, fearing that this old ancestor would be unhappy and allow himself to ascend in place. Time passes slowly. A quarter of an hour. An hour. 2 hours. After a full 2 hours, it froze without seeing a single figure come out. But the more this happened, the more nervous Lin Song became instead. As a great cultivator at the peak of the heaven-prying realm, at this moment, he was actually just like a mortal. As drops of sweat oozed from his forehead and dripped down his cheeks onto the ground. Yet even so, he still stood honestly, not even daring to raise his head. Just like that, it was only after another half an hour that Qin Sha and Qin Han slowly walked out from within the manor. Noticing that someone had come out, Lin Song slightly raised his head and glanced at him, but after seeing Qin Sha, his body immediately shook. With a look of incomparable awe on his face, he quickly bowed his head and arched his hands in obeisance. "Disciple Lin Song, greetings to the old ancestor." Qin Sha was expressionless and just looked at Lin Song. Although there was no aura emanating from his body, just a gaze made Lin Song feel a great pressure. At that moment, he hung his head even lower, not daring to breathe. It was only after a long time that Qin Sha's voice slowly sounded. "Lin Song, Lord of Sword Execution Peak, this seat remembers you. You're good." His voice was flat, no emotion audible. Not even the slightest hint of fury could be seen in his eyes. After saying that, he stopped looking at the other party and walked straight past him. Lin Song's body trembled. Not daring to reply, his head hung lower and lower, and only dared to stand up straight after he felt the two men leave completely. Phew, it's good to be alive. Almost. Lin Song let out a long breath, his eyes full of gratitude, but before the smile on his face could spread, there was a shocking bang to his head. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure was like the heavens and earth pouring down on the body. Click, boom, his knees exploded in a spray of blood on the spot, and his entire body fell straight to his knees at the entrance of the manor. Ah! Miserable screams came out from the mouth, resounding through this space and spreading far, far away. In the distance, listening to the screams that were faintly coming from the distance, the two Qin hunters' faces did not change in the slightest. Led by Qin Sha, he crossed a large area of space and blinked to the depths of the Holy Land, in front of a heavily defended valley. As soon as he appeared, Qin Shi felt several divine thoughts cross-sweeping across. 2 of them even carried the will of a saint, and it was obvious that the owner was a saint. Only, after these divine thoughts came into contact with the two, they retreated in an instant, like frightened rabbits. In the next moment, 2 middle-aged figures surfaced in front of them, respectfully bowing their hands towards Qin Sha. "Greetings to the Qin Fury ancestor." Humph. Chinja nodded slightly, then said directly, "This seat wants to enter the treasure vault." "Yes, old ancestor." The two middle-aged men didn't dare to be slow, and turned around in unison after answering the question, and a jade token appeared in their hands, waving it across the valley in front of them. Buzz! A wang sound rang out, countless runic patterns emerged from the valley, and several chains of order condensed out of thin air. In the next moment, the chains penetrated into the void and pulled out a jade-white portal from it. Seeing the portal appear, Chinja didn't say anything and directly took a step and walked into it. Seeing this, Shinhan also lifted his feet to follow. Under a spatial inversion, the two appeared inside a huge space. In an instant, an unimaginably dense spiritual chi poured out, which was also interspersed with bursts of spirit herb and elixir clear scent. The first thing you see is a huge mountain of spirit stones piled on top of each other. Rows and rows of shelves were filled with potion bottles, and countless spirit herbs and elixirs seemed to be piled up like weeds. There were also a variety of low-grade magic artifacts that were randomly piled up on the ground. There were also quite a few king's divine armaments floating in the air, mighty and heavy weapons. Worthy of being a holy land, the resources are truly countless. Qin Li's gaze swept across the entire gigantic space, a sigh of relief appearing in his eyes. That huge mountain of spirit stones, although most of them were upper middle grade spirit stones, there were also some that were extremely high grade spirit stones. These alone are a great asset. Besides, being a holy place, there must be more than just this one treasure trove. These are all low-level goods. They have no effect on you. Go, old ancestor, to take you into the inner treasury. On the side, Shinja didn't even look at these, and went straight to the depths. But his footsteps had only just lifted when a voice suddenly came from behind. "Crazy Qin, there's no need to go to the inner vault, right?" Lin Chen's figure stepped out from the rear portal, staring at the two with a cold face. He had just learned that Lin's song had been suppressed at the entrance of the manor, which was why he personally rushed to the treasure vault. "What do you mean?" Shinja turned around haughtily and looked coldly at the approaching Lin Chen. He had guessed that the Lin clan would not let them get what they wanted so easily. Sure enough, the old thing was going to make a mess. The inner vault is where the Holy Land's underpinnings are located and cannot be entered easily. Besides, the resources in this outer storehouse alone are enough for 30 million extreme spirit stones. Lin Chen met Qinsha's gaze and said indifferently. Qinsha swept a glance at the outer vault space, his face instantly turning cold as he stared at Lin Chen and said word for word, "Old man, you want to get rid of old me with all this crap?" Although the resources in this outer vault space were many, they added up to enough for 30 million extreme spirit stones, and only more. But all of these things were only used below the heaven-prying realm. It was fine to use it to cultivate ordinary disciples. It was not useful in the slightest to Qin Hun, a sage realm. On the side, Qin Li appeared calm. To him, it didn't matter whether it was a high-level treasure or a low-level treasure, as long as it was worth enough. Seeing that Qin Zhao was about to explode, he hastily made a move to pull back. "Old ancestor, this is the place to be. These things, I need them too." Qin Zhao turned his head to Qin Hun at his words and waved his hand. "Don't be afraid. With the old ancestor here, I won't let you suffer." He thought that Qin Ji was afraid of getting into a conflict with Lin Chen and had to compromise. Even Lin Chen, who was on the opposite side of the table, thought the same, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Ji. It is difficult to achieve great things with such a strong mind. However, Qin Hun did not care what they thought. After once again assuring Qinja that he needed it, he directly stepped aside, opened his inner world and began to swallow. 1 Spirit Rock Mountain. 2. 10. Spiritual herbs and medicines, magic treasures and divine weapons, ores. In the blink of an eye, however, the entire outer treasury became empty. Yes, it became empty. He emptied the treasure trove straight away. Chapter 68 Great Sage Realm Cultivation. 3 domain powers descend on the eastern wasteland. Looking at the treasure vault that had become empty in the blink of an eye, Qin Sha and Lin Chen did not react for a moment. A moment later, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold and deadly as he stared at Qin Ji. "Junior, what are you doing? It's too bold." He couldn't believe that the other party had actually emptied a treasure trove right in front of him. Although it was only an external storehouse, it was also worth tens of millions of extreme spirit stones, much more than the promised 30 million. Qin Sha on the side was also wide-eyed, staring straight at Qin Hun. Only a strong look of appreciation surged in his eyes. This kid, he's got a future. He's bandit material. In the future, even if he falls or seals himself, with this kid's kind of character, he won't suffer. Qin Li swept a glance at the empty treasury space and closed the inner world with satisfaction. Only then did he turn his head to look at Lin Chen and said with an innocent expression, "Wasn't it you who told me to pick the resource treasures here?" Lin Chen almost spat out blood in anger at his words, and his voice turned icy cold. This seat only promised to give your Qin clan 30 million extreme spirit stones of resources, but it didn't ask you to empty the entire treasury. The resources placed in this outer vault, together with the spirit stones, how could it be more than 30 million extreme spirit stones? However, in the face of questioning, Qin did not have the slightest fear and only looked at Lin Chen lightly. Of course he knew that the resources here were more than 30 million extreme spirit stones. Having come all the way here, since the other party had played his little heart out first, he naturally couldn't do nothing. At that moment, Qin Jia, who was on the side, also spoke. Elder Lin, who knows if the contents of this outer vault are worth 30 million extreme spirit stones, but don't worry, when we go back and take an inventory, if it's really worth the money, we'll naturally send the extra back to the treasure trove. He said it with a serious, matter-of-fact look. After saying that, he glanced at Qin Ji and walked directly towards the treasure vault portal. Qin Ji understood and immediately followed. In the end, only the blue-faced Lin Chen was left behind in the empty treasure vault. Humph, even if we give you resources, so what? In the end everything will return to the Lin clan. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his gloomy voice echoing in the treasure vault. Qin clan manor. Inside the room, Qin Li sat cross-legged on the bed, a slight smile on his face as he looked at a light blue system panel in front of him. Tuzi, calculate how many extreme spirit stones the resources just collected are worth. Ding, system scanning estimate in progress. 130 billion lower grade, medium grade, extreme grade spirit stones 19,322,000, 50,000 bottles of pills, 1,000,000 pounds of precious ores, 500 kingly divine weapons, 200 mighty heavy weapons, total value, 39,803 superb spirit stones, nearly $40 million. A look of surprise appeared in Qin Li's eyes, satisfied with the result. These things, together with some of the things he had borrowed from Lu Dao, amounted to $40 million. After thinking about it, his gaze went to the system panel in front of him. With a slight movement of the mind, a line of item information presented itself. Divine Tree of Life, Spiritual Root of Heaven and Earth. Seedling, 1 billion extreme spirit stones per plant. 10 billion? Or is it a seedling? The corners of Qin Ji's mouth twitched as he looked at the introduction of the Divine Tree of Life. Just now, I was happy that I got 40 million extreme spirit stones, but now I look at it, I can't even afford to buy a tree sapling. You can only even buy a few leaves. Ding, the Divine Tree of Life is the spiritual root of heaven and earth. There is only one plant in the entire world of the heavens and the earth. 1 billion is already the price of conscience. Okay. Qinari was helpless. He also knew that this Divine Tree of Life was unique, and that having one was equivalent to having an inexhaustible supply of the water of life. If there were enough spirit stones, he would definitely buy it. But now that he was shy, he had no choice but to settle for second best. The eyes moved down to another item. Water of Life, the accompanying spiritual spring of the God Tree of Life, containing powerful and extreme life essence, can be born dead. Flesh and bones, even powerful cultivators have a role to play. 1 million extreme spirit stones in one bottle. 1 million extreme spirit stones a bottle. Shinji looked at the price of the Water of Life with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The decision came a few moments later. Unico, the exchange has resources. Redeem the 7th level of cultivation of the Great Sage Realm, and exchange all the remaining spirit stones for life spring water. Ding, the host traded resources and gained 41,220,090 extreme spirit stones, redeeming the 7th level of cultivation of the Great Sage Realm, consuming 29.7 million extreme spirit stones, redeeming 11 bottles of Water of Life, costing $11 million, with 500,090 extreme spirit stones left over. Due to the host's first transaction exceeding $10 million, the system gives an extra bottle of Water of Life. As the system voice fell, Shi's body suddenly shook. Buzz. There was a faint buzzing in his head, as if a seal had been lifted. Countless great Tao sensations surfaced, and surging spiritual energy surged out of nowhere from the depths of his body, pouring into the spiritual sea. The golden blood flowing in his body gradually appeared to change, and the red color became more red. Behind him, a vision emerged and combined together. The Emperor's scripture operated on its own, condensing countless Tao texts that surrounded the body, and the 9 ancient characters emitted a terrifying aura. Only, all the visions were confined to the tiny room, unknown to outsiders. 7th level of the Great Sage Realm. Sacred Body Minor Achievement. Li exhaled and opened his mouth, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. The sound traveled through space, resounding with dull thunder. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand to disperse all the visions. Then with another flip of his palm, 12 emerald green jade bottles appeared out of thin air and were neatly placed in front of him. The jade bottle was only 3 fingers in size, more than half a foot high, and the crystal liquid inside was visible through the bottle. The moment it appeared, a powerful vitality filled the entire room. The rich breath of life drifted through the space, vaguely illuminating the silhouette of a giant tree. Is this the water of life? Indeed. What a dense vitality. Qinli picked up a jade bottle and felt the powerful vitality emanating from it, a hint of amazement appearing in his eyes. The vitality that escaped through the bottle alone made him feel physically relieved. A million extreme spirit stones in a bottle was really not simple. Putting all the water of life away, he directly got up and walked out. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the holy land of the green sky was fairly calm, and after the news of Qin Fury's exit spread, no one dared to come to the Qin clan's manor to look for trouble. After kneeling in front of the manor for a few days, Lin Song was finally taken away by Lin Chen. It's been 10 days, how come there's no news coming from the holy land of Taichu? Qin Han sat alone under the tree. A pot of tea was placed on the stone table in front of him, and the silk of Taoist rhythm rose with the heat. He had someone send a message to the Taichu Holy Land beforehand, asking the other party to bring spirit stones to ransom him. Now it has passed 10 days. No, 11 days, actually no news at all. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. This should not be smashed in the hand. As he was considering whether or not to have someone notify the Taicho sacred ground again, his brows suddenly furrowed and he raised his gaze to the sky. And at this time, the border of the eastern wasteland. Several spatial channels were successively cracked open in the void. Buddhist light, demonic aura, and the will of the sword Tao swept through. The terrifying holy might instantly startled the entire eastern wasteland, and countless powerhouses stared. Those ancient great sects had all had saints come out with grave expressions. The holy land of the beginning. The primordial Saint Lord stood on top of the main peak, his gaze looking towards where the border was as he muttered to himself under his breath. Coming. Chapter 69, Auctioning the Quasi-Emperor's Inheritance. 100 million superior spirit stones onwards. On the void. The three distant figures did not stop, and after glancing at each other across the air, they once again tore through space and disappeared. During that time, there was no communication, or perhaps there had been deliberation before coming to the eastern wasteland. The aura of three great saint realms, the holy land of the green sky. Qin Han stood in the courtyard, gazing at the sky. He discerned from his aura that those should be three great sage realms 7th and 8th level powerhouses. At this moment, it was coming in his direction. Is it because of the legacy? Or, just then, the space in front of him fluctuated, and the figures of Qin Sha and Qin Yu appeared out of thin air. Two old ancestors. Qin Han retrieved his gaze and slightly arched his hand towards the two. During this time, his gaze fell on Qin Sha, and the slightest hint of a different color came through his eyes. The aura on the other party was much stronger than 10 days ago. The flesh was no longer like a dry branch, and the blood chi was obviously stronger. At least, there was no more of that belated decay in the body. 10 days ago, those water of life, he only left one bottle, the rest were given to each other. Now it seems that it was the water of life that did the trick. But at this moment, Qin Sha's face was a bit cold as he looked at Qin Han and said, "Boy, there's trouble coming." Those three auras were clearly not cultivators from the eastern wasteland, coming from three distant domains and with such fanfare. I'm afraid they came for the inheritance. Next to him, Qin Yu had a gloomy look on his face. The great emperor's inheritance was too dazzling, and now it had actually attracted even powerful people from outside the eastern wasteland. With the current situation of the Qin clan, if the Holy Lord's lineage is on their side, it's okay. If not, I'm afraid it's really troublesome. However, Qin Jerry's face looked calm as he looked at the two men's stony expressions. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "There is no need for the two old ancestors to worry. If it's really for the great emperor's inheritance, someone will be even more nervous than us." Saying that, his gaze glanced in the other direction of the Holy Land. Over there, that's where the Holy Lord's peak is. The two Qin falcons sniffed and also followed Qin Han's gaze. Qin Yu's face changed, while Qin Jia directly snorted coldly. After a few more moments, Qin Li suddenly spoke. "They're coming." Sure enough, just as his voice fell, in the sky above the green sky Holy Land, the void cracked open without a sound, and three figures stepped out of it, enveloped by the Buddha's light. The old monk dressed in rough clothes and kind eyes. A stout middle-aged man dressed in black with an indifferent face. The last one was an equally indifferent youth, standing in the air with a lifeless look. At this time, the three people's breath was converged and they stood quietly in the air, not as imposing as the eastern desert border that covered the sky. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure emerged out of thin air and appeared in front of the three. Looking at the three, he frowned and asked, "Duo Yue, Kuwenpun, Jianjiu, what are you three doing here in my Qingtian Holy Land? If you don't stay well in your own lair?" His face was a little unsightly, and he already had a vague guess in his heart about the intentions of these three people. Faced with the inquiry, the old monk of the ferryman folded his hands. Ba. The old lineage has come here just to meet that heavenly pride who has gained the opportunity to take the Seal King's Hall. Not bad. The other two also spoke at the same time at this moment. You want to see Qin Hun? Sure enough, Lin Chen's face changed slightly, and his gaze instantly went cold. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, Qin Hun's voice was the first to sound. You guys looking for me? Before the sound dissipated, Qin Hun and Qin Jia had already appeared in the middle of the field. This junior. Lin Duan looked at Qin Hun, his heart secretly angry. What's this damn junior doing out here? Instead, the gazes of the three old monks fell directly on Qin Jia, their eyes suddenly condensing. Old Qin Fury? The Koan-Pang great sage exhaled in a deep voice, the aura of the great sage realm on his body faintly showing some fluctuations. Duo Yu and Jianjiu like this. They were considered to be of the same generation as Qin Jia, only that the other party was a bit older than them. Before they had even grown up, Qin Jia was already a celebrity on the eastern wasteland. It can also be described as a bogeyman. When they rose to power later on, they had been abused by Qin Fury no less, especially the Koan-Pang Dishang, who almost got stewed once. Koan-Pang? You little bird, don't stay in the southern barbarians. Run to my eastern wasteland too. Not afraid that I will eat you? Qin Jia's gaze was eerie as he stared at the Koan-Pang great sage. Old ghost, your lifespan is running out. Don't hurry to seal yourself to save your life, and still have the leisure to run out. Not afraid of completely falling? The Koan-Pang great sage had a cold look on his face, haunted by the events of his youth. That's not for you to worry about. I'm sure I'll die later than you. On the contrary, what do you three want to do? Coming all the way from hundreds of millions of miles to the eastern wasteland to look for my Qin clan's descendants? Qin Shai grunted, his gaze sweeping over the three in turn. Your offspring? The three of them sniffed and their gazes fell on Qin Hun. Duo Yue folded his hands and let out a Buddhist cry. Ba Buddha. This little monk. Is you who got the inheritance and took the Seal King Hall? Not bad. Qin Li nodded his head indifferently. When these words came out, the three people's faces instantly condensed as they looked Qin Hun up and down. Just looking at it, shock gradually appeared in their eyes. Because, with their realms, they actually couldn't even see Qin Hunter's cultivation clearly. Just a hint of holy might could be sensed vaguely. After a few breaths of silence, Watari once again folded his hands. Ba. Young monks, there are a few disciples of my Buddhist sect who are trapped in the Hall of the Sealed King. I still hope that they will be released. Furthermore, the Seal King Hall is a chance that belongs to the entire Heavenly Pale continent, and may not be appropriated by one person. I hope that the young master can return it to its original place and leave a chance for future generations. After saying that, a look of compassion appeared on his face as he looked towards Qin Hun. Release the disciples of my demon clan and return the quasi-emperor inheritance belonging to my clan within the Hall of the Sealed King. This seat only wants to take away the disciples of my North Shen alliance. The Koan-Pang great sage and Jianjiu also spoke one after another. Only one person demanded that Qin Hun hand over the quasi-emperor's inheritance, while the other only wanted to take away his own disciple. No way. Before Qin Ji could reply, Lin Duan chimed out coldly first. He stared at the Douyu trio with a cold face, his tone icy cold. The Seal King Hall and the inheritance are the property of my Qingtian sacred ground. Whoever dares to get their hands on it is crossing the line with my Qingtian sacred ground. He had long regarded the great emperor inheritance and the palace of the Sealed King as belongings of the Qingtian sacred ground, so how could he let others get their hands on them? After hearing this, the three of the Duoyuan's gazes stared at Lin Chen in unison, especially the Koan-Pang great sage. His eyes were especially cold. A paragon emperor of his demon race had somehow left his inheritance in the palace of the Sealed King. In the past, the Hall of the Sealed King was in Tianju Mountain, guarded by the stone statue of the great emperor, and the demon race was unable to retrieve the inheritance. Now that the Seal King Hall was detached from the Heavenly Pillar Mountain, without the suppression of the great emperor's stone statue, he must retrieve the inheritance this time. As the three of them were confronting Lin Chen, Qin Ji, who was on the side, was also looking at the little cutie with the light gaze at Lin Chen. Then in the eyes of the other party who wanted to eat people, he slowly spoke. The people can be returned to you for free. As for the legacy, 1 quasi-emperor inheritance, 100 million extreme spirit stones, the highest bidder wins. Chapter 70 Ominous Blade vs. Quasi-emperor soldier, 100 million top-grade spirit stones, the highest bidder wins? The gazes of the crowd all looked toward Qin Hun, filled with astonishment. Even Qin Jia, who was standing beside him, stared at Qin Hun with a pair of wide eyes. Is this kid that short of spirit stones? Didn't you just get a treasure trove of resources? The legacy of a quasi-emperor. This can be auctioned off? For a moment, several questions flashed through his mind, but even so, he didn't say anything to stop it, just stood quietly. Buying is fine, as long as someone actually takes out spirit stones. But, if you want to grab it, you'll have to ask him. However, just because he's okay with it doesn't mean others are. Lin Chen's face was grim as he stared at Qin Ji and directly chided out. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? The Green Sky Holy Land won't promise you to spread the inheritance out. The Green Heavenly Sacred Land doesn't agree? Qin Li turned his head in a huff, his face filled with disdain as he looked at Lin Chen. Old thing, what do I want to do with my inheritance? When do I need you guys to agree? This old man, does he really think that the inheritance belongs to the Holy Land of Green Heaven? What did you say? Lin Chen's face became even more somber as his eyes stared at Qin Ji dead in the face. As a disciple of the Qingtian sacred ground, the inheritance you receive should naturally be dominated by the sacred ground as well. Oh, a disciple of the Green Sky Holy Land? When did I become a disciple of the Green Sky Holy Land? Qinari snorted. He can admit that he is a disciple of the Qin clan. As for the Qingtian Holy Land, or forget it. Of course, he wouldn't mind handing over a legacy to the other party if the Green Sky Sacred Land took out 100 million extreme spirit stones. Linden was speechless. Strictly speaking, Qin Hari really wasn't considered a disciple of the Holy Land. On the other side, Watanabe and the others looked at the arguing two with a strange expression. The Koan Peng Great Sage suddenly stepped forward and looked at Lin Chen and spoke in a deep voice. Since this person is not a disciple of the Holy Land of the Green Sky, I hope that the Holy Land of the Green Sky will not intervene when this seat retrieves my demon race's inheritance. Amitabha Buddha. Watanabe folded his hands and put on a look of compassion on his face. I only wish that young master could return the Seal King Hall to its original location, leaving a chance for future generations. Lin Chen looked at the two of them and his face changed for a moment. After a moment, he regained his composure and left directly with a flash of his body, retreating back within the Holy Land. Seeing that Lin Chen actually left directly, a strange color flashed in the Kuan Peng Great Sage's eyes. Then his gaze turned to Qin Hun and the two of them as he spoke coldly. Hand over my demon race's inheritance and disciples, and this seat will leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this seat for suppressing you. As long as the Green Sky Holy Land didn't help, he was confident in suppressing the two. Although Qin Zhao was a bit stronger than him in cultivation, he was old and weak, so how much strength could he still exert? Sin. Watanabe folded his hands together, his face full of compassion, but a killing spirit was hidden in his body. Of the three, only Jianjiu stood in place from start to finish, without the slightest movement or word. Qin Hun looked at the two men without saying anything. The look on his face was very calm. There didn't seem to be too many surprises about Lin Chen's departure and the two men's oppression. Next to him, Qin Zhao was the one whose fierce aura surged, his cold gaze fixed on the two Kuan Peng Great Saints. You guys want to rob? The terrifying aura of the peak of the Great Sage realm was like a mountain of ancient gods falling down, pressing towards the opposite side. Humph, old ghost Qin, sure. You're old, this time this seat isn't afraid of you. The Kuan Peng Great Sage snorted coldly as his palm flipped. A large golden stick appeared in his palm. In an instant, a thick pressure that surpassed the Great Sage realm filled the space. This is a quasi-imperial weapon? Qin Zhao's countenance changed slightly, his gaze dead set on the large golden stick in the Kuan Peng Great Sage's hand. Nice, old devil Qin Fury. I wonder if you can take this seat's quasi-imperial weapon. The Kuan Peng Great Sage's gaze was stern. Since he wanted to reclaim the demon race's inheritance, he naturally had preparations. This quasi-emperor soldier was the reason he dared to come to the Green Sky Holy Land. Now that the Green Sky Holy Land was watching from the sidelines, that was even more of a boost to his confidence. At the same time, a Zen staff appeared in the hands of Duoyu on the side. The golden light was brilliant, and the rich Buddhist light spread out like a tidal wave. When you touch it, you just feel that there are countless monks and Buddhists chanting in Zen to be converted to Buddhism. Another quasi-imperial weapon. Within the Green Sky Holy Land, Lin Chen and the Holy Lord stood on top of the main peak, quietly watching the changes in the void. The Holy Lord of Qingtian's face was a bit gloomy as he turned his head to ask Lin Chen, Old ancestor, do we really not need to intervene? The demon race and the Buddhist sect have brought quasi-imperial soldiers. That Qin sure can't possibly be an opponent. In case, no harm done. Lin Chen carried his hands behind his back, his face calm. It's like everything is under control. He's waiting. When Qin Jia and Qin Hun are not defeated, ask him for help from the Holy Land. At that time, any inheritance, the Seal King's Hall, could be logically placed in the palm of one's hand. As for the Kuan Peng Great Sage, the ferrying, the district was just two great saints holding quasi-imperial weapons. And just as Lin Duan thought in his heart, on the void, Qin Zhao looked at the two quasi-emperor armaments and his face became extremely grave. He took a step across and blocked in front of Qin Hun, and whispered in a low voice, Kid, wait for old ancestor to stop them. You leave first. Remember, Don't go back to the green sky Holy Land. Find a place to hide. When the great ancestor comes out of the gate, he will go find you. With that, a black sledgehammer appeared in his hand, and a monstrous battle intent rose from his body. He didn't have a quasi-imperial weapon, and the black sledgehammer was his original saint soldier, a peak great saint soldier, with the cultivation of a peak great sage, facing two strong men of about the same realm, wielding quasi-imperial weapons, let alone whether they could win or not. Saving their lives would be a problem, but he also did not retreat, and now, only he can keep Qin Hun. However, in the face of Qin Sha's exhortation, Qin Hun shook his head. In the next moment, he took one step and instantly arrived in front of the other party. At the same time a faint voice rang out. Old ancestor doesn't have to worry. Quasi-emperor soldiers are just what we have. We have quasi-imperial weapons too? Qin Sha was stunned to hear this, but when he saw that Qin Hun not only didn't run, but instead blocked in front of him, his face was instantly darkened. Sigma, what's the matter with this kid? He doesn't know what's going on. But before he could open his mouth to say anything, he saw another blade suddenly appear in Qin Hun's hand. Well, it should be considered a knife. A rusty knife with the slightest crack visible on the blade. Looking at the blade, Qin Sha's face darkened even more. This said quasi-emperor soldier. Shouldn't he be this piece of scrap iron, right? On the opposite side, the Kuan Peng great sage, Duoyue had a snicker on his face. Even the North Xian domain's Jianzhou, who had long since retreated to the distance with the appearance of an outsider, was filled with disdain. A cruel color appeared in the Kuan Peng great sage's eyes as he opened his mouth with a cold smile. Kid, where did you pick up this rag? Is it also worthy of being compared to a quasi-imperial weapon? However, since you're in a hurry to find death, then this seat will also fulfill you. With that, he directly sacrificed his quasi-emperor soldier, and a flash of golden sword light swept out. Bear! In a dull sound, the space was silently nirvana. There was the law of decimating everything, turning everything that touched the unit into nothingness. Ha! Qin Hun looked at the golden sword light, his face as normal. In the next moment, the ominous blade in his hand vibrated, and endless scarlet swept up like a tidal wave, bringing up an ominous aura. He lunged at that golden sword light. Chapter 71, A single blow breaks the wind. The ominous blade is truly ominous. On the void, half golden, half scarlet, dividing this heaven and earth into two halves. Between the collisions, the entire space was collapsing in a large area, and a black destructive thunder was generated out of thin air, traveling through the collapsed space. How is this? How is this possible? That rag. Actually, the Kuan Peng great sage looked at the monstrous scarlet light with a startled expression. That piece of crap is actually really a quasi-imperial weapon? But, why didn't you sense the slightest breath from it earlier? Quasi-emperor soldier. That kid actually has a quasi-emperor soldier. Did he get it in the Seal King Hall? And his cultivation level, the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm? Inside the Holy Land of the Blue Sky, Lin Chen looked at Qin Jerry's figure, and the divine light in his eyes skyrocketed. A hint of shock appeared on his face. Even if the quasi-imperial soldier was fine, it could still be explained as having been obtained in the palace of the Sealed King. But what is this Great Saint Realm cultivation? Obviously not long ago it was still the 7th level of the Sage Realm, and in the blink of an eye it was one big realm higher? Then, in a few days, will it go from the 7th level of Great Sage to Quasi-Emperor again? Even if an immortal descended to Earth, he wouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. Just as Lin Chen was shocked, there was another change in the sky. The golden sword light was gradually eaten away, turning into a scarlet color. Actually, the Kuan Peng Great Sage's face changed slightly as he felt an invisible force invading his quasi-imperial weapon. The aura was full of ominousness, and it seemed that if you tainted it, something bad would happen. Seeing that the golden sword light was about to be completely eaten away, the Kuan Peng Great Sage transmitted his voice towards Monk Duoyue. Old monk, this kid is evil. You and I will join forces to suppress him first, and then the Seal King Hall inheritance will be shared between the demon race and the Western Desert Buddhist sect. He felt that he was afraid that he alone would not be able to suppress Qin Hun, and the Buddhist sect's Kung Fu Dao should suppress that ominous aura. Besides, if the two of them joined forces, that would be two quasi-imperial weapons. It should be very easy to suppress that brat. Amit Ba. Old monk Duoyue nodded slightly at his words. After saying the Buddha's name, he offered his Zen staff and the sky was filled with Buddha's light illuminating the void. The silhouettes of a bodhisattva, a Lohan, coalesced in the Buddha's light. The sound of Brahma resounded in space, and a will to transform everything spread out in space, suppressing the monstrous scarlet light. At this point, the three quasi-emperor soldiers completely clashed together. A terrifying aura spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Even In the other 3 domains that are hundreds of millions of miles away, there are strong people who have come out and looked in the direction of the green sky Holy Land. Kid, can you hold up? Qin Jia stood at the back, his eyes moving back and forth over Qin Han and the rusty sword, his gaze twinkling. He also didn't expect that Qin Han actually did have a quasi-emperor soldier. Moreover, this kid actually has a hidden cultivation? The 7th level of the Great Saint Realm simply stunned his holy eyes. Don't worry, old ancestor. It's only 2 quasi-imperial soldiers in the district. Qin Li's face was very calm. The ominous blade hung above his head, and he looked comfortable with 1 against 2. Ominous blade, ominous in grade, strong in the face of strength. The stuff given by Unico was really not a fake. At that moment, with the Zen staff on top of his head surrounded by Buddha's light and countless Buddhas standing behind him, Duoyue just walked into that monstrous scarlet light, hands together. With a look of compassion, he said, "Scholar, stop. With Laodian here, it's impossible for you to escape even if you hold a quasi-imperial weapon. Hand over the Seal King Hall and this quasi-emperor soldier and return to the Western Desert with me." Diving in front of my Buddhist seat and realizing the Mahayana Buddhist teachings will help you remove the ominous aura from your body. Saying that, his right hand lifted up and condensed a huge golden palm, grabbing towards Qin Han. To be precise, it was grabbing at the ominous blade above his head. He actually wanted to directly detain this quasi-emperor soldier. Humph, Baldy. Qin Hunter's eyes went cold. With a thought, the ominous blade hanging above his head instantly appeared in his hand. Holding the ominous blade in his hand, without the slightest hesitation, he directly slashed down. Boom! A scarlet blood-like blade light cut through the heavens and earth, easily chopping down the huge palm that grabbed it. The blade light did not stop, pointing straight at the back of the duo. Amit Ba. Fairy's face changed slightly, and the Zen staff above his head gently vibrated, and at once the void shattered. In the next moment, the Zen staff appeared out of thin air in front of the blade light and smashed straight down. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying aura erupted. The surrounding space instantly nirvana'd, and the light of the Zen staff dimmed by 3 points as it was directly chopped away. A ray of scarlet light flashed and cleaved at the rear of the duo. Ah! Duoyue screamed miserably as half of his body instantly exploded. The expression on his face was as hideous as an evil spirit, no longer the compassionate one he had before. He dragged half of his body, instantly moving away from 10,000 miles, looking at Qin Han with a horrified face, hissing out of breath. No way! How come? He was at the peak of the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm, and the other party was only at the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm. But that blade light not only split his voodoo Zen staff, but also nearly decapitated him. At this moment, a trace of scarlet was constantly invading the remaining half of his body, preventing him from repairing his body while emitting an ominous aura. Good boy. So fierce. It doesn't lose the old man's style back in the day. Extremely far away, Xinjai offered up his own great sacred soldier, his face a little pale. He had gone through a great deal of effort to resist the aftermath of what he had just seen, but although he was almost injured, he had a look of surprise on his face. Qin Hunter's battle prowess was beyond his expectations. It's actually so powerful? Inside the green sky Holy Land, Lin Chen's face was gloomy. Qin Hunari displayed such a strong battle power, causing the scheming in his mind to become uncertain. Rumble! The sky suddenly resounded with dull thunder. In the void, Duo's heart felt something and he looked up to the sky. The next moment, boom! 100 feet thick pillar of thunder roared down, directly drowning it. Such a scene once again shocked everyone. How did this good old-fashioned lightning strike? Only Qin Han revealed a thoughtful expression as he looked at the ominous blade in his hand. However, although this pillar of thunder looked huge, its power was only equivalent to the level of the Saint Realm at most, and it could not cause any damage to Duoyue at all. Adhering to the tenet of beating the hell out of a dog, his figure flashed and he instantly rushed into the thunder column, his ominous blade raised high. But just as this was about to be chopped down, a Buddhist cry suddenly resounded through this heaven and earth. Amit Ba! The schizo's men stayed behind. Before the sound dissipated, the storm clouds inverted in the dome of the sky. A sky-covering Buddha hand condensed out of thin air and pressed down. Chapter 72, Killing Duo Air. Quasi-Emperor Battle. The golden Buddha's hand covered the sky, boundless, like a 5-fingered divine mountain, suppressing everything. A terrifying aura that surpassed the Great Saint Realm filled every inch of space in this heaven and earth. Quasi-Emperor. It's the Quasi-Emperor. Damn it. For the sake of the inheritance, the Western Desert actually came with a Quasi-Emperor? That kid is dead. In the distance, the Kuan-Pang Great Sage, Jianjiu, and the others had horrified looks on their faces. The Kuan-Pang Great Sage even recalled the Quasi-Emperor soldier in front of him, firmly protecting himself. Does the Western Desert Buddhist sect still need face? A Quasi-Emperor actually struck out at my clan's descendants? Xinjia was shocked and furious. Looking at the golden palms that crowded almost the entire sky, a deep sense of powerlessness instantly surged through his heart. His gaze turned to the depths of the green sky Holy Land, and an incomparable anxiety was evident in his eyes. Boss, aren't you coming out yet? We've been bullied right to our doorstep. And at this point, the Buddha's hand is directly below. Xinhan stood with his sword, looking at the pressing golden palm with very cold eyes. Emperor-to-be. The other party was saying words that he wanted to be merciful, yet he directly shot out to try to suppress himself. However, he didn't panic. He carried his sword in his right hand, and suppressed the dodo in his left hand, and just stood quietly in the air. Just as the golden Buddha's hand was about to completely press down, everyone thought that he would not be able to escape. Steep changes. A tall figure appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of Xinhan. The figure raised its head slightly, then raised its palm and held it directly down towards the Buddha's hand. The next moment, boom! Destructive fluctuations erupted, and in front of everyone's incredulous gazes, the huge Buddha hand that covered the sky exploded out of nowhere. Terrifying quasi-emperor laws swept through, and large swathes of the void were nirvana'd, only to be obliterated by a force in an instant. Just like that, but in the blink of an eye, the Buddha's hand in the air disappeared and everything was calm again, calm as if it had never happened. Hiss! In the distance, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and looked shocked. The gazes of the Kuanping great sage, Jianjiao, and the two of them landed on that tall figure, their faces filled with scorn. The figure was dressed in black, with no aura emanating from his body, and even if he closed his eyes, not even his divine thoughts could sense the other party's presence. Quasi-emperor, another quasi-emperor, is it the green sky Holy Land that has struck? The two of them were secretly shocked in their hearts, thinking that this was a quasi-emperor from the Holy Land of Green Heaven. Was the green sky Holy Land finally unable to resist making a move? However, Xinsha and Lin Chen within the Holy Land were both confused. Where did this quasi-emperor come from? They don't know each other at all. On the void, after the quasi-emperor puppet crushed the Buddha's hand, it retreated to stand quietly beside Qinli. Like one of the most faithful guards, he stood guard by Qinhan's side. Nice! Qinli nodded in satisfaction, and in the next moment his eyes turned and looked toward the west. At the end of the sky, a flash of Buddha's light lit up, and then a golden road appeared. A teenage white-robed monk stepped on a lotus flower and walked step by step towards the eastern wasteland. Each step taken crossed endless space, and in just a few short breaths, it appeared in front of him. The teenage monk first faintly swept a glance at the quasi-emperor puppet, before settling his gaze on Xinhan. Amit Ba, Schizo, don't make a killing. Fairy only wants to leave a chance for future generations. This is a matter of performing a meritorious deed. There is no malicious intent. How about handing him over to the seat and bringing him back to Spirit Mountain to ponder? No offense? You come up here and make a move, and you want to take my chance to achieve your own merit? Xinli almost thought he had heard wrong. It's like a monk with an umbrella. It's lawless, isn't it? He looked at the white-robed monk, suddenly smiled, and said faintly, it's not impossible to spare him. It depends on how many spirit stones your Spirit Mountain is willing to take out. At these words, it seemed that the air became quiet. Whether it was the Kuanping great sage, Jianjiao, or Qinsha and Lin Chen in the Holy Land, everyone had a strange look on their faces, especially Qinsha. His heart was beating frantically at a rate of 180% per second, almost about to pop out. What a good boy, and he was wrong before. This kid was clearly tougher than he was. The robbery has reached the head of the emperor-to-be. As expected, this Buddhist paragon instantly frowned and his eyes became a bit cold when he heard Qin Huri's words. My Buddha is merciful. Please let go of the monk quickly. Otherwise, a mere puppet of the first heavenly pass can still be suppressed by this seat. As he said that, a wisp of emperors might spread out from his body. A frightening aura spread through the void at once. Uncle Dustless, save me. The suppressed Duoiwei was also opening his mouth to ask for help. At this point, half of his body remained tattered. The other half of the relatively intact body was crawling with a twisted scarlet rune pattern at some point, emitting a strong ominous aura. Even the pupils that originally contained Buddha's light were vaguely colored with a hint of red. He stared at Qinhan with these slightly red eyes, staring at him dead in the face. Let go of the old man. Follow Master Uncle Wudwan into my Spirit Mountain again and purify yourself for 10,000 years before you can cleanse the karmic obstacles in your body. Oh, is that so? Qin Hunari's eyes looked towards Duoiwei, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. The next moment, boo! The scarlet breath subdued, and large clouds of blood mist floated up. The old monk, who originally still had half of his body left, was instantly subdued into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately afterward, the ominous blade suddenly erupted with a suction force, devouring all the blood mist essence. Vaguely, there was a little more rust on the blade. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone present did not expect it. Looking at Duo Iwei, whose bones were gone in the twinkling of an eye, everyone except the quasi-emperor called Dustless was stunned. The Koan Peng Great Sage even quietly swallowed his saliva. This madman actually killed the Buddha sect's Great Sage in front of the Buddha sect's Paragon Emperor. That's crazy. Luckily he's still alive himself. However, in the next moment, he seemed to think of something and his face changed slightly. In the next moment, the figure dissipated out of thin air and vanished in the direction of the southern barbarians like he had no life. Sure enough, just as the Koan Peng Great Sage had just fled away, a terrifying aura abruptly erupted. Sins! Dustless's eyebrows went up, and a violent shout containing boundless anger rang out. The space in front of them instantly exploded, and the Emperor's might swept through this heaven and earth. He stretched out his palm toward the front and grabbed it, and a Zen staff broke through space and appeared in his hand. It then burst out into the sky of Buddha's light, and the silhouettes of a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, appeared. These shadows either recite scriptures in their mouths, or make seals with their hands, or use a Vajra pestle and mortar, and the seven-tier pagoda suppresses down toward Qinli, facing the might of a paragon emperor. Qin Hunari's face did not fluctuate in any way. He merely threw out the ominous blade in his hand, and then pointed a finger at the dustless paragon. A faint voice came out of his mouth. Kill him. Before the words left his mouth, the quasi-emperor puppet beside him took over the ominous blade. A step was then taken, and scarlet blade light lit up between heaven and earth. The 10,000 Buddhas fell silent. The Buddha's light dissipated, and all the shadows were instantly torn apart. The quasi-emperor war. It's begun. Chapter 73, Broken Quasi-Emperor Soldier. Half-arm. Rumble. The two paragon emperors exchanged blows on the heavenly dome, erupting in a horrifying roar. Even if they intentionally suppressed it, some of the leaked aftershocks still caused a terrifying collapse of the void. A terrifying aura swept across the entire eastern wasteland, and the earth was shaking crazily, crumbling into a huge abyss. Oh my god, what's going on? Is the world going to end? Quasi-Emperor? It's a quasi-emperor in a great battle. The quasi-emperor realm is actually fighting within the heavenly pale continent. Is this an attempt to sink the eastern wasteland? Countless living beings let out wails of fear. Even some people with stronger cultivation were filled with horror. In the forbidden lands of those ancient great sects, some saints stepped out and looked at the riotous eastern wasteland, their faces filled with worry. Apparently, though, these concerns were redundant. The two quasi-emperors in the midst of the engagement crashed through space, and in just the blink of an eye, they were out of the heavenly Tsang continent. In the next moment, a roar came from the depths of the starry sky, and the stars in the sky shook. It was only that the transmission of that aura to the continent had become extremely weak, and even mortals would not be harmed by it. And on the eastern wasteland, it became calm in an instant. At that moment, Qinjia's figure appeared and came beside Qinji. Somewhat concerned, he inquired, "Kid, are you alright?" "It's fine." Qinli faintly shook his head. What could he be up to? When Qinjia heard this, his heart was slightly relieved, but then he turned his gaze to the sky above. His face worried. So up there, could there be a problem? Previously, the Buddha sect's paragon had said that the black-clothed paragon was just a puppet, and he was worried that he would not be able to defeat the other party. In the event that the paragon puppet was suppressed and the Buddha sect paragon returned, it would be a big trouble. Qinli couldn't turn another quasi-emperor realm puppet out. Qinli shook his head slightly, his face calm. Don't worry, old ancestor, it will be fine. He had long since seen that dustless quasi-emperor was only a quasi-emperor one, just like the puppet. Although the puppet had no self-awareness, it had various great formations and means left behind by the great emperor on its body and could fight on its own. The battle power wouldn't lose to any quasi-emperor of the same realm. Coupled with holding the unholy blade, he could repel the opponent without suppressing Dustless. Although Qin Jia was still a bit worried in his heart, he didn't say anything else when he saw Qin Hun's calm expression. And at this time, deep in the starry sky, the two terrifying figures were constantly colliding. Destructive fluctuations caused countless large stars to crumble and fall. The starry sky, which was still bright, was turned into a ruin in an instant, becoming a place of dead silence. The quasi-emperor puppet held the ominous blade, and the rusty blade emitted a heavy ominous aura. Along with that, the puppet's originally pitch-black pupils were also tinted with scarlet. On the opposite side, Dustless clasped his hands together, his body emanating an infinite amount of Buddha's light. Controlling the quasi-emperor soldier's Zen staff, he clashed madly with the ominous blade. Terrifying aftershocks swept around, causing space to collapse and the stars and rivers to dim. Only, a trace of shock suddenly appeared on Dustless' face as he fought. He realized that a tiny, naked invisible blade mark had actually appeared on his quasi-imperial weapon Zen staff. The quasi-imperial soldier, decapitated. There was even a trace of an ominous aura that was constantly invading his body through the connection between him and the quasi-emperor soldier. What kind of evil weapon is this that is so bizarre? Dustless was suffocating in his heart. It was unknown what kind of divine gold that puppet had been sacrificed with, and when his divine ability struck the other party, at most, it would only repel, and could not even break his defense. Instead, after each impact, a mark was left on his own quasi-imperial weapon, and his aura was gradually weakening. He felt that if he continued to fight like this, whether or not the person was prior or not, this quasi-emperor soldier was bound to be scrapped. After a moment's hesitation, he seemed to make up his mind. The quasi-emperor soldier's Zen staff steeply erupted in a terrifying strike, shaking back the puppet quasi-emperor. Subsequently, a golden light path unfolded underneath his feet, and he was ready to vanish towards the heavenly pale continent. Yet the next moment, a huge palm appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky, erupting with terrifying quasi-emperor might and instantly cutting off the golden light path. Immediately after that, an equally black-clad figure stepped out, together with the previous quasi-emperor puppet. The front and back sandwiched Dustless in the center. What? Dustless' heart shook as he looked at the two identical figures. There was actually a quasi-emperor hidden in the starry sky? Good means. The two puppets didn't give him time to think, and in unison, they erupted their strongest battle power and killed forward. The golden fist, the scarlet blade, like two very different kinds of power, instantly enveloped Dustless in the center. And this sudden extra aura of a quasi-emperor caused the crowd on the eastern wasteland to be greatly alarmed. What's going on? What's with the extra breath? Over the green sky Holy Land, Qin Jia, Jian Jiao, and Lin Chen, who had re-emerged, all three of them looked at each other with great astonishment in their hearts. It's almost over. Qin Hunari let out a dark breath. Two First Realm puppets should be able to suppress each other. Even if you can't, leave something behind. As expected, with the second quasi-emperor puppet joining in, the great battle in the starry sky quickly came to an end. As the fluctuations of the great battle stopped, Qin Jia and the others had a tense look on their faces. His eyes were fixed firmly on the sky beyond, and even his breathing became a little more ragged. After a few more breaths, the sky above was suddenly torn open, and a black-clothed figure stepped out from it. The quasi-emperor puppet's body was stained with blood, holding the ominous blade in one hand, while the other hand was grasping half of a severed arm, as well as a Zen staff that had almost been chopped off. Half of the severed arm was still dripping blood, and the rich essence escaped into the space. Hiss! When Jian Jiao, Lin Chen and the others saw this scene, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A chill ran through his mind. Is it actually this tragic? Even the quasi-emperor left half of his arm behind, and even the quasi-emperor soldier was nearly severed. There was unconsciously more fear in their eyes as they looked at Qin Hun. Beside Qin Hun, Qin Sha also secretly swallowed his saliva. Looking at the quasi-emperor puppet, there was both excitement and some fear in his eyes. At that moment, the quasi-emperor puppet's figure flickered and appeared in front of Qin Hun, handing over the three items in his hand. Qin Shi took the ominous blade and put it away, then took a look at the almost broken Zen staff, and the half-broken arm. From the information coming from the puppet, he already knew that dustless paragon had still escaped. At the cost of giving up the quasi-emperor's soldier and a section of his arm, he disappeared back to the western desert. Without saying anything, after putting the two items away, his gaze swept towards the distant duo of Jianjiao and Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face revealed fear when he came into contact with Qin Ji's gaze. Jianjiao, on the other hand, had a grave look on his face as he arched his hand towards Qin Hun. Fellow Daoist, I only want to take away the disciples of the Northern Shan Alliance who are trapped by the Hall of Sealed Kings and have no ill intentions. Qin Hunari nodded. It was true that the man had not shown any malice towards himself. After thinking about it, with a slight movement of his mind, 5 figures fell from space and were pushed in front of Jianjiao. The 5 figures were in a very sorry state, and were still a bit confused when they first appeared. When they saw Jianjiao, their faces showed surprise. Ninth senior uncle, God knows what they've been doing for the last 10 days. Almost thought they'd never see the sun outside. Jianjiao swept a glance at these 5 people and once again arched his hand towards Qin Ji. Thank you, fellow Daoist. After saying that, he directly rolled up these few disciples and stepped into the air to leave. After walking a short distance, the body seemed to pause for a split second, then continued to leave. Qinjiao looked at the departing Jianjiao, and suddenly said with some regret, too bad, there's still a little bird that got away. Running away? Oh, Qin Hunter let out a light laugh at his words. Meanwhile, far away at the border of the eastern wasteland, on top of a mountain, I can't imagine that kid actually possesses a quasi-emperor realm puppet. Fortunately this seat left decisively. The Koanpeng great sage's face was filled with fear and gratitude. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but applaud his own resourcefulness and decisiveness. With that puppet around, It's impossible to get the inheritance. It's better to return to southern barbarians first. Muttering to himself, he turned around and raised his hand, preparing to tear open space to return to southern barbarian. But the moment he turned around, his body trembled violently, and then he froze. In the void behind him, at some point, a black-clothed figure stood, looking at himself expressionlessly. For a moment, four eyes met. Confirmation is the right person. Chapter 74 Deal with the Holy Land of Taichu. 120 million extreme spirit stones. Over the green sky Holy Land. As Jian Jiu left, only 3 people remained in the air, namely Qin Ji, Qin Sha, and Lin Chen. It seems that everything has ended and become calm. Only, in this calmness, there was something unspeakably depressing. Lin Chen's gaze dodged, somewhat afraid to look directly at the 2 Qin Hunterians. Humph. Qin Jia snorted coldly, despising what Lin Chen had done. The other party had retreated to the Holy Land earlier. How could he not know what was in his mind? Turning his gaze to Qin Hun, he asked with some concern, "Kid, what's next?" The Western Desert Spirit Mountain had lost a great saint and the Quasi-Emperor had suffered a heavy blow, so it was bound to not let up. "I'm afraid it won't be long before the door is cleared. At that time, the ones who came would not be the Paragon Emperors of the First Heavenly Pass. Must be the kind of living fossil level and so on old antique, and even likely to bring Imperial soldiers. At that time, with this one Quasi-Emperor puppet of Qin Hun, how could he resist? As for the Qingtian Holy Land, there is the Lin clan in control of, not falling on the well even if it is good, and still expect them to make a move?" Qin Li knew what the other party was thinking and faintly waved his hand. "No harm done. If that Western Desert Spirit Mountain really comes, I have a way to deal with it." Since he dared to subdue the duo heir and round up the Quasi-Emperors, he was naturally prepared to deal with the entire Spirit Mountain. There's still a way to deal with it? Qin Jia's face looked different. Could it be? At that moment, he thought of the third Paragon Emperor's aura that had suddenly appeared in the starry sky earlier, but the next moment it was rejected. If that was a powerful Paragon, it was unlikely that he would still let the Paragon of the Western Desert Spirit Mountain escape. Better get back to the manor first. After thinking about it, Qin Jia still felt that he should go back to the manor first and wake up the boss himself. With the boss sitting on his ass, he could feel a little more at ease. With the boss's weight, he might even be able to borrow the Qingtian Sacred Land's Imperial soldier at that time. Wait a little longer. Qin Li shook his head. Wait? Qin Jia had a strange look on his face. Waiting for what? Waiting for the Spirit Mountain's Paragon to come? Facing Qin Jia's strange look, Qin Hun just smiled and didn't say anything. He looked his gaze into a void in the distance and just stood still. When Qin Jia saw this, although he was puzzled in his heart, he could only accompany him. Not far away, Lin Chen didn't leave either, but quietly watched the two with a grave expression on his face. After a few more moments, a fluctuation suddenly emanated from the piece of space that Qin Ji was looking towards. Immediately after that, space was torn open and 2 figures walked out of it, and the appearance of these 2 people instantly caused Qin Jia and Lin Chen to frown. Lin Chen's face was wary. Qin Jia, on the other hand, his eyes turned cold. He stared at the 2 of them, his voice a bit icy. The Holy Land of Taichou? During this period of time, he also knew some of the things that happened in the Seal King Hall. The Taichu Sacred Land, too, had made a move against Qin Hun, trying to snatch the inheritance. On the opposite side, the Holy Lord of the Taichu glanced at Qin Sha without speaking. However, when his gaze turned to Qin Hun and the Quasi-Emperor puppet next to him, his face changed. Arching his hand very politely, he said, "Fellow Daoist has a profound chance. Not only did you reach the Great Sage Realm in cultivation, but you were also able to obtain something as heaven-defying as a Quasi-Emperor realm puppet." As he spoke, there was a strong look of scorn in the depths of his eyes. The youth in front of him, he didn't know what kind of benefits he had gained in the Great Emperor's inheritance, and his cultivation was changing day by day. First, he went from the Enlightenment realm to the Sage realm, and now the Great Sage realm, which had simply overturned his knowledge of the cultivation world. Moreover, the other party actually has at least 2 Quasi-Emperor realm puppets under his control. This strength could already form a Holy Land. Ha! Qin Hun listened to the words of the Taichu Holy Lord with a light laugh, not commenting on it. Turning to him, he asked, "The Holy Lord didn't come all the way from the Holy Land of Taichu, so I'm sure he didn't come here just to talk about this, right?" He had noticed the 2 peering from afar since the last time he had suppressed Lu Dao in the starry sky, only that time the other side didn't show up. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning was silent for a moment at his words, then stared at Qin Hun and said, "Fellow Daoist said that for only 100 million extreme spirit stones, one could trade for a Quasi-Emperor's inheritance. But is that true?" The last time he had watched the battle in the starry sky, he had heard Qin Hun say these words. Plus this time, it's the second time. it raised a flicker of an idea in his mind. Rushing towards the quasi-emperor's legacy? Shinhan looked at the Taichu sacred lord with some surprise in his heart. He thought that the other side had come to ransom him. But it's better this way. After nodding, he said, 100 million extreme spirit stones in exchange for a quasi-emperor's inheritance is naturally true for others. Only, if your Taichu Holy Land wants to exchange it, I'm afraid it's not enough. The Holy Lord of the beginning of the world's face sank slightly at his words. What does this mean? Fellow Daoist? Is this looking down on his Taichu Holy Land? Or do you want to ask for a lion's share of the money? Qin Hali's gaze turned slightly colder as he heard this, and without saying anything more, he directly waved his hand and threw the two figures out of the inner world seal king hall. Only then did he turn his gaze towards the Taichu sacred lord and coldly said, the sacred lord wouldn't have forgotten what your Taichu sacred land has done, right? Whispering, Elder Yi, the holy lord of Taichu looked at the two silhouettes that had been thrown out, and his face was a bit ugly. Yi Qingyue was fine, just a little pale. As for Yi Xiong, he had a completely bruised and swollen nose and pudgy face. If you don't know, you'll think it's some mundane beggar. Father, Holy Lord, the two of them also saw the Taicho sacred lord and were pleasantly surprised. Wanting to go to the other party's side, his body couldn't move in the slightest, being firmly confined by Qinhun. Junior, in front of the Holy Lord, why don't you let go of us quickly? Aren't you afraid that the Holy Lord will suppress you? Yi Xiong shouted at Qinjeri with an angry face. Saying that, his gaze also looked towards the Holy Lord of Taichu. It seems to say, Holy Lord, hurry up and suppress this junior. When the Holy Lord of Taichu listened to Yi Xiong's words and then saw the other party's eyes, his face darkened a little. Suppression? He'd like to, but it's got to have the strength. Could he be at the cultivation level of a mere great sage one? Without the need for that quasi-emperor puppet to make a move, Qin Hari would be able to counter-suppress himself. Even the old man who had been standing quietly beside the Holy Lord of Taichu with an ancient face glared fiercely at Yi Xiong at this moment. You want to die? Don't take us with you. In this situation, unless an old ancestor of the quasi-emperor realm in the Holy Land made a move, who would be able to do it? Yi Xiong was flabbergasted by the expressions of the two. What's going on? The Holy Lord is usually known for his violent temper in the Holy Land. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Could it be that he was still afraid of a junior in the sage realm? He was locked up in the palace of the sealed king, and he still didn't know that Qinhun's cultivation level was no longer the fourth level of the sage realm that he had seen when he was at the Heavenly Pillar Mountain. Qinli looked at the three eye contact. His face was teasing. His gaze turned to the Holy Lord of Taichu. What, are you going to suppress me? The Holy Lord of Taichu naturally heard the teasing in Qinhun's voice and snorted coldly. What do you want? The teasing on Qin Li's face tightened as he sniffed. A serious face with two fingers extended. It's simple. 100 million for the quasi-emperor's inheritance. 20 million for both. You give the spirit stones. I'll release them. 120 million extreme spirit stones. The Holy Lord of the Great Beginning's complexion shifted, and he and the ancient old man beside him looked at each other for a moment before finally nodding gruffly. Good. The primordial Holy Land is willing to pay this spirit stone. But, if you go back on your word and don't take out the quasi-emperor inheritance, don't blame my Taicho Holy Land for flipping out. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally glanced at Lin Chen in the distance. Chapter 75, Qin Hunter, picking up a quasi-imperial armament. The inheritance is mine, and how I want to deal with it has nothing to do with the Qingtian Holy Land. Qin Li's face was calm. He naturally heard the implication of the Holy Lord of the Great Beginning's words. It was nothing more than the fear that the Holy Land of the Green Sky would disagree and cause a dispute. Or perhaps the inheritance had already fallen into the hands of the Green Sky Holy Land and he just couldn't take it out himself. In the distance, Lin Chen's face was extremely gloomy as he listened to the words of Qinhun and the Taichu Sacred Lord. He wanted to stand up and stop it, but he was afraid that Qinhun would refine himself before his killing temperament subsided. After all, the image of Duo Yu's fall was still clearly imprinted in his mind, and that paragon of the Western Desert. This madman even dared to lay his hands on the Western Desert Spirit Mountain's paramount emperor. He didn't have the slightest doubt that if he jumped out again at this time, the other party would spare him. Hearing Qinhun's words and seeing that Lin Chen didn't say a word, the Holy Lord of the Taichu's eyes faintly revealed a hint of surprise. Then there were no more scruples, and with a flip of his palm, a mountain of spirit stones compressed in a small space appeared in his palm. Phew! A storm of aura blew through, the incomparably dense aura dispersed, and even the air became sticky. Seeing this, Qinhun did not hesitate, and with a wave of his hand pushed the imprisoned Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyue to the opposite side. At the same time, the space in front of him cracked and a 10-foot-tall stone statue appeared. The stone statue appeared to be the likeness of a middle-aged man, and looked plain. It was just that the hint of pressure coming from above caused the surrounding space to distort. The whole transaction went surprisingly well. For some reason, no Paragon Emperor had appeared within the Holy Land of the Blue Sky to the very beginning. Qingshi held the space of the small mountain of spirit stones in his hands, and his divine thoughts probed into it. After confirming that the quantity was correct, a smile appeared on his face. On the opposite side, the Taichu Sacred Lord quickly put away the inheritance stone statue. Without even saying a word more, he rolled up Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyue and left directly. Just go. Beside Qin Hun, Qin Jia, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. A trace of reluctance flashed across his face as he looked at the several people who had left the Taicho Sacred Lord. Quasi-Imperial Legacy, it really just sells. What? Old ancestor wants this inheritance? Qin Li turned his head and looked at Qin Jia. It's just a bit of a shame. Qin Jia waved his hand. The eldest brother was a Paragon Emperor who preached to him from time to time, which was much more useful than a Paragon Emperor's inheritance. As for the Paragon scriptures, he was not lacking either. Qin Li smiled at this and stopped talking, backhanding the spirit stone into the inner world. Damn it! In the distance, Lin Chen's face was practically dripping with gloom. In the eyes that looked at Qin Ji, a hint of deeply hidden gloom flashed through. The quasi-emperor inheritance had been sold by the other party like this, and this was simply a heavenly loss for the Green Heaven Holy Land. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the quasi-emperor battle outside had made such a big commotion, but none of the quasi-emperor uncles and ancestors in the Forbidden Land had actually appeared. If one could appear, it wouldn't be so bad that the quasi-emperor's inheritance would be handed over to someone else. But what he didn't know was that at this time in the Forbidden Land of the Holy Land, a game had also just begun. 5 large graves protruded from the dark space. On one of the graves, there were 2 dry, thin figures shaped like deadwood sitting on the ground. In the middle of them, a chessboard was placed, and strangely enough, there were no pieces on the board, but instead, a tiny shadow was fighting. The dense laws of the Great Tao swept through, but it was only limited to the chessboard. They were like masters ruling over all beings, watching the pieces within the chessboard fight it out. At this moment, one of the figures spoke. Qin Zhan, you should know what a quasi-emperor inheritance means to the Holy Land. Of course I know, but that inheritance was obtained by my Qin clan's descendants. What does it have to do with the Holy Land? The old man named Qin Zhan opened his mouth indifferently, a look of disdain on his face. Humph, your Qin clan, are you not from the Holy Land? The figure on the opposite side spoke again, a hint of anger in his voice. At these words, there was a sudden silence in the space. The next moment, boom! An incomparably terrifying aura swept through the entire forbidden space. Qin Zhan's face turned cold, his eyes staring eerily at the person opposite him. Ha ha ha, yes, Lin Emperor, you still remember that my Qin clan is also a member of the Holy Land. Then shouldn't there be an explanation for the saints of my Qin clan who were suppressed and fell during these 3,000 years? On the opposite side, Emperor Lin frowned and waved his hand to suppress the terrifying aura that was sweeping over him. This matter will be investigated by this seat. But your Qin clan scion privately gave away the quasi-emperor inheritance. You are responsible for this matter. Lin Di was filled with indifference. If Qin Zhan hadn't blocked him just now, he would have already shot out to stop the 2 people from that Taichu Holy Land. How could they stand by and watch the quasi-emperor's inheritance being taken away? Responsible? I'll roll you tits ***. Qin Zhan angrily shouted, the might of a quasi-emperor swirling around his body as he directly pressed his palm towards the opposite Lin Emperor. How dare you? Emperor Lin was shocked and furious. Qin Zhan actually dared to make a direct move in the Forbidden Land? It was too late to think about it, and he directly struck out to stop the other side. At the same time, he offered a small tripod to suppress and isolate all the fluctuations, so as not to disturb the other sleeping powerhouses. However, he had still underestimated this strike by Qin Zhan. The terrifying force directly shook the small tripod apart, crashing through the Forbidden Land and flying to the outside world. The huge fluctuations caused the entire Forbidden Land to shake horribly. 2 of the 5 great tombs were instantly flattened, and the remaining 3 crumbled into a huge crack. In the midst of about to collapse, it was repaired again by a force rising from within. Outside, above the void, Qin Hunter's few people were startled by the sudden and loud commotion, and their gazes looked towards the interior of the Qingtian Holy Land in unison. The next moment, a small tripod was seen flying out from the depths of the Holy Land. A quasi-imperial weapon? Qin Hunter's eyes stared. In the next moment, the quasi-emperor puppet that had been standing beside him suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the small tripod. The palm of his hand lifted and grabbed forward. Boom! The void shook as strands of quasi-emperor laws erupted from the small tripod, and the appalling aura caused the surrounding space to explode in an instant. But in just an instant, this aura was suppressed by the puppet. He then grabbed the small tripod and once again returned to Qin Chi's side, handing it over with both hands. Qin Li took the small tripod and looked it up and down. a smile on his face. How nice. Picking up a quasi-imperial weapon. At the same moment, Emperor Lin's face within the Forbidden Land changed slightly. His connection with the quasi-emperor soldier was broken. One of my biggest weapons is gone? Chapter 76, Lin Clan's Ancestors Confrontation. Qing Di's Legacy of Imperial Soldiers. The Forbidden places have been pierced? On the void. Aside from Qin Jerry, both Lin Chen and Qin Sha were looking in the direction of the Forbidden Land with astonished faces. The Forbidden Land is sleeping in the bottom of the Holy Land. How can? Qin Sha's gaze flickered. Something vaguely came to his mind, and a joyful color flashed in his eyes. At this moment, inside the green sky Holy Land, whether they were ordinary disciples or elders, they all trembled. They huddled in their respective caves, or other places where they thought they were safe, their eyes terrified. Although they were horrified by the terrifying battle that erupted outside the Holy Land earlier, with the Holy Land sheltering them, they were only in a mindset of watching the show. But it was different now. The terrifying aura that erupted from the Forbidden Land was suffocating, practically crushing everyone alive. What's going on here? Is the Holy Land going to be destroyed? Someone hissed in a low voice. Under the shroud of the quasi-emperor's might, a fear so thick that it could not be dissolved rose in his heart, and in the middle of the sky above the outside world. Although Qin Li was also surprised by the great commotion that erupted within the Holy Land, but more than that, he was more concerned about the quasi-imperial weapon he had picked up in his hands. A quasi-imperial weapon was worth more than 10 million extreme spirit stones with the system. After surveying it for a moment, he flipped his hand and took the small tripod into the inner world. With the confinement of the puppets, there was no need to be afraid of the quasi-emperor soldiers making a mess inside. Sigma. Qin Jia, who was also on the void. Lin Duan noticed this action of his, and for a moment, the person was dumbfounded. With their cultivation and status, they naturally recognized the small tripod quasi-imperial weapon. Wasn't this the original battle weapon of a paragon emperor of the Lin clan? Qin Jia was fine, just a bit of a strange expression on his face, but then Lin Duan couldn't sit still. This was the battle weapon of the oldest ancestor of his lineage. At that moment, he couldn't care less about being afraid of the quasi-emperor puppet and stepped forward, shouting out coldly at Qin Hun. Jr., this is the battle soldier of the Holy Land's ancestor. How dare you detain it without authorization? Let go quickly, or the old ancestor will not spare you when he comes out. Even if. Canari's eyebrows furrowed as he listened to the chiding. The next moment, the quasi-emperor puppet beside him waved his palm. An invisible fluctuation swept directly forward. Boo! Silks of holy blood accompanied by broken teeth flew up, and Lin Chen didn't even grunt as he directly fell asleep. The body was also transformed into a meteor that flew toward the sky under this terrifying force, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Phew! Quiet! Qin Li let out a breath and cast his gaze into the depths of the Qingtian Holy Land. And that's the moment. Rumble! The entire Holy Land shook and the storm clouds rolled back. Two figures so powerful that they suffocated people rushed out from the Forbidden Land. The two confronted each other in the void, and an even more terrifying aura enveloped this heaven and earth in an instant. Boss is out. Qin Jia looked at one of them, a look of surprise on his face. Not too long ago, Qin Hun sent him 11 bottles of water of life. He only left 4 bottles behind and gave the rest to his boss. Now that the boss is out of the gate, it looks like he's refining those water of life. Beside him, Qin Hun was slightly stunned when he heard Qin Jia's words. In addition to Qin Fury, the Qin clan also had an old ancestor named Qin Zhan, which he was also aware of. As his eyes looked towards the two dry figures facing each other, a piece of information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Qin Shop, the great ancestor of the Qin clan. Cultivation level, for heavenly passes quasi-emperor. Age, 47. 300 years old, 50. 000 lifetimes for a quasi-empire. Technique and divine power, Little Green Emperor Scripture. Secret technique of Jintian. Emperor Lin, the third ancestor of the Lin clan. Descendant of Emperor Qing. Cultivation level, second heavenly pass quasi-emperor. Age, 43. 009 years old. Gongfu Shinton, the ancient scriptures of the Qing emperor. The great transformation of the green sky. Quasi-emperor fourth heaven. Qin Li looked at that Qin Zhan old ancestor with some surprise. Old ancestor Qin Fury's cultivation level was at the peak of great sage. And for this reason, he also guessed that this great ancestor should be a paragon emperor. However, he only thought it was only the first level of a quasi-emperor, but he didn't think that it was actually the fourth level. To have such an existence sitting in the town and still suffer such suppression, it could only mean that the Lin clan still had an existence in a higher realm. At that moment, the two people facing each other in the distance also felt Qin Hun's gaze. Qin Zhan snorted coldly towards the opposite Lin Di, and his figure instantly appeared beside the two Qin Huns. Boss! Qin Jia rushed forward. Old ancestor Qin Zhan. Qin Li also arched his hand. Qin Zhan's gaze directly skipped over Qin Sha and landed on Qin Hun. With just one glance, he could tell Qin Hun's cultivation level. There was a slight flash of surprise in his eyes. The 7th level of the Great Sage Realm? Are you the Qin hunting that Lao Air told me about? There was a noticeable pause when Qin Hun's name was said, and his face looked strange. Qin Hunter. The beast. What kind of heartless person named the kid that? Qin Li also noticed the other party's expression and sighed in his heart. That cheap old man didn't know if it was on purpose or not to come up with a name like that. Wouldn't it be detrimental to one's reputation if one were to attain enlightenment in the future? As he was sighing, a bellowing cry suddenly rang out. Asshole! Where are my seats, war soldiers? Emperor Lin's face was incomparably gloomy, and his monstrous quasi-emperor aura swept out. He had been sensing his quasi-emperor soldier ever since he came out of the Forbidden Land, but no matter how he sensed it, or even summoned it with his secret method, he couldn't find the slightest trace of it. Junior, have you ever seen a small bright yellow tripod flying out of the Forbidden Land? Lin Di suddenly stared over to Qin Hun's side. The quasi-emperor soldiers flew out from the Forbidden Land. The commotion wasn't small, and Qin Hun and Qin Jia were sure to have seen it when they were here. Or maybe, at the thought, his gaze became morose. In the face of the inquiry, Qin Li's face was frank. Little tripod? What little tripod? Didn't see it. Saying that, he also turned his head to look at Qin Jia next to him. Have you seen it, old ancestor? Didn't see it. However, the people from the Tai Chou Holy Land just left, so they might know. Qin Jia waved his hand, an honest look on his face. Emperor Lin's face was grim as he watched the two men sing in unison. Just now, he had only suspected it, but now he was basically certain that it was Qin Chi who had suppressed his quasi-imperial soldier. Lin Di, what do you mean? Thinking that a descendant of my Qin clan hid your sacred soldier? Qin Zhan's face was unkind as he stared icily at Lin Di. He hadn't yet settled with this old thing, and now he actually dared to wrong his juniors? Humph. Emperor Lin snorted coldly and didn't answer Qin Zhan's words. Instead, his gaze swept over several people, finally landing on Qin Hun. His voice cold. You killed a great saint of the Spirit Mountain Holy Land and heavily injured one of their quasi-emperors. Spirit Mountain won't let it go. Hand over this seat's battle armament, as well as the great emperor's inheritance on his body. And, saying this, his gaze glanced to the quasi-emperor puppet on the side, as well as this quasi-emperor puppet. Hand these things over to the Holy Land for safekeeping, so that the Holy Land can shelter you from Spirit Mountain's liquidation. Handing over everything in exchange for the shelter of the Qingtian Holy Land? Qin Li almost laughed in anger at the words. Looking at Lin Di, he did not hide the contempt in his voice. Sorry, no, this Lin clan lineage is really specialized. From the very beginning of Hanli, Lu Dao, and then Lin Dust, including the Lin Emperor in front of him now, all of them were staring at the inheritance on their own bodies and taking it by force. It's not up to you. Lin Di took a step in the void, his aura moving vaguely. It was impossible for the Qingtian Holy Land to allow these legacies to fall into the hands of other forces again. In particular, there is also a great emperor's inheritance in Qin Hari's body, with a great emperor's inheritance, and then with the great Dao left behind by the Green Emperor corroborating each other's senses. His Green Sky Holy Land might be able to break through the shackles and give birth to another mythological great emperor. What, you want to do it? Qin Hun was indifferent. Beside them, Qin Zhan and Qin Jia were also looking morose. Not yet. Lin Dust was expressionless. As the words fell, a small yellow tripod appeared in his hand. The small tripod had 3 feet and 2 ears, and the surface looked rough, as if it had been casually fabricated from yellow clay. On the top of the tripod body are carved countless flowers, plants, insects and fish, the ancient ancestors. A terrifying imperial might that collapsed the ages enveloped several people in an instant. Chapter 77, Jia. We also have imperial soldiers. Imperial soldier. Qin felt the terrifying imperial might permeating this space and his face became slightly grave. The small tripod in Lin Di's hand looked similar to the one he had just suppressed, but the aura was worlds apart. This pure imperial might was countless times stronger than a quasi-imperial soldier. But at the same time, his eyes glazed over a bit. After all, an emperor's soldier could be worth much more than a quasi-empire soldier. Xianhuan Ding? Next to them, Qin Zhan and Qin Jia were similarly staring at the small tripod. Their faces somber. No matter what, they were also the top powerhouses of the Green Sky Sacred Ground. Old ancestor-level figures, so they naturally recognized this small tripod. The Xianhuang Cauldron, an imperial weapon left behind by the Qing Emperor, had followed the Qing Emperor in suppressing an era. Sensing the change in Qin hunters' faces, a cold smile appeared on Emperor Lin's face. He was holding an imperial weapon as his gaze swept over the several people of Qin Hun in turn, finally landing on Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, even if your cultivation is unparalleled and far more powerful than this seat. So what? This seat has an imperial weapon left behind by a great emperor, and the position of the extreme Tao is enough to suppress everything. With that, he turned his gaze back to Qin Hun. Considering that you are also of the Holy Land lineage, hand over the great emperor's inheritance and puppet control now, and this seat can forget about it. And the Holy Land will also treat everyone equally. As long as a heavenly pride emerges from your Qin clan, you can also cultivate the emperor's scriptures. Emperor Lin's voice was cold and stern, ready to give the Qin clan another chance. He wanted the inheritance and that quasi-emperor puppet, but he didn't want to completely fall out with the Qin clan yet. Qin Zhan was, after all, a quasi-emperor at the 4th level, and once there was a complete falling out, whether it was to suppress him or for the other party to turn against the Holy Land, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Green Sky Holy Land. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that the great emperor's inheritance was too important, he wouldn't have wanted to push so hard. Humph, ridiculous. Lin Emperor, there is still a possibility of these things coming back when they are in the hands of your Lin clan? The Emperor's soldier is powerful, but it's not so easy to suppress old me. Believe it or not, I'll drag you along with me to die? Qin Zhan's face was filled with ferocity, and an extremely violent aura erupted from his body. He looked as if he was about to rush forward to take away Lin Di at the drop of a hat. However, in the face of Qin Zhan's threat, Lin Di didn't seem to be afraid at all. He looked at Qin Zhan with a cold smile on his face. Ha! You don't need to scare this seat, even if you and I die together. There are still quasi-emperors in the Qingtian Holy Land, and there are still quasi-emperors in my Lin clan, as well. At that time, who will shelter this descendant of your Qin clan? Can't bluff? Qin Zhan was a bit disappointed. After tens of thousands of years, this old boy has gotten a lot of guts. Hand over the inheritance yourself, or this seat will suppress you and take it with his own hands. Lin Di spoke out again. This time, he directly fixed his gaze on Qin Hun. Qin Li met this gaze and suddenly laughed out softly. Ha, old man. You just said that your Lin clan has a lot of quasi-emperors? Emperor Lin frowned. Besides Qin Zhan and this puppet, could it be that your Qin clan has other paragon emperors? He had a look of disdain on his face. How powerful the Qin clan was, would he not know? Apart from Qin Zhan, the highest cultivation level of a quasi-emperor was only in the Great Sage realm. This is still true. Qin Li nodded seriously. Only after the words fell, the space beside him fluctuated, and a figure stepped out of the space. The figure was tall and strong, dressed in black robes with an expressionless face, exactly the same as that quasi-emperor puppet. And, in this figure's hands, he was carrying another figure. Now, it was Lin Di's turn to be surprised. His gaze was fixed on the newly appeared puppet, his eyes flickering, but a few moments later, he actually laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, yes, the heavens have helped my Green Sky Sacred Land. 2 quasi-emperor realm puppets. This will be another piece of the Sacred Land's heritage. Laughing, he stopped talking nonsense and directly sacrificed the Xin Huangding, and the terrifying emperor's might poured down. Like a world pressing down, the terrifying pressure instantly fell on Qin Hun's several people. Asterisk. Qin Zhan shouted angrily and took a step out, erupting all the aura of the 4th heavenly pass, preparing to stand hard against the suppression of the emperor's soldiers. But right at this moment, a flash of scarlet light lit up, and that monstrous imperial might was dispersed in an instant. The 2 puppets stood at the forefront of the several people, with a long rusty sword hanging above their heads. The scarlet light isolated several people from all imperial might. This emperor's soldier? Whether it was Qin Zhan, Qin Jia, or the opposite Lin Di, they were all stunned by this scene. Looking at the long knife that emitted a scarlet glow and rust, he was unable to speak for a moment. Isn't this a quasi-imperial weapon? Even though Qin Zhan and Lin Di were in the Forbidden Land before, they knew everything about the situation outside. This rusty blade had clearly displayed nothing more than the might of a quasi-emperor when it had battled the great sage of Spirit Mountain earlier. Although it was slightly stronger, it definitely couldn't be an emperor's soldier. How now? No way. This isn't an imperial soldier. Emperor Lin coldly drank, and the Xin Huang cauldron above his head drooped thousands of Xin Huang qi. The heavy pressure instantly pressed down the ominous blade, closing in on Qin Hun several people inch by inch. Seeing this, Qin Shi frowned slightly. After all, the 2 puppets were only at the 1st heavenly pass, and even when they joined forces to catalyze them, it was still a bit of a stretch for them to resist. Ding, does the host need to use spirit stones to raise his cultivation level? The voice of the system came from the head. Enhance your cultivation? No need. Qin Hali immediately rejected Unity Sun in his mind upon hearing this. 120 million extreme spirit stones would only allow him to ascend to the 4th heavenly pass at most. He had an even bigger scheme, one that would allow him to become a 9th Paragon Emperor. or even certify as a mythical emperor. Besides, isn't there a drudge around? Thinking that, his eyes looked at Qin Zhan next to him. Great ancestor, what are you waiting for? Get up there and get him. Ha, Oa. Qin Zhan heard the voice before he reacted from the shock of the imperial soldier. Wahahaha, Lin Pup Seed. You can't imagine, can you? Imperial soldiers, we have them too. Jia jia jia. Qin Zhan laughed crazily and took a step forward, his powerful quasi-emperor laws pouring into the ominous blade. Boom! In an instant, the scarlet aura flourished, and a sword light that was thorough through the heavens broke through the aura of Xianhuang and chopped straight towards the Xianhuang cauldron. Chapter 78 Ominous Blade Revival. Ominous deity covered in red hair, the blade light was as scarlet as blood, cutting through space and blasting heavily on top of the Xianhuang cauldron. Boom! A terrifying boom that shook the entire heavenly Tsang earth rang out. The void collapsed and the laws of the extreme Tao clashed with each other. Emperor Lin, along with the Xianhuang cauldron, was split alive by the blade light, crashed through space and fall into a deeper dimension. Elder ancestor. A cry of alarm came from the distant sky. A figure had just appeared to see such a terrifying scene, but in the next moment, a terrifying imperial might swept through, and the entire person's body once again crumbled, exploding into a bloody dance, and was swept up by the might of the extreme Tao, disappearing into the sky once again. At the same time, below the battlefield, the entire green sky sacred land was covered by a huge shield, resisting the imperial might. Holy Lord Qing Tian stood below the mountain gate, followed by Han Li and several other saints. Looking at the Lin Emperor old ancestor and the Emperor soldier who had been chopped away by a single blow, their faces were all shocked and unbelievable. The Emperor soldier was cleaved away. Old ancestor he won. T have passed away, right? A saint realm spoke, his expression tense and worried. Humph, old ancestor is in charge of an imperial soldier. How could anything happen to him? The holy lord of the green sky snorted coldly. Although his heart was equally worried, his face was a calm expression. As his eyes looked towards Qin Han and his group above the sky, a trace of remorse seemed to flash through his eyes. He also couldn't have imagined that Qin Han was actually hiding so deeply, and that rusty-looking blade was actually an extreme Tao imperial armament. If, at first, the Green Sky Holy Land had chosen to live in peace with the Qin clan, then perhaps not so much would have happened, and this imperial soldier would become the Holy Land's backbone. And at that moment, loud laughter suddenly came from the void. Ha ha ha. Yes. Qin Zhan's face was agitated as he looked at the shattered space in front of him and laughed out loud, looking somewhat maniacal. There was a feeling of the suffocation that had been suppressed for countless years being completely released. He had grown up and lived for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he had ever taken control of an emperor soldier. In the past, even though he was a quasi-emperor, he seemed to be nothing more than a powerful fighter in the eyes of the Lin clan. It didn't receive the status and respect it deserved as other Holy Land ancestors did, just because the Lin clan was the descendant of a great emperor and controlled an emperor soldier. But now, he, the Qin clan, also had imperial soldiers. Big brother he. Qin Jia saw this and sighed slightly. It's not over yet. After today the Qin clan won't be suffocated anymore. Qin Li's face was calm as he gazed at the gradually healing space. As soon as his words fell, an angry shout came out from within the space. Qin Zhan. As the angry shout came, the newly healed space shattered once again. Lin Di stepped out of space with the Xianhuang cauldron on his head. His face was filled with an icy cold color, and his eyes were dead set on Qin Zhan. Only, it was just a matter of staring and not making another move. It seemed, already knowing that he could not help the other party. What, cubs, do it! Qin Zhan's face was teasing, and the words coming out of his mouth were even more vulgar. Not at all like a quasi-emperor. What did you say? Qin Zhan, do you really think that with a single emperor soldier, you can resist the Qingtian sacred land and my Lin clan? Emperor Lin's face instantly sank as he stared grimly at Qin Zhan. A baby seed? He's a few 100,000 years old, and it's the first time he's been so abused. Whether or not it can resist the Qingtian Holy Land is unknown, but suppressing you is enough. Qin Zhan's voice was equally cold. After saying that, he directly reached out and grabbed the ominous blade, and the vast imperial might once again chopped at the other party. Even if he couldn't decapitate the other party, it would be good to chop and fly a few more times to get out of these tens of thousands of years of anger. Yes, yes, yes. Since you seek death, this seat will fulfill you. Lin Di looked at the scarlet that was chopping at him, his face completely icy cold. He made seals with both hands, and a dense green light rose from his body as countless scriptures coalesced out of thin air, and immediately afterwards surged into the emperor's soldier in front of him. The next moment, buzz, a soft chirp sounded. Space seemed to have stood still, and the chopping scarlet blade light stopped in midair. On the Xianhuang cauldron, a blurry figure coalesced. The moment the figure appeared, it seemed as if it had become the center of the entire heaven and earth. When he raised his hand, the infinite great Tao laws emerged, and with just a gentle grip, he crushed the scarlet red that was enough to decimate everything. Phew! There seemed to be a wind blowing, and calm was restored to the void. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on this figure. The imperial soldier has a spirit. The deity has revived. Ha ha, now they're dead. The emperor's soldier is completely revived and is equivalent to half a great emperor. What will the Qin clan be able to resist? Within the Holy Land, several of the Holy Lord Qingtian's faces were agitated as they looked at the silhouette on the Xianhuang cauldron, their eyes filled with awe. At the same time, the moment the imperial soldier deity stepped out, an extreme Tao might rose from the Holy Land of Taichu, the southern barbarian mountains, the western desert spirit mountain, and the endless waters of the northern Xian domain. The emperor's soldiers enshrined in the deepest part of the Forbidden Land felt the aura of the Xian Huangding and seemed to be provoked and about to revive. But after a few moments, they fell silent again. The emperor's soldiers have completely revived. They haven't appeared on the continent in how many tens of thousands of years? Who is the Xian Huangding? Conquering? Is there going to be an imperial war? Another emperor's soldier. What a strange aura. The heavenly Tsang continent became incredibly lively in an instant. Among the many great powers, an ancient existence opened their eyes from their slumber and looked towards the green sky sacred land. Countless living beings fell to the ground and made a pilgrimage in the direction of the Holy Land. At this moment, the sky above the green sky Holy Land, imperial soldier deities, holding the ominous blade, Qin retreated to the side of the two Qinhuns, his face incomparably grave. The deities of the extreme imperial armaments were usually in slumber, and would only revive in two situations. One of them is the autonomous awakening from slumber when it senses danger itself. The second is to be awakened by the descendants of the great emperor by virtue of their own bloodline, supplemented by the emperor's scriptures. The reason Emperor Lin was able to awaken the emperor's soldier deity was because he was a descendant of the Qing emperor. And yourself. Thinking of this, Qin cast his gaze to Qin Hun, who was on the side. Boy, let's run. There was no way for him to completely and utterly revive the imperial soldier. The corners of Qin Hunter's mouth twitched. Well, this old ancestor, quite dry ah. If you can't beat them, you run away. No wonder you can live to cultivate into a quasi-emperor. After shaking his head, he looked at Qin face and calmly said, Imperial soldier deities are just that. They are not truly great emperors. There is no need for old ancestor to be alarmed. Qin eyes glared at his words. What did this kid eat to have such a big mouth? You're not worried about it, but I can't carry it on my shoulders. Old ancestor. On the opposite side, the deity seemed to have heard Qin words as well, his gaze slowly turning to look at the group. What a strong ominous aura. Why have I never seen this emperor's soldier before? The Xian Huangding deity's gaze directly skipped over a few people and landed on the ominous person. That strong ominous aura made it all a little alarmed. Great emperor, these few people have seized the inheritance opportunity of my green sky sacred land, and they still want to plague the sacred land. Please, great emperor, suppress the thieves and protect my holy land. Next to the imperial soldier deity, Emperor Lin bowed to the void and pleaded towards the deity. Only the words that came out were extremely shameless. This emperor's soldier deity frowned at his words and turned his head to stare deeply at Emperor Lin. It was asleep, but it still had a trace of its mind awake, aware of all that had happened. Naturally, he also knew that Lin Di's words were untrue. It's just that this is the descendant of the Qing emperor after all. Sighing, his gaze redirected to Qin Hun and his group, and an indifferent voice came out of his mouth. Hand over the inheritance and leave the Holy Land at this point. As long as these few people handed over their inheritance, it would not strike at them. Just a mere emperor's soldier deity. Do you really think you're a great emperor? With a cold smile on his face, Qin Hari stared at this imperial soldier deity. Although the ominous blade wasn't a true emperor's soldier and might not be able to resist the gods, he still had other means left. Tuzi, consume 100 million extreme spirit stones to exchange for a temporary great emperor and crush this emperor's soldier deity for me. Ding, Unico refuses and feels insulted. Qin Li was dumbfounded. What does this mean? The system is poisoned? The ominous blade, when met with strength, naturally has a deity of its own. The host is better off keeping the spirit stones to improve his cultivation. Unity Sun's voice was permeated with a sense of pride, disdain. Before Qin Hun could react, the ominous blade had already changed. Only a monstrous scarlet aura rose, and a figure slowly stepped out of the space. It doesn't look like an imperial military deity. Instead, it was like an ancient demon, covered in red hair and exuding a strong ominous aura. Chapter 79 Terrifying Red-Haired Monster, Devouring Emperor Soldier Origin. What's that? An imperial soldier deity? This ominous aura. So scary. The red-haired deity stood above the ominous blade. Even his head and face were covered in red hair, revealing only a pair of even more scarlet pupils. The aura emanating from it horrified everyone present. Even Qinjun, Qinjia both subconsciously swallowed their saliva and quietly approached some Qinhun. This kid, where did he get such an evil imperial weapon? Is this the deity of the ominous blade? Qinji also looked astonished as he looked at the red-haired demon standing on the ominous blade. That rich, ominous aura still sent a shiver down his spine, even for him, the master. At the same time, however, he also felt a trace of connection existing between himself and the other party, as if he could control them. The spirit of the imperial soldier? On the opposite side, the Xianhuangding deity's brows were furrowed with a grave expression. It had followed the great emperor in his battles for tens of thousands of years, and it had never seen such an ominous imperial weapon, sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years without making a move. So, let this emperor see what you really are. The Xianhuangding deity let out a low cry and grabbed with his palm. The Xianhuang cauldron at his feet then appeared in his hands, directly suppressing towards the red-haired demon. Thousands of Xianhuang qi drooped down. An infinite extreme Dao laws surfaced in the void. A terrifying aura that collapsed the ages and suppressed everything instantly filled this heaven and earth. Jia Jia Jia. An imperial weapon forged with Xianhuang heavy qi. A great tonic. By swallowing you, this seat will be able to regain more power. Facing the thousands of Xianhuang qi that was dropping down, the red-haired demon not only didn't flinch, but instead looked excited. Jia Jia let out a strange cry and rolled up a monstrous red mist, instantly enveloping the piece of space where the Xianhuangding deity was located. Rumble. Terrifying spatial explosions rang out as the two imperial warrior deities blasted against each other. The red mist tossed violently, covering half of the sky, while blocking everyone's view. It also isolated the fluctuations created by the great battle. One could only judge the horror of the great battle from the violently churning red mist, as well as the loud explosions emanating from the void. Tun-chan, where did you get this weapon? Why do I feel something evil? Qinhan stared at the churning red mist, his brows furrowed, his face a little unsightly. Thinking of that Jia Jia Jia's strange laughter just now, how it sounded was awkward. This doesn't look like a normal battle weapon either. It had looked a little ominous before, but he hadn't expected it to be this evil. Covered in red hair and carrying an ominous body, it reminded him of a deceased person. The posture of the deceased. Please don't worry about the host. The system produces. Safety is guaranteed. Even if it's evil, it's still under the host's control. The system swore with conviction. Is that so? Qinli sniffed and collected his thoughts, his attention once again going to the red mist that covered half of the sky. Within a meditative connection, he could feel that the red-haired deity seemed to be very excited. At the same time, it's slowly getting stronger. On the other side, Lin Di had long since stormed back to the edge of the Holy Land, similarly keeping his gaze fixed on that red mist. The look was tense, and a strong color of worry came through. At that exact moment, an incomparably furious voice pierced through the red mist and resounded in the void. Damn it, you dare to devour this emperor's origin? Along with the sound came an even louder explosion. Rumble. The red mist twisted crazily, and a channel of Xianhuang qi exploded, vaporizing most of the red mist covering the void, revealing the scene inside. The Xianhuangding deity's figure was illusory and filled with shock and anger. On the opposite side, the red-haired demon grabbed a ball of arcane yellow light with both hands and was gnawing on it. These scenes only flickered and were instantly obscured again by the red mist. But it was the scene that was seen in this instant that caused numerous people to turn pale. This is impossible. That demon, actually gnawing on the origin of the Xianhuang cauldron? Impossible. That demon could never be an imperial soldier deity. Emperor Lin's voice was horrified, and he had a look of unwillingness to believe. How could there be such a huge gap between the same emperor's soldiers? Doesn't this mean that Qing Di is inferior to the owner of that rusty sword? As Emperor Lin was like this, the Holy Lord and a group of saints who were within the Holy Land were even more ashen. Even his body was trembling slightly with fear. They didn't dare to imagine how devastating it would be for the Qingtian Holy Land if something happened to the Emperor's soldier. But no matter how worried they were or how much they refused to believe it, the great battle between the two Emperor soldier deities continued. Moreover, the great war fluctuations were even more intense and terrifying than before. The red mist that covered the sky was constantly being shaken apart, and the mere leakage of breath caused a large area of the void to collapse. It went on like this for a little over half a day before the fluctuations gradually diminished until they subsided completely. For a time, whether it was Qin Hun, Emperor Lin in the sky above, or the Holy Lord Qing Tian and the others within the Holy Land, they all locked their gazes tightly onto the center of the red mist. It's over, Qin Li muttered out. As soon as the voice fell, the red mist in front of them that covered the sky completely dissipated. The red-haired demon stood alone in the void. holding a small Xian Huang tripod in his hand in addition to his body's ominous blade. As for the deity of the Xian Huang Ding, it was nowhere to be seen. Hiss. Really? Really swallowed it? Beside Qinli, a sound of sucking in cool air rang out. Qin Zhan and Qin Shan's eyes were wide as if they were bronze bells, with a horrified look on their faces. No way! How could an imperial soldier deity fall after following the great emperor in battle for countless years? On the other side, Emperor Lin roared out in anger. A dense green light emerged from his body, and the emperor's scriptures operated, a scripture coalescing in the void and emitting the sound of the great Tao, wanting to reawaken the gods. However, instead of waiting for the imperial soldier deity to revive, he waited for a red mist. With just a wave of his hand, the red-haired demon imprisoned him and then brought him in front of Qin Hun. After handing everything over to Qin Hun, the red-haired demon directly dissipated and returned within the ominous blade. To the end, there was no communication with Qin Hun. Qin Hun looked at the ominous blade that was rusted but becoming more and more blood-red, his eyes pondering. He then put it away along with the Xian Huang Ding. With that done, he turned his attention to the Holy Land. The emperor's soldiers were solved. And next, it was the turn of the entire Qingtian Holy Land. Chapter 80, The End of the Imperial Race. What do you want to do? Lin Di was wrapped in a red mist and lay down at Qinji's feet. At this moment, when he saw Qinli casting his gaze towards the Qingtian Holy Land, a bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. The emperor's Xianhuang cauldron was suppressed, and the Qingtian Holy Land was no longer able to resist the other party. If the other party really wanted to liquidate, today would be the end of the Lin clan, and he, too, would become a sinner of the Lin clan. If you die, you won't have the face to face the great emperor. Do what? You guess? Qin Hun glanced coldly at the other party before directly picking him up and locking him into the inner world Seal King Hall. Only after doing so did he raise his feet and step into the void toward the Holy Land below. Kid, there are still 3 Lin clan paragon emperors in the Holy Land, one of which is at least a 7th heavenly pass or higher. Still, be careful. At the back, Qin Zhan caught up with Qin Hun, his face still somewhat gloomy, although that red-haired demonic deity was powerful. After all, it was only an emperor's soldier deity, and it was not known if it would be able to revive again in a short period of time. If they bumped into that 7th heavenly pass quasi-empire of the Lin clan at this time, and the emperor's soldier couldn't be revived, that would be bad. Old ancestor means those 3 in the Forbidden Land? Oh, maybe it escaped a long time ago. Qin Hunter's footsteps did not stop, and the look on his face was calm. When the Xian Huang cauldron was suppressed, he sensed through the red-haired deity that 3 breaths in the Holy Land had twisted space to sneak away. It was only because the red-haired deity had to suppress the Xian Huang cauldron didn't have time to pay attention to it. Escaped? Qin Zhan was half convinced. However, it was indeed suspicious that such a huge commotion had occurred outside, and that he had not seen those few old undead appear. In the middle of the conversation, the group of 3 arrived in front of the huge portal of the Holy Land. At this moment, the entire Holy Land was shrouded by a huge formation, transmitting a terrifying killing aura. I'm afraid that even if a quasi-emperor comes and rushes in, he will be killed and his body will die. Qingtian's sacred lord and his group of several people stood inside the large formation. Looking across the formation from Qin Hun, several people, their faces pale and panicked. One of them, with a particularly fearful face, stood at the very back of the crowd. Lu Dao, the unlucky guy who was almost stomped to death by Qin Sha. He hadn't even been in the Forbidden Land for a few days to heal his wounds, and at this moment, he looked sickly. Seeing Qin Sha again, the fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Qin Hun, Qin Chopping Elder Ancestor. Actually, we can talk about it. The Qin clan is also a lineage of the Sacred Land, and the 2 clans fighting each other will only benefit other forces. Do you want the foundation handed down by the great emperor to decline? If you and my 2 clans put aside our former enmity and sincerely cooperate, with the 2 emperor armaments and the great emperor's legacy, we can definitely make the Qingtian sacred ground the #1 sacred ground on the heavenly Pale continent. At that time, the Lin clan and the Qin clan will also become the #1 imperial clans in this world. The voice of the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky trembled a little as he sketched out a great blueprint in a few words. Qinli almost laughed out loud as he listened to the other party's words. It's that time of year, and you're still trying to paint yourself into a corner? With a scoff on his face, he stared at the Holy Lord of the Blue Sky. These things can be done just as well without your Lin clan. Besides, your Lin clan's emperor soldier is in my hands right now, so why do I still need to cooperate with you? You, the Holy Lord of the Green Sky, was speechless, but the next moment, he sneered. Even if we don't have emperor soldiers, my Lin clan still has the quasi-emperor ancestors to suppress them, and the emperor-level formations left behind by our ancestor, the Qing Emperor. You're also delusional if you want to plague the Holy Land. But although there was a sneer and disdain on his face, There was a sense of color in his voice anyhow. Really? A teasing look appeared on Qin Hun's face as he sniffed. The formation left behind by the great emperor is indeed powerful, and with a full revival, even if one were to wield an imperial soldier, one wouldn't be able to blast it open for a while. But, at this point, his voice stopped and a small tripod appeared in his hand. The small tripod was metaphysical yellow in color, like clay fabricated, and it was precisely the extreme Dao imperial armament that had just been suppressed, the Xianhuang tripod. And seeing Qin Hun take out the Xianhuang cauldron, the face of the Holy Lord of Qingtian within the Grand Formation immediately changed drastically. The next moment, without any sign, he retreated violently and disappeared into the depths of the Holy Land. Beside them, Lu Dao's few people reacted a step late, but they also immediately followed. In response, Qin Hun was not in the least bit anxious and just watched the other party flee away. Afterward, he took a deep breath, raised the Xianhuang Ding in his hand, and slowly walked towards the Grand Formation. Easily, he penetrated right into the big formation and the huge light shield that enveloped the Holy Land rippled faintly, dispersing as if it were water, not hindering him in the slightest. Behind them, Xinjiang and the two of them quickly followed, their faces not surprised, having known about this situation for a long time. The imperial soldiers Xianhuang Cauldron and this Holy Land Grand Formation were both things left behind by the Qing Emperor. Now, although the Emperor's soldier had been stripped of its origin and the deity had dissipated, it still contained the Qing Emperor's Dao after all. It was easy to pass through the big formation with this. After the group entered the Holy Land, their divine thoughts unfolded, and they quickly found the location of Holy Lord Qingtian and the others. Without any nonsense, Qin Hun left behind a puppet to guard the portal, and then several people's figures disillusioned and pursued. At this moment, in front of the deepest forbidden land in the Holy Land, Holy Lord Qingtian, Lu Dao, Han Li, and the two saints, a total of 5 people were kneeling on the ground with their faces facing the Forbidden Land. The younger disciples were incompetent, allowing the Qin clan to plague the Holy Land and suppress the Emperor's soldiers. At the time of life and death, I implore the old ancestor to revive, suppress the thieves, and protect the foundation of my Holy Land for 10,000 years. The sacred Lord of the Blue Sky cried out and struck out a secret method in an attempt to awaken the old ancestor in the Forbidden Land. Please ask the old ancestor to come out and suppress the Qin clan. Please ask the old ancestor to come out and suppress the Qin clan. Lu Dao, Han Li opened their voices in unison, their faces in a state of panic. That madman of the Qin clan called Qin Hun, who had swallowed the Emperor's soldier origin and suppressed the Lin Emperor ancestor, would definitely not let them off the hook if they came into the Holy Land as well. Right now, it was only possible to suppress the other party if the old ancestor in the Holy Land stepped out of the gate. However, no matter how they called out and knelt down, the Forbidden Land was as silent as death, with no movement coming out. Old ancestor, are you guys going to give up the Holy Land? The Holy Lord of the Blue Sky's face was ashen as death as he shouted towards the Forbidden Land. This time, he got a response. An indifferent voice resounded in the space. Cub, get up! Your old man is here. However, upon hearing this voice, not only were the several people not happy, instead, a look of fear quickly appeared on their faces. They jerked up from the ground and turned their heads to look behind them. Qin Zhan, surprised? Surprised? Qin chopping old ancestor. The body of the Holy Lord of Green Heaven trembled, his face incomparably ugly. What? Aren't you happy to see your old ancestor? Qin Zhan clasped his hands on his chest and looked at the several people with a teasing face. What do you guys want? The Qin clan is also a lineage of the Sacred Land. Do you really want to fight each other from the same clan? The Holy Lord of Qingtian held back his fear, but his gaze was fixed on Qin Hun as he spoke. Among these three, the one he feared the most was not Qin Fury, Qin Zhan, but this new youth from the Qin clan's lineage. The two Qin Zhan and Qin Jia were at least old ancestors of the Holy Land, so perhaps they wouldn't do anything cruel to the Holy Land. But this youth was different, new to the Qin clan's lineage and without the slightest affection for the Holy Land. Even the Emperor's soldier origin had swallowed it, and to say that he would spare the Holy Land, ghosts wouldn't believe it. Well, have to say he thought right. Qin Hunari pressed no nonsense, lifting his hand to directly suppress these people, and then shut them into the inner world. Of these few people, the most powerful was the Qingtian Holy Lord, the first level of the Great Sage Realm. It would not take the slightest effort for him to suppress. After doing so, he gazed at Qin Zhan, Qin Sha and the two of them, the remaining clansmen of the Lin clan lineage. The disciples will be in trouble with the two elder ancestors. Anyone who gets involved with this lineage, one of them, can't be left behind. Qin Hunter's voice was cold. Now that you've done it, you have to do it right, and you can't leave any loose ends. What 30 years east, 30 years west? What family was exterminated and held back for 1,000 years before avenging their blood? These things through and through, are extinguished, cutting off the roots. This old ancestor knows better than you. Xinjiang's expression was indifferent, and as he spoke, his gaze looked toward Xinjia. Xinjia didn't say a word. His figure directly disappeared and went to exterminate the clan. Glancing at Xinjia's departing figure, Qin Li's gaze once again turned to Xinjiang. Old ancestor Xinjiang, let's go to the treasure vault and take a stroll. The treasure trove of the Green Sky Sacred Land was his chance to achieve a supreme paragon emperor, or even a mythical emperor. Chapter 81, Emptying the Qingtian Holy Land. The Holy Land of Green Heaven was in chaos. Xinjia stood high in the sky, carrying a Lin clan disciple in his hands, using this as a guide for the bloodline to find the trail. Instantly, a miserable scream resounded from all over the Holy Land. Countless Lin clan disciples exploded out of thin air, turning into a cloud of blood mist, and a thick bloody odor filled the space. From the physical aura realm, to the enlightenment peeping heaven realm, regardless of direct, collateral, or distant relatives, as long as they are tainted with the Lin clan's bloodline, none of them will be spared. What happened to this? That's old ancestor Qin Fury. Is the Qin clan liquidating? The Lin clan is finished, and so is the sacred lord's lineage. The sudden and shocking change caused all the disciples in the Holy Land to tremble and be filled with fear. He watched as each Lin clan disciple beside him exploded into a bloody mist that drifted away. Some of the disciples and elders who had made friends with the Lin clan were all white, hiding back in their own caves, wanting to clear their relationship with the Lin clan. Xinjia stood in the void, his expression indifferent. For the killing that was created, the heart could not afford a single ripple. The Lin clan had suppressed and harmed his Qin clan in the first place, and should have been prepared for a backlash long ago. Gazing down at the entire Holy Land, his indifferent voice resounded in the ears of every disciple. Today, the Lin clan falls. Any disciple of the Holy Land who reports being close to the Lin clan will be rewarded. Spirit stones and pills, gongfu scriptures, and divine weapons are all available. What? In an instant, the originally panicked and fearful disciples of the Holy Land quieted down. His eyes looked toward Xinjia in the sky with a startled expression. However, immediately afterward, some of the disciples' eyes flickered and looked at the companions beside them. Inside the Qin clan's manor, Qin De, Qin Er and the others stared blankly at the sky. What had happened today had left them in disbelief for a moment. The Lin clan has fallen. After thousands of years of suppression and the fall of many of their clan disciples, their Qin clan had finally gotten out of this bad breath. Just as Qin Fury was conducting a great purge and the Holy Land was in turmoil, Qin Hun had already arrived in the treasure vault. Unlike the last time he was in the outer vault, this time he was directly in the core inner vault. Inside the huge space, countless extremely high-grade spirit stones were piled up. Between breaths, the rich aura poured into the body, enough to instantly burst a spirit infant realm. In addition, there were countless high-grade spirit pills placed on the rows and rows of shelves. There were many light clusters floating in the air, with a battle weapon trapped inside. Judging from the aura emitted, all of them were above the level of saint soldiers. Even one of the lances faintly emitted the aura of a quasi-imperial weapon. The collection of the core treasure trove is really not comparable to the outer trove. Qin Li took a deep breath and looked at the treasure resources piled up in the space, his face pleasantly surprised. Next to him, Xinjiang's face was calm. Although these resources were numerous and very precious, they were not of the slightest use to him. At his level, what he needed were treasures that replenished his qi and blood and restored his vitality. However, they were consumed long ago. After all, there were quite a few old immortals within the Green Sky Holy Land. Kid, don't get intoxicated. There are 2 more treasure troves like this one. Hurry up and collect it. Let's go to the next one. After urging him to do so, he headed out of the treasure trove. Qin Li didn't hesitate and directly opened the inner world, inhaling a storm of wind at the treasures in front of him. In a moment's time, a large amount of treasures were swallowed up. The entire treasury quickly became clean. Even the floor lifted a layer. Collecting the treasures clean, Qin Hun turned to follow, and the 2 of them went out of the treasury. Then a second treasure trove. A third. After the 3 treasure vaults were completely emptied, Qin Hun's inner world had been filled with a terrifying aura of precious light, and space was almost frozen. When the 2 of them reappeared in the Holy Land, a tragic scene suddenly appeared before their eyes. There was blood everywhere, and the rich smell of blood filled the space. At that moment, Xinjia's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2. All killed. Xinjia's face was expressionless, and his body was surging with fury. In addition to the Lin clan's lineage that he had exterminated in the beginning, he had later subdued a number of powerful people close to the Lin clan after some of the Holy Land's disciples had reported him. It could be said that the entire Holy Land was missing half of its people. There was no lack of kings, great powers, and heinous killings among them. Qinji nodded as he swept a glance at the blood-filled Holy Land and the disciples who had survived and were shivering. Tough luck. Old ancestor. He did not ask for all of these ordinary disciples to be put to death. After all, the feud between the Qin clan and the Lin clan had nothing to do with these ordinary disciples. As for those disciples who were close to the Lin clan, they could only count their lives as bad. Two old ancestors, I'll trouble you to take care of the rest. She spoke towards the two before leaving directly. He had scavenged a huge amount of resources and couldn't wait to take inventory in his mind. Let's see if those resources will be enough to achieve a mythical emperor. This kid, having gotten a heavenly favor, ran away quite fast. Qin Zhan looked at the departing Qin Hun and was somewhat helpless. He then retracted his gaze and turned his head to sweep towards the wrecked Holy Land, his face becoming a bit gloomy. The Green Sky Holy Land could be said to have had its strength after this incident. Now that the resources had also been emptied, the staying and going of those remaining disciples had become a problem. How about disbanding it? The thought flashed through his mind. Central Heaven, one of the three forbidden zones, the underworld abyss. There was a pair of eyes in the darkness that opened and looked in the direction of the eastern wasteland, which were indifferent and did not contain the slightest emotion. After a few breaths, those eyes closed again. After a few more moments, a voice rang out in the darkness. Qing Di, you're really calm. The inheritance is about to be extinguished, and it's actually indifferent. 1,000,000 years have passed, and the immortal sect is coming back down. This emperor has been hiding in the forbidden zone for hundreds of thousands of years just to set foot in that place. For this district bloodline heritage, when the immortal gate descends and this emperor steps out of the forbidden land, he will clear everything up. Chapter 82-2. 1 billion extreme spirit stones. Mythical great emperor. Western desert. Spirit mountain sanctuary. The incomparably huge golden mountain stood on the earth, with countless great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas carved on it. The rich Buddha light illuminated heaven and earth, and a ring of light emerged behind the Buddha statue. Below the spirit mountain, many figures can be seen on pilgrimage, bowing down one step at a time. There were mortals and cultivators, and the expressions on their faces were incomparably pious. And at this moment, in a secret realm in the deepest part of Spirit Mountain, the three figures were seated on the lotus platform, their bodies illuminated with Buddha's light, and a ring of light was continuously generated and dissipated behind their heads. These three figures had compassionate faces and extremely similar appearances, but they were one teenager, one middle-aged, and one elderly. In front of the three of them, Quasi-Emperor Dustless stood in a sorry state, his face pale. Amit Ba, the emperor clan that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years in the Green Sky Holy Land has fallen. The people of the Qin clan have killed and blasphemed against my Buddha, and should be brought back to Spirit Mountain to repent before my Buddha's seat. Not bad. Blasphemy against our Buddha should be brought back to Spirit Mountain for repentance. The three Quasi-Emperor Buddhas sitting on lotus platforms. One person's words seemed to be about to decide the future of the Qin clan's life and death. Senior brothers, that Qin clan possesses an ominous imperial weapon that suppressed even the Qing emperor's Xian Huang cauldron. We still have to be careful. Dustless' face was grave. He was surrounded and hunted by two Quasi-Emperor puppets, paying the price of a Quasi-Emperor soldier and an arm to escape. Only after disappearing, he didn't immediately return to the Spirit Stone, and in the midst of another great battle breaking out in the Holy Land of the Green Sky, he quietly returned and hid in the starry sky to watch. As a result, after witnessing the revival of the two imperial weapons, that red-haired demon seemed to have gathered all the evil existences in the world, and actually even the Xian Huang cauldron left behind by the Qing emperor was unable to defeat it, and was suppressed instead. However, in the face of his words, the three figures seated in front of him shook their heads. Senior Dustless brother, the emperor's soldiers left behind by my Buddha can restrain all evil things, even if they are the same emperor's soldier. Besides, it's difficult to revive an emperor's soldier twice in a short period of time. This time, I, Spirit Mountain, must remove these evil soldiers and bring them back to the Qin clan, lest they fall into the evil path and plague the heavenly pale continent. My Buddha is merciful. The three Quasi-Emperor Buddhas clasped their hands together, their faces filled with compassionate expressions of heartfelt concern for the living. As the voice fell, the three figures dissipated in unison, leaving only Dustless standing in the secret realm with a worried expression. Although it was difficult to revive the Emperor's soldiers twice in a short period of time, he was still very uneasy. After all, that junior of the Qin clan was too evil. Who knew if the other party had any other means? But looking at the three senior brothers who had already left, he could only hope that the three of them would be able to suppress the Qin clan and bring them back to Spirit Mountain. Qingtian Holy Land. Qin Clan Manor. System. Inventory all the items in the inner world and convert the extreme spirit stones. Inside the room of his residence, Qin Halley sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating in his mind. Ding, Unico received. In liquidation. For intact quasi-imperial weapons, 1 crippled, 16 great saintly weapons, 38 saintly weapons, Pills and herbs. Ores. Extreme spirit stones 1 billion. Top grade spirit stones 30. 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. Medium grade spirit stones. All item resources. Calculated as extreme spirit stones, totaling 2,766,301. Does the host trade? Hiss. $2,700,000,000? Shinhari slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Although I knew the haul would be large, I was still shocked to hear the number. One must know that he had sold a Paragon Emperor's inheritance, plus 2 meat tickets, and it was only $120 million. 2 billion, equivalent to 20 quasi-emperor inheritances. If he were to kidnap alone, he'd have to kidnap 200 of them. Ding, does the host trade? Due to the high volume of transactions, the system can give the host 1 billion extreme spirit stones. The system's somewhat prodding voice rang out. Deal. Redeem them all for cultivation. As soon as the voice was uttered, Shinji instantly felt his inner world being swept away. Immediately after that, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! The transaction was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion extreme spirit stones. Consume 1,967,000 extreme spirit stones to exchange for the mythic realm's 5th great emperor cultivation. Remaining 133 million extreme spirit stones. The next realm, the 6th level of the great emperor, requires 600 million extreme spirit stones. A series of voices rang through his head. Boom! A roar resounded out of nowhere in Qin Li's mind, and countless great Dao sensations emerged, as if he had been practicing for millions of years and was incomparably familiar. At the same time, the blood chi in his body boiled like a rolling furnace. The pale golden blood slowly faded to gold, returning to the purest bright red. The sound of the great Dao vibrated in the space, and a golden lotus was born and destroyed, filling the air with endless auspiciousness. Myth Realm 5th Great Emperor. The holy body has come to fruition. Qin Hunari's face was agitated as he felt the terrifying power contained in his body. A feeling of controlling everything rising from his heart. Stretching out his palm, the light in the center of his palm was illuminated, and there were countless small worlds being born and destroyed. Birth and death. Week after week. Eyes closed, horrifying thoughts covered the entire continent in an instant. A picture appears in the mind. Green Cloud Sect. That cheap old man was at a choke point with the Grand Elder. A man and a dog were digging a grave in the ancestral land of a great sect. Inside the Green Sky Holy Land, the Qin clan disciples were pacifying those ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. There is also the Taichu Holy Land. Southern Barbarian Heavenly Demon Palace. Northern Xian Alliance. How dare you? Who is spying on us? Unbridled. In the central heavenly domain. In the 3 forbidden zones, a pair of indifferent and merciless eyes opened. Terrifying thoughts rushed out of the forbidden zone, stirring up the wind and clouds, and large swaths of emptiness instantly broke. Forbidden Zone Supreme. Inside the room, Qin Hun opened his eyes, a hint of a different color coming out of his eyes. He had heard a long time ago that there were 3 forbidden zones in the central heavenly domain. The underworld abyss, the supreme forbidden zone, and the divine ruins. There are ancient supreme beings sleeping in the 3 forbidden zones. Now it does seem to be true. And there were quite a few of them, no less than 10 in the 3 forbidden regions combined. That aura. A thoughtful look appeared in Qin Hunter's eyes as he recalled an aura he had just sensed within one of the forbidden zones. That feeling. There is an inexplicable familiarity, as if it has been seen somewhere. As he was thinking, he suddenly frowned slightly, and his figure disappeared from the room. In the next moment, it came over the Holy Land. A breath later, Qin Zhan's figure appeared. When Qin Zhan saw Qin Hun, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It had only been a short little half a day since he had seen him, and he felt as if Qin Hun was a little different. But it's different there, and I can't tell. The feeling flickered and dissipated when he tried to look deeper. Qin Li noticed Qin Zhan's expression, but didn't care, his gaze always falling on a piece of emptiness in front of him. A few breaths later, the space in front of them cracked open, and 2 figures walked out from it. Of the 2, one of them was Jianjiu, who had left earlier. The other person, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man with sword brows and a cold face. On the middle-aged man's body, a powerful aura of the quasi-emperor realm was clearly emanating. Chapter 83 News of the Immortal Sect's Descent. Buddha's light brightening in the west. On the void, the cold middle-aged man's gaze first swept the Holy Land below before landing on the 2 Qin Hunter. When looking at Qin Hun, it was obvious to see his pupils shrink for a moment. But soon, he regained his composure and turned to look at Qin Zhan. With a hint of a different color on his face, he spoke faintly. Fellow Taoist Qin Zhan, I haven't seen you in 20,000 years. You're still alive. Humph. Qin Zhan hummed. Surname Chen. Aren't you alive and well? If you're not staying in the northern Xian domain, what are you doing here in my Qingtian Holy Land? Could it be that is also here for the inheritance? Qin Zhan's voice was a bit cold. He and the man in front of him were old friends. Xian Emperor, real name Chen Haiyang, the absolute pride of the Northern Xian Alliance tens of thousands of years ago. The two men had fought a lot when they were young, each had their own victory and defeat, and they were also enemies and friends. Only, later, after achieving Quasi-Emperor, both of them were mostly sitting in their respective lands, so they no longer saw each other. Now that this fellow had suddenly come to the eastern wasteland, it was hard not to let him think towards the inheritance. This emperor is indeed here for the inheritance. Only instead of robbing, it's buying. A hint of a smile hung on Emperor Xian's cold face as he spoke, his gaze looking towards Qin Hun. Buy? Qin Zhan frowned, and his gaze also looked at Qin Hun. There was no surprise that this Chen surnamed called himself this emperor. Although quasi-emperors were not truly great emperors, they were still tainted with the word emperor. In this age where there are no witnesses, it is not impossible to call oneself an emperor. One quasi-emperor inheritance. 100 million extreme spirit stones. Qin Hun met the gazes of the two men and nodded faintly. He had previously sent a message to the other party when Jianjiu left, saying that he could trade a quasi-emperor inheritance with the other party. Only, the other didn't respond at that time, and he thought the other refused. Unexpectedly, with his current cultivation, although he could suppress the two with the lift of his hand, this deal was after all first mentioned by himself. Hard robbery. Seems bad. Besides, this quasi-emperor's inheritance is not useful to him. Xian Emperor didn't hesitate when he heard Qin Hun say 100 million extreme spirit stones and directly waved his hand to fling out a ball of light. Inside was a large mountain of spirit stones compressed into a small space. Seeing this, Qin Shi didn't say anything and took out a stone statue of a quasi-emperor and threw it in the air at the other party before collecting the spirit stone ball of light in his hand. However, when he received the spirit stone orb of light, his face was slightly strange as he raised his gaze to spare a glance at Emperor Xian. 120 million extreme spirit stones. It was a full 20 million more extreme spirit stones than what was agreed upon, rather like the Holy Land of the beginning. On the opposite side, Emperor Xian also put away the quasi-emperor stone statue. However, he didn't leave, but looked at Qin Hun with some pity on his face. Little friend cultivated into a great sage at such a young age. This kind of talent can be said to crown the entire heavenly pale continent. If I had been born 10,000 years earlier, I might have had a chance to witness the great Tao and enter that place. Unfortunately, alas, he said, shaking his head slightly and sighing. He had arrived at the border of the eastern wasteland a long time ago, and had also witnessed the cultivation displayed by Qin Hun's strike earlier, knowing that he was of the great sage realm. That place? Which place? A hint of doubt appeared on Qin Hun's face as he listened to the other party's words. Little friend still doesn't know? Emperor Xian was stunned, and then his gaze went to Qin Zhan. He also thought that Qin Hun knew that place was about to descend. Seeing this, Qin Hali's gaze also looked towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan's face was grave, and when he saw Qin Hun's gaze, he was silent for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. It is said that above the Tian-Sung continent, there is a vast and boundless world that we call the immortal world. In ancient times, supreme powerhouses whose cultivation reached the mythic realm and achieved greatness could pass through an immortal door and enter that world to pursue the great Tao and live forever. It's just that, at some point, the portal to the immortal realm was closed, and even if someone cultivates into a great emperor, they can't enter the immortal realm. One can only stay on the heavenly pale continent until their lifespan is exhausted and they die with hatred. That didn't change until a million years ago. Millions of years ago, a saint body came out of nowhere, witnessed the Tao for the second time, and in his later years, he pierced through the immortal gate alive and stepped into the immortal realm. Before he entered the immortal realm, he left behind a sentence. After a million years, the immortal gate will come again. Qin Zhan's face was incredibly grave, and at the end of his words, his gaze even looked deeply at Qin Hun. A million years ago? Sacred body. Second witness? Qin Li instantly thought of something when he sniffed. When he had received the inheritance of the great emperor in the Hall of the Sealed King, the Hall Spirit had told himself that that great emperor had witnessed the Tao twice, and in his later years, he had pierced through the immortal gate with his own strength and stepped into the upper realm. Great sacred body, great emperor of the vault. A million years later, the immortal sect returns. The passageway to the upper world was going to be opened again, and Qin Hali didn't even need to think that when the immortal sect actually descended, there was bound to be pandemonium. At that time, the entire heavenly Tsung continent, those old monsters who were alive, those who were hiding and faking their deaths, and those who were half dead, would all appear, competing for the chance to enter the upper world and seek immortality. Kid, your cultivation is still too low. If you were given another 10,000 years, you might be qualified to compete. Alas. Qin Zhan patted Qin Li's shoulder with a look of pity. This was also the reason why he hadn't mentioned this matter to Qin Ji. With Qin Ji's current cultivation level of the Great Sage Realm, once he got involved in that kind of fight, he was afraid that he would be killed in an instant. It was useless even if there were Emperor's soldiers and 2 quasi-emperors escorting them. I'm low? The corner of Qin Hunter's mouth tugged. I've never seen a dinosaur peeing before, so I'll scare you to death when I reveal my cultivation. Little friend is blessed with deep fortune. Maybe when the immortal gate descends, you will be able to get the chance to enter. A hint of a smile appeared on Emperor Xian's cold face. Such a heavenly pride demon. If he doesn't die young, he will surely become a quasi-emperor, and the chances of even witnessing the Tao are extremely high. The Northern Xian Alliance and the Qin clan didn't have any grudges either, so take this opportunity to make some good friends. In the future, if the other party really witnessed the Tao, the Northern Xian Alliance would be able to have a part in it. Qin Hun heard the other party's words and smiled noncommittally. With his current cultivation, even if a forbidden area supreme being were to come out, he would have the confidence to suppress it. Rather, he was really looking forward to the immortal gate descending color scene. Or perhaps, millions of years ago, the Tsang Dome Emperor, who was secondly certified, was able to pierce through the immortal gate, and now he himself, who was also secondly certified, wondered if he could. Ding, the host can doubt himself, but please don't doubt the unicorn's ability. If the host feels he's not strong enough, then charge some more. As long as the spirit stones are in place, it's all good. The system's voice filled with arrogance sounded in his head. The corners of Qin Hunter's mouth twitched slightly. So familiar words. Not strong enough just because it's not charged enough, is it? Spirit stones. Qin Hunter muttered to himself, and his gaze suddenly turned to the west. A flash of Buddha's light lit up the sight. Chapter 84. If a friend comes from afar, he will be buried. That's the Western Desert Spirit Mountain is coming. The brightly lit Buddha's light instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Zhan, Emperor Xian, and Jianjiu all cast their gazes to the west. Emperor Xian's expression was strange as he withdrew his gaze to look at the 2 Qin Huns. Spirit Mountain looks like it's coming from a bad place. It's better for the 2 of you to avoid the front line for now. The Xian Emperor spoke out, a hint of admonishment in his voice. After saying that, he directly retreated to the distance with Jianjiu to watch. It wasn't true that he was optimistic about Qin Hun, but he wouldn't get involved in the grudge fight between the 2 because of it. After all, a fight of this level could easily drag the Northern Region Alliance into it. Kid, let's go back into the Holy Land first. Qin Zhan's face was grave. He sensed 3 quasi-emperor auras from that Buddha's light, and they were all powerful quasi-emperors whose realms were not weaker than his. Even the aura of one of the strands was much higher than his. With such strength, it was difficult for them to resist. Only by returning to the Holy Land and relying on the great formation left behind by the Qing Emperor, supplemented by imperial soldiers, was it possible to resist? Qin Li looked at the old ancestor with a look of grave urgency and shook his head with a faint smile. There's no harm in it. It's just 3 paragon emperors in the district. If a friend comes from afar, if he comes, then he will be buried. If you're here, you'll be buried? Qin Zhan's face stuttered as he stared at Qin Hun. You still have a card, don't you? Or was that evil imperial soldier still able to revive once more? Qin Li ignored the other party this time, his gaze always looking to the west. The Buddha's light grew more and more abundant, and 3 terrifying figures stepped on the golden path. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an elderly man, and above the heads of the 3, a golden mantle hung, emanating immeasurable imperial might. The 3 of them actually came directly sacrificing imperial weapons. Such a terrifying and appalling commotion also directly alarmed the entire eastern wasteland at this moment, and even spread to the other 3 great domains. What's going on here? Western Desert Spirit Mountain. What a quick action. What a big battle. The 3 quasi-emperors have come out in unison with Supreme Extreme Tao Emperor soldiers. Is this to start a war with the Green Sky Sacred Land altogether? If we keep fighting like this, sooner or later the eastern wasteland will be destroyed and sunk. Countless cultivators were terrified, staring blankly at the golden avenue stretching from the west. Some strong men from some of the great cultivation clans stepped out, casting great magical powers to roll up their entire clans and flee beyond the eastern wasteland. Fear that the east wasteland will be sunk and follow the funeral pyre. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the entire eastern wasteland, those 3 figures also finally stepped onto the golden light path and arrived at the holy land of the green sky. In an instant, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped this heaven and earth. The golden mantle hanging above his head was filled with imperial might. No sin, no evil, no hardship. Qin Zhan looked at the 3 of them, his face incomparably grave as he slowly opened his mouth. Being at the same level of power, he naturally recognized these 3. No sin, no evil, no hardship. The three ancestors of the spirit mountain. It was rumored to be the result of 3 drops of Amitabha's essence, claiming to be the Buddha's third incarnation, and all of their cultivation levels were above the 4th level of the quasi-emperor. It is one of the greatest underpinnings of Spirit Mountain. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. The 3 paragon emperors clasped their hands together, their eyes indifferently sweeping over the 2 of them. Qinhun and Qinzhan. The Qin clan has committed murderous sins, brutally killing the imperial clan for no reason, and desecrating our Buddha. 2 of you, please follow us back to Spirit Mountain, suffer before the Buddha for 10,000 years, listen to the Mahayana Dharma, and wash away the sins from your body before you can continue to seek the Great Way. Go back to Spirit Mountain with them, listen to Mahayana Buddhism and wash away your sins? Xinli did not say anything when he heard this, but looked at the 3 with interest, or rather, looking at the extreme Dao Emperor soldiers above the heads of the 3 of them, while beside him, Qinzhan directly laughed out coldly. Ha! 10,000 years gone by, your Spirit Mountain is still so shameless. The contempt in Qinzhan's eyes was undisguised and naked. It was clearly the Spirit Mountain that snatched the inheritance in the first place, which led to the following series of events. In response, these 3 actually did not mention it in the slightest, but instead came up to ask for the offense. Also, what happened between his Qin clan and the Lin clan has half a thing to do with Spirit Mountain. Isn't that just meddling with the dog's business? Amitabha, the Qin clan has committed a great murder. For the sake of saving the continent's living beings from suffering, please take the 2 of you with the Qin clan and enter my Spirit Mountain. The 3 quasi-emperors took a step forward in unison, and the might of the extreme Dao Emperor soldier above their heads increased. Just as they were about to make their move, a voice suddenly rang out in the void. Nice! Damn the Qin clan! As the voice fell, not far from the 3 Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperors, space cracked open and 3 incomparably old figures walked out. They were skin and bones, as if they were 3 dry corpses, their gloomy eyes staring straight at the 2 Qinhun, the old undead of the Lin clan. Qinzhan looked at the 3 of them and his face changed drastically. When he learned that these 3 people had disappeared earlier, he knew that this was a hidden danger. I didn't expect that they would actually make a move at this point. It was already difficult just to face the 3 people from the Spirit Mountain Holy Land, but now there were 3 more. Wasn't this killing him? Humph. Qinzhan, you slaughtered my Lin clan. You didn't expect retribution to come so quickly, did you? Today, this seat also wants you to watch with your own eyes how your Qin clan was slaughtered. On the opposite side, one of the 3 dry figures spoke. The voice was icy cold, like the cold ice of the 9 ghosts. That's your Lin clan's fault. Last time I let you guys escape. This time I'll suppress all of you. Qinzhan had a fierce look on his face. Although his heart was grave, his aura on the surface was not weak at all. As he spoke, he quietly stretched out a palm to Qinhun. It means, quickly take out the Emperor's soldier. Without the Emperor's soldier little old me can't carry it. Qinhun noticed his movements, but did not take out the Imperial soldier. Instead, he took a step forward and stood in the forefront, looking at the 3 dry corpses. Oh no, 3 dry silhouettes, with cold eyes. Well, it's full. These 3 people were the same 3 auras he had sensed earlier, fleeing in the Forbidden Land. After becoming an emperor, he hadn't had the time to pull out these few people, but he didn't expect them to send themselves to the door. On the opposite side of the void, the eyes of the Lin clan's 3 ancestors instantly became even more sinister when they saw Qinhun walk forward. Although they were sleeping in the Forbidden Land at that time, they also separated a trace of their thoughts to focus on the outside world, and they had knowledge of everything that had happened. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to vanish in time and escape with his life when the Emperor's soldiers were suppressed. It was only on this occasion when the Holy Land of the Spirit Mountain came to ask for punishment that he dared to show himself. Little you are the one who is the one whose evil thing swallowed the Emperor's soldiers' origin, and only then did my Lin clan suffer this great calamity. Die for this seat. A man drank coldly, killing intent in his eyes, instantly striking out. The quasi-emperor's position erupted as a palm pressed down towards Qinhun. Kid, watch out. Qinzhan's face sank as he took a step forward in an attempt to block the blow for Qinhun, but at that moment, Buddhist light filled the space and stopped it. Seeing this, a grimace flickered in the eyes of that Lin clan ancestor, and the aura on his palm became even more powerful. Space broke under the palm, and a terrifying aura enveloped Qinhun. Die, little. If you die, later the seat will send the entire Qin clan down to accompany you in your reincarnation. It's better if I send you down. Qinli gazed at this Lin clan ancestor, his face indifferent. The terrifying will of the extreme Dao enveloped that space. The next moment, boo! An explosion went off. This Lin clan elder ancestor exploded out of thin air, spilling quasi-emperor blood and turning into a monstrous river of blood that collapsed the void. Qinli reached out and grabbed it, and the blood river steamed and condensed, and finally dissipated, leaving a ball of sticky essence blood as big as a baby's fist, slowly falling into his hand. Such a shocking change instantly subdued everyone present. Hiss. This, dead, glaringly dead at a glance. A paragon emperor. Surprisingly, as the crowd looked at the quasi-emperor's essence blood resting on Qin Shi's palm, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their eyes terrified. Qin Jun, who was standing closest, even rubbed his eyes somewhat comically. What the hell? There's dirt. Chapter 85. A thread of thoughts from the Amitabha Emperor. Above the void, everyone was looking at Qin Hun with a look of fear, feeling their hearts beating violently. A terrible thought rose in their minds. The young man in front of me, is he a great emperor? It would be impossible to kill a paragon emperor with a single glance? From an extreme distance, the two Xian emperors who had been watching had their eyes glazed over. Zhenzhou's eyes were in awe as he quietly swallowed and looked at Emperor Xian next to him. Master, this Qin, Senior, is he a great emperor? The Xian emperor's body shook at his words and did not speak. He had been a little silly. What did he just do? Thinking of the fact that not long ago, after trading with the other party, he had taken on the posture of an elder, saying that the other party's cultivation was too low and that he had been born 10,000 years too late? Is this a low level of cultivation? You killed him. On the other side, the two remaining old ancestors of the Lin clan were staring at Qin Hun with their eyes fixed in death, and there was especially a look of incredulity in their eyes. Amitabha. The three spirit mountain paragons folded their hands together with incomparable gravity between their eyes and brows. The emperor's soldier above his head glowed brightly with a guarded face. No longer was there the same transcendent, elevated presence as earlier. I was going to carry you all out myself, but now it all saves this emperor some effort. Qin Hun casually tossed the quasi-emperor essence blood to Qin Zhan beside him, then swept his gaze over the few people in front of him, his face indifferent. Bundy. Hearing those two words, everyone present had a tremor in their hearts. As quasi-emperors, although they could also call themselves emperors, these two words coming from Qin Hunter's mouth made them feel an incomparably huge pressure. That was a true great emperor, the supreme myth realm. No, it can't be. You can't be a great emperor. Heaven and earth have not descended a great calamity. No one has witnessed the Tao. How can you be a great emperor? The two old ancestors of the Lin clan shouted angrily and retreated in fear. In the next moment, the two of them blasted out a palm at Qin Shi in unison. The powerful laws of the quasi-emperor realm were displayed to the fullest extent. At that instant, the void exploded, and with Qin Hun as the center, the entire space collapsed in an instant, exposing the deep-colored turbulence. And after the two of them blasted out this palm, they didn't dare to stay at all and directly tore through space to escape. Ha! Still trying to escape? Qin Hali sneered coldly and casually wiped his hand. The void storm rolled backwards and the collapsed space was instantly stabilized and then healed. Only after doing so did he raise his hand unhurriedly and grabbed in the direction where the two had vanished. Boom! A terrifying boom rang out. 10,000 million miles away, the wind and clouds rolled back, and a heavenly hand condensed out of thin air, imprisoning a side of the heaven and earth, grabbing the two figures. No! Get the hell out of my way! The two were horrified, and the quasi-emperor laws erupted from their bodies, wanting to shatter the large hand. However, even though one of them was an absolute peak quasi-emperor, the laws that could be erupted still couldn't shake the large hand. The next moment, the big hand squeezed tightly. Boo! A frightening explosion sounded, and a blood mist drifted in the void, transforming into a rain of blood in the sky, accompanied by countless treasures that spilled down from the void. These blood rains were then refined and thickened into a ball of essence blood the size of an adult's fist. Over the green sky Holy Land, space shattered, and the fist-sized quasi-emperor essence blood floated out of space and landed in Qin Hun's palm. This, dead. Looking at the massive essence blood in Qin Hun's hand that emitted a terrifying essence chi, the breathing of everyone in the arena became ragged, although Qin Hunari did not emanate any great emperor's aura from his body. At this moment, they were incomparably sure that the youth standing in front of them was a genuine great emperor, a supreme existence that was enough to reign over the heavenly pale continent for 100,000 years. Amitabha. In the air, the three paragon emperors from Spirit Mountain looked unsightly and were in a dilemma. To their death, they had never expected that they would come in a rage and actually dive headfirst into the hands of a great emperor. What now? Escape? Looking at the quasi-emperor essence blood in Qin Hunter's hands, they didn't even dare to have such thoughts. At this moment, after Qin Hun collected the quasi-emperor essence blood, he also turned his gaze towards these three people. What did the three of you say earlier that this emperor forgot? Can you say it again? The three of them sniffed and their expressions stagnated, eyes alert. He stared at Qin Hun without speaking. Only the emperor's soldier above his head glowed, and a great emperor's might gradually awakened. Oh, the revival of the Emperor's soldier? Qinli raised an eyebrow. Under the gaze of his eyes, the light of this Emperor's soldier grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a golden Buddha coalesced in the golden light and sat on a lotus platform. The golden Buddha was 10 feet tall, with ears hanging down to his shoulders, and his eyes slightly closed with a sense of self-imposed majesty. Great Emperor, Amitabha. When the 3 paragon emperors saw the golden Buddha, their faces showed surprise. Imperial soldier deities? In the distance, Emperor Xian's face stared at this Buddha with strange eyes. He sensed a hint of something very different from the gods in it. Millions of years have passed and a great world is coming. It's incredible that you, the Taoist friend, have actually concealed the forbidden area to witness the Tao. Buddha folded his hands, his eyes opened to look directly at Qin Hun, and as he spoke, the void resounded with bursts of rumbling. A wisp of Amitabha's thoughts? A strange color flashed in Qin Hunter's eyes. He could see that this wasn't an emperor soldier deity reviving at all, but a wisp of thought hidden in the emperor soldier. Amitabha Buddha the Great is still alive. Above, Emperor Amitabha did not retort when he heard Qin Li's words. After sweeping a glance at the 3 Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperors beside him, he then turned his gaze back to Qin Hun and spoke indifferently. These 3 are my Spirit Mountain disciples who ignorantly committed evil thoughts. Will you allow me to take it away and return to Spirit Mountain to contemplate? Take away? Qin Li shook his head directly at his words. To try to take it away with a single word is not taking yourself too seriously. What does the Taoist want? Amitabha's brows furrowed as a heavy wisp of imperial might permeated out from his body. How? You'd better stay. Qin Li's face turned cold as his palm reached out, conceiving the world in his palm and grasping towards Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha's face changed slightly, and his figure dissipated into the golden bowl imperial soldier. Only one sentence was left ringing in the air. Humph, the great world is coming, and when my original body awakens, I will find you to settle the score. Chapter 86, Suppressing the Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperor. Supplying the sect with emperor blood? Humph, looking for me to liquidate? Qin Li coldly grunted as his palm pressed down, suppressing the golden bowl imperial soldier. After sealing it, it was directly collected into the inner world. After doing so, he continued to look at the 3 Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperors. The cold, emotionless gaze caused the 3 people's figures to tremble. The Great One, the innocent 3 muttered under their breath, their eyes filled with fear. The biggest reason why they came with confidence was precisely this strand of Great Emperor's thoughts hidden in the Emperor soldier. But now, it was actually suppressed by the other party so easily. Although it was only a wisp of thought, it was still a representation of a supreme being. Great Emperor, we have offended. Please forgive us, Great Emperor. The 3 of them hung their heads in the air, their figures trembling, not daring to look directly at them. You and others have offended this emperor. You should have died, and considering that it is not easy to cultivate, I can leave you and others alive, imprisoned in this emperor's clan, offering a drop of the quasi-imperial essence blood every year. After 10,000 years, set you free. Qin Li's face was expressionless as he lightly spat out a few words under his breath. What? Sigma. The 3 were secretly relieved just to hear the first half. I thought to myself, the great emperor of the world is really a great goodness, but after listening to the second half, it's a straight break from the big defense. 1 drop of emperor's blood a year? 410,000 years? This is not a great emperor. Directly is the reincarnation of the living king of Hela. Even Qinjun, and the Xian emperor in the distance, had blackened faces and twitched at the corners of their mouths at this moment. That was quasi-emperor essence blood, not some plain water. Even if the quasi-emperor realm was powerful, but if one wanted to harbor a single drop, 1 year wouldn't be able to do it. Moreover, with the longevity of those 3 guys, it is estimated that they will not live 10,000 years later, which is simply to bleed to death. It would be better to just die. Even if you're a great emperor of the world, you can't humiliate us like this. Besides, my Buddha still exists in the world. Are you really not afraid of being liquidated in the future if you do this? The innocent paramount emperor spoke with a face of fury against the immense pressure. At this point, he couldn't care less about taking offense. No matter what, he was still a quasi-emperor. Rather than being treated as a blood slave and bled to death, it would be better to die now. It's not up to you. As for Emperor Amitabha, as long as he dares to come, this emperor will dare to suppress him. At that time, chain you together and bleed you out. With a face of indifference, Qin Han raised his hand and directly suppressed the 3. His gaze then pierced through the void and looked towards the center of the western desert. At this moment, in the center of that golden desert, the spirit mountain that originally stood on the earth, with the Buddha's light resplendent, had disappeared, leaving only an immense and incomparable crater in its place. It seemed like a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed the entire spirit mountain. Amitabha Buddha the Great runs quite fast. It actually even moved the entire spirit mountain. Sheen Hunter muttered to himself and withdrew his gaze. He was basically certain that Emperor Umatba was slumbering in Spirit Mountain. The moment he suppressed that wisp of thought, the other party directly moved the entire Spirit Mountain and hit it. The reason why he didn't come out. I'm afraid he was also waiting for the Immortal Gate to descend. At that moment, the two of them, Qin and Shen Di, approached the body. Qin looked at Qin Hun and opened his mouth for a moment, not knowing what to say. Although Qin Ji was his junior, with the cultivation of the current burst of the current great emperor, it left him at a loss as to how to address him for a moment. Compared to him, Emperor Xian was in awe, respectfully arching his hand in obeisance. Greetings, great emperor. The Xian emperor lowered his head, a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, what he had said earlier was also technically a form of disrespect to the great emperor. Humph. Qin Li swept a glance at the other party and nodded faintly. At this time, Qin also finally did a good job of psychological construction and arched his hand towards Qin Hun. Great emperor. Oh, old ancestor doesn't have to be like this. Just call me by my first name. A faint smile appeared on Qin Li's face as he waved his hand. Don't dare. Qin face carried some respect. Though he was the eldest of the elders, he would not lean on his elders. Even if Qin Hun was willing, he wouldn't call the other party by his first name anymore. It would be detrimental to the majesty of a great emperor. Qin Hun looked at the respectful look on the other party's face and sighed in his heart, not saying anything more. The palm of his hand flipped, and the essence blood he had obtained after killing the two Lin clan paragon emperors behind him appeared in his hand. Instantly, the rich essence drifted away in the void, emitting a dense aura. This essence blood should be enough to revitalize the bodies of the two old ancestors and allow them to step into a higher realm. With that, he pushed the fist-sized essence blood in his hand towards Qin. Quasi-Emperor essence blood. Qin subconsciously reached out to catch it, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. This fist-sized clump of essence blood, together with the small clump given the first time, the essence blood of the Lin clan's three quasi-emperor ancestors were all in his hands. Of course, he also heard the two old ancestors in Qin Hunter's words, and naturally understood that these quasi-emperor essence bloods also had a share of the second Qin Shi. He was not the least bit displeased by this, but rather pleased. This was a biased indication that Qin Hun still remembered the Qin clan. Many thanks, great emperor. Qin put away the quasi-emperor's essence blood, and with a joyful expression on his dry old face, he once again arched his hand towards Qin Hun. Beside him, Emperor Xian looked at this scene with some red eyes, and his heart was even more thoughtful. This Qin clan is going to be rich. Having a great emperor in the clan was enough to prosper for at least 100,000 years. The heavenly Song continent, to this point, had another imperial race. No, can't say much. The Lin clan had been slaughtered, and now the Qin clan was just in time to make up for it. At this moment, Qin Hun watched Qin put away the quasi-emperor essence blood and nodded. Turning to the Xian emperor, he suddenly turned his gaze to him and opened his mouth. This emperor has been unknown since he certified the Tao, and now that the great world is approaching, he will be preaching in Xianzhou in January in order to bless the people. At that time, any strong person from the Northern Region Alliance's quasi-emperor or above can come. A sermon by a great emperor? Emperor Xian's complexion shook as he looked at Qin Hun with a stunned gaze. This was followed by a look of excitement. Many thanks, great emperor. The Northern Region Alliance will definitely travel to Xianzhou to listen to the great emperor's sermon. This was a living great emperor. Being able to listen to the other party preach would be of heavenly benefit to them, the paragon emperors. Maybe once he realized the great Tao, his cultivation would be able to go to the next level. Aha, go on. Qin Hunter waved his hand. Emperor Xian once again respectfully paid his thanks before slowly backing away, waving his hand to roll up the somewhat stunned Jianzhou in the distance and stepping into the air to leave. After the two had completely disappeared, on the side, Qin suddenly spoke. Great emperor, do you really want to preach? Qin eyes were a bit startled. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he asked himself that he still understood Qin Hun, one of those iron roosters who pass by and have to be plucked down all over. Something like a free sermon doesn't seem like something he could do. Ha! Old ancestor, go ahead and spread the word. 1 month from now, the Green Sky Holy Land will be merged into the Green Cloud sect, calling it the Green Cloud Holy Land. At the same time, this emperor will be preaching in the Holy Land. Qin Li laughed. The sermon was free, but those who came to hear it couldn't really come empty-handed. Could they? Who dares to come really empty-handed? Judging from the situation on Spirit Mountain, he suspected that all those ancient great emperors of the past had survived in various ways. Hidden, perhaps, in a couple of forbidden areas. He was only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm now, and although he had witnessed the Tao twice, it was not enough. If a few supreme beings jumped out at once, it would still be a bit troublesome for him. It's the right time to take this opportunity to ruthlessly scrape those holy places in ancient clans. Gather enough spirit stones to raise your cultivation to peak Great Emperor. At that time, only then could one walk horizontally in the heavenly pale continent. Chapter 87, The Heavenly Tsung Continent Shakes. Green Cloud Sect. Green Cloud Holy Land. What kind of power is that Green Cloud Sect? It actually wants to annex the Green Sky Holy Land and achieve the Green Cloud Holy Land? This news can't be false, can it? A piece of news spread on the eastern wasteland, and even throughout the entire heavenly Tsung continent, instantly shocking countless cultivators. The Green Sky Sanctuary is changing its name? Merge with that what's-his-name Green Cloud Sect and become the Green Cloud Holy Land? 1,000 times over. My third uncle's second great-uncle's grandson's boyfriend, who sweeps the floors at the Green Sky Sanctuary, told me himself. Remember the terrifying battle that broke out on the eastern wasteland a few days ago? I heard that it was the Spirit Mountain Sacred Land in the western desert that wanted to snatch the inheritance of the Green Sky Sacred Land, and the two great sacred lands were the ones that broke out into a great war. Because of this great battle, all of the Lin clan in the Green Sky Holy Land were exterminated. A large city's restaurant was surrounded by cultivators, and all their gazes were fixed on a naive middle-aged man in the center. Hiss! The Lin clan was exterminated? Dude, is this information true? The Lin clan is an imperial clan, descendants of the Qing Emperor. How could they be exterminated? Besides, if the Spirit Mountain Holy Land is really that capable, why didn't they destroy the Green Sky Holy Land? After hearing the other party say that the Lin clan had been exterminated, someone immediately questioned out loud. The middle-aged man's face was unhappy when he was questioned. After a his gaze slanted to the person who had spoken. What do you know? There isn't just one Lin clan in the Green Sky Holy Land. There's also the Qing clan. Spirit Mountain naturally does not want to let go of the Qing Tian Holy Land, but at the critical time, a great emperor has come out of the Qing clan. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed 3 of Spirit Mountain's paragon emperors. The middle-aged man's eyes showed a full of awe as he spoke at the end, but those who were listening were not calm. The entire restaurant instantly quieted down. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they stared straight at the middle-aged. The great? I say dog, you're way out of line here, aren't you? The heavenly pale continent hasn't produced a great emperor in 100,000 years. If someone has certified the Tao, how come we don't know about it? Once again, there was a voice of skepticism. The other people in the restaurant were also filled with disbelief. If someone were to witness the myth, there would be auspiciousness falling from the sky on the heavenly pale continent, and golden lotuses would be born in the void. With all this commotion, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. In the arena, there was no lack of great cultivators who had lived for 1,000 years, but they had not seen this kind of vision. The naive middle-aged man was once again questioned, and instantly became unhappy and grunted. What did I lie to you guys for? My third uncle's second great-uncle's grandson's boyfriend, who sweeps the floors at the Green Sky Sanctuary, told me himself. Furthermore, the great emperor will be preaching at the Qingyun Holy Land in Xianzhou in January. Once these words came out, the restaurant was quiet for another instant. Looking at the middle-aged man's serious expression, all of them looked at each other with disbelief. Some people's eyes flickered as they quietly left the restaurant, rushing towards their respective families, clans. A similar scene was staged in various regions of the eastern wasteland. Even the 3 major domains of North Xian Domain, South Barbarians, and West Desert all had people spreading the word. The versions that were spread were much the same, but the most important point was that the great emperor would be preaching his sermon in a month's time. The news covered the entire Tian Sun continent at an astonishing speed. In the 3 major domains, a number of large and small forces had already hit the road, bringing along their treasured treasures and resources to rush to the eastern wasteland on the teleportation array, the holy land of the Green Sky. Inside the Qin clan manor, in the small courtyard, Qin Hun, Qin Zhen, Qin Sha, and Qin Yu, the 4 of them were sitting opposite each other. Great Emperor, the news has already gotten out. I guess the whole continent knows now. Qin Zhan looked at Qin Hun and spoke slowly. 3 days had passed since the Great War, and during these 3 days, he had dispatched many disciples to take the transmission array to spread the news in all parts of the eastern wasteland. Farther away in the western desert, Nanban was one with Qin Zha, going forward in person. 3 days had spread the news to the entire continent. Aha! Qin Hunter nodded slightly. Then he remembered something and asked, Xianzhou, where is the Green Cloud sect? Qingyun sect. I've already had D and Air go there personally. On the side, Qin Yu picked up the conversation, looking at Qin Hun with eyes that were still tinged with a strong color of astonishment. 3 days ago, when he learned that Qin Hun was actually the current great emperor, he almost didn't faint from shock. This descendant of his own, the descendant blood relative he brought out from the Green Cloud sect, was actually a great emperor. the supreme existence of the king over heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that old ancestor Qin Zhan had repeatedly confirmed it, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It's too metaphysical. Over here, Qin Li did not know what was going on in Qin Yu's mind, and after hearing the other party's words, he just nodded. In the next moment, the gaze swept over the three in turn. 3 old ancestors. In this month's time, it will be hard for you to move the useful things within the Green Sky Holy Land to Xianzhou. As for those Holy Land disciples, if their talent is still okay, after testing their heart and loyalty, they can also move to Xianzhou together. He didn't intend to receive all the disciples of the Green Sky Holy Land. After all, even in a holy place, there would still be some mongrels. In this way, it was undoubtedly the best choice to leave behind only some disciples with good talent. We know what to do. The 3 Qin Zhan nodded their heads. Qin Yu, in particular, was inwardly thrilled. The Green Cloud sect was founded by him. Now that Qin Hun had set up a holy land and named it after Chongyun, how could it not be an honor for him? The 3 quickly left and set about arranging the relocation. Qin Jerry sat on the stone bench and watched the 3 figures disappear from sight, before looking his gaze toward the sky, in the direction of the central heavenly domain. When he had just become an emperor, he had spread his thoughts to envelop the entire continent. A familiar aura was sensed in the forbidden area of the central heavenly domain. At the time, it only seemed familiar, but after seeing Amida Buddha alive, it was now confirmed. Green Emperor, Incarnation Exclusion Zone. He believed that if the immortal sect truly descended, the other party would come out of the forbidden land and come to himself, at the first opportunity. And Ba, 2 great emperor battle power. Qin Hunter's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing through his eyes if anything. Zhenju, old ancestor, is this really okay? It's not going to bring great trouble to the family, is it? Thousands of miles away from the Green Cloud sect, 2 figures, an old man and a young man, walked out of space. One of the youths was handsome, only with a hint of shade between his eyebrows. At this moment, the youth looked across the sky in the direction of the Green Cloud sect, his eyes both expectant and worried. No harm done. Don't you like that girl named Lu Qingqing? As long as you marry her, you will be able to get involved with the Holy Land, and it will be a heavenly opportunity for our Yin family. The old man had a cold smile on his face. It wasn't certain if that news was true or not, but it didn't stop them from taking a gamble. If it was true, wouldn't it be a good idea to take the first step to tie the knot with the Qingyan sect before the news reached Xinzhou? And wouldn't this be a way to get involved with the Holy Land? Chapter 88, Forced Marriage? Green Cloud Sect. Ugh, that brat Qin Hun. He didn't even know to send a message back after such a long time. It won't be bullied in that Green Sky Holy Land. At the sect master's peak, Qin Wuhu stood in front of a cliff, his gaze looking towards the sky with some hidden worry in his eyes. A few days ago, that terrifying aura coming from the sky above the eastern wasteland made him uneasy in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of people were fighting, he at least understood that there were only 2 great holy lands that had such strong people on the eastern wasteland. And that brat Qin Hun, again, just happened to be going to the Qing Tian Holy Land, or to compete for the position of the Holy Sun. It was hard not to worry him. Senior Patriarch, with old ancestor here, it should be fine. Previously, the old ancestor said that the Qin clan still has strong people in the Holy Land, so I believe that protecting the safety of that boy Qin Hun will not be a problem. Beside him, the Grand Elder spoke out to comfort, said, the words turned, let's still talk about Qingqing girl. Qin Wufei's face darkened, and the emotion of an old father missing his son, which had been brewing with difficulty, instantly dissipated. Somewhat speechless, he looked at the Grand Elder. Senior Lu Shan, let the juniors resolve their own matters. That kid Qin Hun's wings have hardened. I can't even beat him. How can I be his master? The Grand Elder sniffed and snapped. Just in time, a sect disciple appeared and came in front of the 2, arching his hand towards Qin Wufei respectfully. Patriarch, there are 2 people coming from outside the mountain gate, saying that they are from the Yun family of Linzhou and have come to visit. Linzhou, the Yun family? Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder frowned in unison. Linzhou and Xianzhou are neighboring and very rich in resources. The Yun family, on the other hand, was the overlord of Linzhou, with a king of the Enlightenment realm sitting within their clan, making them a truly great clan on one side. Only, there was no intersection between the Qingyan sect and the Yun family, so how could the other party suddenly pay a visit? Invite them to the sect meeting hall. This patriarch will arrive later. Qin Wufei nodded his head towards this disciple. It was only after the other party had left that he and the Grand Elder exchanged glances, both with some doubts in their eyes. Without time to think more, the 2 of them directly stepped into the air and left the sovereign peak. A few moments later, they arrived outside the parlor hall. When he walked into the main hall, he saw an old and a young figure sitting in it. The old man's figure was a bit thin, His eyes were stern and indifferent, and he exuded a powerful aura. The youth, on the other hand, was very handsome, only his lips were a bit mean, and there was a hint of shade between his eyebrows, which made him look very uncomfortable. Seeing the two of them approaching Qin Wufei, only the youth stood up to greet them. The old man, on the other hand, seemed as if his butt was glued to the stool. His eyes were not closed and he did not move at all. Qin Wufei frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The two of them and the Grand Elder walked straight to the front and sat down before opening their mouths towards each other and asking, "Fellow Taoist of the Yun clan, what is the purpose of coming to my Green Cloud sect?" Only then did the old man slowly open his eyes when he heard Qin Wuhu's words. His eyes swept the two Qin Wufei men and he squeezed out a smile on his face. "Ha, old man Yun Lu, this time I came to the Green Cloud sect. I just want to discuss a marriage with your sect." Discuss the marriage? Qin Wufei and the Grand Elder were stunned at the same time. Nice. Yun Lu nodded with a smile and pointed at the youth behind him. "This junior of mine is named Yun Xing, a genius of my Yun family. He and your clan's Lu Qingqing are in love with each other, and the old man has come here to propose marriage to you." "What? Qingqing girl?" The Grand Elder was nonplussed at his words, and his gaze instantly looked at the youth called Yun Xing, feeling even more displeased. After retracting his gaze, he immediately transmitted his voice towards one of the disciples guarding outside the main hall and asked him to summon Lu Qingqing here. At this moment, Yun Lu from the opposite side opened his mouth again, his voice faintly carrying a sense of arrogance. "Nice. My Yun family is the #1 family in Linzhou, so I don't think Patriarch Qin would refuse, right? If you agree, the Yun family is willing to offer a heavenly bride price, 1 million top-grade spirit stones, 20 divine palace realm magic weapons, 5 void-treading realm magic weapons, and 1 king's divine soldier. In addition, there are also 300 bottles of pills and spiritual herbs above the divine palace realm, and ores. An exorbitant bride price?" Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder were very disdainful in their hearts as they listened to the other party report one piece of bride price after another. So stingy. Millions of top-grade spirit stones, a king's divine weapon, 24 divine palaces, and void-treading realm spells. A lot? You know, last time, that brat Qin Han left behind a large amount of resources. Now, the core elders of the Green Cloud sect were all manned with a king's divine armament, but Yunlu see two people do not speak. Thought the other party was his sky-high bride price. Surprised. A trace of disdain, a look of contempt, clearly flashed in his eyes. Ha! Shenzhou is really a poor place. This Qingyan sect had also not seen much of the world. Some resources in the district were not worth mentioning to the Yun family, and they were actually so shocked. Behind Yun Lu, the young man named Yun Xing had a joyful look on his face, thinking that there was no problem with this marriage. At that moment, Lu Qingqing's figure walked in from outside the hall, still in a green-colored sarong, with a cool face. After walking into the great hall and bowing towards the two Qin Wufei people, he turned his gaze towards the two Yun family members. Miss Qingqing. When Yun Xing saw Lu Qingqing looking at him, a smile appeared on his face. Yun Lu looked at Lu Qingqing and also nodded slightly. This girl's looks were indeed good, and Yun Xing wasn't ashamed of himself for marrying her. Lu Qingqing looked at Yun Xing and just nodded towards the other party. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at his father. The Grand Elder didn't talk nonsense and asked directly, Qingqing, this senior said that you and that little cub, male enhancement, are in love with each other, and are now proposing marriage to father. Father asks you, do you answer? The Grand Elder stretched his voice at the end. There was a kind of gnashing of teeth. Two lovers? With him? Lu Qingqing's gaze instantly looked at Yun Xing across the room as she sniffed, her eyes cold. This man she knew, but it's only twice that we've met, so what's a twofer? On the opposite side, Yun Xing had a sincere face as he stepped forward. Miss Qingqing, Yun Xing has been so amazed since the last time he saw you that he can't sleep at night. This time, I'm requesting the old ancestor to come out of the gate and come to propose marriage. Wanting to form a Dao couple with the girl and pursue the great Dao together, he had passed through Shenzhou several months ago on a training trip, and had 2 encounters with Lu Qingqing, and the other party's beauty and cool temperament was indeed extremely attractive to him. Even if that news was false, he would be very willing to be a Daoist couple with the other party. Thank you, Mr. Yun, for your misplaced love. Only that Qingqing is bent on cultivation and does not want to find a Daoist couple for the time being. Lu Qingqing was expressionless and did not hesitate to refuse when Yun Xing finished. This, Miss Qingqing. Yun Xing's face changed slightly and he wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by the Grand Elder. There. The Grand Elder waved his hand and looked at Yun Lu and spoke somewhat coldly. This senior. I'm sorry. He had heard that there was no such thing as two lovers. Yun Lu's face visibly sank as a hint of dissatisfaction flashed under his eyes. His gaze directly skipped over the Grand Elder and looked toward Qin Wuhu. The voice became vaguely cold. Patriarch Qin, will you no longer consider it? In his opinion, the Green Cloud sect was nothing more than a third-rate sect. If it is not for that still unconfirmed news, how would this kind of power be qualified to climb into a relationship with his Yun family? I can't imagine that he has personally come to the door to propose marriage, but actually rejected by the other party. Qin Wudi detected the coldness in Yunlu's eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. Is this an attempt to force a marriage? This clan needs no further consideration. Gentlemen, please. With a wave of the palm of his hand, he gave a direct order of banishment. Although the Yun family was powerful and had the Enlightenment realm in their midst, his Qingyun sect was not made of clay. With the large amount of resources and techniques left behind, as well as the Enlightenment divine soldier, the Yun family could not be defeated in a short period of time though. But it wasn't so bad that they would abandon the geniuses of the sect just because they were scared. Moreover, after that brat Qin Han went to the holy land of the blue sky, he had the intention of cultivating girl Qingqing as a future patriarch. How is it possible to marry her off? Patriarch Qin, are you really not considering it? I believe you know the strength of my Yun family. If this girl marries into the Yun family won't treat her badly. It's better than staying in a small place like the Qingyun sect. Yun Lu stood up from his chair, the aura of the peak of the void stepping realm faintly emanating from his body. A powerful oppressive force surged towards Qin Wuhu's several people. The coercion couldn't have been more obvious, but right at this moment, an incomparably furious bellow rang out. Little peak void treading, looking for death. Before the voice fell, two figures as majestic as small mountains appeared out of thin air. An aura that was even more vicious than that of an ancient ferocious beast instantly enveloped the cloud stream. Chapter 89, The Current Emperor. Shocking Qin Wufei for 10,000 years. Inside the large hall, two figures appeared out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying aura like a mountain of ancient gods instantly landed on Yunlu, instantly pressurizing him into kneeling down. Boo! Powerful force directly floored the explosion. Blood burst, staining the surrounding area. This sudden change stunned everyone in the great hall. Everyone stared at the two who appeared with wide eyes, until a scream rang out. Ah, who are you people? Dare to do this to this seat? Qingyun sect, aren't you afraid of my Yun family? Yun Lu knelt on the ground, his face pale and his mouth wailing. The terrifying pressure on his body made it impossible for him to move at all. Not only that, he felt that under this pressure, the bones in his entire body were being crushed inch by inch. The infinite pain almost overwhelmed him. On the other side, the two of them, Qin Wufei and the Grand Elder, were also dumbfounded as they looked vigilantly at the two suddenly appearing powerhouses. The wailing from Yunlu's mouth was not heeded in the slightest, because they didn't recognize these two either. The Green Cloud sect simply didn't have such strong people. Two, who are you? Qin Wufei stood up and asked with a grave expression on his face. At those words, the silhouette in the center of the large hall put away his aura and turned to look at Qin Wuyu. The next moment all stepped forward and arched their hands. Qin Air has met your excellency. Qin Air's face was respectful, and he didn't belittle the other party because of Qin Wuyu's low cultivation level. This is the great emperor's own father. Even if it was a mere mortal, with a great emperor in place, he could still cultivate it into a supreme powerhouse. My lord? Qin Wufei was even more confused. The Grand Elder on the side was even more so. Seeing this, Qin De hurriedly explained. It was Senior Uncle Qin Yu who asked us to come. Ancestor Qin Yu? It dawned on Qin Wufei, and only then did he drop his guard. But then something felt wrong. These two were able to suppress and confine a peak void treader with their qi. These were both at least existences of the Enlightenment realm. Even if he was assigned back by old man Qin Yu, there was no reason to call himself an adult. Thinking this way, he felt a slight itch in his head, a feeling that he was going to grow a brain. Just when he wanted to ask again, Qin De was the one who grabbed the opportunity to speak. My lord, what will be done with these two? And what about the Yun family? As he said that, his gaze glanced at Yun Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He and Qin Air had actually arrived outside the Qingyun sect very early. It was only because Qin Wufei happened to be talking to Yun Lu at that time that they didn't show up to disturb them. Thought I'd wait for a few people to finish talking before showing up, but I didn't expect that this old thing called Yun Lu was really looking for death and actually wanted to use force to press. What's wrong with that? I really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Qin Wudi glanced at the miserable-looking Lu Yun and frowned. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly. Throw them out. I don't want to see them again. Did the dick hear that? Qin De sniffed and turned his head to look at Qin Air beside him. His excellency doesn't want to see them again. Aha! Qin Air nodded indifferently. He then reached out and picked up the two cloud streamers and directly disappeared. Looking at the trio leaving, Qin Wufei, the Grand Elder secretly shook his head and mourned for the Yun family for 3 seconds. Afterward, Qin Wuhu turned his gaze to Qin De. This, Senior, Ancestor Qin Yu asked you to come. What is the reason for this? He didn't dare to call Chinda by his name. After all, the other party's cultivation level was there. However, this cry of senior scared Chinda. He hurriedly lowered his head. Just call me Chinda. Your Excellency. Senior Uncle Chin, you asked me to come to Xinzhou to deliver a message to your Excellency. By decree of the Great Emperor, the Green Sky Holy Land and the Green Cloud sect will be merged in a month's time, and the Green Cloud Holy Land will be established. Please, my lord, make early preparations. When Chinda finished speaking in a brain, he suddenly realized that all around him was quiet. Looking up, he realized that both of the people in front of him were staring at themselves in a daze, their faces full of dumbfounded expressions. The air grew quiet at that moment. It was only after a long time that Qin Wufei came back to his senses. Staring at Chinda, he asked with some uncertainty, Great Emperor? Merging the Qingtian Holy Land? Li, the Green Cloud Holy Land? One sentence from the other side shocked him 3 times. Ah, the Great Emperor. Those 2 words alone made him feel like he couldn't breathe. But listening to the other party, now there was a living Great Emperor who wanted to establish the Qingyun Holy Land? This, Chinda Qin Wuxi's expression and his eyes were a bit strange. Isn't the Great One this lord's own son? Why does this lord have an expression that looks as if he doesn't know? Although his mind was wondering, he nodded seriously. Nice. The Great Emperor suppressed the rebellion in the Qingtian Sacred Land, as well as the incoming paragons from the Spirit Mountain Sacred Land. Will return to Xinzhou in a month's time, establish the Qingyun Holy Land, and preach for 3 days. It really is the Great Emperor of the day. Looking at Qin Da's seriousness, the 2 of them, Qin Wufei, sucked in a breath of cool air and felt their hearts about to jump out. But at the same time, he also caught a key point from the other side and other my words. Back to Xinzhou? It means that Great Emperor went out from Xinzhou? Chapter 90 Relocation of the Holy Land. Magnificent scene. Several days passed. The news about the Great Emperor coming out to suppress the Spirit Mountain Paragon and to establish the Qingyun Holy Land also spread in Xinzhou. Only, all those who heard the news had a skeptical look on their faces. No way. It's a pipe dream. What's wrong with bullying me for not having read a book? How could the Qingyun sect have a relationship with, and that kind of existence? The people on Xinzhou who heard this piece of news all had a scoffing look on their faces. However, when they retorted, they all subconsciously avoided the words Great Emperor. They could question the news that the Green Cloud sect had become a holy land, but they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect towards the Great Emperor. Whether or not there was a Great Emperor out there, they didn't dare. That kind of existence that reigned over the heavens and the earth. If they were to be disrespectful, a hint of karma would be enough to cause them to die a violent death. But just as they were questioning it, a mutation suddenly occurred. Buzz. A buzz resounded in space. In the next moment, in everyone's horrified gaze, the sky of Xinzhou cracked open. Not one of those tiny cracks in the space channel. Instead, a huge mouth that is 10,000 miles long, almost dividing the entire sky into 2 halves. The blackened inner void looked as if there was a boundless and gigantic evil beast in the sky, opening its abyssal mouth to devour everything below. What happened to this? How did the sky split? At this moment, the entire Xinzhou, both cultivators and mortals froze, gazing at the huge abyss above his head. His eyes gradually panicked. It couldn't be that their questioning just now had angered the Great Emperor and now they were going to send down a punishment, right? However, the imagined punishment did not come. In the crack in the void, a huge object slowly drilled out. It was a divine mountain, majestic and incomparable, with many palaces on it. The divine mountain drilled out of the void and floated in the direction of the Green Cloud sect, casting a large shadow on the ground, followed by a second, third, and fourth seat. A huge divine mountain drilled out of the void one after another, almost connecting into a straight line. Oh my God! This is Qingyun sect. They're heading to Qingyun sect. Some people with stronger cultivation clearly saw a figure underneath each divine mountain, just as those figures were moving through the torrents. Looking again at the direction the divine mountain was moving, a possibility instantly came to mind. That is, the news of Qingyun sect becoming a holy land. It's true, and since it is true that the Green Cloud sect has become a holy land, that means that the news of the Great Emperor coming out is also true. Hiss. Thinking of this possibility, these people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There were some cultivators sent over from other great states to spy on the news, and after returning to their senses, they immediately used secret techniques to transmit their voices back to their respective families and clans. At the same time, he turned around and ran, rushing in the direction of the Green Cloud sect, and at this moment, he really wished to have 8 more legs. Where there was 1, there were 2, and under the leadership of the first person, the other cultivators also went crazy and surged in the direction of the Green Cloud sect. Those with stronger cultivation were directly airborne, and those who couldn't airborne, or those who wanted to get there faster, ran directly in the direction of the city's teleportation array. In just an instant, the location of the teleportation array was instantly overcrowded and surrounded. Let me sit first. I'm a genius at cultivation. Asterisk 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 off. I'm at the Xiandan realm. All go away and let me go in first. Xiandan realm aside. I'm a spirit infant. All go away. All go away. My third uncle's second granduncle's grandson's boyfriend is sweeping the floor in the Green Cloud sect. Let me go in first. Countless cultivators surrounded the teleportation platform, all wanting to go in first and take the teleportation array to rush to the nearest city of the Green Cloud sect. Even some people who quoted spirit stones 100 times higher than what they used to write in the past were still blocked out. If the teleportation platform wasn't guarded by a strong person, I'm afraid that they would have already fought it this time. Ha! There's enough commotion this time, isn't there? In the sky, under a divine mountain, the powerful man who was holding it up looked at the many cultivators following below, a hint of satisfaction on his face. These people of theirs were all cultivators of the Qin clan's heaven-prying realm. Originally, there was no need to carry these divine mountains, as long as they were stowed away in the inner world. It was only that this time, the great emperor had set up the Qin Yun Holy Land, which was a major event for the Qin clan. Naturally, we must make a great noise, which is why we hold up these sacred mountains, floating islands waving and creating a momentum. On the other hand, over the Green Cloud sect, Qin de Qin Air, Qin Wufei Grand Elder and the others who had received the news long ago were all standing in the sky above the sect. His eyes looked far away at the dozens of divine mountains and floating islands that floated in, not moving too slow. Qin de Qin Air's 2 eyes were satisfied. These were all things that Senior Uncle Qin Yu had said to them long ago. The whole relocation process is going to be a big deal. These are just getting started. Unlike the two of them, Qin Wufei on the side, the Grand Elder had a shocked look on his face, even though he had been mentally prepared. At this moment, when he looked at the end of his line of sight, that one divine mountain that was 100 or 10 times more gigantic than the main peak of the Qingyan sect, he still couldn't help but be appalled in his heart. From a distance, it felt like a great sense of oppression came over them. Inside the lower sect, countless Green Cloud sect disciples gathered in front of the mountain gate, their gazes similarly looking towards the distant sky. That huge black shadow, gradually appearing in the line of sight, made all hearts and minds shake. The clan is really going to become a holy land? Ha ha, me, I'll be a disciple of the Holy Land from now on. I heard that. I heard that the great emperor would also preach at the sect at that time. If I can meet the great emperor, then even if it makes my cultivation increase by a great realm, I would be willing to do so. Someone murmured out, the excitement in their eyes unspeakable, even their bodies trembled. It was only when these words came out that the surrounding fellow disciples instantly cast contemptuous gazes at this person. In the corner of the nook and cranny, a youth clutched the broom in his hand, his eyes more excited than anyone else's. From now on, I, Vegetable Kuan, will be the sweeper in the Holy Land. This will be the pride of the village if word gets back home. And at this moment, the distant divine mountain also finally floated to the front of the sect. On the void, Qin de Qin Air greeted them and began to direct the placing of those divine mountains around the Qingyan sect. Rumble! A divine mountain fell and pressed down on the earth, making terrifying noises. The huge commotion caused the entire Xinzhou to feel a tremor. As far as the eye could see, huge, divine peaks that towered into the clouds surrounded the entire Green Cloud sect. Just as Qin Wudi and the others were still in shock, they were unaware that fluctuations had once again appeared on the abyss-like crack from earlier. A huge warship sailed out from it like a moving war fortress, densely dotted piece, a rough look no less than thousands. On the warship, the figure of a cultivator stood. In a flash, an aura so powerful that it was terrifying filled the entire Xinzhou. Under this aura, it seemed that even the air had become frozen. Extremely far away, those Xinzhou cultivators who had followed the imperial air were instantly stunned. Looking at a warship that sailed past overhead, he turned pale with fear and hurriedly dropped to the ground. Void warship. On the ship, are they strong men from the Holy Land? So many. This, Xingtian Holy Land has really relocated. Someone spoke with difficulty, feeling his heart beating violently as if it was going to jump out of his chest. Chapter 91, Qin Wufei, huh? My son is a great emperor? On the void, densely packed warships docked, casting a yin and yang that covered the entire Green Cloud sect. Is this the Green Cloud sect? The great emperor's ancestral land? What a barren heaven and earth aura. There are also some people whose cultivation is so low. On the warship, some Holy Land disciples looked at the Qingyan sect below with very strange eyes. Is it surprise? Envy? Can't tell. If it were in the past, they naturally wouldn't pay much attention to places like this barren aura. However, if one were to add an aura of a great emperor's ancestral land to this place, it would be different. The great emperor's ancestral land? On a warship at the very front, Qin Tiany's siblings stood at the back near the edge, looking down at the clan below with complicated eyes. The scenes of Qin Hun and them participating in the Seal King Hall trial together were still vivid as if it was yesterday. But now, the other party had actually transformed into a great emperor. The quasi-emperor who reigned over the heavenly Pale continent, swept away the Lin clan, and suppressed the Spirit Mountain sacred land. This huge contrast is still somewhat unacceptable to them even now. And while they were lamenting over the Green Cloud sect, Qin Wufei on the sect also had a startled look on his face. Are these all disciples of the Holy Land? Qin Wu looked at the densely packed warships and swallowed his saliva. Even if a ship contained only 1,000 people, the disciples of these thousands of warships added up to millions. His Green Cloud sect is full of people, plus the handyman sweeping the floor, but only more than 100,000 people. However, Qin said faintly at this time, "My lord, the Holy Land was cleansed some days ago, and these disciples are only half of the original. The Lin clan was destroyed, and the Qin Fury Elder carried out a great reckoning. Those disciples and powerhouses who had been involved and befriended with the Lin clan were all suppressed and killed, numbering half of them." Qin Da's voice was flat, seemingly unconcerned. However, when these words were heard in the ears of Qin Wufei and the others, it caused their bodies to shake and a huge look of horror surfaced in their eyes. These disciples, just half of the original Green Sky Holy Land? That is to say, cleaning, enough to suppress millions of disciples and strong people? Hiss! An inexplicable feeling of dread rose in his heart at the thought of this quantity. When this great emperor is angry, he really wants to stain the sky dome with blood. Qin Wu naturally assumed that it was that great emperor who had carried out the Great Purge and subdued millions of people. The heart was inexplicably more in awe of that great emperor. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something as his eyes looked around on the warship. "Why don't you see old man Qin Yu, and that brat Qin Hun?" Just as he was thinking of asking the Qin De next to him, he suddenly saw the space in front of him distort. In the next moment, several figures appeared out of thin air. 3 old and 1 young. A young man at the front, with sword brows and starry eyes, was tragically handsome. Who is it if not Qin Hun? Brat! Qin Wuhui's eyes lit up. Then he skipped over Qin Hun and looked at the 3 people behind him. Of the 3, other than Qin Yu, he didn't recognize the other 2. However, those who could stand alongside old man Qin Yu must be at the same level of existence. Without thinking any further, he took a step forward and bowed towards the 3. Elder Qin Yu. 2. Seniors. However, as they watched Qin Wufei's movements, Qin Zhan's 3 faces changed slightly. Swish! A gust of wind sounded, and the 3 of them dodged at the same time, not daring to bear the gift. Are you kidding? This is the great emperor's own old man. Although the 3 of them were also the oldest ancestors of the great emperors, they were all separated by an unknown number of generations except for Qin Yu. In the cultivation world, beyond 10 generations, the bloodline can be said to be very thin. Where is it comparable to that of a real old man? As for Qin Yu, when he saw that the 2 old ancestors had dodged away, he naturally did not dare to stay where he was. That's something he knows about people. However, this was looking silly to Qin Wufei. Omega! Qin Wu looked at the empty void in front of him, and then looked at the 3 people who had retreated to the side. His head was a big question mark. How is this? A fat thing? At this time, Qin Yu took a step forward and coughed dryly. Cough. Cough. Invincible. This salute is not necessary. Why is old Joe so polite? Qin Wufei looked at Qin Yu, who had a polite face, with a somewhat puzzled feeling. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Qin Hun waving his hand to the side. All right, father, you and a few old ancestors go to the side first. I'm going to start building the Holy Land first. Qin Wufei's brows wrinkled as he heard this. What's this brat saying? He's going to get his hands dirty building a sanctuary? But before he could run through the meaning of Qin Hun's words, the voices of the several people next to him, Qin Yu, rang out. Yes, great emperor. The 3 of them, Qin Yu, arched their hands in unison towards Qin Hun, and obvious respect could be heard in their voices. Upon hearing those 3 words, Qin Wufei's body instantly froze. Somewhat stiffly, he turned his head to look at the 3 of them, then looked back at Qin Yu. After determining that those 3 words were in reply to Qin Hun, his heart was even more turbulent. The old ancestor he called his own son a great emperor? When did he go crazy? Without much thought, a step appeared in front of Qin Yu, his face incomparably grave as he looked at the other party. Old ancestor, what did you just say? Don't be ridiculous. Although that brat of his own family was a genius and had the stature of a great emperor, he wasn't able to become a great emperor directly. Besides, wouldn't it be a disservice to your own son to hang this honorary title on his head? To be involved in karma with a great emperor? Where is that brat from your own family to bear it? Not only him, Even the Grand Elder not far away was dumbfounded. Eyes somewhat panicked, he looked east and west, fearing that a heavenly thunderbolt would suddenly appear from somewhere and strike down. Qin Yu, Qin Zhan looked at their expressions and was somewhat speechless. Without further ado, he directly rolled up the two men and retreated into the distance. Seeing a few people leave, Qin Hunter's gaze swept another glance at those warships in the distance. Then he withdrew his gaze and his eyes became indifferent. With his palm outstretched towards the bottom, the entire Qin Yun sect was grabbed and compressed and confined within a small space. Then he waved his hands, and countless diplomas coalesced in the air and floated down to the earth below. The next moment, rumble! For 10,000 miles around, the earth seemed to undulate like water. The divine mountains previously moved by the Qin clan's heaven-prying realm powerhouses moved quickly and scattered everywhere. A golden pattern emerged, connecting those divine mountains. At the same time, those islands slowly floated up into the air under the pull of an inexplicable force. While transforming the landscape, a large formation was set up using the sacred mountain and the floating island as the eyes of the formation. The moment the great formation took shape, a storm seemed to blow up on the eastern wasteland. The entire Xuanzhou's spiritual energy was instantly drained, and the spiritual energy on the more distant regions, and even the entire eastern wasteland, was slowly flowing this way. That's not all. Directly above the big formation, in the corresponding extraterrestrial starry sky, the great stars shifted, dropping thousands of star power, like a waterfall of starlight connecting heaven and earth, pouring into this earth below. Not even close. Qin Han looked down at the Holy Land below and muttered to himself. Then he grabbed with one hand towards the center of the Holy Land. Rumble! The earth shook, and a huge mountain peak rose up, like a heavenly pillar growing out of the ground and plunging straight into the clouds. At the same time, he also threw out a 1,000-foot-tall door that stood at the edge of the grand formation, acting as a portal to the Holy Land. On each side of the portal, a 100-foot stone statue stood. In just a few short moments, a cultivation sanctuary that was rich in spiritual qi and shrouded by the power of the stars was constructed. Divine mountains surrounded by spiritual mist, giant islands floating in the air, and the power of the stars. It was simply better than the previous green sky Holy Land. Looking down at the Holy Land he had built below him, Qin Li also nodded with satisfaction. With a single step, he appeared in front of Qin Wuhu and the others. And at this moment, Qin Wuhu looked at this son of his, and the person was dumbfounded, muttering under his breath, "No, you're getting serious. You really are a great emperor." Chapter 92, Establishing a Holy Land. Mysterious existence in the starry sky. Qin Wufei's eyes widened as he stared at his son dead on. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was really because the strength that Qin Han had just displayed was too shocking. Mountains and rivers shifted with the lift of a hand. Giant islands floated in the air, and even the star power of the extraterrestrial stars was attracted down. In the blink of an eye, a holy place was created. He had never seen such a means of changing the heavens and the earth before. This had to make him doubt that this son of his might, possibly, really be a great emperor. But when he thought of Qin Hari's age, this idea that had just bubbled up in his mind became shaky again. Who's the great one is in his 20s? Looking at Qin Wufei's ever-changing, wonderful to exciting face, Qin Han only smiled gently. His gaze then looked around, sweeping over Qin Zhan, Qin Sha, and the warships docked in the void. A flat, yet endlessly majestic voice came out from his mouth. This emperor has established the Qin Yun Holy Land since today. All of you are disciples of the Holy Land. The sound was small at first, then gradually became louder. In the end, it was like the sound of the great Tao, which spread out of Xinzhou, crossed the eastern wasteland, and covered the entire heavenly Tsung continent. Along with that, there was a terrifying imperial might. In just an instant, on the heavenly Tsung continent, countless living beings trembled and knelt in Qin Han's direction. At the same time, in those holy lands, forbidden zones, a pair of eyes opened and looked in the direction of Xinzhou. Great emperor of the current world, is this a demonstration to us? Humph. Qin Yun Holy Land. What a Qin Yun Holy Land. Just in time. When the immortal sect descends, let you and the others provide this emperor with some essence. In the underworld abyss, a pair of icy cold eyes opened and closed, and the entire forbidden area shook with the terrifying killing machine man. Some of the living beings that existed in the forbidden zone felt this killing opportunity and all of them showed a look of fear. The body trembled and slumped to the ground. At the same moment, in a starry sky far away from the heavenly pale continent, a murmured voice rang out from a huge star covered in black mist. The great emperor of the day. Has another witness appeared in the land of immortal prosperity? Millions of years ago that person said that the immortal sect would descend in this world. It seems that it is time for the honored one to return. The sound spread through the starry sky, turning into a huge rumble that made the great star shake. The same scene played out everywhere in the starry sky. For a time, Because of Qin Hunari's words, the originally silent, quiet starry sky instantly became turbulent. The undercurrents are raging and the storm is coming. Xianzhou, above the green cloud Holy Land. At this moment, the densely packed warships docked in the void had disappeared. Countless disciples were placed into the major main peaks of the Holy Land. Qinli also took out the small space that had previously confined the disciples of the Qingyan sect and handed it over to Qingyu and the Grand Elder, allowing them to rationalize the disciples inside. After handing everything over to a few old ancestors to make arrangements, he directly became a shirker. Waving his hand, he rolled up Qin Wuhu and directly disappeared. In the next moment, the two of them directly appeared on the divine peak at the very center of the Holy Land. Inside the imperial palace, Qin Hun and Qin Wuhu stood opposite each other. At this time, no one was around, so Qin Wuhu finally asked the question in his heart that horrified him. Brat, you have really become a great emperor? After saying that, his eyes stared tightly at Qin Hun, looking so nervous that even his breathing became ragged without him realizing it. Looking at his father with a nervous and expectant look, a faint smile appeared on Qin Hun's face. A slow nod followed. Well, I'm the Great One. The voice was flat, as if saying something unimportant. However, when these few words were heard in Qin Wuhu's ears, it was like a thunderous explosion that shook his eyes. Breathe. Deep breaths. Dizziness is normal. It took several deep breaths in a row before finally slowing down. In the next moment, he took a step to lean forward, his hands probing out to grab Qin Hun's arm. A pinch here, a whack there. Ah, the Great Emperor. These two words he never dared to dream of before, but now he actually saw one alive. And, still, his own son. The old Qin family. Ancestral tomb is really smoking black. Purple black. Qin Wuhui sighed as he grabbed Qin Hun's arm. Qin Li's face darkened even as he sniffed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had collected all of his breath, just that one hit just now, this cheap old father would have to cool off. Without a trace, he shook off Qin Wuxia's hand and coughed lightly twice. Ahem. Father, calm down. Calm down. I brought you here because I have something for you. With that, he waved his hand and 4 figures appeared in the large hall. 3 monks and a withered old man. It was none other than the 3 Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperors who had been imprisoned earlier, and the Lin clan's Lin Emperor. Looking at the 4 people who appeared out of thin air, Qin Wufei was dumbfounded. Something for yourself? 3 monks and an old man? At that moment, the 4 captives also saw the 2 men. The gazes of the 3 Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperors landed on Qin Hun as their faces changed slightly. Lin Di, on the other hand, directly shouted out angrily. Junior, if you dare to imprison this seat, the Lin clan will not spare you. If you don't want your Qin clan to be questioned, you'd better release this seat. The angry voice spread through the space, instantly drawing the attention of the 3 people next to him. The 3 Spirit Mountain Paragons turned their heads to look at him, a pang of dissimilarity evident on their faces. It seems that this unlucky person doesn't know that the Lin clan has all been exterminated. Furthermore, the person in front of him was a great emperor, the supreme existence of the heavenly pale continent. Unless the Green Emperor came back to life, even if the Lin clan was still around, it would just be another slaughter. At that moment, Emperor Lin also noticed 3 strange gazes and turned his head before realizing the 3 Spirit Mountain Paragon Emperors. You guys, no sin, no evil, no difficulty, 3 friends of the way. How do you? Emperor Lin was shocked. Similarly, as a paramount emperor, he naturally knew these 3 giants of the Spirit Mountain Holy Land. Just how did he could tell at a glance that these 3 were in the same state of confinement and suppression as himself. Amitba. The innocent 3 were filled with bitter helplessness. They were suppressed, unable to move, and could only recite a Buddha's name out of their mouths. Ignoring Emperor Lin, he turned his gaze to Qin Hun with a look of awe. Great Emperor, Spirit Mountain has no intention of offending. Can we be allowed to leave? Greatness. This sentence directly made the Lin Di next to him dumbfounded, eyes wide and incredulous. He looked at the innocent trio. This junior was clearly just a great sage. How could he be a great emperor? He turned his gaze to Qin Hun again. Just realized. The aura on the other party was like a blazing sun that could not be looked at directly. Just one glance made his mind shake. Qin Li ignored Emperor Lin's shocked eyes and looked at the innocence trio, his voice flat as he said, "This emperor said that he would set you and the others free after 10,000 years. The Great One." The 3 innocents sniffed and their faces flushed. 10,000 years. Their lifespan is less than 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, let the body go? But at this time, Qin Hun did not pay any more attention to the several people, but instead faintly raised his hand and grabbed towards the 4 people. Boo! Boo! 4 explosions in a row. Along with Emperor Lin, a blood mist immediately exploded from the 4 Paragon Emperors. The thick, Terrifyingly essence-emitting blood was drawn out from within the body, turning into a small river in the air. Ah! Lin Di let out a terrified scream. And the three innocents were also instantly pale. The sensation of the origin essence in their bodies being hardened and withdrawn caused them to feel boundless fear and pain. Shin Han opened his palm, and the small river of blood chi converged and concentrated above his palm. It finally turned into a fist-sized ball of essence blood. You extracted half of my essence blood? Lin Di's face was as pale as paper, panting heavily as he looked at Shin Han with a face of fear. Qin Shi ignored him and turned around to strike the quasi-emperor essence blood into Qin Wuhui's body and seal it at his heart. This, brat, you are. Qin Wufei was astonished. At the moment, he felt warm all around him, as if he had inexhaustible essence, strength. With every beat of the heart, a trace of warmth seeped out of it, traveling around the body and nourishing itself. It's nothing, just some quasi-emperor essence blood. Shinari waved his hand. The palms of his hands then grabbed the four people who were paralyzed on the ground. With a single step, he appeared in the back of the imperial palace, in a pitch-black hall. With a wave of his hand, he laid down a large formation and suppressed the four people inside. In the imperial palace, on the other hand, Qin Wuhu stood frozen in place. It took a long time before he came back to his senses and gulped as he looked in the direction Shin Han had left. Quasi-Emperor Essence Blood. Those four, they're all Quasi-Emperors? Chapter 93, January's deadline. Arrival of the strongest from all sides. Time is like running water, going east and not returning. More than 10 days had passed since Qin Han set up the Qingyan Holy Land. Within these 10 days, the entire eastern wasteland, and even the heavenly Tsang continent, underwent terrifying shocks. Countless cultivators were rushing to Xinzhou in various ways, just like a pilgrimage, or crossing the void, or taking a teleportation array. At this moment, 10,000 miles away from the Green Cloud Mountain Range, densely packed figures had already gathered. They were all cultivators from Xuanyou's local area, or from nearby neighboring states. Because of its proximity, it arrived here ahead of the others. It was only that they didn't dare to wade in due to the fact that within 10,000 miles of the Green Cloud Mountain Range was painted as Forbidden Land, and they could only watch from afar. But even if they were separated by 10,000 miles, as long as their cultivation level wasn't too low, they could still see the Holy Land that was large enough to be called massive. The Divine Mountain Spirit Island that was shrouded by dense clouds and mist and appeared at times, as well as the portal that was so huge that it towered into the clouds. All of them had a look of awe in their eyes. Is that the Green Cloud Holy Land? The great emperor of the day. Right there. I'm afraid that this kind of means of changing the heavens and the earth is only available to great emperors. Someone murmured and spoke, his voice filled with shock. A month ago, that message said that the great emperor would preach at the Holy Land. If I could hear it, I'd be considered to have died once I've heard the word. An old and dry figure squeezed through the crowd, looking in the direction of the Holy Land, a longing filling his eyes. When these words came out, the surroundings instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at the old man. They had the same longing in their eyes, but they shook their heads in unison. A great emperor preaching a sermon. Is it not for them, these small cultivators, to hear? Without a saint realm cultivation, it would be difficult to meet a great emperor for fear. Just as these people were discussing, the void above their heads suddenly cracked open. Two figures wrapped in mist came out of the space. Green Cloud Holy Land. Good tactic. Actually catching the power of the stars to envelop the entire Holy Land. The two figures looked at the huge Holy Land in front of them, as well as the drooping waterfall of starlight, their voices sighing. Then, under the attention of everyone below, he stepped in the void and walked towards the Holy Land step by step. The Holy Land of Taichu. Come to see the great emperor. To congratulate the great emperor for establishing the Holy Land, I offer 10 extremely high-grade spirit veins and 1 packet of enlightenment tea. The voice was not loud, but it traveled clearly into the Holy Land. The Taichou Holy Land. It's actually a strong person from the Taichou Holy Land. 10 extreme spirit veins and a pack of enlightenment tea. What a great deal. Below, the densely packed cultivators were filled with envy and awe, looking at the two figures walking step by step towards that huge Holy Land. Extreme spirit veins, enlightenment tea. These two things, they only dared to secretly think about them when they dreamed at night. Before their shock subsided, the newly healed space above their heads cracked open once again. There were still two figures walking out, and just like the two people from the Taichu Sacred Land, they were shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see their faces. The Northern Xian Alliance has come to see the Great Emperor. Congratulations to the Great Emperor for establishing the Holy Land, offering 15 extreme spirit veins, a piece of deep sea essence, and 3 drops of immortal divine pill medicinal fluid. The Great Diffusion Cult has come for an audience. The Wind Clan has come for an audience. The Nangong Ancient Clan has come for an audience. The Southern Barbarian Demon Clan has come to see the Great Emperor. I congratulate the great emperor for establishing the Holy Land, and offer 30 extreme spirit veins, 1 10,000 longevity blood fruit, and 1 dime of immortal gold. One figure after another came out of the space. The sound of chanting resounded through this heaven and earth. Below, those ordinary cultivators had long since been dumbfounded. It was because these forces that had come, other than the several great holy lands, the worst of the rest were some ancient clans and 10,000-year-old great sects. Until the very end, after hearing that the demon race had come for an audience, there were a very few people whose faces nevertheless showed a look of surprise. The demon clan had strong men travel to the holy land of the blue sky, wanting to snatch the inheritance obtained by the Qin clan, and some of them still knew about it. And the Qin clan and the Dangshi emperor seemed to have an unusual relationship. Now at this time, the demon race still dared to come, which made them vaguely expect something in their hearts. A kind of melon-eater mentality that instantly made their eyes light up. At this moment, within the Green Cloud Holy Land, in the Imperial Palace, the seated Qin Hun slightly opened his eyes as he gazed through the void, looking beyond the Holy Land. That one voice was clearly transmitted in his ears. Nice! A hint of a smile appeared on Qin Hunter's face. Only, when he heard about the demon race, this trace of laughter gradually tightened again. He hadn't forgotten what the demon race had done earlier. Eyes swiveled, scanning a birdcage hanging not far away. A small, palm-sized black bird was kept inside. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again. Now was not the time for him to appear. The reception was naturally done by old ancestor Qinjan and the others. And at this moment, underneath the huge portal of the Green Cloud Holy Land, Qinjan stood at the very front, followed by Qin Sha, Qin Yu and a host of others. With smiles on their faces, they looked at the many guests coming toward them in the void. The smile on his face grew stronger as he listened to the sound of a congratulatory gift. One must know that when the Green Sky Holy Land was in its heyday, there were only a few hundred extreme spirit veins. They could have received no less than 100 today, not to mention all the other exotic treasures. Soon, the strongest members of the Taichu Sacred Land who came first had already arrived at the front of the Sacred Land. They dropped to the ground with some distance to go and hike towards the mountain gate, without using divine powers. Like a mortal, he walked towards the mountain gate step by step. There was a hint of awe in his expression, and some vague anticipation. It's like a pilgrimage. Chapter 94 Demon Race, Old Man Jin Yan's Vigor. Beneath the mountain gate, the two men from the Taichu Holy Land stepped up. At this time, the two had dispersed the mist that shrouded their bodies, and emerged as a handsome middle-aged man and a white-haired old man. They stood in front of Qinjan. One of the white-haired old men arched his hand towards Qinjan. Fellow Taoist Qinjan, congratulations! As he spoke, his gaze vaguely swept over the huge stone statues standing on both sides of the mountain gate, and his expression was slightly grave. Obviously saw the bottom of the two stone statues. A quasi-emperor realm puppet was actually used to guard the door. It was really a bit extravagant. Ha ha, fellow Taoist Tai Hui is polite. Come as you are. Why bring a congratulatory gift? Qinjan laughed out loud. As he spoke, he directly extended his palm towards the white-haired old man. Zhao Taishuan's breath caught slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. With a wave of his hand, several light masses appeared in front of him. Inside is the congratulatory gift that was mentioned earlier. Seeing this, Qinjan was not polite and accepted it directly. His gaze then looked to Qinja, who was standing on the side. Elder, take the two of you in. Good food and drink are arranged. Qinja nodded his head and led the two of them towards the interior of the Qingyun Holy Land. Qinjan watched the two go in, and after withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the other powerhouses that continued to walk in the distance. A new round of gift collecting has begun. At this moment, the interior of the Holy Land seemed unusually quiet. Whether it was the disciples of the original Qingyun sect or the disciples of the Qing Tian Holy Land who had moved here, all of them stood silently in place, listening to that one voice coming from outside the Holy Land. Those congratulatory gifts shook them to their core. Not to mention other treasures, but just those extremely high-quality spirit veins were enough to shock them. Great Emperor, within the quiet bamboo forest, a figure stood alone. Lu Qingqing was dressed in a green-colored gauze skirt. Her eyes were very complicated as she gazed at the divine peak in the center of the Holy Land that towered over the clouds, unable to see the head. From the time she knew that the world's great emperor that was rumored to be outside was actually Qin Hun, until now more than half a month had passed, it was still a bit hard to accept. It feels like I'm dreaming. How did that guy who peeped at her bath and was caught and beaten up by her become a great emperor? He himself had actually beaten the great emperor severely? It's a little fake how you think about it, but listening to the constant sounds of Hajj from the outside world, she had to believe that it was all true. Qin Hunter really is a great emperor. Again, she had literally beaten the other guy. The voices of the outside world's Hajj were heard for a full half a day before they gradually stopped, and no more powerful people came. After collecting a large wave of congratulatory gifts, Xinjiang brought those powerful people who had come to a huge hall. At this moment, there were 18 figures in this large hall, 6 paragon emperors and 12 great saints. Of course, there were definitely more than these strong people in the heavenly Tsang continent. It was only that some of the old-timers were at the end of their lifespan and were in self-sealing, unable to step out. A dozen or so powerhouses above the great saints were gathered together, yet the entire hall seemed unusually quiet. Everyone consciously tightened their own aura for fear of offending that great emperor. However, a tall old man in the crowd who wore a red robe and had blonde hair had a somewhat worried expression. He was none other than the quasi-emperor from the demon race, the Golden Flame Ancestor. In his original form, was a golden crow. When he came out of the gate and learned that the demon race had actually offended a great emperor of the current generation, he was almost infuriated. So he came this time. Congratulations, or secondly, the main thing is to ask for pardon. Inside the great hall, the others obviously knew about this matter as well, and they all stayed far away from this quasi-emperor, fearing that the great emperor would descend on them later and implicate themselves. One of the remaining 5 paragon emperors shook his head and appeared beside Jin Yan. Fellow Taoist Jin Yan, you don't have to be too concerned. Since the great emperor didn't go to the southern barbarians, I'm sure he won't be too blamed this time. As the Xian emperor spoke, his heart was secretly grateful. His disciple, Jian Jiao, was also there at that time, but fortunately did not make a move. Otherwise, he would certainly be one of the people with a sad face right now. Old ancestor Jin Yan glanced at Emperor Xian and nodded his head indifferently. It was only because he thought of this that he dared to come to the holy land of the green clouds. Otherwise, even if he was given the guts, he wouldn't dare to take half a step out of southern barbarian. Look at the holy land of green heaven, and the holy land of spirit mountain, both of which were dealt with on the spot. Since the great emperor hadn't sought out southern barbarians, he believed that as long as he had a good attitude, he should still be saved. Just as he was thinking about it, the space within the great hall suddenly distorted. When he reacted, he realized that he was already in an even bigger palace. In the air at the very front of the palace, there was a handsome young man sitting on a plate, looking down at them. What a horrible tactic! The faces of the people were horrified. This was also the case including several paragon emperors. They were at the quasi-emperor realm, but they hadn't even had a chance to react before they were moved here. Looking at the youth seated above, Emperor Xian was the first to react and immediately stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, great emperor. The others, awakened by his voice, also bowed in obeisance toward the top. Greetings, great emperor. Above, Qin Hun opened and closed his gaze, swept over everyone, and waved his hand. No need to be polite. Saying that, he waved his palm over, and a futon coalesced out of thin air and landed in front of the crowd. Sit. Upon hearing this, a group of strong men responded and sat down. Only the demon race's golden flame ancestor remained standing. Great emperor, the demon race offended earlier, so I asked the great emperor to forgive me. He bowed his head with a look of awe, and instead of saying words for Qin Hun to forgive him, he was asking for forgiveness. Around them, those quasi-emperors, great saints held their breath at once when they heard his words, eyes downcast, but attention heightened like never before. Wanted to know how Qin Hun would deal with the demon race. Demons, you mean this? Above, Qin Li sat in the void, his gaze falling on old man Jin Yan without the slightest expression on his face. With his palm outstretched, a birdcage appeared in his hand. There was a small black bird in a cage, hiding and shivering in the corner. Seeing the caged bird, old man Jin Yan's face sank. He recognized at a glance that the little black bird was none other than the Kuan Pang, still carrying its unique aura. Around them, Emperor Xian and the others were also aghast in their hearts. Secretly, he mourned for old man Jin Yan for 3 seconds. At this moment, old ancestor Jin Yan suddenly stepped forward and knelt down towards the top. The demon race is willing to submit to follow the great emperor, and only seeks to be able to continue the legacy. Old man Jin Yan's sudden move directly stunned the crowd next to him. Everyone looked up at him with stunned eyes. The demon race submits to the great emperor? The gazes of the other 5 paragon emperors flickered as they sighed in their hearts. This old guy, what a drive! Above, Qin Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at old man Jin Yan. Sparingly, he spoke. Oh, submit to this emperor? The demon race sincerely submits. Please accept it, great emperor. Old ancestor Jin Yan bent his head. Saying that, he stretched his hands forward and a small space appeared out of nowhere in his palms. Through the space, it was possible to see the infinite precious light inside. This is the resources accumulated by the demon clan over hundreds of thousands of years, offered to the great emperor. Old man Jin Yan did not hesitate for a second. He had thought of all the ways back before he came. Now that the descent of the immortal gate is imminent, the supreme being sleeping in the forbidden zone will come out. At that time, it is likely to set off a killing spree in order to make up for itself. And they, the Holy Land Great Religion, will bear the brunt of it. Only the great emperors of the current generation could contend with those supreme beings. If the demon race submitted now, they might still be able to seek a sliver of life. Chapter 95 Immortal Sect Descends. Return of the Emperors. Inside the Imperial Palace, everyone's attention fell on Qin. Their faces grave and expectant. All of them wanted to know if Qin would accept the demon race's following. Above, Qin didn't answer immediately, but instead, his gaze went to the small space in old man Jinyan's hand. He could more or less guess what was on the other side's mind. Originally, he was going to prepare for a trip to the southern barbarians. However, since the other party had brought all their resources, it wasn't impossible to take in the demon race. It just so happened that there was a shortage of a few mountain-protecting spirit beasts in the Holy Land as well. Granted, Qin spoke indifferently, and with a move of his palm, he beckoned the small space in the other party's hand into his hand. Thank you, Great Emperor. Below, the bent-over golden flame old ancestor let out a heavy breath. Aha! Get up! Qin nodded. He hadn't placed any kind of ban or anything like that on old man Jinyan, the district's 7th heavenly pass paragon. As long as he was still around, he wasn't afraid that the other party would have second thoughts. However, after old man Jinyan got up, his face was grave. In the next moment, a heavy sound came out from its hands. Old me, Jinyan, will lead the demon race to follow the great emperor from this moment onwards, not daring to have second thoughts. If you violate it, you will die and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. As the voice rang out, a single character condensed in the void. When the voice fell and the characters dissipated, a force from the underworld descended and landed on the golden flame ancestor. The Oath of the Way? This old guy, playing so big? Next to them, Emperor Xian, Zhao Taishu, and a few other paragon emperors looked at the dissipating characters with gloomy faces. The Great Tao Oath. Once made will be bound by the Great Tao. If you break it, you will really die as the oath says. Even Qin above him was a bit surprised and looked at old man Jinyan twice more. As he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned, his gaze piercing through the great hall to look beyond the Holy Land. In the next moment, his figure directly dissipated out of thin air and arrived over the Holy Land. As far as the eye could see, above the sky dome, the void was cracking open a little bit. A spatial crack was slowly expanding at an extremely slow speed. It seemed as if something inside the space was trying to squeeze out. Wisps of strange, extremely similar to aura but infinitely purer, breaths seeped out from the cracks. After those breaths came into contact with the aura of this world, a terrifying roar occurred, and a terrifying storm rolled around the crack. Rumble! A terrifying roar exploded like thunder, and the sound spread to the entire heavenly Tsung continent. This is... Qin looked at the crack that was still slowly expanding, his face in shock and suspicion. He felt that the aura that permeated around that crack would cause even a quasi-emperor to be instantly nirvana'd if they touched it. Ding! Portal to other worlds detected descending. System upgrade in progress. 1%, 99%, 99, 9%. System upgrade complete. Version 2.0. The host can redeem the realm of cultivation above that of a great emperor. Portal to the other world. Immortal Gate? Shinji's face was stunned, surprised by the series of voices from the unified sun. Not bad. What the host is seeing now is exactly the Immortal Gate. Spending immortal source stones, one can exchange for a cultivation above the great emperor. Immortal source stones for cultivation? Qin directly ignored the second half of Unity Sun's sentence. This sounds like something from the immortal world. Where does he have it? At this moment, the figures of old man Jinyan and the others appeared and came above the void. Along with them, there were also Qin Zhan and Qin Sha. They looked at the crack above them with a shocked expression. A possibility instantly came to mind. The Immortal Gate? The Immortal Gate has truly descended. After reacting, the golden flame old ancestor immediately looked towards Qin and said with a respectful expression on his face, Great Emperor, I want to make a trip back to the southern barbarians to relocate the disciples of the demon race to the Holy Land. Look to the Great Emperor for permission. The Immortal Gate is coming, and so is the turmoil. He was afraid that the demon race was far away in the southern barbarians, and when something happened they wouldn't even be able to hold up the Great Emperor. Aha! Go on! Qin did not object at the words and waved his hand at the other party. Emperor Xian, Zhao Taishu, and the other paragon emperors also arched their hands towards Qin at this time. Great Emperor, we also have to rush back to the Holy Land, so we will leave first. When he finished speaking, he turned away with some urgency. Qin watched these people leave and didn't say anything, but instead, he turned his gaze in the direction of the central heavenly domain. In his senses, There was a terrifying riot in the spiritual energy of that piece of heaven and earth. The immortal gate descends. We've been hiding in this dark and forbidden area for hundreds of thousands of years, and we've finally waited for this life. If you step into that place, you can attain immortality. In the darkness, a pair of terrifying eyes opened, seemingly piercing through the void and looking towards the crack on the eastern wasteland. In his eyes, he revealed a color of extreme excitement. Rumble! The forbidden area shook as a terrifying figure stepped out. The great emperor of the current generation, breaking the legacy of this emperor. It's time to settle the score. At the same moment, the western desert. The sky was filled with Buddha's light that dyed the void golden, and a huge spiritual mountain crashed through the void and appeared on the heavenly Song continent. In the sky above the spirit mountain, the gigantic Buddha's silhouette sat on the lotus platform, its tightly closed eyes slowly opening. Extraterrestrial stars. In the great star covered by the black mist, the silent terrifying figure awoke and turned its gaze towards the heavenly pale continent. The immortal gate has descended, and my father's chance has come. This figure took one step and instantly disappeared into the starry sky. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, and the entire heavenly Song continent instantly became chaotic. Eastern wasteland. Sheen Hunter stood above the void with his hands behind his back, feeling that strong aura rising. His brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Pandemonium is coming, Great Emperor. Beside them, Xinjian and Qinshi's faces were grave as they also sensed those terrifying auras. Two old ancestors, you guys go back inside the Holy Land first. It's not safe here. Instead of replying to the two, Sheen Hunter waved his hand. The two men sniffed and nodded. As he was leaving, Xinjian suddenly took out a small space and handed it to Qinhun. Inside was a congratulatory gift that had just been received from several holy places. Ancient clans. Qinli didn't refuse and naturally accepted it. After the two left, he turned his gaze to the distant sky. In the next breath, a powerful figure stepped into the air. Great Emperor of the Qin clan. You slaughtered this emperor's legacy, and today this emperor has come to find you to settle the score. A youth in a green shirt stood in the void, the great Tao accompanying him, his face coldly staring at Qinhun. At the same moment, the sky was filled with Buddha's light coming from the western desert. A 10,000-foot Buddha manifested and descended on Xianzhou. My Buddha is merciful. Please return the 3 disciples of my spirit mountain. Fellow Taoist. Chapter 96. Setting off the dark unrest. A monstrous and terrifying aura enveloped Xianzhou, and even the entire eastern wasteland. Has the forbidden area supreme come out? What a terrifying aura. Is it in the direction of the Qingyun Holy Land that an imperial war is going to break out? Countless cultivators looked at each other in horror, feeling that the end was coming. In the sky above the Qingyun Holy Land, Qinhun stood in the void, his face expressionless in the face of the aura oppression of the two emperors. Just watch the two in silence. Emperor Qing, the ultimate emperor. If you cut off your own Tao fruit and fall from the emperor's position, consuming your essence will allow you to take the ultimate leap and briefly restore your absolute peak cultivation. Amitabha Buddha Emperor, the ultimate emperor's cultivation. If you cut off your own Tao fruit and fall from the emperor's position, consuming your essence will allow you to take the ultimate leap and briefly restore your absolute peak cultivation. Absolute peak Great Emperor cultivation? Qin Hunter muttered to himself. Emperor Qin, when you slaughtered this emperor's legacy, did you ever think that you would be liquidated? The Qin Emperor was the first to open his mouth, his face full of indifference, his voice like 9 ghosts of cold ice, seemingly freezing even space. On the other side, Emperor Amitabha's gigantic Dharma body transformed into the size of 3 zhang and sat on the golden lotus platform. At this moment, the hands were folded and a muffled thunderous voice came out of his mouth. Fellow Daoist, hand over the seat's emperor soldier as well as the 3 disciples, and this seat will leave immediately and won't get involved in your feud. Ha! Qin Hari snorted as he watched the 2 of them speak at once. Green Emperor, Amitabha Buddha. The Lin clan deserves to die for offending the emperor's might. As for Spirit Mountain's 3 quasi-emperors, they have similarly offended this emperor and need to be punished for 10,000 years, after which this emperor will naturally set them free. Humph! The Qing emperor snorted coldly at his words. Since you slaughtered this emperor's inheritance, then this emperor today will also let you taste the taste of the inheritance being destroyed. My Buddha is merciful. Great Emperor Amitabha folded his hands and the lotus platform under his seat erupted with terrifying Buddha light. 2 people who have fallen off the emperor's throne and are barely surviving. Also want to suppress this emperor? Qinhun opened his mouth coldly. Humph! A mere 5th myth realm Great Emperor. Even if we don't ascend to that realm, we can still suppress you. The Qing Emperor coldly drank. His body erupted with terrifying might as a large green hand covered the void and directly slapped at Qinhun. Even the holy land below was enveloped together. At the same time, he made seals with both hands and condensed a segment of scriptures to summon his emperor soldiers. My Buddha is merciful. Amitabha let out a low cry and launched out a palm as countless rules of the Emperor's Tao condensed into a huge golden lotus. The lotus flower in the huge green hand in the sky above them went up and down, enveloping Qin Hun. Humph. Looking at the two terrifying attacks coming from the top and bottom, Qin Hun snorted coldly. With that, a foot stomped down. Boom! The void exploded and all laws were destroyed. The huge golden lotus flower was instantly stepped on and shattered, and destructive turbulence swept through. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, which had been transformed into bright red blood chi rushing out of his body, accompanied by a punch from his fist. Celestial Emperor's fist. The berserk power instantly shattered the huge green palm pressing down from above. The rules collapsed, order dissolved, and even the sky was blasted with a terrifying hole. In the extraterrestrial starry sky, there were great stars shaking, falling and destroying. Great success, Saint Body. Second witness. The divine ability was easily shattered, and the Qing Emperor gazed at Qin Hun, his face slightly grave. What's more, he had just summoned the Emperor's soldier, and it was actually unresponsive. Not to mention the return of the broken air. There was actually not even a hint of sensation. Not far away, Emperor Amitabha also frowned as his 3-foot golden body's Buddha light grew more and more brilliant. When he struck just now, he was similarly sensing his own Emperor's soldier, and there was not the slightest movement either. Emperor Chang, Emperor Buddha, in your current state, you are no match for this Emperor. Consuming essence and ascending to the Emperor's throne might still have a chance. Qin Li was expressionless as he stared at the two men. He also knew that the two had just summoned the Emperor's soldier, only that the Emperor's soldier was suppressed by the ominous blade, so trying to summon it back was a joke. That evil thing that meets strength is no joke. Unexpectedly, the Qing Emperor sniffed but suddenly laughed coldly. You're right. It's true that in this Emperor's current state he can't suppress you. Still, you won't be able to keep this holy land. With the Immortal Gate descending and the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings coming out, needing to ingest life essence to replenish themselves, the entire Heavenly Pale continent and even beyond will fall to the Supreme Beings table. You will be no exception. A great emperor of the current generation has enough life essence to be worth an entire continent's worth of living beings. After the Qing Emperor finished speaking, he looked at Qin Hun with a face full of cruelty, seemingly in response to the Qing Emperor. The moment his words fell, several wang chimes abruptly came from the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, an appalling aura rose from the forbidden area of the central heavenly domain. Several terrifying figures stepped out of the underworld abyss. After waiting for countless years, the immortal sect has finally descended. Several figures looked at each other across the air and tacitly separated in several directions, stepping into the air to leave. As the Qing Emperor had said, they had slept for countless years and their longevity had long since dried up, and they needed a large amount of life essence to replenish themselves after reviving. Having survived for countless years, now that the immortal sect had descended, it could only suffer the beings of this heaven and earth one more time. Soon the darkness spread. Over the southern barbarians, a figure stepped out of the space with cold eyes, stretching out his palm towards the bottom. A figure was grabbed out of its hiding place and exploded into countless blood mists in the air. A massive amount of life essence was refined, followed by the Northern Alliance, the Western Desert. Several Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings struck out, and wherever they passed, countless strong people were refined and became nourishment for the Supreme Beings, even if they were quasi-emperors, hiding deep in the ground and covered by a large formation. They were caught out one by one and could not escape their fate. Some tried to resist, but it was short-lived and easily suppressed. In the Northern Domain Alliance, a Paragon Emperor chopped out a shocking swordlight. However, when facing the Supreme Being, one could only drink hate. The body shattered along with the swordlight and was killed by the Supreme Being, a mere quasi-emperor of the 7th Heavenly Pass. Overrate yourself. The Stone Emperor was disdainful, and after devouring all the powerful people above the saintly level, his parched body was slightly fuller by a hair. Darkness spread across the entire heavenly Tsang continent, and countless cultivators were plunged into fear. What's going on here? A forbidden area Supreme Being committing such a killing is not afraid of being haunted by karma? Great Emperor, where are you? Save us! Countless cultivators wailed, their hearts filled with fear. Someone shouted out in the direction of the Qing Yun Holy Land. Dark unrest. Sure enough, the day the immortal sect descends is the beginning of great chaos. In the Green Cloud Holy Land, those powerful people from various races who had come to congratulate him looked at the outer void, their faces appalled. They have not yet left because they came to congratulate them, but instead, they got a life back because of it. Only, if the great emperors were unable to resist the forbidden area Supreme Beings, they would ultimately be unable to escape death. Master. In the crowd, Jianjiao looked anxious. His master has left the Eastern Wasteland and returned to the Northern Region Alliance, and he doesn't know if. On the void, Qin Hun's face was ice cold. He clearly heard the cries of those cultivators and knew what was happening in the entire heavenly Song continent, and even in the extraterrestrial stars. The immortal sect's unannounced descent and the Supreme Being's emergence had caught him a bit off guard. At this moment, there were two more people across from him in addition to the Green Emperor and the Amitba Emperor, two Supreme Beings who had come out of the forbidden zone of the underworld abyss. Spirit Emperor, Golden Crow Emperor. As a Demon Emperor, the Golden Crow Emperor did not pay the slightest attention to the demon clan of the southern barbarians after stepping out of the forbidden zone. Instead, he sought out Shinjo straight away. My Buddha is merciful. Emperor Amitba Buddha folded his hands with a look of compassion on his face. Ha! What a mercy! Shinhun laughed coldly, his gaze slowly sweeping over several people, lingering emphatically on Qing Di for a split second. Of the four people in front of them, only the other party was a human. The Qing Emperor sensed Shinhun's eyes and spoke with an icy voice. Qing Emperor, you don't need to joke. This emperor was also once a great emperor of the human race, and has also guarded the living beings of this heaven and earth. But if you were in this emperor's position, I'm afraid you would make the same choice. Before eternal life, everyone is a forbidden supreme being. Chapter 97 Absolute Peak Emperor. Pressing down on the forbidden region supreme being. Before immortality, everyone is a forbidden supreme being. The Green Emperor had a frighteningly cold expression on his face as he uttered these words. At one time, it was also an existence that sheltered this heaven and earth and was revered by all living beings. Now, instead, it's a source of dark turmoil. Hearing the other party's words, Shinari didn't refute them. Everyone has their own quest. Eternal life, indeed, was a great temptation, especially for these people whose cultivation was so powerful that they had already ascended to the very top. The other party was right. If he were to put himself in that position, he might also be transformed into a forbidden area supreme being. But alas, one has hang-ups. Unity Sun, trade all the resources of the inner world and raise your cultivation level. Ding, system scanning resource items in. 313 extreme spirit veins, converted to 23 billion extreme spirit stones. 2 pieces of Emperor's soldiers. 500 million extreme spirit stones, quasi-emperor armor, great sage armor, sacred armor, elixir, or total value of 2 billion extreme spirit stones. All transactions the host receives 3,730,000 extreme spirit stones. Spend 3 billion extreme spirit stones to raise your cultivation to the absolute peak of the great emperor. The system's voice sounded continuously. In an instant, Shi felt his own cultivation level skyrocket. Countless more great Tao sensations appeared in his mind in an instant. What was even different from the past was that this time, when he raised his cultivation level, there were actually many divine immortal laws in those senses. Just then, on the opposite side, the Golden Crow Emperor suddenly took a step forward, his voice cold and abnormal. Qin Clan Emperor, blame it on your bad luck. By swallowing your life essence, we can recover more strength and have more time to wait for the immortal gate to descend completely. Is that so? Qin sniffed and suddenly raised his head, his chilling gaze staring at the Golden Crow Emperor. Swallow this emperor? Better let this emperor roast you. As the words fell, the ominous blade appeared in his hand. With one step, he instantly appeared in front of the Golden Crow Emperor. The absolute peak cultivation erupted and a sword slashed down. Bear! A scarlet, ominous aura filled the void, enveloping the Golden Crow Emperor within. Jedi Emperor? The Golden Crow subconsciously exclaimed in shock as it sensed the aura that had erupted from Qin Hunter. But as he watched the scarlet blade light chopping down, he couldn't think about it in time, and a terrifying emperor's might rose steeply from his body. The golden lotus of the great Tao emerged, surrounded by infinite Tao rules. The palm of his hand probed out, and a great sun rose in his hand, blocking forward. Dang! Boom! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out as the Golden Crow Emperor was sent flying by a sword, crashing through a large area of the void. The terrifying roar instantly spread throughout the entire heavenly Song continent and even the extraterrestrial stars. In the distant lands, those forbidden supreme beings who were killing stopped and turned their gazes towards the eastern wasteland. I can't believe it's a Jedi Emperor. Ha! It seems that those guys from Golden Crow have met a tough opponent. In a starry sky, the Stone Emperor waved his hand to subdue the star, crushing a Paragon Emperor hiding on it and refining it into life essence. On the other side, the figure shrouded in black mist crossed a large portion of the starry sky. As long as they were life stars, regardless of their cultivation level, they were all exterminated and refined into life medicines. Wherever it passed, it left only a dead silence. At this moment, sensing the aura coming from the heavenly pale continent, they also stopped their figures, their cruel and greedy gazes looking in the direction of the continent. Jedi Emperor, Jia. Over the Holy Land, the terrifying storm subsided, and the Golden Crow Emperor retreated 10,000 miles violently, holding a golden iron rod in his hand, radiating terrifying imperial might. Absolute Peak Emperor. You're actually an absolute peak emperor? The Golden Crow Emperor's face was incredibly gloomy. Just now, if he hadn't broken his confinement and made the ultimate leap, hardening his cultivation and restoring it to its peak, I'm afraid that he would have been injured by that blade just now. The consequences of the ultimate leap, however, are much more serious. After the ultimate leap, he will never be able to seal himself again. In other words, in this life, if he was unable to step into the immortal gate, he would completely exhaust his lifespan and die. In the distance, the Green Emperor, Amitba Buddha as well as the Spirit Emperor also looked startled at this time. Shinji actually hid his cultivation and concealed it from all of them. With the cultivation of an absolute peak emperor, unless they were willing to fight for their lives as well, it would be impossible to suppress the other party. Old Golden Crow, didn't you want to swallow this emperor? Come on. At that moment, Shinhan opened his mouth indifferently. The ominous blade in his hand exploded with an even more terrifying aura as he killed towards his opponent. At the same time, his left hand clenched his fist, and the Heavenly Emperor fist struck out once again. With an aura that suppressed everything, it blasted towards the Golden Crow Emperor's brain. Emperor Qin, do you really think that this emperor can't help you? The Golden Crow Emperor shouted angrily, and a huge three-legged divine bird silhouette rose behind him. The golden iron rod in his hand exploded with terrifying light. A layer of golden flames ignited out of nowhere, burning down the void, wrapped in the aura of burning down everything, smashing into the chopping down of the ominous blade. At the same time, he also struck out a palm and blasted together with the Heavenly Emperor's fist. The Golden Crow Clan's fleshly body was powerful, and he didn't believe that it was still no match for a human sacred body. Boom! The void exploded again. Imperial soldiers clashed, fists and palms collided, and destructive imperial laws swept through the entire space. A figure once again crashed through being blown away, shattering a large area of space. The Golden Crow Emperor's entire arm crumbled and a terrifying crack appeared. There was imperial blood scattered, collapsing the void. The terrifying commotion caused the entire eastern wasteland to shake violently with a massive earthquake. The earth was torn out into a terrifying abyss. Shinari scores with a nice strike. Without giving the Golden Crow Emperor any more time to catch his breath, the ominous blade was raised high and transformed into the size of 10,000 feet. It was like a pillar of heaven pressing down, killing the other party. Under the blade, the rules broke, all laws collapsed, and the aura of death enveloped the Golden Crow Emperor. How could he be so horrible? The Golden Crow Emperor was appalled. He was extremely sublimely sublimated, and being the same extreme peak great emperor, he was actually traumatized by the other party after just 2 short exchanges. Without being able to think too much, the Emperor's soldier in his hand erupted with the Great Emperor laws and smashed into the town to get the Scarlet Emperor soldier. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the 3 members of the Qing Emperor who were watching the show from afar. Green Emperor, Spirit Emperor, still not making a move? If this Emperor falls, you guys won't fare well either. Chapter 98 Terrifying Battle Power. Killing Golden Crow Emperor. Boom! Sheen Hunter slashed down, and the ominous blade and the golden iron rod collided together. 2 ferocious weapons as huge as pillars of the sky clashed, and the terrifying roar drowned out the voice of the Golden Crow Emperor. The void shattered and the great Tao wailed. The golden iron rod was instantly crushed down, and even more cracks exploded on the Golden Crow Emperor. Hot imperial blood spilled down, collapsing a side of heaven and earth. Qing Emperor, Spirit Emperor, do you really want to watch from the sidelines? The Golden Crow Emperor roared in rage, suffering horrifying trauma. It was tainted with a hint of red and gave off a faintly ominous aura. However, the several people of the Qing Emperor in the extreme distance heard this, but they were indifferent and had no intention of stepping forward to help. It was only the eyes that looked at Qin Hun that became incomparably grave. Qin doesn't care about this. It's best if he doesn't come to help. When he cleans up this Golden Crow, then he will have a good exchange with those few. Thinking like this, his figure didn't stop at all, and with the purpose of beating up a fallen dog, he appeared in front of the Golden Crow Emperor. The large hand opened, 5 fingers forming a mountain, palm containing 10,000 paths, splitting his head and slapping towards the opponent's head. At the same time, the ominous blade erupted with an even denser scarlet aura, vaguely condensing the figure of a red-haired demon. Under this furious attack of his, the Golden Crow Emperor was even more unable to resist. Seeing that the Qing Emperor's few people over there were still indifferent, his heart was extremely hateful. Damn! The Golden Crow Emperor cursed angrily in his heart, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he saw the ferocity of Qin Hunter's attack. He frantically burned his essence blood and turned into a golden light, rushing into the sky. Want to run? Qin Li snorted coldly and followed closely behind. the two engaged in a fierce chase, and in the blink of an eye, they were out of the heavenly Sun continent and in the middle of the extraterrestrial starry sky. Wherever it passed, space was distorted and the stars were disillusioned. In the end, the Golden Crow Emperor still couldn't escape Qin Hunter's palm and was slapped down, falling into a chaos. Qin Hun was about to step forward to make up for it when a terrifying aura rose from the chaos. Golden divine flames surged out from the sky, burning down the starry sky of the ages. Immediately afterward, an enormous three-legged divine bird flew out of the chaos, emitting endless pressure. This is Golden Crow Emperor's original body? Qin Harry's eyebrows stared. The three-legged divine bird in front of him was as huge as 10,000 feet, covered in golden feathers and blossoming with infinite divine light. It's such a big one, it can't be stewed in one pot. Sacred body, do you really want to fight this emperor to the death? The Golden Crow's huge figure floated in the starry sky, its wings moving slightly, rolling up the sky with golden flames. Qin Hunter sniffed, and a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Nice. It's, you die, and I live. These people wanted to kill themselves and refine it into a life pill, and he naturally wouldn't be the slightest bit soft. After saying that, he took a step out and his figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the three-legged Golden Crow, and the ominous blade in his hand swung out violently. Scarlet, with an ominous aura, instantly took over the entire starry sky, enveloping the Golden Crow. Fresh. The Golden Crow let out an angry cry and opened its mouth to spew out a golden flame. The two collided with a bang. The void was violently turbulent, and a large area of red mist was burned away. But in the next moment, a huge palm poked out from the red mist, passed through the golden flames, and instantly grabbed onto the Golden Crow's neck. It looks as if you're carrying a chicken coop. How dare you? The Golden Crow Emperor was shocked and furious, feeling that he himself had been humiliated by the heavens. He struggled violently, and the terrifying emperor's might swept across the starry sky as countless large stars shook and fell. A star field was going out. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Hun laughed coldly, his palms steeply clenched. Boom! The palm pinching the Golden Crow's neck erupted with terrifying power. Blood mist exploded. The emperor's body collapsed, and the Golden Crow Emperor's neck was crushed alive by him. Ah! The Golden Crow Emperor screamed miserably, his imperial blood spilling like a river, collapsing a large portion of the starry sky. However, even so, Qin Hunter still didn't stop. The ominous blade rolled up a large swath of scarlet mist and pounced on the Golden Crow whose head was separated. Great emperors didn't die so easily, and even if their bodies and heads were separated, they only suffered heavy injuries. It wasn't even a serious injury, and it could be repaired by consuming some essence. I was just when the red mist was about to envelop the Golden Crow Emperor and take him away in one wave, when a sudden change occurred. Stop! An icy cold drinking voice steeply resounded in the starry sky. A streak of chilling sword light tore through the starry sky and chopped at him, its terrifying aura chilling people. Accompanying the sword light was a large hand that covered the sky, as well as the Buddha light that filled the sky. Three divine abilities of the Great Empress realm carried an aura of destruction as they loomed toward Qin Hun. If he still insisted on beheading the Golden Crow Emperor, I'm afraid that he himself would also be struck by these three divine abilities. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. Humph! Qin Li snorted coldly. Facing the three attacks did not panic at all, as if he had expected it. The ominous blade in Qin Hunter's hand did not stop and continued to chop down. The scarlet ominous blade light instantly chopped open the entire head of the Golden Crow Emperor. The Great Emperor's laws vibrated, and the divine souls contained within them were also mostly necrotic in a flash. At the same time, his body shook as two blurry shadows came out of his body and quickly solidified, transforming into two figures identical to himself. The secret method. One breath transforms three purities. This was the secret method of combat that suddenly appeared in his mind when his cultivation level had risen to an absolute peak. Great Emperor. One could manifest two Dharma bodies and possess 80% of one's own cultivation strength. Two figures appeared, three flowers of the Great Tao coalescing above their heads as their bodies erupted with terrifying imperial might. The two of them blasted out a punch in unison, instantly blowing up the three divine abilities that were killing them. This is impossible. Just two incarnations. How do they possess such terrifying battle power? At the edge of the starry sky, the three Qing emperors slowly appeared, looking at the two incarnations with shocked expressions on their faces. They had previously been shocked by the cultivation displayed by Qin Hunter and didn't want to strike with extreme sublimity, wanting to let the Golden Crow Emperor and Qin Hunter lose both of their lives before coming back to harvest the fruits. It was not until he saw that the Golden Crow was about to be robbed that he had to take action. I just didn't expect that Qin Hun actually had this kind of tactic, and that the split of the main body had the same absolute peak cultivation. Humph, the being has been guarding against you for a long time. Originally, I wanted to find you guys after cleaning up that Golden Crow, But since I've made a move, let's battle through it. The two incarnations spoke. Stepping in the void, he killed the three with a terrifying imperial might. Although they were only combat avatars, they also possessed Qin Hunter's mind and knew all the secret combat techniques and divine abilities. A single scripture surrounded his body. The laws of the great Tao swirled, and wherever he passed, large swaths of the starry sky collapsed. On the opposite side, when the three Qing emperors saw this, their faces were icy cold. Can a Tao body transformed by a mere battle secret technique really be comparable to an absolute peak great emperor like us? The spirit emperor was the first to strike, letting out a cold cry as a glow rose steeply from his body. The next moment, boom! He was extremely sublimated and had reascended to the cultivation level of an absolute peak great emperor. Terrifying imperial might seeped out of his body, and the 10,000 paths wailed. Without any nonsense, a black battle sword in his hand erupted with terrifying Tao rules and chopped towards the two incarnations. The starry sky cracked open without a sound, revealing a pitch black. At the same moment, Qing Di and Amitabha also struck out at the same time. They were also extremely sublimated just like the spirit emperor, restoring their absolute peak great emperor cultivation. One person struck out a roiling green light, while the other recited Buddhist words and manifested the shadow of a golden Buddha, simultaneously attacking towards the two incarnations. The two sides were instantly engaged in a fierce battle, with all sorts of divine abilities and secret arts constantly colliding. The two incarnations had the flower of the great Tao above their heads, borrowing the great Tao of the past and the future, and their battle power skyrocketed. For a moment, he fought the three extreme peak great emperors. On the other side, Qin Hun's main body stood on top of the remnants of the Golden Crow Emperor. Instead, he stood quietly watching the battle, his gaze always locked on the remnants of the Golden Crow Emperor's body. At this time, only a headless body remained of the Golden Crow Emperor. The 10,000 foot huge body floated in the starry sky, not yet completely dead. Where the neck was broken, endless blood chi twisted madly, trying to coalesce the head back together. Sacred body, do you really want to kill this emperor? This emperor has never injured a human race since he walked out of the Forbidden Zone. Let me go and I promise you will never step out of the Forbidden Zone again for the rest of your life. The Golden Crow Emperor's remaining strand of mutilated divine soul was hiding within his body, and at this moment, he begged for mercy from Qin Hun. Qin Li sniffed with a cold face and did not answer the other party. Instead, he directly raised his palm and pressed it down. Boo! Golden Crow Emperor's 10,000 feet huge emperor body instantly exploded. Infinite emperor blood struck through the void, turning into a monstrous sea of blood. Qin Hunter's palm grasped, and the sea of blood contracted and was quickly refined. It eventually transformed into a red ball of light the size of a human head, rolling in essence, the great pill of life of the great emperor realm. Qin Li took a deep breath and directly refined this massive life pill. One qi transformed into three Chang, and the two Tao bodies used the three flowers borrowing the Tao secret method, consuming a large amount of essence qi every moment. These life-giving potions just make up for it. After resolving the Golden Crow Emperor, he turned to look at the battlefield. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 99, Spirit Emperor. I'd been sold by my teammates. Heavenly Pale Continent. The moment the Golden Crow Emperor was decimated, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Immediately afterward there was rain dripping from the sky, and one drop fell on the ground turning into a scarlet river. Blood rained from the sky. There are great emperors who have fallen. Southern barbarians, northern Xian, and western desert. The surviving low-realm cultivators of the three major domains looked up at the sky, letting the blood rain fall on their bodies, with a look of fear in their eyes. Could it be that the great emperor of the day has fallen? Only, as time passed, the original frightened, despairing faces gradually had the light of hope welling up. Great Emperor? It must have been the Great Emperor who stepped in and beheaded the rebellious Forbidden Area Supreme. Compared to the fall of the Great Emperor of the current generation, they were more willing to believe that it was the Great Emperor of the current generation who had made a move to behead the Forbidden Area Supreme Being. Great Emperor! In the Qingyan Holy Land, Xinjia had a worried look on his face, but they knew that there were 4 people on the side of the Forbidden Area Supreme, while Qin Hun was just alone. And at this point, the stars, as he watched Qin Ji decapitate the Golden Crow Emperor, the 3 Qing Emperors, who were fighting with the 2 incarnations in the distance, all changed their faces drastically. Did you really kill the Golden Crow? The Qing Emperor swung out a palm seal, shaking away one of the warring avatars, and stared at Qin Hun with a gaze of unparalleled gravity. My Buddha is merciful. Amitabha Buddha folded his hands with a look of compassion on his face. He who kills, man will always kill. You guys want to kill this emperor? You should have been prepared to be killed long ago as well. The Golden Crow has fallen. So, it's your turn next. With a cold face, Chinhari's mind moved slightly, dispersing the two Dharma bodies. His gaze then slowly swept over the three, eventually landing on the Spirit Emperor. Of the three, the Qing Emperor and Amitabha's imperial soldiers had already been suppressed by themselves and sold to the system. Only the Spirit Emperor had an imperial soldier on the scene, and his battle power was a bit stronger. The Spirit Emperor's face changed slightly when he noticed Qin Hun's eyes. The next moment it was a cold snort. Humph, sacred body, you killed the Golden Crow, and your own losses are enormous. This emperor doesn't believe you still have the strength to resist us. As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word we, obviously reminding Qingdi and Amitabha at the side. After all, it was because of the three of them watching from the sidelines that the Golden Crow fell earlier. Now that he was being targeted by Qin Hun, he was afraid that if the two Qingdis had any petty thoughts, he would be very upset. The two Qing emperors naturally heard the Spirit Emperor's words, but they didn't care. Instead, their faces were stern as they stared at Qin Hun. Sacred body. That method of dividing the Tao body you just used should not be able to be used again for a short period of time, right? Do you think that right now, with your own strength, you can stand up to the three of us? The Green Emperor's words contained a terrifying killing chance. He didn't believe that Qin Hun's kind of heaven-defying spell could be cast twice in a short period of time. And not far from him, Amitabha's eyes were flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. Does it work? Won't you know if you try it? Qin Hunari smiled coldly. After saying that, the three flowers above his head coalesced, and his body's aura skyrocketed. With a single step, the void burst into pieces, and his figure appeared in front of the three people out of thin air. The ominous blade chopped out, and a rich scarlet aura enveloped the three. At the same time, his left hand lifted up and condensed a huge golden palm print to press down. You seek death. Arrogant. The three of them shouted angrily in unison. They couldn't imagine that Qin Hun really dared to make a move, trying to fight three great emperors of the same realm at the same time with the power of one person. In a fit of rage, they then displayed their own terrifying divine abilities. An ancient seal in the Spirit Emperor's hand released terrifying imperial laws. The Qing Emperor waved his hands, evolving the Great Tao, and a single green ancient character instantly coalesced in front of him, collapsing the ages. Amitabha, on the other hand, was surrounded by a bloom of infinite light, his body resembling an immortal gold casting, and he directly poked out a palm and slapped it at Qin Hun's huge hand that was pressing down. Rumble! In an instant, the heavens fell apart and the universe was devoid of light. The terrifying and horrifying fluctuations from the collision instantly spread throughout the entire starry sky. Countless stars shattered and turned into dust in the universe, and a star field went out, becoming a place of death. However, in the midst of this torrent of destruction, Qin Hun stood steadily. The red light of the ominous blade in his hand blossomed, cutting through the Spirit Emperor's imperial Tao laws. At the same time, the golden palm imprint pressed down, crushing the Green Emperor's green-colored ancient characters and sending Amitabha flying. How? The three of them stormed back into the distance and looked at Qin Hun, their faces filled with shock. They didn't hold back just now, and they were actually defeated by the other party with a single blow. The Spirit Emperor was holding the ancient seal Emperor soldier and was even more incredulous. He realized that a white mark had appeared on the imperial soldier, which had been damaged in the collision just now. This is an imperial soldier, sacrificed with immortal gold, not to mention the power. At least the hardness was incomparable. Now it was surprising that it was only one collision and it was damaged. Nothing is impossible. There's more than one person out there. And you're old. Qin Hunter's voice was cold. The great cost of the sacred body could be comparable to a great emperor. Plus his current cultivation was also at the top of the heap. So naturally he was much stronger than these people. With that, he killed again, wrapping up a terrifying might and forcing it towards the three. When the Spirit Emperor saw Qin Hun killing, he let out a furious cry, turning his head toward the Green Emperor and Amitabha Buddha. He droned, "Both of you, don't hide anymore. This time either the son dies or we die. Behead him and refine the life pill so that we can hold out until the time when the immortal gate completely opens." After saying that, he once again threw out the Emperor's soldier in his hand, blossoming with monstrous light, and town toward Qin Hun. However, Qingdi, Amitabha and the two of them did not follow after seeing the Spirit Emperor strike. Instead, without hesitation, he directly turned around and vanished towards the depths of the starry sky. Yeah, they're gone. No hesitation. Chapter 100 Unlucky Spirit Emperor, Eastern Wasteland Crisis. In the starry sky, the Green Emperor, Amitabha Buddha's figure was disillusioned and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sudden change caused the Spirit Emperor to freeze, and the terrifying aura that erupted from his body stopped for a moment. The next moment, boom! The starry sky trembled greatly, and the imperial weapon he had sacrificed was chopped away by the scarlet blade light, its light dimming. Along with himself, he was also shaken back by the terrifying fluctuations that erupted and flew horizontally for tens of thousands of miles, crashing into a large area of space. Ahem! The Spirit Emperor's face was a little pale as he stood in the broken space. He ignored his own injuries and instead fixed his gaze dead center in the direction that the two Qingdis had left. Green Emperor, old bald ass. You have victimized me. An astonishingly furious voice came out of his mouth, roaring and shattering the stars. Run away. Those two killers, they actually ran away. Sell him without a word? The Spirit Emperor's eyes were filled with anger, and his eyes were red. He had specifically nudged the two before turning on the big one, but he hadn't expected the two guys to be so shameless. Without thinking too much about it, he turned his body around, taking advantage of the opening in which he and Qin pulled apart to vanish directly toward another starry sky. Faced with this monster Qin hunter, before three people cannot catch a move, now only one left, in not run to stay and wait for death? On the other side, Qin was holding the ominous blade, and the expression on his face was also a bit stunned. Obviously, he also didn't expect that the two Green Emperors would escape so dryly. Where is the arrogance of the Jedi Emperor? 3 against 1. You should at least put up a fight. However, after seeing that the Spirit Emperor was also going to run, the expression on his face quickly chilled down. With a single step the figure instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the Spirit Emperor. The unlucky one. There was no nonsense. A knife cut out. In an instant, 10,000 feet of scarlet blade light coalesced in the void, like a sharp blade breaking through heaven and earth. It chopped straight at the oncoming Spirit Emperor. Sacred body. Don't bully people too much. The Spirit Emperor's face was grim to the point of dripping, and he roared out to meet him with his Imperial soldiers. However, he had been shocked and injured by Qin earlier, and now that he was facing Qin's full force strike, how could he still resist? With a loud roar, even the person with the Emperor's soldier was chopped down into the void. The terrifying force coming from the Emperor's soldier even caused his body to explode, and a tiny scar like a spider's web instantly covered his entire body. Not only that, on the crumbling wound, a trace of red mist was like a gangrene, clinging to it and preventing the wound from healing itself. The Emperor's blood scattered across the stars, and the rich essence floated through space. Spirit Emperor, do you think you can still walk? Holding the ominous blade in his hand, Qin stood opposite the Spirit Emperor with a cold expression. Sacred body, do you really want to force this Emperor like this? All beings in heaven and earth have been cultivating for countless years, but they are only pursuing longevity. Now that the immortal gate has descended and immortality is just around the corner, why don't you and I join forces and step into the immortal gate, so that even if we get to the upper realms, we'll have something to look after. The Spirit Emperor's face was ugly as he stared at Qin with gloomy eyes. As he spoke, a rich blood aura erupted from his body, quelling and dispersing the red mist that clung to his wounds and invaded his torso. Joining forces is not necessary. More than that, it's better for me to be a little more at ease when you're dead. Qin was indifferent, scoffing at the Spirit Emperor's words. The Spirit Emperor's heart sank, sensing the killing intent emanating from Qin's body, knowing that it would be difficult to make good today. But he didn't want to give up and said through gritted teeth, Sacred body, there is no deep hatred between you and I, so why do you need to kill everyone? As long as you let me live, I'm willing to make an oath of the great Tao and will never be your enemy in the future. Snort! Qin snorted out a laugh at his words, and in his heart, he only felt that the Spirit Emperor was being foolish. Wouldn't it be more useful for him to kill the other party now than the great Tao oath? Not wanting to talk more nonsense with the other party, the three flowers coalesced above his head and his breath soared. The ominous blade emitted a monstrous red light as it lunged towards the Spirit Emperor once again. And when the opposite Spirit Emperor saw this, he also knew that it would be difficult to moderate any longer. And a sinister color flashed in his eyes. Rolling essence chi rose from his body, and his breath skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He burned his essence blood without reservation, wanting to fight to the death, only to see his body rapidly expand, becoming huge and hideous while emitting an incomparably powerful aura. The two fought together once again, and their terrifying aura spread throughout the entire universe, causing countless living beings to tremble in horror. And at this point, in a certain remote area deep in the starry sky, the two figures were hidden on a broken star, their gazes seemingly able to penetrate space and look towards the area of the great battle. My Buddha is merciful. Fellow Taoist Spirit Emperor, breaking the back for you and me is truly a great justice. Amitabha Buddha folded his hands and showed compassion. On the side, the corner of the Qing Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. He realized now that this old bald man was so hypocritical. If he hadn't sensed the old man's strange behavior just now, I'm afraid that he would have stayed behind with the Spirit Emperor to break the back. The Eucharist. The Green Emperor muttered a word. Feeling the aura of a great battle faintly coming from the distant starry sky, his face became incomparably grave again. Qin Hunter's strength was beyond his expectations. Fellow Taoist Qing Di, what should we do now? Amitabha Buddha collected the aura of Buddha's light around him and inquired towards the Qing Emperor. After their extreme ascension, they had consumed a great deal of vitality and now had very little longevity left. Originally, he thought that he could chop down the holy body and refine it into a great medicine of life to make up for himself. However, the holy body's strength was so heaven-defying that it was impossible to do so. However, if there was no life pill to replenish them, with their current state, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to last until the day when the immortal gate was completely opened. The Qing Emperor's face was also a bit heavy when he heard this, but the next moment he fixed his gaze on Amitabha. Old monk, there should still be quite a few strong people in your spirit mountain holy land, right? My Buddha is compassionate. What is it that fellow Taoist wants to say? Amitabha frowned slightly. Old monk, in order to seek immortality, some sacrifices of unimportant people are inevitable. Essence flickered in the eyes of the Qing Emperor, and an expression of extreme indifference appeared on his face. My Buddha is merciful. The spirit mountain sacred ground is the inheritance of this seat, and those disciples are also disciples of this seat, so don't talk nonsense, fellow Taoist. Amitabha's eyes showed anger. He had brought the spirit mountain holy land with him and had not been slaughtered by the forbidden area supreme. Now that the Green Emperor had said so, he naturally heard what the other party meant. After rebuffing the Green Emperor, he stopped looking at the other party. Exercising great magical powers, he was alone and far away from this place. Ha! The Qing Emperor watched Amitabha leave and didn't stop him, only snickering. Then his gaze became gloomy and cold. A few moments later, he carefully hid his breath and dived in the direction of the Sky Pale continent. He now needed a large amount of life essence to compensate himself, and the powerful cultivators of the extraterrestrial starry sky and the heavenly pale continent were basically hunted clean. Only the eastern wasteland has yet to be affected. He couldn't care less in order to extend his life, to rush back to the eastern wasteland while the sacred body was being pestered by the spirit emperor. As long as he hid in the starry sky again afterward, the holy body would never be able to find him, even if he was capable of doing so. Chapter 101 Qin Hunter's Backhand. Supreme Ultimate. Heavenly Pale Continent. Eastern Wasteland. Green Cloud Holy Land. Brat, you should be fine, right? Within the Holy Land, Qin Wuhu stood below the mountain gate, his gaze looking up to the sky, a worried look hidden in his eyes. Qin Ji was fighting for supreme beings all by himself, and now he didn't know what was going on, which really made him anxious in his heart. To others, Qin Hun was the great emperor of the day, the only existence on the heavenly Tsang continent that could fight against the Forbidden Zone, but in his eyes, Qin Hun was just his son. It's his no-good brat. Don't worry, the great emperor's cultivation is overwhelming. Even if he faces 4 supreme beings at the same time, he will still be able to resist. The rain of blood that fell from the sky just now was most likely the vision that appeared after the great emperor killed the forbidden area supreme. Beside Qin Wuhu, Qin Zhan spoke out to comfort him. Only, the look on his face was equally grave. In fact, he didn't have a clue in his mind. Qin Hunter was fighting for supreme beings all by himself, and the outcome was hard to predict. The rain of blood not so long ago could also be. Thinking about it, an uneasiness also rose in Qin Zhan's heart. While this is going on, in the void outside the Holy Land, a figure in green suddenly appeared. This figure did not emit any powerful aura, but it caused the faces of the people from the Holy Land who saw him to change drastically. Green Emperor. Qin Zhan's face turned pale as he subconsciously cried out in shock. His gaze was dead set on the figure that appeared in the sky above, and even his body trembled a little. As an old, living fossil of the original Green Sky Holy Land, he had naturally seen the Green Emperor. As a matter of fact, Qin Zhan had recognized the Green Emperor from the moment he first appeared over the Holy Land. Only, wasn't the other party fighting with the Great Emperor in the extraterrestrial starry sky? Why did he suddenly return? A bad feeling instantly rose in Qin Zhan's heart. Beside him, Qin Wufei and those powerful members of the various clans who had come to congratulate him were also horrified at this moment. They didn't recognize the Green Emperor, but they knew that this was a Forbidden Area Supreme. Forbidden Area Supreme beings suddenly returned from the extra-dimensional stars, and one could tell with their asses that it wasn't a good thing. At this moment, the gaze of the Qing Emperor in the void turned and landed on Qin Zhan, his face indifferent. A quadruple heavenly past quasi-emperor. Someone from the Qin clan? The sacred body slaughtered this emperor's bloodline inheritance, and today this emperor wants him to watch his inheritance be slaughtered as well. Qing Di's voice was ice cold. Without too much nonsense, he directly stretched out his palm and pressed down towards the Holy Land below. Boom! Terrifying imperial might swept down like a tidal wave. A huge green palm coalesced out of thin air, covering the entire Holy Land, just like a side of heaven and earth pressing down. Buzz! As the large hand pressed down, A huge light shield also appeared over the Holy Land. Countless runic patterns shone on the surface, condensing into a thick divine chain of order, firmly protecting the entire Holy Land. Boom! The green-colored hand slapped heavily on the light shield, and a terrifying storm erupted. The light shield flickered crazily, and the chain of order condensed by that one runic pattern made an unbearable sound. Humph! A mere emperor-level grand formation. And you want to stop this emperor? The Qing emperor snorted coldly as his palm shook and clenched up fiercely. Boo! The entire grand formation was crushed in an instant. Immediately afterward, the large hand continued to press down, grabbing towards Qin Zhan and the others. The terrifying pressure prevented everyone from moving. It's over. Inside the Holy Land, everyone's faces were instantly pale as if they were dead. In front of the great emperor realm, even Qin Zhan, a quasi-emperor 4th level, couldn't raise the slightest thought of resistance. But just when they thought they were about to be slapped to death by the Green Emperor, a strange change occurred again. A grey stone hall rose steeply from the center of the Holy Land. The stone hall shook and erupted with a terrifying aura, shattering the green-colored hand. Qing Di's face changed slightly, his gaze fixed on the small grey hall that rose. As he gazed, the small grey hall rose straight up to the same height as him. Then, an old figure walked out from the hall. Qing Di, it's been a long time. The pale figure stood above the small hall, looking at the Qing Emperor with a trace of inexplicable emotion on his face. Wuji Tianzuan? What? Are you going to stop me? The Qing Emperor frowned as a strange color flashed across his face. Green Emperor, Your Excellency left the old immortal in the Holy Land just in case, to guard the safety of the Holy Land. You'd better leave. With the presence of an old immortal, it's impossible for you to take half a step into the Holy Land. On the opposite side, the old man called Wuji Tianzuan by the Qing Emperor sniffed, and his face steeply became grave. Millions of years ago, he had also been a forbidden area supreme. Only when his lifespan was about to run out and he stepped out of the forbidden zone to start a dark turmoil, he was suppressed by that person and sealed in the hall of the sealed king to guard the inheritance for him. Later, because his lifespan was exhausted, he sacrificed himself in order to survive and transformed into a temple spirit. Supreme Wuji, do you think you can stop me with your current state? Qing Di's face sank slightly as he stared at Supreme Peerless. Although the old immortal only has a soul body left, it's still possible to stop you for some time. Wait until His Excellency returns. Then I'm afraid it will be impossible for you to leave. Supreme Infinite's face was cold. Wuji, you forced this emperor. Today, this emperor will let you dissipate completely. The Qing Emperor's face became incomparably chilly as he heard this. His body shook as endless imperial might rose, evolving his own Tao. He condensed a small arcane yellow tripod out of thin air, wrapped in endless Tao rules, and subdued it towards the Wuji Supreme Being. There was no way he could give up, otherwise he would die as usual without being replenished with life essence. On the opposite side, when Supreme Peerless saw this, he reached out and made a move, and the Sealed King Hall underneath him instantly skyrocketed. By a small palace transformed into a heavenly palace in a matter of moments, slamming into the Xian Huang Shaoding that the Qing Emperor was pressing in. Boom! The two collided, erupting into a terrifyingly loud sound that shook the entire heaven and earth. The tremendous commotion even spread to the extraterrestrial stars, and in the collision, the Xian Huang cauldron that the Qing Emperor had condensed shattered, and the Sealed King Hall was knocked down into the void. It's just that, despite being knocked down into the void, the Hall of the Sealed King doesn't look like it's too obvious a teeny loss. Imperial soldier. The Qing Emperor looked at the Sealed King Hall, his face a little cold. He could see that the entire Sealed King Hall was made of immortal gold infused with the divine soul of a supreme being, and that its power was much stronger than that of a normal extreme Tao Emperor soldier. It was already equivalent to an alternative great emperor. And in the Holy Land, when Qin Zhan's crowd saw this scene, their hearts were also slightly relieved and they breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were also surprised by the appearance of the Seal King's Hall, it was good to be able to block the Green Emperor. It might actually be able to last until the Great Emperor returned. Qing Di, you'd better leave. The Lord is about to return. And if you're late, you won't be able to run away. The Seal King Hall rose into the air once again, and Supreme Peer Wuji's voice came out from it. The Green Emperor's face became even more unsightly as he sniffed, his voice icy cold as he said, an alternative emperor soldier is just a piece. Do you really think that this emperor can't take you down? But only after his voice fell, an even colder voice abruptly sounded in the space. You can indeed take him. Unfortunately, you don't have that time. Chapter 102, Killing the Green Emperor. Going to the three forbidden regions. On the void, a figure stepped out of space. As the figure appeared, wisps of red mist drifted out, and a rich, baleful and ominous aura began to permeate the space. Great Emperor, it's the return of the Great Emperor. In the Holy Land, Qin Zhan and the others saw this figure and looked excited, great joy instantly surfacing in their eyes. This brat. Shin Woody let out a long breath, his mind visibly relaxing. In the sky above, Shin Han held the ominous blade, and with a wave of his empty hand, the Seal King's palace instantly transformed into the size of his palm and appeared in front of him. My lord! Supreme Infinite's figure floated in the air, arching his hand respectfully towards Shin Han, his eyes in awe. Aha! Shin Hunter nodded slightly. Afterward, his gaze turned and landed on the Qing Emperor, slowly opening his mouth as an icy cold voice traveled out of it. Qing Di, you're really bold. He had left the Seal King Hall behind as a precautionary measure against other Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings coming to prey on the Qingyun Holy Land after he left. Unexpectedly, the other Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings didn't wait, but waited for the Qing Emperor. This fellow, after escaping and not finding a place to hide, actually wanted to come and exterminate the Qingyun Holy Land. I have to say that he had a lot of guts. On the opposite side, Qing Di's face had become incredibly grave from the moment Shin Han appeared. Look closely, and there's a hint of fear in the depths of the eyes. The holy body. Where's that Spirit Emperor guy? The Qing Emperor's gaze was dead set on Shin Han's face. The other party and the Spirit Emperor fought a great battle outside the domain. And now returning. That Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor? What do you think? Shin Hali's eyes were cruel as he flipped his palm, and a party of ancient seals appeared in his palm. The ancient seal was jade white in color, and it was covered with a light red crack. Although it looked a bit tattered, it still exuded a hint of imperial aura. And seeing the ancient seal in Shin Han's hand, the Qing Emperor's heart instantly sank, and even his breathing became a bit heavier. That's the Spirit Emperor's imperial soldier. The imperial soldiers fell by the wayside, which means that the Spirit Emperor has GA. But how long has it been? A supreme great emperor, just like that, fell? The Spirit Emperor is dead? Qing Di was still a bit unconvinced, wanting to get accurate information from Qin Li. The Spirit Emperor is indeed dead. Don't worry, I'll send you to the reunion now. Qin Hanari spoke coldly. After he said that, he took a step out of the void to burst, and the red light of the ominous blade in his hand flourished, like a tidal wave that rolled towards the Qing Emperor. The horrifying aura caused Qing Di's face to change drastically. De Hua Chang Tian, Qing Di shouted, waving his palm and evolving the Great Tao. A space like a paradise emerged, with the Great Tao intertwined in the divine chain of order all over, just like a real world. As Qing Di's palm launched out, this world rumbled and collided with the scarlet tide that rolled in. Rumble. In a dull and other sound, a terrifyingly large vibration occurred in the entire void. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, triggering an endless storm of destruction. In the void, light flickered and energy overflowed. Shin Hunter's figure did not move, standing steadily in place, the ominous blade in his hand emitting a bizarre red light, as if it could devour everything. On the other hand, Qing Di kept retreating, and the flourishing world that he had condensed collapsed inch by inch under the tidal wave sweeping over him. The Great Tao dissolved and the divine chain of order broke. Eventually, it completely collapsed in a burst of sound, turning into endless spatial turbulence that swept away. The Qing Emperor was horrified. His body's qi and blood tumbled, and his torso crumbled open with tiny cracks. His face was filled with astonishment. Although he had long known that he was not a match for the sacred body, how could he not have imagined that the same absolute peak emperor would not even be able to receive a single move from the other party? Without hesitation, he turned around and transformed into a green light, vanishing into the distance. Want to go? Qin Li looked coldly at the vanished Qing Di, took one step, and instantly disappeared in the same place. He was even faster and caught up with his opponent in the blink of an eye. The ominous blade swung violently, and the void was directly torn apart, appearing as a pitch-black crack that connected the heavens and the earth, seemingly tearing the entire world apart. Endless darkness surged out of the crack as if it could devour everything. Holy body, how dare you! Qing Di roared, feeling the threat of death. He desperately evolved his own Tao, and endless Tao rules raged in the heavens and earth. An ancient character formed a scripture, emitting a majestic aura that collapsed the ages. However, it all seemed futile. The scarlet blade light chopped down, and everything he evolved was torn apart. The Great Tao collapsed and the scriptures dissipated. Even his torso was torn apart under this blade. The Emperor's blood spilled and the rolling essence rose up, instantly collapsing the earth and turning it into a blood-colored ocean. Ah! Qing Di screamed miserably as his body, which was divided into two halves, desperately drew closer to the center. Rolling blood chi filled the air, wrapped in the Great Tao, trying to reunite. But the next moment, an endless red mist enveloped it. An extremely ominous and bizarre power invaded the body. The wailing faded, but stopped completely after a few moments. All that was left in the air was a constantly rolling red mist. A red-haired demon could faintly be seen looming within. Shin Han stood in the void, indifferently watching this scene without the slightest expression on his face. Only after seeing the complete fall of the Green Emperor did he reach out his palm towards the blood fog and grabbed a fist-sized ball of light from it. Before the thick essence could spread, it was collected into his inner world. Thus, another forbidden area supreme fell. Qing Di, die. Great emperors really do have the battle power to crush supreme beings. Inside the Qingyan Holy Land, the people who had been paying attention to the great battle and so on I sucked in a vicious breath, only feeling their bodies soften and their hands and feet shiver. Although there had been a vision of a self-esteem falling earlier, it was still the scene in front of him that was even more shocking compared to what he had seen with his own eyes. It turns out that great emperors can be killed. And at this moment, in the void, after collecting the Green Emperor's essence blood, Qin Hunter did not return to the Holy Land, but instead cast his gaze in the direction of the central heavenly domain. After a moment of silence, he took a step forward, and a golden light path emerged under his feet, thus walking towards the central heavenly domain. The aura on his body was not concealed in the slightest. The might of a great emperor was vast, and the visions were astonishing. What is the great emperor he wants to do? That direction. Is it to break into the Forbidden Zone? The Forbidden Zone Supreme Being came out and set off monstrous killings. Is the great emperor trying to settle accounts with the Forbidden Zone? Inside the Holy Land, everyone was shocked as they looked at the direction Qin Hunter had left. Brat! Qin Wufei muttered, looking at Qin Hun's distant figure. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his eyes full of worry. And at the same moment, all over the heavenly Tsang continent, countless surviving cultivators were also looking up at the sky. Looking at the golden road that crossed the two domains, his eyes were filled with awe, especially the cultivators on the eastern wasteland. The awe contained endless gratitude. It was because the great emperor was in the eastern wasteland that they were saved from the calamity and not refined and eaten by the Supreme Being. Central Heaven. In the three forbidden zones, some of the supreme beings who had remained in the forbidden zones and had not stirred up the dark turmoil opened their eyes. A murmuring voice rang out as stony gazes were cast in Qin Hun's direction. The Eucharist. Chapter 103, Liquidation. Killing Stone Emperor. In the void, Qin Hunter stepped on the golden light path, and his terrifying imperial might swept over billions of miles. Like a heavenly emperor traveling, under the gaze of countless gazes, he didn't make any stops along the way and walked straight out of the eastern wasteland, descending into the central heavenly domain. Not long after, his figure appeared over an abyssal forbidden area, the forbidden zone of the underworld abyss. The huge abyss was dark and gloomy, as if it were a gateway to a territory that could not be seen to the end at a glance. The underworld abyss. That old miscreant, the Stone Emperor, is going to be out of luck. Several divine thoughts traveled out from the two forbidden zones of the Taishang and Divine Ruins. A pair of nervously concerned eyes seemed to be secretly relieved. Looking at the holy body now, it was clear that it wanted to completely liquidate. But none of that is any of their business. They do not step out of the forbidden zone, nor do they roll up dark unrest. The previous Golden Crow Emperor, the Green Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, and the Stone Emperor all came out of the underworld abyss, and had nothing to do with the Divine Ruins, or the Supreme Forbidden Region. The other side. Qin Hun stood above the void, his face cold as he looked down at the enormous abyss below. Earlier, 3 supreme beings came out of this forbidden area. Among them, the Spirit Emperor, the Golden Crow Emperor went to the eastern wasteland. The third person, on the other hand, was in the northern Xian domain, the southern barbarian predatory sage, Quasi-Emperor. Also at this moment, a tall golden figure walked out of the abyss and came not far in front of Qin Hun. The Stone Emperor's imperial aura permeated around him, and his face was filled with gravity. Although he hadn't traveled to the eastern wasteland, he perceived everything that happened there clearly. The Golden Crow, the Spirit Emperor, and the Green Emperor, all fell successively, and were all chopped under the blade of the youth in front of him. This caused him to be a step below in terms of aura when facing Qin Hun, to the point that he was vaguely intimidated. After all, the difference in strength between him and the Golden Crow trio wasn't too great, and if the other party could kill the Golden Crow, they could definitely kill him as well. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. Sacred body, what do you want? You've already killed the Golden Crow, the 3 Green Emperors, and now you've come to completely level the forbidden area? His voice was grave, and it was thick with scorn. She sniffed and stared expressionlessly at the Stone Emperor for a while, only to finally say coldly, or what? Stone Emperor? You just did that. You can't have forgotten it so quickly, can you? The Stone Emperor's face instantly sank when he heard this. Understand that Qin Li is really here to clear the air. But he still said, this emperor just killed some mole crickets. Besides, I did not set foot in the eastern wasteland. Now that the immortal gate has descended and is about to open, are you sure you want to start a forbidden zone war and fight the 3 forbidden zones with one man? Ha! Qin Hun scoffed. The 3 forbidden zones? Do you think that they would make an enemy of this emperor for your sake? The Stone Emperor was momentarily speechless, but was unable to refute. The Forbidden Zone has been sleeping for countless years, all just waiting for the immortal gate to descend and seek immortality. Who would fight this bogeyman for an unrelated person? There. Having said that, it's time to send you on your way. Sheen Hunter's tone was icy cold. As the voice fell, his body's essence rose. 3 flowers of the great Tao emerged above his head, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. 3 flowers lend a hand. He's going to make it quick. With a single step, his figure had already arrived in front of the Stone Emperor, and his right hand clenched his fist and blasted out. Boom! Space exploded. In front of the fist, space instantly dented and collapsed as incomparably terrifying power poured out. Humph! Dare to kill this emperor with the power of flesh? The Stone Emperor's eyes went cold. Seeing that Qin Han actually didn't use divine abilities, but only purely used his physical strength, he instantly felt insulted. He was born and bred from a divine stone that had been nurtured for millions of years to take shape, and himself was even harder than an imperial soldier. The strength of his physical body was such that he had never met an enemy. At that moment, he poked out a palm, which changed into the color of purple and gold, exuding a sense of strength that was strong to the extreme. Boom! The fists and palms clashed together with a bang, erupting into shocking fluctuations. Aha! In the midst of the shocking roar, a muffled grunt was faintly heard. In the next moment, the Stone Emperor's tall body was directly blown away, retreating violently in the void. Every foot that landed stomped on a piece of space. He looked horrifiedly at Qin Han, waves of shock churning up within him. How is that possible? One's own physical body, unexpectedly, was no match for Qin Han? On the other side, Qin Han ignored the other party's horror. A move that was a pain in the ass. Blood she rolled over his body as his fists blasted out one after another. Under the powerful increase of the 3 flowers borrowing path, he directly rubbed the Stone Emperor on the ground. Ah, sacred body, you bully me too much. The Stone Emperor roared angrily, and his body had crumbled into countless cracks under Qin Hunter's bombardment. It seemed to be about to burst open and was extremely appalling. He waved his hands and a round wheel of light appeared behind him, from which endless light bloomed. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura gushed out. That was the imperial Tao laws that belonged to him alone. As this wheel of light appeared, the aura of the Stone Emperor's body skyrocketed, and he actually shook Qin Han away with a punch. The means to increase battle power. This emperor also has. He roared, and his already tall body instantly swelled to the size of 3 zhang. The flesh became crystallized, like a small jade-white mountain. The millstone-sized fist blasted out, bringing up a terrifying oppressive force that suppressed towards Qin Han. A secret method to increase battle power? Qin Hali's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the Stone Emperor's skyrocketing body. In the next moment, with a flash of red light in his hand, the ominous blade appeared and directly chopped down towards the opponent's blasting fist. Boo! Bear! There were 2 sounds in a row. The Stone Emperor's entire arm was instantly chopped off. Even under the powerful force, the entire person was chopped off and smashed into the abyssal jade below. The entire underworld abyss shook. Put! The Stone Emperor's eyes widened as a mouthful of milky white essence blood spurted out. Looking at the broken right arm, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Unbelievably, with the strength of his physical body, he was actually chopped off his entire arm with a single slash. And what about the promised physical confrontation? Why did you suddenly draw your sword? Qin Li didn't have the time to pay attention to the Stone Emperor's shock as his body phased out and appeared in front of the other party. Another slash came down. Thumbs up. The scarlet blade light tore through space and directly chopped at the Stone Emperor. One cut. The Stone Emperor's entire body was chopped in half. The great Tao light wheel shattered behind him, and the imperial Tao laws dissipated. Yet the next moment, boom! With a shocking explosion, the 2 torsos exploded steeply, and an illusory shadow vanished in the destructive energy, fleeing towards the distance. Still trying to run, Qin Han laughed coldly and pressed his palm down, suppressing the destructive force generated by the explosion. The palm of his hand then clawed out and grabbed down in the direction the shadow had fled. Tear it up! A large area of space was directly torn apart, wrapping that shadow in it. The next second space burst into pieces, strangling the shadow into green smoke. Thus, the Stone Emperor fell. Stone Emperor? Dead. This world's human emperor. So terrifying. The supreme beings in the 2 forbidden zones of the supreme, divine ruins, who had been paying attention to this side of the battlefield secretly sucked in a breath. Horrified by Qin Hunter's power, a supreme being actually didn't last more than a moment in his hands before being decapitated. At the same time, it was hard to avoid some sadness in the heart. These people of theirs were also once existences that were admired by all beings in heaven and earth, and in order to pursue immortality, They were willing to incarnate in the Forbidden Zone and fall asleep for countless years. It was so hard to wait for the Immortal Gate to descend, but it turned out to be so hastily decimated. Chapter 104, Spirit Crystal Vein Under the Underworld Abyss. At the instant the Stone Emperor fell, violent fluctuations of divine thoughts came out from the two forbidden areas of Taishang and divine ruins one after the other. But then, these divine thoughts quickly sank back into silence and quiet. In response, Qin Hari merely swept a faint glance towards the two forbidden zones. After withdrawing his gaze, he looked down to the abyssal forbidden zone below. At this time, the entire forbidden zone had been pretty much destroyed in the battle just now. The earth collapsed, and a lurid crack covered the ground like a spider's web. The originally pitch-black, bottomless forbidden area was completely transformed into a huge sinkhole, the bottom of which was filled with rocks. At this moment, Shinhan looked at the collapsed forbidden zone and suddenly extended his palm and grabbed towards the bottom. A large hand that covered the sky coalesced out of thin air and fiercely grabbed into the abyss. Rumble! The earth shook and crumbled into even more terrifying cracks. A huge spirit vein that was milky white with a faint golden light was grabbed out from the depths of the underground by a large hand. The instant the spiritual vein appeared on the ground, space blew up a terrifying aura storm in an instant. With a grip of Qin Hunter's palm, the gigantic spirit vein instantly shrunk, from 1,000 miles huge to only a foot long, compressed within a small space. A spirit vein that is even purer and more refined than the very best. Shinhan retrieved his palm and held up the spirit vein that was compressed in a small space like a small golden dragon swimming. Feeling the aura in it, which was much stronger than the extreme spirit vein and contained powerful vitality. His eyes were thoughtful. Forbidden area supreme being able to sleep for tens or millions of years and live until now. It seemed like it should be relying on this spirit vein. At that exact moment, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a vein of spirit crystals, which can be traded with the system in exchange for higher cultivation. Spirit crystal veins? Shinli was slightly stunned at his words. He only knew that the highest quality of spirit stones on the continent was the extreme spirit stones, and didn't know that there were any spirit crystals. However, this so-called spirit crystal vein was indeed much more pure and purer than the extreme spirit vein, and it also contained a unique aura that was not found in an extremely high-quality spirit vein. Thinking back to when the immortal sect descended, the unified sun had spoken of the immortal source stones needed to redeem for higher cultivation in the upper realm. Could it be that this so-called spirit crystal vein was related to the immortal origin stones? Sensing the thoughts in Kanari's mind, the system voice sounded again. The host thinks well. The spirit crystal vein is the very best spirit vein tainted with the immortal aura of the upper realm before it evolved. The host can use spirit crystals and exchange them for upper world immortal source stones, thus exchanging them for cultivation. 10,000 spirit crystals can be exchanged for one lowest grade immortal source stone. After the system finished speaking, it automatically lit up the interface and a redemption information was presented in front of Qin Han's eyes. The upper realm cultivation levels are divided into Flying Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Xianxian Immortal, Immortal Monarch, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, and Immortal Emperor. Flying Immortal Realm Level 1, 100 lower grade immortal sources. Flying Immortal Realm Second Level, 200 lower grade immortal sources. True Immortal Realm, 10, 000 inferior immortal sources. Tinsel Land, Poor. Qinhan directly skipped the back and his eyes landed on the frontmost row. Immortal. Are all the upper realms immortal? Qin Hunari's mind was shaken. This was the first time he knew about the upper world. It was just some realm division, but it was still more important to him. The eyes moved down and landed on the first line of redemption information. Flying Immortal Realm, 100 lower grade immortal sources. Qinli raised his eyebrows slightly. Inferior immortal source. It should be the lowest grade of immortal source stone in the upper realm. According to what Unity Sun had said earlier, 10,000 spirit crystals for one immortal origin stone. Then, if he wanted to raise his cultivation, he would need at least 1,000,000 spirit crystals to do so. Thinking, his eyes looked at the golden dragon held in the palm of his hand. Tuzi, how many immortal sources can be exchanged for this spirit vein? Ding, the spirit crystal vein can only be exchanged for 300 immortal sources due to severe depletion. Does the host trade 300 immortal sources? Qin Li's eyes lit up at the words. He was pleased with this result. Deal. The redeemed immortal source directly raises the cultivation level. Just as the voice fell, the spirit crystal held in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Ding, host consumes 300 immortal sources to exchange for the second level of Flying Immortal Realm cultivation. Buzz. Qin Hunter's body shook, only to feel a power so terrifying that it could not be described rise up from his body and sweep through his entire body. The surrounding space made a crackling sound, as if it was unable to withstand the force and was about to collapse. The sky darkened down. The storm clouds rolled back, and a huge eye appeared faintly. Countless divine chains of order emerged and bound toward Shinhan. At the same time, a terrifying pressure surged out of thin air in the space to suppress the aura on Shinhan. This is the eye of the heavenly Tao. The rules of the heavenly Tao manifested. How is that possible? What kind of heaven-defying thing has come out that even the heavenly Tao has to manifest and suppress it? In the two forbidden areas of the supreme, divine ruins, a divine idea vibrated madly, and the silent eyes opened once again. Those supreme beings sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao and their gazes pierced through the forbidden land to look up to the sky, their eyes covered in horror. At the same moment, the entire continent was abuzz. Countless cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Even at an endless distance apart, they could see that terrifying eye in the sky. They felt like they were being stared at by the god of death, and a great fear inexplicably rose in their hearts. Heavenly Tao suppression. In the sky above the forbidden zone, Shinjeri frowned as he gazed above the dome of the sky. As his cultivation level rose to the second level of the flying immortal realm, he clearly felt the suppression of this heaven and earth on him. It was an insidious pressure that was limiting the growth of his strength. It seemed that this heaven and earth could not contain such a powerful existence. After a moment of silence, he collected his breath and his entire person became ordinary, like a worldly mortal, and as his breath collected, all the visions above the sky dome dissipated. The huge, emotionless eye, too, faded and disappeared into space. Seeing this, Qinli let out a breath. Regardless, the cultivation increase was still something to be happy about. Taking one last look at the forbidden land of the underworld abyss, which had already become ruins, he directly turned around and stepped into the air to leave. It wasn't leaving the central heavenly domain, but rather heading in the direction of the other two forbidden zones. Unlike the previous footsteps on the Golden Road, this time there were no visions on him. With just a few steps, he crossed the endless spatial distance and appeared above the Taishan forbidden area. And at this moment, there were two pairs of eyes in the Taishan forbidden zone, gazing in unison at Shinhan who had appeared. The look in his eyes was incomparably grave. A moment later, the space of the forbidden zone cracked open, and two figures walked out of it. One man was old and thin, yet he exuded a powerful aura of the sword Tao. The other was a plain-clothed woman with a stunningly beautiful face. At the same moment, a figure also stepped out of the divine ruins and came across space. The three of them stood opposite Shinhan, looking at him with a vigilant and stony face. Sacred body, you've already subdued the Stone Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the others, leveled the underworld abyss, and now you've come to my Taishan forbidden area. What do you want? The aged figure that stepped out of the supreme forbidden region spoke. We have not stepped out of the forbidden zone, nor have we killed your human race. That supreme being who had come from the divine ruins also spoke out. They had been silent for countless years, just waiting for the immortal gate to descend and step into that place. During that time, even if someone's lifespan was exhausted, they had never stepped out of the forbidden zone and rolled up dark turmoil. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been only 3 people in the 2 forbidden zones combined. All the dark upheavals from ancient times to the present day have been the work of the underworld abyss. Chapter 105 Robbing 2 Forbidden Zones. Flying Immortal Realm 3rd Level Cultivation. There is no need for the 3 of you to be nervous. This emperor has not come to trouble you. Over the restricted area, with his hands behind his back, Sheen Hunter looked at the 3 supreme beings in front of him, his face flat. Not looking for trouble with us? The 3 supreme beings smelled differently. After glancing at each other, that aged supreme being spoke again and asked, "Then why did you come here?" As he said that, his gaze was fixed on Shin Hun, observing his reaction. Next to them, the other 2 did the same, not daring to be careless. The battle power of this young great emperor of the current generation was heaven-defying enough to be called the best in the desolate ancient world, killing many supreme beings with one's own strength and leveling a forbidden area. I'm afraid that only that great completion saint body from 1,000,000 years ago can be compared. Although there were 3 of them, they didn't have the slightest chance of winning against Shin Hun. This emperor has come here to borrow the spirit vein under the forbidden zone. Shin Hun looked at the several people, and without any nonsense, he directly stated his purpose. Want a spirit vein? When the 3 of them heard this, their faces instantly sank. Looking at each other, they both saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. Obviously, they knew that the spirit vein Shin Hun was talking about was not an ordinary spirit stone vein, but a spirit crystal vein buried deep in the forbidden zone. However, that spirit crystal vein was the fundamental location of the forbidden area, and was also the basis of their dependence from the ancient times when they had been asleep until now. If they handed over the spirit crystal vein, they would lose the possibility of continuing their slumber. This is tantamount to throwing away one's chances of staying alive. What, you don't want to? Shin Hunter's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the 3 hesitate. Aren't you and the others sleeping so far just to wait for the immortal gate to descend? Now that the immortal gate has descended and is about to open, Are you not ready to leave? Or does want to continue to be turned into a forbidden zone and save it for the future in stirring up turmoil? Gene Halley snatched 3 questions, and his voice gradually became icy cold at the end of his words. With his current strength, he could have just done it. However, he is also a reasonable person. Hands to rob, that is to wait for the other side, is not willing to do things. On the opposite side, the 3 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings looked at Gene Hunter's icy down face and secretly screamed in their hearts. It only felt like an incomparably powerful aura was pressing down on them. And even as Supreme Beings, they felt a little breathless. At that moment, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and nodded towards Gene Hun. If you need it, just take it. With that, he stepped aside. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on Gene Li's face. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed towards the Taishang Forbidden Area below. Rumble! The earth shook as it cracked open a huge crack of thousands of feet. Immediately afterward, a spirit crystal vein that was much smaller than it was not long ago was detained from the depths of the earth. When the 3 Supreme Beings saw this, a trace of reluctance passed through their eyes, but they didn't dare to make any movements. Gene Hun glanced at the spirit vein that was detained in his hand, glittering with a faint golden light, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Collecting the spirit vein into his inner world, he turned his head to look at the 3 people on the side. This emperor also does not take her and other things for nothing. According to this emperor's projection, the immortal door will be completely molded in half a year's time. When, or and other things can break in. After saying that, he directly turned around and left, walking towards the Divine Ruins Forbidden Area. There is one last spirit vein. Watching Qin Jerry leave, the 3 Supreme Beings were relieved. Among them, that Supreme Being who had come from the Divine Ruins looked in the direction that Qin Hun had gone, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Ugh, let's hope that the immortal sect can really take shape in half a year. This Supreme sighed. With the loss of the spirit crystal vein, it was no longer possible for them to remain asleep. After stepping out of the forbidden zone, life longevity was passing at a normal rate every moment. One could only hope that the immortal would take shape before their lifespans ran out, giving them a chance to break into that path. On the other hand, over the Divine Ruins Forbidden Area, Qin Li had already dug out the spirit crystal vein. At this moment, he was holding 2 small golden dragon-like spirit veins in his hands as he stood in the air. Tuzi, these 2 spirit veins, how much cultivation can be exchanged? Ding, the system estimates that the 2 spirit veins together are worth 300 immortal sources. It can raise the host's cultivation to the 3rd level of flying immortal. Only 300? Shinari frowned. However, looking at the 2 spirit veins that were clearly smaller than the underworld abyss forbidden area, he was relieved. Redeem it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the spirit vein in his hand suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, he felt a surge of power in his body. The cultivation level that had just been raised to the 2nd level of flying immortal was once again pulled up a notch. In the 100 veins, what was rushing around had long since ceased to be spiritual power, but higher level immortal spiritual power. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 3rd level of the flying immortal realm. After this, I will unify the heavenly pale and reign over all domains. Fighting on the immortal world. Robbing the immortal source. Only I. Stop. Qin Li had a black line on his face and a very strange expression. This Tuzi has become a bit strange, not like a proper system. Host, the immortal gate will have to be opened completely, and the unified sun suggests that you can travel to the upper world through the immortal gate. There are so many sources of immortality in the upper world. Upper world. Qin Li muttered and did not reply. Taking one step, his figure gradually became illusory and finally disappeared over the forbidden area. At this time, the upper world. In a huge and boundless immortal city, countless powerful auras lay dormant, and a rich immortal aura drifted through the space. In a huge square in the center of Immortal City, several armor-clad figures stood guard in front of an altar. Above the altar, the shadow of a portal loomed, and even higher up, 2 other blurry figures stood, gazing at the portal. At that moment, one of them suddenly spoke. This time the immortal sect descended to the lower realm, and I don't know how many people will be able to pass through the immortal sect and ascend up. It's been a long time since Immortal Mausoleum City has been replenished with fresh blood. The other sniffed and nodded faintly. Yes, although there are as many small worlds down there as there are constant sands, the immortal realm is too vast, and Immortal Toon City hasn't seen an ascender in a long time. The immortal realm was vast, with countless immortal cities, great clans, and immortal clans. There are 2 ways for those in the lower realms to ascend. 1. Through the immortal gate projection, ascending to these great cities, within the immortal clans. The second is to forcefully break the barrier between the 2 worlds by virtue of heaven-defying strength and randomly descend somewhere in the immortal world. The second way is suitable for those with demonic natural talent and strong battle power. but this approach is also extremely dangerous, because if one was unlucky and landed in the middle of the immortal realm's perilous land, one would probably cool off on the spot. The only one he knew of was the lord called Ancient Sangdao, who ascended in this manner a million years ago. At that thought, the man's thoughts stopped and he seemed to think of something, eyes fixed on the portal below. I heard that a great power has projected the coordinates of that world. This time, someone will be sent with the immortal sect to descend into that world. Chapter 106, The Immortal Gate will open. Heavenly Pale Continent. Green Cloud Holy Land. A large group of people gathered in front of the Holy Land portal, their gazes nervously looking in the direction of the central heavenly domain. The fluctuations of the great battle calmed down and dissipated, and another supreme power fell. I don't know about the great one. In front of the crowd, Xinjiang's face was grave and worried. The great emperor alone traveled to the Forbidden Zone and apparently had a great battle with the Forbidden Zone Supreme. Now that the great war has subsided, a supreme being has fallen, and it is not known whether it is a forbidden area supreme being or. Next to Xinjiang, Qin Wuxia was silent and didn't speak, only that his gaze was always looking in the direction of the central heavenly domain without moving away a single bit. Although Qin Hunter had previously demonstrated extremely terrifying strength, this time, after all, he was alone against the two Forbidden Zones, or in the other party's lair, and no one knew if there would be any accidents. Boss, can't you find out the current situation over in the Forbidden Zone either? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. With a hesitant face, Xinjia looked cautiously at Xinjiang. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people instantly gathered their gazes on Xinjia with strange expressions. Yeah, Xinjiang was at least a quasi-emperor, and he could extend his thoughts to the central heavenly domain with a single thought. Even if they couldn't peek inside the Forbidden Zone, they could always see outside of it. However, facing the gazes of the crowd, Xinjiang shook his head, unable to see. If it were in the past, with his cultivation level, he could indeed cover his thoughts towards the central heavenly domain. But now that the Emperor War was taking place there, the heavens had turned upside down, and the laws of the extreme Tao were stirring up the void, and it had become an even more terrifying Forbidden Zone. He had tried it long ago, but his thoughts were instantly obliterated just as he approached that area, and he couldn't see any sights at all. Right now, it seemed that all he could do was wait quietly and expect the great emperor to achieve victory. When the people around them saw this, they also became silent, their hearts infinitely tense. But when their gazes were cast to the sky again, their faces were suddenly struck dumb. As he gazed, a figure was stepping from the sky, a green shirt with a fluttering sleeve, like an idle stroll. The great. After a short silence, someone yelled out in surprise. Qin Hunter's return proved that he had won the battle of the Forbidden Zone, and had probably even leveled the Forbidden Zone. The sharp sword that hung over their heads finally dispersed. That brat! At the front of the crowd, Qin Wudi let out a fierce sigh of relief, and his tightly clenched fists finally relaxed, his knuckles turning white. On the distant void, Qin Han looked at the crowd within the Holy Land with a faint smile on his face. With one step the figure dissipated from the void and appeared in front of the crowd in the next moment. Great Emperor! Welcome the Great Emperor's triumphant return. A crowd of powerful people from various races who stayed in the Holy Land knelt down. Xinjiang's few people also had a respectful, awe-inspiring look on their faces. Although the number of people was small, the sound was as loud as a mountainous roar. Of all the people, only Qin Wuxia had a concerned and nervous look on his face as he approached Qin Han to take a closer look. Only after seeing that there were no missing arms or legs, and that the parts were all there, did he pat him on the shoulder in relief. In response, Qin Han just laughed. His eyes turned to those strong men of the various races and waved his hand faintly. All rise, the forbidden area has been pacified by this emperor, so you can leave at ease and return to your respective families, clans. As soon as these words came out, the bodies of the strongest members of the various races trembled. Immediately, someone spoke up. Great Emperor's divine might, protect my human race. Immediately afterward, the others followed, chanting, Great Emperor divine might. For countless years, the human race had produced many great emperors, but none of them had completely leveled the Forbidden Zone. Even some human great emperors would walk into the Forbidden Zone after their later years and become the source of dark turmoil. Until now, the Forbidden Zone, which has existed since ancient times, has finally been leveled. How can this not make them shocked and excited? Go on. Qin Hunter waved his hand again. The strongest members of the various clans heard this and bowed once again towards Qin Han. He then stood up and hurriedly swept towards the outside of the Holy Land. Some of the strongest members of the great clans and sects that were in the eastern wasteland were fine, and although they were anxious, they weren't too worried. However, it was different for the powerhouses whose forces were in Beishen, the western desert, and other places. The anxious look was simply imprinted on their faces. The eastern wasteland hadn't been trampled on by the Forbidden Area Supreme because of the presence of a great emperor, but the remaining 3 domains were different, and at this point, they didn't know what the situation was like. Alas, watching these people leave, Qin Hun sighed slightly. His thoughts covered the entire heavenly Tsang continent, clearly knowing the conditions of the 3 domains. It can be said that the strongest of the strong are extinguished. Cultivators above the Enlightenment realm were almost hunted down. It was a pity that he was entangled by the Green Emperor and the other 4 supreme beings at that time and was unable to detach himself. Otherwise, no need to beat yourself up. There is a time when manpower is exhausted. You have already done your best by killing the Forbidden Zone supreme beings and pacifying the Forbidden Zone. On the side, Qin Wudi spoke out to comfort. Qin Hali nodded lightly as he sniffed. Actually, he wasn't blaming himself. He was just a little emotional. The change happened too quickly. Several supreme beings came at once. If he hadn't collected enough spirit stones to enhance his cultivation, I'm afraid even he would have to GA. At that moment, Qin Zhan suddenly stepped forward. Great Emperor, the Immortal Gate is coming. Will I be able to set foot then? Qin Zhan's face was grave as he finished speaking with a nervous gaze at Qin Hun. His lifespan was about to run out. And even though he had previously received the life spring water given by Qin Ji, it only restored some blood chi and extended a little bit of time. Even if the cultivation level breaks through again, it would be difficult to extend the lifespan any further until one reaches the Great Emperor realm. Now that the Immortal Gate had descended, he also had the idea of entering it. Even if he couldn't seek immortality, being able to go to the upper realm would not be a waste of his life. Immortal Gate. Qin Hunter sniffed, his gaze looking toward the crack in the sky above the eastern desert. At this time, that spatial crack had expanded from its original size of 1 zhang to nearly 100 zhang huge. Inside the crack, it was pitch black, but from time to time, a strange aura flowed out, colliding with the aura in the space and erupting into a huge roar. The space around the entire crack was also violently twisting. It seems that I'm afraid it won't take half a year for the Immortal Gate to completely open. Shinji looked at the spatial crack that had expanded to nearly 100 feet, his face slightly grave. This rate of expansion was much faster than he had previously presumed, and it looks like the expansion is molding faster as time goes on. Retracting his gaze, he turned his head to look at Qin Zhan. Don't worry, old ancestor. If the immortal sect is true, we will all be able to travel to the upper realm at that time. Qin Hunter's tone was flat, but it carried a huge amount of confidence. Ever since his cultivation had risen to the flying immortal realm, he could vaguely sense that another vast world existed. Even if the Immortal Gate did not descend, he believed that with his own strength, he would be able to penetrate the barriers between the 2 realms and enter the upper realm. As for the opposite side, Qin Zhan instantly showed a reassuring expression on his face when he heard Qin Hun being so certain. Even the Qin Fury, Qin Yu, and even Qin Wu Hu next to him had glowing eyes. Then, is there a chance for them to follow along to the upper world? Qin Hun looked at the expressions of the crowd and didn't say anything, having a plan in mind. On the other hand, as the previous powerhouses of the various races dispersed, the news of the Forbidden Zone being pacified quickly spread throughout the continent. Those cultivators who had survived were kneeling in the direction of the Qin Yun Holy Land. The prestige of Qin Hun, the great emperor of the current generation, peaked in an instant, even surpassing the many great emperors of the human race since the Desolate Ages. To pacify the Forbidden Zone, this piece of merit is enough to go down in the annals of the human race. The heavenly Tsang continent, for 100,000 years after this, will be the world of the Qin Yun Holy Land. In the Holy Land of the beginning of the heavens, Paramount Emperor Zhao Taishu and the Holy Lord stood on top of the peak, their gazes gazing out into the sky. The Holy Land of the beginning was very fortunate to be within the eastern wasteland and was not patronized by the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings, and they survived as a result. After hearing the news of the Great Emperor's pacification of the Forbidden Zone, although he was a bit surprised, he took it for granted when he thought about it. After all, with the battle prowess of that great emperor of the current generation, it wasn't surprising that he was able to pacify the Forbidden Zone. After a long time, Zhao Taishu suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at the nearby Taichu Holy Lord. Sacred Lord, the Immortal Gate descends. This time, we Quasi-Emperor Realm Old Antiques want to break in. After the Holy Land, I'm counting on you. Zhao Taishu's voice was grave, with a hint of anticipation. All of them at the Quasi-Emperor Realm, those who had lived until now, had basically exhausted their lifespans. If you don't seal yourself, you don't have long to live. Now that the immortal sect had descended, it was possible to extend one's lifespan as long as one was able to step into the upper realm. He wanted to put up a fight too. Eternal life, who wouldn't want that? And most importantly, after the dark turmoil, even if the ancient clans of the various Holy Lands had not been destroyed, their strongest people had been killed or injured. In this way, Even if there were no paragon emperors in the Taichu sacred land, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Old ancestor. The primordial Saint Lord's face was heavy, but he didn't stop it. Meanwhile, somewhere within a dark corner of the starry sky, a 3-foot ancient Buddha's breath was silent. Not far from it, there was also a figure sitting on a plate covered in black mist. At this moment, a pair of eyes lit up in the black fog, and an incomparably indifferent voice came out. The immortal gate is about to open, and this time, this seat must set foot in the upper world. Ancient Song Cheong, wait for the seat to come for you. Chapter 107, Sapling of the Divine Tree of Life. Immortal gate completely opened. Time flows like water, and its march in the blink of an eye. After the forbidden zone was pacified, the entire heavenly sun continent returned to a short period of calm. Other than the eastern desert, the remaining 3 powerful domains had almost fallen, leaving a few big cats and small cats. However, because of the immortal sect's descent, most of those strong people who survived rushed to the eastern wasteland again after dealing with the aftermath of their clans and families. At this moment, these powerhouses were either gathered in large cities close to the Holy Land of the Green Clouds, or were directly staying in the wilderness outside the Holy Land. The wind and the dew are eaten, and they just sit there under the sky. Some people were trying to see if Qin Hun, a great emperor, would break through the immortal gate. Some, on the other hand, were thinking of following Qin Hun and stepping into the immortal gate. The immortal gate is about to open. 10,000 miles away from the Green Cloud Holy Land, outside a small wooden hut, Zhao Taishu and an old man stood silently, eyes flickering at the sky above. At this moment, that void rift had become 100 miles long and several miles wide. It was no longer dark inside, but had become somewhat brighter. Vaguely visible inside was an ancient road covered with dead bones. Is that the way to the upper world? Zhao Taishu's face was grave. The withered bones paved in the ancient path caused him to feel a palpitation. The road to immortality. How can it be easy? Those, I guess, are the losers of the past. Master Tai Hui, perhaps, you and I will also become a withered bone on the road. Beside Zhao Taishan, that old man spoke faintly. The old man was dry and thin, his skin was yellow and flabby, and he exuded a rich twilight aura. It looked like a dead body that had just crawled out of a coffin. However, his face was unusually calm, as if he had long since not cared about life and death. Zhao Taishu sniffed and looked at the old man, but he also just smiled, his face still grave but not fearful. Even if you fall, it's not a wasted life to fall on the path of seeking the way. I just don't know if the Sacred Body Emperor's battle prowess will be able to break through the immortal road and set foot in the upper realm, Zhao Taishu said, turning his head in the direction of the Qingyun Holy Land, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. And at this point, Green Cloud Holy Land, on the central imperial palace, Shili was sitting in the void with a foot-tall sapling floating in front of him. The sapling was turquoise and crystalline, and looked as if it had been carved out of emerald. Although it was only a seedling, it exuded an incomparably powerful, and one could even say somewhat terrifying vitality. Is this the seedling of the divine tree of life? Indeed, what a powerful vitality. Shinji looked at the crystal-clear sapling in front of him, his eyes filled with marvel. He felt that if it wasn't for the large formation shrouded in the imperial palace and the precious jade floor laid underground, he was afraid that plants and spirit grasses would have grown under this vitality. Ding, the divine tree of life is the spiritual root of heaven and earth. The heavens and the earth have come to this one plant. Naturally it is not a mortal object. The system's voice rang in his head. Shinli also nodded when he heard this, his expression seeing are satisfied. This was what he had just spent 1 billion extreme spirit stones on and traded with the system. At that moment, the divine tree sapling in front of him suddenly moved. A small, tender face emerged from the trunk of the baby's arm-thick tree, and the 2 thick roots below it moved, walking through the void like a human. Bow to the master. The sapling walked in front of Qin Hun, its branches swinging, the child's human face on the trunk blinking its big round eyes, and a childish voice coming out of its mouth. Shinji's eyes widened all of a sudden as he watched the life god tree's flurry of movements. It wasn't just that this little thing could walk and talk, but more importantly, he sensed an aura on the other side. Earlier, I only focused on marveling at the huge vitality, and at this time, I found that this little thing actually has the cultivation of a myth realm great emperor. A seedling has the cultivation of a great emperor? If this were to be spread, those remaining great saints and quasi-emperors on the eastern wasteland wouldn't die of shame? But a moment later, Xin Li's face returned to calm. After all, grass and trees could become essence and transform into demons, let alone such a spiritual root of heaven and earth. There are some gods and goddesses that can be justified. Master? Seeing that Qin Hun did not say anything for half a day, the tender voice of the divine tree of life sounded once again. The big round eyes on the tree trunk stared at Qin Hun somewhat timidly. She sniffed and blinked, looking at the crystal-clear small tree in front of him, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Yes, little thing, you can just call me Big Brother from now on. He felt a little uncomfortable with the two titles of master. It was better that Big Brother sounded better. Good drop. Big. Cauldron. Sapling is a little hard to pronounce. Li didn't mind either, and after nodding, he was about to say something when he suddenly frowned. Buzz. There was a faint buzzing in space, and in the outside world. The huge void crack in the sky dome also stopped expanding at this moment. Inside the crack, the immortal path that was covered in white bones was clearly presented in the eyes of all the cultivators in the eastern wasteland. A terrifying and appalling aura came through. The immortal gate, completely opened. Chapter 108, Supreme being a Pathfinder. Entering the immortal sect. The immortal gate is open. Outside, countless cultivators looked at the huge crack above the dome of the sky. Their faces were first stunned, followed by instant commotion. It's open. The immortal gate is open. The ancient path in there, is it the path to immortality? White bones. So many white bones. Those shouldn't be the skeletons left behind by the great emperor realm, right? Some people looked at the ancient road inside the spatial crack with a look of astonishment. The immortal gate has opened. The sacred body really didn't swindle us. In the central heavenly domain, the three supreme beings stood above the forbidden area and looked towards the crack on the eastern desert, their eyes shining brightly. The three of them looked at each other. Then their figures slowly faded and dissipated. In just a few breaths, they appeared in the eastern wasteland and came before that void rift. The path of immortality, or the path of the yellow springs? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from within the crack from a close distance, as well as the tired white bones that covered the ancient road, the three of them showed an incomparable look of gravity on their faces. He just stood still in the air, not going in or out. The appearance of the three people also caused some powerful people on the eastern wasteland to be greatly alarmed. That's the Forbidden Zone Supreme? Didn't the great emperor say that the Forbidden Zone was pacified? How come? Outside the cabin, the two paragon emperors of the Taicho Holy Land were stunned, and fear even vaguely showed on Zhao Taishu's face. However, when he thought that this was the eastern wasteland and that the Qingyan Holy Land was 10,000 miles away, he calmed down again. Since that great emperor said that the Forbidden Zone has been pacified, it can't be false. Even if there are Forbidden Area Supreme beings still existing in the world, with the presence of great emperors, the other side wouldn't dare to make trouble. Beside Zhao Taishian, that dry and thin old man spoke faintly. Compared to the fear that Zhao Taishu exuded, he appeared very calm. As he spoke, his gaze turned to look in the direction of the Green Cloud Holy Land. The immortal gate opens, and that great emperor should be appearing as well. And at this moment, on the central imperial palace of the Holy Land, has the immortal gate opened. It's half as fast as the presumed time. Qinshi put away the life god tree seedling, then slowly stood up. He had previously speculated that the immortal gate would open within half a year, and it was now only 3 months later. Walking out of the imperial palace, Qin Zhan had long been waiting outside the palace. At this moment, when he saw Qin Ji appear, he immediately spoke in a low voice. Great Emperor, the immortal gate has opened, and a forbidden area supreme has appeared. Well, no harm done. Qin Hanari nodded indifferently. The three supreme beings, if they honestly entered the immortal gate ancient path was fine. If he wanted to make a small move, he could crush it with his hand. No matter what, there will be no more no-go zones in the world. And seeing that Qin Han was like this, Qin Zhan also did not say anything more. Together, the two of them stepped through the void toward the outside of the Holy Land. Along the way, countless disciples within the Holy Land looked at the two men in the void with expressions of awe. Girl, he's a great emperor now. In a small courtyard surrounded by a bamboo forest, the Grand Elder and Lu Qingqing looked at the sky with a whole lot of concentration. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with pity and remorse. If he had made an effort at that time, he might have been the old man of a great emperor by now. Lu Qingqing, on the other hand, had a complicated look on her face. Until now, she still couldn't understand it. The dude who peeked in the shower and got his ass kicked back in the day, it would turn into the current great emperor who reigned over the heavenly pale earth, calming the dark turmoil and causing countless cultivators to be in awe. She couldn't comprehend or accept that these two vastly different figures could be the same person. On the void, Qin also noticed this particular gaze and turned his head to glance in the direction of the bamboo forest. When he saw the green-colored figure, he was slightly stunned. Qingqing Lu, Great Emperor, what's wrong? Beside him, Qin Zhan asked with some curiosity. As he spoke, following Qin Han's gaze, he also looked towards the bamboo forest. Nothing, Qin Li shook his head. Retracting his gaze, he took one step and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. Behind him, Qin Zhan looked strange as a gust of wind blew by, his figure dispersing with the wind. In the next moment, the two figures directly appeared in the outside world, coming beside the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. The three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were startled. After seeing that it was Qin Hun, his face steeply became grave and vaguely wary. There's no need to be nervous. Three of you. Since this emperor didn't make a move against you in the first place, he naturally won't now either. Qin Li's face was flat. His eyes skimmed over the three supreme beings and looked towards the huge crack in the sky. Ancient roads, white bones. The sight that met his eyes caused his brows to furrow, and he felt a strong killing chance coming his way. It seems that it's not easy to step into the upper realm. Qin Yunari's eyes grew deeper as he secretly pondered in his mind. The three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings looked at Qin Hun, and after seeing that his breath was indeed calm, the wariness in their eyes slightly dispersed a little. At that moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Zhao Taishu and the old man stepped into the air, walked up to Qin Hun and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Great Emperor. Between bowing, the two of them quietly glanced at the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings out of the corners of their eyes, their hearts aghast. If the Great Emperor wasn't here, they really wouldn't have dared to come over. Shinji retracted his gaze from the void rift and nodded slightly towards the two. He then looked at the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. Three of you. The immortal gate is open. Time to hit the road. The voice was flat and did not contain the slightest emotion, but in the ears of those around him, it was like thunder. The three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings in particular had their bodies shaken, their faces gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye, tired white bones on top of the immortal road. Cootie, all could tell it was definitely not safe. By letting them go in first, aren't we asking them to be guinea pigs for the Pathfinder? How? You guys don't want to go in? Qinli spoke indifferently, his gaze slanting toward the three. A hint of breath came out of his body and enveloped them. Boom! The three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings' bodies shook, their faces instantly turning pale and horrified, misoing and falling back several steps in the air. The eyes that looked at Qin Hun again had become incomparably terrified. That trace of breath just now directly made them feel death. That was simply not an aura that a Myth Realm Emperor should possess. Compared to the three Supreme Beings' fear, Qin Jun, Zhao Taishu, and even some cultivators with powerful cultivation on the eastern wasteland were equally shocked. They hadn't felt the aura emanating from Qinji's body. They just saw that a single look from Qinji had scared the three Supreme Beings back, their faces pale. What exactly did the Great Emperor did to the three in the Forbidden Area? To be able to make three Supreme Beings so afraid with a single look. Qin Jun, Zhao Taishui and the three of them were secretly horrified in their hearts. Qin Hunari didn't care about the expressions of a few people, but instead, his gaze was somewhat cold as he looked at the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. He had left the three behind in the first place with part of that intention. Whether the immortal path is dangerous or not, let someone go and explore it to find out. The three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings' faces turned a point whiter when they came into contact with Qin Hunter's slightly icy eyes. We're going in. That dry and thin Supreme spoke, his voice heavy. The other two didn't say anything, sort of agreeing with what the old man said. Just a little sadness in my heart. It was unimaginable that the Supreme Being, who had once also been in existence that dominated this heaven and earth, would now actually have to serve as a pathfinder for someone. Taking a deep breath, the three of them looked at each other, their faces regaining their composure. An incomparably terrifying and appalling aura then rose from his body as his essence rose. A Tao lotus bloomed in the void, the great Tao accompanying it. The three were extremely sublimated, reascending to the level of an absolute peak Great Emperor. Brilliant imperial might enveloped the entire heavenly Tsang continent. Without much hesitation, they each sacrificed their emperor's soldiers. Taking a step out, he walked towards the void crack and stepped into the immortal path that was paved with skeletons. Chapter 109 Above the Immortal Road. Mighty evil beasts. The three Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings took one step across the space and walked into that crack, stepping onto the immortal path. At this moment, countless cultivators who were paying attention to the immortal road instantly boiled over. The eyes were even more dead set on the sky. Into it. Look, someone has entered the immortal road. Someone shouted from the great land of the eastern wasteland. The excitement on his face was incomparable, and there was also a strong sense of envy and anticipation. Although some small cultivators with low cultivation levels couldn't see the ancient path inside the crack, it didn't stop them from following along. High up in the sky, Zhao Taishu and the dry and thin old man from the Taichu sacred land also had tense faces, their gazes fixed on the three Supreme Beings. After all, it was also about their next destiny. If they couldn't even break through to the Supreme Being, then it seemed that their district quasi-emperor would only have one way to die. Qin Hun looked at the immortal road, his face slightly grave. The wisp of divine thought that he had silently attached to the three of them was isolated the moment they stepped onto the immortal path. The connection with himself was severed by a force, and at this time, the fairy road. Here, what has been experienced? Even if all the powerful people above the level of saints since the ancient times of the heavenly sun continent were added together, there wouldn't be this many of them. The three supreme beings looked at the skeletons that littered their sight, their faces aghast. With such close contact, it was even more shocking than looking from afar before. As seen from the outside, the space they were in at the moment was death as far as the eye could see. The remnants of the soldiers were broken, and the battle flag was torn and slanted into the ground. Bone skeletons were all over the place. Human ones and some 10,000 feet huge ones of unknown race. Perhaps through the wear and tear of the long river of time, some of the bones had long since weathered, laying a thick layer of bone dust on the ground. It gave the impression that this was not an immortal path leading to the upper world, but instead was more like the Yellow Springs road towards the hell. The three of them were careful and cautious, the Emperor's soldier hanging above their heads, dropping down 10,000 rules and regulations to protect themselves securely. God's thoughts were even trying their best to unfold, enveloping every inch of space. And so it was, walking slowly in the direction of the white bone road stretching out. However, after going out for some distance, they did not encounter any danger. Instead, he gradually sensed a familiar peculiar aura from the space. It was the unique aura that the spirit crystal vein contained when they were in the forbidden zone, and it was even more intense. What a strong breath. Is this a true immortal aura? The three men breathed heavily, looking shocked. This kind of breath contained vitality that was 1,000 times thicker than that contained in the spirit crystal vein. However, just as the three of them were marveling at this, they didn't notice in the slightest that there were pairs of bloodthirsty eyes opening in the surrounding void. The next moment, roar! A terrifying beast roar rang out. Space distorted as a huge beast claw covered in black scale armor reached out from the void and grabbed straight towards the three. No good. The three were alarmed. Among them, the plain-clothed woman was the first to react, and the sword-shaped Emperor's soldier above her head vibrated as a terrifying sword light chopped at the beast's claws. The remaining two weren't slow to react as well. Their Emperor's soldiers vibrated, and the rules of the extreme Tao drooped down towards the beast's claws to suppress them. Boom! A shocking roar rang out, and the space was violently distorted, causing ripple-like ripples. Those skeletons that were relatively intact were instantly shattered into pieces by the waves. The huge beast's claws were shaken back, shedding a few black scales. As the aftermath dispersed, 100 feet long black auger with two heads appeared before the eyes of several people. There was blood dripping from one of the black Jiao's front claws, smashing into the ground and denting out a large crater. But in just a blink of an eye, the wounds were back as good as new. At that moment, it was staring at the three of them with a pair of lantern-sized beast pupils in death. There was only killing in the pupils, no intelligence, ferocious and bloodthirsty. The three of them looked at the wounds on the beast's claws that had recovered with a shocked expression. They didn't hold back just now, although they weren't at their extreme best, but under the three of them joining forces to use their emperor weapons, even if an absolute peak emperor of the same realm came, they would have to take 3 big mouthfuls. However, this black scaly dragon in front of him was actually only shedding a few scales. Moreover, they also realized that this space was much sturdier than the Tian Sun continent. On the heavenly pale continent, they could tear through space with their hands, and a single thought was enough to collapse the stars. However, just now, holding an emperor's weapon and striking out, it actually only caused space to distort and ripple, failing to tear it apart. Roar! At that moment, the black scaly dragon hissed and lunged towards the three once again. An incomparably ferocious aura enveloped the three of them, and the auger claws glowed with cold light, with tiny black scratches appearing in the void where they passed. At the same moment, several huge beast shadows once again drilled out of the surrounding space, only a few feet large, human head and spider body, with a beautiful face of a magic spider, a large snake whose size was not inferior to the black scale. There was also a huge skeleton pieced together from countless skeletons, 4 ferocious beasts, killing the 3 forbidden area supreme beasts in unison. Their terrifying aura caused the 3 to change their faces drastically. Damn! What's with all this? The supreme being of the divine ruins forbidden area roared, and a curtain of light draped down from the imperial soldier hanging above his head, enveloping himself. Both hands came out in unison, striking out an extreme Tao divine ability and blasting at the black Jiao. Next to them, the other 2 were not idle. The plain-clothed woman evolved her own Tao, and countless runic patterns appeared out of thin air, condensing a sword Tao killing formation. The dry and skinny old man, on the other hand, directly evolved a huge oven and sucked the human-headed spider-bodied evil beast into it. Purple flames emitted endless heat, and a divine chain of order shuttled through them, wanting to directly refine the other party. The 3 people and 4 beasts were conquering on the immortal road, and their terrifying aura spread to the heavenly pale continent through that void rift. Fight! What a horrible aura! What's inside? In the void, the 2 Zhao Taishu from the Taichu sacred land were silent. The terrifying fluctuations coming out of the cracks made them feel alarmed. How could the two of them, the two quasi-emperors, have a chance to step across the immortal path when even the three supreme emperors had to spend a great deal of effort conquering something? Unless, thinking about it, Zhao Taishu turned his head slightly and looked at the man who had a calm face until the beginning. Unless this great emperor made a move, it would be possible to swing away the obstacles. Qin Han noticed Zhao Taishu's gaze and didn't say anything. He felt carefully for a moment, and after determining that the aura coming from within the crack was always only at the absolute peak of the mythic realm, his heart was slightly enlightened. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Taishu and the others, he slowly took a step towards the crack in the sky. Chapter 110, Crushing the Black Jia with the Lift of the Hand. Immortal from the Upper Realm. It's the Great One. Is the Great Emperor going to break into the immortal path? Watching Qin Ji stepping towards the spatial rift, all the cultivators below were instantly startled, and Qin Zhan's few people were even more gloomy. They didn't know what was inside the immortal road, but judging from the fact that the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings hadn't been able to take it down even after battling for so long, it obviously wasn't simple goods either. Although the Great Emperor's battle power was heaven-defying, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be something even more terrifying inside. And at this time, within the immortal road, in a short period of time, the great battle between the three supreme beings and the four beasts of the Black Jiao had reached a white-hot level. Within the entire immortal road, extreme rules were scattered. A terrifying storm of breath swept through, and space shook. As far as the eye could see, those bones on the ground had all disappeared, shattered into pieces by the great battle fluctuations. The three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were in a sorry state, surrounded by four terrifying ferocious beasts in the center, enduring terrifying attacks. Their divine abilities, or even Emperor soldiers hitting the ferocious beasts would at most leave some small wounds that were inconsequential. Instead, each blast from the ferocious beast caused their bodies to shake and crumble. Damn! What kind of monsters are these? Could it be an immortal beast from the upper world? The divine ruin supreme being roared in anger, a thick color of shock emanating from his voice. One of his arms was shattered, his body was stained with blood, and even his breath had declined a lot. The immortal road is difficult to climb. How many great men have fallen on the road? It seems that old me will have to stay here as well. On the side, the dry and thin old man from the Taishan Forbidden Area was pale, and although he couldn't see any obvious injuries on his body, his breath had fallen to the bottom. It was even worse than the divine ruin supreme. They relied on extreme sublimation to briefly ascend to the level of an extreme great emperor, but this consumed a large amount of essence every moment, making it even more difficult for them, who were already close to running out of gas, to bear. The great battle was only a short moment, and the aura had already begun to decline, to fall to the level of an absolute peak great emperor. And at this moment, on a huge white bone at the end of the immortal road, two figures with a transcendent and dusty aura that did not belong to the mortal world stood silently. Both of them were youthful looking, with sword brows and starry eyes, looking very handsome. They looked proud as they gazed through space, looking at the great battle in the distance. Is this the strong man from that man's hometown? Qi and blood dried up. Even four beasts of the false immortal realm can't be suppressed. In a world like this, I really don't know how a demon like that could walk away. A youth spoke indifferently, looking at the wretched three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings with a hint of disdain in his expression. The other man sniffed and nodded with an expressionless face. For a lower continent, it's already the limit for a demon to come out in millions of years, requiring the consumption of endless qi. So much so, it's only natural that this world would decline. Millions of years ago, that demon ascended from the lower realm and became a giant on one side in just hundreds of thousands of years. This time, when the immortal sect projected down to the realm, they were sent down by the immortal sect at great cost. It's traveling to that person's hometown and trying to find the same physique as that person. Now it seems like that won't be necessary. As the two spoke, their gazes once again looked towards the distant battlefield, but it was this glance that caused their eyes to slightly glaze over. In the distant battlefield, besides the three supreme beings fighting with the ferocious beasts, a green-shirted youth was walking from the direction of the spatial rift. That's... The two of them were slightly stunned. The youth who stepped forward made them feel something unusual. The blood qi was full, like a great sun in the sky, countless times stronger than those three old guys with decaying blood qi. What a strong blood qi! Is it the kind of physique from a million years ago? The two immortals looked shocked. On the other side of the battlefield, the three Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings had also spotted Qin Hunter's figure, the holy body. The three of them frowned in unison, and a hint of caution showed in their eyes. They didn't think that Qin Hun came in at this time to offer help. After all, because of the Qing Emperor, the Stone Emperor, and the others, the relationship between the Forbidden Zone and the human race had become antagonistic. They are the ones forced in by the Eucharist to explore the way. Qin Hali's face was calm as he walked on, stepping on the immortal path. his feet always keeping an inch away from the ground. His gaze crossed over the battlefield in front of him and looked towards the two figures standing on the bones at the end of the immortal road. The aura contained in his opponent's body surprised him a bit. It was an aura that was different from the sky-pale continent, out of place and rejected by the heavenly ways of the lower realms. The immortals of the upper world. Bei Gongyu, disciple of the Taishan immortal sect. Cultivation, first level of true immortal, because of the forced descent into the realm. He suffered from the suppression of the great Tao, and his cultivation fell, and now he can only barely exert the first level of strength of the realm of the flying immortals. Li Yun, disciple of the Taishan immortal sect. Cultivation, true immortal third, because of the forced descent into the realm. He suffered from the suppression of the great Tao, and his cultivation has fallen, and now he can only barely exert the third strength of the flying immortal realm. True immortal, Taishan immortal sect. The opening of the immortal gate only allows cultivators from the lower realms to ascend. How could someone from the immortal realm appear? Qin Li muttered, his brows furrowing. I was trying to think about it when suddenly, roar! A terrifying beastly roar rang out. In the battlefield ahead, the black augur got rid of the three supreme beings and rolled up a monstrous and ferocious aura. Hissing as it lunged this way, the beast's claws, which flashed with cold light, tore a tiny crack in the space and grabbed straight down towards Qin Hun. Seek death. Qin Hali's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and held it directly down towards the black Jiao. The next moment, boo! Space shattered, and the black Jiao's 100-foot-large body instantly exploded. Broken flesh, blood spilled all over the place, and a rich bloody odor instantly filled the space. Hiss! How horrible! How is it possible that the holy body he... Such an appalling scene directly caused the three supreme beings on the distant battlefield to drop their jaws in shock, and the eyes they looked at Qin Hun were filled with awe. That black augur. The three of them had joined forces before, and even used imperial weapons, all of which only caused the other party to lose a few scales. Such a ferocious existence, and the sacred body actually pinched it to death with its hands? After glancing at each other, the three of them struck out in unison to repel the remaining three ferocious beasts before turning around and charging directly towards Qin Hun. The great battle had been going on for so long. They had consumed so much that they were already almost out of gas. Although they didn't know if the sacred body would shelter them, they couldn't care less at this point. Soon, they arrived in front of Qin Hun. Seeing that Qin Shi did not drive them away, the three of them were delighted and hurriedly arched their hands and bowed toward Qin Shi. Many thanks for your help, fellow Taoist. When Qin Hali heard this, he only nodded faintly and did not say anything, and the three of them, seeing this, had the sense not to make another sound and silently retreated to the side. It was only in his eyes that the look of awe intensified. In the battlefield, the three ferocious beasts looked at Qin Hun's side in fear, hesitantly not daring to come forward. Although they didn't have much spiritual intelligence, they instinctively felt that this human wasn't to be messed with after witnessing Qin Huri's outburst just now. For a while, the immortal road fell into a strange calm. Qin Hun glanced at the three ferocious beasts, then returned his gaze to the end of the immortal road. He was curious to know what the two immortals from the upper realm were doing by going down to the realm even though their cultivation had fallen. And at the end of the immortal path, two immortals similarly looked at Qin Hun, their expressions of astonishment. They sensed a trace of immortal spirit chi the moment Qin Shi struck. This person from the lower realm, who had not yet ascended, actually had immortal cultivation? Interesting, really interesting. How does a person from the lower realm draw on the immortal aura of the upper realm? Curiosity surfaced on Bei Gongyu's face and he turned his head to look at Li Yun beside him. Senior brother knight, let's go take a look. Perhaps the person the clan is looking for has been found. Chapter 111, Invincible in the Human World. Lifting his hand to subdue the immortals. What is the holy body looking at? On the immortal road, three forbidden area supreme beings stood on one side. Seeing that Qin Jeri's gaze had been looking in the direction of the end of the immortal path, his heart was astonished. They followed their gaze and saw nothing but a blanket of white bone dust and nothing else. But just as they were about to withdraw their gaze, they were suddenly stunned and their pupils dilated. In the line of sight, two figures suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying aura as they stepped into the air. That kind of aura, which they had never felt before, was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Someone from the immortal road? It shouldn't be. A thought flashed through the minds of the three, instantly causing their bodies to shake. At this time, the two immortals also arrived in front of a few people. They directly ignored the three forbidden area supreme beings as their gazes fell on Qin Hun. After looking up and down for a moment, Bei Gongyu spoke faintly with a hint of arrogance on his face. You should be the strongest person in this small world, right? To be able to cultivate into the immortal realm in a place like the lower realm is quite a genius. Qin Li sniffed and looked at Bei Gongyu and frowned, but did not speak out in rebuttal. Next to them, the three supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone were directly stunned. What? Immortal? They even suspected that they had heard wrongly. Looking at the two of them, Qin Han and Bei Gongyu, with moved faces. There's so much information in those two sentences. Not only did he admit that the two were immortals who had come down from the upper world, he also said that the holy body had also cultivated into an immortal. Yeah, that makes sense. If the sacred body hadn't cultivated into an immortal, how could it be possible to arbitrarily hold them? The forbidden area supreme beings? At this time, when Bei Gongyu on the opposite side saw that Qin Han did not speak, her brows furrowed and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Junior, don't think that you can be proud of yourself just because you've cultivated into an immortal. A mere flying immortal realm can be found everywhere in the upper realm, but it's just the lowest level. This seat asks you, are you the desolate ancient saint body? Bei Gongyu's voice became a bit harsh, inquiring in the tone of a superior. Even though Qin Han had cultivated into an immortal against all odds in the lower realms, he still didn't put too much stock in it. How can a lower realm immortal be compared to an upper realm immortal? Without having experienced the baptism of the laws of the upper realm, even if the realm was attained, one could not be considered a true immortal. And although his Tao foundation was damaged due to his forced descent into the realm, he was also confident in taking down the other party with his current flying immortal realm first level. The ancient sacred body? Across the street, Qin Han listened to these four words with a strange expression. On the side, the three forbidden area supreme beings were even more shaken, subconsciously turning their heads to look at Qin Han. Bei Gongyu noticed the trio's movements and followed his gaze to Qin Han. The suspicion in his heart confirmed. Qin Li didn't deny it either, but only spoke faintly. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? As he spoke, he looked at the two Bei Gongyu people with some doubts in his heart. Did the immortals of the upper realm spend a great price to come down to the realm just to look for the desolate ancient sacred body? Yes is good. Bei Gongyu's face finally showed a hint of a smile when he heard Qin Han's words of disguised acknowledgement. Even Li Yun, who had been silent next to him, flashed a color of satisfaction in his indifferent eyes. He could not have imagined that this clan mission would go so smoothly, and that he would find his target just after arriving at the Immortal Road. As long as they brought the person in front of them back to the Immortal Sect, they would be able to obtain a large amount of rewards. At that time, not only would they be able to repair the damaged Tao Foundation, but they would also have the opportunity to increase their cultivation significantly and even advance into the heavenly immortal realm. Thinking of this, he ordered toward Qin Ji, since you're a desolate ancient sacred body, then come with us. Come with you? Why should I go with you? Qin Li's face was expressionless. This seed is a disciple of the Taishan Immortal Sect in the upper realm, and this time I was ordered to come down to the realm to bring you back to the Immortal Sect, so don't be ungrateful. The Taishan Immortal Sect is one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Haotian Immortal region. It's a blessing for you to be valued by this sect. Otherwise, with you being a person from the lower realm of the flying immortal realm, even if you have good talent, I'm afraid that you won't survive more than a month when you go to the upper realm alone. Bei Gongyu coldly snorted. A mouthful of people from the lower realms, his face full of disdain. Ha! What Taishan Immortal Sect? This emperor is not interested. You've got the wrong guy. Qin Han looked at Bei Gongyu and sneered in his heart. Listening to this, it was that what's-her-name Taishan Immortal Sect that wanted to accept himself as a disciple, and that's why he didn't hesitate to spend a great deal of money to send the sect's disciples down to the realm. But these two gave him the feeling as if bringing himself back to the Taishan Immortal Sect was a form of charity for him. Not interested? That's not up to you. On the opposite side, Bei Gongyu, Li Yun and the two of them sniffed. Their faces instantly sank. A strong and terrifying aura rose from his body and instantly pressed towards Qin Han, a mere cultivator from the lower realms. How dare he disrespect the Immortal Sect? Before descending to the realm, the senior members of the sect had said that as long as they found the desolate ancient sacred body, they would bring it back to the Immortal Sect regardless of whether they were dead or alive. Since you are unwilling to return to the Immortal Sect with this seed alive, it would be just as well for the seat to bring your corpse back. Bei Gongyu's voice was chilling as he raised his hand to confine space and chopped out a terrifying swordlight with his palm. The sturdy space of the Immortal Road was instantly torn apart under the swordlight, carrying an aura of destruction as it chopped down towards Qin Han. The strength of the first level of the flying immortal realm, really looking for death. Qin Ji's face was icy cold, and the murderous intent under his eyes skyrocketed. Staring at the incoming sword light, he raised his hand and crushed it. Then his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Bei Gongyu. The large hand reached out and suddenly pressed down. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, and the space under his palm collapsed. The appalling power poured out as much as it could on the other side. Boo! A roar that shook the entire immortal road rang out. Before Bei Gongyu could react, his entire body exploded into pieces in an instant. This reverse scene made everyone present react. From the time Bei Gongyu struck out, to the time Qin Han counterattacked and killed him with a palm, it was only an instant. In that instant, that immortal who had come down from the upper realm was killed on the spot by Chinhun. Gulp! The Holy Eucharist In the back, the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were a bit dumbfounded and quietly swallowed their saliva. That's an immortal from the upper world. It's a realm they've dreamed of reaching. Just like that, he was slapped to death by the holy body? Bold! You dare to kill an immortal sect disciple? An incomparably furious bellowing sound rang out. Li Yun's face was chilly and his body was filled with killing intent. He also could not have imagined that this person from the lower realm was so powerful in battle that he actually killed Bei Gongyu with a single palm. And even he could not stop it in time. Chapter 112, Beheading the Immortals. Bold! You dare to kill an immortal sect disciple? Li Yun's incomparably enraged voice exploded in the space, and a monstrous killing chant enveloped Chinhun. However, Chinhari was directly oblivious to this and was not moved in the slightest. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the figure that had been crushed by his palm, because he didn't feel Bei Gongyu's divine soul aura being nerfed. As he was wondering, his eyes suddenly condensed and his gaze instantly lifted to look behind Li Yun. In the next moment, the space there in the line of sight distorted and a figure was coalesced. Damn! Little! You dare to kill this seat? A violent, resentful and incomparable roar resounded through space. Bei Gongyu's entire face was twisted together, shaped like an evil ghost, his sinister eyes staring at Chinhun dead in the face. You're really not dead? Chinhun stared at Bei Gongyu with strange eyes. As for the other party's curses, they were not taken into account in the slightest. He was more curious about how the other party escaped from under him than this. At this moment, even Li Yun looked at Bei Gongyu with a face of astonishment. Bei Gong's senior brother knight, help me kill this little man. I want him to die. Let his flesh be turned into dust, his soul lighted up, and he suffer for 10,000 lifetimes. Bei Gongyu yelled, somewhat hysterically. He came real close to dying. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a life-preserving supreme treasure on his body, I'm afraid that he would have been crushed into powder under that palm. But even so, he was still very resentful, because that life-preserving treasure was something he had spent tens of thousands of years accumulating to exchange for, and it could only be used once. In other words, that one slap from Chinhunter had slapped away tens of thousands of his accumulated wealth. Li Yun looked at Bei Gongyu's hideous appearance at this moment, and his eyebrows frowned. Then he turned his head, his icy gaze piercing towards Chinhun. Junior, you dare to make a move against an immortal sect disciple. Do you know what consequences this is? Gather your hands and follow the seat back to the upper realm. There may still be a chance of survival. Otherwise, how else? Qi Li spoke faintly, not the slightest fear visible on his face. From the moment he struck out just now, he didn't intend to be kind anymore. Joke, going back to the upper world with the other side. Who knows what will happen after you go there? Judging from the behavioral attitude of these two men, it was not impossible that they might have arrived on the front foot and been captured and studied for bloodletting on the back foot. Kid, this seat is giving you a chance. Could it be that you really think that this seat can't help you? Li Yun's face sank and his eyes became even colder. Still, he didn't do it directly. After all, being able to bring back a living sacred body might get more rewards from the clan. Ha! Qi Li snorted and shook his head. The next moment his face steeply turned morose and his eyes exploded with killing intent. You might as well worry about yourself. Before the words fell, a terrifying aura rose from his body. One step out of the void burst into pieces. Instantaneous flash straight in front of Li Yun. The red light in his hand flashed. Ominous blade appeared in his hand. Scarlet blade light ripped through the space and chopped down. Destruction. An ominous aura enveloped the other. How dare you? Li Yun was shocked and furious, not expecting Chinhun to actually dare to take the lead. After reacting, endless killing opportunities instantly rose in his heart. Reaching out, he pointed out a finger, and the infinite killing opportunity condensed into a flash of swordlight, stabbing at the scarlet blade light that chopped down. Madaka! Rumble! Swords and knives clashed, and a terrifying explosion rang out as this space was instantly torn apart and a terrifying storm swept through. Li Yun was directly sent flying by this terrifying slash, his body slamming into the far side of the immortal road, shattering a large area of space along the way. And Qin Li didn't beat up the dog like he used to after he won a move and decapitated Li Yun. Instead, he turned his gaze to the torn space. Through the crack, it was vaguely visible that at the end was a vast world with a rich immortal aura and spiritual grasses all over the place. It seemed to be close at hand, but it also seemed to be separated by an endless distance. Immortal world? Chinhunter muttered to himself. The next moment the cracks healed and all sights dissipated with them. And at this moment, Li Yun, who was on the far side of the immortal road, also finally stabilized his stance. Damn! Li Yun lifted his palm and glanced at the blood-dripping fingertips, his face becoming a bit grave. His eyes crossed space and landed on the rusty blade in Chinhun's hand. It was that rusty blade that actually broke through his immortal body with a single slash. It wasn't just him. Some people had to be even more shocked, even appalled. How can it be? Senior brother Li Yunhee. Bei Gongyu's face was filled with shock. If before, he could still say that it was because of his carelessness that the other party sneak attacked and won. But now, senior brother Knight's strength was even 2 minor realms higher than his, and with some preparation, he was actually chopped away by the other party. Similarly, the 3 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings who had long since retreated to the entrance of the Immortal Path had even more of a hellish expression on their faces at this moment. The strength of the sacred body was beyond their imagination. 2 upper realm immortals in succession were actually unable to make a single move in each other's hands. The immortal path space that they couldn't even tear apart with all their might was casually collapsed in the hands of a saint body. No different than in the heavenly pale continent. They felt that just now, if they were in the center of the storm, they were afraid that they would be instantly strangled. At that moment, in the distant air, Qinli also pulled his attention back from the immortal realm projection. Only, he didn't look at Li Yun, but instead, he directly threw himself at Bei Gongyu, who was a bit closer. What do you want to do? Bei Gongyu's face suddenly changed when he noticed Qinli's gaze, and shock flashed in his eyes. Ha! What for? Just now, I let you escape with your life. This emperor would like to see if you still have the means to save your life. Qinli sneered, his face indifferent. After saying that, he dissipated from his original position and appeared in front of the other party in an instant. The ominous blade in his hand rolled up monstrous red light and slashed down. You seek death. Bei Gongyu's face changed drastically, but the shocked color under his eyes turned into a shocking killing chance in an instant. In the next moment, a terrifying aura rose steeply from his body. This aura was even 10 times stronger than the previous flying immortal realm first level, and along with the elevation of his breath, his body disintegrated at the same time, and a ghastly wound appeared. Die, boy! Bei Gongyu shouted angrily and raised his palm to directly pinch down towards Qin Ji. Boom! In front of Qin Ji, the piece of space instantly collapsed, and a terrifying force squeezed towards Qin Ji, wanting to crush him. Forced strength? Qinli could tell at a glance that Bei Gongyu had used some sort of secret method and was forcibly raising his strength. As a result, it suffered an even more terrifying suppression from the heavenly Tao, which led to the disintegration of the body. Stupid! Qinli coldly grunted as the 3 flowers coalesced on top of his head, his aura skyrocketing, not paying the slightest attention to the terrifying pressure coming from the surroundings. The ominous blade erupted with an even more lurid aura as it slashed through space and slashed towards Bei Gongyu. The shadow of death instantly enveloped it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare you? Stop! In the distance of the immortal road, Li Yun shouted angrily in shock. A black long sword appeared in his hand. His baleful aura filled the air as he chopped down a pitch-black sword light towards Qin Hun. But the sword light was only halfway there when it was stopped by a shadow. This shadow was exactly the same as Qin Hari, also with 3 flowers on his head, and his 2 fists erupted with infinite greatness, directly blasting away the sword light. Similarly, the Tao body was also strangled by the crumbling sword light. But it was this moment of delay that made it too late for Li Yun to make another move to stop him. One could only watch as the scarlet blade light chopped down. Bear! Boom! The void shattered and the immortal path trembled. Without any hindrance, Bei Gongyu's body was easily broken through by the rusty blade and chopped in half. The terrifying power followed suit, completely destroying the 2 halves of the body and subduing them into green smoke. After decapitating Bei Gongyu, the scarlet blade light went unabated and was draped directly on the immortal road, splitting the ground into a terrifying abyss. This time, it's really dead. Qin Hun stood with his sword, his eyes looking at the wisps of green smoke that drifted away. This time, he truly felt that the other party's divine soul had also been completely decimated. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and grabbed towards the place where Bei Gongyu had fallen. Click! Bang! The space ruptured once again, and countless precious lights fell from the space, emitting a rich immortal spirit aura. These, all of them, were the collections in Bei Gongyu's world. However, when the master fell, most of the treasures were destroyed along with the inner world, and only 1 in 10,000 remained. Without looking at it more, Qin Hunter waved his hand and collected everything into his inner world. Only after doing so did he look into the distance, landing on Li Yun, who had a gloomy and murderous look on his face. Chapter 113, pressing Night Cloud to the ground and rubbing himself on the ground. At the end of the immortal path, Li Yun's face was chilly as he stared at Qin Hun dead in the face. The terrifying killing machine was simply going to condense into substance. You really killed him. Li Yun said one word at a time, his voice as cold as ice slag. He also sensed that Bei Gongyu had completely fallen this time, too dead to die. How could it be imagined that the original thought of a light-hearted clan mission would actually fall here, being decapitated by a person from the lower realm that they looked down on? On the opposite side, Qin Li looked at Li Yun with a murderous look on his face, but his face looked very calm. Since you have struck out at this emperor, you are an enemy. Enemies, they should be killed. Now, it's your turn. An indifferent voice came out of his mouth. The ominous blade in Qin Hunter's hand vibrated slightly as he lifted his feet and slowly stepped out towards the other party. Every time he took a step out, the killing chance on his body flourished by 1 point, gradually condensing a terrifying aura that pressed towards the opposite side. When Li Yun felt this terrifying aura, his heart shook slightly, and a shocking color flashed under his eyes. But in the next moment, incomparable anger rose in his heart, and a frightening aura rushed out of his body, dispersing the aura Qin Hun had gathered. Playing God, a lowly person from the lower realms. This seat doesn't believe that you can still go against the heavens? Let's see this seat suppress you and offer up a sacrifice to Master Bei Gong. Li Yun shouted angrily, his killing intent monstrous. He took 1 step and a huge killing god shadow rose behind him, almost crowding the entire immortal path. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to twist violently and almost collapse. Chop! Li Yun shouted angrily as the black killing sword in his hand swung, cutting out a monstrous sword light. Behind him, the killing god's shadow followed, raising his palm. A killing sword instantly coalesced and chopped down a shocking blow towards Qin Hun. Humph! A little skill. Qinari grunted out. A huge figure rose behind him as well. The holy body has a vision, and the immortal king is in the 9 heavens. Unlike in the past, this time the vision was filled with immortal aura. Truly like an immortal king above the 9 heavens, the vision appeared, and the terrifying aura caused a great vibration to appear in space. At the same time, Qin Hun raised the ominous blade in his hand and chopped down scarlet slashes towards Li Yun. Boom! The two collided, erupting into a shocking roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their colors as endless immortal spiritual energy swept in all directions. The void twisted and shattered, and the immortal path collapsed into a lurid abyss. Put! Li Yun spurted blood and his eyes widened. He only felt an indescribable force coming from the killing sword, and his body flew out backwards as if he had been hit hard. At the same time, the killing god void that had coalesced behind him was also torn apart by the immortal king and dissipated into the air. This can't be! Li Yun shouted in shock, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Last time he was careless before he was chopped away by the other party, but this time he used his full strength. How could he still be like this? He was at the true immortal realm, even if he was forced to descend into the realm and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao, and his Tao foundation was damaged so that he could only exert the strength of the 3rd level of the flying immortal realm. That would still be more powerful than the 3rd level of an ordinary flying immortal. How? Now but can't defeat a lower realm wild immortal? Nothing is impossible. If you were still in the true immortal realm, this emperor might still be a little bit wary, but a mere flying immortal 3rd grader dares to say that he will suppress this emperor? Shin Hunari's face was indifferent, holding the ominous blade with a shocking pressure on his body. However, Li Yun's face was shocked when he heard Qin Hun's words. True immortal realm? How does he know? How do you know this seat's cultivation? Li Yun's face became grave, his eyes looking at Qin Hun with suspicion. The other party was just a flying immortal realm. How could he possibly tell his true realm? How do you know? Ha! Qin Hun laughed coldly and did not answer Li Yun's question. A red mist rose from the ominous blade in his hand, scarlet as blood. An incomparably ferocious aura accompanied the light of the blade, cutting straight through the opposite Li Yun. At the same time, the immortal king's vision behind him also poked out a large hand, like the dome of the sky pressing down, and slapped towards the other party. You seek death. Do you really think this seat can't do anything about you? As Li Yun looked at the incoming scarlet blade light that chopped at him, as well as the sky-obscuring palm that pressed down in the sky above, his face turned icy cold as he shouted angrily. In the next moment, the aura on his body skyrocketed, growing at several times the speed, but at the same time, the torso was crumbling, with countless spiderweb-like cracks appearing and immortal blood splattering down. It gave the impression that it was going to completely shatter apart the next second. Obviously, he had used the same secret method as Bei Gongyu to forcibly raise his cultivation, and had raised it even more than Bei Gongyu. And comparatively, the suppression of the heavenly Tao that was suffered was even more terrifying. After his cultivation level increased and his aura soared to the 6th level of the flying immortal realm, Li Yun raised his palm and directly crushed the incoming scarlet sword light. Then he flipped his palm again and slapped out a palm towards the immortal king's palm that was pressing down in the air. Rumble! The two palms blasted against each other, emitting a shocking sound. The immortal king's great hand was directly crushed and dissipated into points of light in the sky. And Nightcloud didn't fare well either, being pressed into the bottom by the powerful force of the recoil. The crack in the arm, which was already chipped, became even bigger at this point, as if it would explode at any moment. Immortal blood splashed down on the ground, striking a small crater in all the immortal paths. But Nightcloud completely ignored this. the aura on his body once again skyrocketed by a level, shattering the ground, and his figure instantly dissipated from its original position, flashing to the front of Qin Hun. Die! Li Yun roared. The palm of his hand lifted. A terrifying aura coalesced. The Dao flashed and pressed down towards Qin Hun's head. He raised his cultivation to the 7th level of the flying immortal realm. With this palm, he was confident that he could completely obliterate Qin Hun. However, this thought had only just risen in his mind when his face suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. Chapter 114, Taking Hold, Cruelty. Boom! The void trembled, and an aura that was even more powerful and terrifying than that of Night Cloud rose. Qin Ji's body essence rose, instantly condensing 3 flowers of the great Dao on top of his head. The aura on his body skyrocketed and was even more appalling than Night Cloud, who had taken off at the 7th level of the immortal realm. How can? Li Yun was appalled. How could he not figure out that Qin Hun actually had this secret method of enhancing his battle power, and the enhancement was still so great? Qin Hunari's face was indifferent as he blasted out a fist under the surge of his battle power. Boom! The golden fist blasted and shattered all paths, domineering and incomparable, directly blowing up Li Yun's palm with a single punch. At the same time, his entire body was like a meteor, smashing through layers of space and flying towards the end of the immortal road once again. Finally, it hit the ground at the end with a thud. The terrifying power caused the immortal road to vibrate tremendously, and a pitch-black crack covered the entire immortal road in an instant. It looks like it's about to break. Cough, cough. Li Yun lay in the huge deep pit, smashed out and coughed violently. A layer of immortal light was wrapped around the blasted right arm, as if it wanted to regather an arm. However, how could Qin Hun give him any more time to resist? Before the arm could coalesce, Qin Hunter's figure had already appeared on top of the deep pit. Wait, stop, dog. Li Yun was horrified. Feeling the aura of death looming over him, he hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. Qin Li was expressionless and ignored the other party. The ominous blade appeared in his hand, adhering to the motto of beating the hell out of him while he's sick. No hesitation in chopping down a blow. The reddish-purple blade light, wrapped in an ominous aura, swept across the entire immortal road. Li Yun's face instantly turned pale, and in his haste, he could only offer up his killing sword to block in front of him. The next moment, the red and black blade light chopped down and clashed with that black killing sword. Bear! Boom! The roar that shook the heavens and earth was interspersed with a crisp breaking sound. In Li Yun's horrified gaze, the black killing sword was severed in a single chop. The ominous blade went on its way and stood straight on its body. In a flash, flesh becomes dust. Under the ravaging power of destruction, Li Yun's immortal body was broken open in the blink of an eye and twisted into green smoke. Even the immortal road below was cut in two and severed, exposing the bottomless abyss below. Berserk forces of law twisted under the abyss to destroy everything tangible. However, Qin Hun looked at the devastating scene, but instead of a smile on his face, he frowned. Then, he steeply struck out, slamming towards the empty space in front of him on the right. Click! Boom! Space shattered and a slightly illusory figure was grabbed out. Ha! That was a pretty fast run. The blades of the upper realm. They really do all have some means of preserving their lives. Shinji looked at the figure that was caught out with a strange expression on his face. First, Bei Gongyu used mysterious means to escape with his life. And now this Li Yun was the same. Although it was only a piece of the divine soul, if he really let it escape, if he wanted to gather his flesh and regain it, it would only take some time. What do you want? Li Yun's divine soul was imprisoned, and he shouted in fear, even as his eyes had gone a little crazy. Qin Hunter was too strong, so strong that it gave him chills. Until this moment, he finally realized what Bei Gongyu was feeling at that time. That powerless, fearful feeling when facing death. Hand over the resources collected in the inner world, and then talk to this emperor about the information about the upper world. Don't think about refusing. Otherwise, this emperor doesn't mind using means and doing it himself. Qin Hali didn't beat around the bush either, and finished staring at the other party with an indifferent face. Previously, the suppression of Bei Gongyu had resulted in the shattering of the inner world, and only a very small portion of the resources had been obtained. This time, Nightcloud escaped a remnant of his soul, which instead made him happy. This meant that he could potentially get all of the other party's resources. You want resources? Li Yun looked at Qin Hun and his eyes lit up slightly when he heard this instead. Immediately afterward, he spoke with some urgency. Fellow Daoist, this seat is not. I can give you all the resources on your body. It's just that with my cultivation level in the upper realm, I'm only a bottom-level cultivator, and I possess very few resources that can't satisfy your cultivation. If you're willing, I can take you back to the Taishan Immortal Sect, and with your talent and battle prowess, you'll surely be appreciated by the Immortal Sect's higher-ups and bestowed with a large amount of resources. Don't you worry, I'll never say anything about what happened here. As for senior brother Bei Gong, he was only accidentally killed by a temporal storm when he was in the lower realms. Li Yun's voice was unceasing, afraid that Qin Han would not give him a chance to speak. It wasn't until after he finished speaking that he looked at Qin Han with a nervous and apprehensive expression. Qin Li's face was cold, not moving in the slightest. Open the inner world and hand over the resources. When these words came out, Li Yun's face visibly sank. It seemed to know Qin Han's choice, but he was still undeterred and wanted to continue to persuade. Fellow Daoist, the Taishan Immortal Sect is one of the top 10 immortal sects in the upper realm immortal domain, so if you can join, there will definitely be heavenly benefits. Noisy, Qin Li frowned and coldly shouted. The palm of his hand probed out and a golden divine fire emerged from his hand, grasping straight onto Li Yun's soul body. Ah! Miserable screams immediately resounded through the immortal road, and nuisance white smoke instantly rose from the soul body. Li Yun's face was twisted and he screamed miserably as the pain of soul refining caused him pain. He wanted to struggle, but his soul body was confined and could not move, so he could only endure this inhuman torture. Fairway entrance. Hiss. The three forbidden area supreme beings looked at this cruel scene and sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling a chill run down their spines. What a ing way to roast a god's soul on fire. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Just by watching from afar, they all felt a burst of horrifyingly intense pain coming from their divine souls. The gaze that looked at Qin Han was once again occupied by intense fear. At this moment, they were incomparably grateful in their hearts that they hadn't rolled up the dark unrest, hadn't made a move against the human race, and hadn't offended the other side. Otherwise, they would likely be the ones being held over the fire right now. The mournful wail still resounded in space. The entire face of Li Yun's soul body was twisted and piled on top of each other, shaped like an evil ghost. In just a few short breaths of time, his soul body had become much more illusory, as if it was about to dissipate. I give you. Come on, stop it, Li Yun hissed, his voice pleading and still thick with fear. However, Qin Shi didn't stop when he heard this, and the golden divine flames on his palms instead grew even hotter. I'm willing to open the inner world and give you all the resources, also, everything about the upper world. Come on, stop. Li Yun hissed and pleaded, his voice incomparably mournful. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Qin Hunter's eyes as he sniffed, yet even so, he didn't stop immediately. Instead, he continued to roast until the soul body was on the verge of collapse before dispersing the golden flames and withdrawing his palm. After waiting for a few more moments, when Li Yun's wailing gradually stopped, he indifferently opened his mouth. Okay, now open the inner world. You only get this one chance. At this moment, Li Yun's soul body was constantly twisting and changing, becoming very transparent, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. In the face of Qin Han's demands, he didn't dare to resist at all, nor did he dare to say anything more. Yes, I'll open the inner world. After saying that, a 10-foot-long spatial crack opened up in front of him. At that instant, incomparably dense immortal spirit aura rushed out from the crack, and the precious light was thick. Chapter 115, Scavenging Resources. Portal to the upper world at the end of the immortal road. In the space, a 10-feet large crack appeared in front of Li Yun. A rich immortal spirit aura rushed out from it, quickly filling the entire space. The inner world. Seeing this, Qin Hunter's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, without hesitation, he probed out a strand of divine thought to follow the entrance into the other party's inner world and transformed into an avatar inside. In an instant, a huge space that was tens of thousands of miles square appeared in front of them. The space was very dim and empty and lifeless. Only in the center, some resources were stacked. The most eye-catching among them was a pile of milky white stones that were more than a meter tall and piled up together, emitting a rich immortal aura. In addition, there were 100 bottles of pills, some immortal herbs, and 5 immortal soldiers on the ground around them. Looking at the aura emanating from that, they were all battle weapons used by the flying immortal realm. These should be the immortal sources. Qin Shi's gaze fell on the pile of milky white stones, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Although he had never seen an immortal source, the pile of stones appeared to be similar to spirit stones and contained an immortal aura within, so there should be no mistake. He roughly swept through it, and there were at least tens of thousands of immortal sources just in this pile. Without any politeness, the divine idea manifested a large hand and directly packed everything away. In the outside world, Qin Han reached out and a ball of light floated out from Li Yun's inner world and landed in his hand. After casually surveying it, it was collected into its own inner world. Fellow Daoist, you collected the resources. Is it possible to let me leave? Li Yun watched as Qin Shi took away all the resources of his inner world and opened his mouth intermittently. Let you go? Qin Hunter's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he steeply struck out. The 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed directly onto the soul body's head, Terrifying divine thoughts stabbed into its soul. See. You. Don't. Ah. Li Yun's face was horrified, and before his words could be uttered, he screamed miserably in the next moment. At the same time, a picture, information, flashed through Qin Hunter's mind. Immortal world. Haotian immortal domain. Taishan immortal sect. Demons who ascended 1,000,000 years ago. Desolate ancient sacred body. Ancient Song Dome. It only took less than 500,000 years to achieve immortal emperor, and then inexplicably disappeared. 1,000,000 years ago. The Song Dome emperor. Qin Hunter muttered, looking surprised. He could already confirm that the demon who had ascended 1,000,000 years ago was the same person as the owner of the emperor's scriptures that he had inherited in the Seal King Hall. To cultivate into an immortal emperor in less than 500,000 years after ascending was truly shocking. In that case, it was no wonder that this so-called Taishan immortal sect had to spend a large price to send disciples down to the realm to search for the desolate ancient sacred body. Thinking that, he glanced at Li Yun, who had become dull-eyed because of the soul search. Frowning, the next moment his palm shook, shattering his divine soul and completely exterminating him. Killing one person was killing, two people was also killing, and since he had already done it, there was no way he would let the other party go again. After resolving Li Yun, Qin Hun cast his gaze towards the end of the immortal road. There, a blur of white, the outline of a portal was faintly visible at the far end. After a moment of silence, he lifted his feet and walked in that direction. Far behind them, the three supreme beings retreated at the edge of the entrance, being appalled by Qin Hunter's ferocious methods. At this moment, when they saw him walking towards the end of the immortal road, their bodies shook. The three of them looked at each other, and hesitation flashed in their eyes. A moment later, the plain-clothed woman who hadn't said a word took a step forward. Since we have run out of gas, staying is also a death. In that case, why not put up a fight? Besides, since the sacred body offered help earlier, I believe it won't harm us now. Saying that, she took the first step and chased after him in Qin Hun's direction. Speaking of which, Qin Hunter had even saved their lives. After all, if it wasn't for Qin Hun arriving earlier and suppressing the Black Jiao, I'm afraid that they would have been spelled to death by the four beasts. Fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix is right. With the strength of the sacred body, if it wants to kill us, even fleeing would be useless. The divine ruin supreme being and the dry and thin old man hurriedly followed. Unbeknownst to them, every move of the three people, including their facial expressions, were all watched by Qin Hun in his eyes without any discrepancy. Only for this, he paid no attention. Without stopping his footsteps, he walked straight towards the end of the immortal road. Divine thoughts unfolded and carefully searched every inch of space around them to prevent any sudden accidents. Only, what we see along the way is all white. The ground is covered with a thick layer of bone dust, and I don't know how many strong people have fallen here. The white and ghastly color gives the impression that death is always with you. The immortal path wasn't very long, and with Qin Ji's cultivation, it didn't take a moment for him to reach the end, stopping in front of a portal. The portal wasn't big, just 3 feet high and a foot or so wide. It was engraved with Tao patterns and emitted white light, like a small jade-white dragon swimming on it. Behind the portal was a fantastical 7-colored hue, void turbulence, space-time storms, and also interspersed with destructive thunder flashing by from time to time, together formed a 7-colored picture scroll. It looks beautiful, but it has endless killing power. Is this the immortal gate, walking across to the upper world? Qin Hun stared at the 7-colored space behind the portal with a strange expression. He sensed a trace of a familiar aura there that belonged to the immortal realm, the immortal world, just on the other side of the portal. By this time, the 3 supreme beings had also arrived. They stood 100 feet away behind Qin Hunter, hesitating for a moment before slowly approaching. Greetings to the holy body. The 3 of them all bowed their hands towards Qin Hun, looking awestruck. Obviously, after seeing Qin Hun kill 2 upper realm immortals, they had already placed Qin Hun above the 3, side by side with the immortals of the upper world. Qin Li turned his head to look at the 3 at the sound of the voice and spoke faintly. You want to go in? The 3 people's bodies shook at the same time as they lifted their gazes to look at Qin Hun. They also didn't expect that Qin Hun would be so direct, but at this point, the 3 didn't deny it. The 3 of us have run out of gas, so if we want to ask for immortality, this is the only way left. I also hope that the sacred body can let us in. Since you guys want to enter, this emperor naturally won't stop you. Qin Li nodded his head indifferently. He said, stepping back and gazing at the 3. It was just as well that he wanted to see if there would be anything else within the portal besides those storms. And when the 3 of them saw Qin Hun take the initiative to step aside, their hearts were instantly relieved and their faces showed gratitude. Thanks a lot. The 3 of them bowed toward Qin Hun once again. Afterward, they all turned their gazes towards the portal and looked at the terrifying storm sweeping inside, their faces instantly becoming grave. The aura coming from the storm inside sent a jolt through them, But even so, the three didn't hesitate much. Gathering up his chi, even burning the few essence blood he had, he took a step out into the portal. Rumble! The storm raged, drowning the three in an instant. Chapter 116, The Fall of the Supreme Being. Two emperors hiding in the starry sky. Rumble! Three forbidden area supreme beings stepped into the portal. A terrifying storm swept through, drowning the three in an instant. The space-time turbulence rushed by, and a small world was born and destroyed in the turbulence, wrapping the three of them into it all at once. Terrifying black thunder flashed by, landing directly above the heads of the three. Shun! The three of them didn't show any weakness either, as the extreme Tao Emperor soldier hung above their heads, erupting with the strongest battle power and evolving their own Tao to the extreme. A divine chain of order emerged around his body, and a rune pattern coalesced in front of him. The rune pattern displayed a terrifying suppression pressure, and the divine chain of order pierced through the void and seemed to be able to lock and suppress the sweeping storm of turbulence. However, even so, the three of them didn't dare to relax in the slightest, still looking grave. In this space, their divine thoughts could only cover within 3 feet of their circumference. Any farther and they would be washed away by the turbulence, so maximum vigilance is required at all times. In this way, the trio and their party continued to evolve the Great Tao, condensing the divine chain of order to block off space, and cautiously pushed forward. No danger? Outside, Shinhan looked at the figures of the three who had previously advanced and were gradually about to disappear. Frowning slightly, those spatial turbulence storms, he could suppress them with his hands. But somehow, the heart always feels something wrong. It seems that there is a bigger crisis. At this time, the three people within the turbulence had walked out a large distance without incident along the way. They could even vaguely sense that there was indeed the aura of another world at the end of space. Ha 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 ha, the upper realm. This seat feels the breath of the upper realm. It's true, the upper realm. This seat is going to set foot in the upper realm. Ha ha ha. The dry and thin old man laughed excitedly, although his flesh had become even drier and shaped like a dry corpse. At that moment, a burst of radiant light erupted from his eyes. From a small cultivator, it took tens of thousands of years to cultivate into an absolute peak great emperor, becoming a supreme existence that reigned over the heavens and the sky. Then in his later years he was transformed into a forbidden zone and suffered for countless more years. Now, finally, there was a chance to set foot in the upper realm. Next to them, the other two also showed a hint of joy on their faces, and even their vigilance subconsciously relaxed slightly. However, just at this moment, the change is steep. The void trembled, and a terrifying force surged out of thin air. The force was exceptionally powerful, instantly blasting through the defenses of the Emperor's soldier, and the evolved divine chain of order broke, the runic pattern dissipating. Before the three of them could react, they were blown away like kites with broken strings. The Emperor's blood spilled and was again extinguished by the turbulent storm. What's going on? The three of them stared ahead with wide eyes and faces full of fear. That power just now was so terrifying that it could easily break even the defenses laid down by the Emperor's soldiers. The three of them were even blown away without any resistance. Although they hadn't suffered too many injuries, it was enough to make them feel terrified. As the three of them watched nervously, the space in front of them suddenly warped violently. Countless turbulent currents rotated in the same direction, forming a huge vortex. At the center of the vortex, a crack slowly split open, from which a gust of terrifying aura emanated. Not good. Retreat! The faces of the three changed, and one of them, the divine ruin supreme being, roared and turned around to flee. The remaining two followed close behind. Unfortunately, it was still too late. A huge black hand stretched out from the vortex crack, detaining the three along with an entire space. The three struggled as the Emperor's soldiers vibrated and erupted with infinite light, trying to shatter space. However, the entire space was imprisoned by a terrifying power, and even the turbulent storms were solidified, and it was simply not something they could shake. With that, the black palm grabbed the three and slowly retracted back into the crack. As it departed, the cracks quickly closed, and the space returned to its original state, with turbulence sweeping through it as if nothing had happened. Surely there is a hidden crisis. It seems that the upper realm isn't such a good place to go either. Outside the immortal gate, Shinhan looked at the three supreme beings who had disappeared, his face frozen. The aura coming out of that large hand was clearly the flying immortal realm. With such an existence guarding the area, how could those ordinary great emperors pass through? He stared inside the portal for a moment, his eyes twinkling. In the end, he didn't take a single step, but turned around and headed back in the direction of the exit of the immortal road. He would enter the upper realm, but not now, and not through this portal. After all, the other side of the immortal gate was most likely where the Taishian immortal sect was located. And after he had suppressed the two local disciples, He might be in trouble if he entered the upper realm from here. Furthermore, there were still some things left to be dealt with on the heavenly Tsang continent, and it would take some time. And Qinhan did not realize that the moment he turned to leave, a pair of eyes slowly opened in the void turbulence deep within the portal. Fairway entrance. Qinji's figure paused slightly and stood next to the spatial crack. An illusory figure stepped out of its body and quickly merged into the surrounding space. As he watched the Dao body disappear, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Qinji's mouth. Only then did he take a step out of the spatial rift and return to the heavenly Tsang continent. The moment his figure appeared, Zhao Taishu, who had been nervously paying attention in the outside world, as well as the strongest members of the various clans, suddenly had their bodies shaken. It's the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor has come out. How could it be? Could it be that not even a Great Emperor can break through the immortal road? Why aren't the three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings visible? Have they gone to the upper realms? Or, looking at Qin Hunter's figure, countless thoughts instantly flashed through these people's minds. The expression on his face kept changing brilliantly. The other powerful cultivators on the eastern wasteland who were farther away also had a look of astonishment on their faces at this moment. Among all the people, only Qin Zhan and a few others were secretly relieved. This brat. It's good to be okay, Qin Wufei muttered, his tense body gradually relaxing. The aura of the great battle emanating from within the immortal road earlier was too terrifying, and he had been worried about whether something would happen to Qin Hun. It was only now that he saw his son emerge safely that he completely let go of his heart. As for why he hadn't broken through the immortal road, he didn't care at all, as long as the brat was fine. At that moment, the figure of Qin Hunter at the entrance of the immortal road disappeared and came in front of a few people. Greetings, Great Emperor. Zhao Taishu and the others hurriedly paid their respects. Qin Wudi, on the other hand, rushed forward and carefully surveyed Qin Hun, confirming that there were no parts missing from his body. Qin Hun looked at this old dad with both helplessness and some warmth in his eyes. Only then did he wave his hand toward Zhao Taishu's few people. There's no need to be polite. Zhao Taishu and the others straightened up, their gazes looking towards Qin Hun. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and asked, Great Emperor, what's inside the immortal road? Anyway? Qin Hali sniffed and gazed at the several people, and a moment later faintly said, the obstacles within the immortal path have already been cleared by this emperor. It's just that there's a void storm flowing behind the immortal gate, and with your cultivation, it's simply impossible to pass through it. Hearing Qin Hun's words, Zhao Taishu and the others' hearts sank, and a disheveled look appeared on their faces that was visible to the naked eye. Can't even you, Great Emperor, get through? So, what happened to those three Forbidden Area Supreme Beings? Zhao Taishan asked with some reluctance. Dead. Qin Hunter's voice was flat. Although he wasn't sure if those three were dead, he thought that it wouldn't come to an end if they were captured by the flying immortal realm's great hand. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the other party and waved his hand to roll up Qin Wao Xie and the others, his figure directly dissipating. Dead. Dead? In the void. Zhao Taishu and the old man were stunned in place as waves of shock rippled through their hearts because of Qin Hun's two words. That's three absolute peak great emperors. Dead? The two were silent for a long time, and undeterred, they still walked towards the crack in the sky. Wanted to see that so-called immortal gate with my own eyes, since the great emperor had said that everything that blocked the path had been cleared. As long as they didn't enter the immortal gate, there shouldn't be any danger. Behind the two of them, there were several saints of various races, great saints, who also followed behind, heading upwards, while these people were walking towards the immortal road. In the extraterrestrial starry sky, somewhere in a dark area, two pairs of eyes slowly opened. In an instant, a terrifying imperial might swept through, crushing the tattered stars beneath them. Amitba and that figure shrouded in black mist stood in the darkness, their gazes piercing through space to look in the direction of the heavenly pale continent. The immortal road opens and a horrible war breaks out. Now that the great war has subsided, I'm sure that the great emperor of the day has already left the heavenly pale continent and gone to the upper realm. After waiting for 1,000,000 years, this emperor will also finally set foot on the path of immortality. The dark shadow's voice was hoarse, and his body trembled slightly from excitement. My Buddha is merciful. This monk goes to the upper realms only to preach the way, so that the Mahayana Dharma can teach and enlighten all beings, and transform those who are suffering in the world. Amitba Buddha folded his hands with a look of compassion. Only, the Buddha's light emanating from his body at this time was no longer the golden color of the past, but a red color laced with wisps of blood. Chapter 117, Amitba Buddha and the mysterious emperor appears. Is this the immortal road? What a peculiar aura. At the entrance of the immortal road, Zhao Taishu and the others looked shocked, their eyes staring blankly at the thick bone powder on the immortal road. After a great battle, almost all the bones on the immortal road were crushed, and the bone powder on the ground became even thicker. In addition, they also felt the faint trace of immortal aura that was full of vitality. The bone dust's thick, deathly odor blended together in a way that made it feel very strange. Zhao Taishu and the old man took a deep breath and stepped forward, heading deeper into the immortal path. Behind them, those strong people from the various races who followed closely. The deeper the group went, the denser the immortal aura contained in the space became, but likewise, the deeper one went, the more dilapidated and wretched the entire immortal road became. The earth cracked and a dark abyss showed the horror of the previous great battle, especially when it was near the end. The entire immortal path was directly split in two, and the center was directly cut off by some kind of terrifying force. This appalled them even more. What kind of power was it that could even cut through the path of immortality? It didn't take too long for the group to reach the end of the immortal road and stop in front of a portal. Is this the immortal gate? Looking at the 3-foot-high, 1-foot-wide portal in front of them that was engraved with Tao patterns, the crowd's eyes all showed a shocked expression. Inside the portal, the sweeping and rushing void storm and the black divine thunder that blasted down from time to time stimulated everyone's nerves. Even if they didn't enter, the aura that vaguely emanated from within the portal made them feel chilled. Immortal gate. No one may enter unless they are a great emperor, Zhao Taishin muttered, his face disheveled. There is no hope for longevity. Without entering the myth and proving the destiny of heaven, we are still ants. It refers STH. Preceding it, next to him, the eyes of that dry and thin quasi-emperor were also covered with a look of unwillingness. In an instant, it seemed to have become even older, and even the slightest hint of a deathly gray aura began to emerge from his body. Outside, even though Qin Ji had already said that it was impossible to pass through the immortal gate with a quasi-emperor's cultivation, but before he came, there was always a hint of fantasy in his mind. Now that he had seen the immortal gate with his own eyes and felt the terror of it, his hopes were completely cut off. It turned out that even if the immortal gate descended, not everyone could enter. People like them are destined to be mere accompaniments on the road to immortality, like bone dust on the ground. Just as his heart was in despair, he suddenly felt a powerful aura descending behind him, approaching rapidly. Everyone's faces changed slightly, instantly turning their heads to look behind them. The sight of Buddha's light illuminated the immortal path, and a 3-foot golden body stepped forward. Is that Amitabha the Great? How did he? Zhao Taishu looked at the golden Buddha that was stepping towards him, his face grave, especially after seeing the threads of blood winding around the other party's body. It was even more trembling. He had always thought that Amitabha Buddha, along with the Spirit Emperor and the others, had been subdued by the great emperors of the world, but he had never thought that he would actually still be alive in the world and come to the immortal path. With such obvious karma, is the Buddha Emperor also involved in the dark turmoil? The dry and thin Paragon Emperor's heart shook. If that's true, then they people are in danger. By this time, Amitabha had come to the front of the crowd. Greetings, Buddha Emperor. The two Zhao Taishu led the way, and a crowd of people hurriedly bowed their heads and arched their hands, their faces respectful, regardless of what Amitabha had done before, whether or not he had been involved in the dark turmoil. At this moment, the other party was a great emperor. As long as they don't want to die, they won't show any disrespect. My Buddha is merciful. All the monks, do you also wish to ascend to the immortal realm of ultimate bliss? Amitabha's gaze swept across the room and his hands were folded. As he spoke, the light in his eyes flickered, and a vague red color flashed. At those words, the body of Zhao Taishu's group trembled. One of them, Zhao Taishu, hurriedly spoke. We are shallow in cultivation and are incapable of crossing the void storm, so we dare not presume. With that, he slightly stepped back to the side, making way for the path to the immortal gate. All of you Tao friends are incapable of crossing. Why don't you let this monk take you up? Amitabha Buddha's face showed compassion. However, Zhao Taishu and the others' faces changed drastically when they heard this. A supreme being who participated in the dark unrest and slaughtered the living. They didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. There was only one possibility. The other party was trying to refine these people of theirs. But before they could react, another terrifying aura descended. A figure shrouded in black mist, with an aura a little more powerful than Amitabha's, appeared out of thin air. Jie, the old monk is still so hypocritical. You even sacrificed the entire spirit mountain for some life essence. So why do you have to be so hypocritical again? The black mist figure looked at Amitabha, his voice carrying obvious mockery. Sacrifice the entire spirit mountain holy land? Hiss. When Zhao Taishu and the others heard the black shadow's words, they felt their hearts stop beating for a few beats. The spirit mountain holy land was the other party's inheritance, and he actually refined the entire holy land? My Buddha is merciful. The beings of the holy land did not fall. They just continued to exist in a different way. They will live forever in this monk's Buddha kingdom. Amitabha Buddha's face revealed a look of compassion. and the Buddha's light swept over his body, coalescing behind him to form the figure of a spirit mountain disciple. Snort! The black mist figure just snorted. Afterward, he turned his head to look at Zhao Taishu's group of people, and without any nonsense, he directly raised his hand and grabbed them. And at the moment it did so, Amitabha also struck out at the same time. A huge golden palm grasped towards the front, as if it was afraid of being snatched by the other party. It's over. Zhao Taishu's group of faces were in despair, unable to move as they were imprisoned by the terrifying power, and watched as the two palms grasped at them. But just as they were about to close their eyes and wait for death, they were suddenly surprised to find that the two palms grabbing in front of them had strangely stopped in midair. It seems to be imprisoned by some kind of power. Immediately afterward, a blurry figure stepped out from the space in front of him and slowly solidified. The Great. Chapter 118, Qin Hun is the Song Dome Emperor? The Great. Zhao Taishan looked at the majestic figure that stepped out of space, and his face was filled with surprise. Beside them, the dry and thin Paragon Emperor and the strongest members of the various races were relieved to see this. Qin Li did not say anything, but only glanced lightly at these people. Then with a wave of his hand, he easily dispersed the large hand coalesced by the two Amitabha Buddhas. After doing so, he turned his gaze to look at the two Amitabha Buddhas with an indifferent expression. It's you? You haven't entered the upper world? Amitabha's face sank, becoming incredibly ugly from the moment Qin Hun appeared. Old monk, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Hunter's voice was cold and stern. As he spoke, his gaze stopped for a split second on the black mist beside the other party. He had calculated that Amitabha would come to the immortal path and had long ago left this Tao body waiting for the other party. As for this black mist, it was not expected, but it didn't hurt. However, as his gaze landed on the black mist, it suddenly flipped violently, like rolling black smoke. It was going to swallow this space, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. At the same time, an astonishingly angry and incomparable bellowing sound rang out. Ancient Cthulhu, is you? How did you get here? At the sound of the drink, the rolling black mist dispersed, exposing a figure shrouded within. A figure whose entire body was nothing but white bones, without the slightest bit of skin or flesh. The whole body skeleton was as crystallized as white jade, and it looked like a skeleton, with only two groups of ghostly blue soul fires swaying in the eye sockets. Let it be known that this is a being with life. Ancient Cthulhu? This emperor? Shinji looked at the skeleton and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This guy, is he out of his mind? But then think about it. No, the other guy doesn't have a brain at all. On the side, Amitabha was also looking at the skeleton with some astonishment. He had met the other party by chance in the starry sky, and it was only in defense of Qin Hun that they were paired together, not realizing that the other party looked like this. And it doesn't look like a good idea to have a brain right now. The skeleton, however, did not pay the slightest attention to the strange expressions of the crowd, and the swaying soulfire in its eye sockets fluttered violently, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes inside that were staring at Qin Hun dead in the face. Ancient Song Qiong, even if you were to turn into ashes, this father wouldn't recognize you. Not only the look, but even the aura of the divine soul is exactly the same. In these millions of years, this honored one has been thinking all the time, stepping into the upper world to find you. The skeleton's white bone mouth opened and closed, and a cold, endlessly hateful voice came out from it. In an instant, the temperature of the entire space seemed to drop a lot. Zhao Taishu and the others, who had already shrunk to the corner, couldn't help but shrink their bodies with a startled look on their faces. Their gazes moved back and forth between the skeleton and Qin Hunter, a huge tremor setting off in their hearts. Ancient Song Qiong, they knew that it was a holy body from millions of years ago, numbered Song Qiong Emperor, with unparalleled battle power. Before his chi and blood decayed in his later years, he punched through the immortal gate and entered the upper realm with his own strength. But now this skeleton said that the Qin clan emperor in front of him was the million-year-old Song Dome Emperor? They subconsciously felt it was impossible in their minds. But then it occurred to him that the Qin clan emperor in front of him was still a young master of a small clan not long ago, and with a speed that subverted cognition in a short period of time, he had become an existence that reigned over the heavenly pale and the earth. So how could this be explained? Thinking like this, they only felt their heads spinning and an itchy feeling. The Cthulhu Emperor? Amitabha also had a startled look on his face, his gaze fixed on Qin Hun. In the era he lived in, the Song Dome Emperor had long since ascended, so he hadn't seen it. At this point, there was no telling if the bones were telling the truth or not. Facing the many gazes, Qin Hun frowned. He could be pretty sure that he wasn't some Song Dome Emperor. To say that there was any connection, it was only that he himself had received the other party's inheritance in the Hall of the Sealed King. Ancient Cthulhu, a million years. When we meet today, everything is karma. Ancient Song Qiong, You too can taste the pain that my father has endured for millions of years. Seeing that Qin Han did not speak, the skeleton took it upon himself to speak again, his voice chillingly cold. Saying that, a terrifying aura steeply erupted from his body as he stepped out, his white bone palm grabbing straight towards Qin Han. Between his 5 fingers, he was entwined with a rich dead gray color, which had the ability to make people's chi and blood wither. Even the surrounding space seemed to become corrupted after being tainted with this scent. Beyond the cultivation of a Jedi Emperor? Interesting. Qin Han looked at the pouncing breath of death. His face remained unchanged, and he just faintly swung out a palm. Boom! Space was scraping up a terrifying storm, and before the skeleton could even get close, it was swept away by a palm and smashed heavily onto the immortal road. The already dilapidated immortal road once again added a large pit and several huge cracks. But in an instant, an exchange of blows was over. Everyone was nonplussed as they watched Qin Chi sweep away an absolute top powerhouse so lightly. Amit Ba, in particular, had a look of disbelief on his face. As a fellow absolute peak powerhouse, he was more able to appreciate Qin Hunter's terror than those of Zhao Taishu. The aura that the White Bone Supreme had just erupted definitely surpassed the realm of an extreme peak great emperor, but it was just like that, and it was actually still swept away by a light palm. Is this Qin Hunter still a human being? Qin Li faintly swept a glance at Amitba, then he withdrew his gaze and walked straight towards the large pit where the skeleton was located. In the big pit, the skeleton lay powerless in the rubble and dust, and the bones that were originally as crystalline as white jade had lost their luster and become gray. In addition, a subtle crack was spread across the bones, looking as if they were about to shatter open the next moment. When he saw Qin Han appear, he didn't yell and scream, but very calmly stood up from the ground. With every slight movement in this process, bits of broken bone fell from his body. Qin Han stood at the edge of the big pit with his hands behind his back, looking down at the other party, like an emperor, with indifference in his eyes. This stout body of his possessed half of his original body's cultivation, and just now, his strike appeared to be just a light sweep, but it was enough to crush a great emperor extreme. This skeleton's cultivation was a bit stronger than an ordinary extreme peak great emperor, and it was also almost swept away by a single palm. Ha! What a familiar scene! In the pit, the skeleton looked up at Qin Han, and the scene in front of him seemed to overlap with 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, the other party also looked down on himself like this, like an unrivaled king. Millions of years ago, he was also an invincible heavenly pride, favoring to be born in the same era as the other party. Even if he was as demonic as he was still always overwhelmed by the other party. From the Xian Dan realm encounter, to the spirit infant, the divine palace, all the way to the quasi-emperor, he has never won the other side. Even the final 9 heavenly passes of the battle to become a Taoist, he lost, and lost miserably. For 100,000 years thereafter, it had lived in the shadow of the other side. In order to outsmart the other party, he even went so far as to turn himself into his current inhuman and unearthly appearance, alternatively becoming a Taoist. However, he didn't expect that the result would be even more brutal, being suppressed by the other party casually. This emperor doesn't know why you recognize me as the Tsung Dome Emperor, but this emperor is just himself, not anyone else. Qin Hunter looked down at the skeleton, his voice indifferent. The skeleton sniffed and seriously sized up Qin Han. Same looks, same physique, same divine soul aura. He shook his cracked head, the soul fire in his eyes brightening and fading, much dimmer than before. Ha! You seem to have lost something. Maybe he is you and you are not him. After saying some headless words, he sat directly under the bottom of the pit with his legs crossed. Do it! 1,000,000 years, whether you're him or not. This honored one has always lost for 1,000,000 years. There was a hint of self-deprecation in the faint voice, and resignation. Chapter 119, Killing 2 Emperors. Immortal World Taishan Immortal Sect. You do it! The skeleton sat perched at the bottom of the large pit, no longer intending to struggle. With Qin Hunter's cultivation, he could swing out a palm at will to beat himself half to death, and he couldn't struggle with such cultivation. Qin Halley sniffed and looked at his opponent, and without holding back, he raised his hand to subdue. Boom! The terrifying power directly caused the large pit in front of him to instantly expand several times, and the skeletons in the pit were also reduced to pieces under this power. The soul fire was silent and completely fell. Looking at the skeleton that had been completely worn out, Qin Ji's face was calm. He didn't think about soul-searching the other party to find out what happened between himself and the Tsung Dome Emperor. As he said earlier, he was just himself, not someone else. Retracting his palm, he turned his gaze to Amitba. Suffered. Amitba's face changed when he saw Qin Li looking at him. Without a moment's hesitation, his body phantomed and instantly disappeared from its original location, vanishing towards the entrance of the immortal road. Humph! Still want to run away now? Qinli snorted coldly and raised his hand toward the figure that had vanished and grabbed it. An instant of space reversal. Amitabha Buddha did not have the power to resist at all, directly detained by a powerful force, and in a split second moved to the front of the body. The Buddha's light on Amitabha Buddha dimmed and dissipated, revealing his true form, a moonlight white robe. His body was withered, his skin was full of wrinkles, and he looked very old. At this moment, he looked at Qin Han with a shocked expression. Ha! Old monk, you set up the spirit mountain to pass on the Mahayana Buddhist teachings, asking your disciples to cross the world with compassion, yet you yourself commit great killings. TSK, TSK, ha! Qinli stared at Amitabha, looking at the karma staining the other party's body, a sneer appearing in his eyes. He also could not have imagined that this fellow was so ruthless that he had actually sacrificed the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land in order to refine the Great Pill of Life. What do you want, Emperor Qin? This monk was somewhat unpleasant with you before, but this monk has also never killed a human refining medicine. Do you really want to kill them all? Amitabha's face was a bit embarrassed and he had no choice but to sacrifice the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land. Those disciples are dedicating their lives for the Buddha and can ascend to ultimate bliss. Rush to the end? That's good. This emperor is trying to catch all of them. The corner of Qin Hunter's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. Just unpleasant? Without any more nonsense with the other party. His palms tightened and a huge force emerged out of thin air and pressed down. Boo! Amitabha didn't even grunt and just blew up. Scarlet Emperor blood instantly dyed the entire space. Far in the back, Zhao Taishu and the others, who were cowering in the corner next to the immortal gate, had their bodies trembled in fear by the blast. One by one, they looked in Qin Hun's direction, their eyes terrified and gulping furiously. Another dead one. A few people's voices trembled, containing thick shock. In a short period of time, two absolute peak great emperor battle power had completely fallen. Emperor Qin is already invincible, Zhao Taishu muttered. Suddenly, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Staring at Qin Hun's figure, he didn't remove his gaze for a long time. In the next moment, in the eyes of the surrounding people who were astonished, he walked straight towards Qin Hun's direction. Seeing this, the dry and thin old man, who was also a paragon of the Taichou Holy Land, also seemed to understand something and immediately followed behind Zhao Taishu. The remaining powerhouses of the various clans looked at each other in dismay, but no one dared to take a step out again. In the distance, Qin Han also sensed the movements of the two Zhao Taishu, but didn't pay any attention to it. He looked at Amitabha's exploding imperial blood and moved his palm forward. In an instant, all the emperor blood converged and condensed over the palm of his hand, being refined into a fist-sized ball of essence. That's a good use of everything. Qin Han looked at this mass of emperor blood essence and flipped his hand to put it away. These things, which were of little use to him now, were still treasures to others. Only after doing so did he turn to look behind him. Great Emperor, Zhao Taishu, the withered old man knelt down in unison, their expressions respectful to the extreme. What is it? Qin Hunter's voice was flat. Zhao Taishu looked at Qinli, his demeanor a bit constrained, but still asked in a low voice. I want to ask, will the great emperor travel to the upper realm? What does this have to do with you? Qin Hunter's brows furrowed slightly, and in his heart, he had already guessed the intentions of the two men. If the great emperor travels to the upper realm, could you please ask the great emperor to take the two of us with him? Zhao Taishu's face was full of respect and his voice was tinged with supplication. After truly seeing the battle prowess of this great emperor of the current generation, he didn't have the slightest doubt that the other party would be able to pass through the immortal gate and go to the upper realm. Take you to the upper world? Qin Li's face was expressionless, and in the next moment, he spoke coldly. Have you forgotten that the holy land of the Taichu had tried to snatch this emperor's inheritance? It's already heavenly mercy that this emperor didn't pursue the Taichu Holy Land. What makes you guys think that this emperor will take you to the upper realm? The two men's faces instantly turned white as they listened to Qin Hun's words. After looking at each other, they all stopped talking. At this time, they really wanted to slap that person who dared to take a shot at Qin Hun. After sweeping a glance at the two men, Qin Hun no longer paid any attention to them, and his figure gradually faded and dissipated. As they watched Qin Hun leave, the two Zhao Taishu's faces were silent. They then rose in unison and swept towards the exit of the immortal road. They have to go back to the Holy Land of the beginning to clean up the gateway, find the damned brat and educate him properly. As the two of them left, the strongest members of the various races in front of the immortal gate followed suit. Some pale figures turned to look at the immortal gate as they left, their eyes filled with resignation and helplessness. Immortal world. A vast area of immortal mountains and spiritual domains. Dead. All dead? How is this possible? With their true immortal realm cultivation, even if they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao and their cultivation fell, They still have the strength of the flying immortal realm, so how could they fall in the lower realm? My Taishan immortal sect spent its reserves, and even several immortal monarchs suffered backlash as a result, before sending the two to the lower realms. What's in that small world? How could it cause the flying immortal realm to fall? Pass on this monarch's order to search for ascended beings within the Taishan immortal sect's sphere of influence. And once you find the desolate ancient sacred body, bring it back to the immortal sect immediately. Inside a certain hall of the Taishan immortal sect, a figure sat high on a throne, his majestic voice spreading beyond the immortal sect. Chapter 120 World Divine Tree. True Immortal Realm Triple. Green Cloud Holy Land. Central Imperial Palace. Qin Hunter sat cross-legged on the futon, his eyes slowly opening. At the same time, the space in front of his body distorted, and a figure stepped out of the space and directly merged into his body. Song Dome Emperor, Ancient Song Dome. Are we really alike? Qin Hunter muttered, his expression somewhat complicated. That skeleton was at least an established wayfarer, with a strength that surpassed that of an absolute peak great emperor, and would not be able to tell lies. He remembered, again, what that figure had said to him when he had inherited the emperor's scriptures in the heavenly pillar mountain seal king hall. We'll meet again. Will I see you again? A brilliant light flickered in Qin Hunter's eyes. Maybe he really was similar to the Song Dome Emperor, but no matter what, he was just himself now, having an independent mind, not an incarnation, or shadow of another. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about this and sank his mind into the inner world. Like everyone else's inner world, his was a huge gray space. However, because of the high cultivation level, the inner world's range was a bit larger, at 100,000 miles square. At this moment, in the central location of the inner world, the immortal sources, immortal soldiers, and various kinds of immortal herbs obtained after beheading the two Beigongyu people were piled up together, emitting a thick immortal spiritual qi. A small tree was lying on the pile of immortal sources, its thick root system rooted in it, sucking in the immortal spiritual qi contained in it. Seemingly sensing Qin Huri's aura, the lush branches of the divine tree of life shivered. The big cauldron, you're here. A human face emerged from the main trunk of the divine tree of life, a pair of big round eyes looking in Qin Hun's direction, his face filled with surprise. Afterward, it pulled its two tree legs out of the immortal source and ran towards Qin Hun with its short little legs. When he walked to Qin Hun, a branch extended, in which an immortal source was rolled, and he said very happily, "Cauldron, give this delicious." Qin Shi looked at the immortal source that was handed to him, and then looked at the innocent-faced divine tree, and a trace of dissimilarity flashed in his eyes. Cauldron? When the divine tree of life saw that Qin Hun did not accept the immortal origin, a look of uneasiness and frustration appeared on its face. The tree shook, and the branches that curled around the immortal source slowly retracted. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Qin Li's face as he reached out his hand before the branch retracted and took the immortal origin in his hand. Big brother loved it, he said, and stroked the canopy of the small tree. Hey, the god of life tree shuddered. The eyes that had been somewhat dimmed down instantly lit up. It took up its short legs, ran to Qin Li's shoulder, and sat down like this. Meh. Qin Li turned his head to look at the small tree that was rooted on his shoulder, a smile on his face. He felt that as the divine tree of life took root, the rich breath of life was being integrated into his body along the roots and branches. Even with his current cultivation level, his physical body, he felt a wave of relief. This feeling, it's great. This divine tree of life withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at a gray, lifeless inner world. Unfortunately, this inner world is not the real world. Shinari sighed a little. This dead inner world. It was okay to stay for a short while, but if you stayed in this kind of place for a long time, even if the divine tree of life contained endless vitality, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to withstand it and wither away. Ding, the host can spend spirit stones to exchange for a world god trio. The divine tree of life and the divine tree of the world are the two roots of heaven and earth, and the divine tree of life contains powerful vitality. The world god tree, on the other hand, contains the power of the world and bears world source seeds that can all evolve and grow into a small world. If the host possesses two divine trees at the same time, he can evolve the inner world into a real one. It can allow life to survive, even give birth to life, and become a truly independent, perfect world of life. The world god tree? Evolve perfection. Worlds where life can be born? Qin Shi was slightly stunned as he listened to the words coming from the system. In the next moment, both eyes shone brightly. With his current cultivation level, although he could also evolve a world, it was at most similar to an inner world, and it was impossible to spawn life. If it was really as the system said, this world god tree had to be redeemed. Tuzi, estimate how many immortal sources can be exchanged for those immortal soldiers. And immortal herbs? Ding, 6 flying immortal realm immortal armaments. 2 true immortal realm immortal armaments, mutilated. Immortal grasses. Immortal pills. Worth a total of 18,100 lower grade immortal sources. Together with the original 52,011. The host will have 71,110 lower grade immortal sources after the transaction. 70,110 lower grade immortal sources. Gene Hunter repeated, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Reaching out a moment later, more than 100 of them flew out of the pile of immortal sources in front of him, landing in his hand and being thrown to the divine tree of life on his shoulder. Hey, thanks for the cauldron. The divine tree of life's face instantly revealed a look of surprise as it stretched out its branches to incorporate the immortal source within its crown. Shinhan smiled, his gaze once again looking at the pile of immortal sources as well as immortal soldiers and immortal herbs. Unico, trade them all. After redeeming the world god tree, all of the remaining immortal source will be used to enhance your cultivation. Ding, the host exchange has resources and has gained 70,000 lower grade immortal sources. Redeeming the world god tree seedling, consuming 100 immortal sources. Redeeming cultivation to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, consuming 63,900, with 6,000 lower grade immortal sources remaining. A series of voices from the system rang in his head. In a matter of moments, Qin felt the immortal spiritual energy within himself skyrocket. Countless rule sensations appeared in his mind, as if he had been practicing diligently for millions of years and was familiar with them. Rumble. The inner world shook, and the space instantly expanded outward, skyrocketing from 100,000 miles to 300,000 miles in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a small tree that was the same size as the divine tree of life and equally emerald green appeared out of nowhere and floated in the air. True immortal realm triple. A look of satisfaction appeared in Qinji's eyes as he felt the explosive growth of power in his body. A slight wave of his hands caused an even louder rumble to resonate through space. Only after a moment did he turn his gaze to the small tree floating not far in front of him. The appearance of the small tree looked similar to the divine tree of life. A small plant with an unusually thick trunk and root system. It floated silently in mid-air while the space around it distorted. One could see a small world being born in it, followed by its destruction in a flash. Birth and death. Week after week. Is this the world god tree? Gene Hunter muttered to himself, his eyes strange. It did seem extraordinary, able to create space with just its own overflowing breath alone. At that moment, the floating world god tree suddenly moved. In Qin Hunari's strange gaze, a tender little face slowly floated out from the trunk of the tree. It looked at Qin Hun with a somewhat confused gaze. A moment later there was a low cry. Lord, man, aha, call me big brother from now on. Qin Hun looked at the world god tree and nodded in satisfaction. After experiencing the divine tree of life's divinity, looking at the world divine tree at this time, one would no longer be surprised. Yes, big brother. The world god tree shook its branches and its pronunciation was simply not too standard compared to the life god tree. As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but look towards the divine tree of life sitting on Qin Hunter's shoulder, curiosity showing in his eyes. At this moment, the divine tree of life was similarly curious. The eyes in the trunk glazed over at the guy who looked almost like himself. In the next moment, he directly stood up from Qin Li's shoulder and walked to the world god tree with his tree legs. Reaching out a branch, he tapped the other tree's canopy. Call the second pot. The voice was childish, but unusually serious. The world god tree was stunned for a moment, its gaze subconsciously looking towards Qin Hun. Chapter 121, Before traveling to the immortal world. Call the second pot. The divine tree of life stretched out its branches and rested on the crown of the world divine tree with a serious look on its face. The world god tree was a bit confused, its gaze fixed on the life god tree, then looked at Qin Hun. After seeing that Qin Hun did not have much of a reaction, he then somewhat reluctantly called out, Air, Du Jinshi. Aha, very good. He. The divine tree of life was very receptive and didn't hear anything wrong in the slightest. After patting the world god tree once more, its crown shook slightly, and a branch curled around an immortal origin, handing it to the other party. Give. Good food. Wisps of immortal spirit aura radiated out from the immortal source, instantly drawing the world god tree's gaze over. This, for me? The world god tree looked surprised. It could sense that this milky white stone must be something precious, and its own body instinctively had a longing to get it. Aha! The divine tree of life graciously sent the immortal source forward. Big brother gave it 100 and gave one away, it still has 99. Hey, thanks a lot. Second brother. The world god tree had a happy face and hastily took it. Qin Hun stood aside, quietly watching the scene, losing his smile a bit, then waved at them. There, come here you two. I have something to ask you. The two little guys turned around in unison to look at Qinji, then ran wildly. Cauldron. Big brother. Ha! Qinji looked at them and laughed a little. In the next moment, he collected his laughter and asked seriously, "You too, can you make this small world evolve into a real world? The kind that can give birth to life on its own?" At those words, the two guys' faces were blank. It didn't seem to know what Shin Han was talking about. Seeing this, Shin Li's face darkened a bit. It's not like I've run into a crooked businessman. Unico? Unico, aren't you coming to explain? Ding, Unico never sells fake goods. Out to be a man of honor. These two plants are both seedlings and have only awakened a trace of their inheritance memories. So the host can give them an immortal source to absorb and enhance their cultivation. As long as one's cultivation rises, the world god tree will then bear the world source seed, and the inherited memories will awaken. The system's believing voice rang in his head. Is that so? Shinli was still a bit skeptical. Turning his head to meet the clear and stupid gaze of the two divine trees, his face darkened again. However, he didn't give it up, and with a wave of his palm, the 6,000 immortal sources left over after raising his cultivation directly appeared in space. These are yours. Absorb them well and raise your cultivation level. The two saplings sniffed, and as they looked at the small pile of immortal source on the ground, their eyes straightened at once. Without saying a word, he lunged directly towards the immortal source and rooted himself on it. Chili was a bit speechless as he watched the two guys pounce on Xian Yuan without even saying hello. Shaking his head slightly, his figure gradually faded away and dissipated into the inner world. Outside, in the imperial palace, Qin Han reopened his eyes and let out a long breath. At that exact moment, a voice came from outside the temple. "Brat, your old man is here." As the voice fell, a figure walked in with large strides. Qin Wuhui still had a big grin on his face, not changing in the slightest just because Qin Han is now in a powerful cultivation. After walking into the large hall, he sat directly on his but opposite Qin Han. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Qin Wuhui, who was sitting directly on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a futon condensed out of thin air and landed beside the other party. Qin Wufei looked at the futon and obediently moved his butt up. "Father, why are you free to come here? But something's wrong?" Qin Li asked directly towards Qin Wuhu. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally glanced towards the outside of the hall. "What? Can't you come here if there's nothing wrong?" Qin Wuhu returned without any good humor. After saying that, his voice turned again and continued. "A few old ancestors asked me to poke around, wanting to know if you want to go to the upper realm or not." "Really?" Qin Han lost his smile, his gaze looking out of the hall. "Several old ancestors? It's better to come in and talk. It's cooler inside." Outside the hall, Qin Zhen, Qin Sha, Qin Yu, the three of them had their faces darkened in unison. They had looked for Qin Wuhu to find out some information, but they didn't expect this guy to directly sell himself and the others out. At this moment, when he heard Qin Han's voice, he hurriedly walked towards the hall. "Great Emperor!" The three of them walked up to Qin Li and stood with a sarcastic smile on their faces after arching their hands towards him. Although they were nominally old ancestors, their bloodline relationship had long since faded, and they didn't dare to be as casual as Qin Wufei. "Three old ancestors? You've come just in time. I just happen to have something for you guys too." Qin Li looked at the three people who were filled with embarrassment and stood up from the futon. "What is the matter with the great emperor?" The three of them were stunned at his words, and Qin Zhen hurriedly asked, "Three old ancestors? Do you want to go to the upper realm?" Qin Han asked directly. "Going to the upper world?" The three of them looked at each other, and joy flowed from their eyes. Of course they wanted to go, or else they wouldn't have asked Qin Wuhu to spy on the news. Qin Han looked at the expressions of the several people and instantly knew what they were thinking. If a few old ancestors want to go to the upper realm, please make preparations early, and I will naturally bring you with me when I head there. If you don't want to travel to the upper realm, I will also leave behind resources to help you break through your cultivation and prolong your lives for tens of thousands of years. Qin Hunter's voice was calm, still giving a few people two choices. "We would like to follow the great emperor to the upper realm." Without the slightest hesitation, the three of them opened their mouths in unison as soon as Qin Li had finished speaking. Especially Qin Zhan, Qin Jia, their lifespan was running out. Continuing to stay in the lower realm was only waiting for death. "Well then, several old ancestors, go back and get ready. I'll let you know when it's time." Qin Hunter nodded slightly, then waved his hand towards the three. Seeing this, the three of them did not stay any longer and turned around and left the imperial palace. "Brat, do you really want to take your old ancestor to the upper realm?" As he watched the three Qin Fury people leave, Qin Wuhui suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. "Nice." Qin Li nodded his head in confirmation, then stared at Qin Wufei and said, "Father, you're going up as well." In fact, if he had followed the original plan, he hadn't planned to take these people to the upper realm. After all, the true immortal realm cultivation was still too low to even save one's own life and take care of others. But now with the world god tree, As long as it waited for its cultivation to rise and awaken its inherited memories, it would be able to evolve the true world at that time. When the time came, it would be enough to pack up all the people and take them into the world. Chapter 122 Divine Tree Breakthrough. Giving birth to perfect seed. Time passes like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, the heavenly pale continent became very calm, at least on the surface. Although there were also some strong people who went up to the spatial rift in the dome of the sky, wanting to travel to the upper realm, but after seeing the terrifying storm within the immortal gate, they very consciously dismissed the idea. Aside from a few minor cultivators that were less than the sage realm, who were crushed to death at the entrance of the immortal road, there wasn't any big commotion. At this moment, at the entrance of the Green Cloud Holy Land, the two of them, Zhao Taishu and the dry and thin old man from the Taichou Holy Land, stood quietly. In front of them, there were two other figures tied up. Yi Xiong, the holy maiden of Taichu, Yi Qingyi. The two of them were bound by spirit cords on their bodies, and at this moment, they were kneeling on the ground, looking very wretched. Their gazes looked inside the mountain gate of the Qingyun Holy Land, their eyes in awe and fear. In Yi Qingyue's eyes, there was even an incomparably complex color. Old ancestor, Yi Xiong twisted his head and looked somewhat pleadingly at the two old ancestors behind him. He had also learned the news of Qin Hun becoming a great emperor in the Holy Land of Taichu. This period of time in the Holy Land could be described as very low-key, not even going out of the cave much. Originally, he was still glad that his little life was saved, but who knew that the two old ancestors would suddenly come to his door, beat him up without saying a word, and tie himself up in the Qingyun Holy Land. Humph! Sins! Zhao Taishan glared at Yi Xiong's figure and snorted coldly, his face unsightly. If it wasn't for this guy, perhaps the great emperor wouldn't have refused to take him to the upper realm. Yi Xiong's heart sank to the bottom as he was drank in. His previous move to stop that young man was only to bring the inheritance back to the Holy Land. Moreover, at that time, he didn't know that the other party was actually a great emperor, or else even if he was given the guts of an immortal, he wouldn't dare to make a move. He was dedicated to the Holy Land, but now that something had happened, the old ancestor's thought was actually to offer himself to the other party to atone for his sins, which chilled his heart. Zhao Taishan was still filled with indifference. Next to him, the dry and thin Paragon Emperor sighed slightly, but didn't say anything. It is inevitable to sacrifice something or someone in the pursuit of immortality. He looked towards the bottom of the mountain gate, where a mountain guard elder of the Green Cloud Holy Land said with some politeness, "This fellow Daoist, please go and pass on another message to fellow Daoist Qinzhan. Just say that the Taichou Holy Land has brought sinners to make amends." The dry and thin Paragon Emperor spoke softly and collected all the aura on his body. Even if the mountain guardian elder in front of him was only a void-treading realm, he wouldn't dare to use his power to suppress others. One even has to address a friend of the way. Elder ancestor Qinzhan is in seclusion, and I, as a tiny mountain guard elder, can't even see him. Elder, just don't give me a hard time anymore. The mountain guardian elder looked at the few people in front of him, his face showing a difficult expression. These few people, who had been blocking the mountain gate for half a month, started him to go in and pass the message as well. But old man Qinzhan was a supreme powerhouse of the quasi-emperor realm. Where was a little Karami like him to meet? He could only pass the news to Patriarch Qin Wufei, and as for how Patriarch Qin was going to deal with it, it was not for him to intervene. Dog! Zhao Taishu's face sank slightly and he was about to say something when suddenly the space in front of him distorted and a figure emerged out of thin air. Elder ancestor? Greetings, old ancestor. When the mountain guardian elders saw the visitor, their faces changed and they bowed respectfully. Fellow Daoist Qinzhan. Zhao Taishu looked surprised. Humph. Qinzhan nodded slightly towards the mountain guardian elder before looking at Zhao Taishu and the others. When his eyes fell on the tied-up Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyue, a strange color clearly flashed in his eyes. Zhao Taishu noticed Qinzhan's gaze and immediately stepped forward. Fellow Daoist Qin Chopper. These two have offended the great emperor, and the old man has brought them here to confess their sins. Could you please ask your fellow Daoist to pass on a message to the great emperor? His voice was low, with some anticipation and nervousness. When he finished speaking, his gaze was firmly fixed on Qinzhan's face. However, Qinzhan shook his head with a cold expression. Fellow Daoist Tai Hui, you guys should go back. The Great One will not take you to the upper realms. Saying this, his voice paused slightly and his eyes glanced at the two tied-up Yi Xiong. Since the great emperor didn't pursue your Taichu sacred land before, it means that matter has passed. There is no need for you, fellow Daoist, kidnapping the clan elders and holy maidens in order to beg the great emperor's forgiveness so that he could go to the upper world. This behavior, while he understood, was still somewhat disdainful. Fellow Daoist Qinzhan, you and I have known each other for tens of thousands of years. Please ask the great emperor for mercy and help. Zhao Taishui's face showed anxiety as he took another step closer, still wanting to beg Qin Zhan for help, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Zhan waving his hand. I have come out this time by the Great Emperor's decree. Go back. Do not continue to stay and disturb the Great Emperor's purification. Qin Zhan waved his hand, and after he finished, he no longer looked at the few people and directly turned around to return inside the Holy Land. Zhao Taishu opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. He watched as Qin Zhan walked into the Holy Land and his figure disappeared. The Great Emperor's will. How could this be the will of the Great Emperor? That sentence from Qin Zhan was equivalent to completely cutting off their hopes. Ugh! Since this is the Great Emperor's intention, it cannot be changed. Senior brother Tai Hui, let's go! The dry and thin Paragon Emperor who had been silent all this time let out a long sigh, his expression despondent. With that, he waved his hand and rolled up the two Yixiong on the ground, turning around and walking towards the mountain. The eyes glanced unobtrusively up at the vault of heaven. That spatial crack was no longer as large as before, gradually shrinking over the course of a year. Perhaps in a few more days it will close completely. In the Imperial Palace, Qin Han retrieved his gaze from the mountain gate, his face expressionless. Originally, after having the possibility of evolving the inner world into a real world, it wasn't impossible to bring the two Zhao Taishu to the upper realm in passing. Only, these two people's act of kidnapping Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyue precisely discouraged him from this idea. I also wonder if the two would regret it if they knew it was because of that. Shaking his head, he put these trivial matters out of his mind and sank his mind into the inner world space. In the gray space, Qin Han's figure gradually solidified. As his eyes swept over, he saw two small trees close to a foot tall rooted in the center. A powerful aura filled the space as the branches flourished and the tree's body crystallized. Under the divine tree of life, a small spring gurgled, emitting a rich breath of life. The area around the world god tree, on the other hand, was still distorted in space, with endless small worlds being born and destroyed in it. A year has passed. It's time to evolve the world. Qin Han looked at the two divine trees and muttered. In just a year's time, the remaining immortal source from the beginning had already been absorbed, and the two divine trees had grown a lot, and the aura emanating from their bodies was close to the level of an absolute peak Great Emperor. He projected that it wouldn't be long before the two guys woke up. However, just as the idea first popped up, Sasha, clatter, a sound of leaves rubbing together suddenly rang out. The two divine trees shook in unison, and the aura they emitted skyrocketed in an instant, completely reaching the level of an absolute peak Great Emperor. Immediately afterward, on one of their thickest branches, the breath of life and the power of the world gathered crazily, condensing a fist-sized light ball on it. Chapter 123, Evolutionary Life World. Life Source Seeds? World Source Seed? Qin Han looked at the two light clusters that had coalesced, and a look of surprise rose in his eyes. During this year's time, he also learned some information about the two divine trees evolving worlds from the unified sun. In order to evolve a world that was real and capable of giving birth to living beings, it was necessary to have a perfect world source seed and then feed it with a life source seed. When the world source seed was revived, fusing it with the inner world would allow the inner world to evolve into a true life world. And now, the divine tree had made a breakthrough and condensed the source seed, proving that it was possible to evolve the world of life. Wow! The two divine trees shook, and the life breath and world power were still converging. Somewhat differently, the divine tree of life had once again condensed a new source seed of life in addition to the one at the very beginning. 100, until finally, the branches were densely covered with source seeds. Each one was the size of a fist and emitted a strong aura of life. On the contrary, the world god tree only had one source seed, and all the world's power was madly converging towards the source seed and being devoured by it. In the end, the source seed, which was originally only the size of a fist, directly expanded to the size of a head. After a few more moments, the riotous power gradually stopped. Human faces emerged from the trunks of the two divine trees, still as childlike and clear as before. When they saw Qin Han, joy immediately spread across their faces. Cauldron, big brother, there was a flash of light, and the 10-foot-tall body instantly shrunk, changing to its original height of about a foot. Step up two small short legs. A smoke ran to the front of the Qin hunting, a tree on one side, rooted on the shoulder. Ha! A smile appeared on Kanari's face as he looked at the two guys who had made their home on his shoulder. Then reaching out, one tree in one hand, he grabbed both guys off his shoulders and put them in front of him. Little green, little realm, big brother asks you. The condensed just now are the life source seed and world source seed? Qin Hanari had a serious look on his face. Little green, little realm was the name he had given to the two divine trees to facilitate communication. Random name. The two little ones sniffed and nodded in unison after looking at each other. Yes so. After a pause, Green added, do you want the cauldron? Green is all yours. There's me. There's me. I'll give it to Big Brother as well. The World God Tree was not willing to show weakness, its branches shaking as it hurriedly opened its mouth. Saying that, a branch rolled the head-sized World Source Seed and sent it to Chin Hun. This is a perfect Source Seed. Oh, Big Brother can use it to evolve a perfect life world. At that time, we'll be able to live inside Big Brother's world all the time. Yes, yes, yes. Green agreed with a look of recognition. The 1-foot-tall tree shook and the leaves clattered. A turquoise-green Source Seed floated out, densely suspended in front of Chin Hun. They remembered that Big Brother had asked earlier if a real-life world could be evolved. It is only now that they are voluntarily handing over these Source Seeds. Yes, good boy. Chin Hun looked at the densely packed life Source Seeds in front of him, and the head-sized World Source Seed. His face was very satisfied. Although he, as the master, could take them without the others' consent, it still pleased him that the two little ones were so understanding. There is a feeling of an old father being dutifully obeyed by his son. For all, with a sweep of his palm, he collected all the Source Seeds in one go. Then he barked at the two little ones. You guys step aside first. Big Brother will immediately evolve and nurture the real-life world. With that, he waved his hand and opened the inner world, sending them out into the outside world. After doing so, Chin Hun directly sat down cross-legged in midair. With a wave of his palm, the World Source Seed he had just put away appeared in front of him once again. The gray Source Seed radiated a terrifying world power, and the surrounding space continued to distort under its influence. World Source Seeds. Chin Hun looked at the World Source Seed in front of him with a strange expression. In the next moment, he took out another Life Source Seed, densely laying out nearly 1,000 of them in the space. And as the Life Source Seed appeared, the World Source Seed immediately emitted a trace of suction, absorbing the vitality overflowing from the Life Source Seed. Too slow. Chin Jerry reached out with his large hand and pinched towards the Life Source Seed. Boo! 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 All the Life Source Seeds burst and exploded in an instant, filling the entire inner world with massive amounts of life essence. Gather! She pointed out with a single finger. And this life essence that was so dense that it was terrifying instantly condensed into a turquoise river of life that poured into the interior of the World Source Seed. Rumble! Being watered by a massive amount of life essence, the World Source Seed instantly swelled up. In the dense gray light, it transformed into a world shadow. The terrifying power of the world spread, and the entire inner world shook and crumbled into terrifying spatial cracks. It seemed to be about to collapse under the crush of this world's shadow. Humph! Fuse me! Chin Hunter let out a cold snort. With a slight movement of his mind, countless divine chains of order stretched out from the inner world, locking the World Source Seed's evolved world void in place. Although it would soon be disintegrated, the next moment a new divine chain condensed, firmly entangling the world's shadow, pulling it into the ground and fusing it with the inner world. In the process, the inner world and the void collided, erupting into an even more terrifying storm. The inner world also crumbled even more horribly. A spatial crack spread like a spider's web within the space, as if it would collapse at any time. But even so, Chin Hun did not stop. Waving his hands, a runic pattern appeared out of thin air, and a holy body vision rose behind him. Powerful immortal spiritual energy surged out from his body, suppressing the inner world space while also condensing more divine chains of order, completely pulling the shadow into the ground. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out the moment the silhouette entered the underground. The inner world then erupted into even more terrifying commotion. The entire space was shaking violently. First the cracks in the space began to heal, and then the dirt earth appeared beneath his feet. From near and far, the ground rises up to a peak, mountains and rivers. Immediately afterward, a verdant grass, trees burrowed out of the ground and grew. The entire space instantly changed from a dead gray to a vibrant look. Is this the real world after evolution? Chin Li sat in the void, looking at the greatly changed inner world, a look of amazement in his eyes. The world in front of him was not the slightest bit different from the outside world, except for the absence of animal life. Even the space was filled with wisps of life, much denser than the outside world. The entire space had also expanded from its original size of 300,000 miles to 500,000 miles. And even now, it's still expanding at a slow rate. Most importantly, the moment the evolution of the world was completed, he felt that he could still manipulate the power of the world here to add to himself, and could cause the battle power to soar greatly. With this world, I have one more point of security to set foot in the upper realm. Chin Hunter muttered to himself. After waiting for a year, the inner world finally evolved into a true life world. Now, it's time to leave. 2. Chapter 124, Settling the Holy Land Clansmen. Leaving. Imperial Palace. Chin Li's consciousness withdrew from the inner world and slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, Cauldron, Big Brother, crisp cries rang out in front of them, and the two little ones stood honestly in front of them, looking at themselves blearily. Ha! Shinji laughed a little and looked at the two little guys and directly picked them up. Big brother still has things to do, so you guys go into the inner world first and take a look at the new home. With that, he opened the inner world and sent the two divine trees inside. Closing the entrance to the inner world, he gazed outside the temple, his divine thoughts spreading to cover the entire Holy Land in an instant. Then he reached out and grabbed at the space in front of him. Boo! The space in front of him directly shattered, and a figure was pulled out of the space. Qin Chop, Qin Fury, Qin Invincible, Qin Tianyi siblings. All of them are from the Qin clan. All of them were in a state of shock when they first appeared, but when they saw the environment they were in and Qin Li sitting in front of them, they relaxed again. Great Emperor, what does the Great Emperor want with us? Xinjiang was the first to react to the response, stepping forward and arching his hand towards Qinhun. As he spoke his gaze slightly swept over the people who appeared all together around him, and his heart already had a hidden answer. As for the others in the Great Hall, they were similarly looking at Qinhun at this time. They also all knew the news that Qinhun was going to ascend to the upper realms and would be taking some people up with him. Qin Li's coiled figure stood up and looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "I'm going to leave in the near future and head to the upper realm." Sure enough, hearing Qinhun's words, everyone's bodies shook at the same time. A few of them, after their initial surprise, suddenly became a bit silent. A moment later, Qin Yu slowly took a step out. Behind them, there was also Qin De and Qin Air, as well as Qin Tianyi's siblings. Great Emperor, we've discussed this. My old bones and a few little ones won't be going. The foundations of this lower world still need to be looked after. Qin Yu slowly opened his mouth, and in his voice, although he was unwilling to give up, he was extremely serious. Behind them, Qin De, Qin Air and the others nodded along. There was a strong sense of awe in the gaze that looked at Qinhun. The situation in the upper realm was unknown, and their cultivation levels were too low, so following them up would only drag their feet for this young great emperor. Besides, this lower realm sacred land is also considered the foundation of the Qin clan, so it's always necessary to leave someone behind to take care of it. Qin Hali looked at the several people and slowly nodded his head when he saw the serious look on their faces. Good thing too, but, with your cultivation, taking charge of the Holy Land is still a bit of a stretch. Saying that, with a wave of his hand, a fist-sized ball of essence blood appeared and floated in space. In a flash, the rich Buddhist light illuminated the entire hall. Above the essence blood, a huge Buddha shadow vaguely condensed. Is this Emperor Blood? Amitabha Buddha the Great? Qin Zhan stared at the Buddha figure and had recognized it as Amitabha's figure. Nice. Qin Hunter nodded his head indifferently. A finger was then pointed out, and the Emperor's blood was instantly split into 6 parts. 5 of the Emperor's blood precisely flew towards Qin Yu's 5 people, integrating into their bodies. Boom! The 5 Qin Yu people only felt their bodies shaking as wisps of terrifying power traveled through their bodies. Among them, the aura on Qin Tianyi's siblings abruptly erupted, instantly pulling up a level. They broke through. As for Qin De, Qin Air and the 2 of them, their auras were also violently tossing and turning, vaguely feeling that the saint's calamity was about to descend. A few people's expressions moved as their gazes were fixed on Qinhun. Qin Yu was still better. After all, the previous Qin Zhan old ancestor had shared a few drops of Emperor blood with him, although it was a bit shocking to get Emperor blood again, but he accepted it a bit faster. As for Qin De, Qin Air and the others, their hearts and minds were shaken. They didn't expect that they would also be able to obtain a supreme treasure like Emperor's blood. Shocked, he hurriedly bowed down towards Qinhun. Many thanks, Great Emperor. No need to be polite. It's just imperial blood in the district. Qin Shi waved his hand and put away the remaining portion of Emperor's blood. After doing so, he pointed out another finger, and a flash of golden light drilled into Qin Yu's brow. It slowly condensed into a peculiar mark on its brow. Buzz! Qin Yu only felt a roar in his head as his consciousness extended and connected to the 2 cold bodies. Those were 2 incomparably terrifying figures standing on both sides of the mountain gate like a statue. Those 2 quasi-emperor puppets? Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Qinhun. During this period of time, he had also learned that Qinhun had 2 quasi-emperor realm puppets placed outside the Holy Land to guard the portal. But now, Qinhun is handing over the 2 puppets to himself? Ancestor Qin Yu, from now on, the Holy Land will be under your guard. If you encounter a force majeure strong enemy, you can come to the Imperial Palace. Qin Hunter spoke faintly. The 2 puppets he could no longer use, and it was impossible to bring them to the upper world. Since old man Qin Yu wanted to stay, it was more than appropriate to leave it in the other party's control. Yes, I understand. A trace of excitement flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. That was the power of the quasi-emperor realm. He also could not have imagined that he, a saint realm, could actually control the battle power of a quasi-emperor. Aha! Go on, cultivate well in the lower realms, and when the time is right, If there is an opportunity, one will come down to the lower realms to fetch you. With a finger of Qin Hunter's hand, several more precious lights flew out and drilled into Qin Yu's body. Only in the end did he wave his hand and send a few people out of the imperial palace. Sending a few people away, he gazed at the remaining three: Qin Chop, Qin Fury, Qin Invincible. With a slight movement of his mind, a 10 feet large space entrance cracked open in front of him. Father, the two old ancestors, you will enter my inner world first. He planned to leave for the upper realm today. However, Xinjiang's few people were a bit dazed as they looked at the spatial entrance that appeared in front of them. Through the entrance, they could see a lush world inside. The dirt and earth, the mountains and grass, and even a sun could be seen high in the dome of the sky. Is this the inner world? Each of them had also opened up an inner world, but it was just a huge space of dead air. It was said to be an inner world, but it was actually just a larger storage space. But this is really a world in front of you. It's exactly the same as the outside world. Son, is this your inner world? Qin Wuhui asked directly towards Qin Hun under his astonishment. Nice. Qin Li nodded his head faintly. Receiving the confirmation, the three of them looked shocked. A strong color of curiosity welled up in shock. Could it be that, at the level of an absolute peak great emperor, one could actually evolve the inner world into a true world? With this curiosity, the three of them walked into the entrance and entered the inner world. And as Qin Hun watched the three enter the inner world, his mind moved slightly and the entrance instantly closed. In an instant, he was the only one left in the entire imperial palace. Qin Li stood still for a long time. Finally, a blurry shadow stepped out of it. The shadow quickly solidified in space, eventually transforming into another Qin Hun. The incarnation glanced at the main body, then directly turned around and walked over to the previous futon, sitting down cross-legged. With that, his eyes closed tightly and he fell into silence. Time to go. Qin Li glanced at the Dao body and withdrew his gaze before taking a step to disappear from the imperial palace. And after he left, the entire imperial palace was instantly enveloped by a terrifying grand formation. Chapter 125, Descending to the Immortal World. The Ascended One Who Mines. Eastern Wasteland. Above Tianju Mountain. The sky here is so low, with thick clouds surrounding the mountains, that it seems like you can reach out and touch the sky. Suddenly, the void was torn apart and a figure stepped out of space. Tianju Mountain. I can't believe I'm back here after such a short time. Qin Hun looked at the empty mountain with some emotion. When I think about the last time I was here, it's been just over a year. In a short period of time, he himself had already gone from the sage realm back then to the third level of the true immortal realm now. After a few moments, he gathered his composure and gazed at the sky above his head. If we go up from here, we should be able to avoid that Taishan immortal sect, Qin Hunter muttered to himself, his eyes becoming grave. The reason why he came to Tianju Mountain was that he was preparing to go to the upper realm from here, and could avoid the Taishan immortal sect. With that thought, he slowly closed his eyes. The next moment both eyes opened steeply again, erupting with a horrifyingly refined light. One hand was raised and slashed towards the space in front of him. Rip it! A tearing sound rang out, and space was ripped apart like rags, and a pitch-black, 100-foot-tall spatial crack appeared. Seeing this, Qin Hun did not stop. Instead, an even more terrifying aura rose from his body. Hands formed claws and probed out, tearing towards the pitch-black space. Rumble! The moment they made contact, space steeply erupted with an appalling roar. The entire void shook violently. A divine chain of order emerged out of thin air, intertwining with each other in space and blocking in front of Qin Hun. Humph! Qin Li snorted coldly and shook his hands, easily breaking all the order god chains. With no further obstruction, the hands plunged straight into the pitch-black void, slowly tearing away to the sides. Rumble! The void erupted into an even more terrifying roar as a pitch-black divine thunder of destruction fell out of nowhere, splitting downwards from the sky. The void shook, and the space within a range of 10,000 miles above the heavenly pillar mountain shattered in an instant, covered by a sky full of destructive divine thunderbolts. A huge commotion spread out from Tianju Mountain, quickly covering towards the entire eastern wasteland, and even the entire Tiansong continent. What's going on here? Isn't there the direction of Tianju Mountain? What a terrifying aura! Could there be a supreme treasure coming out? On the eastern wasteland, countless cultivators looked at the void darkening down in the direction of Tianju Mountain with a look of fear. That terrifying aura made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Tearing through deep space, the order of the heavens descends. Is it the Great One? He's leaving. In the sky above the holy land of the beginning of the earth, two old figures stood in the void, looking at the direction of Tianju Mountain in a daze. The eyes were full of helplessness and unwillingness. If they can follow. On the other hand, in the corner of a certain mountain peak below the immortal road. Ha ha, that damn guy is finally gone. When this emperor returns to the clan and unseals the seal, his cultivation will definitely soar. Kid, you'd better not let this emperor run into you in the upper realm. A big black dog wearing fancy pants. Human standing with his waist crossed, looking at the direction of Tianju Mountain, his eyes full of excitement. GGG, if we run into each other again, we'll be sure to arrest that kid, rob him of all his treasures, and strip him of all his clothes. Next to him, the scruffy old Taoist also had an agitated look on his face and let out a strange laugh from his mouth. Afterward, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't wait to walk out from the mountain, stepping into the air towards the immortal road. At this time, Tianju Mountain on. Black divine thunder covered and turned 10,000 miles of emptiness into a thunder prison. Qin Li's face remained unchanged as he exhaled. Disperse. Terrifying waves of sound shattered the void. The divine thunder that struck down from the sky stopped for an instant in response, followed by a terrifying aura that swept it away. Qin Han looked at the destructive divine thunder that was swinging in the air. His eyes suddenly condensed, and he took a step out into the spatial rift. Hands of qi and blood tumbled out toward the front, as if grasping a physical object and violently tearing toward the sides. Tear it up! A tearing sound rang out, and the pitch-black space was once again violently torn apart, exposing a deeper level of seven-colored space. Rumble! A terrifying void storm swept through, directly rushing towards the torn opening. The destruction-like aura instantly nirvana'd the space around Qin body, forming a huge spatial black hole. A mere spatial storm. Shun! Qin Li's face was flat and he raised his hand to press down. Buzz! The entire space trembled slightly, and then all the storms instantly subsided. This direction. Qin Hari held his mind and concentrated, and in his consciousness, the shadow of a vast world gradually emerged. That familiar aura was the same as the one sensed on the immortal road. Immortal world. Seeking this ray of sensation, he stepped through the space, just one step at a time towards the depths. Wherever it passed, the sweeping space storms all became quiet, suppressed by the terrifying aura of its body. I don't know how long it's been. 1 hour, 2 hours, or 1 day, 2 days. The aura belonging to the immortal realm grew stronger in the divine sense. Finally, an infinite white boundary jade appeared in sight, cutting across the void and blocking the way forward. Through the boundary jade, one could vaguely see that inside was a world filled with the aura of immortality. Ancient trees were in the sky, and immortal herbs and spiritual medicines grew everywhere. Is the immortal world inside? Qin Han stood in the void and looked at the world inside the boundary jade, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Afterward, he slowly walked forward and stretched out a palm to press it against the white boundary jade. A trace of immortal spirit aura passed through the palm of his hand and into the boundary jade. In the next moment, a huge vortex appeared on the boundary jade, instantly sucking it in. Immortal realm, Haotian immortal domain, Xiang mountain range. Move faster. Don't even think about slacking off. Hurry up and dig. If you don't dig enough 30 immortal sources a day, you don't want to eat at night. In the center of the mountain range, on a slightly empty territory, the huge mountain was dug out, and numerous figures were constantly moving in and out of it. These people all looked like they had withered faces and thin bodies, with a breathless look. Every time they came out of the mine, they would hold a milky white immortal origin in their hands and hand it over to one of the people guarding the outside of the mine. And around the mine, there were many cultivators in purple robes guarding the area. Every time he saw someone stop, or slow down a bit, he would fling the whip in his hand and whip on the other person. Don't try to be lazy and play dead, you people who ascended from the lower realms. As long as you work for my purple sun sect in the mines for 1,000 years, after that, we will naturally let you go. And when the time comes, you will also be given some immortal sources, so that you will be able to successfully convert your body's spiritual energy into immortal spiritual energy. A middle-aged man in a flashy robe stood at the edge of the crowd, flinging his hand and jerking one of the ascendants away before shouting towards the rest. Upon hearing this, the faces of those yellow-faced ascended masters all showed a look of anger, but then became numb. Lowering his head, he continued to repeat his previous actions. Humph, bunch of ES. The middle-aged man looked at the looks on the faces of the people who dared to speak, nodded in satisfaction, and gave a cold hum under his breath. But just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The void above the middle-aged man's head cracked without warning, and a figure fell from it. 42 yards of big foot, very accurately on his head. Chapter 126 Robbery. Hand over all the immortal sources. 42 yards of big feet fell from the sky and stepped right on the middle-aged head. Boo! Ugh! A miserable scream rang out, and the middle-aged man was directly trampled to the ground by this kick. Such a turn of events caused everyone present to freeze, not reacting for a moment. Whether it was the ascended person, or the surrounding clan disciples watching, they all stared straight at the figure that fell from the sky, as well as the middle-aged man who was trampled under his feet. This is the immortal world? A familiar feeling rose from the bottom of his heart as he swept his gaze across the field, looking at the huge caves on the mountain and the yellow-faced, unkempt people around him. This was somewhat different from the immortal world he had imagined. Instead, it was more like a place in the lower realm where spirit stone metal veins were mined. At this moment, those sect disciples finally reacted and surrounded Shinhan in unison. One of them shouted, "Daring! What kind of person dares to break into my Purple Sun sect's mining land and injure people? Quickly let go of Senior Brotherly." Purple Sun sect? The mine? Did you really land in someone else's mine? Shinhanari was speechless for a moment in his heart. Quickly let go of Senior Brotherly. Seeing that Shinhan was indifferent, a sect disciple stepped forward and bellowed out once again. The eyes revealed an icy killing chance. At the same time, an incomparably angry voice resounded from the ground beneath his feet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll kill you. At his feet, Li Shotsai had a face of shock and anger as a powerful aura erupted from his body, trying to shock Shinhan away. Shinhunter's gaze condensed as his feet shook and even more terrifying power surged out from the soles of his feet. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed into a large crater. Li Shotsai was directly shocked, foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. The entire body was sunk into the ground, only half a head showing. Kill me? Shinhan stared at Li Shotsai at his feet, his gaze gradually turning cold. A trace of panic welled up in Li Shotsai's eyes when he met Shin-Chi's icy gaze. The heart was even more shocked. He could already tell that Shinhan was an ascender, a lower realm demon who had broken space and ascended up alone. But even if it was a demon from the lower realm, who had just ascended up to the flying immortal realm strength at most, how could it be so terrifying? One must know that he was at the second level of the true immortal realm, and he was actually suppressed without any power to fight back in the face of this young man. Is this still a freshly ascended cultivator? At this moment, those enslaved ascended beings around them were also looking at Shinhan with shocked faces. Only shock was followed by gloating. Really don't know what they're doing. Do you really think that if you call the shots in the lower realm, you can do the same in this immortal realm? Not realizing that you're just a mole here. Don't think you'll have a good life after offending the immortal sect. The ascended one who had been jerked away by Li Shotsai earlier looked at Shinhan with eyes filled with a strong color of jealousy. He was also a party master in the lower realm, a shocking demon, and he fought hard to ascend up, only to be reduced to a mining slave at the lowest level. What makes this person so strong when he just ascended? He now immensely hoped that a strong person from the Purple Sun Immortal sect would descend and suppress the other party, reducing him to a mining slave just like himself. At this time, Li Shotsai, who had been planted on the ground, also came back to his senses and stared at Shinhan, saying in a relatively calm tone, "Kid, do you know, you've invited a big trouble. The Purple Sun sect, being the most powerful immortal sect in a million miles, has countless powerful people, and there are even Xian immortal ancestors suppressing it. There's still a chance for you to be redeemed by stopping now. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the old ancestor will be able to suppress you with a single thought. But I suppose you're an ascender too? To be able to break space and ascend in the lower realm with your own strength, your natural talent is truly demonic. If you are willing, I can introduce you to the sect and let you join the immortal sect. As long as you join the sect, the sins you commit now, I'm sure the sect won't pursue you anymore. And with your talent, you don't need to be digging around with these people." At the end of the day, the bullying couldn't have been more obvious. Join the Purple Sun sect? Shin Li's eyes narrowed slightly at his words, his gaze sweeping towards the surrounding people who had puffed their heads and faces. He also heard that these people were ascended beings, captured to dig for mines. Ascender, is still ironic. After countless years of hard work and cultivation to ascend to the upper realm, now you're actually being captured to dig for minerals? As for those ascended ones, when they saw Shinhan's gaze sweeping in, they lowered their heads, with a look of shame and humiliation on their faces. Only the man who had been jerked away earlier was filled with jealousy, especially after hearing that Li Shotsai was actually going to introduce Shinhan to join the Purple Sun sect. He was so jealous that he almost went crazy. Shinhan glanced at the man, memorizing the other's appearance before withdrawing his gaze and looking again at Li Shotsai at his feet. "How's that for consideration? As long as you're willing, I'll immediately take you back to the Purple Sun Immortal sect. With your talent, with the sect training, I believe you will soon become a powerful party." When Li Shotsai saw Shinhan's gaze, he hurriedly opened his mouth, his face full of sincerity. After saying so much, he doesn't believe that Shinhan is not moved, as Shinhan looked at Li Shokai, who was full of sincerity, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Joining the Purple Sun sect is not necessary, but I have a little favor to ask of you." When Li Shotsai heard Shinhan's refusal, his face immediately changed. Finally, he was even more baffled after hearing that he was asked to help. His gaze was fixed on Shinhan. Not speaking, a look of astonishment on his face. Those ascended masters and Purple Sun sect disciples in the surroundings were also filled with puzzlement. It was strange that Shinhan actually refused the opportunity to join the Purple Sun sect. Humph, how ungrateful. Do you really think you can continue to call the shots when you get to the upper realm? Any random cultivator here can crush him. That ascended one with a face full of envy showed joy in his eyes after hearing that Qin had refused to join the Purple Sun sect. This was followed by a cold snort of mock contempt. Around them, some of the ascended ones who stood close to them heard the words, and all of them gave the man a strange look and silently retreated some distance away. What do you want me to do for you? I'll help you as long as I can. Li Shouzai spoke at this time, his face grave. Ha, it's not a big deal. Qili laughed out softly, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire mining field, crossing over the faces of those sect disciples one by one. Finally, he stared at Li Shouzai again. An ice-cold voice slowly came out of his mouth. Robbery. Hand over all the excavated immortal sources. Chapter 127, Detaining the Immortal Vein. Arrival of the Purple Sun sect strongman. What did you say? Robbery? The air was suddenly quiet. Li Shouzai's eyes were wide, his face filled with unbelief. Robbery? He didn't hear me wrong, did he? A lower realm cultivator who had just ascended up was actually going to rob them? Robbing the Purple Sun immortal sect? Not only was he in disbelief, but the Purple Sun sect disciples present, and even those ascended one mining slaves were all shocked. Their gazes stared blankly at Qin, and for a moment, none of them reacted. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to open the inner world and hand over the immortal source. 3 breaths later, die. Qin Li's face was cold, without a hint of joking. Young man, don't mistake yourself. This mountain range is shrouded by a great formation. Without heavenly immortal cultivation you simply can't walk out. Even if you were to hand over all the immortal sources to you, you wouldn't be able to get out. I promised you the chance to join the Purple Sun sect. This is already a heavenly favor to you. Li Shouzai anxiously opened his mouth to admonish. 1 breath. Qin Hunter spoke faintly. If he wasn't worried that forcibly breaking open the other party's inner world would destroy the immortal origin, he wouldn't have wasted his breath. You. Li Shouzai's face sank. The next moment it was a cold snort. Humph. My Purple Sun sect's heavenly immortal powerhouses are on their way. It's not too late for you to stop now, or else there will surely be nothing left to live for under the heavenly immortal powerhouses. If you stop, maybe we can really let you join the clan. At this moment, Li Shouzai's face became sinister, and there was no more of his previous sincere appearance. As early as the time he was suppressed, he had quietly informed the clan that it wouldn't be long before a strong person would descend. The previous half-truths and half-falsehoods of circling around with Qin and inviting the other party to join the sect were just to stall for time and wait for the sect's strongest person to descend. However, Qin didn't care at all in the face of the naked threat. It just opened its mouth faintly and spat out 2 words icily. 2 breaths. Along with the voice, there was also an ice-cold killing chance that began to fill the air. You. Li Shouzai's face changed, and thick panic welled up from the bottom of his eyes. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an angry shout. Bluff! I don't believe you dare to make a move. If you dare to kill Senior Brother Li, the clan elders will definitely not let you off after they descend. A young sect disciple stepped forward, pointing at Qin and shouting in a stern voice, his voice filled with coldness. Qin Li turned his head sharply, his cold gaze fixed on the disciple who had spoken. The next moment, noisy, with a slap, the surging immortal spiritual energy condensed into a giant golden palm, directly slapping it onto the ground. Rumble! The earth shook and crumbled into several terrifying cracks with a loud roar. When the smoke cleared, the disciple had already disappeared, and a huge depression in the palm of his hand appeared in the same spot. The location of his palm was stained with a scarlet red. Hiss! Looking at the scarlet red in the center of his palm, a sound of sucking in cool air resounded around him. Regardless of whether it was the Ascender mining slaves or those Purple Sun sect disciples, all of them subconsciously stormed backward. The eyes that looked at Qin were filled with fear. They couldn't imagine that Qin actually dared to kill someone. And still without hesitation, Qin glanced at those people and withdrew his palms to faintly look at Li Shouzai at his feet. 3 breaths. The voice was cold and chilling. However, as soon as Qin Shi's voice fell, Li Shouzai immediately howled, etc., etc. I give. Li Shouzai had a look of fear on his face, and as he spoke, he hurriedly opened his inner world. A black ring floated out of it. Looking at the ring, Li Shouzai was filled with bitterness. This is the clan handed over to him to temporarily store the immortal source of the storage ring. Usually can only be stored, cannot be taken out. A month to return to the clan once turned in. And this ring was just filled with a month's worth of excavated immortal sources that had yet to be sent back to the sect. Now that he had lost this large amount of immortal source, he could already imagine what kind of punishment he would receive. However, Shinji wouldn't care about that and directly reached out and grabbed the ring in his hand. That wasn't all. His other palm poked out, coalescing into a golden hand that directly fished towards the inside of Li Shotsai's inner world. The remaining immortal origin resources inside were scavenged in an instant. In response, Li Shotsai's face was grim, but he could only watch, not even daring to say words of resistance. Holding the ring in his hand, Shinji's divine thoughts swept through it, and he immediately noticed that a seal had been laid on the ring. The seal wasn't strong. It should only be equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of true immortals. It didn't take much effort to break open the seal, and sure enough, he saw a small mountain of immortal source inside. Unity Sun, there are immortal sources in the exchange. Exchange them for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly traded all the immortal sources. Ding, the host traded 42,708 immortal sources. Consume 390,000 immortal sources and raise your cultivation to the peak of true immortality. The host has 37,008 immortal sources remaining. The next realm, the heavenly immortal realm, requires 1 million lower grade immortal sources. As the system voice fell, Shinji instantly felt his cultivation level skyrocketing. Countless senses of immortal laws surfaced in his mind, and the chi and blood in his body boiled, but they were firmly suppressed by him and did not show outside. Peak true immortal realm. Shinji carefully felt the terrifying power surging within this body, and his eyes weren't too satisfied. True immortal realm cultivation was not enough for the current self. Thinking about it, his gaze couldn't help but look towards those mines. Underground, Li Shotsai's face instantly changed drastically when he sensed Shinji's gaze. How dare you? If you damage the immortal spirit vein, the Purple Sun sect will definitely not let you go. Even if I escape to the ends of the earth, I will still put you to death. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the fact that his little life was still in Shinhan's hands. Directly towards Shinhan, he shouted out, his voice shocked and furious. Even those Purple Sun sect disciples who had retreated far away before, at this moment, they also boldly surrounded towards Shinhan. If these spirit veins were destroyed, even if they left here alive, the sect would not spare them. However, Shinli did not care about these people at all, and walked straight towards the immortal spirit vein mine cave, and along the way, those who came close to it, whether they were Purple Sun sect disciples or ascended being mine slaves, were all swept away with their hands. Soon he was standing in front of a mine. Without wasting any time, the cultivation of a peak true immortal erupted as a pair of large hands probed out and grabbed straight towards the mine. Instantly, two huge palms coalesced out of thin air and grasped onto the rumbling mine. Rumble! The void resounded with a terrifying roar. The ground shook, and the ground crumbled into a huge pitch-black terrifying crack. A huge spiritual vein emitting a rich immortal spiritual chi was slowly grasped out of the ground by a large hand. There were several huge chains wrapped around the spirit vein, extending deep into the ground. Leaving the ground at this moment, it instantly struggled violently, as if it wanted to break free from Shinhan's grip and re-drill into the ground. Humph! 10,000 immortals moving mountains. Shinhan snorted coldly, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Dense immortal aura overflowed from his body, condensing into a white blurred figure. All the figures struck out at the same time, and the powerful force that converged instantly suppressed the spirit vein and crumbled the chains on its body. Just as Shinji had just put away the spirit vein, a furious yell abruptly resounded in the sky above his head. Bold! What kind of person dares to spread their wildness in my Purple Sun sect's territory? Chapter 128, Beheading the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Bold! A furious voice resounded in space as a figure descended from the sky. The air seemed to become sticky as the terrifying aura pressed down. That came pretty fast. Shinli's face was calm as he looked up into the void above, only to see a gray-haired old man standing in the void, also looking down at himself. It's Elder Situ. Great! Elder Situ is here. This guy is dead. Not bad. Elder Situ is a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse. He can definitely crush this person from the lower realms. In the surrounding field, those disciples of the Purple Sun sect looked at the old man in the sky above with excitement on their faces. The gaze that looked at Shinhan again changed from fear to naked hatred, and the killing chance was exposed. At the same time, Li Shotsai, who had been suppressed underground and only had a head exposed, was full of excitement at this time and shouted towards the gray-haired old man in the sky. Elder Situ, save me! Up above, Situ Ming heard Li Shotsai's voice, but he only glanced at the other party before withdrawing his gaze, turning to look at Shinhan with an indifferent face. Peak true immortal realm. Young man, which family are you a disciple of? Why did you plunder my Purple Sun sect's spirit veins? Looking at the scene around him, although he was extremely angry, he didn't make a rash move. He could see that Shinhan was not very old, and at such an age, he had a cultivation level at the peak of the true immortal realm. so perhaps he was a disciple of some great clan or sect. Their Purple Sun sect was only a small sect in the immortal realm, and there were some people they couldn't afford to offend. A disciple of that family? Shinhan looked at this old man in the sky above, a slight flash of color in his eyes. Is this treating yourself as a disciple of a great sect? On the other hand, Li Shouzai also heard these words, and his heart immediately trembled. He was first a little shocked at Shinhan's cultivation, then he shouted at Situ Ming, Elder Situ, he's an ascender, not someone from the upper realm. Kill him, never let him get away. Shut up. Situ Ming turned his head violently, his icy gaze landing on Li Shouzai. Ascended? Which ascended person can have peak true immortal realm cultivation? Retracting his gaze, he once again turned to Shinhan, his voice icy cold as he said, robbing my Purple Sun sect spirit vein for no reason. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid I can't let you leave today. He was still testing the waters, wanting to know if Chinhari was a disciple of a great sect from the immortal realm who had come out to train. Reason? No reason. You don't have to keep trying. I don't have much of a backstage. Do it. Shinli faintly shook his head. Facing the heavenly immortal realm didn't inspire the slightest bit of fear. It was only the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Even with only his current true immortal cultivation, he would be able to suppress it, he said, and didn't give the other party a chance to speak again. 3 flowers borrowed the way. A terrifying aura rose from his body. A step out instantly appeared in front of the other party, and a horrifying aura enveloped him. The palm of his hand blazed with golden light. Endless great Tao condensed in his hand, and he pressed down with a palm. Good sinful animal, you seek death. Situ Ming's face instantly became gloomy as he felt the powerful aura that enveloped him. A creepy killing chance erupted from his body, and he raised his hand and chopped towards Shinhan's pressing palm. At the same time, the other arm waved, and several dead grey killing swords that emitted a strong aura of corruption coalesced out of thin air, cutting through space and stabbing towards Shinhan's head. In an instant, the 2 palms clashed together, erupting into a shocking roar. Rumble! Terrifying energy swept through the 8 directions, and the surrounding mountains were instantly reduced to pieces. Humph! Shinli snorted coldly, his body not moving. The palm of the other hand lifted up, shattering those grayish killing swords apart. On the opposite side, Situ Ming was shaken down into the void by the powerful force, and his feet stomped in succession, creating a depression in the air. How is this possible? Situ Ming stabilized his stance, his gaze fixed dead on Shinhan, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was at the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm, and he was facing a peak true immortal, and he actually fell into a head-to-head battle? All around, those Purple Sun sect disciples as well as the ascending mining slaves lay down in a heap, injured by the aftershocks, and some even died. At this moment, the gazes of these people looking at the 2 people in the sky above all revealed the slightest hint of shock, especially those disciples of the Violet Sun sect. The shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. They knew Situ Ming's cultivation level, the hallowed heavenly immortal realm, but he was actually unable to defeat someone who had just ascended? What the hell are you? It's impossible for an ascender to be this strong. Situ Ming stabilized his mind and looked at Shinhan with a face full of gravity. Meh, Shinhunter's eyes teased. It was indeed impossible for ascended beings to be so powerful, but hangers-on are different. Hangers-on can be had, without wasting any more time with the other party. His figure flickered and instantly disappeared from his original position, appearing in front of the other party once again. With a flash of red light in his hand, the ominous blade appeared in his hand, curling up and chopping down with scarlet breath. A dense ominous aura filled the entire space in an instant. Humph! Don't think that just because you've taken a slight advantage, you can disregard this seat. A true immortal is always just a true immortal. Situ Ming let out a cold cry, looking at the incoming scarlet blade light that killed him, his eyes filled with shock and anger. As an elder of a sect and a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse, he was not intimidated. Immediately waving his hands, a gray aura rose from his body, and his entire person was covered in a layer of grayish light. In the end, all the gray light condensed into a pillar of heavenly light, carrying an aura that made everything wither, crashing into the incoming scarlet blade light. Boom! The gray light pillar and the sword light clashed together, erupting in a shocking explosion. The void shook, and the impact, scarlet blade light was tainted with gray breath, and it seemed to become corrupted in an instant. Even the immortal aura in the void was contaminated, and an overwhelming aura of corruption enveloped Shinhan. Ha ha, die! A tiny true immortal dares to provoke this seat? Situ Ming laughed out loud, but his voice was gloomy and cold. This is his countless years of hard cultivation of immortal law, able to corrupt all things. The area of true immortal realm, as long as the dip will certainly be flesh will rot, the soul of the silence. However, just as he was filled with a sneer, waiting to see Shinhan's miserable end, a strange change occurred. An even denser scarlet glow suddenly rose from the roiling gray breath. An ominous aura so dense that it was suffocating erupted, swallowing all the corrupted aura in an instant. In just an instant, only a scarlet red remained in the void. How is this possible? No way! Situ Ming exclaimed, his voice filled with incredulity. Those corrupted chi! He had cultivated it for countless years, and even if a cultivator with a higher realm than him touched it, they would all lose layers of skin. How could it be broken by a true immortal realm? Nothing is impossible. Die! Qin Hunter drank coldly as the ominous blade chopped down. At the same time, his body's chi and blood steamed as he blasted out a heavenly emperor fist. Left and right, under the terrifying aura, space was madly distorted, vaguely about to collapse. Rip it! Boo! The two attacks bombarded Situ Ming's body at the same time, directly blowing him up. In an instant, blood mist filled the air, coloring the space a scarlet red. Some of the broken bones were transformed into terrifying killers that soared in all directions under the powerful force added to them. Some unlucky guy on the ground in the distance happened to catch it steadily, and was shot into a hornet's nest on the spot. Dead! Dead! Elder Situ was exploded. How can? It's over. Below, those disciples of the Purple Sun sect looked at this scene and only felt dizzy, and the sky was about to collapse. That's it? Their heavenly immortal realm Elder Situ was exploded? And on the void, Qin Hun stood with his sword, dispersing the flower of the great Tao above his head. Then with an expressionless face, he looked at the blood mist filling the air and reached out. In a flash, all the blood mist converged and condensed into a small blood-colored ball in the palm of his hand. After putting the immortal blood away, his gaze slowly turned to those below. Chapter 129 Leaving Xianling City. What do you want? Below the mine, those disciples of the Purple Sun sect looked terrified, trembling under Qin Hun's gaze. Some of the smarter ones hurriedly opened their inner worlds and took out all the resources inside, piling them up in front of them. Someone took the lead, and the rest of the people saw this and hurriedly followed suit, taking out all of their own collections, only hoping to be able to save a small life in this way. This Taoist friend. Kill them. These upper realm cultivators don't treat us lower realm ascensionists as people at all, and once they are caught ascending up, they have to serve as mining slaves for them for 1,000 years. If it weren't for your strong cultivation, fellow Daoist, I'm afraid you would have ended up like us. That's why they can't be spared. That ascendant mining slave who was previously jealous of Qin Hun suddenly stood out, looking at the Purple Sun sect disciples with a look of indignation. At this time, he seemed to have forgotten that he had been thinking of the Purple Sun sect's powerhouses suppressing Qin Li and reducing him to a mining slave like himself a few moments ago. The other ascended one mining slaves around them all had thick killing intent on their faces at this time. Obviously, he also wanted Qin Hun to kill those Purple Sun sect disciples. Qin Hun looked at this person who spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. The next moment a smile suddenly appeared on his face. What's your name? The ascended one mine slave froze for a moment, then hurriedly replied, My name is Lu Chen. Qin Ji nodded, then reached out and pointed at those Purple Sun sect disciples. Well then, Lu Duan is it? You go and kill them. Ha! Lu Chen was dumbfounded, not expecting Qin Li to say such a thing. If he had the strength, he wouldn't have been caught here digging. Looking at the cannibalistic eyes cast by those Purple Sun sect disciples, he didn't dare to move at all. The other ascended mining slaves around them also fell silent, and for a while the scene became a bit awkward. Qin Hunter swept his gaze over everyone, his face expressionless. Just when everyone was tense in their hearts, he withdrew his gaze and took a step to directly disappear into the field. Everyone was stunned as they watched Qin Ji's disappearing figure. Gone? Damn, how can he go? The ascended one's face changed drastically, and a look of fear instantly surged across his face. On the other hand, those Purple Sun sect disciples were filled with excitement after the robbery. The devil is gone. They picked up a life. Afterwards, these sect disciples turned their gaze towards the many ascended person mining slaves with ferocious eyes. Actually trying to hurt us? Asterisk. A man spoke, his voice icy cold. The rest of them also had murderous intent in their eyes. Immediately, these sect disciples activated their immortal techniques to pounce on the many ascended ones. No, don't kill us. I'm willing to dig for the immortal sect for the rest of my life. Don't kill me. All the ascended ones were in chaos. Some resisted, some fled. The one who ran the fastest was the guy who wanted Qin Hun to kill someone. However, how could they, who had just ascended not long ago and hadn't even converted the power in their bodies into immortal spirit power, escape? In just a few short breaths, everyone was cut down cleanly. Only a scarlet and bloody scene was left behind. Bah! A bunch of ES. And you want that guy to kill us? A sect disciple spat as he looked at the limbs all over the ground. He then looked around at his fellow disciples. Senior brothers, the spirit vein has been destroyed and Elder Situ has been killed. We need to return to the sect and report this matter to the Patriarch. Invite out the old ancestor and execute that thief. Not bad. Make sure to kill that guy. Someone else chimed in. The rest of them nodded their heads as well, with extremely intense killing intent in their eyes. However, just as they gathered together and prepared to leave in a magic weapon, buzz, there was a sudden buzzing in the void. The sky darkened immediately afterward. What's wrong? Everyone looked up in amazement. The next moment his face changed dramatically and his pupils instantly dilated. Above his head, a huge palm covered the void, slapping downward with a destructive aura. Rumble! Not giving these people any time to react at all, the palm of the sky-covering hand completely fell. The earth erupted with terrifying vibrations, and a huge, gigantic palm print that was large enough to cover the entire mining vein appeared on the ground. In the palm print, those sect disciples were no longer visible. There was only a piece of scarlet mud, which was very conspicuous. Miles away, Shinhan stood on a piece of hilltop, his face expressionless as he withdrew his palm. After taking a deep look in the direction of the mineral vein, he turned around and swept towards the distance. After another half hour, over the vein, the void cracked open in a burst of distortion, and a stooped figure with a head full of white hair stepped out from it. The figure looked down at the mountain range below that was in shambles, his face extremely gloomy, especially after seeing the disappearance of the immortal spirit vein. A horrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kill my purple sun sect disciples and take away the spirit vein. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, this seat will find you and execute you. The old man's voice was as cold as 9 ghosts of ice as he pressed down with a palm, completely shattering the mountains below. He then turned his gaze in the direction that Shinhan had left, following the hint of a lingering scent as he chased after him. A few days later, Xianling City. Is this the great city of the immortal world? It's really majestic. The great cities of the lower realms are like dust and stars compared to this. Shinhan stood at the entrance of the city, looking at the huge city towering in front of him, stretching on both sides without seeing the end. His eyes shook a little. The wall in front of him was grayish-white in color, built of unknown rock, and strewn with sword marks, as well as some huge claw marks. There were even dark red dried bloodstains that faintly exuded a ferocious aura. Standing under the city wall, even Shinhan could not help but feel a sense of being a mole cricket at this moment. Just as he approached the city gates and was about to enter the city, his eyes suddenly stared and his gaze was attracted by a golden list next to the city gates. Taishian Immortal Sect recruiting disciples. Priority to those who ascended from the lower world. Taishian Immortal Sect? Shin Hunter muttered, his expression strange. Chapter 130 Flower Sledgehammer. Taishian Immortal Sect's recruitment information. Taishian Immortal Sect. Recruiting lower realm ascendants? Shinhan looked at the golden list on the city wall with a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, the upper realm immortal that appeared on the immortal road of the heavenly pale continent was a disciple of the Taishian Immortal Sect. It was unthinkable that he hadn't broken the boundary from the immortal sect, but he had actually landed on the territory of the Taishian Immortal Sect after all. Just as he was a bit out of it, he suddenly felt someone approaching behind him. Hey, dog, envy, right? Ah, the Taishian Immortal Sect, one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Haotian immortal domain. Unfortunately, the other Taishian Immortal Sect only needs lower realm cultivators who have just ascended, and for upper realm true immortals like you and me, they just won't even take a second glance. An inning voice sounded behind him, transmitting a faint color of helplessness. She turned to look behind him at the words. At once, I saw an unusually majestic and tall, bearded middle youth standing behind him, similarly looking at the golden list on the city wall. His eyes were filled with envy. Peak true immortal realm? Shin Hunter's eyes flickered slightly, instantly recognizing the other party's cultivation level. When the youth saw Shinhan turn around, a smile was put on his large bearded face and he arched his hand towards Shinhan. My name is Flower Sledgehammer. Meet fellow Daoist. Flower Sledgehammer? Shinhan looked at this unusually majestic youth who was half a head taller than even himself and nodded slightly. It's a name that fits the image perfectly. Then he also arched his hand towards the other party. Shinhan. Animal? It was Flower Sledgehammer's turn to be stunned. He has lived for 10,000 years and has never heard such a chic name. However, he was no ordinary man and quickly accepted the name. A big mouth grinned and laughed. Ha ha, fellow Daoist is courteous. The corners of Shinhan's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the other party's expression. Although the name sounded right, he knew the other party must have misunderstood his name. But he didn't care too much. Animals are animals. Turning his gaze to the golden list on the city wall, he asked, what did fellow Daoist mean when he said that this Taishian Immortal Sect only needs those who ascended from the lower realms? I see that it just says that ascenders are prioritized. It doesn't say that they don't want people from the upper realms. Flower Sledgehammer sniffed and also looked at the golden list, and after a moment of silence, said, "That's just a front. If you, fellow Daoist, want to go to the Taishan Immortal Sect examination, I advise you to forget about it. The Taishan Immortal Sect only needs those who ascended from the lower realms. It's not at all just a matter of prioritizing as stated on the list. Moreover, even if you do pass the test, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing." Towards the end, the look on his face gradually became grave. "Oh, why?" Shinji's eyes stared slightly, his gaze fixed on Hua the Hammer. "If fellow Daoist believes me, don't go." Flower Sledgehammer didn't answer, but only gave a grave admonishment. Shinli looked at the other party's appearance, nodded lightly, and did not ask any more questions. "Ha! Fellow Daoist doesn't have to be discouraged. I see that you shouldn't be very old, but your cultivation is already at the peak of true immortality. Your talent is really good. If you don't mind, you can sit at my house. Although my flower family is not as good as the Taishan Immortal Sect, it still has some strength in this immortal tomb city." Hua the Hammer finished looking at Shinhun, his face filled with sincerity. The fact that he accosted Shinhun and was so patient in explaining for the other party was because he was coming for the other party's talent. He could see that the aura on Shinhunter's body was very young and couldn't be more than 10,000 years old. To have peak true immortal cultivation at this age, the talent was considered very powerful in the immortal realm. His favorite thing about Flower Sledgehammer was to make friends with all kinds of geniuses. "The flowers?" Shinhun looked at Hua the Hammer for a moment before faintly shaking his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Hanamichi. It's just that Mr. Chin is new to Xianling City and still wants to see more of the city's scenery. Although the other party showed good intentions, defense is not an option. He was new to the immortal realm and was unfamiliar with the area. So safety came first." A hint of disappointment flashed in Hua the Hammer's eyes when he saw Qin Chi's refusal. But soon this trace of disappointment converged and a faint smile was put on his face. "In that case, then Mr. Hua will not force himself. But if you, Taoist friend, encounter anything in the city, feel free to report my name as Flower Sledgehammer. I believe that I can save you, Taoist friend, some trouble." With that, he once again arched his hand towards Qili before walking straight towards the city. Second young master. Under the city gate, a team of armored cultivators were stationed, and when they saw Hua the Hammer, they all looked respectful and did not dare to stop them in the slightest. "Aha!" Flower Sledgehammer nodded his head lightly, a condescending look on his face. It was a far cry from the easygoing manner in which he had talked to Shinhun. Shinhun looked at the other party's back as he left, pondering. It seems that this flower family really has quite a bit of energy in the city. During the time he had been standing in front of the city gates, he had also seen many cultivators enter the city. Without exception, all of them had to pay one immortal origin, and this Flower Sledgehammer actually went in without any hindrance, not to mention paying the entry fee. Even the guarding cultivators had a sense of respect for him. Retracting his gaze, he looked back at the golden list on the wall with a slightly gloomy expression. Although he didn't get much information from this Flower Sledgehammer, he already had a vague feeling. This Taishan Immortal Sect posted the golden list. "I am afraid that it is rushing myself." "Taishan Immortal Sect?" Shinhunter muttered, his voice permeated with a hint of coldness. After a moment, he shook his head, putting those thoughts away for the time being, and turned toward the city gates. Walking up to those armored cultivators, he took out an immortal source as normal and handed it to the other party. "This lord, you can just go straight in." The guards hurriedly waved their hands, their faces filled with respect. Shinli was slightly stunned, then realized that perhaps it was because of the Flower Sledgehammer. Smiling, he handed over the immortal source to the other party and said nothing as he walked straight towards the city. He didn't have much of a relationship with that Flower Sledgehammer, and he didn't want to owe a favor just for a mere immortal origin. Walking into the city, the eye was greeted by a wide street paved with metaphysical black stone slabs. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls placed like a lower realm bazaar, with all sorts of items and resources needed for cultivation placed on them. Pills, immortal herbs, ancient books, ores, etc. There were many cultivators walking and trading. There were even people riding huge demonic beasts, walking in the center of the street, causing the ground to send out a gust of vibrations. In an instant, the cacophony of voices completely occupied Qin Huri's ears. There are actually mortals? It seems that the immortal world doesn't seem to be too different from the lower world except for being a little bigger. Shinhun looked at the walking crowd and was slightly stunned. Only some of the street was filled with cultivators, exuding a unique aura of immortal spirit. The flying immortal realm was predominant, and there were only a few true immortals, and more, but mortals with no signs of cultivation. Immortals and mortals mix. Of course, even for mortals who hadn't cultivated. In the environment of heaven and earth like the immortal realm, being nourished by the immortal aura day and night. Their strength was still very powerful relative to the lower realms. Any one of them put into the lower realm would be an existence of fleshly sainthood. Just as he was lamenting the happiness of mortals in the immortal world in his heart, he suddenly felt someone walking towards him. Shinli frowned slightly as his gaze turned to the right, and he saw a clear young girl standing in the distance looking at him. The young girl was wearing a patchy rough cloth coat, and her body faintly had a thin immortal aura transmitting through it, but it hadn't reached the level of the flying immortal realm. At this moment, seeing Qin Hun's gaze, his body inexplicably trembled. The next moment seems to drum up the courage generally, walked to the front of the Qin hunting, asked in a low voice, "Da, Lord, this is your first time in Xianling City, right? Need a guide? Just give me 10. No, just give me 5 immortal sources, and I can be a guide for you." After the young girl finished speaking, she tilted her head with an expectant look at Qin Hun. Immortal Toon City was considered a big city in the Hautian immortal domain, with countless cultivators coming every day, naturally giving rise to a number of industries. Acting as a guide for outsiders was the fastest way for some mortals or even low-realm cultivators to earn immortal source. Lin Yuer was one of them. Only, she was just a mortal and could not compete with her peers who possessed cultivation, even sometimes beaten by their peers. This time, she was lucky that no peers were around before she dared to come out. As long as she saved up some more immortal sources, she would be able to break through to the flying immortal realm and become an immortal who could live forever. Shinari looked at the expectant young girl in front of him and nodded after a moment of silence. Yes, he had just come to Immortal Toon City and was unfamiliar with it all, so he really needed a guide. With a flip of his palm, he took out 5 immortal sources and handed them to the other party, saying indifferently, "First lead me to find a place to stay. Lead well, there's a reward behind you." "Many thanks, my lord." Lin Yuer's face showed joy. After receiving the immortal source, he immediately walked to the front to lead the way. "Your honor, please follow me." Qin Jerry nodded and followed the other party towards the city. A few moments passed after the two had left. Outside the city, an old figure broke through the air, looking at the vast and lofty immortal city with shadowy eyes. "Humph, killing my clan's disciples and seizing my spirit veins, thinking that this seat can't do anything about you just because you're hiding in the immortal city?" Chapter 131, The Purple Sun Sex-Old Ancestor Finds Us. Drunken Fairy House? Qin Hun stood in front of a luxurious restaurant and looked at the packed diners inside, his brows furrowing slightly. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Yuer. "Didn't I tell you to take me to a more secluded place to stay? This is..." Qin Hunter's tone was a bit displeased. "This little girl isn't a trustee of the restaurant, is she?" He was looking for a more secluded, undisturbed place to stay, not a tavern with people coming and going. Sensing the displeasure in Qin Li's tone, Lin Yuer's face went blank and she hurriedly explained. "My lord, although this drunken immortal building is a restaurant, the resident's guest room becomes a space within the room and will not be disturbed. Moreover, Drunken Immortal Mansion is the property of the City Lord's mansion. No one dares to cause trouble. It's the safest, and your excellency can also taste the most delicious food in Xianling City." The City Lord's estate? Qin Li was a bit surprised when he heard this. If it was as the other party said, then this drunken immortal house was really a good choice. Nodding, he didn't say anything else and walked towards the inside of the tavern. Seeing this, Lin Yuer secretly let out a sigh of relief, then hurriedly followed. The two had just walked into the restaurant when an errand boy greeted them. "This guest, what would you like to eat? We have everything at Drunken Immortal House. Powerful demonic beasts' blood and meat, immortal herbs and medicinal dishes, and various exotic immortal brews not only taste good, but also enhance blood chi and grow cultivation." The errand boy guided the two Qin Huns to an empty seat and introduced them with a smile on his face. Saying that, he also handed a white jade tablet to Qin Hun. "A runner at the 5th level of the flying immortal realm?" Qin Hali glanced at this runner and then received the white jade tablet. However, in the next moment, his gaze was instantly attracted by the name of the dish on the jade tablet. Earth Dragon Medicinal Cuisine, nourishes yin and replenishes yang. A man's greatest treasure. 1,000 inferior immortal sources. Cold 10,000 years of immortal yuan fruit. Take it to increase your immortal spiritual power. 1,300 lower grade immortal sources. True immortal realm gel long blood and flesh great medicine. Can grow blood chi? 10,000 lower grade immortal sources. 100 flowers immortal brew, collected immortal flowers and herbs brewed for thousands of years, taking the effect of strengthening the soul. 100,000 lower grade immortal source. Note, lower grade immortal brew. Watered down. Hiss. Rather than just robbing an immortal origin mine, Qin Shi secretly sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he saw this jade menu at this moment. This damn well deserves to be the property of the City Lord's mansion. Even the cheapest one costs 1,000 lower grade immortal sources. At this moment, He couldn't help but wonder once again if this guide of his was a trustee of the tavern. However, he didn't care about these small amounts of money right now, casually ordering a few medicinal meals and demonic beast blood and meat barbecues, spending nearly 10,000 immortal sources. Prepare 2 more rooms for me. Shinli finished ordering the food and continued toward this errand boy. Yes, my lord. With a professional smile on his face, the runner nodded slightly towards Chinhun before immediately turning around and leaving. After waiting for a few moments, plates of demonic beast blood and meat that emitted a thick essence, as well as medicinal meals were served. Flying immortal realm demonic beast blood and flesh. It's really extraordinary. Shinji's gaze went to a few plates, one of which had a roasted beast leg emitting a particularly rich essence. A beast leg at the peak of the flying immortal realm. 5,000 lower grade immortal sources. Lin Yuer stood behind Chinhun, eyeing the several plates of food that were brought up, and even more so, she almost drooled. They were not the first time she had seen them, but she had never eaten them. Shinli glanced at the other party, and when he saw this look on her face, he couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on his face. Just as he was about to say something, his brows suddenly furrowed and he raised his gaze to the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, a hunched figure was standing in the doorway, staring at himself with a grim gaze. Shinli's face sank as he sensed an icy killing chance from the other party's gaze. In the next moment, golden light flashed in his eyes, instantly taking in all of the other party's information. Sita Haoran, one of the old ancestors of the Purple Sun sect. Cultivation level, 1st level of Xianxian realm. Age, Qi and blood are dried up. There's not much time left to live. Purple Sun sect ancestor. Xianxian. Shinli muttered to himself under his breath and looked at the other party's face calmly. And at that moment, Situ Haoran at the doorway also walked into the restaurant, heading straight towards Chinhun. The cold aura of his body filled the restaurant. For a moment, all the cultivators and diners inside stopped, their gazes looking towards Chinhun's side. Some faces were astonished, others had teasing eyes, but without exception, they all had a sort of spectator look on their faces. Little bastard. You're the one who killed my Purple Sun sect's disciples and dug up my sect's spirit vein. This seed has pursued all the way here and finally found you. Situ Haoran's face was grim. Not only did this little bastard rob the clan's spirit vein, even his own son Sita Ming died at the hands of the other party. His corpse was nowhere to be found. Not to kill the other party, confine their souls and suffer hundreds of millions of years of soul refining. It is difficult to eliminate the hatred of the heart. Chapter 132 Cultivation upgraded again. 2nd level of Heavenly Immortal Realm. Kill me? Shinli's face was expressionless as he slowly stood up from his seat. Even though he was only at the peak of the true immortal realm, there was still not the slightest bit of fear on his face when facing the Xian immortal realm. Seeing Chinhun so, Situ Haoran's face became even more grim. But even though his eyes were filled with killing intent, he had no intention of making a move. It was also at this moment that a cold voice came out. Fighting is forbidden in Xianling City. As the voice fell, a gray-haired old man appeared out of thin air, his aura even more powerful than Sita Haoran's, instantly enveloping the space. It's General Manager Wu. He actually came out. Inside the restaurant, those diners looked at the gray-haired old man who appeared, and their faces showed surprise. This Chief Steward Wu was the owner of Drunken Immortal Mansion, as well as the steward of the City Lord's Mansion, and it was said that he had already reached the Xian Immortal higher stage cultivation, now actually personally come out to deal with this dispute. Can't help but, the eyes of the diners fall on Sita Haoran again. To be able to make the Xian Immortal Realm high-ranked Chief Administrator Wu personally appear to deal with it. This old man's cultivation must not be low. At least it should be a Xian Immortal Realm. This seat doesn't care what your grudges are. The City Lord's office has decreed that fighting is forbidden within Immortal Tomb City. This fellow Daoist, please restrain your aura, or else I will have no choice but to suppress you and place you at the disposal of the city guards. Chief Steward Wu's gaze swept over Chinhun and finally landed on Sita Haoran, his voice cold and indifferent. With that, the appalling aura coalesced together and directly pressed down towards Sita Haoran. Aha! Sita Haoran's face changed slightly, and his feet retreated several steps back in a mischievous manner. The gaze that looked at Chief Steward Wu contained a strong look of scorn. He was only at the 1st level of the Xian Immortal Realm, and when he faced General Manager Wu, who was at least at the 7th level, once the other party made a move, there was no way to fight back. In the end, he could only give Chinhun a cold look and turn around to walk away. Only, he didn't leave the restaurant, but took a seat next to him. The icy gaze was always dead on Chinhun. Seeing this, Chief Steward Wu frowned, but in the end, he didn't drive away anymore. As long as the other party didn't make a move, it wouldn't be good for him to intervene again. His eyes turned to Chinhun and said indifferently, "Kid, don't cause trouble in the city. It's not always the case that someone shows up in time to help you." After leaving behind a sentence, the figure gradually dissipated and left. Qin Han looked at the other party leaving, his brows slightly furrowed. Show up in time to help yourself? What now, my lord? At that moment, Lin Yuer's inquiring voice came from behind her. At this moment, her face was alarmed and vaguely pale. Situ Haoren was sitting at the adjacent table, and that icy gaze made her shiver. Even her body stiffened a little. Nothing. Qin Li waved his hand, his face calm to the end. His current strength might not be able to kill a Xian immortal, but it would be impossible for the other party to kill himself. Greeting Lin Yuer in sitting down, he just started enjoying the beast meat on the table with a calm face. With that breezy look, the diners in the restaurant looked extremely surprised. Young people are still too young to be in the mood to enjoy food when they're dying. Does he still want to stay in the city for the rest of his life? Some of the diners spoke in low voices, their faces mocking. Some of them were at the heavenly immortal realm and could tell Qin Hunter's cultivation level, the peak of the true immortal realm. Unless one does not leave Immortal Toon City for the rest of one's life, one will surely die in the face of a Xian immortal's pursuit. Humph. Little. No hands are allowed in the city. I don't believe you'll stay out for the rest of your life. Across the table, Sita Haoren's eyes were eerie as he stared at Qin Han dead in the face. If he wanted to stay in Immortal Toon City, he would have to consume a large amount of immortal energy every day. And he didn't believe that the other party had so much immortal energy to stay in the city all the time. As long as the other party's immortal source was exhausted, the time they left the city would be the time of their death. This one voice did not have the slightest concealment, and it was clearly transmitted into Qin Hurry's ears. However, he remained calm, seeming like an outsider. He slowly savored the beast meat on the table, the medicinal soup. It was a full 2.5 hours before he burped and stood up slowly. Greet the runner and take yourself to your lodgings. Behind her, Lin Yuer's body was red, and there were rolls of essence overflowing from her body. She was not yet at the flying immortal realm cultivation level, and after taking only a small bite of the beast's meat, she was almost bursting from the massive essence. And watching the two finally finish eating and get up, Situ Haoren, who had been waiting by the side with a gloomy face, also silently got up and followed behind. At this time, inside a certain box on the upper floors of the drunken immortal building, second young master, it seems that this friend of yours has caused quite a bit of trouble. That Xian first level seems to have his eyes on him. Should I make a move and finish off that Xian immortal? Chief Administrator Wu, who had appeared earlier, stood with a youth. The two men's gazes were fixed on a curtain of light in front of them. In the light screen, it was the figures of Qin Han and Sito Haoren as the three of them went up the stairs. No, Uncle Wu, help me find out where these two came from. Also, is what that Xian said true? The youth turned his head, revealing a bearded, extremely rugged face. Yes, second young master. Chief Steward Wu nodded and his figure directly dissipated from the private room. After Chief Steward Wu left, Flower Sledgehammer's gaze fell back onto the light screen with a strange look in his eyes. Beastly dogs. Ha! A peak true immortal realm. Facing the oppression of the Xian immortal realm and actually managing to be so calm. This young man is really getting interested in you. At this point, the other side, Qin Li was led by the runner into a guest room. The guest room is not large, only about 30 square feet at eye level. Inside, it was divided into a cultivation room and a rest room. In addition, the entire guest room was also covered with defense formations that could withstand the bombardment of a true immortal realm powerhouse. 1,000 lower grade immortal sources a day. That's a decent quality. Qin Li swept his gaze across the room and nodded slightly. Then, the face suddenly became a bit grave. Tuzi, can you isolate this space and block prying eyes? He had sensed a hint of prying eyes early on when he was outside. No malice was felt, but he didn't want prying eyes on what he was about to do next. Ding, heaven and earth have been isolated. The room where the host is located is its own heaven and earth, and any prying is forbidden. The system's voice rang out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the box, the light screen in front of Hua the Hammer was shrouded by a layer of richness, and Qin Ji's figure could no longer be seen. Isolated space? Flower Sledgehammer's complexion stared at a white, hazy curtain of light, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. This curtain of light was Wu Bo's means, a projection of the peak of the Xian realm himself, and it was actually shielded? I can't imagine that fellow Taoist avian actually has such tactics. Inside the room, Qin Hunter sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the lounge, holding a small ball of light in his hand, within which a small swimming white dragon was faintly visible. Tuzi, trade this spirit vein for an immortal source. Ding, the system has detected that the spirit vein has been mined and its containment has been lowered, and is only worth 4 million lower-grade immortal sources. 4 million! Qin Li was not surprised when he heard this. Normal spirit veins were categorized by size, and contained different spirit stones, and immortal sources, but they were all within 10 million. This immortal spirit vein in front of me didn't know how long it had been mined. and even the spirituality was somewhat missing, and it was already good enough to be worth $4 million. All of them raised their cultivation. Ding, the host has consumed 3 million lower grade immortal sources, raising his cultivation to the second level of the heavenly immortal realm. With 1 million remaining, 3 million are needed to elevate to the next first order realm, second level of the heavenly immortal realm. Terrifying power raced through his body like a shocking wave. Xinli felt that if he was allowed to face the celestial immortal realm Sitaming again, he would be able to pinch him to death with his hands instead of bothering to decapitate him. However, in the face of such an elevation, he was not satisfied in his eyes and instead frowned. At the immortal realm, the resources needed to raise one's cultivation become even more numerous. An entire immortal spirit vein only allowed himself to be raised from the peak of true immortal to the second level of heavenly immortal, and the kind of cultivation was not enough to want to kill Sitahauren back. Looks like it's time to think of some other ways to get money. Tomorrow, I'll ask that guide to see if there's any place in Xianling City where I can earn immortal source. After making up his mind, Qinhun collected his own breath and slowly closed his eyes to meditate. Chapter 133. The next day, on the stone bed, Qinhun slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. A new day begins with the opening of eyes. With a murmur, he rose straightway and went to the door of his room. Upon opening the door to the room, a petite figure instantly appeared. My lord. Lin Yuer bent her head towards Qin Ji and saluted. The attitude seemed more respectful than yesterday, and the slightest hint of joy was audible in his voice. After she ate a small bite of the beast's meat yesterday, she refined that powerful essence and finally cultivated into the first level of the flying immortal realm in one fell swoop. Therefore, in his heart, he could be very grateful to Qinhun. No, he was waiting outside the door early, ready to listen to his lordship's dispatch. Qinhun glanced at the other party and just nodded lightly. It wasn't too much of a surprise that Lin Yuer was able to reach the flying immortal realm overnight. After all, the other party was already at a critical point, and after consuming the blood and flesh of a flying immortal realm demonic beast, it would be strange not to break through under the impact of a large amount of essence. I want to know if there's any place in this immortal mausoleum city where I can quickly earn immortal origin. For example, gambling houses in these. Qin Li asked directly. A gambling house? Lin Yuer's face was stunned when she heard this. Then a contemplative look appeared on her face. A moment later, she seemed to have thought of something and raised her head to look at Qinhun. There is indeed a gambling house in Xianling City, but the gambling is on stones. Stones? Gambling stones? Qin Li froze. There are wonders hidden inside the stone? Why does this sound and feel familiar? It seems that in the last life, there was also a kind of gambling industry on that blue planet. In the face of Qin Li's question, Lin Yuer nodded her head and said seriously, Your Excellency thinks well. Those stones were all dug up by the city lord's mansion and the major powerful clans from underneath the ancient battlefield, and some of the stones would harbor supreme treasures left over from ancient times. It said that someone once opened the immortal king's essence blood and immortal medicine root from the stone, these divine items, and became rich overnight, sensationalizing the entire immortal mausoleum city. Even the city lord's mansion has stepped in to try to purchase it. As Lin Yuer spoke at the end, her eyes flashed with envy, a look of longing. Obviously, she was also very eager for this so-called gambling stone. Unfortunately, she was just a mortal before, not to mention going in to take a look. She would be kicked out even if she got close to that area. Immortal King's essence blood, the root of the immortal pill. Qin Li's eyes glowed when he heard these two things. Any one of these things could be exchanged for a massive amount of immortal origin, allowing one's cultivation to soar. Go! Show me, my lord. Really want to go? Lin Yuer sniffed with some desire to speak. What? Problems? Qinhun frowned. Not. It's just that although the stone workshop has had people cut out treasures from time to time, more people have lost their homes. Your Excellency is fine if you are just having fun. If you want to earn a large amount of immortal source by doing so, I am afraid that you will. Lin Yuer wanted to remind Qinji that she shouldn't expect to get rich on this. Those who think this way invariably end up losing their money. It's fine. Just take me there. Qin Li waved his hand with a disinterested look. What's going on? We'll have to see it to find out. If it was not possible, he would naturally not waste immortal source. Lin Yuer didn't say anything else when she saw Qinhun say so. After nodding towards Qinhun, he led the way in front and headed downstairs. She was just a guide, and spoke out of gratitude out of her heart. After the two left, the door to a room not far from the same floor suddenly opened. Humph, is there no more immortal source for little? Gambling on stones, when you lose all the immortal origin you have on you. Let's see you still stay in the city like this. Sito Haoren walked out of the room and looked at the direction Qinhun and the two of them left, his eyes shadowy. He then walked in that direction as well, following closely behind. Ha! This old man, he's really a ghost. Ahead. Shin Hun noticed Sitaharan following behind him, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. However, he wasn't worried. After his cultivation reached the second level of the heavenly immortal realm, although he couldn't kill the other party yet, it would be impossible for that old man to kill himself. Following behind Lin Yuer, the two of them made their way deeper into the city. After a full half hour, a more prosperous, wide street appeared in front of him. There are no stalls in sight along this street. There were only a few small stores selling immortal weapons, elixirs, and other kinds of things. The two continued deeper, and gradually a store filled with stones came into view. These are some small stores. I'll take your lordship to the depths. The stone workshops there are all set up by the city's powerful clans, and it's said that they have a greater chance of opening up immortal treasures. Lin Yuer glanced at Shin Hun and respectfully said, "Just lead the way." Shin Hun nodded. The two of them then walked for a few more moments and finally stopped in front of a store called Immortal Edge Stone Workshop. Immortal Edge Stone Workshop. Shin Hari looked at the luxuriously decorated huge stone workshop in front of him, and a slight flash of astonishment passed through his eyes. The entrance to the stone workshop was decorated with many oddly shaped doors, large and small, of different colors. He just stood in the doorway and felt a savage mixed with sinister aura come over him. It was all dug up from under the dead. It seemed. This is a stone workshop opened by one of the city's great clans. If you want to, Your Excellency can go in and take a look. Lin Yuer stood beside Shin Hun and said respectfully. She didn't bring Shin Hun to the stone workshop opened by the city lord's mansion because the price of the ores there was much more expensive. Shin Li did not know what was in Lin Yuer's mind. He looked at the stone workshop in front of him, and after a slight hesitation, he walked straight forward. However, just as he was about to step into the stone workshop with one foot, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Stop. Chapter 134, Unico's ability. Penetrating ore? The sudden chorus of voices made Shin Hun steps towards the stone workshop stop, and he turned his head to look in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a guard-like middle-aged man with an expressionless face walking towards him. Something? Shin Li asked with a frown. The Immortal Edge Stone Workshop requires a capital inspection to enter. The middle-aged guard spoke indifferently. Capital inspection? How is it tested? Shin Li was stunned, staring at the middle-aged man with a deeper frown. Minimum 10,000 lower-grade immortal sources. If you don't have it, then hurry up and leave. This stone workshop is not for everyone. Seeing that you're so young, if you've saved up some immortal source, use it for cultivation. These places aren't for you to come to. The middle-aged guard was a bit impatient. The Immortal Edge Stone Workshop, being the second largest stone workshop in the city, second only to the Immortal Ancient Stone Workshop run by the city lord's mansion, would have some poor people coming to see the fun every day. He couldn't see Qin Shi's cultivation, but he could tell that Qin Shi was an outsider, and coupled with his young age, he naturally categorized him as a pauper. 10,000 inferior immortal sources? Shin Li's face was a bit cold as he looked at the middle-aged guard's impatience. However, in order to enter the stone workshop, he still didn't say anything and raised his hand to fling out 10,000 lower-grade immortal sources, which landed in front of the other party with a clatter. Then he looked at the other with an expressionless face. Is this enough? The sound of the immortal source clattering to the ground instantly caught the attention of some of the surrounding cultivators, who cast strange gazes this way. You. The middle-aged guard looked at the immortal source under his feet and then felt a strange gaze cast around him. His face instantly sank, feeling humiliated. Can we go in now? Shin Li aggravated his voice, his indifferent eyes looking straight at the other party. You. Available. Can. When the middle-aged guard was stared at like this by Shin Hun, a fear inexplicably rose in the bottom of his heart, and his feet subconsciously took half a step back. Humph. Shin Li withdrew his gaze with a cold snort and walked straight inside the stone workshop. As for the immortal source on the ground, he didn't even look at it. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Shi leaving and then looked at the immortal source left behind on the ground, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he stepped forward, bent over, and reached. However, someone beat him to it. Lin Yuer fished out her palm and copied all the immortal sources in her hands. Then she looked at the middle-aged guard with a surprised expression. Uncle, this is my lord's immortal source. I'll just take it. No need to trouble you. Saying that, an innocent smile appeared on his face as he chased after Shin Hun in front of him with an immortal source in his hand. The middle-aged body stiffened a little, still holding the motion of bending and reaching. Looking at Lin Yuer's back as she walked towards the inside of the stone workshop, his body gradually turned from stiff to a little trembling, and his face turned red. That gaze around him seemed to have turned into a needle that stabbed at his body at this moment. The immense sense of humiliation made him want to explode in place. The middle-aged eyes were resentful, and after a low curse, he straightly got up and hurriedly walked towards one side. On the other side, inside the stone workshop, my lord, Lin Yuer caught up with Qin Ji and handed forward the immortal source wrapped in a small space in her hand. Your immortal source, my lord. This was Qin Li's immortal source, and she didn't dare to covet it. Qin Ji glanced at Lin Yuer and didn't take the immortal source handed over by the other party. Instead, he waved his hand. It's only a mere 10,000 inferior immortal sources. Keep it. You can use it to buy some or here if you want. What? What? Lin Yuer's body shook, suspecting that she had heard wrong. A pair of eyes glared round, staring straight at Qin Hun. No? For yourself? That's 10,000 immortal sources. Such a quantity she had never seen in her life. My lord, is this really for me? Lin Yuer was a bit uncertain and asked in a small voice. What? Don't want it? Qin Li glanced at the other party faintly. 10,000 inferior immortal sources seemed like a lot to the other party, but it was of no use to him at all. If he wanted to raise his realm cultivation, he would need at least 3 million. Yes, I want it. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Lin Yuer's face was agitated as she hurriedly put away the immortal source. There was a flash of unbelievable surprise in his eyes to the very beginning. In response, Qin Hun just laughed. Then his eyes turned to survey the layout within the stone workshop. The huge space was filled with countless oddly shaped stones. The small ones were the size of a fist, and the big ones were as big as a house, and they were just piled randomly on the ground. The stones had a tag attached to them with the price of each stone. There were quite a few cultivators walking among these stones, observing and trying to pick out the ores that contained strange immortal treasures. The cheapest one costs 10,000 lower-grade immortal sources? Qin Hunari swept his gaze around and realized that the prices marked on those stones were actually 10,000 lower-grade immortal sources for the lowest ones. The high ones are even 1,000,000, and they are not lower-grade immortal sources, but middle-grade immortal sources. Even in the deeper regions, there were even more precious stones that could emit strange light visible to the naked eye, and it was thought that the price would be even more expensive. This brother, first time here, right? Would you like me to recommend a couple of ores? Just as Qin Hun was surveying the surrounding ores, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Shi turned sideways to follow the sound, and a youth stepped out from behind a boulder. Youth in a moonlight white robe, handsome features, a folding fan in the hand slowly shaking, all body through a dusty gas. Seeing Qin Hun's gaze, a smirk appeared on the youth's face as he put away his folding fan and arched his hand towards Qin Hun. It was my guards who slowed down my brother just now. Slightly apologizing, I can recommend a few stones for my brother. Of course, if a brother doesn't want to, then forget it. The youth's voice was gentle, and as he spoke, he had already walked not far in front of Qin Hun. Recommend me or? Qin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the other party without speaking. From Fang's words, he had already heard that the person in front of him seemed to be the owner of the stone workshop. Only, looking at the youth with a smile on his face, he always felt that there was another look hidden under that kind mask. At that moment, some of the surrounding murmurs faintly reached his ears. It's young Master Wang Xian. He's actually going to personally recommend ores for people? That kid is blessed. Young Master Wang Xian was born with divine pupils and practiced the art of source searching, able to see through a great portion of the stone. With his recommendation, that kid won't get rich overnight this time, but at least he will be able to open some treasures and make a small profit. I've heard that young Master Wang Xian has also gained the favor of a certain elder of the Taishan Immortal Sect, and that as soon as his cultivation breaks through the heavenly immortal realm, he'll be taken under his tutelage and become a disciple of the immortal sect. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wang Xian's mouth couldn't help but curve up in an arc. He looked at Qin Hun, the condescending color in his eyes flickering away as he smiled faintly. This brother, you've heard it too. By this lesser hand to help you choose a stone. Then, you just need to buy it. This young man guarantees that immortal treasures will be opened. The words were said with sincerity, as if they were really meant to be an apology, to make amends to Qin Hun. After saying that, he actually walked directly towards the deeper depths. The stones there are even more expensive. However, Qin Hun stood still for a moment. He heard something different in the other man's last words. Just because you can definitely open an immortal treasure doesn't mean that the value of opening an immortal treasure is also high. What if the immortal treasures opened were not enough to cover the immortal source of the purchased stone? As he watched the other side heading towards the deeper regions, he became more certain of this idea in his mind. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, host, don't panic. The tutelary can grant you the ability to see through ore. As long as you consume the immortal source, the tutelary can help you see through the inside of the ore, each time consuming 10,000 inferior immortal sources. From Chapter 135 Perspective. A drop of essence blood hidden in the stone, consuming immortal energy to see through the inside of the ore? As Qin Hun listened to the words coming from the system in his mind, his body couldn't help but tremble as an intense light flashed through his eyes. At this time, when looking at the surrounding ore, it directly turned into a piece of immortal treasures in his eyes. This hangout, it's overdriven. At this time, Wang Xian, who had already walked for a while, saw that Qin Han did not follow, and could not help but frown and turn around. What? Does this brother not trust this young man? Or do you think you can't afford the stones here? Unlike the previous gentleness, this time his voice already had some hidden dissatisfaction in it, or disdain. Some of the people around them saw this and talked about it. This kid really doesn't know what to do. Young Master Wang Xian personally chose the stone for him. Such an opportunity can't be grabbed by anyone else, and he's actually still hesitating? God damn it. If young Master Wang is willing to help me choose the stone, I'll buy it even if I give up my entire fortune. It can't be true that there's no immortal source, as young Master Wang Xian said, right? That 10,000 lower grade immortal sources at the entrance of the stone workshop earlier should be all he has. Young people just want to save face. I guess they must have worked hard to accumulate a little bit of immortal source and want to come here to see the world. Because of Wang Xian's words, some of the surrounding cultivators, who were still choosing stones, stopped and turned to surround this side. The gazes of everyone looking at Qin Han were tinged with a hint of jealousy and mockery. Jealous that Qin Ji could have the opportunity to have Wang Xian choose a stone for himself, mocking him for not having immortal source and not being able to afford the stones here. Is there no more immortal source for little? This seat will see how long you can stay in the city. In the crowd, Situ Goodman's eyes were grim as he stared dead on Qin Han. He only needed to keep following the other party, and when he exhausted his immortal source and left the city, he could immediately kill him. Qin Han listened to the surrounding chatter without any ripples in his heart. It was true that he couldn't afford the Stone of the Depths, but that didn't matter. With the hang-on, he could spend the least amount of money to get what he wanted in this periphery. His eyes looked toward Wang Xian, and he said indifferently under his breath, "There is no need to trouble young Master Wang with such a trivial matter as choosing a stone. I can do it myself." "Choose yourself?" The moment Qin Li said this, not only Wang Xian, but even the surrounding cultivators watching the show were stunned. So much so, it also reinforced what they had in mind. Qin Li didn't have immortal source and couldn't afford the stones here. Otherwise, how could you turn down such a great opportunity? In that case, then this young man won't force himself. Wang Xian laughed, but a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. Choose yourself? Another wild cultivator who came out of nowhere and hadn't seen the world. Even if he was born with golden pupils and practiced the art of searching for sources, it wasn't easy for him to see that there were immortal treasures hidden inside that stone. This one wild cultivator from nowhere also wanted to choose stones by himself? Ignoring the disdain in these people's eyes, Qin Hanari turned his gaze around before walking straight towards the ores laid out on the side, and when the people around them saw the direction Qin Han went, the contempt in their eyes increased even more. There was no other reason. Precisely because the direction Qin Han went was the cheapest stone area in the entire stone workshop. Wang Xian couldn't help but let out a low snort as he looked at Qin Han's back. The reason why the outer stones were cheap was because they had been seen by their Wang family's experts long before they were released. It was basically certain that there was nothing in it, which was placed in the stone workshop for sale. Not only the periphery, but the entire stone workshop was filled with stones. It was only that those stones in the depths couldn't even be seen through by the strongest members of the family. So in order to minimize the losses and to pull popularity for the stone workshop, it was put out for sale. Of course, the price of those stones is sky high. At this point, the other side of Qin Hunter was already standing in front of a pile of stones. Pieces of stone of different sizes and colors were randomly placed on the ground. Some of the stones were covered with cracks and small holes, and looked very ordinary, no different from the stones that could be found everywhere on the mountains outside. Now these stones, he didn't hesitate and asked directly in his mind. "Unico, how does the perspective ability you mentioned earlier work?" Ding, the host designates a piece of stone and consumes immortal source to instantly gain the ability of perspective. Note, the amount of immortal energy consumed is related to the size of the stone. The larger the stone, the more immortal energy needs to be consumed. And you need to specify your own stone? Qin Hunter frowned slightly at his words. He also thought that the perspective ability he gained after consuming immortal origin could directly look through all the stones in the stone workshop. The host is thinking too much. There's no such thing as a good thing. Even if Unity-san could do it, you don't have so much immortal source to consume. Okay. Qin Li couldn't refute it. After collecting his mind, he attempted to probe his divine thoughts and touch a piece of stone in front of him. However, it was rebounded away by an inexplicable force the moment it made contact. It can actually isolate divine thoughts from probing? It's truly divine. Qin Hunter's eyes slightly stared as he withdrew his divine thoughts. No wonder it's called gambling. These stones can actually even isolate the god's thoughts. So under this and then by, is not gambling is what? These stones were all brought back from the ancient forbidden zone, tainted with the aura of the battlefield, and divine thoughts cannot penetrate. This young man's previous promise still stands. If you regret it, this young man can pick a stone for you, but only if you have enough immortal source to buy it. Behind him, Wang Xian took a step closer, seemingly kind, but in fact, he was full of mockery. Qin Li directly ignored the other party. His eyes looked at the piece of stone in front of him, and after a moment actually slowly closed his eyes. What's he going to do? Giving up? The young man is really too naive. If the divine mind could see through these stones, that stone workshop would have closed down long ago. Wouldn't it have existed to this day? Around them, the onlookers jeered when they saw Qin Han closing his eyes. However, in the next moment, everyone's voices stopped instantly, and their eyes widened right along with them. In their eyes, a strange aura rose from Qin Hunter's body. His eyes remained closed, but a slit opened on his forehead, followed by a golden vertical pupil slowly opening. Vertical pupils? What a strange aura. This golden eye. Is this pupil magic? Everyone was stunned by the vertical pupil on Qin Hun's forehead. Many of them had cultivated pupil arts, but that was only to cultivate the original double pupils, and they hadn't seen the case of regenerating an eye. Moreover, this golden vertical pupil gave them the feeling that it seemed to be able to see through all the great Tao. Qin Hun didn't care about all these voices around him, holding his breath as his vertical pupil's gaze swept towards a block of stone. A picture came to mind. Although it wasn't completely see-through, it was possible to see if there were any treasures inside. After looking over all the stones in front of him and around him, he realized that only a dozen of them hid treasures. Quickly noting the location of where these stones were, Qin Han closed his vertical pupils and reopened his eyes, then quickly walked over to one of the manhwa stones. The stone's surface was covered with cracks as well as pits, and it looked worse than the rotten rocks on the side of the road. However, in his probing just now, it was the piece with the strongest precious light. Tuzi, I want to see through this piece of stone. Ding, the stone is large. Perspective needs to consume 100,000 lower grade immortal sources. The system voice fell, and the scene in front of Qin Han instantly changed. In his eyes, the stone gradually became transparent. Finally, a fist-sized, reddish jade stone appeared in the center of the stone. The jade was also covered with small holes and pits like the stone. However, the perspective wasn't over yet. Within the jade, there was also a drop of crimson essence blood wrapped around it, emanating a terrifying power of blood chi. Seeing this, the scene in front of him suddenly changed and resumed its original appearance. I've chosen. I want this one. Qin Li blinked his somewhat dry eyes and pointed at the stone in front of him to Wang Xian. This piece? Wang Xian looked at Qin Han with a suspicious expression. He had also seen this piece of stone, and it was mostly a piece of scrap. At that moment, a voice also rang out from the crowd of onlookers. This piece of stone has no texture, and it's also covered with air holes and cracks. There might have really been immortal treasures in the past, but I'm afraid that all the immortal aura has long since dissipated. If a treasure can still be opened, I'll eat this stone. Chapter 136, Deconstructing a Stone. A piercing red aura. Are you really sure you want to buy this stone? Inside the stone workshop, Wang Xian's eyes stared at Qin Li with some strange looks. He had looked at this stone once and decided it was a piece of scrap. If someone else had wanted to buy it, he certainly wouldn't have said anything. However, the means used by Qin Hunter just now was too shocking, and that golden vertical pupil seemed to be able to see through everything. When his vertical pupil opened, he clearly felt that his golden pupil was suppressed. It made him a little uncertain for a moment. Could it be that there really is an immortal treasure hidden inside this rotten rock? Thinking like this, Wang Xian's eyes opened and closed, and a flash of gold color vaguely flashed in his eyes. Within the pupils, runes emerged. He stared at the stone and scrutinized it again. However, no matter how he looked at it and combined it with the source-seeking art he had practiced, he couldn't see anything special about this piece of stone. What? Young Master Wang Xian doesn't want to part with this stone? Seeing that Wang Xian didn't say anything and instead stared at the stone, Qin Li couldn't help but see a cold smile flashing in his eyes. The golden aura in Wang Xian's pupils instantly dispersed as he sniffed. His face regained its calmness and he turned his head to look at Qin Han. The Immortal Edge Stone Workshop opens its doors for business, so as long as you can afford to pay the immortal source, you can buy it. With that, he waved to the side. At that moment, a fat-headed, greasy-faced middle-aged man emerged from the crowd and walked quickly to Wang Xian. Young master, Steward Zhou, this brother wants to buy this stone. You deal with him. Wang Xian pointed his hand towards the stone and said directly towards the middle-aged. Steward Zhou nodded respectfully. Then his eyes looked at Qin Han, his face instantly turning cold. This stone has been placed in the workshop for decades, and there have been many masters who have all looked at it and said that there are immortal treasures hidden inside. Since you want it, little brother, Let's just give 500,000 lower grade immortal sources. 500,000 lower grade immortal sources? Xin Li's face turned cold as he sniffed, his eyes glancing at the stone he was looking at. The label on it clearly stated that it was only 30,000 lower grade immortal sources. Are you trying to blackmail yourself? Even some of the nearby onlookers couldn't sit still and whispered, this fatty Zhou is really shameless. A piece of rotten stone actually costs 500,000 lower grade immortal sources? This is simply robbery. The heart is too black. I'll be damned. Which master said there's an immortal treasure hidden inside? The murmurs clearly reached his ears, causing Qin Hun's face to turn colder. However, Wang Xian, who was on the side, was expressionless and acquiesced to Steward Zhou's actions. What? Does little brother think it's expensive? Or does he not have so many immortal sources? Pike Zhou looked at Qin Hun with a hint of ridicule on his face. Qin Li swept a glance at the other party with an icy expression. Yet the next moment he suddenly laughed again. It's only 500,000 lower grade immortal sources. Saying that, with a wave of his hand, a large area of immortal source appeared out of thin air like a waterfall, falling to the ground with a loud sound. In the blink of an eye a small mountain piled up with immortal sources appeared in front of the crowd. It's not bad. It's just a mere 500,000 lower grade immortal sources. It was nothing compared to the essence blood hidden inside the stone. He just didn't like the blackmail tactics of the other side. As for Steward Zhou, when he looked at the immortal source piled up into a small mountain in front of him, his face was first stunned, followed by a joyful expression. His hands moved quickly, instantly collecting all the immortal sources. Yes, little brother. This stone is yours now. Steward Zhou's face was a smirk. This rotten stone has been sitting in the workshop for decades and has been left unattended. Not realizing that it has now run into a wrongdoer, he had originally raised the price without thinking that Qin Hun would be able to buy it, and was only thinking of humiliating the other party after they couldn't get the immortal source. Who would have thought that this stupid kid really took out 500,000 immortal sources? This is a windfall. At this moment, the onlookers were also looking at Qin Hun with a sympathetic, caring retarded look. The eyes of some of them flickered, and they were already thinking about how to find an opportunity to scrape some immortal sources from Qin Hunter's body. People like this who are stupid and have a lot of money are their favorite. For any stone purchased in the workshop, the Immortal Edge Stone Workshop offers free stone deciphering services. Little brother, this piece of stone, will you unravel it here or take it away? Steward Zhou spoke again, his eyes somewhat teasing. He was eager to see what the other party's expression would be when he realized there was nothing inside after cutting this stone. Likewise, the surrounding onlookers were of the same mindset. It's a hilarious sight to see. Qin Shi swept a glance around, everyone's expressions in his eyes. He didn't care, though, and reached out, pulling the chosen stone to him. Don't bother with the deciphering. I can do it myself. With that, he pressed his palm against the stone and shook it slightly. Click, click. A clicking sound rang out, and on the stone that was already full of cracks, those cracks became even bigger. Immediately afterward a piece of rubble fell from above, and in the blink of an eye the one-person high stone became a field of rubble. This, Steward Zhou looked at the pile of rubble and was stunned for a moment. Which of the others is not careful? Little by little planing, afraid to cut more than one at a time to hurt the immortal treasure inside? As the steward here, he had seen not people deciphering stones on their own, but this was the first time he had seen such roughness. But looking at the floor of rocks, he felt in his heart that it should have been. Perhaps the young man had also seen that it was a piece of scrap, which was why he had shattered it so roughly. As for spending immortal origin to buy it, it was just to save face. And at that moment, the gazes of the people around them stared blankly at the rubble on the ground. A moment later someone reacted and turned their gaze toward Qin Hun, their eyes filled with sneers and disdain. Scrap indeed, wasting 500,000 lower grade immortal sources for nothing. Deservedly so. The old man said long ago that this stone could not possibly have a treasure, and that if it could really be opened, I would eat it. An old man with a withered body made no secret of it, jeering loudly in the crowd. Next to him, Wang Xian gazed at the rubble all over the ground and also secretly sighed in relief. Earlier he also suspected that he looked away, and now it seems that the other party is just not pretending to understand. Shaking his head and collecting the emotions in his eyes, he stepped forward and laughed softly. Ha! This brother, you don't have to be disappointed. There are losers and winners in stone gambling. A momentary lapse of vision means nothing. There are other stones in the workshop, so you can look at them again if you want. Maybe we can open an immortal treasure next time? On the surface it looked comforting, but anyone could hear the mockery in it. However, Qin Hun only glanced at the other party faintly, then bent down by himself and picked up one of the head-sized stones. What's he going to do? Is it still not dead in the water? Thinking that this piece of broken stone contains immortal treasures? Qin Hunari's movements instantly attracted the gazes of the people around him, and some people uttered their voices in astonishment. How can? If that small stone can open up an immortal treasure, the old man will eat all the stone dregs on the ground. It was the same withered old man who retorted with a disdainful look on his face. Ignoring the voices around him, Shin Hanari held this head-sized stone block with a slight gaze in his eyes. He then raised his palms and joined his fingers as a sword. A strand of immortal spiritual power condensed at his fingertips and carefully chipped away at the stone. Baird. A slight sound rang out as a piece of stone skin was peeled off. Watching Qin Li's careful movements, the voices around him gradually stopped, and all of them dropped their gazes on the stone in his hands. Could there really be immortal treasures? Although they didn't believe it in their hearts, all of them tacitly stopped speaking. However, as time passed, after a few breaths, watching the head-sized stone in Qin Hun's hand gradually became smaller and smaller, and soon it was only the size of a palm. These people can't sit still again. Staged. I told you. How can such a waste material open up an immortal treasure? The withered old man couldn't help but open his mouth, with a look of anticipation on his face. Hearing him speak, the people around him also shook their heads, a hint of disappointment on their faces. Luckily, they had just raised a glimmer of hope. But now it seems that this is just a matter of young people having a good face and not giving in. But just when they thought the results were in and were ready to disperse, Shin Hunter slashed his finger across, chipping off a thin slice of stone skin. Next moment, a streak of crimson light filtered out from the stone, and a rich immortal aura instantly filled the space. Chapter 137, Heaven-Shaking God Ape Essence Blood, worth 100,000 immortal sources. What? This is, really opened the immortal treasure. A piercing red aura accompanied by a rich immortal aura filled the stone workshop space, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. Wang Xian's eyes suddenly erupted with an intense light, staring dead center at Qin Hun's hand. Those cultivators who were ready to disperse also stopped at this moment with a look of astonishment. Qin Hun looked at the crimson glow revealed by the stone in his hand and was also secretly relieved. Although he had gone through the system's perspective earlier, he was still a bit unsure when he hadn't actually dissected it and seen it. It was only now, looking at the corner of crimson red showing in the stone, that he was truly at peace. Immediately, his hands moved even faster, stripping away all the stone skin in a few breaths. Finally, a crimson jade stone appeared in his hand. As with the previous perspective, the jade was only the size of a fist and covered in tiny pits. It has a warm and cozy feeling in your hand. It's actually beast blood jade? How can such a piece of waste material suddenly really opened up an immortal treasure? And it's also a beast blood jade? Among the onlookers, someone recognized the jade in Qin Hun's hand and screamed out with a shocked expression. Beast blood jade? The rest of the people's bodies also shook at the words. Beast blood jade. Extreme immortal source coincidentally soaked by the essence blood of a powerful demonic beast, and only formed after a long period of absorption and fusion. The powerful demonic beasts mentioned here were not heavenly immortals, Xian immortals or anything like that, but they all had to be at least immortal monarch level. The jade formed by the fusion of the essence blood of such an existence and an extreme immortal source could be imagined just how precious it was. If one were to refine it, not only would they be able to obtain a massive amount of immortal spiritual chi, but they would also be able to quench their immortal body with the help of the essence blood within it. What's more, it was possible to perceive a trace of the demonic beast's innate divine ability from it. However, just as everyone's eyes were glowing, an untimely voice rang out. Beast blood jade, a rare immortal treasure indeed. Unfortunately, because of the cracks on the source stone, causing the essence contained in the blood jade to escape, it is now of little value. Wang Xian approached Qin Hun, his gaze falling on the beast blood jade, a look of being in control spreading across his face. Essence dissipated? Wang Xian's words caused everyone in the room to freeze. They all gazed at the blood jade in Qin Li's hand, only to realize that it was covered with small holes. That was the essence escaping and leaving traces on the blood jade. It really is. As the crowd looked at the small, densely packed holes in the blood jade, expressions of pity spread across their faces. In the eyes of individuals, gloating colors flashed. Humph, a blood jade that has depleted its essence is just a piece of blood jade. This seed knew that this little has no such luck. In a corner, Sito Haoran laughed out with a grim cold smile on his face. This time, losing 500,000 lower grade immortal sources, he would like to see how long this little can still stay in the city. Scrap jade? Qin Li gazed at Wang Xian with a faint smile on his face. The palm holding the blood jade then suddenly tightened. Click! With a crisp shattering sound, the blood jade was pinched and burst. Yet the next moment, roar! A ferocious roar came faintly from the space. Monstrous bloodlight rose from Qin Hun's hands as a huge beast shadow emerged from the bloodlight. An incomparably powerful, even terrifying pressure enveloped the entire stone workshop in an instant. What is it? What a terrifying aura! In an instant, everyone was appalled. Being enveloped by this pressure, it felt like an immortal mountain was pressed on his body. It was more like there was a big invisible hand that tightened its grip on their throats. That heavy and terrifying aura made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Luckily, the pressure quickly dispersed, and the beast's shadow and monstrous bloodlight dissipated with it. The crowd looked at Shin Han again, only to see a thumb-sized drop of essence blood floating above his palm. In the essence blood, a beastly shadow could still be vaguely seen. It was a black divine ape that was roaring towards the sky, and just by looking at it, one could feel a powerful and ferocious aura. Demon beast essence blood? In the beast blood jade, there is actually a drop of demonic beast essence blood left behind. Such a terrifying pressure from a single drop of essence blood alone. What kind of terrifying realm should the demon race that left behind its essence blood be? The entire Immortal Edge Stone workshop boiled over, and everyone's gazes were glued to the essence blood in Shin Han's hand. How is it possible to open such an immortal treasure from that piece of scrap? Wang Xian's face was unsightly to the extreme. How could he not expect that the stone that he had determined to be a piece of scrap could actually open up a drop of demon essence blood? And it was still the essence blood of a demon race above the immortal monarch realm. Shinji held the essence blood in his palm, feeling the enormous essence hidden in it, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. 500,000 lower grade immortal sources, definitely making a fortune. Tuzi, how many immortal edges can I exchange this drop of essence blood for? Ding, the peak demon race of the immortal monarch realm, the essence blood left behind by the heaven-shaking divine ape. Due to it being too long ago, the essence has escaped most of it. The system can offer 100,000 top-grade immortal sources to acquire it. 100,000 upper-grade immortal sources? Shin Hunari's heart was slightly shaken. If this were to be replaced with a lower-grade immortal source, wouldn't that be a whole 10 small goals? $500,000 for 10 small goals is worth so much. Just as he was lamenting, Wang Xian's voice suddenly came from beside him. Brother is really lucky. He actually opened a nice immortal treasure on the first try. This drop of essence blood. This young man is willing to offer 10,000 upper-grade immortal sources to buy it. I wonder if the brother can part with it. Chapter 138 Betting Against Each Other. 200,000 upper-grade immortal sources. 10,000 top-grade immortal sources to buy? Wang Xian's words spread around, and for a moment everyone's faces changed. The eyes that looked at Wang Xian had a hidden color in them. Although they couldn't tell what kind of demon race left that drop of essence blood, they knew that the realm was definitely not low. Just based on that pressure emanating from Fong, it was definitely more than 10,000 upper-grade immortal sources. Is this young master Wang Xian trying to buy by force? Or does he think others don't understand? Alas, it's a shame. Actually, I've long seen that stone contains immortal treasures, but I'm just shy and don't have enough immortal sources to buy it. That withered old man squeezed into the crowd, looking at the drop of essence blood on Shin Han's hand with a pained expression. As soon as the old man's words were finished, the few people around him turned their heads again and looked at him with a look of contempt. Just now it was this old guy who screamed the most, and said something about eating that stone if he could open an immortal treasure. Now that's a quick change of face. Old Chen too. I seem to remember someone saying just now that he would eat the entire stone as long as that stone could open up an immortal treasure. Do you know who that person is? Someone couldn't help it and looked at the old man in a conspiratorial manner. However, the old man sniffed with a look of ignorance on his face. Head swiveled from side to side, looking around. Who said that? Good. And shameless. There was silence all around. He simply stopped paying attention to this old fellow and redirected his gaze to the Qin-hunting Wang Xian duo in the arena. They all wondered if that young man would sell his essence blood to young master Wang Xian, at the bargain price of 10,000 upper-grade immortal sources. At this point in time, Qin Hali was looking at the face of goodwill Wang Xian, cold smile in his heart. 10,000 upper-grade immortal sources wanted to buy this drop of immortal monarch essence blood. This abacus bead was practically crashing onto his face. He backhanded the essence blood into his inner world before he faintly said towards Wang Xian, "Young master Wang Xian is joking. This drop of essence blood is at least all left by the immortal monarch realm. The price of 10,000 top-grade immortal sources. What are you doing dispatching callers?" When Qin Han said the last, his face turned a little cold and his voice became indifferent. "What did you say?" Wang Xian's face instantly sank. The Wang family was a powerful family second only to the city lord's mansion in Immortal Tomb City, and he was the young master of the Wang family, a heavenly prodigy who had already touched the threshold of the heavenly immortal realm at a young age. It is a natural golden pupil. A search for the source of the art of the peak has never been the existence of the stars. When has it ever been so unceremoniously targeted? However, Qin Hari was not going to spoil him and directly ignored the other party's ugly face as he continued. If young master Wang Xian comes up with 200,000 upper-grade immortal sources, I would be willing to sell the immortal monarch essence blood to you. Of course, If you don't have that much immortal source, you can also cut the price a bit. 200,000 upper grade immortal sources? Wang Xian's face became even more ugly. It's just a drop of essence blood, even if it was left by the immortal monarch realm. After so many years of escaping, there's not much energy left. 200,000 upper grade immortal sources. Are you kidding me, fellow Daoist? Anger grew in Wang Xian's heart, and even his address to Qin Hun changed to Dao friend. Even those onlooker cultivators' eyes changed when they looked at Qin Hun at this moment. This kid is really brave. He actually turned around and extorted Wang Xian, and the moment he opened his mouth, he doubled the price by a full 20 times. Ha! Qin Li snorted and looked at Wang Xian, not caring at all about the change in his tone. Instead, he said with a calm face, I said that if young Master Wang Xian really wants to buy it and can't get this much immortal source, he can also cut the price. Shopping. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth twitched and his face had become completely gloomy. He was the young master of the Wang family, and this entire stone workshop belonged to the Wang family. Would he not be able to take out 200,000 top-grade immortal sources? These two words were simply an insult to him and to the Wang family. Kid, you're being reckless. Would my Wang family not be able to take out a mere 200,000 top-grade immortal sources? Behind Wang Xian, Steward Zhou took a step forward towards Qin Hun angrily. However, Qin Hun only glanced at the other party lightly before redirecting his gaze to Wang Xian. That look of indifference instantly made Steward Zhou break his defenses. Intense anger quickly rose in his eyes, and he opened his mouth just to rebuke, but he was interrupted by a hand. Wang Xian waved his hand and waved off Steward Zhou. Afterward, he coldly looked at Qin Hun. And you don't have to provoke this young man. 200,000 top-grade immortal sources is nothing to the Wang family. But that drop of essence blood isn't worth that price. Speaking of this, he turned his words around and said, I see that you, Taoist friend, have quite deep attainments in the art of searching for sources, and are able to pick out the stone that harbors the immortal treasure at a glance in the outer area. How about you and I make a bet against each other? If fellow Daoist wins, this young man will offer 200,000 upper grade immortal sources. But if it was this young man who was lucky and managed to win over you, you only need to transmit the pupil art aptitude that you used just now to this young man. How? After Wang Xian finished speaking, a light smile reappeared on his face as he lightly shook the folding fan in his hand and quietly looked at Qin Hun. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was stunned by Wang Xian's words. A bet? 200,000 top-grade immortal sources. Betting on that golden vertical pupil aptitude? All of them had seen the power of Qin Hunter's pupil magic aptitude. Being able to find the stone that hid the immortal treasure with a single glance amongst this pile of waste materials on the periphery. And still, a stone like that was recognized by all as scrap. It was enough to prove the power of that pupil art divine ability. On the contrary, 200,000 upper grade immortal sources was really nothing to the Wang family, and using this to bet against that divine ability was simply not too cost effective. Fellow Daoist, how is it? Or does Daoist friend realize that he is inferior to this young man and is afraid? If fellow Daoist is unwilling to bet against you, this young man can also buy that divine ability of yours with immortal source. Anything for a reasonable price. Wang Xian had a confident look on his face, and when he saw that Qin Hun did not speak, he pressed out. He also knew the power of that pupil art. If he could obtain it, it would be a heavenly benefit to the stone workshop and to the clan. Match the bet? Qin Hunter looked at Wang Xian with both eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He didn't refuse. Instead he asked directly, how do you bet against it? He was planning to continue to open the stone anyway, so it was a waste not to take the $200,000 that had been delivered to him. Wang Xian's face showed joy visible to the naked eye when he heard Qin Shi's promise. Instantly, he said, fellow Daoist and I will each choose 3 pieces of stone, and whoever opens the immortal treasure of greater value will win. Of course, the value of the stones chosen shall not exceed 10,000 upper grade immortal sources each. After saying that, he looked at Qin Hun and waited for a reply. 3 pieces of stone worth 10,000 upper grade immortal sources? Qin Hun looked at the other party and laughed coldly in his heart. It seems like this guy is still not dead set on that drop of immortal monarch essence blood, but he didn't care and nodded bashfully. Good, as you say. Ha ha, good. Fellow Daoist is really refreshing. Wang Xian burst out laughing. It seemed that he had already met the scene where he won the bet and obtained that pupil art divine ability. He turned his head and looked at those surrounding onlookers. Please witness the bet between me and this fellow Daoist. Young Master Wang Xian is polite. Ha ha. Willing to witness for young Master Wang Xian. It's also a blessing to be able to watch young Master Wang Xian choose a stone. The surrounding crowd nodded their heads. Their faces were all very polite and even somewhat complimentary. Among them, There were also powerful people of the heavenly immortal realm who were just as polite and arched their hands towards Wang Xian. Some of them had higher cultivation, but behind Wang Xian was the Wang family, the second power in Xianling City. So be it. Wang Xian nodded with satisfaction. The gaze then turned back to Qin Han and made a gesture of invitation. Fellow Daoist, please. Good. Qin Li wasn't polite, and after answering, he directly walked towards the center of the stone workshop. Since he had agreed that he could pick stones within 10,000 superior immortal sources, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to pick this peripheral scrap. Meh. Looking at Qin Han's back, Wang San let out a low cold laugh under his breath. With that, he also headed towards the center. Chapter 139, Choosing Stones, Black-Hearted Stone Workshop. The center of the stone workshop. As soon as Qin Jerry approached this area, he felt an extremely sinister aura coming over him, trying to burrow into his body. Qin Li's brows furrowed as he stopped in his tracks in some surprise. At this time, the Wang Xian behind him also followed up, looking at Qin Han standing at the outer center junction without stepping in. A hint of ridicule appeared on his face at once. Immediately afterward, pretending to be a little embarrassed, he said, "Ha, I forgot to tell you, Daoist friend. This central region has a strong Yin Fury aura, so be careful when entering it. Don't let the Yin Fury aura invade your body." Qin Han glanced at the other party, his face expressionless. In the next moment, his body shook slightly, and the blood qi in his body rushed out, instantly isolating all the Yin Fury aura from the outside. Take a step and walk into it as if it were nothing. Wang Xian's face couldn't help but chill down when he saw how Qin Han had ignored him. After coldly grunting, he followed suit and walked into the central region. Qin Li didn't have the time to pay attention to Wang Xian, and after walking into the central area, he turned his gaze to the stones placed around him. Compared to the periphery, there is significantly less stone here. Moreover, unlike the periphery that was randomly stacked together, the stones here were separated by a distance of several feet between each piece. A piece of stone was also not as ordinary as the periphery, and was more or less emitting all sorts of strange auras. These source stones, they're still ridiculously expensive. Qin Han looked at a piece of raw source stone, and the price indicated on it shocked him. As far as he could see among the source stones, the cheapest ones all cost 5,000 upper grade source stones. At the center, there were a few that weren't even lower than 100,000 extreme immortal sources. That's right, it's an extreme immortal source. Kid, better choose your stone in peace. Those blocks of stone are not something you can afford. Not to mention you, even if the city's source-seeking master came, he wouldn't have the guts to open it. Steward Zhou approached a short distance away from Qin Han, and when he saw his gaze looking at the central few boulders, a mocking and disdainful expression appeared on his face at once. What does a lackey have to do with you? Qin Li frowned and turned his head to glance at Steward Zhou. There was an obvious look of obscurity on his face, and then he walked straight to the other side. Steward Zhou was going to blow a gasket. Minion? As the steward of the Immortal Edge Stone Workshop, with a heavenly immortal realm cultivation, he was actually called a lackey by the other party? While this is true, who would dare say this to their face? However, he could only be impotent and furious, not daring to make a move against Qin Han at all. Can't and wouldn't dare. Qin felt the thick sense of shock and anger coming from behind him and sneered in his heart. Then, taking a deep breath to collect his mind, his gaze became grave. The next moment slowly closed his eyes, and a strange aura rose from his body. A flash of golden light flashed, and above the center of the brow split open again. A golden vertical pupil reappeared. The great Taoist Eye of Heaven. It was the immortal law that appeared in his mind after he broke through the heavenly immortal realm. Utilizing the divine soul combined with his own Tao, he condensed a celestial eye that was able to see through all paths and survey everything. He didn't know any source-seeking method, so he can only use this eye to find the source stone first, as he had done before, and then conduct perspective. Soon, as the heavenly eye opened, a rule force flashed in the eye. Qin Hunari's gaze swept over a piece of source stone, and the strange power directly penetrated the surface of the source stone, blurring its internal influences before his eyes. However, after looking over all the source stones in the nearby circle, a change gradually appeared on his face. Ha! What a black heart! I can't believe most of them are waste stones. Qin Hunari cursed in his heart. He swept his gaze across and realized that of the dozens of stones, less than 10 contained immortal treasures, and the rest were all scraps. Moreover, of the less than 10 stones, only 3 or 4 of them had a relatively strong glow, and the other few had a very dull glow, so they must not be any good. Without choosing those source stones with a stronger glow, Qin Jerry quickly turned around and walked towards the source stones placed on the other side. No one can win against this young man here. Not far away, Wang Xian's face revealed a cold smile as he watched Qin Han walk back and forth. scrutinizing the movements of the source stones. The source stones of this entire stone workshop had all been seen by the strongest members of the Wang clan before they were placed here. That source stone hid immortal treasures, and the immortal treasure that source stone contained was probably even more powerful and rare. He knew it all. He was seen walking into the source stone area with a confident face, and it didn't take him too long to choose 3 stones. A head-sized irregular stone block covered with strange black lines. A huge stone pillar that was about 10 feet tall and hugged by 2 people. There was also an oval stone ball the size of a millstone, silvery white in color. 3 stones, costing a total of 29,000 top-grade immortal sources. Young Master Wang Xian is so fast, truly worthy of being a talented person in the younger generation of Immortal Tomb City who is expected to become a source-seeking master. At the edge of the central region, a large group of people huddled together, paying attention to the movements of Qin Han and Wang Xian. At this moment, when he saw that Wang Xian had chosen the source stone so quickly and had a confident look on his face, he immediately complimented him. Of course, there are those who know something inside out, but that didn't stop them from watching, and at this time in the field, after Qin Halley had strolled around, he had also just managed to look at all the source stones in this area. After using the last 400,000 lower grade immortal sources for prospective consumption, he also selected 3 favorable source stones: a small, palm-sized, ordinary-looking rock, a millstone-sized, pale yellow boulder with a layer of tree roots wrapped around its surface. The last piece, on the other hand, was a stone mountain as big as a small house, with a dark red body that seemed to have been dyed with immortal blood, emitting a thick and ferocious aura. Finally, the 2 men each placed their chosen source stones in the open space. For a moment, the atmosphere within the entire stone workshop became tense. Since they've all been chosen, let's start unraveling the stones. Wang Xian had his hands behind his back, his eyes looking towards the 3 stones chosen by Qin Shi, a powerful confidence spreading across his face. Chapter 140, The King Immortal prescribes an extreme immortal origin. Since they've all been chosen, let's start unraveling the stones. Wang Xian looked at Qin Han with a faint smile, his face a color of confidence, as if he was assured of victory. Qin Han looked at the other party and was just about to speak when an abrupt voice suddenly stole the show. Slow down. Steward Zhou walked out from behind Wang Xian and looked at Qin Han with a sneer. The 3 source stones you chose are worth 27,000 upper-grade immortal sources. First pay the immortal source and buy the source stone before you can proceed to unravel the stone. Saying this, he turned around and arched his hand towards Wang Xian again with a respectful expression. Young master is sorry. This is the rules of the stone workshop and cannot be broken. When Wang Xian heard this, a look of difficulty appeared on his face as he looked up at Qin Han. Fellow Daoist, look at. As he spoke, a hint of teasing laughter flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ha! Qin Han looked at the 2 men who were singing in unison and laughed coldly in his heart. From the beginning, Wang Xian proposed that he could only choose the stone of 10,000 top-grade immortal sources. He guessed that the other party was still thinking about the drop of immortal monarch essence blood in his hand. It was nothing more than thinking that he didn't have so much immortal source and could only take immortal monarch essence blood against it, although there was some anger in his heart. But after glancing at the 3 stones he had selected, this anger quickly dissipated again. Compared to what was contained in these 3 stones, immortal monarch essence blood didn't seem to be that important. At that moment, the palm of his hand flipped, crimson light flashed, and the immortal monarch essence blood appeared in his hand. Watching Qin Li take out the immortal monarch's essence blood, Wang Xian and Steward Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of joy at the same time. Steward Zhou even subconsciously stepped forward and stretched out his palm to directly grab towards the drop of immortal monarch essence blood. However, just as his palm was about to touch the essence blood, a rough voice came from outside. Slow down, HM? Steward Zhou's palm froze in mid-air as he turned to look behind him. At the same time, Qin Ji, Wang Xian, and the crowd of onlookers in the distance all cast their gazes in the direction from which the voice came. Qin Hurry's eyes flashed slightly with a strange color. This voice, déjà vu. A few breaths later, a majestic figure came from the periphery. Flower, young master? What's he doing here? The onlookers outside were the first to see the visitor, and they immediately exclaimed in shock. Flower Sledgehammer, the second youngest master of the city lord's mansion. The Flower family and the Wang family were the 2 most powerful families in Immortal Tomb City, and the Wang family had even been trying to oust the Flower family from the position of city lord and replace them. So the relationship between the 2 families, which had never been good, was not even a secret in the city. Now, how come second young master Hua came to the Wang family stone workshop? Flower Sledgehammer ignored these people's astonished gazes and directly peeled through the crowd, striding into the inner area. Flower Sledgehammer, what are you doing here? Wang Xian's face visibly sank as he looked at Hua the Hammer who walked in. However, Hua the Hammer did not even look at him and walked straight towards Qin Han. Seeing this, Wang Xian's face became a bit ugly. Qin Shi looked at the majestic youth walking towards him, a slight flash of color in his eyes. He also could not have imagined that a person he casually met at the city gates was actually the young master of the city lord's mansion. Ha ha! Fellow foul, fellow Daoist, long time no see. Hua de Hammer walked up to Qin Shi and patted Qin Shi's shoulder in a very self-conscious manner. Fellow Daoist flower. The corners of Qin Hunari's mouth twitched slightly, and his feet took half a step back without a trace. Hua de Hammer didn't care even when he sensed Qin Hun's movements, and still had a smile on his face. On the opposite side, Wang Xian's face had turned ice cold as he watched the two men look as if they were catching up on old times and didn't put themselves in their eyes at all. He stepped forward, his paws landing on the ground with a heavy sound, and drank. Flower barbarian. What are you doing here? Could it be that you want to make trouble here? Flower Sledgehammer sniffed, and only then did he look at Wang Xian. The moment he turned his head, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and he indifferently said, "This young man just can't stand to see you guys bullying your guests. 27,000 upper grade immortal sources, right? This young man has come out for this Taoist friend of mine." With that, he directly waved his hand and flung out a small bag that landed at Wang Xian's feet. Wang Xian's face turned colder as he looked at the small bag that landed at his feet. Fellow Daoist flower. You. Qin Li looked at Hua de Hammer and was also a bit surprised. He and the other party had only met once, not even close to being familiar with each other, and it was unexpected that the other party would actually help him by the source stones, the cultivators who were on the sidelines. On the other hand, all looked shocked when they saw this scene. What? Young Master Hua actually paid out this immortal source for that kid? I can't imagine that this person actually has a relationship with the City Lord's mansion. It shouldn't be the City Lord's mansion sent to smash the scene, right? The crowd's eyes spent on the two of them, Sledgehammer and Qin Hunter, with a sort of SOSO meaning in their eyes. After all, these two families haven't done this kind of thing before. Each sent source-seeking experts to the other's stone workshop to open stones and even cause trouble. Young master, this. Steward Zhou looked at the bag on the ground containing the immortal source, then looked at Wang Xian with some hesitation. Since someone is willing to offer this immortal source, then take it. Wang Xian's voice was a little cold. Yes, young master. Steward Zhou busily nodded his head. Then with a move of his palm, he picked up the bag on the ground. Now, start unpacking the stone. This young man first. Wang Xian was expressionless. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed the 10 feet high, 2 people embraced stone pillar and pulled it to his body. A small, foot-long knife then coalesced in his hand and slashed down directly towards the stone pillar in front of him. Bear! A slight slashing sound rang out, and a large chunk of stone skin fell in response. At that moment, the onlookers all fixed their gazes dead on the stone pillars. Nervousness, anticipation showed in his eyes. Fellow Daoist doesn't need to be nervous. It's just a mere 20,000 or so upper grade immortal sources. It's nothing even if you lose. Beside Qin Ji, Hua de Hammer had a calm face as he comforted towards Qin Ji. In his opinion, Wang Xian was the strongest person in the young generation of the source-seeking technique in Xianling City, and even he could not compare to him. And most importantly, this was in the Wang family's stone workshop, and Wang Xian knew the situation of the source stones here like the back of his hand. As for Qin Li, an outsider who most likely hadn't even practiced the source-seeking technique, there was no way he could win over his opponent. Hearing Hua de Hammer's words, Qin Hun only smiled faintly. Nervous? Ha! Under the system's perspective, he had not only seen the inside of the stone, but had also incidentally valued the immortal treasures contained within. So how could he lose? Under the incomparable calmness of his heart, his gaze was bland as he looked at the opposite side of the room as Wang Xian unpacked the stones. It seems to have been influenced by the previous Qin Halley's stone decomposition. Wang Xian's action of decomposing the stone at this time also seems to be very rough. In this short period of time, the 10-foot-high stone pillar that 2 people had embraced shrunk by half, leaving it only 1 person high. As Wang Xian dropped another blade, a palm-sized piece of stone skin fell off. At that instant, a touch of milky white light seeped out. An incomparably dense and pure immortal aura instantly filled the space. The surrounding people stared at the same time with wide eyes, staring dead on at the glimpse of milky white color that was revealed on the stone pillar. This is a top-grade immortal source? No, it's not top-grade. It's extreme immortal source. It's actually an extreme immortal source. Someone exclaimed out in shock, realizing that the exposed immortal source had a faint hint of purple color mixed in. An immortal source with a purple stream of light in it was the sign of an extremely high-quality immortal source. Extreme immortal source. Ha ha ha. Yes. A hint of excitement appeared on Wang Xian's face. He then raised his gaze to look in Qin Hun's direction, a provocative color in his eyes. Qin Hunter's gaze flickered slightly. his face not changing in the slightest. Wang Xian continued to unravel the stone. Only his movements became much more careful. As a piece of stone skin fell off under his hands, more immortal sources were exposed, and the immortal aura that permeated the space became denser and denser. Until the end, the entire stone pillar was completely unraveled, and a single milky white-colored extreme immortal origin with a hint of violet was set on the stone pillar. Densely packed. 1, 2, 5, 100. So many extreme immortal sources. The surrounding cultivators looked at the densely packed extreme immortal source on the stone pillars. Their eyes filled with salivation and their mouths watered. Damn it! This source stone has been opened by the old man, and at that time I felt that it must contain immortal treasures, but it's a pity that I didn't have enough immortal sources to buy it. Now, alas! Someone wailed. Some of them had also wandered through the central region from time to time and had seen the stone pillar, but because it was too expensive, or because they were not sure if it contained immortal treasures, they did not buy it for various reasons. Now that he saw that this stone pillar had actually opened up such a large number of extremely high-quality immortal sources, he felt remorse in his heart for a moment and rolled his eyes in anger. At this moment in the field, Wang Xian looked at the immortal source inlaid on the stone pillar, and a look of great satisfaction appeared on his face. With a sweep of his divine mind, he instantly calculated the amount of immortal source, then turned his gaze to Qin Hun and said somewhat smugly, "Fellow Daoist, it's your turn now. On this stone pillar of this young man, 3,703 extreme immortal origins. I hope that fellow Daoist will be able to open an immortal treasure that is not inferior to this one." Good. Qin Li sniffed and nodded bashfully. With a move of his palm, the gray stone, which was only the size of a palm, flew up and landed on his hand. Chapter 141, Spiritual Marrow. Oppressing King Immortal. Inside the stone workshop, everyone's eyes were currently focused on Qin Hun. To be precise, it was looking at the stone in Qin Hun's hand. What do you guys say? Can this young man open an immortal treasure comparable to young Master Wang Xian's immortal source pillar? Someone suddenly whispered. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers immediately shifted their gazes towards the person who spoke. It's hard to say. Young Master Wang Xian's offer of an extreme immortal origin pillar is too valuable. With 10,000 upper-grade immortal source or less source stones, it should be unlikely to open another similar immortal treasure. A man shook his head, feeling that Qin Hun could not win. That little was just lucky earlier. An outsider might have touched the source stone for the first time. How could it open up an immortal treasure again? Maybe the 3 stones chosen this time are all scraps. In the crowd, Sito Haoren snorted coldly, looking at Qin Hun with an incomparably icy gaze. So strong were the emotions that the surroundings looked at him. Couldn't understand why he was reacting like that. Brother, do you need me to decipher the stone for you? Beside Qin Li, Hua the Hammer suddenly opened his mouth and asked. No. Qin Li faintly shook his head. Then he joined his fingers and coalesced a small knife, directly chipping towards the stone in his hand. In just one stroke, it shaved off 1/3 of its volume. The rough means, looking at the hearts of everyone present jumped, fearing that the immortal treasures contained within would be nullified by a single slash. Qin Li was not afraid in the slightest. His hand rose up and fell down. The original palm-sized stone block was only a little bigger than a fist. Ahem. That. Brother why don't I solve it for you? Next to him, Flower Sledgehammer's heart jumped as he watched, and he really couldn't help but open his mouth again. Some far away, the many cultivators on the sidelines deeply agreed with this statement from Flower Sledgehammer. They felt that if they continued to watch like this, their own little hearts might not be able to take it first. However, Qin Hari did not agree in the face of Hua the Hammer's good intentions. After the system's perspective, he knew where the immortal treasure was located and didn't have to be afraid of being injured by mistake. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Flower, I have my measure. With that, he once again raised his hand towards the stone in his hand and chipped away. Only, this time, his movements were obviously much more gentle, and the small knife condensed into a mortal aura gently scratched across the stone, bringing down a small piece of stone skin. Buzz! A thin whing sound seemed to resound in space, followed by a gust of wind out of nowhere. An immortal aura that was even denser and purer than an extreme immortal source instantly filled this space. Hiss! What a rich immortal aura! Everyone's gazes fell on Qin Hun's hands with a look of astonishment. What is it? Wang Xian had a vague bad feeling in his heart. What in the world was it that gave off an immortal aura that was more than 100 times more pure than an extremely high-quality spirit stone? In the middle of the field, Qin Shi felt the pure immortal aura radiating from the source stone in his hand, and a smirk appeared on his face. The hands moved without stopping, quickly stripping away all the stone skin. In the end, all that was left was a lump of milky white viscous liquid the size of a baby's fist, floating above his palm. That immortal aura that was pure to the extreme was precisely what emanated from the liquid. This Shouldn't be spirit marrow, right? Looking at the milky white liquid on Qin Li's hand, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Yes, it must be spirit marrow. It actually opened up. One by one, people opened their voices, sounding excited. It's actually spirit marrow? Wang Xian's face was a bit ugly. A look of gravity gradually rose in the gaze that looked toward Qin Hun. Spirit marrow, an immortal treasure that could only be nurtured in an extremely high-grade immortal spirit vein, was worth 1,000 times more than an extremely high-grade immortal source. Holding the spiritual marrow in his hand, Qin Li's gaze turned to Wang Xian with a faint smile on his face. Well, young master Wang Xian, compared to this massive spirit marrow and your extreme immortal origin pillar, which one is worth more? Wang Xian's face visibly sank as he sniffed, but before he could speak, Steward Zhou, who was standing at the side, was the first to speak. He stepped forward and looked at Qin Hun with an expressionless face. Although spirit marrow is rare, the value of this small mass is at most comparable to young master's immortal origin pillar. So, this round should be considered a draw. A tie? At these words, the surroundings instantly became quiet. The crowd all turned their gazes to Steward Zhou with a look of surprise. Although this massive spirit marrow was relatively small, its value was definitely not comparable to the mere 3,000 or so extreme immortal sources on that pillar. Now this Steward Zhou actually opened his eyes and said that he didn't know what he was talking about, so he really didn't want to force his face. But despite the contempt in his heart, his mouth did not dare to say anything at all. However, they dare not. Someone else does. Flower Sledgehammer took a step forward and bellowed. Fat ass, are you blind? This spiritual marrow is only worth over 3,000 extreme immortal sources? If that's the case, how many immortal edgestone workshops you have? This young man will take them all. If you can't take it out, don't blame this young man for being impolite. After saying that, he glared with a pair of bull's eyes as if he wanted to eat the other party. Steward Zhou was stunned by the aura and was silent. At this time, Wang Xian, who had been silent, frowned and stared at Hua de Hammer coldly. Flower Sledgehammer, this is my Wang clan's stone workshop, not your city lord's mansion's territory. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Qin Hun. This game is this young man's to lose. But, there are still 2 stones yet to be solved, and it's not certain what the final outcome will be.